On my first day of transferring schools, my classmates warned me to stay away from the school's female bully. Just as I was wondering who the bully could be, my younger sister Zhou Shang and a few other girls walked toward me, laughing. Yet when the surrounding students saw Zhou Shang, they all instinctively lowered their heads and walked away. I was instantly stunned. Could the school bully actually be my sister, Zhou Shang? Meanwhile, Ji Boda kept rambling on beside me. You might be new here, so you haven't heard about Zhou Shang's glorious exploits. Legend has it she beat up a teacher and single-handedly drove their former physics teacher to quit. I turned my head in surprise and looked at Ji Boda. Are you talking about Zhou Shang from class 6, grade 11? She's my sister. Ji Boda hesitated for a moment, raising his voice in astonishment. Did I hear that right? You're saying Zhou Shang from class 6, grade 11 is your biological sister? Noticing the surrounding gazes, he awkwardly smiled at me. Muge. Ji Boda hadn't finished speaking when Zhou Shang from afar started walking towards me. Seeing Zhou Shang approach, Ji Boda hid a little behind me. What Ji Boda had just said was too fast and too explosive. I couldn't process it right away. Zhou Shang is the school bully? Great. I thought this girl was just struggling with the pressures of high school. Her grades plummeting was bad enough, but no matter how much I thought about it, I never expected this twist. At such a young age, she never became a top student, but the title of school bully was firmly placed on her head. She even managed to drive away a teacher from the school. Truly impressive. Zhou Shang's steps toward me slowed down more and more. She hesitated, sensing something off about the atmosphere around me. Watching Zhou Shang approach at an increasingly sluggish pace only fueled my anger. I suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and yanked her toward me forcefully. Zhou Shang, let's hear about your glorious achievements as the school bully over the years. I'd love to admire them properly. What? Zhou Shang, seeing my furious expression, nervously swallowed hard. She gently tugged at my sleeve and said weakly, brother, listen to my explanation. Her little friends beside her were all standing there dumbfounded, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, I was still fuming and thought angrily, no wonder the fragments of the future shown to me by the fate system had Zhou Shang meeting such an end. He totally deserved it. Looking back now, my decision to transfer schools was absolutely the right move. I must make sure to steer this girl back on the right path from now on. I sharply shook off Zhou Shang's hand, lightly tugging at my sleeve. Class is about to start. I'll give you a day to organize your thoughts properly. We'll have a good talk tonight when we get home. Then I grabbed Ji Boda, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and strode straight toward the classroom. Zhou Shang stood dejectedly in place, head lowered, irritably ruffling his hair. During the break, I logged onto the school's online forum to look up information about Zhou Shang. As soon as I typed Zhou Shang, a flood of messages came pouring in. Over the past few years, Zhou Shang had indeed caused quite a few troubles, dyeing his hair blonde and entering the school campus, getting into fights with students from other schools on the basketball court, and seeing his academic performance plummet, among other things. But the most eye-catching incident, and the one most frequently mentioned by classmates on the forum, was the time he drove the physics teacher out of the school. Frowning slightly at my phone, the Zhou Shang described on the forum seemed worlds apart from the one standing before me and the one I remembered. How did that little crybaby who used to follow me around with snot bubbles and tears turn into the school bully of Zhenyang High School? Zhou Shang should have always been a kind-hearted child with principles. I really can't believe Zhou Shang would do something like forcing a teacher out of school. In the afternoon, everything was as usual. I cleared my mind of these distracting thoughts and focused on the lecture, but the school forum was buzzing with activity. After I posted my 95-point entrance placement test on the grades bulletin board, by noon, everyone had heard about my insane score and were bowing in admiration under the post, calling me a legend. Those who had recklessly posted inappropriate comments online last night now had faces burning with shame, staying as quiet as mice. Later, the news that I was Zhou Shang's older sister spread on the forum, and I officially became the school's celebrity. Many people jokingly referred to me as the big boss in the comments, since I was the only one who could keep the school bully in check. All afternoon, I stared dumbfounded at the bizarre turn of events on the campus forum. Thanks to my dear sister, for the first time, I found myself associated with the term big boss. After the last class of the afternoon, I packed up my bag, slowly walked out of the classroom door, and lowered my head to ponder how to deal with Zhou Shang when I got back. Lost in thought, I turned a corner and accidentally bumped into someone. I looked up. It was Lu Yu. Sorry about that, wasn't paying attention while walking, I said apologetically. Liu glanced up, nodded, and then strode away with his long legs. Wang Yan, who had just run up, saw me and smiled before continuing to chase after Liu. Brother Liu, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. After that, I rode home with Zhou Shang in silence the whole way. As soon as I got out of the car, I walked straight to the sofa and sat down.
Gu Mingyan hurried downstairs, opened the door and rushed to the villa's garden, and ended up rummaging through the garbage cans in the garden. So clean, not a bit of food. What to do? He was about to cry. He was used to starving himself, but his daughter-in-law couldn't go hungry. Su Shishu was contacting her personal doctor in her study. and she didn't have any reservations about elaborating on her condition. Only in the most extreme consecutive moments did I have some sensation in my legs. The personal physician sounded pleased. Then it appears that this treatment is in the right direction and the nerves are responding. My next suggestion is that more nerve stimulation is needed, perhaps to restore sensation to your legs. This is good news. At least there is a new treatment option. Ending the call, Sushi Shu hung her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. She maneuvered her wheelchair to the floor-to-ceiling windows, which she had intended to look out of. But with a glance, he saw Gu Mingyan, who was rummaging through the trash can. The man's tall and leggy stooped down, half of his body poking into the trash can, like there was some rare treasure inside. Sushi Shu's face changed and called for the housekeeper. The butler also covered his mouth in surprise at the sight, and rushed up with the men to take the little cutie. Hold it down. Taking away the black, I don't know what, poop-like thing he was holding in his hand, and there was still dark mud around Gu Mingyan's mouth. The voice of the bodyguard holding him down on the side changed in alarm. He eats. The housekeeper looked closer only to realize that it was the chocolate dessert cake that had been thrown away this morning, and was relieved. Then sternly scolded the babbling bodyguard. Shut up. Exasperated, he slapped the bodyguard's head hard. You're the one who eats. Hurry up and get him cleaned up and sent up. Missy wants to see him. Yes. Gu Mingyan looked at the cake that was once again thrown away. He licked his lips. Delicious. Do not. But in spite of his struggles, he was taken to the scrubber to scrub the scrubber. The butler changed him into a haute couture shirt and suit pants, surveyed him, and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Gu, come with me this way. Gu Mingyan followed the butler. His stomach was a bit hungry. When they arrived at the restaurant, Sushi Shu put down the tablet in her hand and gestured for him to sit down. Gu Mingyan blinked his eyes and looked at the table full of sumptuous breakfast. His jaw opened in shock for a long time without closing. Again he stood a bit rushed. Sushi Shu glanced at him, her voice cold and sweet. Eat. Gu Mingyan had only just sat down when the housekeeper saw the tiny cutie, who had just been looking for food in the trash can, which would have reddened its ears and pretended to eat it, quite elegantly. It's not silly to look at it that way, just weirdly edible. Sushi Shu read the financial news while elegantly eating, her slender fingers holding chopsticks, not eating much. Just then, someone offered her a shrimp dumpling. Sushi Shu raised his eyes to look. Gu Mingyan looked straight at him, his eyes pure and clean. Wife, eat. Sushi Shu smiled brightly. You still know your wife. Gu Mingyan thought of last night, licked his lips, and gave a shy smile. Omega. Wife fragrant. Butler. Is this something he can listen to? Should still be able to listen. Then the housekeeper heard Sushi Shu say, then eat more. Okay? Keep going upstairs to keep me company after you've eaten enough. I'm lonely alone. The compelling tone was like a siren's song, mesmerizing and demonic whispering. Butler. Cover your old face and run away. Can't listen to it. Gu Mingyan sniffed and stuffed a lot of food into his mouth, nodding his head happily after swallowing. Wife, I'm full. Sushi Shu was amused by him and stared at his handsome face for a while, stretching out her slender hand. Then will you carry me upstairs? Who could refuse such a wife? Gu Mingyan's soul was lost. He got up, came to her, and half crouched down to hug her. Chapter 3. Cutie. Sushi Shu looked at him. You really don't look like a wandering cutie. What did you used to do? Gu Mingyan's stupid smile, full of only fragrant wife. This will hear his wife asked, obediently answered. In the orphanage, picking up garbage, there are 4 big garbage cans over there, and occasionally you can find some food, but it's not very tasty and some of it is moldy. Looks like a real cutie. Sushi Shu's index finger pressed against his lips. Shu. Gu Mingyan shut up and looked down at Sushi Shu and her pajamas. Sushi Shu reached out and crossed his cheeks before saying through some lethargy, follow me in the future. You don't need to pick up garbage to get enough to eat. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up when he heard that he could eat. Sushi Shu reached across his brow. It reminded Gu Mingyan of the feeling of her skin being swept tentatively and quickly by the cockroach's 2 long tentacles when she was curled up next to the trash can. But the wife is not a cockroach, the wife is fragrant. It made his heart beat faster even if he didn't know what was going on. Wife. Deleted has been honest. In the evening, Sushi Shu leaned on the chair in the study. She was wearing a gray silk-textured robe. The whole person was beautiful and noble. A section of slender wrist under the sleeve was propping up his chin, lazily fuming, and when he looked closely, His eyes were all insatiable. The butler knocked on the door. "Missy, dinner is ready? Where would you like to eat?" Only then did Su Shishu lazily ruffle her hair. "The restaurant." After a pause, she added, "Call that cutie. Up." "Yes." The butler retired respectfully and went to push open the door to the master bedroom only to do a double take. Little cute. It wasn't in there, only a neatly folded quilt remained, still in tofu blocks, and it looked like it had been professionally trained. When exactly did this little cutie walk? Does it fly off the handle? How come the security guard didn't report back to him? The butler was almost unsteady on his feet, and the servant following the butler hurriedly reached out to support him. Heard the butler's voice almost broken. "Quickly find the stupid, Mr. Gu." Yes. Just as the villa was in chaos, anxious to find Mingan before Su Shishu came down for dinner, the diligent Gu Mingan had returned carrying a black garbage bag. The butler and a group of bodyguards rushed to him, and the butler was very devastated. "Mr. Gu, where have you been?" Gu Mingan's eyes lit up when he saw the housekeeper. "Old grandpa. Where's a waste recycling station? I picked up a lot of cardboard boxes that can be sold for quite a lot of money. Don't sell it. Hurry up and take a shower. It's time to eat." The butler pushed him towards the inside, fearing that he would not be able to deliver late and be chastised by the eldest miss. Gu Mingan originally turned back very reluctant to give up his cardboard scraps. Heard the meal eyes lit up. After physical exercise he has long been hungry. With wasn't struggling, except that he'd learned to use the tub, resisting the bodyguard's attempts to scrub him and repeatedly asking to wash himself. When Su Shishu sat down at the dining table, Gu Mingan had already been shuffled to sit across from her. Dinner was very rich. A table of dishes set up. At first Gu Mingan was drooling. Behind straight waved his hand. "No need. Can't finish it." Perhaps he was too noisy. Su Shishu, who was looking at the stock market, raised her eyes and swept a glance at him, and said in a faint voice, "Pick the ones you like to eat. They'll take care of the ones you can't finish." Gu Mingan automatically understood that someone would eat what he couldn't finish, so he didn't say anything else. Su Shishu originally didn't have much of an appetite, but seeing Gu Mingan eating so cheerfully, she also followed suit and drank an extra bowl of soup. Raising his eyes, the bowl was chucked with a lot of dishes. Gu Mingan ate with bulging cheeks and smiled at Su Shishu. "Wife, eat too little, eat more." Su Shishu was really full, so she didn't move. She lowered her head to wipe the corner of her lips with a napkin, accidentally touching the bite on the corner of her lips, and frowned. Gu Mingan immediately said, "Honey, I'll be careful next time." "Butler?" So much that he wanted to cover his face and run away. Is this something he can listen to? He ran. No, he can't run. Having something to report, the butler bowed his head. "Eldest miss, young Master Chan is here." Su Shishu put down the napkin in her hand, her expression light. "Tell him to come in." "Sister Su, I went to record the program to give you air transport of lychee. You tasted it. The market sells the consort smile that variety are not delicious, to say lychee or cinnamon flavor delicious." Chon Nanxing looked like she had just gotten off the show, and the star makeup hadn't even been removed, or maybe she had deliberately dressed up to come over. As soon as he came in, he naturally sat beside Su Shishu, and even told the housekeeper, "It just so happens that I haven't eaten and am starving, so bring me a pair of bowls and chopsticks." Gu Mingan looked at his black hair bleached with a few dashes of purple, and felt even more like a flower peacock. Chen Nanxing hadn't even looked at Gu Mingan squarely. Gu Mingan had pointed at him and was instantly happy. The one posted on the bus sign. Gu Mingan a little cute. The expression was not clear, but Su Shishu just understood what he meant. He was talking about the advertising screen in the bus station, on which was the product advertisement that would be put on the star endorsement. Only then did Chen Nanxing seem to notice Gu Mingan, and after only sweeping a glance, he said disdainfully, "This person does look a bit like my brother, but his temperament is also too different. Sister Su, if you want to find a double, why don't you consider me?" Gu Mingan foolishly put down his chopsticks, and was actually a bit full, as he looked at Chen Nanxing, and then at Su Shishu. "Substitute? What does that mean?" Gu Mingan asked ignorantly, his eyes all inquisitive. Chen Nanxing had been disdainfully sarcastic. "The understudy doesn't even know. What are you pretending to be stupid here?" Gu Mingan was even more confused. "I'm not pretending. I'm a cutie." This time Su Shishu looked towards him, because she didn't expect that cutie. Knowing that he was a little cutie, it's really kind of interesting. Chapter 4 Green Tea Gigolo. Chen Nanxing had been eating, and when he heard Gu Mingan say this, he slammed his chopsticks down. Exasperated, he laughed. What kind of little white girl green tea are you pretending to be? Chan Nanqing then looked at Su Xiushu and said somewhat breathlessly, Sister Su, even if you want to find a body double, you should also find a top-grade one. This kind is too pulled. Su Shishu raised her eyes and glanced at Gu Mingyan, picking up the orange juice on the side and taking a sip before saying, He is indeed a cutie. Gu Mingyan nodded vigorously. Right? He's a cutie. What's wrong with him? He's a... Well, before he met his wife, he was cold and hungry and living in a bridge hole, and he really couldn't feed himself. Gu Mingyan didn't know why, but some unhappy emotions surged up in his heart, causing him to lower his eyes, the corners of his lips facing downwards. He then picked up his chopsticks again. He was ready to eat his fill and not waste food. Chan Nanqing turned his head and saw the bulging look of Gu Mingyan's cheeks. His expression was momentarily surprised, but then he looked a little twisted. Sister Su, you find a cutie. You don't even want me? How am I worse than him? Chan Nanqing stared at Gu Mingyan, and the more he looked, the more he realized that this person was indeed a brainless cutie. Whether he was pretending or real, at the very least, he looked stupid now. How could Su Shishu look at such a man? Chan Nanqing glared at Gu Mingyan with a death glare. The bottom of his eyes were all about to suppress the twisted dark color. Su Shishu put down the orange juice. She looked at Gu Mingyan and smiled gently, so doting and gentle. Like it. Su Shishu held out her hand, and Gu Mingyan immediately knew it like a big dog, just short of wagging an extra tail. He chewed and chewed like a little squirrel while he put his head over and bowed his head in a good way. Letting Su Shishu's hand rest on his soft black hair, he gently rubbed and stroked it. Gu Mingyan felt that the bit of unpleasantness from before instantly disappeared, leaving only happiness. Wife. My wife is touching his head Omega. Chan Nanqing clenched his fists. By what right? A little cutie. By what right did he get what he couldn't even get? Su Shishu picked up a napkin and wiped the grease stains on Gu Mingyan's lips. Then she lowered her hand and spoiled him by putting the dishes he loved in front of him. Eat. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up a bit, and he smiled in a cute and handsome way. Thank you, wife. Sister Su, if you like the lychees from last time, I'll fly some more over for you. Chan Nanqing diverted Su Xiushu's line of sight, and when he saw that Su Xiushu was only looking at Gu Mingyan, he couldn't help but grimace for a moment. Chan Nanqing then pretended to mention it offhandedly. I came back to visit my brother in the hospital. Su Shishu's eyes then turned to Chan Nanqing, after which she said, It's been a long time since I went to see him. Chan Nanqing immediately said, Then tomorrow, I'll accompany Sister Su to go see my brother. You haven't seen him for a long time. He misses you too. Although he's a vegetable, I'm sure he can hear you. Su Shishu seemed to sway for a moment, then nodded. Good. Chan Nanqing smoothly chatted with Su Xiushu about something else. Gu Mingyan put down his chopsticks as he ate, and he stared at the two people talking across the table. He inclined his head slightly, then blinked, ignored. Gu Mingyan immediately looked like an abandoned puppy, obediently staying aside and waiting for his master to finish his work. Chan Nanqing said to the end to see Su Shishu mind is not in, afraid to say more to invite annoyance, so he got up and said that there are still things to go. Only when he picked up his suit jacket on his way out, he turned back and gave Gu Mingyan a grim look, like a warning and like a threat, giving a sense of danger that he remembered him and that he gave him a weight. Before Su Shishu noticed, Chan Nanqing put away all his sharp claws and smiled in a beckoning and harmless manner. Sister Su, then I'm leaving. See you at the hospital tomorrow. When the people left, Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan and softly inquired, Have you eaten enough? Gu Mingyan nodded. Su Shishu seemed to be coming to a point of interest, her hand propped up on the dining table, cupping her chin to look at Gu Mingyan's handsome brows and eyes, then smiled softly in a flirtatious manner. Come here, Gu Mingyan. Omega. He got up and sat obediently in front of Su Shishu, allowing Su Shishu to pinch his chin and lift it up again frivolously. Su Shishu looked like she was playing with his face. The posture of her drooping eyes was imperial, carrying an oppressive feeling that made people's legs go weak. So eager to be bullied. Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan with amusement as she laughed lightly. You still know you're a cutie? The atmosphere was like this, but the wife asked a very serious question. Gu Mingyan's full head but the trial were interrupted for a moment. Then he answered his wife's question very seriously. That's what everyone else said. Say what? I'm a cutie. So it is. Su Shishu nodded, then asked Gu Mingyan, So what do you think? Gu Mingyan pointed to his head and then shook his head the way he did. He smiled a silly and charming smile. I don't want to. My head is empty. thinking too much will hurt and ache.
수혜이슈.
Hey! Gu Mingin giggled. Such a little cutie. It was as if the sky was collapsing and he only knew how to giggle. Su Shishu shook her head and let go, ready to go upstairs to deal with some company matters. Seeing her maneuvering her wheelchair to leave, Gu Mingin busily followed her, following Su Shishu like a follower. Wife, when are we going to sleep? I've already washed my hands of it. Later. I have things to take care of. You? Su Shishu seemed to have really thought about how to arrange Gu Mingin for a while. Then she called out to the housekeeper. Put a cartoon on for him. The housekeeper asked Gu Mingin where he wanted to watch cartoons. Gu Mingin's eyes watched Su Shishu enter the elevator. He didn't want to separate from his wife, but she had to be busy. So Gu Mingin said, then I'll go pick up the bottles. He's going to pick up lots and lots of bottles so he can sell them, and he's going to give all the money he sells to his wife. I don't know why they do it, but it seems to be the way they do it. It's called raising a family. The housekeeper couldn't bear to tell Gu Mingin, whose eyes were clean to the point of being excessive and without a hint of heart, that those rags of his had already been taken away by the garbage collectors. The housekeeper tugged Gu Mingin and coaxed him to sit down on the sofa, turning on the TV to play the Milk Dragon cartoon. Gu Mingin looked at him for a while, then withdrew his gaze very firmly. No, I'm going to pick up bottles to support my family. He's full and feeling all bullish. He's bound to pick up a lot of bottles. The butler stops him and gives him a good laugh, even making up that there are wolves outside. It took a while to get him to sit honestly on the couch and watch the Milk Dragon cartoon. The housekeeper also thoughtfully brought him a glass of fresh milk as well. Little cutie. Yo. Just sitting on this Italian-imported handmade high-grade sofa. This little cutie. I can't even afford to pick up bottles for the rest of my life. Gu Mingin was so sleepy from watching that he was woken up by the housekeeper yelling at him to go back to the master bedroom to sleep. The TV was already turned off. Gu Mingin rubbed his eyes while pushing open the door to the master bedroom. Just saw Su Shishu already lying on her side on the bed. The posture of a beauty lying on the couch. Seaweed like long curly hair cascading. Under the soft bedside lamp set off a face that was even more cold and beautiful. Chapter 5, The Wife's Backing. Gu Mingin gulped and instantly stopped being sleepy, only to feel his heart beating so fast that he couldn't breathe in the next second. Come here. Su Shishu opened the drawer and put it in Gu Mingin's palm. Use it up. Gu Mingin looked down. He was stupid but actually recognized words, and saw the words six-pack written on the corner of the box. Deleted has been honest. Su Shishu got up late and opened her eyes to hear the pattering rain outside the window. It's raining. The comforter is cold beside you, sweetie. Where is everybody? Su Shishu washed up and went downstairs in her wheelchair, and the housekeeper and maid greeted her, asking if there was anything in particular she wanted to eat for lunch. Su Shishu only asked, where is he? The butler was all confused and then panicked. Yesterday he had specifically instructed the security guards to report back to him when they saw Gu Mingin go out. Why is he gone again? Su Shishu looked at the housekeeper's demeanor. Her eyebrows took on a coldness. What are you still standing here for? Go find it. The housekeeper's cold sweat came down. Almost didn't kneel down for Missy. Panicked and took the bodyguards out in the rain to look for it. It's Missy's new favorite. Lose it and they're all screwed. In the rain, Gu Mingin was surrounded by a gang of black-clad bodyguards in the corner of a public toilet in the landscaped garden. The umbrella was thrown to the side and stomped hard. There were also torn black plastic bags, and a few bottles he had worked so hard to pick up were scattered in bits and pieces. Gu Mingin was soaked to the skin. His white shirt clung to his muscles, and he looked a bit wretched. And compared to his unpleasantness, Chun Nanxing, who was standing on the side with a bodyguard holding an umbrella, was much more reserved. Chun Nanxing kicked the mineral water bottle by his feet. What are you doing? Gu Mingin couldn't even open his eyes from the rain, and he squinted his eyes before saying, pick up the bottles. It was only as if Chun Nanxing instantly realized, sell for money? Gu Mingin just wanted to nod. Chun Nanxing, however, suddenly laughed, as if he thought it was funny as he laughed and bent over and covered his stomach, pointing at Gu Mingin. Are you studying to be a sanitation worker? Or are you very short of money? Chun Nanxing took out his wallet and took out a brand new $100 from it, pinching it between his fingertips. His smile was vicious and shameful. This is $100? Do you want it? Gu Mingin nodded. The smile at the corner of Chun Nanxing's lips became even more sinister as he scrutinized Gu Mingin from top to bottom. Then the tip of his leather shoe gently touched the ground, disdainful and condescending. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and this $100 will be yours. The surrounding bodyguards following Chen Nanqing cooperated and laughed out loud, their eyes as if they were watching a dirty stray dog being forced to wag its tail because of food. Gu Mingyan, however, shook his head. Chen Nanqing's smile instantly turned grim as he stared grimly at Gu Mingyan. What does shaking your head mean? Gu Mingyan was thinking very seriously. Mother Superior told me that pies don't fall from the sky, and if they do, they won't hit me on the head. $100, I'd have to pick up a lot of bottles to earn it, just kowtowing 3 times is too easy, and you're all laughing, this must not be a good thing. Also, I only got down on my knees and kowtowed 3 times when Dean's mom died. And you're not dead yet, so how can you tell me to kowtow? Every time Gu Mingyan thought seriously like this, his brain hurt so much as if something was going to grow out of it. He doesn't like to think, he hates thinking like this. Gu Mingyan frowned, he wanted to get out of here. His head hurt. Chen Nanqing, however, did not expect a little cutie. Also dared to reject him. What was Gu Mingyan? A little cutie who couldn't get on the stage. It's just... Chen Nanqing raised his hand and threw a slap towards Gu Mingyan's face. But Gu Mingyan's perception of danger was too sharp, and he dodged it by inclining his head. Chen Nanqing hit the ground, took a step forward, and almost fell into a dog's poop. Gu Mingyan endured his headache as he looked at Chen Nanqing warily. What do you want to do? Chen Nanqing coldly smiled. What are you guys doing? Still don't make a move. I think he's that face that attracted Sister Su to like him. Give me a smash to see how he still attracts Sister Su to like him. Chen Nanqing gritted his teeth. Do it! Gu Mingyan watched as those people got closer and closer to him, almost surrounding him. He took 2 steps backward, then retreated no further, his eyes squinting from the downpour. You guys, stay back! Hit me! With a single command from Chen Nanqing, the bodyguards all shot towards Gu Mingyan. Chen Nanqing clasped his hands and waited to see Gu Mingyan being beaten and begging for mercy on his knees. But the next second, he saw his man being sent flying. After a while, it was all the bodyguards he'd brought with him lying in the rain and wailing. While Gu Mingyan stood in the rain, he didn't even gasp as he finally looked at Chen Nanqing. Chen Nanqing and the bodyguard who was holding the umbrella for him all took 2 steps backward at his look. Dean's mom said it's not good to fight. But, head hurts. Gu Mingyan held his head, his aggrieved voice. I'm not playing with you guys, I'm going to find my wife. Gu Mingyan pressed his raw head as he ran towards home. Chen Nanqing wanted to stop him, but reached out his hand and then wimpily retracted it. Seemingly wimpy, he snapped at the bodyguards. What kind of losers are you? A little cutie. Can't even beat it? Get up for me. Get up and go after it. Su Shishu was sitting in the car and saw this scene from afar. Gu Mingyan was stumbling and running in the rain, like a badly injured dog, pitiful to the core, and a group of men were in hot pursuit behind him. When Gu Mingyan came running, Su Xiushu lowered the car window, and through the rain curtain, she called out to him, Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan stopped his feet violently as he looked over to the source of the voice and saw his wife's face. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up. Wife. He ran over to his wife as Su Hishu opened the car door. But before Gu Mingyan could get into the car, his eyes went black and he fell forward. Su Shishu hurriedly reached out and held him up, keeping him close to her arms. The woman's pair of killing cold eyes swept towards the back, and those bodyguards of Chen Nanqing who were chasing after him instantly felt the murderous aura and braked sharply to stop their footsteps. Chapter 6. I'll try to raise your wife. Not. The bodyguard in the lead wanted to explain that although they ran after Gu Mingyan, they really didn't do anything. They hadn't even hurt Gu Mingyan's hair. Instead, they were beaten up by Gu Mingyan. Lin Xiao looked at Gu Mingyan fainted all wet in Su Shishu's arms, wetting Missy's shirt and suit, and reached out to help. Let me do it, Mr. Su. Su Shishu, however, only looked at her. Lin Xiao instantly realized again, retracted her hand, and instructed the bodyguard in the car. Help the person into the car. It's raining too much outside. Gu Mingyan was lifted into the car seat. He was unconscious. His face was very pale, and he looked heartbreaking. Chen Nanqing's bodyguards didn't dare to offend Su Xiushu at all, so they all knelt down on one knee in a pleading stance. Chen Nanqing walked out with his umbrella. He looked at Su Xiushu and then started to be wicked. Sister Su, this understudy you found is really interesting. I saw him picking up scraps when it was raining so hard. I wanted to help him out, but who knew that he even started a fight with my people? Look at him beating my people black and blue. What the hell is he from? Is he really a cutie? Is he? Speaking at the end, Chen Nanqing looked so considerate for Su Xiushu's sake as he reminded, a little cutie. Can it really be that powerful? 1 against 7. The sparring partners are still professionally trained. Seeing Su Shishu did not say anything, Chan Nanxing added, "How can it be so coincidental that a little cutie? He also looks a bit similar to my brother, so don't think it's someone's intention to arrange it by your side. Right? Sister Su, in this regard, it is always right to be more careful." Finished. Chen Nanxing said so much, but Su Shishu only had one simple sentence. It made Chen Nanxing look at her with some fear. But he heard Su Shishu say, "Come here." Chen Nanxing hesitantly and tentatively walked over to him, the bodyguard holding the umbrella for him behind him. Pa! He had just walked up to Su Shishu, and the next second he received a hard slap on his face. Loud and clear, Chen Nanxing was hit and slightly inclined his head, but he was half angry. Looking at Su Shishu, who was close at hand, then his eyes fell on Su Shishu's hand, and he asked softly, "Sister Su, does your hand hurt? You want to hit me to let my men do it on the line. Do it yourself and hit the hand that hurts, and I'm heartbroken for you." Su Shishu, however, ignored his poor mouth. She reached out and pinched his chin. Her eyes were half joking. They were all cold. When he looked at Chen Nanxing, it was like a knife that could pierce through his throat, making Chen Nanxing shudder, yet vaguely excited. He liked this feeling of being abused by her. Su Shishu's tone was icy. "Without my permission? Who let you move him?" Chen Nanxing knew that his provocation had failed. What kind of person is Su Shishu? When she was fighting for power, her bastard brother was directly set up by her to the point of losing his name, the family removed from his name and completely banished. The ex-boyfriend of her respectable fiancé who offended her was put into a mental hospital and tortured into a real madman. And now he is still in the mental hospital, barking like a dog. Chen Nanxing immediately meekly lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry. Promise there won't be a next time." Su Shishu shook off Chen Nanxing's face. The car door automatically closed, and she was in an extremely bad mood with the sentence, "Go back." Chen Nanxing watched Su Shishu's limousine drive away through the rain curtain, his eyes mesmerized and paranoid. He knew that not for his brother's sake, Su Shishu would not let him off so easily today. But he has an umbrella in the end. Discovered by Su Shishu, naturally there wouldn't be a next time, but Gu Mingyan, he was definitely going to get him killed. After making him fall so hard, he kind of remembered him. A little cutie. What to fight him with? A little cutie. Why do you stay by Su Shishu's side? Chen Nanxing's eyes were filled with gloom as he sneered and turned to see the bodyguard who was still kneeling on the ground and did not dare to get up. He stepped forward, raised his hand and slapped the lead bodyguard hard. Angrily, "Stupid." Royal River Bay. The car was parked in the underground garage, and Su Shishu sat in the wheelchair, watching the bodyguards rack up the still unconscious Gu Mingyan. Lin Xiao, dressed in a competent suit with pretty short hair, jumped out of the car, her white shirt collar open 2 buttons, somewhat unruly. The business was but steady, and a private doctor had been arranged in the car, which was in place as soon as the man stepped out of the car. Followed upstairs. The door to the master bedroom opened, and Lin Xiao inquired on Su Shishu's behalf, "How is the situation?" The private doctor, wearing a white coat, held up his gold-framed glasses and replied reliably, "Already awake, except for the knee knocking a piece of blue. No obvious trauma. If you got caught in the rain, drink a bowl of ginger tea in a while to drive away the cold and prevent catching a cold." Awake! Su Shishu maneuvered the wheelchair inside. Lin Xiao thoughtfully walked forward and closed the door to the master bedroom for Su Shishu. She waited at the door and looked at the private doctors, all of whom were working with General Manager Su, and naturally they all knew each other. After some small talk, Dr. Chen's medical skills are still as brilliant as ever. "Half a pound." Dr. Chen walked over and whispered to Lin Xiao, "Where did you find such a man for General Manager Su?" Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows. "What?" Dr. Chen gave a thumbs up. "Not bad. There's nothing wrong with the shape and size." Lin Xiao gave him a look. "You also eat Mr. Su's melon? You don't want to mix." Dr. Chen made a zipper gesture over his mouth, and then went to the downstairs room with the medical kit on his back. "Tonight is on standby in case there is a need, and tomorrow is fine for him to go back." Gu Mingyan's head still hurt a bit after he woke up. He was sitting on the bed and propped up his temples with his hands. When his afterglow saw the wheelchair, he immediately raised his eyes, looked at Su Shishu, and obediently shouted, "Wife." Su Shishu looked at him, then inquired in a faint voice, "You beat up those people?" "Before. Practiced." Gu Mingyan seemed to understand what she meant for a moment, slightly inclining her head, then shook her head. "Before. Don't remember. Su Shishu looked at him for a while before asking, have you been beaten? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? It doesn't hurt to see your wife. Gu Mingin's smile was gentle and warm. Su Shishu stared at his eyes that were full of her for a while, and the corner of her lips also gently hooked. It's raining so heavily. You want to go out? Why didn't you say anything? Gu Mingin was suddenly serious. It's raining and you have to pick up bottles to feed your family. Although he didn't have much power, he was pretty determined not to be a gigolo. Su Shishu laughed softly. I can't see that you are still so responsible. Although Gu Mingin didn't quite understand what taking charge was, he subconsciously straightened his back when he saw Su Shishu smile, then patted his chest. Wife, I'll work hard to support you. Chapter 7 It hurts. It's like I'm growing a brain. This sounded quite cozy. But Su Shishu didn't take it to heart. She was making more money in a random minute than he'd ever seen in his life. Picking up bottles, how much could he make in a day? Used to feed it, couldn't even afford a drop of water for her to drink. But Su Shishu didn't strike him. She just stretched out her white jade-like hand and touched him on the head. Gu Mingin then gently shook his head. Like a big, well-behaved and loyal dog. Let's eat, and then we'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Only his body had been examined before, not his brain yet. At the mention of dinner, Gu Mingin's eyes lit up. 2 hours later, private hospital. Su Shishu looked at the diagnostic report given by the doctor and was a bit surprised. Amnesia. Let's just say he doesn't seem like a purebred cutie either. After all, there were times when he was quite normal. The old dean held up his glasses and nodded, then said, an average person with memory loss wouldn't be like this. He's more like an intellectual deterioration caused by memory loss. It needs intervention and guidance, although it's hard to act like a normal person. After the intervention, it should be possible to recover to be able to live independently and take care of himself. To put it simply, there's a skill to support yourself and such. Su Shishu silent, but looking more than a little one-dimensional. Gu Mingin already has. He'll pick up bottles. Su Shishu frowned. Since it's amnesia, it wouldn't be normal to recover your memory. That's only if he can recover. Is it hard? It's hard to say. It's a matter of probability. Some people might get better in a few years. Some people won't get better in their lifetime. Our technology develops the brain less than 1%. Can't be cured. Yes. But there's no guarantee that it's a cure or that the person will be completely cured into a cutie. Su Heishu. Gu Mingin waited outside while Lin Xiao coaxed the little cutie. Bought a lollipop for. Gu Mingin was biting on a lollipop and smashing his mouth when he saw someone throw a bottle into the trash can. And he flew over with the lollipop in his mouth. Lin Xiao reached out and didn't even catch him. Gu Mingin fished the bottle out of the trash can and was about to put it on the ground and stomp on it to prepare to pocket it in a while when his wrist was clutched by someone. Gu Mingin lowered his eyes and saw that it was Su Xiushu in a wheelchair. Get loose. The woman's cold voice. Gu Mingin was startled and subconsciously let go of his hand. The mineral water bottle fell to the ground. Then he followed Su Shishu's wheelchair and was taken to wash his hands. Lots of bacteria. Didn't you see someone spit in there earlier? Gu Mingin lowered his head and washed his hands for a while before he said, Honey, you don't like me picking up scraps, right? The bottles he had picked up earlier were gone the next day, all thrown away. He actually knew it from the start, but he didn't seem to know any other way to survive other than he could pick up scraps. But the wife doesn't like it, so, of course the wife is the biggest. When Su Shishu heard Gu Mingin ask this, she just wanted to say something. Then I won't pick it up from now on, honey. Don't be mad. Gu Mingin then turned off the faucet and smiled as he held his cleaned hands out in front of Su Shishu, signaling that he was all clean. He stood behind Su Shishu and said thoughtfully again, Honey, I'll push you back. Inside the car, Gu Mingin was a bit distracted, and the person just looked a bit moody and pitiful. Thinking about what? Su Shishu closed the document she was reading and prepared to have a chat with him. Gu Mingin didn't really think about anything. His brain needed to be empty. A little bit of thinking would hurt. It felt as if it was going to grow something. This will be answered truthfully. Thinking about what to do after I don't pick up the bottles. His pockets seemed cleaner than his face. You can open a store and see what you like to do. Su Shishu didn't intend to raise him as a canary. He was already stupid enough. If he was locked up again, wouldn't he be even more stupid and retarded? More exposure to contact people would be good for him too. Gu Mingin's eyes lit up. That's right. I can get a job. Dean's mom said that a cutie like me. Besides picking up scraps, you can also go to a restaurant to wash dishes, go to a construction site to move bricks, and go to a factory to work on screws. Su Heishu. There was a pause before he said, How did you get out of the orphanage? It doesn't sound like Dean is as bad as he was in the investigation. Gu Mingyan scratched his head. The younger siblings there were even more pitiful. I wasn't good at grabbing food from them, but I was always underfed. So ran away with my friends. You still have friends? Well, then he was a blind man, but when he was taken, he said he was going home to inherit the family business and told me to relax. I don't know much about inheriting a family business, but the woman who took him was beautiful. Prettier than me? No, hey, the wife is the prettiest. She's second prettiest. That looks beautiful. When Gu Mingyan heard this, he didn't know what was going on. So he suddenly begged for his life and opened his mouth to explain. Not as pretty as my wife. My wife is the most beautiful. My wife, Xiang Xiang. He smiled shyly, so wobbly. Su Shishu followed with a hooked lip. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao stood behind Su Shishu. Before Su Shishu got into the car, he instructed, let him go and find a job if he wants to. Send someone to follow a bit. No need to intervene if it's not necessary. After getting into the car, Su Shishu added, don't treat him like a cutie. He has his own ideas. Lin Xiao expressed her understanding and nodded. Yes. Gu Mingyan woke up from his sleep, and the people around him were already gone. He sat up from his bed and glanced at the time, then got up and washed himself very diligently. With a wife in a wheelchair and a hot roll every day, he must not fall behind. When Gu Mingyan went out over the wall today, the security guard saw him, and the previous 2 times he walked from behind the shade of a hidden tree, plus it was raining and dark, the security guard didn't pay attention. Originally, the security of the villa area was very good. Without that ungrateful outsider, the security guards didn't pay too much attention before. But that day brought Gu Mingyan back. Missy's face was not good. The security chief kept an eye out, otherwise would not lose his job. But seeing it wouldn't stop it, Missy's orders had come down. The security guard watched Gu Mingyan flip away, and then saw 2 co-workers furtively driving to follow. Gu Mingyan wanted to find a job washing dishes. He thought about it so that he would not get a tan and could go home at night. After all, moving bricks to the sun, snail playing to live in the factory. Think of it this way, washing dishes would suit him just fine. Gu Mingyan walked happily. Although his brain wasn't very good, he had great physical strength. My wife lives in a very remote before the car did not feel this walk are deserted and cannot walk. He made his way to a nearby scenic bus stop, and as he stopped to try to get a bus, he felt in his pocket. He tapped his head, crap, no money. That's when a red Porsche pulled up in front of him. Chapter 8. Selling him. The car window came down, revealing a gorgeous face. The woman wore sunglasses and whistled at Gu Mingyan. Hello, handsome. Haven't seen you before. New face. The woman looked Gu Mingyan up and down, especially sweeping Gu Mingyan's powerful waist and handsome face, and the corner of her lips hooked. Reaching out her hand towards Gu Mingyan, she hooked it, her manicure done in a fancy way. What's up, handsome? Is the car broken down? Come on, I'll give you a ride. The bodyguards who were hiding in the car on the side and secretly monitoring Gu Mingyan exchanged a glance with each other. Should they go down at a time like this or not? Normal people knew not to just get into a stranger's car. But Gu Mingyan was a cutie. Should I report this to Mr. Su? If we have to ask Mr. Su about this little matter, won't it make us look incompetent? The car was silent for a while. A big bald bodyguard scratched his head before tentatively speaking. But aren't we supposed to be this incompetent? We are bodyguards. Simple-minded and limber is our standard. Bodyguards? Like, kinda makes sense. Just as the 4 bodyguards hesitated. Over there, Gu Mingyan had already rejected the Porsche beauty. I have a wife. He did not say okay, said a beautiful woman with sunglasses is more interested. Sunglasses off, carefully measured again Gu Mingyan. Have a wife is more to play with it? Handsome do not know a word called stealing love it? Those 2 words she said like they were on the tip of her tongue. So compelling. Gu Mingyan used the knowledge he learned from watching TV. It died early in the morning. It's a new society, monogamous degree. Are you, like, uneducated? How even he a little cute? It's not even as good as him anymore. I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain too. Gu Mingyan shook his head as he stood a little further away from the young lady. Zhao Yuanyu and was just playing around, and didn't think that Gu Mingyan was different from all those men who came over at her beck and call, and turned him down. Truly, this man was quite something, and managed to get her attention. Zhao Yuanyu and pushed open the door and got out of the car. Only when she walked to the bus stop, Gu Mingyan was already hiding at the other end, and when she went over towards him, he went to the other end. It's close to writing no treats on your face. Zhao Yuanyu and crossed her arms and was furious and happy. What are you running for? I can still eat you. Gu Mingyan stood at the other end of the bus stop and poked his head out to look at her. I'm married. This girl. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad in this world. There are too many two-legged men. There are men everywhere, so don't follow me. Besides, I also don't have any money. Okay, not following you, are you taking the bus? Public transportation, isn't it? How do you do that without money? I have it here. Zhao Yuanyu and opened her bag. She didn't have any coins, so she pulled out 2 commemorative gold coins and spread her palms. I have $2 here. No, here. Don't. Why? Can't afford to pay it back. Gu Mingyan said honestly. Don't want you to give it back. Much less. Why? Money doesn't fall from the sky. Hey! Zhao Yuanyu and crossed her arms and tried to hit him with a gold coin, but ended up slapping it on the bench waiting for the bus. You're such a boring man. Zhao Yuanyu and was originally a petulant young lady. Originally she was just playing, see people handsome tease a little, this will chase 2 laps hot sweat. Gathering up her wicked sense of humor, she towed off. It wasn't as if she had a shortage of men following her around offering their services anyway. Before he left, he also gave Gu Mingyan a fierce glare and added, let's spare you once first. Next time I meet you, I won't let you off the hook as nicely as I did today. The red Porsche scurried out like an arrow. Gu Mingyan walked over and looked at the coins she left behind. A little different from what he recognized. How is it gold? Still thinking about it. The bus stopped. Gu Mingyan didn't get on the car, but he put the $2 in his pocket, thinking that when he meets her, he will return it to her. He has to sell a lot of bottles to earn $2. How can he just don't want it? Gu Mingyan walked for more than 2 hours and saw bottles on the road, but he did not pick up. His wife did not like him to pick up bottles yet. He's going to get a new job to make money. I just turned around frequently when I passed the bottles and thought it was a shame that they were actually quite clean when they were left on the side of the road. Finally arriving at a nearby shopping street, Gu Mingyan was ready to dive headfirst into the restaurant in search of a job washing dishes. Just as suddenly, someone called out, Xiao Ming! It's really you, Ming. I can hardly recognize you in this outfit. Where are you getting rich? Gu Mingyan turned around and looked at the little fat man, not remembering who it was for a moment. The little fat man was holding a flyer in his hand before he said, I've delivered handwork to you. The younger siblings in the orphanage call me Fatty. Does that ring a bell? The little fat man had been crawling around in society for so many years, and with one glance, he scanned the value of Gu Mingyan's clothes. Wearing a suit is also a delicate matter. Only handmade customized suits can wear a man's nobility, or wear with the sales of selling properties and insurance as uniform. The fat brother was able to see that Gu Mingyan's body, including this pair of leather shoes on his feet, was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Gu Mingyan, he knows, a little cute. How did he get so rich all of a sudden? He said that this kid looks unusual and his brain has been injured. Is he really the heir left behind by the Zaibatsu group? Now he's back to inherit the family business? Is it possible to get him to work as a security guard downstairs in his company? Then he wouldn't have to work in the sun and wind as a low-paying, grisly labor contracting salesman. Fatty's eyes all lit up, staring at Gu Mingyan with a burning gaze. Where to get rich? Gu Mingyan, however, noticed the recruitment sheet in Fatty's hand, and his eyes also lit up. I'm here to look for a job. Are you kidding me? You came looking for a job dressed like that? Fatty went up and touched Gu Mingyan's white shirt, which he knew was good material as soon as he touched the fabric, and smiled, not to mention how unsuspecting he was. I'm really here for a job. I'm looking for a job as a dishwasher. It's too sunny here, and Fatty's mind is spinning in 1,000 directions. Then I can find it for you. Come on, follow me. Looking at Gu Mingyan is still stupid, first trick people away, when someone will come to pick up Gu Mingyan. He also good to say that it is lost and picked up by him. The little fat has already begun to dream of being rewarded money. As soon as Gu Mingyan heard that there was a job, he followed it with a baba. A small labor dispatch company runs in a very old office building. Fatty led Gu Mingyan over and told his co-workers about it. Colleagues immediately gave Fatty the idea. He looks so good. Sent to Jinjin Entertainment as a male publicist, the contract is signed, can take a good price. Chapter 9. Selling alcohol in front of your wife. Fatty talked to his co-workers about the idea. The white-collar brother of his colleague immediately laughed. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Do you know how cold the rich people in this world are? Seeing Fatty pondering, the white-collar brother added, Capital is not going to empathize with ordinary people. You see, the boss owes so much money for the project outside. People's foremen have come to the door to pull the banners. You see him pay the money? Still not run away to travel abroad for vacation and leave the mess to us. Fatty nodded. Makes sense. The white-collar brother added. The richer the person, the more selfish. I tell the truth. You are doing a good deed. But the other party wants to send you to jail. It is just a matter of words. You look at him silly, his family defined. Thank you are good. Oh, in case you put a charge of trafficking, you are not eaten. The white-collar brother's mouth blah 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 blah. But Fatty listened and nodded his head straight. Right, Brother Lee, you're so right. So what should I do? I let him go. Go what? If you want me to say you have to make a fortune if you have to. Don't you see that he is worth this set of clothes? You change with him, and then send him to Jean Entertainment, make a referral fee. This? Not good. What's wrong with that? You don't dare me to come. I'll take care of this for you. 50-50 afterward. Fatty still hesitated. After all, the same orphanage out. This? Jean Entertainment, that kind of place is not too formal, this or not too good. What are you talking about? Now sweeping so strict, and then informal can be how informal, and then again he is a man where it is at a disadvantage. You and I want to go, people still do not want it, we do not have this face. Fatty thought, if he can one day evening rich women, think of the face to smile, so hey bad smile up, and white-collar brother with a clap on the decision. Gu Mingyan waited in the parlor, which was simply decorated and looked decent, but actually smelled of the unpleasant odor of paint and poor quality wood. The little fat little meaning full out. Shao and ah, fat brother to find you a particularly good job. Come, fat brother to take you. Golden Gold Entertainment. Gu Mingyan tugged at the overalls on his body, feeling not quite comfortable anywhere. Why wear this black waist large cutout in a shirt, and this bell on his neck that would ring when he walked? Really didn't like it. Gu Mingyan tugged, although he was uncomfortable all over, but Fatty said so. Working here was hard work, but the fact that he could earn $200 a night wasn't enough to get him going. But Fatty said pay as you go and gave him another $200 in advance. It was $100 bill, a $100 bill he had seen but not owned yet. 2. It's amazing he has 2. Then barely this job it can be done, right? And Fatty said he was the housekeeping here, helping to carry drinks, sweep the floor, clean up a bit and clean the glass. For him, it's all simple and he can do it. This was good enough. Gu Mingyan was very content. Gu Mingyan changed his clothes, and outside was a mess because of the unexpected incident. He also end up on grandfather's hospitalization fee he don't want. Out of the cellar to pretend what noble. The manager, Sister Lee, led a group of people into the elevator. And the elevator door was about to close when Sister Lee suddenly reached out and blocked it. The elevator door that was about to close opened again, and Sister Lee looked at Gu Mingyan, who was holding a mop and diligently mopping the floor. These long legs, this waist, this handsome face. Not dumping that unintelligent male college student for hundreds of miles. That's what makes it immortal. And also the brain is not good to fool, do not listen to, slap 2 packet of accurate obedience. Sister Lee wasn't angry at all anymore and smiled, waving at Gu Mingyan. Come here. But Gu Mingyan focused on mopping the floor, not caring about the surrounding noise. Until Sister Lee took hold of his mop and threw it hard to the side. Don't mop this dead floor. Come with me. But the floor hasn't been mopped. Go upstairs and help first. Then come back and mop. Oh. Gu Mingyan stood very honestly behind Sister Lee and watched the elevator slowly rise. Sister Lee led a group of people over and was just about to enter the box to apologize. The man bodyguard costume, carrying a man with a face of blood threw on the ground, did not even look at a glance and said to Sister Lee, keep a breath, hurry to send to the hospital. Sister Lee didn't even dare to look at it and hurriedly waved her hand. Don't hurry to get this obscure one down. Gu Mingyan instead glanced at the other party, quite badly injured, his blood-covered hand involuntarily trembling. Gu Mingyan took a step toward the man and bowed his head. Do we need to call the police? Almost as soon as she said it, she was yanked back by Sister Lee, who then compensated with a smile and pushed Gu Mingyan out. How about this one? The bodyguard looked Gu Mingyan up and down and nodded. This young lady should like it. Sister Lee stood at the entrance of the box, letting Gu Mingyan push the wine cart. When you bring the wine in later, kneel down on one knee next to the big lady in the white dress and pour her wine. Don't look around. Don't look at anything you shouldn't, and keep your head down. The box was noisy and the music was deafening. Sister Lee didn't let Gu Mingyan look around, so much so that Gu Mingyan, who had been looking at the floor to push the wine cart, didn't even see that the one sitting next to the white dress was no one else but Su Shishu. Su Shishu lightly shook a glass of red wine, at this time is talking to a side of girlfriends. He is not willing to you find a willing that is, What is there to be angry? BFF Shin Muyu should be drunk. This will prop up the head. Drunkenness is shown to look at Su Shishu, then gently laugh. In addition to him who is qualified to reject me? What's that? Pretending to be noble in front of me. Then you should just go home and be with him. It's not his birthday. I don't want to see his dead face. He was going to be blind. I'm just making the best of things. I don't understand. What is he so angry about? That I lied to him? I admit that at first I approached him with a purpose, for the sake of experimentation, but then I really loved him too. Doesn't it matter if it was a little early or a little late? Don't I love him? You say I didn't love him enough. I didn't spoil him enough? What the hell is he condescending to? Su Shishu lowered her head and took a sip of wine. She gently raised her eyebrows. Just go ask him. I'm not him. How would I know what he's aggravating? Shin Muyu jumped into Su Shishu's arms. She seemed to be drunk and heavy. Shu, you say? What should I do? What exactly do I have to do to go back to the old days with him? You teach me. Teach me. Su Shishu covered Shin Muyu's eyes that were full of wet tears and was just about to say something when she heard the sound of a bell and raised her eyes to see Gu Mingyan, who was wearing a sexy dress and pushing a wine cart. Chapter 10. Honey, he bullied me. Chun Nanqing was over there playing werewolf kill in a game with a group of people, and his afterglow swept over to see a sexy male publicist going over towards Su Shishu. Although Su Shishu was chatting with Shin Muyu's best friend, the sexy waiter was ordered by Shin Muyu. That doesn't mean he's relieved, he just scrapped a cool school bully. How come there's another Taiwan? Chun Nanqing was quite vocal about this, and he got up to stop playing and went over towards Su Shishu. If it wasn't said that poison only broke defense against true sister-in-law, Chun Nanqing's perception of danger was not wrong at all. Came to see the male waiter half kneeling on the floor. A pair of white slender hands under the dim light clamped ice into the wine glass, and then holding the glass, pouring wine into it. The bells of the collar around his neck swayed gently as he moved, not to mention a woman. He was a man on the verge of an heart attack. Chun Nanqing did not recognize anyone. After all, the lights were darker. He did not look carefully. Mainly also would not think of a little cute. Would appear here. Chun Nanqing called out to Shin Muyu. Sister Shun, the male escort you ordered is here. This one looks good. An excellent one. As soon as Shin Muyu heard about the extreme, the inferiority in his bones was still there, and he immediately waved away Su Xioshu's hand and sat up. Where is it? Let me see. Chun Nanqing was looking at Su Xioshu when he suddenly met her eyes, and the coldness in Su Xioshu's eyes pierced his heart with a jolt. What's going on? Why does his neck feel cold? Did he say something wrong? Shin Muyu seemed to be a bit interested in this male waiter and opened her mouth. Lift your head up and let me take a look. Why don't you move? Are you unable to see? 6 pairs of gazes from the 3 people present watched as Gu Mingyan put down the bottle of wine and slowly raised his face. Shin Muyu. It's not bad. It's considered excellent. Chun Nanqing. Su Shishu didn't say anything. Only his face grew darker and darker. She did tell Gu Mingyan to get a job, but she didn't tell Gu Mingyan to go out and sell. Gu Mingyan also raised his eyes for a moment before realizing that his wife was also here. His eyes instantly lit up, and he wanted to call out to someone. But then he noticed that Su Shishu didn't look too happy. Just as he was hesitating to call out to someone, Chun Nanqing over there had already handed over his wine glass. Pour me a glass of wine as well. Gu Mingyan turned around and couldn't help but frown when he saw this annoying person. But still, in the spirit of doing his job properly, he added ice cubes to Chun Nanqing's glass and poured the wine. Poured but heard Chun Nanqing say, I just remembered that I have to drive in a while, can't drink. This wine can't be wasted. You drink it for me. I'm working and I can't drink either. Gu Mingyan refused. But he didn't expect Chun Nanqing, who had always been so hard of hearing, to stand up and pour a glass of wine into Gu Mingyan's mouth. Gu Mingyan pursed his lips and didn't drink. So the cold wine and ice cubes all poured onto his white shirt, and the ice cubes even slid in through his collar, chilling him to the bone. Isn't drinking your job? And what kind of decent person are you pretending to be when you come to work in a place like this? Chun Nanqing picked up the wine in the ice bucket and poured it down on Gu Mingyan, prying his mouth, gulping, and finally gasping at the bottle of wine poured on Gu Mingyan's head and body. Slamming the bottle down hard, he pointed at Gu Mingyan and let loose. What happened to the last one who didn't know how to behave? Both his legs were broken. So you're going to be ungrateful too, aren't you? Chun Nanqing grabbed Gu Mingyan's collar and raised his fist. Shin Muyu was still leaning on the sofa, watching the show with a lazy posture. People who were playing elsewhere came around to see what was going on because of the commotion. Su Shishu stopped Chun, Nanxing coldly, when she saw him raise his hand. Enough! But Chun Nanxing acted as if he didn't hear it, and his fist swung down with a vicious punching wind. The next second, but was Gu Mingin raised his hand and ruthlessly pinched. The body instinctively fights to resist. Chun Nanxing was dragged by the arm and swung half a circle, and finally was ruthlessly smashed on the wall. Gu Mingin stood up, wiped a handful of liquor from his face, and choked and coughed twice with his head inclined. Young Chun, is young Chun all right? How about Chun Xiao? Where's the security guard? If you hurt Mr. Chun, you'll have to let him go. Right, call the person in charge over. We need to give our young Chun a statement. The box was instantly disorganized. Shin Muyu, however, was still in a posture of watching the show, which was not going to care at all. Gu Mingin is still standing there. The wine poured into his eyes, choking his eyes red. Wet shirt and pants more appear to be woefully weak. Looks really pitiful. Gu Mingin also felt a little embarrassed, and after quietly glancing at his wife, he was ready to leave. But he heard his wife call out to him, "Come here." Gu Mingin instantly went from aggrieved puppy to joyful puppy, and if he had a tail he could almost wag his stump. He walked behind Su Shishu's wheelchair, stood obediently and bowed his head, gently shouting, "Wife." Shin Muyu was just about to tease Su Shoshu with a remark. When did you also feel sorry for men on such occasions? Just heard Gu Mingin shouting wife. Wait, what the hell? Wife? Shin Muyu for the first time sympathetically looked at Gu Mingin, this person jittery to Su Shishu. Dare to call Miss Su wife, Kirikou is afraid that he does not want it. Miss Su's temper is the worst, the most hate other people touching the edge of the porcelain. The last man who offended her is still in the mental hospital locked up crazy it. Shin Muyu sat up straight, just waiting to see how Gu Mingin died tragically. Then, she heard Su Shishu's faint word. Aha. Wait. Aha. Yes. Sage. What? Mean. Thoughts. Shin Muyu shook her head. She must have drunk too much today. Funny how she heard someone call Su Shishu's wife and instead of being angry, Miss Su was umming and awing. Aha. Promise. Could it be that this man is still really Su Shishu's husband? Su Shishu finished her and extended her hand towards Gu Mingin. Gu Mingin puppy commiserated and put his hand on her palm. Su Shishu held his cold hand and frowned as she asked him, "It's cold." Gu Mingin whispered a complaint. "Wife, that bad man, he bullied me. That wine was very, very cold." Su Shishu handed Gu Ming and the jacket that was hitched to the side. Gu Mingin the cutie. Taking it, he put it on his body, then bared his teeth for a moment when he realized that it was too small to fit at all. Su Shishu looked like she didn't have eyes to see and propped up her forehead before reprimanding him. "Drape it over your body." Gu Mingin's eyes lit up, as if he reacted only after being lifted up, and with a low "oh," he draped his black suit jacket over his body, carrying the faint orange scent of his wife's body. Gu Mingin sniffed sideways and squinted contentedly. It smelled so good. It smelled so good. Warm as if it was lying on the side of his wife's neck. The thought of some but scrutinized images made his whole body hot. Shin Muyu closed her jaw that had fallen off in shock. Her eyes still shocked, not having digested this big gossip, asked Su Shoshu. "Shushu, this man who doesn't look too smart is?" Chapter 11. Examine me. Behind Su Shishu, Gu Mingin then had already knowingly half-kneeled on one knee and put his head over. Su Shishu reached out and put her hand on the little cute's head and stroked it, her smile deepening, her eyes all bright. "Shin Muyu." She looked at Su Shishu. "Am I a part of your play?" Su Shishu didn't reply to her best friend's remark. She just reached out and cupped Gu Mingin's chin, staring at his pathetic little face. "What are you doing here? Go to work." Saying that, Gu Mingin carefully took out $200 from his pocket and placed it in Su Shishu's palm. He smiled good-naturedly. "For the wife." Shin Muyu picked up a glass of wine, gently shook it and spat on the side. "Don't say. This is one of the standards of a good husband. Handing over your salary. Let me see how much it is. Oh yo, $200 huge dollars." Su Shishu ignored this tone-deaf best friend as she put the 200 in her palm into Gu Ming's cloaked suit pocket. It was already clear in his mind that it must be tiny cute. Looking for a job was cheated. He has this face. Anyone who looks at it will want to call him to eat the bowl of male public relations. It's not good for men to be too inviting. Bias Gu Mingin was stupid and didn't have this sense of defense. This time it was sold into the Golden Gold Entertainment. She could still fish for him, but if she was sold to the mountains another day, where could she fish for him? Su Shishu looked at Gu Ming's wet shirt as she nodded slightly. "Get up and take you home." Gu Mingin stood up happily. Just as he was about to leave, the road was stopped by Chun Nanqing, who covered his chest and stood up with strong support. Chun Nanqing was also aggrieved. Sister Su, you still didn't believe me when I said it last time. I just said that he could hit it this time, but you saw it with your own eyes. Su Shishu and Chun Nanqing's aggrieved eyes met. Then she coldly said, it's that he hit you too lightly, so that you still have the guts to come in front of me to complain. Chun Nanqing's face was ugly. Sister Su, you're trying to protect this little cutie. Are you really not afraid that he is approaching you with some purpose? Where is the coincidence that he looks so similar to my brother? It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Get out of the way. Chun Nanqing stubbornly blocked the way. No. Then he hit me. Sister Su, you always have to give me an explanation. Saying this, Chun Nanqing's eyes became red, and he looked as if he was playing pitiful. If my brother was still alive and here, he definitely wouldn't have watched me get beaten and not done anything about it. If your brother had been there, he wouldn't have watched you pour a drink into a cutie. Where's your temperament when you're pouring wine on him? Su Shishu glanced at Shinmuyu. Your bureau? People are not allowed to leave when they come? Coming. Shinmuyu was busy putting down her wine glass. She pressed the back of Chun Nanqing's neck, smiling but not laughing. What do you think you're messing with her for? Come on, apologize to Sister Su. Shinmuyu picked up the bucket of ice wine on the side and poured it over Chun Nanqing with her head. Chun Nanqing shivered from the cold and angrily said, Shinmuyu. Shinmuyu stretched out her index finger and compared a hush on Chun Nanqing's lips. She laughed softly, and in her afterglow, she saw Su Xiushu leading people away. Only then did she say, he's just a little cutie. What are you bothering with him for? Do you think your sister Su will be with a cutie, married for the rest of her life? You just don't have the gravitas to be as good as your brother. Shinmuyu hummed lightly and stepped on her high heels to leave as well, leaving the cold and shivering Chun Nanqing standing in place and clenching his fists. A little cutie. Why? Even if Su Shishu wants to keep a dog, she should keep him, a little cutie. How to match? Chun Nanqing was getting mad. Su Shishu sat in the car. Lin Xiao slapped her left side and slapped her right side, hitting the 4 bodyguards with swollen faces, but she kept her head down and didn't dare to breathe a breath. Gu Mingan's face hurt as he watched, shrinking behind Su Shishu and quietly grasping Su Shishu's sleeve. So scary. Lin Xiao moved her battered and sore wrist and angrily rebuked. A bunch of idiots who can't do anything, just watching Mr. Gu being tricked into a place like this. Where's your brains? From tomorrow onwards, all of you get the hell out of here and go digging abroad. You won't be used here. Lin Xiao is ruthless and vicious on the surface, but inwardly, Missy, they went to digging, so she can't go anymore. The bodyguards are also wrong. Who knows that the current labor dispatch company also pimp? They are limber and simple-minded and did not think so much. He went up to get close to Fatty and inquired, and was relieved to learn that Gu Mingan was working as a janitor inside. Plus the fact that Gu Mingan, although he looked stupid, could fight hard, so there was even less worry about his safety. After all, who could bully him if he didn't want to? Lin Xiao observed Su Shishu's face and felt that it was almost time. Why don't you hurry up and get lost? The bodyguards rushed off as if they had been pardoned. The car door closed. Lin Xiao warily drove in the front, thought of something and immediately said, that labor dispatch company. Let it go bankrupt tomorrow. Su Shishu did not utter a word. Or Gu Mingan whispered, honey, do you know Shinfufu? Not recognizable. So, does your friend know? Su Shishu rarely saw tiny cute, so lustful. So she looked at him. What's wrong? Gu Mingan's mind couldn't hold too many things, so he explained one by one. On your friend's hand, he carries the ring from Shinfufu's necklace. He's a good brother with me, and he can't move easily when he's blind. Without me to lead him to walk, he all old bumped into the wall. I do not know if he still bumped into the wall now. Gu Mingan didn't even express himself very clearly, or Su Shishu asked, you're worried about him? Wanna know if he's doing well? Aha! Su Shishu thought for a moment. I'll take you to see him sometime, and you can ask him yourself then. Really? The limousine was spacious enough, and Gu Mingan half kneeled in front of Su Shishu. Wife, you're so good to me. This sounded like a pout. Su Shishu reached out and pinched his cheek. What a tiny cutie who was so easily satisfied. Royal River Bay. Gu Mingan took a good shower and didn't see Su Shishu in the master bedroom. So he went to his wife in the study. When Su Shishu saw him coming, she put down the information she was reading in her hands and waved at him. Come here. Gu Mingan half kneeled in front of Su Xiushu and tilted his head. His black crushed hair swayed along with his movements. He closed his eyes. Wife check, wash and smell good. Su Shishu cupped his chin and lifted his face up again. No inspection. Gu Mingyan opened her eyes, and he wasn't angry as he lowered his head and kissed her fingertips. Very soft and gentle. Little cute. The temperament is so good. It's like it can tolerate everything. Su Shishu hooked her lips, clutched his chin with her backhand, and lowered her head to kiss Gu Mingyan before he could react. Chapter 12. It's a double. By the end of a kiss, Su Shishu had already let Gu Mingyan carry her to the couch. A daily routine treatment that seemed to be happening all the time. It's not intentional, it's natural every time. Like it's supposed to be this sweet. Late at night, Gu Mingyan finished bathing Su Shishu, and he was about to go to sleep when he put his wife in his arms. Instead, he heard his wife ask him, "Are you still going to look for a job tomorrow?" Gu Mingyan slept and was woken up again by her question. Opening his eyes, his voice a little hoarse and low. Sounds kinda sexy on a late night like this. Well, to work. To make money. To spend on my wife. Gu Mingyan said what he thought. His brain simply didn't permit him to engage in a lot of twists and turns. No heart, all sincerity. Don't go looking for a job. You're fit to go to school. I donated a new campus at the University of S. The president said you could attend. Gu Mingyan sniffed and rubbed his face gently on the pillow before saying, "No. Reading, my brain hurts. It won't hurt if you read more." Su Shishu also didn't mean to ask Gu Mingyan's opinion. She was informing. Gu Mingyan's sleepy brain was a bit chaotic, and even if he still had some ideas, they were only ideas that were not scrutinized. This would be without much thought and sleep. It wasn't until the next day when he was taken by Lin Xiaoxiao to report to the University of S that he was confused as a whole. The car was parked at the gate of the well-known school S before Gu Mingyan asked softly, "Assistant Lin, are you bringing me here to pick up bottles? How does he deserve to study here when all he can do with his IQ is pick up bottles? On the contrary, there are really a lot of bottles here, and almost all the male adults passing by are holding a mineral water bottle in their hands." Lin Xiaoxiao opened the car door and invited Gu Mingyan to get out of the car. She smiled harmlessly and cruelly. "No, Mr. Gu. We're here to study." "Oh, it's you who came to study. I graduated with a double degree at 16. Gu Mingyan gouged the car door and tried to resist. Failing to resist, he was yanked down by Lin Xiaoxiao and taken to report. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the uneasy Gu Mingyan. She flipped through the enrollment information in her hand and smiled before saying, "There's no need to be afraid. You are accompanied by a chaperone. Mr. Su arranged it this way for your own good. Having a good degree will make work easier in the future." Su Shishu's original words are, "Let tiny cute come to study. It is better than being tricked into going to the big mountain village and asking her to find it." Moreover, the doctor had said that Gu Mingyan had only lost his memory and turned into a silly white man, and his learning ability was still there. Lin Xiaoxiao closed Gu Mingyan's enrollment information, and while taking out her cell phone to report to Su Shishu that things had been done, she said to Gu Mingyan, "You have a great voice, and when you study music and become a singer later, with someone to escort you, you'll have enough of a brain." This was Lin Xiaoxiao's most satisfactory plan after deep thought, and it was indeed finalized by Su Shishu. Imagine Gu Mingyan sparkling on stage, singing deeply, the concert noisy and grand, a sea of lights. Everyone was there for the popular singer Gu Mingyan, but Gu Mingyan held the microphone and never took his eyes off of Missy on the stage, and he knew that he was there for her. How romantic. Lin Xiaoxiao felt that Gu Mingyan had a bright future just by thinking about it. "You don't want to fail me, I mean Missy," Lin Xiaoxiao whispered to Gu Mingyan. "For you to be able to come here to study, Missy has taken great pains." When Gu Mingyan heard this, he was still a bit dewy-eyed. But this time he nodded his head. "Wife, if you like me to read, I'll read." As long as his wife likes it, he can tell him to do anything. Duh. "That's right." Lin Xiaoxiao gave him a childish look, then glanced through the crowd and beckoned. "Here. Sister Lin, I'm not late. Am I? The subway is just too crowded." A doll-faced boy wearing glasses holding a black school bag ran over. Lookout is squeezing the subway over, catching the morning rush hour, squeezing the golden round frame glasses are askew, clothes wrinkled, hair are knocked out, two dull hairs. Come on and bend over backwards to apologize. Lin Xiaoxiao swept him a glance and introduced him to Gu Mingyan. "His name is Chun Ko. From now on, he'll be your assistant. If you don't understand anything, ask him." Glancing at her wristwatch, Lin Xiaoxiao passed Chun Ko a look, left the folder with him, and stepped on her high heels to leave. Chanko held his glasses in place as he flipped open the folder. Mr. Gu, let me take a look at your class schedule first. Today? Let me take you to class first. No, we need to take you to get the textbook book first. Come, follow me. Luckily, there was someone to lead him, and Gu Mingyan didn't look like a dizzy duck wandering around, his heart feeling less uneasy and nervous. When Gu Mingyan finally sat down in the classroom, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, listening to the professor at the podium. He understood every word, the word was still the same, but why, when connected together, he couldn't understand a single word. The more Gu Mingyan couldn't understand, the more anxious he became. So he raised his hand and wiped his cold sweat. Chanku unscrewed the mineral water and handed it to him. Taking advantage of the professor's turn to lecture, he whispered, "Don't be in a hurry, Gu. It's okay if you don't understand. Go through the process, and there will be a special teacher to make up for you in the evening." Gu Mingyan felt like nails were growing on the bench at first, thinking that even though he was sitting here, he might as well be washing dishes in a restaurant or picking up bottles in a trash can, or at least not wanting to think about anything and just do it. But as he gradually calmed down, he surprisingly grew to take the lessons in. He even felt good when tasting a famous cello performance, as if he had heard it somewhere before, a lavish auditorium with him alone, sitting on the stage. Gu Mingyan slapped his pen on the table, and he held his forehead as a blackout gripped his eyes. Then he passed out on the table. Chun Ku on the side was also listening carefully. Although he was not in this major, he was a good student and was used to listening well. The rest of the light saw Gu Mingyan lying on the table, helplessly shaking his head. Can insist on so long before going to sleep has been very good. After all, only the first day of class. Gu Mingyan fainted and woke up on his own, then continued his lesson. After class, a female student came over with a red face and greeted, "Classmate, can I add a WeChat?" Gu Mingyan looked serious. "I don't have a cell phone." The female student had an awkward look in her eyes, knowing that this was a rejection. So she said that she was interrupting and hurriedly ran away. The end of this class was lunchtime, and Chun Ku took Gu Mingyan away. When they're gone, the boys in the classroom were piling on the chatter. "Who is this guy? He's so tuggy. How dare he reject the school girl?" As soon as she heard that she was going to dinner, Gu Mingyan felt energized all over again. Only the two were stopped on a campus boulevard. Chon Nanqing got down from the sports car, took the sunglasses off his face, and pointed at Gu Mingyan. "You know why Sister Sue doesn't mind that you're a cutie, and even brought you home. Do you think she really likes you? It's just using you as a stand-in." Gu Mingyan didn't want to pay attention to him, but still asked, "Substitute, what does that mean?" Chapter 13. Tiny cute. It's gone. Chun Nanqing's face instantly sank. Together he said so much. This little cutie didn't even know what a double was. Chun Nanqing stared viciously at Gu Mingyan. Then he gave a mocking smile. "Don't you even know about stand-ins? A stand-in is a mistress, a dog that destroys other people's relationships." Got it. When Chun Ku heard him say that, she immediately told Gu Mingyan, "Mr. Gu, that's not what the stand-in means." "What does that mean?" Gu Mingyan really didn't understand. Chun Ku thought about it and was just about to say it when the bodyguard brought by Chun Nanqing covered his mouth. Gu Mingyan just wanted to get on and help, but his wrist was pinched by Chun Nanqing. "Don't understand, do you? I'll take you to a place you'll know what a double really means once you go there." "I'm not going." Gu Mingyan backhanded Chun Nanqing. Only Chun Ku had already been forced into the car by now, and the car drove away from his eyes. "Come with me if you want to save him," Chun Nanqing viciously added, "or I'll break his legs." Gu Mingyan looked at Chun Nanqing in anger. Chun Nanqing opened the car door and seemed to be in a funny mood. Seeing Gu Mingyan glaring at him, he suddenly glared back even more fiercely, and then as if he was going to eat people ferociously said, "Hurry up! Hospitals." Gu Mingyan's head was pressed against the glass by Chun Nanqing as he looked at the bone-thin man lying on the hospital bed. The other party didn't move a muscle, and if it weren't for the data undulating and beating on the heart tester on the side, one would really think this was a dead man. Chun Nanqing's arrogant voice. "Don't you understand? You are only brought back home by Sister Sue because you look a bit similar to him. Do you think that all of Sister Sue's kindness to you is towards you? All that pampering and gentleness is for my brother. You stole it, you junior." "I'm not." Gu Mingyan's head hit the glass painfully. He was annoyed, struggled away from the restraints, backhanded and viciously pushed Chen Nanqing away. Even if Chen Nanqing had defense, he was still pushed back several steps, and if the bodyguard on the side did not assist him, he would have to fall back and fall into a dog's. "Damn cutie, I can't believe you're so strong." Chen Nanqing's face was very heavy. It would have been, if he hadn't been unable to beat that little cutie. He wouldn't be here with a little cutie, playing with heart eyes. Chun Nanxing almost couldn't suppress his anger, but he couldn't move his hands, so he could only continue to zap his heart. Whether you admit it or not, you got Sister Sue's love because you look like my brother. Do you think it will last? When my brother wakes up, you will be nothing. You're bullting me. Gu Mingyan pointed at the bone-thin man in the ICU as he argued. I'm not like him at all. You, open your eyes and tell lies. In the face of the little cutie's questioning, Chun Nanxing took out a photo. I have to make it clear to you today that you are a substitute. It's a substitute, and everything you enjoy is stolen from you. Take a good look at this picture. Chun Nanxing almost poked the photo into Gu Mingyan's eyes. In fact, that was exactly what he wanted to do, only Gu Mingyan was quick to raise his hand to block it. Taking that photo, Gu Mingyan raised her hand and wanted to throw it away, but stopped in his tracks as he scanned the wife above him. His wife smiled so happily, and she would smile at him, but never smiled with such heartfelt joy. Su Shishu too much of the time, our slate face, cold and detached, refused to people outside of 1,000 miles. But the Su Shishu on the photo smiles as if the ice and snow melted, and there are a few little girl attitude. Most importantly, Su Shishu in the photo is not in a wheelchair. She is standing, wearing a competent white suit, sexy and loose with one hand in her pocket. Her other hand was propped on a man's shoulder, and the two looked good together at first glance, even though they were separated by some distance. The man, with his... There's a little bit of a resemblance when it comes to laughing. But the man in the photo is not him, and when he met Su Shishu, his wife's legs were already in a wheelchair. The man in the photo knew Su Shishu before he did. It wasn't that the man in the photo looked like him, it was that he looked like the man in the photo. He is Junior. Gu Mingyan had a splitting headache trying to understand all this. He panicked and didn't know what to do. Then he pinched the face of the man in the photo with his thumb, and his choked breath smoothed out. Just when Gu Mingyan's brain was in huge pain and confusion, Chun Nanxing incited the fire from the side. If I were you, I wouldn't let such a mistake continue to happen. Sister Su is confused, but you can't be shameless, don't you think so? A plane ticket was shoved into Gu Mingyan's hand. If I were you, I'd find a place where no one would recognize me and die. There's no face staying in the imperial capital after what happened. Gu Mingyan's tears fell on the photo, snapped, and happened to land on Su Shishu's face, and he carefully wiped them away again, not wanting to dirty his wife's blooming beauty. Gu Mingyan bowed his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry. Help me talk to your brother. My brother said he doesn't forgive you, Chun Nanxing said in a twisted and nasty manner. Gu Mingyan raised his eyes, the ends of his eyes red as he looked at Chun Nanxing, and then looked at the hospital room. Is your brother awake? When did he tell you? Chun Nanxing was speechless. What the hell is this? Stupid like this. Su Shishu is still a baby. Chun Nanxing did not do anything. Yanked Gu Mingyan's wrist and stuffed him into the car. He thought, little cute. Although silly, he told him to die. Gu Mingyan would not be willing. So Chun Nanxing changed his statement to intimidate him again. It's humiliating for you to be a stand-in for someone, and when it's exposed, people will scold you behind your back, drown you in spittle, and throw rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at you, you know? Being a mistress is not a glorious thing. Take advantage of the fact that no one has found out now. You hurry to go to the place where no one knows you, live with your tail between your legs. Don't ever mention that you're working as a double for someone in the big city, you know? Seeing Gu Mingyan listening in a daze, Chun Nanxing then took out his cell phone and clicked on a few videos of the original partner beating up the junior being spat on, and the junior ending up in a miserable situation for Gu Mingyan to see. Brainwashing Gu Mingyan. This is what happens when you're a mistress, you see? While Gu Mingyan was scared, Chun Nanxing pued him again. Junior is very dishonorable, and you are such a junior. Gu Mingyan pressed his head that was in huge pain. But am I not a stand-in? Chun Nanxing almost exploded and said angrily, a stand-in is a junior. A junior is a stand-in. How many times do you want me to say it? After fuming, Chun Nanxing exhaled, feeling that he really didn't have to be with a little cutie, counting on it, so he added, in short, the farther you go, the better, and never come back. Sister Su shouldn't be looking for you, but just in case, if she goes looking for you, you avoid her, okay? Why? Because being a mistress is wrong and it doesn't end well. Sister Su will look for you as a stand-in because she misses my brother. She will make mistakes, and by avoiding her, you are stopping her from making mistakes. Do you love Sister Su? Gu Mingyan nodded. I love my wife. She's not your wife. It's not a wife. I love her too. Gu Mingin's nose soured and he added, it's someone else's wife, and I love her too. Chun Nanxing resisted the desire to strangle this little cutie. The impulse to strangle this little cutie. In an abducting tone, he said, yes, you can love her. Love her, so you have to protect her. The further away you are from her, the more you are protecting her. Okay? Whether she seeks you out to be a mistress or you rush up to be a mistress, this is dishonorable. This is a crime. It is to be immersed in a pigsty together. Do you want Sister Su to be dipped in a piggy bank with you? Chun Nanxing opened his mouth and then found a clip from the TV show where the matriarch was going to dip the adulteress in a piggy bank and played it to Gu Mingin. He was now trying to intimidate Gu Mingin and call this little cutie. In the future, all of them avoid Su Shishu and go away, so that they would never be able to do anything again. Of course, what's even better is that Su Shishu doesn't care about a little cutie. Gone is gone. Chun Nanxing thought grimly that this was for the best. Pue a cutie. Not a breeze for him with an IQ of 180. Little cutie. What do you know? It scares him to death just to be scared. Gu Mingin saw that the pair of men and women in the cell phone really hugged together and were drowned in the water, and the woman's face was so white and miserable that he automatically switched to his and Su Shishu's faces in his head, and then shuddered, really scared. Don't. I'm going. Tears once again fell from the ends of Gu Mingin's already reddened eyes. Chun Nanxing sneered and scared this little cutie to death. Stupid. When he arrived at the airport, Chun Nanxing had to personally send Gu Mingin on the plane before he could feel at ease. He wanted to personally screw this person he hated the most away, and never allow him to take a step in the imperial capital for all eternity. Gu Mingin, however, was a bit dumbfounded after getting off the bus. Chun Nanxing pushed him hard. Hurry up and get out. It was only then that Gu Mingin seemed to come back to his senses as he looked towards Chun Nanxing. His tone was puzzled and he seemed to be thinking, the clothes they wear in the piggy bank, why are they different from us? Gu Mingin said, and also looked down at his big male outfit of long pants with a white t-shirt. Frowning, why was it different, like something was wrong? But he didn't know what was wrong. His mind was messed up and confused. One place to another dresses differently. Look over there. People still wear black silk with short skirts, what do you care? Chun Nanxing also found out that this little cutie, especially good at fooling around when you can't make it up, change your thinking to another one. Gu Mingin's brain is like an old computer. There is no way to think about two problems at the same time, otherwise it will run overloaded and burn the CPU. Sure enough, as soon as the topic was steered away, Gu Mingin started thinking about something else, and his head hurt even more. He then shook his head. Girls look good in anything. I'm in no position to judge. Chun Nanxing snorted. You're quite the man of virtue. Well, it's basic courtesy. Don't be polite. Hurry up. You're about to board the plane. Gu Mingin looked back again before boarding the plane. How he wanted to see his wife one more time in the crowd. But no. Then he was pushed into the cabin by the passengers behind him. Gu Mingin took a deep breath and sat in his seat under the guidance of the flight attendant. He could be beaten, he thought, he could have his hair pulled, he could be slapped and stripped and photographed, he could be dipped in a piggy bank, he could die. He's not even afraid, he loves Su Shishu, he loves his wife, he can keep on loving. But not his wife. She can't be hurt by his love. Gu Mingin kept shedding tears as he sat in his seat, willing to walk away and disappear for his wife. He can be a scorned mistress, but not his wife. He won't allow it. If only he could have met his wife earlier so he wouldn't be a junior, so that the wife will not love him too. But if we had met earlier, our wives would still have liked a cutie like him. What? He's just a useless cutie. Oh. Gu Mingin cried his heart out and even regretted after the plane took off. He did not want to leave his wife. The plane is ascending, sir. Please take your seat, sir. Wife. I miss my wife so much. Don't leave her. But he's just a mistress. A stand-in. Sir, please calm down. Gu Mingin was finally pressed back into his seat and buckled up, and he watched the ground grow smaller and smaller through the tiny airplane window. Goodbye, wife. He shed a tear that filled his eye. Chun Nanxing took a deep breath as he walked out of the airport and the airplane flew away from above his head. Who? Sent that little cutie away with my own hands. It feels like the air is fresher in the imperial city. Chun Nanxing's hand rested on the door of the sports car, clapping his hand as if he had accomplished a great thing, revealing an evil and grim smile. A little cutie, and trying to fight him. Martial arts can't be played with, and playing with intelligence can't be played with a little cutie. What? He did nothing more than a little trick to get that little cutie. I'm afraid that the little cutie has been fooled and rolled. He has a psychological shadow and will never see Su Shishu again in this life. Of course, he also felt that Su Shishu wouldn't care that much about a little cutie, as going or staying. But the aftermath of what should be done still needs to be done. Chun Nanxing picked up his cell phone and gave the command. Wipe the information clean. Don't let that big lady from the Su family find out. Do you hear me? If you dare to spoil my good deed, I want you all to look good. It's the second young master. What about the male college student? What college student? With the cutie. The one that's together. Locked up and released when this is over. Can't have him badgering me. But he said he's Lin Zhao's disciple. And he also said that if he's missing for 24 hours, his master will definitely bring someone to rescue him. And he'll make us look good then. Lin Xiao is nothing. Just a dog under my sister Su. That's just as well, he doesn't know anything anyway. Since his mouth is so tough, break a few of his ribs and throw him out. This? Not so good, although it's a dog. But how many of them dare to offend Lin Xiao? That's the prestigious Su Shishu's right-hand man. Chun Nanxing sank his face, his tone full of impatience. What are you afraid of? Do as I say. The sky won't fall. Yes. Su Shang Group. Lin Xiao walked into Su Shishu's office with a dark and sullen face. Mr. Su. It's not good. Mr. Gu has disappeared. Chapter 14. Saving up to meet your wife. Su Shishu put down the pen in her hand that was signing documents. She frowned slightly. What does missing mean? Didn't you send someone to watch him, so he would be missing? Had the old dean misread Gu Mingin? Gu Mingin wasn't actually suffering from amnesia. He was a real cutie. She'd sent him to school and sent someone to keep an eye on him, so it wasn't possible that he'd still been sold to some small mountain village? Lin Xiao's face was ugly, and immediately said, It's man-made. Chun Ku is still in the hospital now, and can't get up from the bed with broken ribs. Su Shishu felt a bit tired and pressed her brow. Did Chun Nanxing do it? That little cutie. Where is the person now? Have you found out yet? Lin Xiao had actually found out that Chun Nanxing's little means were not enough for her. But just letting Chun Nanxing go like this, Lin Xiao was not relieved in her heart. Although Chun Ku was stupid, he was also someone under her, calling her master in every breath, even though she didn't recognize that she had such a stupid disciple. But her men were beaten to such an extent that they couldn't get up in the hospital. Chun Nanxing didn't put her in her eyes. Then she couldn't be blamed for Lin Xiao's impoliteness towards him. Chen Ershao. Lin Xiao's face was grave. There are no clues yet. I don't know if Chen Ershao put someone in the basement or something. I'm surprised I don't have a bit of news. When Su Shishu heard this, her eyes turned cold. Her hands slapped on the table. Where's Chun Nanxing man? Half an hour later, in the back garden of the Chun residence, the private pool. Chun Nanxing deftly swam back and forth in the pool as he dived into the pool and saw the reflection of the one in the wheelchair on the surface of the water through the clear pool water. Chun Nanxing spat out a few bubbles as he swam violently towards the swim, then violently leapt out of the water with a crash. He floated in the pool and looked at Su Shishu at the poolside, deliberately sexy and seductive, shaking the water from his head. Sister Su, why did you come over without saying hello in advance? Chun Nanxing said, then deliberately under the gaze of Su Shishu, very deliberately stepped on the steps to the shore, took a side of the swimming towel casually draped over the body. Ab's mermaid line is revealed. Again very gentlemanly, he wrapped the towel around his waist and walked over towards Su Shishu, sitting obediently by her wheelchair. Playing the emotional card, Su hasn't been here for a long time since her brother's accident. He looked at Su Shishu, smiled ingratiatingly and came over, putting his hand on the armrest of Su Shishu's wheelchair. Be sure to stay for dinner tonight. Sister Su must not have tasted old Lu's handiwork for a long time. He's refined his cooking skills again now. Su Shishu waited for him to finish before speaking. Where is he? Who? My brother? He's in the hospital. You know who I'm talking about. Su Shishu looked straight into Chun Nanxing's eyes with an intimidating aura. Chun Nanxing's back hairs stood up in sweat in that instant. But it's just a little cutie. Lost and lost, Su Shishu even looked for it personally. And the attitude of being a grouch, so much for caring is it? That little cutie. On what grounds? Chun Nanxing's expression could barely maintain the extreme to be twisted. The hand placed on the armrest of the wheelchair suddenly tightened. Finger bones veins flared up. It was only after half a second that Chun Nanxing let out a cold snort. The leg is on him, he's gone. How do I know where he is? Su Shishu, however, had run out of patience. She slightly inclined her head, and Lin Xiao would understand. She stepped forward and sharply kicked Chen Nanxing into the pool. Lin Xiaoxiao then squatted by the pool. She leaned over and grabbed Chen Nanxing's head, fishing his head out of the water and pressing it down hard again. Chen Nanxing's mouth and nose were choking on water. Let go. Open me. You're looking for death. At first he was able to struggle and break into a fit of rage. The latter lost the strength to struggle in extreme pain. Lin Xiaoxiao watched as it was almost time before she tugged on his hair and fished him out of the water. Chen Nanxing thought he was dying. This would be fresh air rushing into his lungs. He desperately opened his mouth to breathe. Yet again, he was coughing desperately from choking. The ends of his eyes were red, and the ends of his eyes were all physiologically teary. He slumped over the edge of the pool, gasping for air. Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed his hair, forced him to lift it up, and pinched his chin again. Missy asked you, where's Mr. Gu? How do I know he? Gobble. Gobble. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoxiao repeated her previous actions again. Fishing Chen Nanxing out again when he was about to die, he sneered and asked again, where's Mr. Gu? This time Chen Nanxing didn't answer immediately. He seemed to be thinking about how to say it. Lin Xiaoxiao had already struck again. Drowned twice more this time. There was a ruthlessness that drowned Chen Nanxing if he didn't say anything. Finally Chen Nanxing stretched out his hand. I say, I bought him a ticket to see town. But where he is, I really don't know. You didn't lock him up. What am I locking him up for? That isn't against the law. Chen Nanxing, lying on the edge of the pool, said breathlessly, a fast dying look. He also tilted his head to look at Su Shishu and the human wall of bodyguards behind Su Shishu, stopping all of his people outside. Chen Nanxing mockingly smiled. Sister Su is still as strong as ever, but he loved it. Su Shishu got the news and took Lin Xiaoxiao away. Lin Xiaoxiao also turned back and coldly swept a glance at Chen Nanxing before leaving, holding a grudge with a very strong meaning. Town. Gu Mingyan really found a job washing dishes. That is, the pay is not high, wash 2 hours a day, pay $30, 1 meal included. There was no place to stay, so he lived in a bridge hole. A lot of mosquitoes bite him at night, and the bites are all over his face and body in big red bags, which subside into a small red spot. He would live in a bridge hole in the dead of night, looking at the waves of the river, secretly wiping tears thinking of his wife. As the river wind blew, a small blue light flashed along the shore, all of them fishing guys who stayed up all night. Gu Mingyan wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. Today, it was the 3rd day of thinking about his wife. He lost his job because he missed his wife so much that he accidentally broke a stack of dishes while washing them, cut his hand, and lost his job with his paycheck docked.
以前没有老婆的时候都不想老婆的，现在不行，呜呜呜哦哦，现在很想老婆。
Gu Mingyan regretted that he wanted to go back to his wife. He wanted to save up money to buy a ticket to go back, and he left without even asking his wife. If he asks a question, there might be a solution if his wife is that good. Maybe the wife loves him too. What if the wife loves him even if he's a mistress? Even if he has to be immersed in a pigsty, he still wants to see his wife again. Seeing it, death is not a fear. Gu Mingyan's mind was in a mess, thinking about this and that for a while. Dirty and pathetic little cutie. Before gonna sleep, thinking about tomorrow to find a construction site to move bricks. I heard that construction site moving bricks will pay a little higher. That way he could save up for the trip back sooner. Chapter 15, Wife's Heartache. Gu Mingyan worked in the hot sun and heat to move bricks at the construction site because he had a handful of strength and people are real. The endless work. Hands and feet are blood blisters. He finished moving bricks dirty back to the bridge hole. Clutching the 200 yuan just settled. He felt like he was gonna stink. Is already stinking. But he left in a hurry and didn't bring a change of clothes with him, taking advantage of the fact that it was dark and there was no one there. Gu Mingyan took a bath in the river and washed up in his wet underwear, washed his overalls and white t-shirt and hitched them to a tree branch. It was windy on the river and he sat on a rock to see the view. His clothes should dry soon. Su Shishu sat in her office and received the picture from her bodyguard. Looking at tiny cute from the back. Should be wiping the ends of her eyes with the back of her hand, like she's crying, and looking at it like that, sitting there is just pathetic. Seeing Su Shishu's eyes on the photo for a long time, Lin Xiaoxiao said from the side, Missy, it looks like Mr. Gu has suffered enough and wants the bodyguards to fetch him back? Su Shishu put down her cell phone. Her complexion was a bit cold. Just like this, being provoked by others to leave home in a few words. Let him suffer a bit more outside. Let it go. Lin Xiaoxiao bowed her head. Yes, Then I'll have someone continue to keep an eye on it and not show up unless necessary. Gu Mingin slept badly this night, dreaming of his wife, fragrant and soft, and waking up with nothing. It was early morning. Gu Mingin washed his face by the river and was ready to continue to move bricks. To save money, he didn't eat breakfast because the construction site was packaged with one lunch. Carrying bricks was strength work, he was starving his front and back, and his whole body was dizzy from the sun. Xiao Gu, fill up this cart and send it over. Hurry up, saving you the least amount of work. Can you do it or not? Can't do it, get out. Coming. Gu Mingin eased the dizzy and nauseous feeling, and was about to turn around to continue moving bricks, when the big sun shook him. He really couldn't stand, and fainted. The 4 bodyguards occupying shady spots and eating green bean popsicles were still chatting. It's just too hot, and the clothes are sticking to my body. It's so uncomfortable. It's like this in the south, it's almost fall in the imperial capital, and it's still hot like this. Alright, don't be picky. If it's not for Lin Suk's protection, and Mr. Gu just happened to run away and send the 4 of us out to dig for mines in F continent, wouldn't it be a more difficult time? Knowing, it's Chewy. At the very least, Chewy, there's a popsicle to eat now. Is that Mr. Gu? Chewy, why are you fainting? Chew. Oh, ice to the teeth. Must be heat stroke. He didn't even eat breakfast. Go down and look. Don't go, Missy said to give the cutie a little lesson. Besides, if we go he won't recognize us. Missy won't let it be exposed. Did you just take a picture? Shot and sent to Missy. Just as the 4 bodyguards were nervously watching, someone had already spotted the fainted Gu Mingin. It's still important that people are fainting. In case of a fatality, the people in charge of these construction sites are considered to be all screwed up. So a group of people hooted and hollered and lifted Gu Mingin up, put him in a cool place first, and pinched him and gave him water. The bodyguards, one by one, are straight and feel that this is suffering. After all, this little cute. The crime of early finish back, they can follow back. So very dutifully worked to transmit a high-definition photo to Sushi Shu. Sushi Shu had just finished a meeting and came back to prepare to deal with a few documents. And when she opened her cell phone, she saw a picture of the scene. That little cutie, just fainted in the hot sun, pale skin reddening from the sun. What's the point of bowing your head when you're sober to apologize? Too stupid to be bullied no matter what you do. Just like that, and the nerve to run. Thinks it's bad to be with her. Thinks it's bad for her to give him a life of fine clothes. It's that good out there. That deserves a better life too. How to live like this? Sushi Shu frowned for no reason. In the end, she pressed her hand on her brow and called out to Lin Xiao, slamming the tablet onto the table. She didn't even look at Lin Xiao, only coldly knocking a sentence. You are getting better at doing things. Lin Xiao has been with Sushi Shu for so long. Can't she hear the good and bad words? Immediately, they all panicked, and their minds desperately thought about what they had done that was not as good as Sushi Shu's heart. It had even occurred to her whether or not it was the east window, and she had borrowed Sushi Shu's hand to teach Chun Nanxing a lesson. Scared to death, her face white with fear, she dropped her eyes to see a picture displayed on the tablet. Lin Xiao picked it up and scratched and looked at it, and instantly understood, which was not that she was getting better at doing her job, it was those 4 idiots who had stirred up trouble again. Not only was Sushi Shu angry, Lin Xiao was also dying of anger. Lin Xiao first bowed her head to Sushi Shu and sincerely expressed her apology. I'll take care of it. Putting down the tablet, Lin Xiao stepped on her high heels and left. Back in her own office, Lin Xiao took her cell phone and called over to scold the 4 bodyguards. Don't give me excuses for teaching you guys to be so inhuman. If my family's dog could talk, it would have long since taken the place of you 4 idiots. It's good that Mr. Su has orders, but if Mr. Su really doesn't care about that little cutie, I don't need you guys to keep an eye on her. You've got 2 eggs hanging out of your eyes. You just blink and don't look. You need 4 people to keep an eye on her? Yeah, so what's your role? What the? Lin Xiao, angry liver pain. Come back to you 4IA ticket all packaged away. Save the morning and evening gas dead me. The 4 bodyguards were already all kneeling over there. Almost tears and snot running down their noses. Dona Lindsay. Dona. Who would still treat us as bodyguards if we left you? Gu Mingin was suspected by the site manager of having some kind of disease because he fainted and was afraid that he would touch the site. You're not good in the head in the first place. I shouldn't have recruited you in the first place. Get lost. The foreman kicked Gu Mingin out of the construction site. Trucks pulling dirt passed by. Dust flew up, and Gu Mingin opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of sand. but he still went forward and grabbed the foreman. "Give me another chance." "No, hurry up." The foreman pushed him. Gu Mingin was saddened by the loss of this well-paying job and grabbed the foreman and added, "That hasn't paid me yet." The foreman saw him as a cutie. In fact, Gu Mingin was strong and did the most work, but the foreman just bullied him for being young and having brain problems, not giving him a paycheck at all, scolding, "You're the only one who can be lazy, and you still want a paycheck. I haven't even asked you for the medical bills to save your life." The foreman shoved Gu Mingin. Gu Mingin had just woken up from a heat stroke, and this time he was sweating in the sun, and his body was all soft. He fell to the ground when he was pushed, and his blood blisters scraped on the gravel, shaking him in pain. The foreman even kicked him. "Get out of here. Don't delay the trucks coming in and out." Just as Gu Mingin was bracing himself to get up but was still too weak to do so, someone came over to assist him. Gu Mingin looked up. Chapter 16. I'll get him myself. Gu Mingin looked up to see that it was an older man wearing a mask. "It's all right, lad, get up." Uncle helped Gu Mingin up, brought the man to a shady spot to sit down, and handed him a bottle of water. "See how your mouth is peeling? Drink some water to moisten your throat." The uncle even opened the cap of the bottle. Gu Mingin glanced at the man and was about to push back when the older man walked away as if something was wrong. Gu Mingin was still skeptical about this uncle who came out of nowhere, and when he saw that the people had left, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle and gulped down the water. "I hadn't taken 2 sips of water earlier, so this would just feel the burning sensation in my heart lessen as the water went down. Getting a little more comfortable." Just as Gu Mingin was fidgeting with the mineral water bottle, thinking about whether to go back to the bridge hole in a while or to find a new job, the foreman jogged all the way over, still smiling and coming over to Gu Mingin with a 180-degree turn in attitude. "Can you have a bad attitude?" The boss of the construction site called down personally to take care of the man. The foreman thought to himself, could this be the legendary young master of the rich family who experiences life? He doesn't look too smart because he's too innocent? Clear and stupid college student? Anyway, he couldn't afford to be offended for whatever reason. The foreman punched himself in the face while bending his waist even lower. "Egu, really sorry. I'm so not something just now. Please don't be short-sighted with me in general." Gu Mingin glanced at him, not understanding what he was doing, but thinking of the salary, spoke, "My salary. Settle to you right away. I was wrong before, not 200 a day, but 5,000 a day. You yesterday plus today? I'll settle 10,000 to you." The foreman took a pile of money out of the purse under his creaky nest, spit on his fingers and started counting. 1 north, 2 north, 10,000. "Here." The foreman stuffed the money into Su Mingin's hand, but he has always been stingy fine, but half of the meat pain, only thinking of spending money to eliminate disasters, can quickly send away this cannot afford to mess with the big young master. Gu Mingin took the money. The person was still a bit confused. He had never made so much money before and was a bit unable to react. Then looked to the foreman. "Aye. No room for it, huh? I'll give you this bag. I have a lot of pockets, huh?" Just like that, Gu Mingin took the purse containing $10,000 and looked at the foreman's back as he left, in a trance of disbelief. Picking up bottles only sells for $2 a pound, cardboard for 60 cents a pound, 10 pounds for $6. He had to save up a long time before he could save $10. Yesterday's bricklaying paid well, but he was also almost half exhausted before he made $200. But today he has $10,000, so how is that not a huge amount of money? He could go for a hot wife. Gu Mingin found a faucet. He rinsed his mud-stained wounds and didn't even feel any pain because he was filled with the idea that he could go back to see his wife. Gu Mingin took the bus and drove around to the high-speed train station. He wanted to buy a high-speed train ticket to the imperial capital. He got it for a lot of money. It opens at 4 in the afternoon. Gu Mingin just waited beautifully in the high-speed train waiting room to go to his wife. At noon, he was holding a box of braised beef-flavored instant noodles and eating without lifting his head. Suddenly, I hear the sound of someone arguing. "I've learned a lot about male junior today. What gives you the right? When she slept with me, you were still drinking milk in your mom's arms. Uncle, it's the unloved in a relationship that's the mistress. I'm married to her. You can still get divorced if you're married. Who says you're married for life? Well, aren't you ashamed enough? I'll divorce you tomorrow." You defended him. You stinking. Uncle, you have to curse so hard at me. Don't curse your sister. Gu Mingin looked up with his instant noodles in his hand and saw a handsome young man shielding a woman behind him, and in front of them was the bearded and obese uncle. Then they wrestled, pulling each other's hair, pulling their collars, grabbing each other's shoulders and kicking each other. It was an ugly mess. Gu Mingyan stood in the front row when he ate melon because he was close, and watching a junior farce. The braised beef noodles he held in his hand didn't even smell good anymore. The woman in the sexy short dress cursed angrily and jumped to her feet. Enough! Aren't you guys embarrassed enough? The crowd of onlookers on the sidelines were spitting on the woman. This woman's skirt is so short. She doesn't look like a peaceful person. Getting two men to fight over her is a real vixen. Bah! Shame on you. None of those three are any good. It's disgusting. Get a cell phone and record it and tell them to fire. Gu Mingyan listened to the tirades of the people around her, and then looked at the two men who were beating each other up in an ugly manner, and the woman who felt humiliated to the core. His not-so-smart brain, but at this time he clearly remembered those words of Chun Nanxing, word by word, like pins and needles poking into his heart. He is dishonorable for being a junior. Do we want Su Shishu to follow him and be just as dishonorable and disgraceful? How can he bear it when his wife is so good, such a good person? Security from the waiting room came over and took all three away. The crowd of lively onlookers dispersed, and only Gu Mingyan was still standing there. By the time he reacted and looked down to eat the noodles, he realized that the instant noodles had long since gotten cold. Gu Mingyan suddenly began to panic as he ran out of the high-speed train station without looking back. No, he couldn't go to Su Shishu. Chun Nanxing was right. He should disappear for Su Shishu's good. He shouldn't go back. Gu Mingyan stood in the high-speed train station where people came and went, and he had a feeling of being lost. Late at night, Su Shishu ended her day's work. She leaned back in her chair and reached out to press her brow. Thinking of seeing the bodyguard sent at noon about Gu Mingyan's real-time photos, that little cute, bought a high-speed train ticket to come back. Counting the time, this should be coming up soon. Su Shishu contacted Lin Xiaoxiao. You go pick it up. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately knew who Su Shishu was talking about and said hesitantly and carefully, Mr. Su. Mr. Gu did buy a ticket but didn't get on the bus. Su Shishu frowned. What reason? I don't know. Mr. Gu also rented a house over there. It looks like he's preparing to live in Sea City for a long time. Su Shishu was all angry and laughed. I donated a new school district for him to go to school. Where do you think he's going to live for a long time? Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately said, the day after tomorrow is Monday. I'll bring Mr. Gu back here. Su Shishu coldly said, I'll go myself. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately replied respectfully, yes, I will make arrangements for you. Chapter 17. Taken by the wife. Su Shishu was in a wheelchair when she arrived at this one-story, ramshackle old rental house. Gu Mingyan was bundling cardboard, and he had also bought a tricycle that had lost its paint after I don't know how many years of use. A business he had recently prepared to start. Call it scrap recycling. Business was good yesterday, and he collected a lot of scrap after pedaling his tricycle down the streets and shouting. It's the one where he spent $28 on collecting scrap and sold it for only $10. Gu Mingyan scratched his head and thought about it for half the night without figuring out what the problem was. So he went to pick up scraps this morning anyway so he wouldn't lose any money. Until he figures out what's going on, his scrap collecting business is on hold. Hearing the footsteps, Gu Mingyan thought it was a door-to-door scrap seller and said without lifting his head, We're not collecting scrap today. Su Shishu looked at this dirty and busy pathetic look of his. Then when will it be collected? When he heard this voice, Gu Mingyan stiffened all over, and he didn't make his next move for a long time. Only then did he raise his eyes to the man in the doorway. Seeing Su Shishu sitting in the wheelchair, his eyes flashed with aggravation. His eyes reddened, and almost instinctively his body wanted to rush over. It was the wife he had been thinking about day and night, wanting to hug and bury his face in her shoulder and inhale her body's fresh orange scent with a vengeance. But in the end, Gu Mingyan held back hard. He ran to his room, then quickly unlocked the door, leaning against it alone to cover his lips and whimper to stifle his sobs of pain. Can't hurt the wife. Gu Mingyan rented an old house with a small yard, and the door was of the very old-fashioned kind, with a flower-carved iron gate. Through the gap, Su Shishu could see Gu Mingyan's shrugging, crying shoulders. She wrinkled her brow in displeasure as the bodyguard stepped forward to clear the piled-up and cluttered yard out of the way where Su Shishu could cross. The broken tricycle that was blocking the road was lifted by the bodyguard and carried to the corner of the yard to be piled up. Su Shishu's wheelchair came to the iron door, her voice not having much patience. Open the door. Gu Mingyan subconsciously went weak in the knees and wanted to kneel down to obey his wife's order. But he held back such instinctive blood suppression, and he shook his head gently before carefully taking an iron box out of the cabinet and finding the key to unlock it again. As soon as he took out all the money inside, he then shoved it out through the doorway. "Wife, I earned it, money, 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 here you go." Sushi Shu looked at the pile of money. She didn't take it, but looked straight into Gu Mingyan's eyes through the iron door. "What is this? A breakup fee?" Gu Mingyan subconsciously shook his head, then said, "In the future, all the money I earn will go to my wife. Break up and give it back to me. Here." Gu Mingyan surprisingly didn't hesitate at all. Sushi Shu was all pissed off and laughed. Then she coldly said, "These aren't enough. Do you know how much I've spent on you?" Gu Mingyan shivered at his wife's aura, then slowly shook his head. "I don't know. A new campus, $3 billion. Gu Mingyan lowered his head, looking at his palm. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. I only have 5 fingers, billion. How much is billion? I haven't seen it and I don't know." He very sincerely raised his eyes to look at Sushi Shu and sincerely asked, "Then, what then?" Sushi Shu's entire body was cold, and looking at him made his heart tremble with fear. But what's the deal with looking at a wife like that more than once and liking it even more? Can't afford to pay for it even if you count your toes. Gu Mingyan was about to take off her shoes to count her toes. When she heard this, she was confused. "Huh!" Sushi Shu reached out. Gu Mingyan then sent the pile of money forward. Sushi Shu lifted her chin. "Can't reach it." Gu Mingyan then pressed his entire body against the iron door, sticking his wrist out along the gap in the door and handing over the money. "Wife, here." How was it possible to do something so rebellious as shutting her out, when she was obviously well behaved? Sushi Shu was very angry. She slightly lowered her eyebrows, then quickly and accurately grabbed Gu Mingyan's wrist. Her slender and long fingers tightened and clutched his wrist, like a wolf king locking the throat of his prey. Once he made a move, the prey would surely die. Gu Mingyan panicked. The money in his hand fell to the ground. He was scared and wanted to retract his hand to escape. Sushi Shu, however, were to give him a chance, waiting for Gu Mingyan to duck backward a bit, and then ruthlessly yanked his hand out. Gu Mingyan knocked his head on the iron door and banged. Lin Xiao, who was standing behind Sushi Shu's wheelchair, subconsciously shrunk her neck. This little cutie offended no one but Missy. It's true that a fledgling is not afraid of tigers, and does not know the heights of heaven, and life and death are hard to predict. Gu Mingyan felt his arm being clutched in raw pain. He struggled and didn't break away, so he looked at Sushi Shu for help. "Wife, you're scratching me." Sushi Shu first applied another hard force, and then loosened it before Gu Mingyan cried out, "Why did you lock me out?" Gu Mingyan stammered and didn't dare to look at Sushi Shu. Sushi Shu added more force. "The hand is not wanted. Say no? It's torture." Gu Mingyan cried out in pain straight away before he whispered, "I don't want my wife to be a mistress like me." Sushi Shu thought she heard wrong. "What? When what?" Gu Mingyan only slightly increased his voice. "Junior." Sushi Shu didn't say anything for another while, probably because she was really speechless. Lin Xiao hurriedly greeted the bodyguards and exited outside the courtyard. As a qualified and long-lasting subordinate who could stay by Sushi Shu's side, you shouldn't know what you shouldn't know, and you shouldn't listen to what you shouldn't listen to, or else you won't know how to die. "Junior? Who said you were a junior?" Sushi Shu chilled his complexion. With this little cute little brain, the word junior makes Gu Mingyan 10 times smarter. And he can't figure it out. Gu Mingyan didn't cover it up at all. For one thing, he didn't have the concept, and for another, there was no need for it in the first place. He said frankly, "It's Chun Nanxing." In fact, Sushi Shu already knew whether Gu Mingyan said it or not. Sushi Shu coldly questioned, "What else did he say to you?" "Said a lot, he said. Gu Mingyan didn't think that Chun Nanxing was intentionally trying to intimidate him. He only thought that what Chun Nanxing said was true, so he was sad to mention it. So he repeated everything Chun Nanxing had said to Sushi Shu without any detail. Sushi Shu's eyes were grim after hearing this, and a light laugh spilled out from his throat bones, a real angry laugh. "What he told you, you remember it clearly. I let you study well during the day and go home well at night. These words, you just take it as an earworm." Sushi Shu added, "I'll go back and settle the score with Chun Nanxing. For now, I'll just clean up after you. Open the door." Sushi Shu's word for word was so powerful that Gu Mingyan's legs went weak. "So scary. Can't fight back at all. What's going on?" Chapter 18, Bringing Home. Gu Mingin still tried to struggle a bit. Su Shishu directly exerted force. Is the hand not wanted? Ah! Gu Mingin screamed miserably and clicked the door open with an aggravated click. Because if he didn't open it, it felt like his wife was literally going to twist his arm off. Only then did Su Shishu let go of her hand, and she stepped backward as the iron door blocking them opened. Su Shishu walked into this small, shabby house without even looking twice, only saying, "Pack up your things and go back with me." Gu Mingin, however, shook his head. "You reject me?" Su Shishu looked like she couldn't believe it and felt that Gu Mingin was really stubborn. Gu Mingin leaned on the table, his fingers carefully picking at the edge of the table before saying, "It's dishonorable." "What? We what?" Su Shishu stared at this tiny cutie. She let him talk and see what kind of words he was going to say to piss her off. Gu Mingin gouged his hand on the table a little harder before making his voice clearer and brighter. He took a deep breath and said with a flourish, "It is dishonorable for us to be like this. Meh. It's dishonorable that I'm a junior." Gu Mingin lowered his head, looking at the green brick floor, feeling his throat clogged and uncomfortable. But he had really thought about it these days as well. So it said, "I can't go back with you." Sushi's face was expressionless. "Then I'll have to tie you back up." Gu Mingin was confused and raised her eyes to look at Su Shishu incredulously. He then said, "This is not right. This is not right for us. You a little cutie, know what's right and wrong." "I..." Gu Mingin choked for a moment and quickly puffed out his cheeks. "Then I know that too." Su Shishu's tone was faint. "Come here." The topic turned too suddenly, and Gu Mingin was a bit stuck for a moment. But he still instinctively obeyed, walked towards Su Shishu and stood in front of her. Su Shishu raised her chin, so condescending. "Kneel down." Gu Mingin knelt down on one knee. "Pa!" The next second he received a slap on his face. It didn't really hurt, but he gently covered his face and then looked at Su Shishu, slightly wide-eyed, like he couldn't believe his wife would slap him. "Pa!" Su Shishu smacked him on the other cheek as well. Gu Mingin also covered this side of being hit, so he had both hands on his face. Su Shishu looked at him this stupid look, coldly laughed and reprimanded him. "You don't even know what junior is. Told you to study well, you are full of thoughts about picking up rags. Collect you these rags, what is the future? If you don't listen, you deserve a beating." She added, "I'll ask you again, are you coming with me or not?" Gu Mingin covered his face, then slowly shook his head. "Okay." 10 minutes later, Gu Mingin was tied up, and 2 bodyguards were carrying him and about to shove him into the car. Gu Mingin popped up and struggled like a stranded fish. Su Shishu's face darkened. "Are you that unwilling to go back with me?" Tiny cute. It's been gagged, but it looks like it has a lot to say. When Lin Xiao saw this, she was afraid that this little tiny cute say something else about not going back with Mr. Su and making Missy angry. He went up and slapped the head of the 2 bodyguards who were lifting the man. "Don't hurry up and stuff it into the car to take it away. What's the point of dawdling? It's good, isn't it?" Perhaps it was Lin Xiao's careless words that stabbed Su Shishu. "Yeah, it looks good when it's forced like that, doesn't it? It's not pretty in the end." Su Shishu's face was grim. "I don't like to force things. If he really doesn't come with me, break his legs and leave him here unattended." Su Shishu looked straight at Gu Mingin. "If you'd rather have your legs broken than go with me, then I'll set you free." With a look from her, Lin Xiao had already understood and went to tear the sealant from Gu Mingin's mouth. Before tearing, Lin Xiao's eyes warned Gu Mingin, lowering her voice to almost gnash her teeth. "Mr. Gu can think clearly before answering Missy." The sealant was viciously ripped off. It was only then that Gu Mingin said, "My little turtle." He took a breath before saying, "To bring along with us, he was picked up by me on the river or he would, well, starve to death." Gu Mingin's eyes looked so prayerfully at Su Shishu. Su Shishu smiled coldly. "You're so disobedient. The death of the little turtle is the punishment I'll give you. Take it away." "Yes." The bodyguard stuffed Gu Mingin into the car, in not giving him room to backtrack. The car drove off. Gu Mingin Mayfly knelt up on his knees in the car seat as he slumped against the window and watched the ramshackle little compound he lived in grow further and further away. "Ooh, xiao wu-gui." Su Shishu inclined her head, and really saw Gu Mingin's red eyes, really sad and crying. Her tone was so harsh. "Do you know you're wrong?" Gu Mingin crawled over and prayed. "Wife, I know I'm wrong. The little turtle will really die. I picked it up. I called it Little Green and it will respond to me. Little Green is really good. Su Shishu pinched Gu Mingin's chin. Her eyes were all sickly ruthless. This is your punishment, and you dare to run away in the future. Not to mention Little Green, even this Little Gu Mingin, you're just as unprotectable. Su Shishu reached out and gave a vicious squeeze. Ruthless. Gu Mingin lay in the back seat of the car, tears whimpering and falling. Car in the back. Lin Xiao Xiao held a fish tank in which a small green turtle crawled with 4 claws outstretched, its small tail swinging to and fro. The bodyguard on the side looked at it again and said, Lin Suk, what are you doing with this? Missy has said that she wants it to die. Aren't you afraid that Missy will blame it? Lin Xiao Xiao snorted. What do you big old men know, stupid? Those two are now quarreling, so call it dead. And when they make up, we have to call it alive. If it is really dead, where to find the exact same? Cannot find when Mr. Gu a mess, you say miss to take who to kill? It won't be Mr. Gu, will it? Unlucky is not us. Rather than that, it is better to plan early, but a small turtle can eat a few too meat. The bodyguards came to a realization, and then immediately flattered, worthy of being Lin Suk. No wonder you can be the hand at Missy's side, while Jiang Suk can only be in charge of miscellaneous matters. Lin Xiao Xiao raised her chin proudly. That useless waste of Jiang Lime. How does he deserve to be compared to me? Sooner or later I'll outwardly transfer him to dig coal. The bodyguard flattered Lin Xiao and pinched her back. Of course you're the one who's good. That Jiang is nothing. Lin Xiao Xiao was very flattered as she folded her legs and her high heels gently wiggled. Royal River Bay. Gu Mingin was carried all the way out of the car and into the bathroom. Gu Mingin was thrown into the bathtub filled with water, and with a clatter, he slumped over the edge of the bathtub, still clutching the untied twine in his hand. He choked and coughed twice, lifting his eyes, the whole thing wet, and looking at Su Shishu, the little look beside the bathtub. Chapter 19, The Bad Woman. Gu Mingin first slowed down for a moment, then slumped over the edge of the bathtub and coughed lowly. He ripped the twine off his body and threw it out of the tub, moved his wrists, which were red from strangulation. The bodyguard who carried Gu Mingin in had already left, leaving only Su Shishu and him in the bathroom. Gu Mingin always knew that his wife was clean and didn't like him picking up those scrap bottle things. So he bowed his head, ready to take off his clothes and take a good shower. He had at least stayed at Su Shishu's place for quite a few days, and he knew how to use everything in the bathroom. He knew which one was for hair washing and which one was for bathing. It was only when he was about to go to take off his boxers that Gu Mingin's slow brain looked like it had finally reacted to the fact that something was wrong. He paused with the dirty clothes in his hand before raising his eyes to the other person in the bathroom. Embarrassed, he then buried himself in the tub before saying, Honey, I'm going to take a bath. Su Shishu gave a low wash up. Gu Mingin subconsciously agreed. Okay da. He was ready to resume his shower, but the action just couldn't continue and his face inexplicably flushed. That? Su Shishu then looked at him with good grace, her gaze not pretending to conceal it in the slightest. And when she saw that he could not utter a complete sentence for a long time, she asked, Which one? Gu Mingin's face turned even redder. Honey, I'm going to wash. You wash. Well, then. Okay. In fact, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen it before. Gu Mingin was embarrassed, but he continued to wash up. It's just a little more squirmy than washing yourself. Only he hadn't been squirming for long, and when he raised his eyes again, he was the only one left in the bathroom. In that instant, Gu Mingin's heart, surprisingly, it wasn't a sigh of relief, but a loss. The wife doesn't look at it anymore. The wife is gone. Said. Doesn't it look good? Gu Mingin looked down at his figure, looked at Xiao Gu, and felt that nothing had changed. That wife or like it. Gu Mingin quickly scrubbed himself clean, and since he didn't take any clothes, he wrapped a bath towel around him and went to the check room. He put on his pajamas in the check room before walking out, making sure he smelled good throughout. He was ready to go out and jump into Su Shishu's arms, but his wife wasn't there, so he jumped on the bed, wash up and wait for the wife. Then his hand touched cool metal, and Gu Mingin flopped down on the bed to see what it was. Caught by review has been honest and deleted. He waited for Su Shishu to come back, but he wandered these days, again in the restaurant day and night washing dishes, again in the construction site to move bricks, sleep at night to sleep in the bridge hole to sleep all over the body aches, and also woke up many times by mosquito bites. The stamina was long overdrawn, the bed was too soft and comfortable, and there were still familiar scents all around. Gu Mingin was just too comfortable and fell asleep in no time. He was sleeping deeply and soundly. Then there was a coldness in his wrist and he opened his eyes, looking around bemusedly, only to find that it was pitch black all around them, and their eyes hadn't adjusted to the darkness enough to see. But he smelled the faint scent of oranges, and the familiarity immediately pleased him. Wife. Then innocently and naively, honey, is the power out? Su Shishu was clearly close at hand, but he did not speak, and there was a distinct silence. Gu Mingyan wanted to grab Su Shishu's hand, wanting to tell her not to be afraid of the dark. Even if the power went out, the two of them would not be afraid when they were together. But after moving his hand, he realized that the range of movement of his hand was limited, and he could not reach Su Shishu at all. Only in a darkness, the clanking sound of chains clashing was heard, which was actually quite nice, and somewhat pleasing to the ear in such silent darkness. What's wrong? Wife. Gu Mingyan didn't understand and didn't know what was going on. Su Shishu's hand first slapped Gu Mingyan's face with flirtation, then gently traced across his cheek. Just a lighter snapped and the light of a candle appeared in the darkness of no electricity. The flickering little fire lit up a dim circle of light, and Su Shishu was in the light of the little fire, with an ineffable beauty and sexiness. Gu Mingyan looked a little dumbfounded. 3 days and 3 nights of lessons, given only water and no food, were tougher than a prisoner's trial. Gu Mingyan's voice was muffled as he confessed his mistake and cried. Only then did Su Shishu look like she was finally satisfied, carrying a bowl of porridge and sitting on the edge of the bed to feed him. Gu Mingyan devoured the food. He was really hungry and miserable. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. Su Shishu finished feeding the bowl of congee, took the handkerchief handed by the maid, and wiped off a grain of rice from the corner of Gu Mingyan's mouth. Smiling, still running. Gu Mingyan was all stressed out about the word run, and immediately, with shaking legs, he immediately said, "No more running, never again." Su Shishu gently hooked her lips and patted his face. "It's a junior who doesn't run away either?" Gu Mingyan shook his head like a rattle drum. "I don't dare to run away, unless my wife doesn't want me." To be able to make him a little cutie. Saying such words, it was evident how successful Su Shishu's conditioning had been. Su Shishu gently smiled, reached out and pinched the tiny cutie, all thinned a circle of face. "I also do not want to be like this, but who let you too disobedient?" Gu Mingyan's cheek rubbed Su Shishu's hand. "In the future, listen to your wife and be good." It was only then that Su Shishu nodded in satisfaction, and then she said, "Take you to meet your friends at night." Su Shishu has always been very tactful, no matter if it's controlling her subordinates or this tiny cutie in front of her, rewarding and punishing in a measured manner. Having slapped enough, of course, you have to coax and give a sweet date. See little cute. Still shivering, Su Shishu threw the hand to wipe his mouth with a handkerchief and let out a light laugh. "Okay, as to be afraid to shake like this, you do not suffer. Think about it afterward. You will certainly look forward to the next time." When Su Shishu finished speaking, she smiled badly when she saw Gu Mingyan's reaction. And again, "See, your body is more honest than you are." Chapter 20. New knowledge comes to mind. Embarrassed, Gu Mingyan tugged at the quilt to cover himself. Su Shishu, however, seemed to be in a good mood as he raised his hand and touched Gu Mingyan's face, then told him, "Get up. I've hired a tutor to come over." "Huh? What? There's going to be classes. If you're so stupid and still don't study, you'll have to pick up rags in the future." When Su Shishu said this, Lin Xiao stepped forward and bowed her head respectfully to report the company's affairs to her. Gu Mingyan looked at his wife's busy and beautiful appearance, and what he actually thought in his heart was, "What's wrong with picking up rags? Why not let him pick up rags? Scrap can be sold for money too." He didn't say anything. If he did, he would probably get another lecture from Su Shishu. Said he had no pattern at all for a big man with arms and legs to compete with some old people for food. Gu Mingyan didn't dare to disobey Su Shishu's words, and he was especially honest after the lesson. So after washing up, Gu Mingyan came to the study and saw him looking around. The housekeeper then said, "This is the study that Missy has specially prepared for Mr. Gu. If there's anything that needs to be added, you can let me know." Gu Mingyan hadn't thought that this study was for him, and as he looked around, the shelves were full of books. He reached for one and opened it, all in English, and couldn't understand it at all. The butler was on the sidelines, wanting to say something for a while before he said, "Mr. Gu, the book is held upside down." Gu Mingyan hurriedly put the unreadable book back and scratched his head. Even if he took the right one, he couldn't read it. Gu Mingyan then walked over to a corner filled with musical instruments, and he looked quite interested. Soon the tutor came over as well. At first glance, it was a beautiful woman. Teaching was not rigid, very elegant and graceful, and asked Gu Mingin, "Of these instruments, which one do you want to learn first?" Gu Mingin pointed at the eru. "I want to learn this. Once you learn it, you can be like Grandpa in the bridge hole playing the eru and selling it." He passed by while picking up bottles and saw a lot of money in that iron pot of his grandfather's. It's more than he could make in a month of collecting bottles. The teacher nodded. "Okay, then we'll learn this first." Next, the teacher explained to Gu Mingin about the construction of the eru, then the basic playing posture and techniques. Straighten your back a little and raise your hands a little. Outside of school, the teacher was very nice to talk to, but once class started, the teacher seemed like a different person, extra serious. The requirements for students were very high, and if Gu Mingin couldn't meet her requirements, she would literally take a ruler and hit his hand. A strict teacher produces a high-level student in the end, and in one morning, Gu Mingin was already able to simply pull out a ditty, though he couldn't lift his hand at lunch. But it's still an accomplishment. Su Shishu went to the office and wasn't at home, so he obediently went to take a nap by himself, then got up and continued his lessons. He's just a bit dumb and has forgotten a bit of what he learned in the morning, so took a lot of beatings and went over it again. The backs of his hands and elbows were red and swollen. At the end of the class, the teacher said, "I'm teaching you to play this simple tune today, just to give you a sense of accomplishment in learning a musical instrument. After all, interest is the best teacher. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin to learn the score." On the way out, the teacher added very kindly, "It's okay if it's hard. I'll teach you slowly. Goodbye, teacher." After thinking about it, Gu Mingin added, "Take care, teacher." The housekeeper, on the other hand, had prepared fruit for her to take away. Turning back to the housekeeper, he complimented Gu Mingin. "Mr. Gu can play a little song today. When Missy comes back and finds out, she'll be very happy." Gu Mingin's hand that was beaten was still hot and painful, and he sniffed with some embarrassment. The pull wasn't very good, but he still had some expectations to pull for Su Shishu. Because the teacher was right, it really paid off. He's like a little kid who always wants to share whatever he learns. Will spin around in circles happily if he gets a compliment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Shishu came back but didn't get off the car and took Gu Mingin directly away. Gu Mingin was still preparing to perform, with an eru in his hand. Get in the car and ask Su Shishu, "Where to?" Get over it so quickly and go meet your worried best friend. Come to think of it, Gu Mingin's eyes lit up with joy. Su Shishu, however, looked down at his hand and then grabbed it. "What happened to the back of your hand?" Then quickly realized, "Can't learn and get beaten?" Gu Mingin nodded. "Stupid." Although Su Shishu said this, she lowered her head and gently blew him. The back of Gu Mingin's hand, which was originally hot and painful, instantly stopped hurting after Su Shishu gently blew on it like this. It's really amazing. Su Shishu held his hand. "It seems to be a serious study." Gu Mingin nodded. "I'll learn it well, as long as you like it." So coaxing. "No, it's true." Hearing this, Su Shishu turned her head and saw Gu Mingin's serious and incomparable appearance. She smiled softly. "Then pull it for me." Gu Mingin's eyes lit up. In the spacious limousine, Gu Mingin sat in the back seat of the car, and he followed what his teacher had taught him, sitting in an upright position with his elbows at 45 degrees, thinking, then slowly pulled a little tune and sang along, "Twinkle, twinkle, bright. All the sky is full of little stars." Su Shishu nodded her head. She had to say that Lin Xiaoxiao was still capable of doing things. With a voice like Gu Mingin's, if he really went to sing, he would be a hit. Especially this face, it's perfect. It's good to hear. Gu Mingin stopped his hand as he looked over at Su Shishu, begging for a quaffle written all over his face. Su Shishu reached out. Gu Mingin immediately lowered his head and rubbed it into her palm, then raised his face again and continued to press it into Su Shishu's palm. Su Shishu didn't mince words in her praise. "It's very nice." Gu Mingin smiled, sunny and bright, so happy. It felt like the whole person was bubbling like a soda. Su Shishu reached out. Gu Mingin was unsure, then reacted and handed over the eru. Su Shishu propped up her eru. She bowed her head, thought about it, and played a song called Zither Master. Gu Mingin's eyes widened as he listened, because it was really good, hitting the soul with that bleak feeling. Letting him get up, he squatted beside Su Shishu and grabbed her hand. "Wife, don't be sad. The eru has only 2 strings that are dependent on each other, so it's naturally very sad." Gu Mingin raised his eyes as he whispered, just like me and my wife. Su Shishu, however, sunk his face in a moment. What does this mean? Is saying that she disabled him little cute. The two of them are dependent on each other? She dropped the arrow and sneered, go away. Gu Mingin didn't know what was going on. How could a nice wife suddenly get angry? Wife. Just then the car stopped. Soon there was a knock on the car window. Gu Mingin looked over toward the knocked car window. It was his wife's good friend, Shin Muyu, whom he had seen at the bar last time. Chapter 21, Marriage License. The car window came down and Shin Muyu lay on the window, her gaze looking around the car, ambiguously landing on the two people. Rather cynically, not interrupting, are we? Are they something I can look at? Can you or can't you aren't watching at all? Su Shishu coldly disliked back. Shin Muyu smiled as she took a step backward and opened the car door. Please, Miss Su. Su Shishu got out of the car and Gu Mingin followed her. Looking at the villa, he told Shin Muyu, what's your name? Shin Muyu. I'm one of Miss Su's servants. Shin Muyu joked, and Su Shishu glanced at her. Shin Muyu naturally would not ignore this cold stare from her, and immediately said, is it wrong to say that? Big Miss Su is still instructing me less. Su Shishu ignored her. Gu Mingin, however, his eyes lit up as if he understood something and said, you're Shin Fufu's sister, right? When Shin Muyu heard this, the smile at the corner of his lips was somewhat playful. Oh, why do you say that? Gu Mingin then said, you're all surnamed Shin Ah. Brother Fufu said he's going home to inherit the family business, so it's true that his family is very rich. Shin Muyu's expression was a bit strange for a moment. Then she said, is that what he said? Covering his mouth again, he laughed. But it's so funny, Fufu. Always so humorous. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingin. She blinked lightly but playfully said, but I'm not his sister. Oh, we don't have half-blood relationship. Gu Mingin didn't understand this. Then you are. I'm. Shin Muyu smiled gently before saying, wife? I'm his wife. But Brother Fufu said he didn't take a wife. Well, then he's married now. Like this. Of course, we still have a marriage license. Entering the door, Shin Muyu took out the marriage certificate and showed it to Gu Mingin. Gu Mingin took it over and looked at it, touching the steel seal on it. And he asked Su Shishu somewhat foolishly, honey, do we have a marriage license? Su Shishu didn't say anything. On the contrary, Shin Muyu covered her mouth and laughed for a while. She reached out and took away the marriage license before saying, there is one, but it was put away by your wife. Marriage license, this thing, married, are to be handed over to the wife, cannot give you to take to play. Shin Muyu coaxed Gu Mingin. She then pushed Gu Mingin's shoulder. Let's go. Go up and see your brother Fufu. He'll be so happy to see you. Gu Mingin took 2 steps, and when he saw that neither his wife nor Shin Muyu were following him, he also stopped. Wife, aren't you going? Su Shishu nodded. Gu Mingin grabbed the corner of his shirt, a little uneasy. Wife, are you still mad at me? Shin Muyu was eating her face off at the side. Oh yo, you two are having a fight. Tell me what it's about. I'm the best at mediating relationship disputes. Su Shishu gave her a cold look. Is that so? Shin Muyu instantly wimped out, like a cat that had been carried by the neck. Then I'll recuse myself? Go up first. Su Shishu said this. Gu Mingin wanted to say something else, but Su Xiushu had already turned around to talk to Shin Muyu. Gu Mingin thought that good friends always have a lot to talk about when they meet, so he didn't interrupt and followed the maid towards the upstairs. Su Shishu waited for him to walk away before saying, let him starve to death if he refuses to eat. You still have to find a way to coax him. Shin Muyu is Shin Fufu hunger strike thing annoyed. This clip a long thin female cigarettes, deep inhalation and annoyed spit out. Well, not just borrow your baby to use a little, do not be so petty. When you come to my situation, I also lend you use our sister who with who. Shin Muyu handed the cigarette he had taken a drag on to Su Xiushu's mouth. Su Shishu inclined her head. Take the roll. You are not understanding my mood. I'm not worried I don't smoke anymore. It's bitter to inhale into my lungs. Shin Muyu also did not get annoyed, self-centered and took 2 more puffs, thinking that the man-dog knows, hate the smell of smoke, so pinched off, and support Su Shishu's wheelchair size. In the past, when good water spoiled me and do not like the smell of cigarettes also permitted me to upset when the smoke 2 mouths, want to ask me to less smoke 2 mouths to kiss me. Now it is not to mention smoking body stained a little are so big cold face to me told me to roll. Shin Muyu said all to beauty tears. Men is changeable, hot love when everything is good. Tired of it is nothing. Su Heishu. If she did not know the truth, this scene would have been cursed by anyone who came to see it. Shin Fufu plucked off the heartlessness. And the slag man would have been a slag. It's a shame you're not going to act and win a movie. People tell the truth. You didn't experiment with his eyes to save your blinded white moon who doesn't love you at all? You didn't approach him with an agenda in the first place. Or, you didn't blind him, Su Shishu asked 3 times in a row. The one who was silent was Shin Muyu now. After a long time, Shin Muyu sighed. I sometimes want to give myself 2 slaps in the middle of the night. How could I be such an asshole when I was young? I am now, especially afraid of. Unlike just now when she pretended to cover her eyes, Shin Muyu was really crying. 2 lines of clear tears falling down her cheeks drop by drop. I'm especially afraid that he doesn't love me anymore. That he really doesn't want me anymore. Used to, obviously, love me so much. Her voice was a little hoarse. How not pathetic. He wants to marry me. I'm all for it. But how? He doesn't seem to love me anymore. After all, Su Shishu didn't fall on her sword and say that you made it. Just glanced up towards the stairs. The door was opened a crack. The dark room lights turned on, and Gu Mingyan heard Shin Fufu's unprecedentedly cold voice. I won't eat it. It's useless how many times you come. Gu Mingyan gave a start, then walked over quickly. Brother Fufu. Shin Fufu was startled. Then he forced himself to sit up from the bed and reach out. Gu Mingyan grabbed his hand as soon as he could and put it on his face, saying happily, Brother Fufu. It's me. Shin Fufu was shocked and angry. Xiao Gu, why are you here? She kidnapped you here. Saying that, the invisible Shin Fufu was about to get out of bed. Don't be afraid, Xiao Gu. I'll go talk to her and tell her to let you go. No, Brother Fufu. I came to see you specifically. My wife brought me here. She and your wife are bosom friends. Gu Mingyan tugged at Shin Fufu. The butler on the side brought 2 glasses of juice and handed them to Gu Mingyan. Mr. Gu, have a drink. Gu Mingyan busily reached out to take it. Thank you. Instead, the butler handed him 2 cups, so Gu Mingyan gave Shin Fufu 1. Shin Fufu in the end reached out and took it, holding it in his palm. Gu Mingyan took a sip and said happily, Brother Fufu, it's your favorite grape juice. Try it. It's so good. Chapter 22. Touched? The housekeeper then paid attention to Shin Fufu's side. When Gu Mingyan saw that Shin Fufu was not moving, he reached out, cupping the bottom of the cup and lifting it upwards. Bringing the cup closer to Shin Fufu's thin lips, he signaled him to drink. Brother Fufu, Gu Mingyan's expectant voice. Shin Fufu held the cup. Then he sighed extremely softly. In the end, he looked down and took a sip of his juice. Since he couldn't see it, his hand groped to the side, feeling for the nightstand before placing the cup carefully on it. He leaned back on the bed, towards the direction Gu Mingyan had just spoken, slightly inclining his head. What the hell is going on? Gu Mingyan was still drinking his juice when he sniffed and hummed. What? The marriage thing. Gu Mingyan was about to say. Instead, the housekeeper brought up the meal and set up a small table. Mr. Gu hasn't eaten yet, right? So let's talk while we eat. Gu Mingyan was fine with it, and even clapped his hands together. Just in time. I haven't eaten yet. Then remembering that he had not eaten because he was waiting for his wife to return, he got up. The butler pulled him back. Where's Mr. Gu going? I'm going to call my wife to join us for dinner. The butler smiled, then pressed Gu Mingyan back into her chair before saying. The 2 young ladies ate it piece by piece, and whispered on the way, This side is prepared for you. Gu Mingyan nodded after hearing this. All right. Then he swept a glance at the dishes and said happily, Brother Fufu, it's all what you like to eat. Shin Fufu's lips were a bit pale and seemed a bit breathless. How do you know it's what I love to eat? I've heard you say, nah, braised pork, roast chicken, braised pig's feet and sweet and sour pork. That's what I wanted to eat when I was hungry and desperate at the orphanage, but it wasn't my favorite. But I think it's delicious. Brother Fufu, let's eat some together. Gu Mingyan had already picked up his chopsticks. He caught a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. Brother Fufu, eat it. You can't see with your eyes. I'm going to give you a sandwich. You have to try this spare ribs. Shin Fufu originally didn't want to eat it, but by and large, he really thought of Gu Mingyan as his younger brother. It would be too much of a temper tantrum to throw, so he sat down and ran his hand over the small dining room table, feeling for the bowl and spoon and picking them up. Eat this, this, and this. Gu Mingyan was like a little angel, and in no time at all, she gave him heaps of pointed dishes in his bowl, afraid that he wouldn't get enough to eat. Shin Fufu poked it with chopsticks, then scooped it up with a spoon and brought it to his mouth. It's inconvenient when you can't see with your eyes, for example. Chopsticks are not so accurate, it's easier to use a spoon. Gu Mingyan used to wolf down his meals, but recently, after learning from Su Shishu for a few days, he was a bit more graceful. Shin Fufu couldn't see it, so he ate a little slower, plus he didn't really want to eat, so he was a little perfunctory in accompanying people to eat. The housekeeper was watching from the sidelines but was very pleased, sending someone to secretly go and tell Shin Muyu that this little canary of hers could finally eat. Shin Muyu lost his temper over this, smashed a lot of things, and ended up worrying so much that he couldn't sleep at night. The housekeeper then took a look at Gu Mingyan and thought that although he was a little cutie, but still very inviting, no wonder Big Miss Su likes it. Gu Mingyan then ate while telling how he was brought home by his wife. It was a rainy night. I was squatting under the eaves of the house to hide from the rain, eating a piece of cold, dirty, steamed bread. That's when my wife appeared. The first time I saw my wife, I was dumbfounded. My mind was all nice and beautiful. Shin Fufu bit into a piece of ribs, the sweet and sour flavor exploding in his taste buds as he chewed and chewed slowly, then asked, "Why does someone so beautiful like you?" Gu Mingyan, however, frowned. "Why can't you like me? You're a cutie." "Cutie? What's the matter? My wife likes me and doesn't care that I'm a little cutie. Yet, there's no such thing as liking in this world without a reason." Shin Fufu laughed softly and nodded her eyes. "I used to believe in love. I was just as naive as you. The consequence was that I lost my eyes and became a blind man who could no longer see." Shin Fufu lightly ate a mouthful of rice and added, "I could have had a bright future, but now there is only darkness." He put down the chopsticks and let out a soft sigh. "Xiao Gu, I don't want you to be like me. They stand at the tip of the pyramid like that, looking down on everyone from birth, unattainable young ladies. Playing with us is like playing with ants. They don't have a true heart, and even if they did, they wouldn't give it to poor people like us. It's for the young masters of the right family. Their marriages. There is no love, only respect for each other and exchange of benefits. Love and sincerity are worthless in their eyes." Gu Mingyan stopped his hand from clamping the food. He inclined his head and looked at Shin Fufu in a seemingly unintelligible manner. It was a long time before he said, "Brother Fufu, I don't understand any of what you're saying." Shin Fufu smiled. "It's good that you don't understand. Not understanding means you haven't been hurt yet. If you leave now, it's not too late." Gu Mingyan said innocently, "I left, but was caught back by my wife. Up." As for the lessons, those, he thought about it all, felt very red in the face, cheeks hot, shame, poor legs clamped, or do not say to others to hear. Gu Mingyan added, "My wife said that I can't run away, and besides, I don't want to." It seemed like he thought about it before Gu Mingyan said, "If I can be with my wife, what's the point of losing my eyes? I'm willing to lose everything for her. Because I love her." Shin Fufu leaned on the bed. He seemed to be listening to the smile. "Then you have not thought about it. If one day she does not want you, then the wife must have her reasons for not wanting me. And she told you to get lost? If my presence is a nuisance to my wife, then I'll roll. So you won't be heartbroken? When your heart aches, think of the happy days with your wife and it won't hurt." There was a pause before Gu Mingyan said, "All I know is that I'm happy now that I'm with my wife. Besides, my wife didn't tell me to get lost, so why should I go and agonize over something that didn't happen? And I really don't care if my wife wants my eyes. She can just gouge them out. I'll give her whatever she needs. My wife is so good to me. I'd give anything for her, even if it's my life." Shin Fufu didn't know what else to say for a long time. Then he seemed to laugh softly and inexplicably, and finally said, "You're such a cutie. I was originally a cutie. Well, I was a cutie when you met me, Fufu. I was a cutie when you met me, Fufu." Gu Mingyan smiled so adorably. At the door, Shin Muyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the eavesdropping Su Xiushu and asked, "Touched?" Chapter 23. How can I blame you? Seeing that Su Shishu did not answer, Shun Muyu added, "Rather a lover." The corners of Su Shishu's lips lightly hooked as she closed the door and the wheelchair left before saying, "You still look at men in a bad light. If he really loves you, how can he afford to blame you? If only he still blamed me. There's blame all the while, there's still hope that he doesn't want me." Shin Muyu wasn't angry at Su Shishu's snarky remark either. She was just very silent. Gu Mingyan talked with Shin Fufu for a long time again until it was early morning and Shin Fufu yawned all sleepy. It was only then that Gu Mingyan said, "Brother Fufu, I'll visit you next time. The housekeeper said that you don't eat or drink water. This won't work. You need to eat and drink well." Shin Fufu smiled without saying anything, his side face cold and handsome. Gu Mingyan added, "Look at me. Although I am a little cutie, but I'm learning too. I even learned to play Little Star with my eru today. When I learn it, I can go under the flyover to play the eru to make money. You're blind, but you're so smart, you must be more useful than me, right?" Shin Fufu seemed to have a bit of a headache, and he pressed his temples before saying, "Well, yeah, you're right about everything. Then you have to eat well. Oh, I'll see you again." "No, I'll get you." Fufu Shin put it this way. Gu Mingyan, however, had already seen Sushi Shu, who appeared at the door to take him home. Where did he still listen to what Shin Fufu said? Excited and happy, he ran towards Sushi Shu. "Honey, are you done talking to your girlfriends? Well, go back." "Good." Gu Mingyan followed Sushi Shu's wheelchair. He was very happy, but he was also a little sleepy. "I fell asleep sitting in the car and was woken up again by shouting." He didn't feel awake as he blew on the night breeze that cooled up on the fall night, only that if he could lie down under a soft blanket, he could fall asleep right away. Sushi Shu, however, said, "I have to go back to college tomorrow. It's not good to delay too many classes." Gu Mingyan scratched his head, feeling his brain itching before he even studied. The next day, Gu Mingyan was woken up by the alarm clock, but was reluctant to get up. "Roll over and try to wrap your arms around your wife." But the floor was empty, and when I opened my eyes, I realized that my wife was up long ago. So curly. Gu Mingyan suddenly stopped staying in bed and also got up from the bed in a flash and ate breakfast. The driver dropped him off at the university. Gu Mingyan got out of the car, but he didn't see Chunka's shadow, but a more apparently dependable youth waved at him. The driver also said, "That one is Jiang Lemon, one of Missy's 4 assistants. Chanku was injured and hospitalized. For this month, he'll be the one to take you." "Is it serious?" "It's okay. Just recuperate." Over here, Gu Mingyan was still talking to the driver when Jiang Lime had already walked over. Gu Mingyan then turned around. "Jiang Lemon, are you going to find a classroom next?" Jiang Lime, however, said, "There's no rush, Mr. Gu. There's one more person waiting." "Waiting for who?" "You'll see when it comes." Compared to Chanku, who was more intimate, Jiang Lime was stoic and detached, more somewhat distant. Gu Mingyan gave an oh-so-subtle cry and stood here waiting with Jiang Lime for a while. A limousine pulls up in front of them, and after a moment's interval, it's Fufu Shin with a blind cane. Jiang Lemon greeted him when he saw this, and respectfully did not reach out to assist him, but instead nodded with Shin Muyu in the back seat of the car as a greeting. Shin Muyu slightly lifted her chin, then said, "Jiangsuk, my family, little Shin. I'm counting on you to take care of him." Jiang Lemon was respectful. "Don't worry." Shin Muyu nodded. "Take them inside. I'll wait until you guys leave, then I'll go." Shin Muyu eyed Shin Fufu's back as she slowly walked away with her blind cane, and her eyes were filled with heartbreaking regret. That should have been a spirited man, but now he even walks carefully. She had destroyed his pride with her own hands, and now she was trying to beg him to change back, wanting them to be the same as before. Even Shin Fufu questioned, "Shin Muyu, on what grounds? By the fact that you blinded me, by the fact that you ruined me, or by the fact that you love someone else?" Shin Muyu closed her eyes, not daring to look at them again, covering her eyes that were falling into tears with her hand. She ordered the driver with a cold voice, "Let's go." As long as Shin Fufu was happy, whatever he wanted to do, whatever he wanted, she gave it to him and fulfilled him. As long as he doesn't leave her. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up when she saw Shin Fufu, surprised and happy. "Brother Fufu, why are you here? Did you come to accompany me to class as well?" Shin Fufu smiled, compared to yesterday's coldness. He seemed to have returned to the cheerful look he had when he was living in the small, shabby building next to the orphanage. "Can't I just be here to go to school?" Gu Mingyan clapped his hands. "Of course I can. If I'm so stupid I can learn it. Of course Brother Fufu is so smart he can learn hot." Gu Mingyan naturally reached out and tugged on Shin Fufu's sleeve, leading him to avoid people and obstacles. Jiang Lian wanted to reach out and stop it, but seeing that Shin Fufu didn't resist and even smiled and talked to Gu Mingyan, she knew that the two of them were on good terms. There was not much more to it. After all, it was indeed better to have someone to hold on to than to walk alone. The three walked to the classroom and Shin Fufu took out his book. Gu Mingyan went over. Brother Shin, I'll read it to you. Shin Fu grabbed Gu Mingin's hand and put it on the book. Gu Mingin was shocked. Shin Fu's book was different from his. It was concave and convex. Under Gu Mingin's shocked gaze, Shin Fu gently smiled. Braille is a type of writing specifically for the blind to learn. Although we can't see anymore, we can learn by touch. Brother Fu is really something. It just can't be helped. Blind people have to live too. Shin Fu was very open-minded and reminded Gu Mingin. The professor is here, so listen well to the lesson. Gu Mingin then did a decent job and rarely tried to doze off in class. In this row of the staircase classroom, there sat 3 handsome men with eye-popping facial features that even the professor noticed at first glance. Let's listen to this music and tell me what form of music it belongs to. The music finished playing. The professor looked at Gu Mingin. Let's ask this student to answer. Before Gu Mingin could react, it was Jiang Lemon who poked him. Gu Mingin had to stand up. He scratched his head and cracked his scalp. On the side, Jiang Lime gently reminded from the bottom, "It's chamber music. It's Mozart's serenade." Nay, Gu Mingin couldn't hear it at all. Shin Fu heard it clearly and reminded Gu Mingin in a low voice, "Chamber music." Gu Mingin listened with his ears sideways. Shin Fu said a few sentences he did not quite hear. The more this time, the more inaudible. Nervous face is red. So stammered and finally said, "It's you about."
沈复复扶额，还是错了，还错得离谱。
River Lemon. Looks like you didn't listen to the lesson properly. Go back and copy the score 20 times and hand it to me in my office tomorrow. Chapter 24. Dishonor. The professor smiled. The student on the far right in the same row, you answer. River Lemon stood up. Chamber music, Mozart's serenade. Very good, what's the name? River Lemon. The professor looked down at the class list. Jiang Lemon was embarrassed that he had graduated many years ago and was not a student in this class at all, but how to open this? After thinking for a while, just as the professor was wondering how Jiang Lemon's name wasn't on the class list, Jiang Lemon spoke. I heard that there are many beautiful women in the music department. Teacher, I'm here to dabble in the class, said the cacophony of laughter. Jiang Lemon, on the contrary, did not change his face. The professor looked up at him for a moment, then laughed. You still lack a girlfriend? Jiang Lime nodded. The professor waved his hand, then looked at the students on the stage. Look, man, a foreigner is more talented than you guys. What are you studying? Finance. Look. Special gave Gu Mingin a look. Gu Mingin lowered his head in shame. Then he stole a glance at Jiang Lime. Assistant Jiang is so excellent. Oh, such a good and smart guy is working under his wife, who is even better. Gu Mingin snickered a little when he thought about it. Then he was elbowed by Shin Fu, reminding him, listen to the lesson well. The morning was all about classes, and Gu Mingin was learning 2 things at once. Finally, the time came for lunch. The professor left the podium. Gu Mingin then stood up. The cafeteria he came. On this side, Gu Mingin happily packed his backpack to go to the cafeteria with Shin Fu. Over there, Chun Nanxing received news that that little cutie, studying in a university with him, it was Su Shishu who donated a new campus to him in exchange for enrollment. Chun Nanxing doesn't even believe it. A little cutie. What's the point of going to school? Cutie. It should be sent to a madhouse. After coming over and seeing that Gu Mingin was really in class, Chun Nanxing's face looked like he had eaten a fly, and he felt that the grade of S University had dropped. He got in, distinguished himself, and what does Gu Mingin have? A little cutie. Just because of Su Shishu's favoritism, he just came in through the back door. It was shameful. How could there be such a disgusting man like Gu Mingin under the sky? Chun Nanxing had a sinister look in his eyes and waited for Gu Mingin's trio to come out later. He turned and hid in the crowd, then hid around the corner. When Gu Mingin was about to walk around the corner and down the stairs, he violently reached out and grabbed Gu Mingin's collar, pushing the man hard against the wall. Gu Mingin was caught off guard and was startled. The back of his head knocked against the wall and his eyes glazed over in pain. He then raised his eyes to look at Chun Nanxing, and then looked at Shin Fu and Jiang Lime for help. Shin Fu couldn't see, and until he figured out what was going on, he didn't move and asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Lemon was of course the first to step in. Grabbing Chun Nanxing's wrist, "Young Chun, have a word." Chun Nanxing backhanded Jiang Lime. "What are you? It's your turn to talk. Get lost." Chun Nanxing then put his elbow against Gu Mingin's neck, his eyes full of anger. "Didn't I warn you? Your identity is dishonorable and you were told to get lost. Who told you to come back? Do you want to die that badly?" Gu Mingin immediately thought of that word, junior. He opened his mouth, then tried to say something and shut up, and finally said, "My wife told me to come back. You come back when she tells you to? Then Sister Su tells you to go to hell, are you going?" Chun Nanqing became angrier and angrier as he spoke, swinging his fist to punch Gu Mingin. Before Jiang Lime could stop him, Gu Mingin's body had already automatically turned on defense mode as he yanked Chun Nanqing's fist that had hit him, pulled it forward fiercely, and lifted his foot to deliver a vicious kick. Since it was a stairway, it would be mealtime and people were pretty much gone again. Chun Nanqing was directly kicked and rolled down the stairs. His forehead hit the sharp corners of the stairs. Blood snaked down and instantly dripped all over his face, looking so gruesome and scary. Gu Mingin was a bit overwhelmed and panicked. Jiang Lemon had already gone down to help someone. Chun Xiao. Shin Fufu heard someone rolling down the stairs and was terrified, hurriedly feeling towards his side, felt Gu Mingin's sleeve and hand, a familiar touch, and was relieved. "It's good that it wasn't you who fell. It scared me to death." Chapter 25. Gu Mingin saw Shin Fufu standing right by the steps. He was afraid that he would fall down, so he reached out to stop him. "Brother Fufu, be careful of the steps." Shin Fufu held the blind cane steady in his hand. "I know," he then asked in a whisper. "Who is it that is bothering you?" This question really put Gu Mingin on the spot, and after thinking about it, he had to tell Shin Fufu about it. Shin Fufuchi summarized, "The brother of your wife's planted man? White Moonlight, right?" Gu Mingmin learned a word at ease and indistinctly then asked Shin Fufu, "What is White Moonlight? For example, you love your wife now, right? But one day your wife has a car accident and becomes a vegetable. Do you know what a vegetable is?" Gu Mingin shook his head, and after shaking his head, he realized that Shin Fufu couldn't see, so he hurriedly said, "I don't know." Shin Fufu thought also he did not know, so he explained to him, "It is not dead but cannot move, lying in the hospital room, can also eat, the same as normal people, just cannot move. Some can wake up and return to normal, of course this category belongs to the miracle. More often than not, they lie for a few years or more, and eventually die due to disease or organ failure." "Wait, Fufu-chan, say it slower. I understand." "Well, you understand this. Let's move on. There's no rush on this. I'll explain it all to you slowly." Gu Mingin heard Shin Fufu said so much, plus he learned a lot more in class today. For a moment he felt that his brain was full, he was very distressed and whacked his head, a little pain. There is a feeling of too much knowledge, it is gonna smoke. Over there, Chun Nanqing, however, had already stood up holding onto the stair railing as he pushed Jiang Lime away. "Don't need your hypocrisy." Then he pointed at Gu Mingin. "This is me telling Sister Su that you pushed me down the stairs. I'm hurt like this. There must be an explanation." Chun Nanqing's gaze was cold to the core, and when he stared at Gu Mingin, it was as if he was saying, "You're dead." Gu Mingin was still a little nervous, not thinking that his first day back to school with his wife would cause her trouble for fear of troubling her. He hurriedly said, "Don't you tell her." Chun Nanqing thought Gu Mingin was afraid. He covered his injured and bleeding head that was in excruciating pain and laughed loudly, then said grimly, "I'm going to tell her. I'm going to let Sister Su know how vicious you are." Gu Mingin was still really a bit scared to say something. Shin Fufu had already tugged on Gu Mingin's hand. He couldn't see Chun Nanqing, but he didn't lose half of his momentum and said, "If you're not afraid that Su Shishu will know that you picked the fight first, just go ahead and tell. Assistant Jiang isn't blind. You'll sue for blackmail. Won't he tell the truth?" Shin Fufu said something, and sure enough, Chun Nanqing scorned a lot. He had previously taken this little cutie. When he tricked away, Su Shishu had already moved to anger, and now he was injured instead of finding trouble with Gu Mingin. He was hurt, yes, but he was also the one who started the trouble. Su Shishu is now heading towards that little cutie, may not be favoring him. He wasn't his brother after all, and even though he didn't admit it, he just didn't carry that much weight in Su Shishu's heart. The more Chun Nanqing thought about it, the uglier his face became. Jiang Lemon also said at the side, "Chun Xiao is so badly injured, it's better to hurry to the hospital. Gu Mingin, you wait for me. He would never let this little cutie have his day. Have a good time." It was really bleeding and dizzy, and his eyes were bleary from the pain. Plus, he couldn't think of a more nefarious ploy for a while. Chun Nanqing then left first. Shin Fufu grabbed Gu Mingin's hand as he inclined his head and whispered to Gu Mingin, "He won't sue you. But when you go back, but you must sue him." Gu Mingin foolishly asked, "Why?" "Because the ones who make you bad, you don't spare any of them. If he can't get you killed, you get him killed, and if he can't get you in trouble, you get him in trouble." Shin Fufu tugged Gu Minggen's wrist and whispered in his ear again. Just go back and ask Su Shishu. You said, wife? Chan Nanxing approached me at school today and called me a mistress. Honey, what exactly is a mistress? Chun Nanxing said that Xiao San is dishonorable. Am I something very dishonorable? Remember that? Gu Minggen nodded with seeming understanding. Shin Fufu was very stern. Very well, repeat me. Take me as Su Shishu? You come to tell me off again. Gu Minggen did not think that he still had to take the test, so he stumbled and repeated, old, wife, Chan Nanxing today. He stumbled to memorize it. Shin Fufu nodded his head in satisfaction. It's not pathetic enough nor smooth enough. Go eat first. When I eat, I'll continue to teach you. Make sure there's no problem you go back and implement it at night. River Lemon. Just teaching little cuties to his face like that. Is that really okay, Mr. Shin? But Jiang Lemon didn't dare to say anything, so he had to pretend he didn't hear it. For one thing, he can't afford to offend Shin Fufu. That is the man who hates and makes Shin Muyu all anxious, and is spoiled by Shin Muyu as if he were the apple of his eye. Secondly, although this matter had a bit of a small means, it was indeed Chun Nanxing's arrogance in front of him, and if Gu Minggen didn't fight back, he was going to let Chun Nanxing pinch him to death. Jiang Lemon of course didn't care. He took it as if he didn't know or hear anything. There are 4 cafeterias at the University of S. There is also a lot of good food in them, like a food court with everything at a cheap price. Gu Minggen looked at the food and drooled, tugging at Shin Fufu one by one, saying, Brother Fufu, do you remember the days when we were starving and ate a bucket of instant noodles together? No need now. So much better food now. It's snail noodles, your favorite. Then we'll have conch chow. River Lemon wanted to say something. Shin Fufu seemed to have remembered something, smiled, and told Gu Minggen, I'd rather go back to that time. Gu Minggen had money now, and he ordered 2 bowls of deluxe snail noodles, the kind with all the toppings added. Then staring at the big fried eggs and drooling, when he heard Shin Fufu's words, he said, Why go back to that time? I just don't want to go back. I don't want to go hungry. Gu Minggen grabbed Shin Fufu's sleeve and shook it. Brother Fufu, isn't life good now? How good it is. I like the life now. Shin Fufu looked like he was smiling, but it seemed to be full of bitterness. And as Gu Minggen cheered and went to serve the snail powder, he murmured, I don't like it at all. He didn't like his current life at all. Chun Nanxing had 2 stitches in his forehead, and the pain was excruciating after the strength of the anesthetic wore off. He just went to Su Shishu's office with injuries, with a pale sickly smile to Su Shishu to send invitations. This weekend my birthday banquet, organized a bureau to play. Su's sister can be sure to appreciate face. Su Shishu raised her eyes, swept a glance at the wound on his forehead, then lowered her head to sign the documents and asked, How did you get hurt? Chapter 26 Provocations. Chun Nanxing looked like he was waiting for Su Shishu to ask this question, and he suddenly lay down on Su Shishu's desk in an aggravated manner. I heard it at school. When Su Shishu heard him say this, she could hear something in his words and put down her fountain pen to raise her eyes to look at him. Gu Minggen, he is only good in front of you, right? Sister Su is so toward him. I went to find him to apologize before not tricked him away. Sister Su warned me after I would not dare to hurt him again. Really went to apologize. Who knows, he pushed me down the stairs while I wasn't paying attention, causing me to get a few stitches. No anesthetic. It hurts. Chun Nanxing's aggrieved and pitiful appearance, reaching out to grab Su Shishu's hand, was dodged by Su Shishu. Chun Nanxing grabbed an empty hand, so he grabbed the pen that Su Shishu had used and still had a residual warmth, gently knocked on the table, and tore the gauze bag open to show it to Su Shishu. It hurts? Sister Su, help me to see if it's bleeding again? Su Shishu glanced faintly. It's scabbed over. It hurts. Call a doctor if it hurts. I can't help it. Su Shishu cold sentence. Chan Nanxing as if scolded, eyes red, almost crying look at Su Shishu. Sister Su still angry with me, is not it? I really don't dare anymore. I apologized to him and also wanted to make friends with him. Chan Nanxing looked pitiful. I don't like him, but I don't want Sister Su to hate me either. What Sister Su likes, I like. Finally, as if on a bet, he said this. It was only then that Su Shishu glanced at him. Leave the invitation. I'll be there. Really great. Chun Nanxing still wanted to say something to Su Xiushu, but the pen in his hand was taken away by Su Xiushu and he continued to work. He watched for a while and felt that he had almost seen the light, so he didn't say anything and sat aside to accompany Su Shishu. When Su Shishu finished this matter at hand, he said, Sister Su, Let's go to Haixing for dinner in the evening. After eating, it's just right to go see my brother. His medical checkup results just happened to come out. Su Shishu had wanted to refuse, but when she heard the latter sentence, she nodded. That's great. When Gu Mingyan saw Shin Muyu come to pick up Shin Fufu, he blinked his eyes and a trace of envy unexpectedly arose in his heart. If he could see his wife even at this moment, he would be very happy, and he would not be as tired as he is now, feeling like his brain is going to explode after a day of learning. Gu Mingyan got into the car and rubbed his temples. Dinner Su Shishu is also missing. Gu Mingyan held his cell phone, something he had just recently learned to use, and currently would only be answering and making calls, and checking WeChat, which was still continuing to be explored. He took out his cell phone and carefully dialed his wife's number, then waited expectantly for Su Shishu to pick up the phone. Sure enough, when that side picked up, Gu Mingyan softly shouted, "Wife." Su Shishu let out a low, what is it? I missed you." There seemed to be a moment of silence over there, and then Su Shishu's voice with some light laughter. "Got it." Gu Mingyan didn't know what he was laughing at. Anyway, he just giggled along. "Eat well even if your wife doesn't come home. The word rice is not yet finished." Gu Mingyan then heard Chun Nanxing's voice over there. "Sister Su, this is your favorite dish. Try it." Gu Mingyan was stunned, and then he heard Su Xiushu over there say, "I'll go back earlier." "Good." Just before Gu Mingyan could say the word, the other side had already hung up. Gu Mingyan held his cell phone, and he suddenly felt a little bloated in his heart. The wife seems, well, not very busy. The wife doesn't come home for dinner. She's eating out. With Chun Nanxing, the housekeeper had served all the dishes, and when he saw Gu Mingyan sitting there for a long time, he reminded, "Mr. Gu, it's time for dinner." Gu Mingyan saw the dishes on the table, all of which he liked to eat. He picked up his chopsticks, and for some reason, his appetite wasn't very good today. He felt full after a few bites. The housekeeper was aware of the size of his meals, and said with some concern from the sidelines, "Is it somewhere uncomfortable?" Gu Mingyan subconsciously touched his heart, then shook his head. He didn't want to waste food, so he ate again. But a delicious meal that tastes like nothing in your mouth. Gu Mingyan didn't even taste anything and finally put down his chopsticks. "I'm going to go do my homework." He consoled himself with the fact that his wife had said she would be back early. He'll be back with him after dinner, and soon he'll see his wife. So Gu Mingyan was motivated again. But by the time he finished copying the score, he was just too tired after a day of studying and fell asleep accidentally on the table. Snapping his eyes open, he glanced at the clock and saw that it was past 12 o'clock. Wife must have been home a long time ago. Gu Mingyan ran out the door. The small light in the hallway was on, but the bedroom was empty. The door to the study was closed, and Gu Mingyan knocked and knocked again. Gu Mingyan lowered his hand. "Wife, why haven't you come back yet? Didn't I say I'd be back early?" Just when Gu Mingyan was very lost, he heard a movement downstairs and he happily ran downstairs. Instead, Chun Nanxing's voice was heard. "Sister Su, take an early rest and wait for the expert consultation. Don't worry too much. My brother will be fine." Su Shishu seemed a little tired as she sat on the wheelchair, propping her forehead with her hand. And Chun Nanxing was squatting down on the armrest of the wheelchair to talk to Su Xiushu. His tone of voice with comfort and light coaxing. His gesture was a little too intimate for a moment. Gu Mingyan didn't even notice himself, sinking his face. It was at this time that he walked out and stood behind Su Shishu, pulling the wheelchair toward the back. "Wife, keep Su Shishu away from Chun Nanxing." Chun Nanxing noticed his men's wheelchairs moving away. He raised his eyes and saw that it was Gu Mingyan. He couldn't help but sneer a little. The ends of his eyes and eyebrows were full of provocation, adding, "Then Sister Su, I'll pick you up tomorrow." It was to tell Gu Mingyan that not only was Su Shishu inseparable with him tonight, but tomorrow would be the same. It's just intentional, like an oath of sovereignty. What was Gu Mingyan compared to his brother? In the end, he was not worth mentioning. Chun Nanxing's mood couldn't be better. It took Su Shishu a moment to realize. She turned back, still awake. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu and then Chun Nanxing. His eyes were a bit cold, and he suddenly said those words that Shin Fufu had taught him. "Honey, Chun Nanxing approached me at school today and called me a mistress." "Honey, what exactly is a mistress?" Chun Nanxing said that Junior is dishonorable. "Am I something very dishonorable?" Having said that, remembering that the gist of it was aggravation, that he was too raw wasn't aggravation enough. So squatting beside Su Shishu, he began to look at Su Shishu aggrievedly and repeated it again. Su Shishu first frowned, then looked at Chen Nanxing in displeasure. Chen Nanxing is about to break defense. Not, this little cutie. What's wrong with you? Nutsa suddenly Sue. Chapter 27. Am I dishonorable? It's still a cutie. Is it? Cutie. What kind of brain is that? How can you be really stupid and say something like that? Chen Nanxing's face instantly darkened. Gu Mingyan was clearly counting on him. It was really hateful. He had just used his brother's condition to ease his relationship with Su Shishu a little better, and Gu Mingyan gave him this show. But it's really good. It's great. Chen Nanxing gritted his teeth and angrily rebuked Gu Mingyan. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't say that. Don't slander me. Gu Mingyan didn't see the slightest bit of evasion as he looked straight into Chen Nanxing's eyes. At this moment his aura was suddenly strong, almost crushing in its stance. But, it was you who said that. Shen Fufu taught him a long time ago what to say when Chen Nanxing admits it, and what to say when he does not admit it. Gu Mingyan didn't panic at all. He was even calm, and felt like he had never been so calm before. The calmness gave him a feeling that he wanted to strangle Chen Nanxing to death. Su Shishu also looked at Chen Nanxing with cold eyes. She was more direct. His brain, he can't make up such a paragraph. Chen Nanxing was surprisingly somewhat speechless for a moment as he clenched his fists. Finally Sol said, Then am I wrong? Sister Su, between you and my brother, isn't he, Gu Mingyan, a junior? Chen Nanxing softened his stance again. He knelt down on one knee and looked at Su Shishu. His eyes were a little red as he added, The doctor said that my brother's health is not in good condition, Sister Su. You say, is it because my brother knows? No. You don't want him. Like talking about the sad place. Chen Nanxing downcast eyes wiped tears, and choked. Sister Su, you really do not want my brother? Doctors say that although the vegetative person will not move. But here, Sister Su, you say my brother's heart is not clearer than anyone else. When this was said as sadly as Chen Nanxing said it, Su Shishu also seemed to be stung for a moment, and a few moments of bitterness flashed in her eyes. She then said, One thing leads to another. He's not a mistress, and don't ever let me hear you call him that again. Chen Nanxing wanted to argue, but when the words came to his mouth, he bowed his head and gave a muffled cry. I know. I won't talk about him like this anymore. I know. I don't have the qualifications. If my brother can get better, he would still have the status to question a sentence, but I don't. After Chen Nanxing deliberately said such words to make Su Shishu blame himself, he turned around and left. Su Shishu didn't block it either. Gu Mingyan watched Chen Nanxing retreat in his entire body just like that. He frowned fiercely. How was it different from what Brother Fufu had taught him? Why didn't the wife stand up for him like Brother Fufu said? Clean up Chen Nanxing's ass? Even a few slaps? Why did the wife just let Chen Nanxing go, and still dined with Chen Nanxing today, and came back together and gestured intimately? Gu Mingyan didn't know why, and he couldn't figure it out. Thinking about it too much would give him a headache. He just felt a very hard emotion in his chest. A pang, like a knife was stabbing him. Su Shishu seemed to be a bit lost in thought, and after a short interval, she said, Why are you still up so late? Honey, didn't you say, come back early to be with me? After a pause, Gu Mingyan squatted down. He looked at Su Shishu in the wheelchair. A pair of clear eyes just the way she looked, full of fondness that he couldn't hide. Wife, I'm waiting for you. Gu Mingyan seemed to be feeling that something was still missing and racked his brain before adding, Waiting for you, to come home. Su Shishu originally had cold eyes, but this would be like ice melting as she reached out. Gu Mingyan pressed his face into the palm of her hand and gently rubbed it. Wife, like pampering. Su Shishu's expression was also drenched in a few moments of tenderness as she gently pinched Gu Mingyan's earlobe. Gu Mingyan had originally lowered his eyes in coveting the warmth of his wife's palm, but this time he raised his eyes again, his dark eyes looking at Su Shishu. Wife, am I really dishonorable? He asked gently. Su Shishu looked at him for a moment before answering. If you're dishonored, then I'm dishonored too, don't you think? Gu Mingyan looked up at Su Shishu, and he suddenly laughed from the bottom of his heart. How can a wife be dishonorable? A wife is the best. Su Shishu pinched Gu Mingyan's chin as she dropped a light kiss on his thin lips. It was followed by, So are you. Gu Mingyan instantly didn't feel stuffy in his heart anymore. He felt like his whole body was floating up, like he was being soaked and cloying with honey. It was very sweet and sweet. He licked his lips. Honey, did you eat the candy? Su Shishu's wheelchair slowly passed towards the elevator and sniffed with a low, Gu Gu Mingyan followed behind her wheelchair and whispered somewhat shyly, I taste sweetness. Su Shishu gently hooked her lips. Is that so? Then you might have tasted it wrong. I didn't eat any candy. Huh? Yeah, but I think it's so sweet. Gu Mingyan said this. Nerd. Gu Mingyan seemed to have heard Su Shishu say something, but wasn't quite sure. So he let out a low, huh? Honey, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Then put your ear to it. Oh good. Gu Mingyan obediently complied. He put his ear over. Then he was grabbed by Su Shoshu's collar. Since you're not sure, re-taste it. Did I eat sugar or not? Gu Mingyan was certain that his wife must have eaten sugar. Otherwise, how could she be so sweet? Gu Mingyan got up a little late and arrived at school late. Yesterday it was him waiting for Shin Fufu. Today it is Shin Fufu waiting for him. Shin Fufu held his blind cane. And when Gu Mingyan stood beside him, holding his arm, he smiled and asked, How was it? Did Mr. Chun get his ass kicked? Brother Fufu, I said what you said. But the wife didn't clean up Chen Nanxing and still seemed upset. Oh? Well, tell me about the situation. Jiang Lemon then listened to Gu Mingyan report out one by one. That was not hidden at all. He looked at the backs of these two good brothers with a somewhat complicated expression. Although Gu Mingyan was a little cutie, but Shin Fufu was not. This military division can be a bit powerful. I am afraid that there will be Chun Nanxing good fruit to eat in the future. Sure enough, Shin Fufu said after hearing this. I heard yesterday that he would only recklessly commit death, thinking that he was a straw bag of waste, but I didn't think that there was still a bit of a segment. Jiang Lemon thought behind them, no more segmented than Mr. Shun is segmented. Yesterday, Shin Fufu found him alone to talk, but both soft and hard to give him a good knock. Jiang Lemon is now honest, in Su Shishu, that is to say what should be said, not to say what should not be said. Except, of course, if Su Shishu asked. However, how can Su Shishu not ask Shin Fufu? With Shin Fufu's drip style of behavior, will not let Su Shishu think on him. Shin Fufu let out a sneer. Do you know which hospital Chun Nanxing's brother is in? Let's go and pull out his oxygen tube. Chapter 28. It's not as pathetic as you think. When Gu Mingyan heard this, he really wanted to go for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. With a solemn face, he said to Shin Fufu, Brother Fufu, pull out his oxygen tube. Can he still live? Of course I want him dead. Is it illegal to kill someone then? Breaking the law, Shin Fufu said dryly. Gu Mingyan was silent for a while, thinking that although he was a cutie, but still understands the truth that killing pays for killing. So he said, That won't do, Brother Fufu, we can't do that. Besides, he's a sick man, we can't bully the sick. Then others bully you. It's Chun Nanxing who bullied me, and there's a right to be wronged. We can go and pull out Chun Nanxing's oxygen tube. It's not like he needs oxygen tubing. Gu Mingyan thought for a moment and raised his fist. We can beat him with an oxygen tube. Shin Fufu finally laughed. He laughed for a while before he said, Forget about teasing you. Gu Mingyan giggled along. Shin Fufu instead grabbed Gu Mingyan's wrist and thought for a moment before he said, I'll teach you a few more tricks when I get there, so that you can grow a little bit of a brain. Okay. Thanks, Brother Fufu. You little cutie. Without me, you were sold and counted. And who will help you if I don't come to your aid? Is there to be a day, too, when I see you end up like me? Brother Fufu, you're so nice. Go on. Don't pussy out, go to your wife, I don't eat that. Shin Fufu pushed his head that was leaning on his shoulder. Gu Mingyan was pushed away and leaned back again. Brother Fufu is the best. I'm a lot happier with Brother Fufu around. It wouldn't be as unsettling as before. Shin Fufu was like his backbone. The two went to class. Jiang Lemon was still on the sidelines. This was his job these days, to watch over these two ancestors. Not a single slip-up, otherwise it would be fatal. At lunchtime, Gu Mingyan stood at the cafeteria window and watched as his aunt's hands shook off a few more pieces of his ribs, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Turning his head again, he saw Jiang Lemon's side. Again, he was buying ribs, and his ribs were shaken off. But the auntie who fed Jiang Lime didn't shake her hands at all, and the ribs were piled up into tips. Auntie was still smiling and asked warmly, Is this young man a new teacher? Do you have a date? Jiang Lemon smiled faintly, held up her gold-rimmed glasses and said perfunctorily, Auntie, I don't like women. Who knows that instead of being struck down? The aunt was even more enthusiastic. Great, great. I have a nephew who just broke up this year. Jiang Lemon looked like she couldn't listen to it anymore and rushed away. Gu Mingyan followed Jiang Lime as he stared at the ribs piled up on Jiang Lime's dinner plate. Assistant Jiang, all my ribs have gone to you. Jiang Lemon looked down and handed over her dinner plate. Then switch with you. Gu Mingyan happily took it. You're really a good person, Assistant Jiang. Gu Mingyan then looked over there. Shin Fufu was also playing rice. Auntie said one after another, Egu poor. How did you get like this at such a young age? AI, Auntie will play a little more for you. Shin Fufu smiled gently while mortaring her blind cane and said, Not poor. Not as poor as you think. Thank you for your kindness. Shin Fufu was carrying a plate full of dishes with his blind cane, and Gu Mingyan called out to him, Brother Fufu, this way. Shin Fufu then sought the direction of the source of the sound, slowly pestle and mortar blind cane over. His demeanor, do not care about those around or probing or pitying eyes. He couldn't see it, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Shin Fufu is such a person, he has a strong heart. A lot of things that Gu Mingyan thought the sky was falling could be handled in an organized manner when it came to him. Gu Mingyan felt that a man like Shin Fufu would make people feel at ease and reliable just by standing there. What a character to be if not blind. Pity. So Gu Mingyan ran over, stared down at the 2 chicken legs on Shin Fufu's dinner plate, and said happily, Can I have one of Brother Fufu's chicken legs? Shin Fufu handed him the dinner plate. All for you. So Gu Mingyan took a chicken leg from Shin Fufu in his left hand and a piece of ribs from Jiang Lim in his right hand. Not to mention how happy and full the meal was. He thought it was better to eat with more people. Like last night, the food was even better, it seemed tasteless. Today there are evening classes, the usual evening classes. Gu Mingyan is not involved. He went back in the evening with a tutor. Follow the tutor will learn a little more. But not when there's a class, you can't miss it. Classes don't end until 10 p.m. Gu Mingyan was about to be paralyzed with exhaustion, feeling like his brain was smoking as he held Shin Fufu. How can you study all day long? Can you learn all that much knowledge? Shin Fufu asked him back. So did you learn? Gu Mingyan shook his head. I can't possibly learn them all. He's telling the truth. With his brain, people say he's a cutie. How can he learn it all? Shin Fufu laughed softly. There is no waste if you can learn a little. You are still young. Shin Fufu reached out and patted Gu Mingyan's back. Gu Mingyan spat out his tongue. He would do this if Rhubarb was exhausted when he was at the orphanage. He felt like he was like Rhubarb at this moment. Jiang Lemon walked ahead to play with his cell phone. Gu Mingyan thought of something. He whispered in Shin Fufu's ear and asked, Assistant Jiang said he doesn't like women? What does that mean? Shin Fufu gave a beat, then said, Then you stay away from him. Ha! Shin Fufu joked. He might like you. No way. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Mingyan saw Su Shishu sitting in the back seat of the car who hadn't known how long she had been waiting for him, and his eyes lit up. Wife! Before running towards Su Shishu, he still had the conscience to say to Shin Fufu, Brother Fufu, my wife has come to pick me up. Then he scattered and ran towards Su Shishu, like a warm wind. Su Shishu had been looking down at the stock market. When she heard footsteps, she put down the tablet in her hand and turned her head to see Gu Mingyan running. Whisper, slow down. Wife. God knows how happy he was to see Su Shishu at this point in time after his brain felt like it was going to break after learning all day. He practically flew into Su Shishu's arms, but in the end he just went to look at Su Shishu through the car window, his breathing unsteady and sweaty from running fast. Su Shishu shook her head helplessly and wiped the sweat on his head with a tissue. Honey, what are you doing picking me up? It's not about wanting to see me sooner. Su Shishu raised her hand. Gu Mingyan willfully pressed his face against her palm, with a docile look. Wife, you're so good. Wife, how do you know I especially want to see you? Tiny cute. Like to be pampered a lot. Su Shishu was slowly feeling it while spending time with him. She looked at him with a rather spoiled look in her eyes. Chapter 29. Behave yourself. Hey, looks like I'm in the way here. The cool voice of Shin Muyu on the side. Gu Mingyan glanced at her, then embarrassedly buried his face in Su Shishu's palm. His ears are a little red, and he's been seen, but he still likes his wife and he's sticking it to her. His wife came to pick him up and he was really happy. So happy that he wanted to say all the best love words in the world to his wife to let her know that he really loved her. The word love seemed so strange to Gu Mingyan, but when it happened, after the love was strong, everything seemed so natural. Su Shishu touched Gu Mingyan's head. All right, get in the car and come. Good. Gu Mingyan opened the car door and sat next to Su Shishu. He looked out through the car window. Seeing that Shin Muyu, who was still calm and self-contained, began to tense up along with Shin Fufu approaching. Then Shin Muyu walked towards Shin Fufu. She reached out as if she wanted to help him, but in the end, she didn't. And Shin Fufu walked forward, as if he didn't notice until the driver called out to him, "Mr. Shun." Only then did Shin Fufu gently smile politely. Trouble. The car door opened and Shin Fufu's blind cane tapped, lifting his foot to get in but about to hit his head because he didn't bend over enough. Shin Muyu instantly shot out to block where he was going to hit the roof of the car, and Shin Fufu's head hit the soft hand. Shin Muyu reached out to help him. Slow down. Shin Fufu's face was a bit dark as he waved away Shin Muyu's hand, seemingly very disgusted, even going so far as to speak coldly. There is no need for you to pretend to be sympathetic. Shin Muyu was such a strong person, but she didn't even have a word to retort and followed into the car. He even kindly inquired, "Are you still adapting to class today? It just so happens that the air-freighted salmon came over, so I'll make salmon sushi tonight. It's your favorite and it's been a long time since you've had it." No matter what Shin Muyu said, Shin Fufu was in a state of disregard. The car drove off. Gu Mingyan looked over there, and he couldn't help but shiver as he told Su Shishu. Brother Fufu suddenly became so cold and scary. Yes. Well, he's not like that in front of me. Fufu is very smiley in front of me. It seemed like she thought about it before Gu Mingyan said, "I still like the smiling Fufu brother." Shin Fufu just now that look is really too scary, as if to isolate everything, is detached is even more defensive. Gu Mingyan looked at the heart still a little inexplicably hard. Don't like that look on Fufu's face, he muttered to himself. Su Shishu scanned the unfinished stock market alignment on the tablet. She laughed softly. Your Fufu brother used to love to smile at her too. I've never seen a man who can spoil a woman like that. Gu Mingyan's eyes widened, then said, Brother Fufu is already a very good person. Thinking of Su Shishu's previous sentence, Gu Mingyan asked again, then why isn't Brother Fufu smiling with Miss Shin now? Did they have a fight? Su Shishu didn't care much and said, well, let them work out their own affairs. Gu Mingyan thought about it and nodded. There was a momentary silence in the car as Su Shishu casually pulled up a conversation. Anything interesting at school today? Gu Mingyan thought about it, then he said, there is. It turns out that Jiangsuk likes men. And no, it's Jiangsuk who doesn't like women. Gu Mingyan scratched his face, his not-so-smart little brain thinking that since he hadn't personally heard that Jiang Lime liked men, it was better not to start rumors. Maybe Jiang Lemon doesn't like people. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Wait, weird. Jiang Lemon was sitting in the co-pilot, had been waiting for Su Shishu if he had any inquiries or asked individually. He would have reported Gu Mingyan's business at school one by one. After all, that's his job these days. If he didn't, he would have waited to get off work. After all, it was rare to have a few days of relaxation after years of working, and he wouldn't need to watch when Gu Mingyan was on the right track here, and when she and Shin Fufu were able to help each other with classes and normal life. Otherwise, too differentiated treatment. Gu Mingyan's simple brain has no opinion, but that Mr. Shun of the Shin family is not willing to be watched at all times. He is very repulsive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that Su Shishu sent someone, while Shin Muyu, who cared so much about caring, didn't send anyone. Then Jiang Lemon heard Gu Mingyan's words, and even if Gu Mingyan had lowered his voice to say it, he wasn't deaf after all. River Lemon, keep your mouth shut and know what you're talking about or not. If Jiang Lemon had just said that a joke at noon by himself would cause his career to suffer the biggest crisis, he would have gone back and slapped himself twice to shut himself up. Just when Gu Mingyan hadn't figured out exactly what was a little bit off, he heard Su Shishu's smirking, non-smirking voice. Is that so? 2 words faintly followed. Jiang Lemon. Jiang Lemon hurriedly explained. It was the auntie in the cafeteria who was serving food who wanted to introduce someone to me, and I casually made up the reason, which happened to fall on Mr. Gu's deaf ears. Su Shishu raised her eyebrows, then in a faint voice, there's a mission in a foreign mining area, so you should go there tomorrow. Jiang Lemon simply want to cry. He really is not the kind of malicious people say, although Gu Mingyan really handsome, but he has no brain, and he really doesn't like men. In her heart, no matter how much she screamed miserably, on the surface Jiang Lime still calmly replied, yes. Only then did Su Shishu faintly voice, go back. She then touched Gu Mingyan's hand before saying, you need to stay away from men like Assistant Jiang. Jiang Lime. He's really not. 100 mouths to feed. Gu Mingyan didn't understand, so he asked, why? Assistant Jiang is very nice. Su Shishu gazed at Gu Mingyan, seemingly wondering what exactly to do with this little cutie. To be clear, neither the same sex nor the opposite sex was safe once they had a nonconformity. But after a long time, Sushi Shu just smiled lightly and said so dotingly, "It's okay. You don't have to care about this. I will protect you." Gu Mingyan seemed to understand. Then he was very insistent. "Wife, I'm a man. I'll protect you too." Sushi Shu didn't take it seriously. If she had to use a cutie to protect, then she didn't need to mix. "Hungry for a snack?" Sushi Shu changed the subject. Gu Mingyan really touched his stomach, as if he was a bit hungry, and he asked Sushi Shu, "Wife, are you hungry?" Sushi Shu put down the tablet and reported a location to the driver. "Then let's go have a snack. Cantonese-style tea house, still crowded at this hour." Sushi Shu had already reserved a place in the elegant room when she came, and the elevator went straight to it. The fence is bordered by the bustling imperial city at night, neon lights flashing. The slightly cool night breeze came. Gu Mingyan lay on the fence and looked down. The cars and the road became miniature. It was a look he hadn't seen before. Sushi Shu looked at Gu Ming and happy like a tiny cutie. Couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. He was originally a tiny cutie who hadn't seen the world. An exquisite dinner plate was placed on the table, and Gu Mingyan gradually stared in disbelief. Sushi Shu picked up a dry steam and put it in Gu Mingyan's bowl. "Try it." Gu Mingyan took a bite into it and his eyes lit up. Good times. Sushi Shu wasn't too hungry and was feeding Gu Mingyan when her cell phone rang. She scanned down and picked it up. The private room was very quiet, only he and Sushi Shu. Gu Mingyan could hear the voice on the other end of the phone. It was Chun Nanxing. "Sister Su, I seem to have seen you just now. Was it at Guangning Wine?" "Aha. It's just as well that I'm alone over here. Let's eat together. And by the way about my brother, the doctor updated me again. I'll talk to you." Sushi Shu glanced at Gu Mingyan, then said, "Come over." Gu Mingyan ate the delicate piggy bun points in one bite, but he didn't taste anything. He didn't like Chun Nanxing. He hated it when he saw it, especially when he was comfortable being alone with Sushi Shu. He hated Chun Nanxing coming over to disturb him. So before Chun Nanxing came over, Gu Mingyan ate like crazy. He wanted to eat all the delicious food so that Chun Nanxing could come over and eat nothing. He tried to feed Sushi Shu while eating, but Sushi Shu only drank a bowl of wormwood soup. "I don't eat late-night snacks." Gu Mingyan swallowed his food and was a bit strange. "So, wife, aren't we having a snack?" "Yeah." "So, you're not having a snack?" Gu Mingyan asked carefully. Sushi Shu laughed without saying anything, and only after half a minute, said, "If I don't eat a snack but sit here, isn't that accompanying you? Don't you understand yet?" Gu Mingyan only felt that for a moment. Her heart felt like it had been shot with an arrow, tingling and numb and itchy, yet painful. It is impossible to describe that feeling, but it makes him want to shed tears in a moment, and his eyes are full of tenderness. How could he not love such a Sushi Shu? Love it. "Wife." Just when the atmosphere in the box was too good, the door was pushed open by Chun Nanxing, accompanied by a voice that sounded so annoying to Gu Mingyan. "Sister Su." Gu Mingyan seldom hated anyone, but he really hated Chun Nanxing, especially incomparably. A little cutie with a simple heart, loved so purely and hated so dryly. Gu Mingyan stared at Chun Nanxing unkindly. Chun Nanxing seemed to be jokingly snickering. "Why are you looking at me like that? Like a mad dog that wants to bite?" The truth is that it is full of malice. He also deliberately pulled away the chair beside Sushi Shu and sat down, full of malice towards Gu Mingyan, but smiling at Sushi Shu. "Sister Su, look how destined we are. The imperial city is so big and there are so many stores, yet we managed to meet even for a late-night snack." Saying that, he changed a white rose from nowhere as if by magic and handed it to Sushi Shu. Sushi Shu casually took it, noticing the tiny cuteness of Gu Mingyan. Almost crying with anger, she casually threw it on the table. Apparently didn't care much for the one rose either. Gu Mingyan, however, thought that he didn't seem to have sent anything to his wife, and that he would send her flowers tomorrow as well. Gu Mingyan huffed. "Wife doesn't eat late-night snacks. She's here with me. You guys aren't destined for each other at all." Chun Nanxing, however, pretended to be generous and joked, Okay, I have a destiny with you." It gave Gu Mingyan the feeling of his fist hitting cotton, and he was furious. But he didn't know how to deal with this nuisance. Chun Nanxing can only stare and get angry. If only Brother Fufu was here, Brother Fufu would be able to clean up this bad guy Chun Nanxing. Sushi Shu was very business-like in tone. "What did the doctor say? Is your brother's situation getting better?" "Over there." Chun Nanxing didn't answer but turned to the dining table. "I'm starving to death." He beckoned, "Waiter." Remove the food and I'll reorder a few. Soon the waiter came over to remove all the dishes. Chan Nanxing took the menu, then deliberately close to Sushi Shu. Intimate gesture. Sister Su, it's too late, you don't eat late-night snacks. Order a cup of lemonade for you, to relieve the fatigue. Gu Mingyan saw that the chat over there was very pleasant. His eyes were on fire. He just hoped that this Chun Nanxing would eat quickly and get lost after eating. When Gu Mingyan was angry and pinched the hem of his shirt with his fingers, he brushed against his pocket and found his cell phone. He brightened up. Fufu was not here, but Fufu's cell phone was in blind mode. It was possible to communicate and chat. Brother Fufu taught him that. Gu Mingyan instantly felt like he had found his backbone. Full of great. Finally someone can fix Chen Nanxing and rescue him. So Gu Mingyan quietly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shen Fufu. Brother Fufu. Asleep? Shen Fufu didn't return. Gu Mingyan then took the life and made a series of calls. Brother Fufu. Help me. I'm so angry. Brother Fufu. Chun Nanxing sat next to my wife, and he caused her to chat and talk to him. I can't even interrupt what they're saying. My wife is looking at Chun Nanxing. My wife doesn't even look at me anymore. Brother Fufu. Brother Fufu, you quickly help me think of a solution. My wife said she only loves mine. How can she look at Chun Nanxing? Chun Nanxing is not as good looking as me. Chun Nanxing is not as good as me. Chun Nanxing is ugly. It would be great if Chun Nanxing could disappear. Seeing that Shen Fufu didn't return, Gu Mingyan pulled her head down, like a deflated ball. He was really aggrieved. The more he said, the more aggrieved he became, and his heart ached. His eyes hurt and he wanted to cry. He wanted Sushi Shu to just look at him. It would be good if Sushi Shu's world only had him, and even if it didn't, then it would be good if Sushi Shu's world didn't have Chun Nanxing. After a while, the phone dinged. It was Shen Fufu's Weibo. Mute your phone first. Gu Mingyan really had his hands full and hurriedly muted his cell phone. Back. There. Luckily Fufu had taught him and he remembered, so close he almost forgot. Shen Fufu. Describe to me where you are today. Shen Fufu deserved to be great. Just 2 sentences back. Gu Mingyan felt that his whole person was not panicked or aggrieved. Only high fighting spirit remained. He was ready to rush up and fight with Chun Nanxing for 300 rounds. Making sure to destroy Chun Nanxing. Gu Mingyan's typing crackled, not realizing at all that he used to be slow in typing. But now it was as if he had suddenly lit up a new skill. Sure enough, Shen Fufu, who saw the message, was the first. Xiao Gu, have you been to the hospital? You may not be born stupid. I think you are more like an acquired cause. Do you remember anything from your past or childhood? Gu Mingyan was all set to rush up and tear Chun Nanxing apart by hand when he saw Shen Fufu return this and was dumbfounded. Chapter 30. Pressure. Gu Mingyan thought for a while and suddenly realized that he had no memories of his childhood. So strange, how could he have no memories of his childhood? And he hadn't thought of it that way before. As soon as I think about it, it feels like my head is starting to hurt again. Gu Mingyan replied to Shen Fufu. My wife took me to the hospital. Shen Fufu replied right after. So what are the test results? If artificial intervention might be able to let you return to normal early. In that case, next time I will accompany you to the hospital for a separate checkup. Shen Fufu added. You remember to delete our chat records. Shen Fufu was a cautious and careful person. He wasn't like that before. Then caution and care had been engraved in his bones. For he had once lost one of his eyes through imprudence and overtrust. Gu Mingyan was anxious. Brother Fufu, please help me. Chun Nanxing is almost finished eating. Only then did Shen Fufu cut the topic back. Doesn't Chun Nanxing like to act generous? Then you use his generosity to disgust him. Isn't he close to your wife? You get up now, sit between the two of them and pamper your wife, saying that you're tired and fed up and want to go back to sleep. Shen Fufu. Remember Xiao Gu. All of Chun Nanxing's intimacy is a disguise on his part. It's fake. It's a deliberate attempt to make you jealous. This trick works for you, it works just as well for Chun Nanxing. And it's an absolute killer because all the intimacy between you and Sushi Shu is real. Shen Fufu. Imagine. Chun Nanxing doesn't even dare to touch a single finger of Sushi Shu and is not qualified to do so. But you can have 10 fingers with her. Standing in Chun Nanxing's shoes, he could go mad with anger. Shen Fufu. What I want you to do now is to gaslight him. You just pretend to be innocent, pretend to be naive. You don't have to pretend you are innocent and naive. This is your nature. Take advantage of it. You just show love, how to be pampered, how to be sticky, how to show. Let him bite his teeth and swallow his blood, still have to pretend to be generous. Shen Fufu. Got it. Gu Mingyan seemed to understand and nodded his head. then returned, I seem to know. Shin Fufu. Well, you'll take a moment to enlighten yourself and practice again. Go on. Shin Fufu's sentence go, like an order, gave Gu Mingin the courage to act. Gu Mingin slipped his cell phone into his pocket as he looked across the room at Chen Nanxing, who was eating elegantly while talking and laughing and chatting with Su Xiuxiu, took a deep breath and got up. Sister Su, what did the doctor mean when he said that? Did he mean that my brother was showing signs of awakening? But his body is having problems again. There are some heart failure precursors. I'm really uneasy and scared. In a while, Sister Su and I will go to the hospital together to see him again. The doctor said that after you left last time. He was in tears. It was hard for me to hear that for a long time. Chen Nanxing had a sad look on his face. I think brother is very much wanting you to accompany him more and see him. Tian, I really feel so pitiful that he is lying there alone. If it were me, I would also be very scared. Chen Nanxing finished waiting for Su Xiuxiu to comfort him yet, lowered his head and hung his eyes to pretend to be sad for a while. Noticing the movement beside him, Chen Nanxing made a move to grab Su Xiuxiu's hand. When he grabbed and realized that it was a man's hand, Chen Nanxing's pupils shrank and he raised his eyes fiercely, realizing that Gu Mingin had sat between him and Su Xiuxiu at an unknown time. At that moment, he was looking at him coldly, with eyes that looked like they could kill, sending chills of terrified fear down one's spine. A little cutie. How did you get such a horrendous pressure? Not exactly a cutie pie. I've got it. Chen Nanxing hurriedly shook off the hand in his palm, then reacted to the fact that it was just a cutie. What was he afraid of? Chen Nanxing was annoyed. What are you doing sitting here? Gu Mingin first glanced at Chen Nanxing, then reached out and hugged Su Xiuxiu's arm, clasping her fingers, completely ignoring Chen Nanxing. Gu Mingin's voice was a bit low and hoarse, with some petulant undertone. Honey, what time is it? Su Xiuxiu looked at her wristwatch. 11:30. So sleepy, we usually end up in bed at this hour. Gu Mingin was originally pampered, but sticking close to Su Xiuxiu and smelling the familiar orange scent of his wife's body, he was really a little sleepy. Su Xiuxiu inclined her head, looking at Gu Ming in sticky appearance. Is it over? It seems like you still remember what time it's over. I'm the one who didn't play enough flowers. These words Su Xiuxiu said close to his ear. Gu Mingin shrunk his shoulders. Sleepiness was instantly gone again. He was really tickled, like a kitten was scratching. He couldn't help but flex one finger to draw circles in Su Xiuxiu's palm. Chen Nanxing over there was ignored completely. What appetite did he have for a midnight snack? Originally the midnight snack was a pretext. He was not hungry at all. This will be a face of iron, but suppress the anger, still a usual appearance. The time is very late. Sister Su is also tired after a busy day. It's me who should not talk about my brother's matter at this time to cause Sister Su to worry. Su Xiuxiu grabbed Gu Mingin's fingers that were making a mess in her palm and sniffed before saying, I've already made an appointment with a well-known domestic expert for another consultation tomorrow. Thanks a lot. Chen Nanxing hadn't finished his words. Gu Mingin then shouted petulantly, Wife. Chen Nanxing gritted his teeth and had to re-say, Thanks to Sister Su. Gu Mingin let out another, Wife. Thank you Sister Su for your trouble. Wifey. Chen Nanxing gritted his teeth. Damn cutie. It must be on purpose. There's no end to it. Just as Chen Nanxing was annoyed and thinking about how to clean up Gu Mingin. But noticing Gu Mingin's hand on his leg, Chen Nanxing stared and saw Gu Mingin himself viciously pinching and twisting the flesh of his thigh, and then violently screamed in misery. Chen Nanxing? ? Su Xiuxiu was startled by the sound of Gu Ming, and suddenly sitting up straight and covering his thighs in misery. What's wrong? Gu Mingin pointed at Chen Nanxing and accused. Wife, he pinched my thigh. Chen Nanxing did not even react when he was accused. For one thing, this tactic is really clumsy, and he does not even play this set in kindergarten. Secondly, it's a cutie, made out to be planted. So much so that Chen Nanxing didn't even bother to argue and laughed in exasperation. I just hate you again, but I won't pinch you like this right in front of Sister Su. You don't have a brain and I still have one. Okay? Chen Nanxing had a cold smile on his lips, looking at the retarded look. He looked at Su Xiuxiu again. Sister Su, you know I wouldn't do that. What good would it do me? He is not ashamed to be a cutie. The means of planting evidence are so clumsy. Pretend to be generous to pretend for so long. It's hard to pick Gu Mingin's faults. Chen Nanxing may not just seize the ruthless denigration out of a mouthful of bad gas. But things didn't go the way he thought they would. Only to see Gu Mingin's eyes watering with the appearance of tears, grasping Su Xiuxiu's hand. looking at Su Shishu aggrievedly and pitifully, his voice soft. Wife, it hurts so much. Chapter 31 Favored Siding. It's a telltale little look. Chan Nanqing gritted his teeth and went up to carry Gu Mingan's collar to warn him. What are you pretending? Before the words were finished, his wrist was already pinched by Su Shishu, and a sharp pain came. Get behind me. This was said to Gu Mingan. Gu Mingan took a pitiful look at his wife before he sat behind Su Shishu like a child with someone to back him up, and he poked a head out from behind his wheelchair to watch, only to see Su Shishu just gently squeezing Chan Nanqing's wrist. Chan Nanqing's face was painful, and finally even kneeled down. Sister Su, I didn't Ka Ching. Ah! Accompanied by Chan Nanqing's scream, Su Xiushu let go of his hand, only to see Chan Nanqing covering his wrist with cold sweat all over his forehead. Su Shishu looked at him coldly. This time it's a dislocation. Next time I'll waste your hand. He is just a little cutie. What are you always bullying him for? When it hurts and aches, he will also shout. He's a little cutie. It's not like he doesn't know anything. Chan Nanqing grimaced in pain, but argued. I didn't twist him. He set me up. If I had struck, I wouldn't have twisted him. I pinched off a piece of his flesh. Don't you dare. Chan Nanqing was dying of anger. He was really dying of anger. Only after a long time did Su Shishu say, he's just a little cutie. Does he still have to pinch himself to set you up? When Gu Mingan heard this, he looked down in some embarrassment, his ears reddening a bit. He didn't want to do this, but Chan Nanqing was just too annoying. It's too much of a pain in the ass. Chan Nanqing looked at Su Xiushu with a paranoid questioning in his eyes. Sister Su is going to be towards him. I'm wrong about everything. Su Shishu scrutinized Chan Nanqing for a while. She seemed to be playful, leaning back towards the wheelchair. One hand propped up her chin, not really caring, and added, You know that you should come less to provoke him. Su Shishu turned around and locked eyes with Gu Mingan. She reached out her hand. Gu Mingan obediently rested his chin on her palm. Su Shishu stroked his head, like gently pampering a small pet, adding, Even if he set you up, it was because you made him uncomfortable and he hated you enough to target you. Chan Nanqing's eyes were crimson. If his eyes could spit fire, he would have long since incinerated everything here. Sister Su just had to be towards him. Su Shishu's hand that was touching Gu Mingan's head gave a start and looked at Chan Nanqing. It's not the first day you've known that I'm towards him. If I'm not towards him, am I towards you? What kind of relationship do you have with me? Carry yourself clearly. These words were really hard to hear, and the tears in Chan Nanqing's eyes were about to be held back. He sat on his knees and looked up at Su Shishu. Sister Su, why can't it be me, that little cutie? What exactly is better than me? Chan Nanqing's hand rested on the tip of Su Xiushu's high-heeled shoes, so devoutly submissive. Sister Su, I can do it too. Anything he can do for you, I can do. I am more like my brother than him. Sister Su, look at my face. Chan Nanqing's voice was so painful. Gu Mingan, however, reached out and swatted Chan Nanqing's arm away fiercely. Stay away from my wife. Don't touch her. Gu Mingan tapped on the tips of Su Shishu's shoes, as if the tips of Su Shishu's shoes had been touched by something dirty. Chan Nanqing looked at Gu Mingan coldly. It was all because of him. Because of this little cutie. It was because of him that he had disrupted all his plans and made him lose Missy. He'll never let him go. If Chan Nanqing's eyes transformed into a knife, he would only cut Gu Mingan into pieces. Gu Mingan, however, wasn't afraid in the slightest as he glared back at Chan Nanqing before turning his head and talking to Su Xiushu. Wife, he's glaring at me. Chan Nanqing couldn't bear it. You tattletale. You are just relying on Sister Su to like you. When Sister Su doesn't like you anymore, how much better do you think you'll end up? As long as he waited for his brother to wake up. What was Gu Mingan? Gu Mingan didn't even go head-to-head with Chan Nanqing. He only asked Su Xiushu pitifully, Wife, will you dislike me? Su Shishu felt funny. This little tiny cutie today is jealous? She touched his face. No, Chan Nanqing said viciously. Just not now, but always in the future. Will the wife later? No, Chan Nanqing said viciously. I'm just lying to you. When did Sister Su not like you? Do you still have to tell you? I'm afraid that time you have long been kicked out. Gu Mingan will wait for death when the time comes. When Su Shishu doesn't want Gu Mingan anymore, it's Gu Mingan's time to die. Bang! Chan Nanqing incredulously got up from the ground as he spat out another mouthful of blood. And Gu Mingan, who had made the move, stood up straight and condescended, surprisingly looking at Chun Nanqing as if he were a dog. A little cutie. I can't believe you have such a look in your eyes. He approached towards Chun Nanqing. Chun Nanqing actually crawled backward in some fear. What do you want? What are you doing? Gu Mingyan clenched his fists but didn't do it again, instead saying, I hate what you said, and I'll beat you up once I hear it from now on. I hate you. Behind her, Su Shishu let out a soft laugh. Gu Mingyan glared at Chun Nanqing in aggravation and annoyance. He walked over to push Su Xiushu's wheelchair, and his aggravated and big look became pathetic. Wife, can we go home now? I don't like it here, and don't come for dinner in the future. Su Shishu nodded. Let's go. Gu Mingyan pushed Su Xiushu to leave, and as he left, he also ruthlessly plucked out Chun Nanqing with his eyes, then happily pushed his wife away. Finally, she was his alone. The world is cleared. Instead, the sound of crackling and clanging and smashing things came from the box behind him, accompanied by Chun Nanqing's fury. What kind of a thing is he that he dares to threaten me like this? Gu Mingyan is something. Damn it. He's even going to ride over my head and make a fool of me. Ah! Chun Nanqing went crazy and smashed around in the box. Finally, his fingers trembled with pain, and his red eyes angrily rebuked the attendant who rushed over. Call the doctor. Call the doctor over. He's going to be in pain. Chun Nanqing endured the pain again, his expression all twisted with a sneer. Gu Mingyan is just relying on the face that resembles his brother for a few points to get Su Shishu favor a few points. But it is false. Su Shishu has always been cold, and when his brother woke up, Gu Mingyan will not have any good end. Thinking this way, Chun Nanqing was not so angry, only coldly thinking that his good brother can only wake up. If he can't wake up, then he should die earlier so that Su Shishu will also be more kind to him because of the deepening guilt. In 2 more years, tired of Gu Mingyan, how could it not be his turn? It would be best to wake up and die again, both to help him with Gu Mingyan and to get him Su Shishu. He wouldn't mind a ride if he woke up and didn't die. Chun Nanqing laughed sorrowfully, his expression twisted like a madman. The attendant was so frightened that he rushed to call an ambulance for him. Chapter 32. I'll steal my wife's card to support you. Royal River Bay. Gu Mingyan came out of the shower and he rolled up his silk pajama pants. A bruise on his thigh. Su Shishu was wearing a red robe with a lace neckline, sexy but not racy, with a sense of nobility. She lowered her eyes and saw the tiny cutie standing by the bed lifting her pants leg in aggravation. Her eyes swept over his bruised and injured thigh, and she reached up, gently scraping her fingernails over the injury. Gu Mingyan let out an extremely exaggerated, "It hurts." This expression was really a bit pompous, and Su Shishu leaned over to raise her eyes to look at him. Gu Mingyan also seemed to think that he might have overacted a bit, because it really didn't hurt very much, and when his wife's nails gently scraped over the skin injury, the itch overshadowed the pain, and it actually didn't hurt at all. It's very comfortable. Gu Mingyan's ears were a little red from his awkward acting, but he wanted his wife to be touching his skin, so he sat on the edge of the bed. Su Shishu, however, did not retreat, and the distance between the two of them instantly closed. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu from close at hand, and after a long time, he slightly lowered his head. Su Shishu didn't dodge. Gu Mingyan came a little closer before saying, "Honey, look, it's all because Chun Nanqing pinched him." Su Shishu was all but half closing his eyes when he realized this little cutie came close to him just to tattle. She reached out, cupping Gu Mingyan's face. "Didn't she clean him up for you? What else is there to be dissatisfied with?" Being too close, Su Shishu's breath was on his lips when he spoke. If there was anything like a kiss, Gu Mingyan's heartbeat was all messed up. He subconsciously held his breath, then said, "Honey, the leg hurts." "Then it won't hurt if I coax you." "Really, really? Try it and you won't know." Gu Mingyan felt the tip of his nose being rubbed as Su Shishu kissed him. Gu Mingyan was already half an hour late when he arrived at school. When he arrived, there was only Shin Fufu waiting for him. Gu Mingyan was surprised and looked around. "Where's Assistant Jiang?" Shin Fufu raised an eyebrow. "How was yesterday?" Gu Mingyan thought about it and happily hugged Shin Fufu's arm, just short of bouncing. "Brother Fufu, you're really good. The way you taught me works well." "It's good, isn't it?" "It's good because Chun Nanqing is nothing more than an insignificant pawn." Gu Mingyan was a bit confused. Shin Fufu only said, "The best means cannot get love useful but you love her, and she itself also favor you." Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up. "Of course my wife likes me the most." And did she say she loved you? Don't be too full of words. I don't want you to get in too deep. But this south wall you won't turn back until you hit it. It's like me at the time. I was so smart. I thought I could get everything I wanted. But then I realized that I was actually quite powerless. What do you want, brother Fufu? Marriage. Isn't Shin Muyu already married to you? Yes, it's not marriage I want anymore. Now I want a divorce and freedom. So, you see, I never got what I wanted. She wouldn't give it to me. These words really sounded a bit sad and puzzling. Gu with Gu Mingan's head simply couldn't figure it out. Solely, he didn't think about it. He took Shin Fufu's shoulder and said, Brother Fufu, you were just too smart. That's why you are always unhappy. Like me, think about nothing, at least I am happy now. Although I can't understand what you're trying to tell me. You always give me a feeling that I will definitely fall on my face in the future and will definitely be unhappy. Gu Mingan paused before saying, The unhappiness of the future has nothing to do with the present me. It's good that I'm happy now. Look at me, I'm really happy. Gu Mingan spun around in front of Shin Fufu. I'm so happy. I've never been so happy. I don't have to beg for a living on the streets to pick up garbage anymore. I have knowledge to learn, a wife, and money. Gu Mingan pulled out a black card from his pocket with such a proud smile. My wife gave me pocket money and told me to just swipe it. Shin Fufu. For a good half-long time, Shin Fufu nodded. Also, I should learn from you and follow you around for a piece of silly fun. Shin Fufu listened to the time on his cell phone. Hurry up and go, you'll be late for class. Gu Mingan took Shin Fufu's shoulders. Slow down, this way. He then wondered, where's Assistant Jiang? Shin Fufu casually said, I don't know, maybe it's F continent digging. Gu Mingan nodded. Then Assistant Jiang is off to a new job, so let's not bother him. Let's go to class. Gu Mingan was happy and heartless. But he's not Superman in the end and can stay awake all day and night. Sitting in the classroom, he dozed off, head little by little, forced to pull himself together. But the pen poked at his eyelids, forced his eyes open or sleepy eyelids fighting. Finally fell back to sleep. It's a good thing the professor in this class isn't that strict in his control. At noon, Gu Mingan felt even more sleepy after eating, and Shin Fufu opened the door of the dormitory. Gu Mingan was shocked. We still have a place to stay here? Shin Fufu nodded. The dormitory, for 4 years in college, belongs to your home. If you have a fight, you can come here, and you won't have nowhere to go. Gu Mingan nodded, then said, I won't fight with my wife. A man has to give in to his wife. She's not wrong. If you have a fight, it's only my wife who's angry with me. I won't be angry with her, and I won't not come home. Shin Fufu shook his head helplessly. I know. You have a pattern I don't. I'm petty. I love to calculate. I'm going to be angry. You can be generous too, brother Fufu. No, I'm careful and I hold grudges. Then you can be generous too. Can't be generous enough. Gu Mingan actually knew that Shin Fufu was a very principled person, and no one could change what he decided. People are not meant to be the same. Anyway, if he was generous, Gu Mingan wouldn't dwell on it for too long and was happy again. Then he said to Shin Fufu, Brother Fufu, I want to send flowers to my wife. Can you accompany me to choose? You're the one delivering it, not me. Although Shin Fufu said so, he still accompanied Gu Mingan to the flower store outside the school in the evening. He asked for a bouquet of white roses for Gu Mingan. Gu Mingan's eyes were full of amazement when he saw the cupped white roses that were still dripping with water droplets. My wife will love it. Then Gu Mingan said, Brother Fufu, do you want to buy a bunch for your wife as well? You can swipe my wife's card if you don't have any money. Chapter 33. So bossy. Shin Fufu was a bit speechless. I have to swipe your wife's card to buy flowers? It's fine if you don't have a backbone. I can't afford not to. Then you can swipe your wife's card. Gu Mingan seemed to have a little understanding of Su Shishu and Shin Mu Yu's financial strength, knowing that they did not lack money to spend. Shin Fufu laughed softly, as if in disdain. No, brush it. Look how pretty the flowers are. Gu Mingan enthusiastically settled down with Shin Fufu like a little son. Shin Fufu, however, was not at all merciful and cold. I can't see it. Gu Mingan. Right, I forgot, so smell it. It smells good. And the main thing is that brother Fufu, you look really handsome holding the flowers. Gu Mingan placed the flowers in Shin Fufu's arms, and he was especially happy to raise his cell phone to take a picture of Shin Fufu. Raising his cell phone again, Fufu brother smile. Take a selfie. I'll send it to my friends. Shin Fufu is very perfunctory. Flowers he is not to buy, but with a smile a still can. So as Gu Mingin took his shoulder, he sidestepped in his direction, a gesture that was not at all defensive. Shin Fufu stuck to Gu Mingin as he gently rushed towards the camera to reveal a gentle smile. The thin smile in his eyes was like rubbing the broken stars in the sky, making his whole person gentle. Gu Mingin also smiled brightly, and after taking the picture he loved it. Brother Fufu, you're so handsome. Shin Fufu's business-like smile ended, stuffing the flowers into Gu Mingin's arms and nodding her head with a perfunctory. You're handsome too. You've never even met me and you know I'm handsome? I'll touch your face and find out. So amazing. Fufu-chan, your hand is your third pair of eyes, isn't it? Cutie. Gu Mingin's head hit Shin Fufu's shoulder. Why are you suddenly scolding me? And you know, cutie, it's scolding you. I know, even though I'm a cutie. But I know a lot of things too. Gu Mingin hemmed and hawed. Shin Fufu only said, I won't be a brother to you if you are not handsome? Then I am too shallow. Moreover, if you are not handsome, how would Sushi Shu fall for you? Men look at women and women look at men are the same. There is no such thing as love at first sight, but it's all about color. Gu Mingin covered his ears as he shook his head as he spoke. Brother Fufu, you're talking about your grand theories again. Don't listen. Don't listen. The Wangba recites the scriptures. Shin Fufu. Just as Shin Fufu's reasoning Gu Mingin could never listen to, Gu Mingin didn't persuade Shin Fufu to buy flowers. So Gu Mingin was walking out of the flower store by himself holding a bouquet of flowers. Just as I walked out of the flower store, I heard a group of girls whispering together. Ah, so handsome. Is it a couple? Knocked on the head. Aha. KSWL. It's just too good a match. It's like one of the eyes can't see. Damn, it seems to smell even better. Imo poking XP. It's so romantic. Even though I can't see, you can be my eyes. You watch time for me. Watch the flowers bloom. And see all the beauty in this world. Gu Mingin waited until she was far away before turning back and asking Shin Fufu, what are they talking about? Shin Fufu said while very calmly mortaring his blind cane. It's good for children not to know. Ow. Gu Mingin nodded. I know. What Brother Fufu doesn't let me know is all bad stuff. The cell phone rang and Gu Mingin answered it. Wife. That voice is so full of love breath that it's cloying just to hear one sentence. I'm coming. I have another surprise for you. Okay, wait for me. Gu Mingin ended the call. He happily grabbed Shin Fufu's arm. Brother Fufu. My wife has come to pick me up. Shin Fufu rolled his eyes. Got it? Got it. You have a wife to pick up and someone to love. At the south gate of the University of S, Sushi Shu and Shin Mu-yu's two luxury cars were parked one after the other. Shin Mu-yu got off the car, at this time is leaning on the body of the limousine. Slender fingertips clamped a long thin cigarette, light smoke and mist. Her posture is cold and lonely. Gu Mingin held a large bunch of white roses and happily ran past Shin Mu-yu, about to run towards a car behind him. Shin Mu-yu held a cigarette in one hand and picked up the back of his collar with the other. Where to run to? Gu Mingin was yanked back, and he looked back at Shin Mu-yu with a high-flying look. Looking for my wife. Don't pull me. Shin Mu-yu threw him toward the back window of the car she was leaning against. Here. Gu Mingin only saw Sushi Shu, not waiting for Sushi Shu to put down the documents and raise her eyes to look at him. He was already holding a bouquet of flowers, itching to shove it through the car window, just like his passionate love and feelings, itching to hold it all in front of Sushi Shu. Wife. When Sushi Shu saw the bouquet of flowers, she reached out and fiddled with the delicate white roses that were beaded with water. It was only then that Gu Mingin's face was revealed from under the bouquet. Wife, for you, like it or not. Sushi Shu opened the car door. Come up. Gu Mingin then held a large bouquet of flowers and drilled into the car. He first babed the flowers and placed them in the middle of the two of them, but this was too babed the flowers and the distance between him and Sushi Shu was too far. Flowers are good, but he and his wife are the best in the world. So Gu Mingin decisively took the flowers away, put them behind him, and pounced over to stick beside Sushi Shu. Wife, do you like the flowers? Is it better than the one that whoever sent you? Before Sushi Shu could say anything, Shin Mu-yu's head poked in with a gossipy melon-eating look. Who? Who? Yo, our little cutie. Will still be jealous. Shin Mu-yu reached out to grab a handful of Gu Mingin's brain, but was slapped away by Su Xiushu. The woman's voice faint. Touch your own. Shin Mu-yu skimmed her mouth, then hummed. Petty-like. Her hand still really wanted to reach Shin Fufu's head, but in the end, She shrunk her fingertips and politely withdrew them. She looked at Shin Fu. After going to the flower store, why did you come back empty-handed? Even if you don't buy me a bouquet, you can buy one for yourself. Aren't sunflowers your favorite? Shin Fu sank his voice, not enthusiastic. If you want to buy it yourself, you didn't buy it before. Buy 2 bunches at a time, one for White Moonlight and one for me. He's married. How long are you going to hold a grudge? You didn't used to care about that. Well, I wasn't blind before, but now I'm blind through and through. I'll find a way to heal your eyes. No need. Shin Fu walked towards the back and got in the car at the driver's prompting. Shin Muyu went after him. Gu Mingyan's head was still lying on the car window to watch the fun, and was carried back by Su Shishu by the back of his collar. His chin pinched and forced to look at the woman in front of him. Su Shishu's strong and domineering manner caused Gu Mingyan to softly let out a wail, lifting his eyes to meet his wife's, his heart trembling with him. Chapter 34. Don't cry. It has been abridged, has been honest. The car's fenders were down, and with just the 2 of them left in the spacious back of the car, the picture gradually became less and less watchable. Royal River Bay. Su Shishu organized her messy dress, leaned on the car seat, and half surprisingly took a pack of women's cigarettes in the hidden compartment. She seldom smoked and was not addicted to cigarettes. This bag was still left in her car by Shin Muyu. Su Shishu turned towards the tiny cutie, who was still dutifully cleaning and wiping the seat with a wet paper towel, beckoning her hand, her voice carrying weariness and lethargy. Come here. Gu Mingyan was throwing the paper balls into the bag, raised his eyes at the words, then came over to Su Shishu's side. His clothes were also a bit wrinkled, but he looked more and more well-behaved and good at bullying. Wife. Su Shishu handed over the thin cigarette. Squeeze this one. Su Shishu's slender jade-like hand, however, grabbed his wrist and placed it on the cigarette. Gu Mingyan didn't understand, he didn't smoke or understand this, but he did whatever his wife told him to do. So Gu Mingyan tried to pinch it with his fingertips, and then he felt a snap, and the little popping beads of menthol in the cigarette were pinched open. Gu Mingyan's eyes went wide, looking like he hadn't seen the world before. Amazing! Su Shishu looked like a prank had been reached as she leaned back in her seat and smiled somewhat mischievously. Reaching out to touch Gu Mingyan's face, she smiled and lit a cigarette out the car window. Such a Su Shishu is the appearance that Gu Mingyan has not seen before. Not like her usual high and cold is not good to approach, but instead some childishness. Gu Mingyan looked a little dumbfounded. Su Shishu exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Through the faintly drifting smoke she said, "Clean up and go back." Only then did Gu Mingyan return to his senses and hurriedly bowed his head. Okay. Looking at the roses scattered on the carpet of the car, the place swept by the petals seems to be still crispy. Gu Mingyan's face is hot and hot. Hurriedly pick up all the tools of the trade and put them into the bag. As she got out of the car, Su Shishu turned back. The flowers didn't take. See the tiny cuteness. Red-faced and with wandering eyes, he hugged the flowers. Su Shishu reached out and pinched little Gu Mingyan. I have to continue to use it at night. After all, it's the first time you sent me flowers. One can't go to waste. Su Shishu reached out to help him. Look at this bit of talent of yours. Stand still. Wife. Gu Mingyan wanted to cover her face and couldn't spare her hands by hugging the flowers. So she glared at Su Shishu. Don't bully me. Saying that, he actually left Su Shishu behind and ran upstairs. Su Shishu laughed behind him. After laughing, Su Shishu touched on her knees. The smile on her face converged, and she resumed that cold female president look, looking so unapproachable and unapproachable. Su Shishu then contacted Lin Xiao. Arrange a doctor for me. Gu Mingyan ran upstairs holding the flowers, very embarrassed, and sat on the single sofa with a long red face. His mind was full of images of the car not being able to pass the trial. Looking down, I realized I had a nosebleed. Gu Mingyan hurriedly and carefully put the flowers aside, then drew out a wet tissue to wipe the nosebleed. Realizing that the nosebleed was getting worse the more he wiped it off, he ran to the bathroom a bit frazzled. It was hard to keep his nose from bleeding, and he looked at his open collar in the mirror, the teeth marks on his collarbone. The nosebleed fell again. Gu Mingyan hurriedly went to pull the wet wipes, then desperately shook his head, but stopped, not wanting to throw out such a wonderful Su Shishu. He ended up taking a cold shower, feeling much better, and going out with some weakness in his legs at the thought of his wife still waiting for him. Just when Gu Mingyan was feeling like he was in good shape, he didn't wait for Su Shishu even after waiting left and right. He walked out the door and knocked. No one was in the study, nor downstairs. Where's the wife? Gu Mingyan was a little unhappy, how his wife had disappeared, and could not help but think shamefully that the flowers had not been used up. Where did the wife go? Gu Mingyan's brain was able to think about things nowadays, even thinking about whether or not to go to Chun Nanxing's place. The thought of that possibility made him feel as if he had a ball of cotton stuffed in his chest, blocking it. Gu Mingyan lay on the soft and comfortable big bed and called Su Xiushu. The other side quickly picked up, and Gu Mingyan happily shouted, "Wife!" But it wasn't Su Shishu's voice, but Lin Xiaoxiao's. "Mr. Gu." Gu Mingyan stirred the hem of his shirt and looked lost with his eyes downcast. "It's Rinsuk. Mr. Su had something temporary to do and couldn't get away, and instructed me to convey to you that you should go to bed early. Wife not coming home tonight? It will be late, and I'll ask you not to wait for her. That. Anything you want to say or ask, it's okay, I'll answer you. And are there others? For example, Chun?" "No, don't worry about it." Gu Mingyan felt a little more pleasant, but his wife's absence was not much more pleasant. In the end, he chatted with Lin Xiao about something else. "Is Assistant Jiang okay over there?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice instantly became a little careless, with a few points of playfulness. "Of course. Good, I am a little envious of it. I work hard over here. He is vacationing abroad. How nourishing it. I cannot be compared to it, Aya." If it wasn't for the gloating in Lin Xiaoxiao's voice that was about to be suppressed, Gu Mingyan would probably have believed it. "Okay. Lindsay, tell my wife for me not to work too hard. Also, I'll wait for her to come home. We'll pass it on. Is there anything else, Mr. Gu?" "Not spicy." Gu Mingyan hung up the phone. He was holding it and was bored anyway. Just thought for a moment and chatted with Shin Fufu. "Brother Fufu, are you asleep?" Shin Fufu returned. "What's the matter? She doesn't like the flowers you sent your wife?" Gu Mingyan was in the middle of typing for a long time, and finally returned. "No, the wife likes it very much, especially. Just, Brother Fufu. I can't tell you much, but she really likes it." Shin Fufu. "Thanks." And not really wanting to hear it. Gu Mingyan laughed twice and talked to Shin Fufu on the phone, obviously in the daytime but also at night. Gu Mingyan was uneasy in his heart, and when he heard Shin Fufu speak, he was relieved, even if he was scolding him. In the course of small talk, they talked about Su Shishu's absence from home, and also about Lin Zhao's misbehavior. Shin Fufu then said, "Since you then want to know about Jiang Lemon, just call him. Although Jiang Lemon is not as good as Lin Xiaoxiao, he has also been with Su Shishu for many years, so it won't do you any harm to get on good terms with him." Chapter 35. Good news. Gu Mingyan seemed to understand, then said, "Hey? Like this? Good. Then I'll call him later. Don't be a while, just hit it now. Just as well I'm not talking to you. I'm going to bed." "Oh, okay. Good night, Fufu." Gu Mingyan hung up the phone, called Zhang Lime as Shin Fufu had instructed. Zhang Lime over there picked up quite quickly and was still a bit surprised, as if he hadn't expected Gu Mingyan to call him. "Mr. Gu, Assistant Zhang, is the new job going well?" "Still, okay. And when will you be back?" "This? Maybe it won't come back in this lifetime." But it wasn't like Zhang Lime would say this to Gu Mingyan. Zhang Lemon had to smile awkwardly and added, "Not yet." There were no words for a while, and Gu Mingyan was thinking that Shin Fufu had told him to get along with Zhang Lime. But how should he do it? Like what to talk about next? Gu Mingyan thought about it, but he just couldn't think of it, and finally walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and lifted the curtains. He glanced at the sky, and because the room's lights were dim, he could see the stars filling the sky. Gu Mingyan was about to have a chat with Zhang Lime about the weather. After a period of silence, or Zhang Lemon first opened his mouth. In fact, it also belongs to no words, just that he is better at socializing some. Then he asked Gu Mingyan, "Mr. Gu, why did you suddenly think of contacting me?" If he said this, Gu Mingyan wouldn't have something to say. "It's like this. I called Lindsay and talked about you." About what the situation was, Gu Mingyan told Zhang Lime truthfully, after saying that Gu Mingyan seemed to have heard teeth grinding in the earpiece, but wasn't quite sure. Zhang Lemon laughed twice after hearing this, which would be normal if it wasn't so gloomy. "I see, it is indeed a good job, no wonder Assistant Lin said so. Good errands aren't words spoken with such gnashing of teeth. They seem so sincere." But Gu Mingyan did not have the brains to understand the yin and yang. So he said, "Then Assistant Jiang, have a good time and come back soon. Good night. I'll talk to you again when I have time." Gu Mingyan amicably wanted to end the call. He felt that this should have accomplished what Shin Fufu said, to get on good terms with Zhang Lemon. In fact, it had nothing to do with Shinfufu. Gu Mingyan himself was willing to make friends with Jiang Lime, and Assistant Jiang was a very smart and nice person, so of course he could be in constant contact in the future. Gu Mingyan was ready to hang up when he finished speaking. Jiang Lime over there spoke instantly. Wait. Gu Mingyan wondered. Huh. Jiang Lime was silent for a while before saying, Actually, I didn't change this new job willingly. I was demoted and sent here. Gu Mingyan was a bit puzzled. Why? The reason why is left unsaid. It's pretty outrageous after all. Zhang Lian was silent again for a moment before adding, I'd like to ask Mr. Gu for a favor. You name it. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Gu Mingyan was always this kind. He was pure and always exuded his goodwill. Like there's no temper. It's a very nice person. Jiang Lemon knew that if he opened his mouth Gu Mingyan wouldn't refuse. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But if he didn't take advantage of Gu Mingyan, he probably wouldn't be able to go back in this life. Su Shishu side of the powerful and stable extremely reused Lin Xiaoxiao. Waiting for Su Shishu remembered him, a long time ago, monkey years and months. And if he quit his job, he was so reluctant. Obviously he first followed Su Shishu. Lin Xiaoxiao are his hand to promote. The little girl just entered the company, a mouth the Jiang brother shouted. The latter, however, replaced him. Jiang Lime took a deep breath before saying, Mr. Gu helped me plead in front of Missy to let me go back. It's considered a big favor for me, and I'll do my best to help you with any requests in the future as long as they don't go against the principle. Gu Mingyan's brain does not understand these twists and turns, and does not know Shinfufu's good intentions. He was just happy to be able to help others. Okay, I'll ask my wife for you. I also think that Assistant Jiang is going to such a faraway place by herself, and I heard Brother Fufu say that it's hot and stuffy and there are a lot of venomous insects. I want you to come back as well. Gu Mingyan hadn't spent more than a few days with Jiang Lime, but it was clear that he had made himself out to be a friend. It is often sincerity that strikes the most. Jiang Lime also said sincerely, Thank you, Mr. Gu. There was no ridicule when he was at the lowest point in his life, and he was willing to go out of his way to help him. And how is it not considered to be a nobleman for him? That's the way people are sometimes, and some hurdles just need a little pull from a valuable person to get through. Jiang Lemon looked at her wristwatch, calculated the time difference, and quickly said, Mr. Gu still has time to call me this late. Is Missy not at home? Gu Mingyan was shocked. How did you know? So powerful. Does Assistant Jiang know how to tell fortunes? River Lemon smiled. I wouldn't. I'm just guessing. Gu Mingyan was still a bit regretful. Ah, won't you? If only you knew how to count, you could just help me figure out where my wife is now. Jiang Lemon heard this, then smiled. This, although I can't do the math, it's not a difficult task. Wait a moment, I'll call you back. Not 5 minutes later, Gu Mingyan received a call back from Jiang Lime. He picked up, Assistant Jiang, do you know where my wife is? Missy is in the hospital. Is accompanying that by you, Chun Nanxing's brother. This time it was Jiang Lemon's turn to be a little surprised. He really thought of Gu Mingyan as a little cutie. But at this moment he completely reversed the impression that Gu Mingyan wasn't that stupid. There were many things that Gu Mingyan looked like he knew in his heart. Jiang Lime quickly said, No, Missy is checking her body. Wife, what's wrong with wife? Where is she? I'll go get her. Gu Mingyan was very nervous, and his face was a little white with worry. He really loved Su Shishu, so he was worried to the extreme. Jiang Lemon calmed him down. It should be that Missy's leg senses are returning. Every now and then, she will go to the hospital for a checkup. It's a good thing, don't worry, Mr. Gu. Really, that's great. Gu Mingyan was really happy for Su Shishu. Then the wife will be able to stand up in the future. That's for sure. Great. Thank you, Assistant Jiang. Thank you for telling me the good news. You're welcome. Whether this was good news for Gu Mingyan or not, Jiang Lemon didn't know. Ending the call, Gu Mingyan was genuinely happy and immediately wanted to share the good news with Shinfufu. Just before sending the message, the afterglow swept outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Shishu's car drove back. It's the wife who's back. Gu Mingyan, who still cares about Shinfufu, through the phone, happy to run downstairs to find his wife. Su Shishu's wheelchair had just gotten out of the car when Gu Mingyan had already run against the night breeze and, in an open embrace position, pounced over to hug her wife. Su Shishu was pounced on, then reached out and touched the tiny cute, the back of his head. Running so fast, what's wrong? Chapter 36. The first to strike. Gu Mingyan squatted in front of Su Shishu. He encircled her and tilted his head to look at her again. The eyes looked sincere and unbelievable, softly shouting, "Wife, what's wrong?" Su Shishu was very patient and stroked his hair. Gu Mingyan then gently rubbed his forehead against Su Shishu's leg. In a petulant tone, "I miss you so much. How long have I been gone?" Su Shishu seemed to find it funny and touched his face. "You're that sticky." Gu Mingyan didn't know, and he thought for a moment before saying, "I don't want to be separated. It's late. Get up, go to bed. You won't be able to get out of bed again tomorrow." Su Shishu finished. Gu Mingyan then obediently stood up, and he went around behind Su Shishu to help her push the wheelchair. Walking through the quiet garden, the moment was warm and beautiful. Before going to bed at night, Gu Mingyan reached out and helped Su Shishu press her leg. Su Shishu had been looking at her cell phone, which would put it down to look at him. "Like, I don't know, tiny cute. That's what this is for." Gu Mingyan earnestly helped Su Shishu press for a while before saying, "If I help my wife press more, she will get better quickly." Su Shishu changed to a comfortable position and continued to lie down. "There's actually no feeling." As if he didn't understand, Gu Mingyan pressed down with his hand. "Like this? Can't you feel it?" Su Shishu nodded. "It's hard to get better. It'll be fine." Gu Mingyan suddenly leaned over and reverently kissed Su Shishu on her knee. "Wife in good health." Su Shishu's complexion softened for a moment as she grabbed Gu Mingyan's wrist and pulled him in front of her. Looking at this tiny cutie, handsome face, half-heartedly he said, "And you're in good health." Gu Mingyan leaned towards Su Shishu's arms and said softly, "Honey, I love you." After saying that, Gu Mingyan raised his eyes to gaze at Su Shishu, full of anticipation. Expect a response. Expect that from your wife. "I love you too." But he looked forward to it for a long time and only got a sentence from Su Shishu. "It's late, go to sleep." She touched his face and added, "Good night." Gu Mingyan, however, said, "Honey, you haven't said anything yet." "Sleeping." Su Shishu turned off the lights. Gu Mingyan looked at his sleeping wife. He moved his lips and wanted to say, "Wife, you haven't said you love me too." But seeing his wife asleep, he knew she was tired and had gone to the hospital for a physical checkup, so she must be even sleepier at this time. The night was indeed late, so Gu Mingyan didn't have the heart to disturb Su Shishu anymore. He gently pulled over the quilt and went to sleep on one side. Then he reached out and took Su Shishu into his arms. "This great." Shen Fufu was eating a sandwich when Gu Mingyan got out of the car with his breakfast. Gu Mingyan walked up to Shen Fufu but didn't make a sound. He was trying to reach out and scare Shen Fufu. But as he approached, Shen Fufu slightly sidestepped his head. "Not late today." Gu Mingyan's hand, which had been stretched out to scare people, was still frozen in mid-air, and he looked at Shen Fufu in amazement. "Brother Fufu, how did you know it was me?" "You can see it." Gu Mingyan was still surprised and reached out, waving his hand in front of Shen Fufu's eyes. Being grabbed by Shen Fufu's wrist, he let out a light laugh. "Although I'm blind, I'm not deaf, and the things that sound can convey are no less than what one can see." Gu Mingyan seemed to understand something and immediately said, "It's footsteps." Shen Fufu nodded. The two made small talk as they went to find a classroom. Shen Fufu asked about Jiang Lemon. Gu Mingyan told the truth. He originally did not have any heart, not to mention that he and Shen Fufu such a relationship naturally will not hide anything. "Tell us all about it, one by one." Shen Fufu's footsteps lurched when he heard that Su Shishu was in the hospital for a checkup and her leg was recovering. Gu Mingyan drank children's milk while stopping along. "What's wrong, brother Fufu?" Shen Fufu thought for a while before saying, "If her leg gets better and the price is for you to leave, are you willing to do that?" Gu Mingyan was still drinking milk, and at that he stopped moving and seemed to incline his head in thought. He then nodded. "I do, as long as my wife is healthy." "So you won't miss her?" "It will, for sure." "What about you?" "I'll take care of myself too, and then wait for my wife to come to me." "What if she stops looking for you? She doesn't want you. I mean, she could give you up as long as her legs are healthy." "That's okay. I'll always think of her and love her until I die." Shen Fufu was silent for a long time after hearing this. "You're such a cutie." "I'm supposed to be a cutie." "Well, you won't hate her?" "I love her." Shen Fufu felt that, up to this point, it had become art. But how on earth was he supposed to tell Gu Mingyan that the more sincere he was, the less valuable he was? Relationships are like fish out of water. In the end, no one else can intervene. Shen Fufu changed the topic. "Have you thought of how to help Jiang Lemon plead for him to come back?" Gu Mingyan threw the empty milk carton into the trash can and ran back to hug Shen Fufu's arm. Oops, I forgot. I should have mentioned it yesterday. It's a good thing you didn't mention it, or he might never have come back. Huh? No way. Of course, don't underestimate how possessive women can be. It's something you'd better be euphemistic about. Shin Fufu leaned over and whispered in Gu Minggen's ear. Gu Minggen's eyes widened. Wouldn't that be too bad? You heart Chun Nanxing? Well, no way. Gu Minggen shook his head violently. He would not feel sorry for Chun Nanxing, even if he felt sorry for anyone. He hated him. Shin Fufu laughed softly. Then do so. So, Chun Nanxing was sitting in class for a lesson when he dislocated his hand, although it was not a fracture. But he was afraid that it would turn from a one-time dislocation into a habitual dislocation. So it was still up splinted and wrapped in gauze, secured and hung around the neck. A good player came over to lie on his table. Chun Xiao, what happened to your hand? Did you get into a fight with someone? Yo, who dares to offend you? Chun Nanxing's face was very bad, and he sniffed and explained in a cold voice, I accidentally fell. The other teased, that's a lot of carelessness. Chun Nanxing's knife eyes that wanted to kill swept over. What's your business? Straight white also does not give face to the face of impatience. It was only then that the other party put away the joke, a little afraid of Chun Nanxing's positive color up. No, someone is looking for you. Chun Nanxing glanced out the window and realized that it was Gu Minggen. Couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He hadn't even bothered to find this little cutie of trouble, but this person rushed up to send it. Then don't blame him. Chun Nanxing waved away the one who came to report. His eyes were grim as he walked towards Gu Minggen with its unkindness. You came to seek death? Gu Minggen's eyes were forever innocent as he looked at Chun Nanxing, thinking about the words Shin Fufu had taught him. About the thing you said about me being a double, I thought about it for a long time and I think what you said should be true. Then about your brother and my wife. I want to know more. Can you tell me? If it's possible, let's find a place where no one is around and take a step to talk. Chapter 37. You will not be spared. Chun Nanxing looked at this little cutie, and half a time he laughed lightly with disdain. What do you mean it should be true? You were supposed to be a double. Didn't I already tell you? Chun Nanxing raised his hand and slapped Gu Minggen's face, a gesture of ridicule to the extreme. People are precious to have self-knowledge. Everything you enjoy is stolen from you, something that originally belonged to my brother. Do you know that? Gu Minggen was still smiling even after being hit, like he had no temper and a good attitude. I don't know, so I want to know more. Okay, if you... Before Chun Nanxing finished his words, Gu Minggen saw that he agreed and hurriedly said, People come and go here. It's not convenient to talk, so let's take a step to talk. You still know how to have a face? How come you don't have a face when you're a stand-in for someone? Not if you don't borrow a step. Seeing that Gu Minggen turned around and was about to leave. How could Chun Nanxing let go of such a good opportunity to humiliate him? And yanked on Gu Minggen. Did I let you go? I'm going to tell you all about my brother and sister Sue's love today, one by one, so that you know how ridiculous you really are. Then let's take a step back and talk. Gu Minggen led Chun Nanxing to the restroom around the corner. A maintenance sign was placed on the door of the restroom. The place was already out of the way, and with the maintenance no one was here. Chun Nanxing didn't perceive the problem at all. He just looked at Gu Minggen with contempt. You're really disgusting people looking for disgusting places. You're poor without a good place, aren't you? Looking for a place like the toilet to talk. As Chun Nanxing's words fell, he saw Gu Minggen turn around. Unlike before when he looked like a bully. Footsteps also sounded behind him. Chun Nanxing violently sensed that something was wrong, and turned back before he could see who was behind him. He was then swung hard on his head by Shin Fufu with a blind cane, and he fainted with a black eye. Gu Minggen watched the man faint. In the end, he had never done anything like this before and was a bit worried. Is he all right? Brother Fufu, would you have hit him too hard? It's okay, he won't die. Do you want to kick him 2 more times to get out of it? Or slap him 2 more times to make his mouth smell so bad? Gu Minggen thought about it, squatted down and grabbed the fainted Shin Nanxing, and raised his hand for 2 loud slaps. Shin Fufu laughed at the sound and asked him, How was it? Are you happy? Gu Minggen nodded. This might be a bit not so good, but it's really fun. Brother Fufu, I'm happy now. Then do what I taught you. After all, we only get 1 chance to get it, and the next time he'll be on the defensive, so make sure you don't pity him. Shin Fufu raised his foot and stepped on Chun Nanxing's face, leaving dirty footprints on one of his white faces. Okay, Brother Fufu, all at your service. So Gu Minggen dragged Chun Nanxing into the toilet cubicle. and then used a mop to hold the door from the outside to make sure that Chan Nanqing couldn't get out afterward. He took the soft hose Shin Fufu handed him and held it in his hand. Shin Fufu, who was standing by the faucet over there, asked Gu Mingin, "Are you ready?" Gu Mingin nodded. "All right, over there." Shin Fufu turned on the faucet. Gu Mingin directly nourished the water into the toilet cubicle, and the originally unconscious Chen Nanqing was quickly nourished awake by the cold water. Then his angry growl came from the toilet cubicle. "Gu Mingin, you're counting on me? You're looking for death." Chen Nanqing seemed to be annoyed to the extreme. Lifting his foot and kicking the door hard, Shin Fufu went up to stabilize the mop stick against the door. Chen Nanqing could not break free, and the water current increased, rushing him soaked, and he could not open his eyes. Gu Mingin frantically nourished water into it, not caring about Chen Nanqing's tirade. Instead, it was Shin Fufu who said, "How does it taste? Chen Xiao, this is just the beginning. You think it's you who won't let him go? Wrong. Now it's us who are at loggerheads with you and won't let you go." Shin Fufu always uses the gentlest tone to say the most hateful words. When you first hear it, you don't take it to heart. Think about the creepy feeling. Chen Nanqing finally poured eyes. Huddled in the corner, water choking the mouth and nose is very difficult, and cold and breathing over, the voice of the tirade are much smaller. It's like there's no strength left to struggle, just to keep a life. After a long time, Chen Nanqing realized that the flow of that water was fixed, and he couldn't help but raise his eyes to find the water pipe hitting the toilet door. The people outside should be gone. Chen Nanqing slammed against the toilet door, and after some struggling and exertion, he finally opened the door. In that moment, fresh air rushed into his lungs, making him feel alive. He looked around and the person who started it was long gone. Chen Nanqing slammed his fist hard on the door with a loud clang. He would definitely not let them go. Gu Mingin was running wildly with Shin Fufu all the way to the playground. The two ran to the playground, running out of breath and propped up on the railing and laughed. It was a reckless joy. Gu Mingin exhaled. "So good." Shin Fufu stood up straight and laughed along. "Anyone who goes against Xiao Gu will not have a good ending." "Aha!" Gu Mingin lifted his chin and obliged very cooperatively. The two of them laughed for a while longer, and Shin Fufu leaned into Gu Mingin's ear to talk about the next step in the plan. Gu Mingin nodded in understanding. Just as Shin Fufu touched his stomach and said that he was a little hungry and wanted to go eat something, Gu Mingin answered the phone and then told Shin Fufu, "My wife came to pick me up. I was going to go get something nice to eat with you, so if she's coming to get it, go home and eat. Do you want to eat at my house, Brother Fufu? My family's dinner is delicious." Gu Mingin touched his stomach. "I eat a lot every day. Really? I'm going to try it sometime. Just for today." "Forget it today. Forget you have a mission? You should have a nice dinner with your wife. It would be inappropriate for me to go." Gu Mingin immediately nodded his head when he heard Shin Fufu remind him of this. "Right-o. I still have things to say to my wife." The two walked and chatted like this, and when they arrived at the boulevard where Sushi Shu had parked and waited for them, Gu Mingin was about to wave happily when he saw his wife's limousine. However, the movement was a beat, and then grabbed Shin Fufu's arm. "Brother Fufu, it's Chen Nanqing and your wife also came to pick you up," only to see a wet, very lousy Chen Nanqing at this time stood at the side of Sushi Shu's car to talk. The appearance and posture, it is very obvious that it is in the complaint. On the side, Shin Muyu held a cigarette and looked at the hilarious expression. Shin Fufu did not put Chen Nanqing in his eyes and only said, "Which time does she not come? If she is also there, Chen Nanqing is considered dead to the world." Shin Fufu walked forward without the slightest fear and said to Gu Mingin beside her, "Learn from it." Gu Mingin's eyes lit up at once and followed beside Shin Fufu, with a small look of someone backing him up. Coming, coming, coming. Chapter 38, Puppies. Sure enough, just as he approached, he heard Chen Nanqing was telling off. "Sister Su, you didn't let me bully him, so I didn't do anything. But you see, I didn't fight back, and that's how he bullied me." Chen Nanqing's tone was aggrieved again. "In the past, when I had any grievances, my brother was the first to rush up to protect me. Now, it's bullying my brother for being sick and not being able to speak up for me. Sister Su, you still have to be so towards him." Chen Nanqing lowered his head and wiped tears from his eyes. "In fact, this point of aggression is nothing. I shouldn't trouble Sister Su, but all of a sudden, I miss my brother so much." It was at this time that Gu Mingin approached, and he locked eyes with Su Xiushu, then softly shouted, "Wife." Sushi Shu handed Chen Nanqing a tissue, Chan Nanxing reached out and took it, but seemed to be even more sad. Gu Mingyan, however, clearly saw Chan Nanxing's fingertips deliberately touching his wife's fingertips when he picked up the tissue. This bad man. Gu Mingyan glared at Chan Nanxing. Chan Nanxing sued in the next second. You just now were you glaring at me? Such a vicious look would really appear on a little cutie face. I told you that you were pretending. What exactly is your purpose in approaching Sister Su? Shun Fufu let out an extremely light laugh. He merely glared at you, and you couldn't wait to pour a pot of dirty water on his head. In contrast, it's still you who is more vicious, right? Chan Nanxing glanced at Shin Fufu, noticed the blind cane in his hand, and sneered. One of you cuties. A blind man, yet you can jointly make a game to trick me into the toilet and douse me like this. Compared to wickedness, who can beat you guys? Blind man to little cutie. Ideas, it's funny. Shin Fufu did not put anyone in the slightest tone of voice. Interesting, isn't it? The interesting is still behind. Chan Nanxing was instantly annoyed. You threaten me? No, literally. Shin Fufu is so calm and collected. Shin Muyu pinched her cigarette when she saw Shin Fufu, keeping in mind that Shin Fufu hated the smell of smoke. This would be her standing aside, watching Shin Fufu dislike Chan Nanxing. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't seen such a vivid him in a long time. Sure enough, she really couldn't keep him locked up all the time. It would break. Shin Fufu added, You said we bullied you? Do you have any proof? If not, you're planting evidence. I'd get myself into this mess if I planted it. And you didn't hit me with this bag on my head? Chan Nanxing went up and grabbed Shin Fufu's collar. He was annoyed, like he just remembered. The one who hit me in the back was Anjiyu, right? A little cutie. Someone to back him up. But what gives a blind man the right to still ride him? Chan Nanxing swung his fist and was about to hit someone, but his wrist was held in the next second. Try moving him. Shun Muyu's extremely cold voice, his eyes full of shocking intimidation. Chan Nanxing's entire body was confused for a moment. Miss Shun, you? He just wanted to ask Shin Muyu what his relationship was with this blind man. He saw the blind man, whose collar was still clutched in his hand just now, suddenly as if he had been pushed hard, fell backward violently, retreated 2 or 3 steps, and fell heavily on the ground, and knocked his head. Shin Fufu covered his fallen head and pointed at Chan Nanxing. You pushed me, you are so vicious. How dare you not even spare a blind man? Gu Mingyan hurriedly ran over to assist Shin Fufu. Terrified, Brother Fufu! Shin Fufu stood up with Gu Mingyan's assistance while saying in a voice that only 2 people could hear, I faked it, it's fine. Gu Mingyan also whispered, But that fall on your head was really loud. Did it hurt? It's okay, he'll hurt more than me. Shin Fufu smiled without a care in the world. Sure enough, over there Shin Muyu has grabbed Chan Nanxing's collar and smashed Chan Nanxing's head hard into the body several times. With no mercy for the dead hand, blood instantly dripped all over Chan Nanxing's face. In the end, it was Sushi Shu who spoke out to stop it. Stop, are you going to beat him to death? Only then did Shin Muyu withdraw his hand, throwing Chan Nanxing, who was already dead or alive, on the ground, and took the handkerchief handed by the driver on the side to wipe his hands and casually threw it away. Back to Sushi Shu. You were just too soft-hearted, and gave him a chance to cry in front of you? What's wrong with being bullied? Whoever my people bullied, that's who should suffer from this bullying, who made him so ungrateful to offend my baby. With just a look from Sushi Shu, someone helped Chan Nanxing to be sent to the hospital. Shin Muyu didn't even look at it, as if she wouldn't care if she really beat someone to death today. She walked towards Shin Fufu. Her eyes were very heavy as she stared at the spot on his forehead that was bruised. And after a long time all that was left was heartache. I'm sorry. It's me who didn't protect you. Shin Fufu had been listening to Gu Mingyan relaying Chan Nanxing's misery with a smile hanging at the corner of her lips. This will hear Shin Muyu's words, but cold face, before and after the judgment as 2 people. If the Shin Fufu that Gu Mingyan gets along with is like a little sun on earth, then the Shin Fufu that is with Shin Muyu is just as cold as ice. Shin Muyu grabbed Shin Fufu's wrist. Go home and I'll show you if there's anywhere else that's hurt. Shin Fufu seems to have struggled twice but didn't break free. He only said coldly, no need. Shin Muyu forcefully tugged him and took him away. There's no need to cross the river so quickly, right? Next time. Let me clean up whoever. Just say a word. Why the pain of falling this time? Shin Fufu sneered. You still haven't changed, you dote on and defend whoever you like. Don't ask about right or wrong. Don't ask about the reason, 100% favoritism. Unfortunately, Once upon a time, I was the one not favored by you. He drew back his hand in the end, his attitude cold to the bone. There's no need to be sickeningly phony. Shun Muyu's expression stiffened, seemingly realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and for a moment her face turned a little white. Haven't seen enough. Su Shishu snapped her fingers in Gu Mingyan's ear. Gu Mingyan retracted his gaze as he got into the car and looked at Su Shishu. Wife brother Fu Fu and Ms. Shun seemed to be fighting again. Don't they fight all the time? The car door closed, and Su Shishu apparently didn't look like she took the episode much to heart, picking up her tablet to deal with her emails. There was silence in the car for a while before Gu Mingyan said, Ms. Shun used to have a white moonlight, right? Su Shishu sniffed, and her fingertips scratching the tablet paused before nodding. Aha! At that time, Ms. Shun didn't want brother Fu Fu for white moonlight, did she? Gu Mingyan's words sounded normal, but they just inexplicably carried some caution and tentativeness. Su Shishu put down the tablet as she looked at Gu Mingyan. What do you want to say? Gu Mingyan just stared at Su Shishu, and after a long time, he smiled warmly and jumped into Su Shishu's arms. Wife, I love you. Is that all you have to say? I'll give you one more chance to ask again. Su Shishu's hand cupped the back of his neck like it was pinching the lifeblood of a puppy. Chapter 39. Honey, don't catch a cold. Gu Mingyan, however, tilted his head in Su Shishu's arms as he looked at his big, beautiful wife. A half-hearted smile made it sweeter. Love you, wife. Su Shishu was tickled by his little look and lowered his head to come closer. Gu Mingyan looked like he was unable to move because he was confused by the beauty, and after a long time, he gently lowered his eyes again, and his slender eyelashes fluttered gently like feathery wings. He hung his eyes and blushed, then gently lifted his face to meet the near kiss. Chun Nanxing should have been hurt badly. In short, he hasn't come out to make a demon for a long time. Gu Mingyan's life was such a two-point street, either at school or at home. The days went by like this and the weather got colder and colder. Gu Mingyan wrapped up in his down jacket and stuck to Shin Fu Fu as he walked in the cold wind, suddenly feeling a coldness on his face. He raised his eyes to find small flakes of snow falling lingering under the streetlights. Gu Mingyan stopped and suddenly said happily, Brother Fu Fu, it's snowing. Shin Fu Fu also tilted his head and felt the cool snowflakes fall on his face. It's snowing. Gu Mingyan happily circled around Shin Fu Fu a few times before saying, Last year we were still in the orphanage. It was so cold then. We all had frostbite, itchy and painful. Shin Fu Fu was also brought back by Gu Mingyan's memories. The heating is still broken, and the windows are broken shut not. The windows are open when the wind is a little stronger. You're in good health. I've been sick a few times, and you're still fine. I have a runny nose too. Gu Mingyan tilted his head and watched the snowflakes getting more and more, filling the sky, and there were a few students around him cheering and happy, holding up their cell phones and taking wild pictures. They should be from the south. Gu Mingyan recalled this time and added, And then very soon, Brother Fu Fu, you were picked up by a limousine law. You told me you want to go back to inherit the family business. Shin Fu Fu laughed, even bending over a little with laughter. Is that what I said? Yes, that's what you said. Actually, I'm an orphan with no home. I don't have a home either. I'm still a little cutie. But my wife likes to call me Tiny Cute. So I'm now Tiny Cute. Shin Fu Fu originally had some sadness in his tone. This is also really not sad. He looked at Gu Mingyan, half a voice. You really? Gu Mingyan looked innocent. What's wrong, Brother Fu Fu? I'm really what? Tell me. You're such a little tiny cutie. I'm supposed to be tiny and cute. Yay. Gu Mingyan spun around in front of Shin Fu Fu, then took Shin Fu Fu's shoulder. I want to see the snow with my wife. She'll love it. It's you who likes it, isn't it? Gu Mingyan said word for word. What I like, my wife likes. Shin Fu Fu snorted and poked him in the brain. Don't be too in love, brain. There was a pause before he said, Has Su Shishu not been coming to pick you up lately? Gu Mingyan didn't take it to heart at all. My wife has been very busy lately. Sometimes she hasn't come back when I'm asleep and she's already left when I wake up. Then you're still so happy. I can't be upset because my wife is busy. She has her own career and life and she's not always busy all year round. There's always a time when she's free, and that's when it's great. As Gu Mingyan was talking, he suddenly withdrew his arm on Shin Fu Fu's shoulder and happily ran over. Wife. He was really happy, with stars in his eyes. Honey, you came to pick me up. Get in the car, hug your wife and wife sticker, and don't forget to lower the window to show off a bit with Shin Fu Fu. Brother Fu Fu, My wife came to pick me up. The corner of Shin Fu-Fu's mouth twitched before he could say anything. Gu Mingyan then thoughtfully said, "Not to talk to you, Uncle Chun. Quickly raise the window. The cold wind is pouring into the car. The wife can't catch a cold." It was so thoughtful, and even had the manner of a nobleman, making the chauffeur so handy. Obviously used to be a tiny little cutie who didn't bother anyone. Naive and unworldly. Nowadays it is being taught to be more and more aristocratic. Shin Fu-Fu to the point where he didn't know if this was good or bad. Just as he was standing in the snow and wind in a daze, he had been grabbed by someone and put his hand into a warm palm. Hand so cold still standing stupidly in the snow and wind. The woman's voice was overbearing and could not be denied. "Get in the car and go home." Although Su Shishu hadn't come to pick up Gu Ming and very often lately, Shin Mu Yu had come thunderously. Perhaps the snowy day was just too cold, and the hand holding his own was too warm, causing Shin Fu-Fu to be moved for a moment. He gave a soft, "Aha!" Shun Muyu's figure stiffened, then the corners of his lips curled up. There is always a time when the iceberg melts. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shoshu happily. Su Shishu, who was watching, put down the official work in her hands and inclined her head to look at him. "What's the point of always looking at me? Can't get enough of it. If only my wife belonged to me alone, I'd take her with me everywhere I go." Gu Mingyan lowered his head and dropped his eyes a little embarrassed, and added, "I want to be with my wife at all times." These are words he speaks with sincerity, because that is what he is by heart. Su Shishu reached out, and Gu Mingyan would already be very skillful at putting his face on it, and would also bow his head and ask Su Shishu to touch his head. Su Shishu reached out, tugged him to his side, and pinched his chin. "Is it not enough to spend time with you every night? What in the world isn't satisfying?" Gu Mingyan's face reddened as he leaned into Su Shishu's arms. "That's what makes it all the more tempting to stay glued to your wife all the time, or you can do nothing at all. Then I won't do it, as you say." Gu Mingyan's eyes widened slightly, then hurriedly said, No, that means." Su Shishu pretended to be confused. "What does that mean? I don't understand." She looked him in the eye and added, "Speak clearly." Gu Mingyan's face reddened, and finally hugged Su Shoshu. "In short, just want my wife to stay with me more." Su Shishu knew that he had always been unforgiving and pure in nature, and did not continue to make things difficult for him. Smiling, he changed the subject. "Keeping up with the lessons?" Gu Mingyan hurriedly covered his ears. "Ah, don't say it." Su Shishu looked at him. "So it's not following the class?" Gu Mingyan hugged Su Shoshu's neck and moved up to his lips. "Wife, don't ask." Su Shishu lowered her eyes to look at him. In the end, she didn't have the patience to push the person away. She only pinched him hard on his waist, counting it as a punishment. He is indeed spoiled by her, before which is so petulant. Hear what they do not want to hear on the splashy not called to say. Royal River Bay. The car stopped and Gu Mingyan waited for Su Shishu's wheelchair to come down as usual. Turning back to his habit, he tried to push the wheelchair. Instead of a black wheelchair, it was slender legs. Gu Mingyan looked upward along the slender legs and saw Su Shoshu, who was already standing. He was surprised. "Honey, your leg is healed?" Chapter 40. Don't like it. Su Shishu laughed softly, but then she tilted to the side. This scared Gu Mingyan, and he hurriedly reached out to help her. Su Shishu obediently fell into his arms before saying, "Not yet, just better than before." Gu Mingyan was like holding onto a fragile glass doll, momentarily stunned and at a loss for words, not daring to move a muscle. Like he'd dropped this rare treasure in his arms if he fidgeted. Behind them, the driver had already driven the car away, and only the two of them were left in the dark silence of the snow-falling villa garden. Su Shishu looked at the stunned Gu Mingyan and lightly smiled and pinched his ear. "Is this look happy or unhappy? Speak." It was only then that Gu Mingyan seemed to snap back to his senses, immediately bursting into ecstasy from the bottom of his heart. "Happy? Of course I'm happy. My wife getting better is something I've dreamed of." Su Shishu's slender fingertips pointed on Gu Mingyan's thin lips, one by one, with some playfulness and teasing. "So good at saying love words. It's not a love story. It's a wish from my heart. It's true that Fufu-chan was right. Wishing on a shooting star, wishes do come true." "Really, you still believe in that? Then what did you wish for?" "My wish is for my wife to have everything she wants." After Su Shishu heard Gu Mingyan's silly words, she actually smiled somewhat meaningfully. "This wish, A cold wind blew through with cold snow. A body deprived of warmth quickly feels cold. Gu Mingin noticed Su Shishu's bare legs, and thinking that his wife already had bad legs, he hurriedly took off his down jacket and wrapped it around his wife. The slender down jacket was worn on Su Shishu, just up to her calves, and once the zipper was pulled, the clothes that still carried body heat dispelled the chill. On the contrary, Gu Mingin was only wearing a thin shirt and suit pants after taking off his down jacket. The waistline is so beautifully toned when you bend over slightly. Su Shishu frowned, her hand resting on his abs. "Aren't you cold?" Gu Mingin shook his head. "I'm not afraid of the cold." Spoken like it's true. Su Shishu went to grab Gu Mingin's hand and interlocked her fingers with his before realizing that his palm was hot. Indeed, the fire is hot and not afraid of the cold. Su Shishu lifted her chin. "Today is the first snow. I want to take a walk in the garden. You hold me up and slow down a bit." Without the need for Su Shishu to say anything, Gu Mingin didn't relax for a moment to support her, not letting her have any accidents. But too much cherishing will always make it feel like it's not enough even when it's done right. Love is always often felt to be lacking. Gu Mingin was still afraid that she would fall. So he said, "It's better to sit in the wheelchair and I'll push you." Su Shishu suddenly stopped speaking, and the atmosphere sank for a moment. Even if Gu Mingin was stupid, he knew that he must have said something wrong. Immediately, he said, "Then I'll hold you up slowly." Seemingly sensing his caution, Su Shishu slowly took a step forward, wearing soft and furry snow-white flats on her feet. "Tap your toes like a genie descending from the earth." After taking 2 slow steps like this, Su Shishu said, "I've been sitting for a long time, I want to walk." Gu Mingin held her hand and instantly understood what she meant. Immediately chagrined why he had mentioned the wheelchair. The wife has gotten better and won't even need a wheelchair anymore. Although he knew Su Shishu when she was high up in a wheelchair, he knew that Su Shishu must not like wheelchairs. Who likes a wheelchair when you can be nice and act like a normal person? Gu Mingin held Su Shishu as he watched her walk slowly, walking for a while then taking a break. "The red plums should be in bloom, and I'd like to see them. It's open. I saw it the day before yesterday. Then let's go and see. The first snow is the most stunning when you enjoy the plums." "Good." Gu Mingin helped Su Shishu walk a little further. Su Shishu then already had cold sweat beading on her forehead and was shivering all over. She herself didn't even realize how hard she was gripping Gu Mingin's hand. So hard that Gu Mingin's white hand was strangled with red marks. "Wife, or I'll carry you." Gu Mingin hesitated for several moments before opening his mouth, unable to bear the thought of Su Shishu continuing to feel bad like this. Su Shishu seemed to be trying to take another step, but her legs felt like they were filled with thousands of pounds, and she couldn't take another step forward. She took a deep breath and finally fell limply into Gu Mingin's arms as if reconciling with herself. Then nodded, "Okay, you carry me." Gu Mingin was also relieved as he carried Su Shishu behind his back and slowly walked forward. Walking to the plum forest, Gu Mingin told Su Shishu, "The flowers are blooming." Su Shishu looked at the red plums in the snow. She was in a good mood, and let Gu Mingin carry her, and reached out to fold down any that caught her eye. The two of them had a great time strolling around, and when they left, Su Shishu was holding a bunch of red plums in full bloom and colorful. The first time she went back, Gu Mingin found a vase and carefully put the red plums into it and placed it on the bedside table. Su Shishu leaned in Gu Mingin's arms, and as far as her eyes could see the bunch of red plums. "There are still unopened ones that will look better in a couple of days. I think it looks good right now. Bring it to play tomorrow. I'm tired today." "Well, it's late too, wifey, go to bed." Gu Mingin kissed Su Shishu's forehead. He lowered his eyes, sleepiness rising. "Good night, wife. Go to sleep. I love you." "Well, good night." The two just made some casual small talk and then cuddled up. "That's great." Gu Mingin was in an extraordinarily good mood today and even handed Shin Fufu a red plum when he saw him. Shin Fufu took it and first touched it with his hand, then put it on the tip of his nose and gently smelled it. A smile followed. "Folded at home? My wife folded and gave them to me yesterday and put them in a vase in the bedroom overnight, and I picked one out for you today. Your wife gave it to you and you brought it to me? Would it be proper for you to hear it for yourself? Since my wife gave it to me, of course it's mine. You're my best brother. This flower is so beautiful, of course I have to give it to you. I can't thank you enough for talking as if I could see. Then you touch it, and you know it's beautiful even when you touch it." Gu Mingin snickered and added, "You can also take it back to your wife and give it to her. Just say that my wife gave it to her. They are good girlfriends anyway. I don't think your wife will mind. Instead, it was sent through your hands. She must be very happy." Shin Fufu did not retort at first, and seemed to be less disgusted than before. He held the flowers in his hands for a while, then suddenly pulled them off one by one and threw them around for fun. Gu Mingyan stopped it several times, but Shin Fufu dodged sideways as if she had eyes, then said, "If you give it to me, it's mine, and there's still a reason to snatch it back? Why are you so petty?" Gu Mingyan had to grit his teeth and watch Shin Fufu trash a good branch of flowers. "You really aren't romantic at all." Shin Fufu folded all the branches and smiled at his words. "You still don't know where to play with mud when I'm romantic? This flower, a grass, long time ago, it's all outdated. People who really understand romance don't play like this, you little bumpkin." Gu Mingyan wasn't angry when he was scolded. After mulling it over for a while, he wrapped up his down jacket and went up to bump Shin Fufu's shoulder twice. "Brother Fufu! Shin Fufu! Do not cue. You smash still speak foreign language. I can't understand. Leave me alone." "That won't do, Fufu. Since you know so much about romance, why don't you teach me?" "No. Teach me. No. Teach. Roll. Please." Gu Mingyan folded his hands. His face was sincere and pitiful, not caring if Shin Fufu could see it or not. "Please, please, please, Brother Fufu." Shin Fufu's goosebumps rose and he pushed Gu Mingyan towards one side. "I'm going to beat you up if you keep doing this. Punch me twice as my tuition?" Gu Mingyan scurried up and down around Shin Fufu, and every now and then he also used his head to top Shin Fufu twice, almost knocking Shin Fufu, who was already blind and had difficulty walking, off the small pond. Shin Fufu was annoyed by him before he impatiently said, "Do you really want to learn?" Gu Mingyan was starry-eyed and nodded desperately. "I want to, especially want to." Shin Fufu is also know a little bit why Sushi Shu like Gu Mingyan is really able to pester people if he is a woman also cannot resist. The saying that a strong woman is afraid of a stalker probably means the same thing. Shin Fufu, a look of old god, to the classroom took out the textbook. "You do a good job in class. Wait for the end of the school day, I will teach you 2 strokes. Before that, do not annoy me. Not even a little." "Okay, Fufu. Got it, Fufu." Gu Mingyan still had to continue to recite, looking at Shin Fufu's frown, fearing that Shin Fufu would not teach him. Immediately, he had the good sense to shut up. The ears were finally quiet, and Shin Fufu felt that the world was cleared. This little cutie Gu Mingyan is getting more and more resourceful. Classes are honestly done all day, and it just so happens that tomorrow is another Saturday day. The 2 of them were the only ones left in the classroom walk. Shin Fufu leaned over to Gu Mingyan's ear. "I'll give you a lecture next." Gu Mingyan had the look of a good boy who sat upright and studied. Shin Fufu coughed lightly. "Of course, first of all, we're both adults, and I need to teach you something that can't pass muster." 10 minutes later, Gu Mingyan's eyes widened. "I see. Will Fufu's wife really like it like this?" "No one will say no. I've got you covered." Shin Fufu handed the paper bag to Gu Mingyan and gave him a firm look. Gu Mingyan took it and didn't even dare to look at it and stuffed it directly into his school bag. Looking at Shin Fufu. "When did you buy it? Brother Fufu, did you give me the one you bought for yourself? Then what are you going back to use?" said Gu Mingyan to take out the paper bag and return it to Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu pressed his hand. "I have plenty there. This is what I took from the errand boy while you were sleeping between classes. This one, is it still delivered?" Gu Mingyan looked around for a week as if he had already been caught, blushing and reddening his ears, and finally looked at Shin Fufu uneasily. "Send it to school?" His mouth was slightly open, and his droll little look of disbelief was like a reversal of perception and 3 views. And lowered his voice and Shin Fufu whispered exchange. "So?" Shin Fufu interrupted. "We are all adults, what is there to be ashamed of? You this little bumpkin, others have long been fancy on you, are still playing with tradition. Beware of Sushi Shu, sooner or later tired of you find someone else to go." "Ah, what did you say, Brother Fufu? You're not allowed to say that. You quickly blah blah blah." Gu Mingyan pounced over to cover Shin Fufu's mouth and glared at him in annoyance, like an enraged beast, as if Shin Fufu didn't do what he wanted, his fist would be hammering someone in the next second. Shin Fufu looked at his pretentious little look and didn't even bother with him.
闻言偏头呸呸呸了3声，呸完了才说，又看哪个电视学的这一套，人家都在高速路上了，你还在这里马卡巴卡。
Shin Fufu lowered his head and pressed again on his cell phone according to the voice prompts before saying, "Sending you 2 Gs of teaching material. No thanks." Gu Mingyan took out his cell phone. "You sent me something." Shin Fufu's not-so-careful tone. You can click on it. Good. Sushi Shu didn't have time to pick him up today, and Gu Mingyan coming home so early was fine anyway. Might as well play with Shin Fufu here for a while. Hearing Shin Fufu say this, Gu Mingyan thought it was class materials or study materials that Shin Fufu had prepared for him, study videos or something like that. After all, it's the end of the semester and there's just so much knowledge to cram into your head. Gu Mingyan was now in a state of studying as soon as he opened his eyes, and although he was tired, he had long been accustomed to it. Just to be useful, he might be liked a little more by his wife if he didn't turn out to be a loser. Gu Mingyan was still a good learner, though he didn't always learn. But at least there was an attitude, so he opened the study video sent to him by Shin Fufu. The opening English music plays. Shin Fufu took the headphones and said, "Wearing headphones, what a scandal to play out." Gu Mingyan thought he was feeling noisy, so he took the headphones and stuffed them into his ears. The next moment, strange male and female laughter came to his ears. "This is weird, not sure, listen again. Look again." Then Gu Mingyan widened his eyes and clutched his cell phone, then fidgeted like a boiled shrimp. Finally, when the plot was getting beyond his imagination OC, Gu Mingyan's hands were busy trying to turn off the video. As a result, he accidentally pressed share, and he didn't even see who he shared it with, he was too busy to quit. When it was hard to exit with his hands and feet, Gu Mingyan's mind flashed violently to that sharing success hook. He didn't know why he remembered it so well, when it was obvious that his brain wasn't working very well either. After he opened WeChat and realized that it was shared to Sushi Shu. Pa! Gu Mingyan's cell phone fell to the ground. The sky is falling. Rushing to pick up the phone again. His mind had never reacted so quickly. The first time I went to retract it, I hit delete in a panic. Gu Mingyan's finger froze on the screen. He tried to recover it, but the chat logs were clean. Does that mean the wife didn't see it? Gu Mingyan gulped and asked Shin Fufu, who was beside him. It's just that, for example, if I send a message and want to withdraw it but press delete, can the other party still receive it? Shin Fufu raised his eyebrows, seemingly smelling something wrong, and inquired, "What news? Is that the point? Was that the point of his paragraph?" Excuse me? Chapter 41, Unlocking New Skin. Gu Mingyan felt that the sky had really collapsed, and he crumbled as he looked at Shin Fufu, who had a face of eating melon. Just the kind of video you shared with me. Shin Fufu actually guessed. This will personally hear Gu Mingyan confirm, laugh up, really want to hold back a little, did not hold back. The smile was particularly cheerful. Gu Mingyan reached out to pinch him. Stop laughing and help me think of a solution. Brother Fufu, you're the smartest. Or is there a possibility that I won't be able to receive it on my wife's side if I delete it? Gu Mingyan tricked himself into lighting up his eyes and immediately said, delete it and it's gone. So she can't see it, right? He don't be like this, okay? The more like this Shin Fufu, the more he can't stop laughing. In fact, he thinks it's not much of a big deal. Don't laugh. It was only then that Shin Fufu collected his laughter. He ventriloquized and propped up his blind cane, his tone serious. Well, right? She shouldn't be able to see it if you delete it. Really? Really? Hearing Shin Fufu say this, Gu Mingyan instantly felt much more credible. So a long sigh of relief. Just before he could finish his breath of relief, his cell phone vibrated. Gu Mingyan looked down and saw Sushi Shu's reply. So you like this kind? Pa! Gu Mingyan's cell phone couldn't hold it and fell to the ground again. He's gone. Didn't we agree that if you delete it, you won't be able to see it? What's going on? Gu Mingyan's cell phone cannot care about picking up. Grabbed the side of Shin Fufu. Finger bones too hard. Shin Fufu, who grabbed him, sucked in a breath of cold air and slapped his hand. What for? Let go, I'm afraid of pain. Gu Mingyan was truly flustered. His voice was muffled. Didn't you say you couldn't see it if you deleted it? Why is the wife still returning to me? Shin Fufu also did not shout pain. A serious, but also slightly sideways. Put the ear closer. Back to you what? Is that the point? Gu Mingyan was yelling at people in a hurry. Shin Fufu broke away from Gu Mingyan's clutches that were grabbing his arm. He leaned down, touched it, picked up the cell phone from the ground, and stuffed it back into Mingyan's hand. There was also a light pat before he said, It's important. I'm going to go and analyze it for you from her messages back to you, and then help you figure it out. It was only then that Gu Mingyan seemed to have found some backbone, and he picked up his cell phone and read it to Shin Fufu. My wife said that it turns out you like this kind. Then he added, Brother Fufu, help me think of something. Judging from that one sentence, she may not have seen you share it with her, and deleting it would by definition make it invisible. Is that so? Well, why don't you ask her? Shin Fufu had a serious face, helping Gu Mingyan to solve the problem. So, I'll ask. Shin Fufu touched his nose and his eyes couldn't help but look towards the sky. Although he was blind, his eyeballs were still preserved and well maintained, and it was hard to imagine that such a pair of cold eyes had gone blind without looking closely at the darkness in his eyes. Gu Mingyan, however, had no intention of discovering these small actions of Shin Fufu, who held up his cell phone, typing and deleting. Finally sent, "Wife, I did not look for you. Why do you suddenly send messages to me? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Which one do I like?" Gu Mingyan sent it and waited apprehensively for the message. Finally the phone vibrated again and he hurriedly looked down. "Lord wife. One screenshot of what can't pass muster. Very heavy on the fancy pictures. Lord wife. This kind. There is evidence. Pa." Gu Mingyan's cell phone fell to the ground once again. The sky is completely falling and the wife is slamming evidence in his face. The phone vibrated again. "Wifey. I was conservative before. You can try it with you since you like it." Gu Mingyan almost crushed his phone. He was really panicking. His whole body was about to smoke. Panic typing, trying to explain, even the first time to Cell Brothers, saying that Shin Fufu taught him bad. But the phone was dropped so many times that the screen failed. What he clearly wanted to type was, "Honey, let me explain." The screen had a mind of its own and typed, "These are minor." Gu Mingyan's face went white with fear, panicked and tried to withdraw it, pressed it several times and even tapped the phone, and finally the phone turned off. Gu Mingyan fell helplessly onto the chair, losing all his strength. Shin Fufu came over. "What are you doing?" "Ding dong, a ring. Kill cell phone." Gu Mingyan went up and pinched Shin Fufu's neck. Not hard, but shook it violently a few times. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Shin Fufu, this loss of friends, laugh, see teeth, not see eyes. Laugh enough to pacify. Gu Mingyan said, "This is a small meaning you think your wife would have not seen. What you see is the video. Maybe she is watching the scene more advanced than you. Do you want to hear what you're talking about, brother Fufu?" Gu Mingyan had a face that was so red it was almost ripe with smoke. "How can you do this? It's too embarrassing. No shame at all." Shin Fufu stood up and stretched. "Go back and learn well. Let's go." Royal River Bay. Gu Mingyan lay on his back waiting for Su Shishu to come back. He rolled on the bed and secretly opened the teaching material Shin Fufu gave him to look at again. "This phone is back to normal once I get home and charge it." Sure enough, a reboot try fixes 99% of the electronics. This would make his eyes go wide as he watched, and he would sneak a bite of the covers when he was too surprised. Just as his heart was thumping, suddenly the WeChat message popped up. "Still watching." Scared the out of him. Opened WeChat, covering the still scared heart-beating back Shin Fufu's message. "What? Ha 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 ha. Chicken-like? I'm not the one who's intimidated. Your wife is almost off duty. Right? I gave you a gift, you remember to use it. Otherwise it will be wasted. It cost me a few hundred oceans." Gu Mingyan sent him an emoticon. "Read and not returned." Then he jumped up and found the paper bag Shin Fufu had taken to him from his school bag. Opening it up and glancing inside, a bunny valet outfit with not many pieces of fabric. Gu Mingyan frowned and thought deeply, but he didn't have a lot of brains, and the deep thought was dismissed with it. He thought, or he'll try to see what it's really like first. He's also a bit curious, exploring and wondering about new things. He'll see what it looks like, and if it's bad, he'll never let his wife see it. Gu Mingyan looked at the drawings and studied them for a long time before finally wearing them. He fiddled with the fluffy, snow-white rabbit ears, which were adorably made. Gu Mingyan's cupped hands slipped and the rabbit ears fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent down to pick them up. The fluffy little clump of rabbit tail moved with his movements. Just at this time, Su Shishu pushed the door in. Chapter 42, Punishment Overtime. Su Shishu froze in place for a good while, her beautiful eyes all dark. Bias Gu Mingyan was still unaware of this. This would pick it up, and when he heard the voice behind him, he turned back violently. For a moment my brain didn't react. Only the joy and surprise of seeing my wife. "Honey, you're back." Because Su Shishu's leg was still in rehab, she could walk. But her walk was not steady. Gu Mingyan was always the first to mainly hold her up, and it was the same at this time, fearing that she would fall. "Wife, you're finally back." Then he felt something was wrong, but was too happy to notice for a moment. "Wait." Gu Mingyan finally noticed what was wrong, and he jerked his head down to see that he was still wearing the set of clothes Shin Fufu had given him. Deleted has been honest. Gu Mingyan took a step backward in fear, but Su Shishu directly wrapped her arms around him. What are you running for? The woman's cool voice was close at hand. The wrist was grabbed by the woman. Hands off. Gu Mingyan subconsciously obeyed. His hand removed was a red face. Su Shishu, as if he had seen it for the first time, came over to look carefully. With such a look, Gu Mingyan was embarrassed and couldn't carry it. Hold your breath. It was Su Shishu who finally said, breathe, stupid. Took Gu Mingyan a moment to remember that, yes, he could breathe. So took 2 deep breaths. Honey, let me explain. Su Shishu said, no need to explain. That's it, it's fine. I'd better go change down. No, that's it, I like it. Su Shishu's hands were propped up on the side of Gu Mingyan's ear, and she looked Gu Mingyan up and down with her eyes downcast, like she couldn't get enough of him. Who gave it to you? Su Shishu asked softly. Gu Mingyan felt his brain was a bit mushy and unguarded. He had always had no secrets with Su Shishu and truthfully said, Brother Fu, Shin Fu. Aha. Su Shishu gave a smile. Did he give you the video in the cell phone too? Gu Mingyan nodded uncertainly. Su Shishu then went to get Gu Mingyan's cell phone on the side. Gu Mingyan snapped to attention. He was still looking at it open, not closed. Panicking, he tried to get up and was pressed back by Su Shishu's shoulder. Su Shishu gave him a look that was enough of a shock. Don't move. Gu Mingyan was forced to remain motionless. Gu Mingyan had no secrets in front of him, including his cell phone password, bank card password, whatever she knew. Su Shishu is very controlling, but she was giving him respect. So holding the phone up to him, unlock it. 2 zeros plus the month and day of your wife's birthday. Gu Mingyan licked his somewhat dry lips before adding, too complicated to remember. It's too complicated to remember, but I remember my wife's birthday date very well. Su Shishu smiled as she typed 000822 and the phone unlocked. Su Shishu put her cell phone to Gu Mingyan's ear. Su Shishu asked him, like her voice. Gu Mingyan's head shook like a rattle. Still watching then? I'm sorry, wife. I'll never look at it again. Gu Mingyan bit his lip. Wife, turn it off. Su Shishu, however, smiled gently and didn't turn it off as she leaned over and whispered in Gu Mingyan's ear. Then she pinched Gu Mingyan's chin. Whose do you like better? Gu Mingyan reached out and tried to turn off his cell phone, so what choice was there? But Su Shishu grabbed her wrist. Asked you. I'm wrong, really wrong, wife, don't bully me. Su Shishu, however, ignored him. Seeing someone else looking at it is so enjoyable? It seems to be that others are better. No, really, Gu Mingyan explained in a panic, but looking at Su Shishu's face, he knew that the more he explained, the more wrong he was. Su Shishu let out a light laugh. You know you're wrong? He didn't dare to move if she didn't let him, so he desperately nodded. I really know I'm wrong, wife. I won't dare to do it again. It's all because Brother Fu brought me down. Pa! He received a light slap on his face. It didn't hurt, but it was indeed Su Shishu who hit him. Gu Mingyan wasn't annoyed at all, and even tilted his face. Wife, if you're angry, just slap me a few more times. It was followed by, no, that would hurt my wife's hand. I'll do it myself. He raised his hand to hit, and Su Shishu's eyes turned cold. Did I let you move? Gu Mingyan's raised hand froze and honestly put it down again. And will blame others for his mistakes. Shin Fu did send it to you, but if you don't read it, can he force you? It was only then that Su Shishu let out a soft cold snort. Since you're wrong, honestly admit it and don't look for excuses. Gu Mingyan was honest. I was wrong. To punish you. Su Shishu cupped Gu Mingyan's chin as she stared into his eyes. Do you accept? Thinking of the punishment for escaping earlier, Gu Mingyan did a bit of a double take. But his wife would get angry if he didn't, and he didn't want to make her angry, so he nodded his head. So well behaved. Okay, whatever you want, as long as you don't get angry, wife. Su Shishu laughed lightly. From now on, you are not allowed to move. Gu Mingyan, however, didn't know what kind of punishment this was. Don't move, don't talk, and extra time if you're wrong. Chapter 43, Not a Wreck. Deleted has been honest. Soon, Gu Mingyan realized how cruel a punishment this was, because he could see and feel but he couldn't move. Even so, Su Shishu is still fishing for law enforcement, and he gets 20 minutes of extra time for moving. The simply agonizing, leading up to the passing of a night. Gu Mingyan still owes 18 hours and 33 minutes of immobilization. Sleeping is all about Su Shishu's nightmarish voice. You moved, punishment extra time. Punishment OT. Refute me. Say no, and add 30 minutes. OT. 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 It made Gu Mingin cold and sweaty even in his sleep, but he didn't dare to move a muscle. He was wrong, he never dared again, he really knew he was wrong. Gu Mingin dreamed of a cold wife on all sides, slatternly talking to him about the OT, swirling in his ears, a magical sound in his ears, snapped out of it. The room had no lights on, the curtains, which were excellent for blocking out light, were drawn, and at the moment it was dark enough to make one wonder what time of day it was. Gu Mingin got up, he pulled open the curtains. It was cloudy outside. The sky was overcast, with no half-sunlight, the feeling of winter depression, and the cold wind blowing the tree branches swaying. The light snow that had fallen the day before had mostly melted, and looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows, it was the red plums outside that were in full bloom. He turned around and sat down on the bed a little tired and went to check the time. So it's evening already. He slept all day, went to bed at 6 in the morning and slept until late in the evening, and even then, he was still sleepy. Gu Mingin was really tired. Couldn't tell if it was his mind or his body. He propped up his forehead with his hand. Then the whole thing froze and rushed back to the bed to lie down, not daring to move. It's over. He remembers that when it was over, his wife said he had 18 hours and 33 minutes to go before he was allowed to move. He moved again just now and quite a bit more, and it's a good thing his wife isn't here, or the Otis wouldn't be able to move him tonight, and that would be the end of it. Gu Mingin's eyes darted around. Then he heard the sound of the door lock turning, and his eyes peeked over to follow the sound. Seeing Su Shishu leaning against the doorframe with a self-same languid nobility, she looked at him with her arms wrapped around her. Woke up from your nap? Gu Mingin subconsciously wanted to answer, but he had been lectured so hard again that his lips moved even when he spoke. But Su Shishu told him not to move a muscle. So Gu Mingin was extraordinarily honest, pursing his lips and not saying anything. Su Shishu smiled gently as she walked forward, walking a little slowly, but not in a lousy manner. It was evident that in just 2 days, she was already trying to pick up her pride and act like a normal person, disguising herself so that no one could see the alienation and vulnerability that lay beneath her normalcy. Gu Mingin, on the other hand, was staring at her uneasily and carefully, afraid that she would fall. If his wife would fall, he would be the first to protect her, even if he got OT. He could pounce on the carpet and let her fall on him, with him as a cushion so his wife wouldn't fall painfully sore. Su Shishu paused for a moment when she was almost there. There seemed to be cold sweat on her forehead, but she gently took a deep breath and finally sat on the edge of the bed. Even with a cold sweat on her forehead and slightly trembling fingers hanging down, she acted like a normal person. At this moment, he was still looking at Gu Mingin with a smile. So obedient. Gu Mingin had obviously learned his lesson and didn't dare to move a muscle. Su Shishu then pressed her hand on Gu Mingin's stomach. Are you hungry? Gu Mingin would have nodded frantically if he hadn't been unable to move. He was already hungry in front of him. Empty stomach, and head is as empty, so miserable. Oh. Do not know when his wife let him eat rice. Su Shishu laughed lightly. Hungry. Hungry is right. Remember this lesson and you'll be good next time.
不愧是老婆，好残忍，呜呜呜。不过还是喜欢老婆。
No matter how much his wife punishes him, he won't get mad. It's his wife. It was the wife who picked him up from the side of the garbage can and was tantamount to giving him a second life. He loved her, always, and he was willing to send her a hot, rolling heart. Su Shishu picked up the cell phone that Gu Mingin had placed on the bedside table. She operated on it for a few moments, then said, I've deleted all of them for you, and these are not to be touched again in the future. Su Shishu then called Shin Muyu. The room was quiet, and after Gu Mingin couldn't move, it appeared that Su Xioshu was moving alone. Even less secret to speak of. Gu Mingin heard Shin Muyu's voice on the other side of the phone. I was just about to call you. I heard that your leg is healed. So good. Don't you come out for a drink? I'll call a few more people, say you. How long has it been since you got together with us? Owned gathering, not today. I'm here to sue. Ha! Mind your man and don't send some nonsense to my little cutie all day long. I can't be bothered with him. If you can't control him next time, I'll find you something to do. Sent what? Shin Muyu cleared her throat before adding, You know, I don't dare to check his cell phone. Su Shishu operated on her cell phone for a bit before saying, Sent it to you. Shin Muyu's side should be looked at, silent for a while before saying, How big is this? You also control too strict. This face value is not ugly, flirt with, and did not dirty your eyes, right? His aesthetic is still online. I've said all that needs to be said. so weigh it yourself. Okay, I know just your family is a white rabbit, cannot see dirty, I will say. But I can't guarantee that he'll listen. You're not unaware of my situation. What's the difference between me and a maid in front of him? I dare to say a heavy word. I'll sleep on the sofa for 3 months. That's a little out of you. You're just giving me trouble. I can't help it. It's not the first day you've known I'm no good. Really, don't you want to come out for a drink or two? Come out to play. Roll. Su Shishu ended the call. She stared at Gu Mingyan for a while, then looked at her wristwatch. Punishment until 12:30 p.m. Gu Mingyan blinked his eyes. Luckily, blinking didn't count as moving, and he desperately blinked his eyes to feign pity. Su Shishu also really looked at him twice, and finally mercilessly got up and left. This great. Gu Mingyan was so tired this weekend that he not only looked at Su Shishu with some fear, but also got out of the car and saw Shen Fufu holding a cell phone. He had a mental shadow. It's really indirectly screwed. Gu Mingyan walked towards Shen Fufu with somewhat weak legs. Accompanied by the driver's cry of caution, Gu Mingyan turned his head and saw a red sports car crashing towards him, the sound of its honking horn shaking his eardrums. Gu Mingyan was momentarily stunned, but fortunately the front of the car stopped when it touched his knee, but Gu Mingyan still fell to the ground with weak legs. The car door opened. A woman in a red trench coat got off, took off her sunglasses and looked at it disdainfully. At first she thought it was a bumper sticker, but when she saw Gu Mingyan's face, she was happy to see it. It's you. Hello again. Shen Fufu had already groped his way over with his blind cane. What's wrong? Zhao Yuanyu squeezed Shen Fufu out of the way like the wind and ran over to Gu Mingyan to assist him. Get up. I didn't even bump into you. Why are you so scared? Over there. Shen Fufu was squeezed by her blind cane away from her hand. This time is squatting on the ground to feel where the blind cane is. When Zhao Yuanyu turned around and saw Shen Fufu's appearance, she felt for a moment that she really deserved to die. Helping Gu Mingyan halfway there, he let go, causing Gu Mingyan to almost fall once again, but fortunately held onto the front of the car. She picked up the blind cane and handed it to Shen Fufu, looked at Shen Fufu's face obsessively, and then waved her hand in front of Shen Fufu's eyes. I'm sorry, little brother. Are your eyes hurt? Shen Fufu smiled. I'm blind. Zhao Yuanyu hurriedly folded her hands and bent over. Sorry. I didn't mean to ask. Shen Fufu didn't care much. It's okay. Gu Mingyan walked over to Shen Fufu. Brother Fufu, are you alright? It's okay. Shen Fufu replied. Let's go to class then. Gu Mingyan was about to leave with Shen Fufu when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Zhao Yuanyu and said, Right. This is back to you. He took out his wallet and pulled the 2 commemorative coins out of it and handed them over. Zhao Yuanyu didn't pick it up and just looked at Gu Mingyan. You still say you don't mean anything to me. Look, you still have the love token I gave you. Gu Mingyan became infuriated and slapped the 2 commemorative gold coins on Zhao Yuanyuan's car. Don't you talk nonsense? I'm already married. I don't want your money. He paused and pulled a black card from his wallet. This is a black card my wife gave me. I don't lack money to spend. Don't you say those things. My wife will be very angry if she hears it. Gu Mingyan was really a bit scared. He didn't want to be punished again. Zhao Yuanyu however, didn't care at all and said, Your wife really loves you. How could she be angry? It's evident that your relationship is not good. You. Gu Mingyan really hadn't seen such a brazen person before, and was a bit speechless for a moment, only saying, We love each other very much. On the contrary, it was Shen Fufu on the side who laughed softly before saying, This is crooked reasoning and sophistry. Regardless of whether their relationship is good or not, after he clearly rejects you, you should respect yourself. That's sort of not a very nice thing to say. But Zhao Yuanyu didn't care at all. She turned to Shen Fufu and her eyes lit up. This brother? Are you married? Do you have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of me? Gu Mingyan. Shen Fufu. Gu Mingyan whispered to Shen Fufu. Is her brain like mine? Not so good. 80% of the time, it feels like she's going to lick your hand if you slap her. Shen Fufu said this, and for the first time, Gu Mingyan felt that the description was so apt, and desperately nodded her head. So the 2 men talked it over and turned to go. Instead, Zhou reached out, yanked one by the back collar with one hand, and said before they could react, I'll come back for you. Then she seemed to be in a hurry and drove off as well. When the people left, Shen Fufu told Gu Mingyan, Contact Jiang Lime and tell him to say hello to today's driver, and don't tell him to talk nonsense. Huh? Didn't he transfer back with your deliberate help? Yes, but why did you do it? I never had anything with her in the first place. I only have my wife in my heart, and my wife knows it. I'll make sure your wife finds out and you can't get out of bed for a week. Is this so terrible? 10,000 times scarier. I'll contact River Lemon. Gu Mingin didn't want to be unable to get out of bed for a week. Though the punishment was also hard, and for him it was actually pretty cool looking back on it. But it was also true that it was hard. Su Shishu really has too many tricks up her sleeve. He's a little scared of drops. Jiang Lemon is still reliable, and helped without saying a word. Su Shishu will go abroad for treatment regularly this month. During the days when she wasn't at home, Gu Mingin just thought about his wife and studying well. As the exams approached, Gu Mingin hated to have his head hanging in the air, but it really hurt his head. A semester of classes and tutoring, the results are still there. Gu Mingin now also knows several instruments, read the sheet music, just tell him to create his own, pullback. When Shinfufu won the award for her creative work and had to sing at the New Year's Day gala, Gu Mingin was still worried about his credits, and he ate less rice with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Shinfufu came back from a meeting at the school and told Gu Mingin, Chen Nanxing is messing up again. His program is lined up with ours. It looks like he's prepared to try to make a fool out of us in front of the whole school. Ha! Don't stay for an extra game tonight. Do you hear me? Now that the internet is so advanced, don't you disgrace me. Shinfufu is so good and strong, he either does not do to be the best one. I hear you. Gu Mingin spread out on the table, he was so tired. Why couldn't he sleep? He's a little cutie. Why should he be forced to roll? He doesn't want to roll. Help, wife, help. Gu Mingin sent a message to his wife. Wife, I miss you so much. When will you be back? The wife didn't answer. Gu Mingin suddenly felt that life was tasteless. Looking at Shinfufu, who was getting more and more courageous, he really didn't understand. How can a man have the balls to do that? It was so hard to finish a rehearsal. Gu Mingin's 5 fingers cramped and throbbed from playing the piano. His arm was still tapped several times by Shinfufu's ring when he flicked it the wrong way. What a time to be wrong. You're still wrong. There was a big sense that any more mistakes would kill him. Gu Mingin was simply saving up a belly full of grievances. He wasn't a cutie? This aggravation reached its peak when he saw Su Shishu leaning against the side of the car waiting for him. Wife. He was about to charge at his wife. However, he was blocked by a bouquet of red roses, and Gu Mingin inclined his head. Zhou was heard to say, I came to see you after my recent busy schedule, so I hope I'm not too late. Saying that, Zhao Yuanyu and raised another bouquet of black roses in front of Shinfufu and smiled at them with an extraordinarily sincere smile. It's been a long time. By the way, this handsome man, you can't see but you can smell. These are the very best black roses that were just airlifted over and still have dewdrops. It's okay for you to touch them. Shinfufu smelled the scent of roses. How can Zhao Yuanyu and have the balls to become like this and offend the 2 big brothers, Su Shishu and Shin Muyu, all at once? Chapter 44. Wasn't that a good laugh just now? Compared to Gu Mingin's eagerness to avoid the bouquet of roses, Shinfufu was much more bashful. His fingertips gently tapped on the black roses, and the corners of his lips curved into a shallow arc. I advise you to take it away now, or else you'll be in big trouble if I hold this bouquet down in a while. Take it if you want to. It's for you anyway, what's the waste of words? Zhao Yuanyu and shoved the flowers into Shinfufu's arms, and with her free hand, she backhanded and yanked Gu Mingin's arm. What are you running for? Don't you like the flowers? She tugged at the person with a strong attitude, and the red rose was close to disliking Gu Mingin's face. Gu Mingin leaned back to avoid the struggling gesture. Let go of me, my wife is over there. I don't want this flower. Take it away. Zhao Yuanyu and first glanced provocatively over there, then laughed lightly. There are 2 beauties over there. Which one is your wife? Or are both your wives? I only have one wife, you let go of me. When Gu Mingin was reluctant, a 1.9 trained bodyguard couldn't even grab him, let alone Zhao Yuanyu, who shook her hand away. Gu Mingin ran to Su Xiushu, hugged his wife's arm and plastered it, then confessed, Wife? I don't know her. Zhao Yuanyu and stared at Su Xiushu, probably a little upset because she was pushed down in terms of her aura. That's not what you said yesterday when you sat on my bed. Gu Mingin instantly looked like a cat that had exploded its fur, going on a rampage. Don't you talk nonsense. I didn't yesterday. He thought for a moment and then added viciously against Su Shishu. I only sit on my wife's bed. Zhao Yuanyu and took out the 2 commemorative gold coins from her purse and tossed them around. Look at this. Or you left it to me. What does it count for? The cost of the room is still. She didn't finish, but she smiled a little ambiguously. Shin Muyu has also walked to Shin Fufu's side. She looked down at the flowers in his arms given by other women. Her eyes were obviously very heavy, but her voice was with a light smile, like. Shin Fufu lowered his head and sniffed the flower, holding it in his arms. Not bad. Su Shishu didn't get annoyed after hearing Zhao Yuanyuan's words and looked natural, looking sideways at Gu Mingyan. Su Shishu pinched his chin and lifted it up. Her voice was like a smile, not a laugh. How can you just give so little? It's too disrespectful to the girls. Didn't I teach you at home? It's not easy to sell, you just don't like them, but you have to give more money. As for people, don't touch it, after all, it's dirty. Zhao Yuanyuan sank her face and stared at Su Xiushu with hidden anger. Su Shishu, however, didn't even look at her from the beginning to the end, like it wasn't worth mentioning. Tell Gu Mingyan, take out your wallet. Gu Mingyan took his wallet out and obediently handed it to Su Xiushu. It was really Su Shishu's tenderness that scared him. His legs went weak and he almost knelt there. Su Shishu nodded slightly and signaled him, take out the money and give it to her. Gu Mingyan opened his wallet to get $100. Only his hands shaking a little because his legs were weak. Su Shishu laughed softly. $100 is too little. I know she's worth that much, but a man should be generous and give it all to her. Okay, honey, I'll get it out. Gu Mingyan emptied his wallet and handed over $2,152 with zeros, $2 or coins on top of bills. Zhao Yuanyuan gritted her teeth. This was obviously humiliating her with money. Want to see her angry? She doesn't. Who can't pretend anymore. Zhao Yuanyuan laughed, holding Gu Mingyan's wrist to take the money away when she received it. What are you shaking for? The tigress in the family wants to eat people? The color of Su Shishu's eyes went cold. The smile on Zhao Yuanyuan's face was even brighter as she took the money, then placed it on her lips and kissed it, looking at Gu Mingyan with winking eyes and tucking the money into her halter neckline with all the flair she could muster. Gu Mingyan was simply stunned by this operation of hers, and panicked to look at Su Xiushu, finding that the smile on the corners of his wife's lips had gone cold. He immediately felt a chill down his neck, and even the dumbest of fools felt a little bit like he was going to be screwed. Just when Gu Mingyan was already scared out of his wits, Shin Fufu opened her mouth to divert the fire. How do you know I like black roses? Zhao Yuanyuan's eyes turned to Shin Fufu's face, automatically ignoring Shin Muyu beside him, whose smile didn't reach her eyes. I thought you were worthy of these black roses the first time I saw you, and since I like them, I'll order a bouquet of them for you every day. Shin Fufu fiddled with the roses in her arms. That's pretty broke, isn't it? No. Add a contact? Good, to push your friend too. I create a group of just the three of us? That's a good idea. This side is already scanning the code to add WeChat. It seems to be chatting well, ignoring the words of Shin Muyu's eyes that already want to kill. Su Shishu dragged Gu Mingyan to the car, obviously ready to settle scores. Zhao Yuanyuan, however, hadn't forgotten and turned as they were about to leave, smiling softly. I got the money, $2 a night. Is that what you're paying here for the yearly package? I know, I'll come to you. She threw a flying kiss at the car window, pretentiously comparing it to an up and down heart. Gu Mingyan was scared and hurriedly shouted to the driver, raise the window, hurry, and then yells, go, 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 before the crazy lady catches up. Shin Muyu stared at the 2+ good contact information, tone of voice trying to imagine Su Shishu like pretend not to care, but the coldness of which to pretend to go down are still up to the sour. Chat enough? Can we go home now? Young master. Shin Fufu smiled at Zhao Yuanyu and with an exceptionally sunny and warm smile. The maid at home urged me to go home, otherwise I would have been able to chat with you for a while longer. Miss Zhao, what a funny person. Zhao Yuanyu exaggeratedly covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Really? Young Master Shen is also an interesting soul. It's just that the person serving beside him isn't very good-tempered. Won't you consider changing? It's hard on my eyes, and it's not easy to find someone who serves me and doesn't mind the trouble, so I won't change. I don't mind the trouble. Young Master Shin can give me a chance to take care of you for the rest of your life. Haha, later. Then be sure to make a dinner date with me, bye. Bye. Shin Fufu gets into the car, still smiling and waving bye-bye to Zhao Yuanyuan. Automatically closed the door of the car, but Shin Muyu is too slow to move, the upper hand accelerated shut. Bang. She turned her head, and the smile on Shin Fufu's face had dissipated to nothing. You can smile at anyone else but her. Shin Muyu felt like she was already going crazy with anger, and first instructed her assistant. Check the details of that inconsiderate woman for me, and I'll get her killed when I'm clear. She then turned to straddle Shin Fufu and pinched his neck so that he was forced to tilt his head back. Even if one of his eyes was no longer visible, she still wanted him to look at her and have only her in his eyes. She went down to tear at his lips. Aren't you good at laughing? Why don't you keep laughing? Shun Fufu slightly inclined her head, unsuccessfully, and was forced to continue tilting her face. He clasped Shin Muyu's wrist. You want to see someone smile? Go find that one. Isn't he very willing to smile at you? I've told him to get married and never return home. What complaint do you have against my handling of it? Is there a shortage of men around Miss Shin to smile at you? Shin Muyu's hidden emotions felt like they had finally exploded. What I want is you. I'm really sorry about that then. You called my laugh cheap when I smiled at you, and now I don't want to smile at you. Don't you love me the most? Don't you dare say you don't love me. Shin Muyu lowered his head for a kiss. They hadn't kissed in a long time, but they weren't rusty at all. It was as if the love was engraved in their bones and blood, and no matter how much the heart denied it, the body would instinctively recognize it. Shin Muyu pressed Shin Fufu. You said you don't love me? What is this? Shin Fufu inclined his head. His eyes were all cold mockery. But it's just a reaction that all men have. It's the same for anyone else. Shin Muyu seemed to really want to pinch him in that moment, but in the end she just raised her waist and sank down again. Fingertips traced his brow. She was close, her voice right in his ear, breathing in rhythm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. You're fine by my side. I'll pretend you still love me. Her head rested on his shoulder and she whispered softly. Like old times. Shun Fufu lowered his eyes. His expression was finally not as steady as before, and where Shin Muyu could not see, he was also full of grief. Inside the car, Gu Mingyan observed Su Shishu's expression. Only his wife had always been joyful and angry as well, leaving him with no idea in his heart for a moment. With that brain of his, it was hard enough to detect words and colors. How could he be Su Shishu's opponent? So Gu Mingyan decided to give an honest account. He first came up to Su Shishu, wife, trying to arouse his wife to favor him. Sure enough, Su Shishu moved, but it was with a couple of wet wipes. Reach out. Gu Mingyan didn't understand Su Shishu's movements for a moment, and since his wife didn't say which hand she was reaching out for, he had to put both of his hands out. Su Shishu pinched his arm and used the wet wipes to ruthlessly wipe his hand that had been touched by Zhao Yuanyu and before. With most of the pack of wipes used up, Gu Mingyan's wrist to the back of his hand was rubbed red, and it actually hurt a bit. But he didn't dare to say a word. The car stopped at the entrance of the villa, and Su Shishu was the first to get out. Gu Mingyan followed up and wanted to reach out and grab his wife, but he was afraid that she would feel dirty, so he reached out and retracted. He went back for a moment and went to the bathroom, washing himself several times and making his whole body smell good before he dared to come out of the bathroom. He was wearing a dark-colored robe, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at Su Shishu, who had already taken a bath and was lying on the bed. Rubbing his hands together, he said, Honey, I'm clean. Do you want to check? Gu Mingyan put both his hands out. Su Shishu closed the book she was reading in her hand. She lifted her eyelids to look at him, and Gu Mingyan shivered at her look, voluntarily explaining, Honey, I really don't have anything with her. Without waiting for Su Shishu to ask, Gu Mingyan told how he met Zhao Yuanyuan. Gu Mingyan felt that he should have grown a bit of a brain recently, but skipped this part when he talked about Jiang Lemon. He vaguely seemed to know that if he told Jiang Lemon off, then Jiang's assistant would be sent abroad never to return. No, without Jiang Lemon, where his wife was a lot of the time he wouldn't know. River Lemon, it's important. Looking for Jiang Lemon when he couldn't find his wife and knowing where she was and what she was doing would give him a lot of peace of mind. It was so that Gu Mingyan lowered his eyes and apologized to his wife in a small voice in his heart, hiding his wife for this one small thing, and it was really because he loved her too much. Honey, don't blame him. Whoa, love the wife. Su Shishu grabbed the point after listening. The 2 coins she gave you? You've been carrying them around? I. Gu Mingyan's lips trembled, unable to speak, and he knelt by the bed. Su Shishu sneered. Keep it with you at all times, in your wallet. Gu Mingyan's face went white with fear, and was on the verge of crying. Wife? I'm sorry. It's me, my fault. How dare you? Gu Mingyan's face went even whiter this time. Wife? Spare me. Su Shishu has never been good at talking. In the end, Gu Mingyan's cold sweat fell straight downwards and his lips turned white. Su Shishu didn't really want to waste him either, and only said after giving the lesson, "Until I get over it, you sleep on the floor." "Wife," Gu Mingin tried to plead for mercy. Su Shishu swept over a cold eye, silently shocking. Gu Mingin didn't dare to retort, endured the soreness, and like a puppy, slowly curled up into a ball in front of Su Shi's bed. The wife lets him sleep on the floor, so he's a good boy and sleeps on the floor. The underfloor heating was on and it wasn't cold enough to sleep, just not as comfortable as sleeping next to my wife. Gu Mingin curled up pitifully, and after a while, a blanket was thrown over him. Gu Mingin happily took the blanket and went to look at his wife on the bed, and found that Su Xiushu had already slept with her back to her, and the lights went out after a while. There was darkness before my eyes and I couldn't see anything. Gu Mingin was unspeakably aggravated and lost in his heart and could not accept the first day of sharing a bed with his wife. Then he reached up and covered it, so sore from being bullied by his wife. This great wife is still angry in the morning also ignored him. Wilting head to the school of Gu Mingin cannot raise the spirit. After seeing Shin Fufu broke the swollen and scabbed corners of his mouth that hurt at first glance. He understood instantly. "Brother Fufu, you were taught a lesson by your wife too, weren't you?" Shin Fufu brought a scarf, which would bury the wound and half of his face in the scarf. His voice somewhat muffled. "Bitten by a dog." Gu Mingin went up and whacked him. "Brother Fufu, you can't talk about girls like that." Shin Fufu ignored him, and Gu Mingin went after him again. "Brother Fufu, there are still a few days left before New Year's Day. How are you going to go on stage like this? Didn't you say that the internet is very advanced now? Aren't you afraid that they'll crickets you behind your back?" Shin Fufu took a step. Gu Mingin added, "Still my wife is good, although she also punishes me, but the pain is all in a place where no one else can see it." The more Gu Mingin said, the more his eyes brightened. "Look at it this way, my wife still loves me." Shin Fufu slanted a glance at Gu Mingin. "Where are you hurting? Tell me and I'll hear how much she really loves you." Chapter 45. Ignore me. Gu Mingin hemmed and hawed twice before saying, "Since the pain is unseemly, I'm sure I can't talk about it either. You don't look like a cutie at all." "I'm tiny cute." Wife says, "Duh. I'm the cutie." Shin Fufu walked with Gu Mingin for a while. Gu Mingin looked around and lowered his voice and said to Shin Fufu, "I won't meet that her again. My wife is still angry with me. It should have been warned. It's not visible these days." "What about later?" "There's no need for that, right? We both already have our names and the girl doesn't need to risk bankruptcy and family pressure to still come to our place, right? Any normal person knows how to choose." "But she's silly. You don't want to describe a woman like that. Like you're talking about how cute she is and how your wife will be even more pissed off if she hears you." "Ah, so? Although I'm just telling the truth. But if my wife will be angry, I won't say anything, or I don't know how long I'll have to sleep on the floor." Shin Fufu caught the point at once. "So your wife punished you for sleeping on the floor?" Gu Mingin. "Cover your mouth." "Oops, that slipped out." He reacted again and reached out to cover Shin Fufu's mouth. "You're not allowed to say anything, or I'll tell the truth about you sleeping on the couch." Shin Fufu waved away his hand. "Get it right. When did I ever sleep on the sofa? It's her who sleeps on the sofa. Then I'll tell the story about you letting your wife sleep on the couch." Gu Mingin's puppy teeth were bared, and there was no deterrent at all when he was fierce. "Shin Fufu, do you want to hear what you're talking about?" Gu Mingin strangled Shin Fufu's neck. I don't care. You're not allowed to say anything. Your wife is angry with you, you have a feeling of crazy inside the cold palace." "Really? It's very one-liner." The two jostled their way to class. Shin Fufu took out Braille paper and a special pen for Braille before saying, "Tell you a serious one. Ask your wife if she wants to come to see your New Year's Day performance and give you a chance to pretend to be 13. Pretending to be 13 is what? That is, the chance to make your wife love you more. But she's definitely not coming to this kind of pushy dinner, dropping the ball. There is one exception." Gu Mingin leaned over the table and looked at Shin Fufu from the bottom up. "What exception?" Shin Fufu seemed to be trying to laugh, tugging at the wound at the corner of his mouth, and he touched his lips with his hand through the thin scarf, waiting for the pain to ease up before saying, "If your wife loves you enough, she won't care about that and will come over." Gu Mingin instantly went on, "Just like your wife, brother Fufu." "I didn't say that." Shin Fufu had a stern face. Gu Mingin hemmed and hawed and laughed. "That's what you meant." Shin Fufu heard the professor coming over, and he tapped Gu Mingin with his book. "Class, the weather is getting colder and colder, and the cold wind is blowing on the school road after school. Gu Mingyan tucked his hand into his down jacket and scrunched his neck towards the parking place. Ooh, the wife is still mad that she didn't pick him up today. Gu Mingyan glanced at Shin Muyu, who was still wearing thin clothes in the middle of winter, with only a simple windbreaker still exposing her legs, and was truly not afraid of the cold. It seems like the wife doesn't wear very thick clothes either, at most his thick down jacket. Gu Mingyan cast an envious glance at Shin Fufu and whispered, Miss Shin comes to pick you up every day. Brother Fufu, she really loves you so much. Shin Fufu walked slowly in the cold wind with his blind cane. Sniffing, he slightly raised his chin. He has picked up others like this before, but it's you she's picking up now, Brother Fufu, and you actually love her. The past, if you keep holding on to it, it will never go away. In fact, if you try to let go, you'll be happy. She really loves you. I'll never be able to see out of my eyes, so what gives her the right to be forgiven? You think I'm over the top, that I'm cold and heartless, but you don't know that for us to get along like this nowadays is already my greatest forgiveness and mercy. It's already the best ending to be like this, otherwise, we should have tortured each other to the point of not seeing each other in life or death. Shin Fufu suddenly said something like that. Gu Mingyan had never seen such a Shin Fufu before, and was a bit startled for a moment. He was shocked, incomprehensible, and sadly heartbroken as he looked at Shin Fufu. For a long time, Gu Mingyan pursed his lips. Brother Fufu, are you unhappy? Shin Fufu didn't say anything. Gu Mingyan added, two people should be happy and blissful together. Like, even though my wife is angry with me, I still love her and look forward to seeing her with great joy. Even though I'm afraid of my wife punishing me, I'm actually enjoying myself. Gu Mingyan said at the end, somewhat embarrassed, bowed his head, smiled coyly, and scratched his head, before saying, so I think if it's not happy, if it's painful, that's too bad. In that case, don't be together. Shin Fufu's voice was calm, with a final soft sigh. You don't even understand, you're a cutie. I don't get it, I guess, but I think it would be hard for me to be with my wife if she wasn't even happy with me one day, so I wouldn't want to be with him and maybe let her go, and maybe she'd smile more with someone else. Then I guess I would be willing. Gu Mingyan's heart ached when he thought of his wife if she was with someone else, but he still smiled and said, because I really, really, really love her. Even though I'm a tiny cutie, but I really love Sushi Shu. I know, is the topic too heavy? Don't talk about it. I can't control you, and you don't control me. Oh, so both of them stopped talking and went to the two parked luxury cars. Shin Fufu gets in one car, Gu Mingyan gets in the other. Not far behind the tree, Chun Nanxing, who had already been discharged from the hospital and recovered, stared at this scene with gloomy eyes, his hand gouging hard at the bark of the tree, his nails itching to poke in, his knuckles so hard that they turned white. It's been so long, and Sushi Shu still hasn't gotten tired of this little cutie. Is that so? And that blind man, who turned out to be Shin Muyu's baby. The worst thing is that this blind man is with this little cutie, and playing together. Damn. Aside of the little brother to see Chun Nanxing's face dark and heavy, busy to come up to flatter. Chun Xiao, I've got that blind man's original music score, your program than they before, when it's time for them to plagiarize without a face. This thing can be difficult to wash, they're finished. Chun Nanxing lifted his chin before he looked like he was breathing a long sigh of relief. What is original? That's my original. The little brother was exceptionally dogged. That's right. A blind man and a cutie. How can I compare myself to you? Chun Nanxing laughed out loud. Thinking that they were the ones who would be humiliated at that time, his heart was soothed. The Royal River Bay, master bedroom. Gu Mingyan sat on the carpet, not daring to get into bed. Lying on the edge of the bed like an aggrieved puppy. Wife, ignore me. Chapter 46. Surprise your wife. Sushi Shu leaned back to read the book, seems to be tired. This time is sideways to support the head. Long hair hanging down, hanging eyes to read the contents of the book. Gu Mingyan swept along past it in Russian, which he didn't recognize at all. Seeing that Sushi Shu didn't respond, he quietly shouted again, wife. His voice was soft, and it seemed that his entire being was exceptionally well behaved. Only then did Sushi Shu lift her eyelids. Her cold eyes swept him a glance. Her slender jade-like hand turned a page of the book, and her tone was light. What is it? When Gu Mingyan saw that his wife was paying attention to him, he couldn't help but let off little fireworks in his heart and giggled. It was a giggle, but he was so good-looking that it made the little look a little sweet. Sushi Shu was originally looking at him, but this time her eyes moved away from the book and landed on his face a couple times. Gu Mingyan laughed for a moment, lying on the edge of the bed, reaching out, trying to touch his wife's hand. Being slapped away by Su Shishu, he retracted his hand in aggravation. Wife, are you still angry with me? Su Shishu's posture of reading the book changed a bit. She took the pillow on the side and lay down on the pillow with a lazy posture. Something's up. Gu Mingyan looked at Mei Mei's wife a few more times. He still really had something to do. So he said, that is, the school's New Year's Day party. I have a program to perform. Do you want to come and watch? No go. Really not going? Ms. Shun is all set to go see Brother Fu Fu. Oh. Su Shishu's attitude was cold and indifferent, clearly not wanting to chat. Although Gu Mingyan had known that Su Shishu was busy and should have stayed away, knowing and hearing were two different feelings in the end. He was lying on the side of the bed pulling down his head, obviously in an emo mood. After a short interval, he tried to struggle again. Honey, are you sure you don't want to go? Su Shishu reached out and Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up as he placed his face in her palm. Then her cheek was pinched hard by Su Shishu and tugged. I haven't lost my temper yet. Where did you get the guts to make demands from me? Ouch. Gu Mingyan felt his cheeks being yanked off. Wife, be gentle with your hands. Su Shishu grunted coldly and yanked his face again before saying, be honest. She closed the book and was about to turn off the light and go to bed. Gu Mingyan lay on the edge of the bed, and he didn't dare to cross the line a little before Su Shishu allowed him to do so, but still asked, honey, so when are you going to get over it? The lights were off and the room was dark. Su Shishu's cold voice. Think for yourself. Gu Mingyan said happily. Then tomorrow? Wife, get off her ass tomorrow. Su Shishu was all angry and laughed. What you think is quite beautiful. So, will you be pissed off tomorrow? Honey, Gu Mingyan asked carefully and tentatively. Roll. Being heckled. Obviously there was no way that the anger would die down tomorrow, and Gu Mingyan wimped out. He curled up on the carpet and hugged the small blanket his wife had thrown him tightly. Bury half my face in the little blanket and arch it. Don't want to sleep on the floor, want to sleep in the same bed as my wife QAQ. When the hell is the wife going to take the heat off? Day 2. Gu Mingyan couldn't even lift his spirits and hung his head. Greeting Shun Fu Fu. Brother Fu Fu. Shin Fu Fu heard his tone and couldn't help but laugh lightly. What, your wife isn't coming? Well, the wife says it's still angry. You're still asleep on the floor? Gu Mingyan sighed softly. Yes. He then looked at Shin Fu Fu. Brother Fu Fu. What would you do if you were in this situation? He doesn't have a brain, but Fu Fu has one. When Gu Mingyan figured this out, his eyes lit up and he looked at Shin Fu Fu with hope. That's all you can think to ask me. There was a pause before Shin Fu Fu said, all right, then I'll reluctantly teach you a few moves. Wait. When Gu Mingyan heard this, he immediately felt a little bad. The last time Shin Fu Fu taught him a few tricks, causing him to think about it. Now his legs are soft and he wants to kneel there. There's a mental note, but the wife is still angry. Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Fu Fu and thought, he will believe him just once. Gu Mingyan looked for a replacement. I'll get a notebook to write it down, Brother Fu Fu, you say. Is it so important? I'll just say a few random things, you don't have to memorize them. No, you don't just say it, you say it properly. I'm remembering, you say it. Gu Mingyan said this. Shin Fu Fu originally just wanted to casually say a few words, but also engaged in had to pay attention to it. He coughed lightly first before saying, your wife is angry, but what about you? You don't show anything when she's angry. I indicate what? Women need to be coaxed when they're angry. Don't you know? Gu Mingyan's eyes widened. I don't know. No one told me. What else do I need to tell you about this? After a pause, Shin Fu Fu remembered that Gu Mingyan was a cutie, so he said, then you should always know when I tell you. Gu Mingyan seemed to understand and made a note in the book to coax his wife. Then he asked Shin Fu Fu, so what's the coaxing? What about coaxing people? It's all about making the other person happy. Depending on what she likes, depending on what you know, and most importantly the heart. Sincerity is more impressive than falsehood. After listening to more of Shin Fu Fu's reasoning, Gu Mingyan would be able to learn by example, and when he couldn't understand, he automatically added, such as, Shin Fu Fu will go down. For example, to her to cook a meal, send flowers, tea and water, pinch shoulders and legs, kneeling rubbing boards without words, kneeling keyboard, create romantic surprises, flowers and fireflies, starry sky feast, including but not limited to. If these you are not good at it, just be submissive to her, and when appropriate you have to pretend to be pitiful. she will soften her heart faster. After a pause, Shen Fufu added, for example, if he lets you sleep on the floor, you can pretend that you caught a cold without a blanket. Imagine you catching a cold and pathetically sleeping on the floor without bothering her. She'll be soft. Fufu Chanyu said, slow down. I haven't finished memorizing. Gu Mingyan yelled, then wrote on the paper quickly while saying, the floor heating is on, the floor is very hot, and I even kicked open the blanket when I slept, so I won't catch a cold or flu at all. And I'm in good health. I didn't even catch a cold when I used to sleep in a bridge hole to pick up garbage. And I'm fine even when you caught a cold from the school flu last month. Shen Fufu. A good while speechless, Shen Fufu before saying, I should say said, you figure it out, is your wife angry and not my wife angry? Gu Mingyan wrote it down quickly, then nodded. Oh good. Shen Fufu held his forehead and added, where is it written? I'll repeat it for you. Great. Writing about creating romance. Gu Mingyan spent the day pondering. After the evening rehearsal with Shen Fufu walking in the boulevard also whispered, I'm ready to give my wife tonight to do love snacks. I've already checked the information to make notes. Good luck. To capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Ahem. Shen Fufu, who was drinking water, almost didn't choke on a mouthful of water, then said, I didn't teach you this. I read it online. Gu Mingyan was confident and ready to go home to show off his skills and make sure that his wife would fall under his cooking skills and never be angry with him again. Then, he blew up the kitchen and ran out of the kitchen with a face of black ash and an exploding head to meet Su Shishu, who had just come home. Chapter 47, Your Life is Mine. Gu Mingyan was frightened, and seeing Su Shishu was like finding her backbone. The dark and fuzzy hand reached towards Su Shishu, wife, freaking out, trying to comfort. Su Shishu wanted to reach out and stop him, but looking at his dark face, only those eyes were aggrieved and bright. The hand that had been held out to stop him turned into a pat on the back as he flung himself into her arms. The butler maid who followed out from the side was too scared to utter a single breath, and looked at Gu Mingyan dirtying Su Shishu's white suit, leaving several black handprints on the high-fashion white suit. As they sucked in their breaths, they lowered their heads. If you don't say little cute, if you were a different person, you would have had your hand broken by Su Shishu. It's also hard for Su Shishu. Little cute. Dirty into this cannot look like, still cannot change the color of the face to hold people. The butler and all the servants, they shouldn't look at what they shouldn't look at, but it's so weird, they can't help but raise their eyes to see it again. Honey, you're back. You scared me to death just now. Almost, you wouldn't have seen me. Gu Mingyan got up. He looked at Su Shishu aggressively and pitifully, wanting to rub his head against Su Shishu's shoulder. This time, it was stopped by Su Shishu's fingertip pointing at the center of her eyebrows. Gu Mingyan looked at his wife without understanding and slightly inclined his head. Su Shishu moved her fingers away. Her white fingertips were stained with black ash, and she unconsciously twisted them in her hand. Before saying, I'm just having 2 weather days with you, and you're having a tantrum and want to light my house on fire? Huh. After a pause, he added, is this your way of getting back at me for being upset with me? Su Shishu surveyed the corner of her home that was too dirty to look at, nodded slightly and pinched Gu Mingyan's chin. Can't see that you have so many small minds. As if he had messed up a bit badly, his cheeks were pinched painfully. Gu Mingyan suddenly blushed, his fingers clasping the hem of his shirt, explaining, no, it's not that, wife. I was trying to cook for you. You want to poison me, don't you? No, it's a love snack, Before Gu Mingyan could finish speaking, Su Shishu had already pinched his chin and pushed him away, ordering with the butler at the side, take him down to get cleaned up. The housekeeper immediately arranged for someone to take Gu Mingyan away. He walked up and tried to explain, but Su Shishu waved her hand without listening to her meaning and said directly, I don't listen to these excuses. If anything happens to him this time, who among you can afford it? He is a little cutie. You guys are too. Su Shishu raised her hand. Lin Xiao hurriedly handed over the clean, sterilized wet wipes, and Su Shishu wiped the black dust from her hands and threw the wipes away. She lowered her eyes and then raised them again, a cold color in her eyes, and instructed Lin Xiao. You take care of it. I don't want to see these idiots tomorrow. Lin Xiao bowed her head and respectfully watched Su Shishu walk into the elevator. Yes. The butler wiped his cold sweat furiously on the side and came forward. Lin Suk, this I've been following Missy for so many years. You help me plead with Missy. Uncle Chun although he is Missy's new favorite and cute, you do spoil him too much. If he wants to cook, you tell him to do it. A place like the kitchen is for a little cutie like him. Can play with? I won't dare next time. The butler wiped his sweat frantically. Lin Xiao shook her head helplessly and sighed again. Tomorrow I'll call the people from the old mansion to come over. You can transfer back to the old mansion first. Everything will wait until Missy has calmed down. Lin Zhao's handling methods were much kinder than Sushi Shu's. At least she still cared about the housekeeper's affection and face for so many years. The butler knew this was the greatest favor of all and thanked him profusely. Lin Xiao again arranged for someone to come and deal with the dirt in the kitchen, which could have been off work, and then worked overtime. This is nothing. As Sushi Shu's assistant, she is used to dealing with all kinds of temporary high-intensity work. Just raised his head and glanced upstairs, silently lighting wax for Gu Mingyan in his heart. I hope she's only here to keep an eye on the manpower restoration kitchen and not hear any screams at night. Gu Mingyan washed it several times and came out clean, but his hair was a bit curly. Sushi Shu was originally a little bored lying on the bed, fiddling with a string of pink jade long string. The color and texture of that jade are very beautiful, crystal clear, into the hands of the warmth. The fine, slow wrapping of her wrist bones around her knuckles added to her beauty. Gu Mingyan looked dumbfounded. Sushi Shu raised her eyes one time. Her tone was languid and indifferent. Kneel down. Gu Mingyan was looking dumbfounded, and his mind was also on what Sushi Shu said about what he did. Remember that Sushi Shu is angry and he doesn't deserve to get in bed without putting her right. So kneeling on the carpet, next to his little blanket, he looked strangely pathetic. Sushi Shu took off the string wrapped around her hand, reached out, and swept Gu Mingyan's ear with the pendant bead of the string. Gu Mingyan's ears were ticklish, and in no time they were red. No, what's wrong? No. What's wrong? Put the kitchen on fire. Sushi Shu stopped her hands. She sat on her knees on the bed and pinched Gu Mingyan's chin. I wouldn't be angry even if you burned 10 kitchens. You don't even know where I'm angry? Gu Mingyan looked at Sushi Shu. Honey, you know, I'm a tiny cutie. Sushi Shu swept him with cold eyes. Little cutie, just a little cutie. Who authorized you to add a little one? Are you pampering me? Gu Mingyan wanted to snicker when he heard his wife say that. He was grabbed by Sushi Shu and hit him in the face with a skewer. He covered his own face and looked at Sushi Shu accusingly. Sushi Shu pointed at him. What are you laughing at? What kind of occasion is this to laugh at? Gu Mingyan covered his face and moved towards Sushi Shu, his hand reaching out to grab Sushi Shu's coat corner. Wife, I just thought that even if I was scolded, it's still better than the 2 days before when you ignored me yesterday, so that's why I laughed. He added in a whisper. I want my wife to pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and Gu Mingyan looked at her from the bottom up. Wife, don't be angry, okay? Forgive me, okay? I can woof. Sushi Shu looked at such Gu Mingyan. She didn't say anything for a long time, probably because she was also poked at the softest place in her heart. Obviously a little cutie. How come you're so good at coaxing people? But Sushi Shu still had a cold face. Your petty tactics won't work. You have to be punished when you do wrong. She coldly reprimanded. Reach! Gu Mingyan was instantly honest, like he had been caught by his teacher messing around in class. Dutifully, he put both hands out and bowed his head in a punishing manner. The next second, his hands hurt, but it was the long skewer hitting the top of his palms hard. Sushi Shu told him, Your life is mine. You have to cherish it more than anyone else. No more dangerous things like today. Gu Mingyan looked up in some confusion. Is this where I'm wrong? Right? But wasn't it me who ruined the clean, beautiful kitchen? Why? Chapter 48, a lot. Sushi Shu seemed to be angry. And you ask why? In the next second, Gu Mingyan felt the pain in the palm of his hand intensify, and it hurt so much that he wanted to shrink his hand, but didn't dare. Gu Mingyan just fearfully tilted his head backward as he watched the string of beads as it viciously hit his palm. The thin rope crumbling and those extremely beautiful pink jade beads scattering in all directions in front of his eyes. He blinked at the disintegration as he scrambled to reach for the flying beads. It's the wife's jewelry. It must be expensive. When he carefully spread out the palm of his hand, there weren't many beads, and the small beads of the string flew everywhere. Sushi Shu sat on the bed, condescendingly scrutinizing Gu Mingyan. 108. Pick up all of them. You can't come up to bed with one less. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up, so that meant that as long as he finished picking it up, his wife would forgive him. Gu Mingyan hurriedly picked it up on the ground, and when he couldn't finish holding it in his hand, he used his clothes to pocket it. Then when picking one up, one didn't pocket it and all the beads fell to the ground again, crackling and rolling all over the place. Gu Mingyan knelt on the ground and went to sweep in a panic, trying to return it. But he was so clumsy that he accidentally pushed the beads farther away, making it even more impossible to pick them up. Su Shishu seemed to be laughed at by his stupidity, raising her slender jade-like hand to support her forehead, lifting a few strands of her long hair, and putting it down again. She said, "Go find a glass jar for it." Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up at once. "I'll go now." Su Shishu was helpless. "Find a bigger one." "Makes sense." Gu Mingyan ran away in a gust of wind. Su Shishu turned the book over with a clatter and finally closed it, losing all interest in reading. She bent down, picked up a bead from the ground, and played with it in her fingertips. She opened her nightstand and found a thin gold chain and threaded in beads to make a simple necklace that she wore around her neck. The simple necklace, which was just plain and simple, looked so expensive and valuable after she wore it on her body. It's not the jewelry that sets her off. It's that she's too expensive. Lin Xiaoxiao was still staring at the work below, which would move a sofa, sleepy and dozing. Gu Mingyan couldn't find a glass bottle anywhere, so she ran down to look for one, then saw her coming over and called out to her, "Assistant Lin, I want a glass bottle, the kind that can hold beads." Lin Xiaoxiao had been dozing off when she opened her eyes at the words and subconsciously helped out when she heard the demand. He had someone send it over, then saw Gu Mingyan and scanned him up and down. Gu Mingyan was uncomfortable by her look and also looked down at his pajamas before buttoning them to the top. Lin Xiaoxiao. This little cutie is quite a male virtue, but what kind of male model body has she not seen before? She didn't mean to take advantage of him at all, okay? She just thought it was unbelievable that Gu Mingyan was still able to appear here properly and get out of bed. It seems that Missy has been a bit tired lately after all, and has been a bit soft-hearted after all. How does Gu Mingyan know what Lin Xiaoxiao is thinking? He is full of thoughts to hurry up and pick up all the beads so that his wife can forgive him. Got the glass bottle and went upstairs happy. As he passed the turtle tank, he knocked on the little green inside and it crawled slowly towards him. Gu Mingyan knocked on the turtle's luxury villa tank again before saying, "I'm not accompanying you, I have to go coax my wife, who is still waiting for me." After that, he left Green High and Dry to go back to the master bedroom. Gu Mingyan got down on the ground and picked up all the beads, but there were only 107 of them. Gu Mingyan was not dead and searched again. Under the carpet was turned over by him, still 107 PCS. He frowned, came around from behind the curtains, looked at them undyingly, and went to pick at the beads. How is one missing? Where did it go? Su Shishu closed the book. "Turn off the light and go to bed." Gu Mingyan knelt in front of his small blanket on the bed as he raised his eyes. "Wife." Then it was a shock. The bead on the necklace my wife wore around her neck. How it looked. Gu Mingyan looked down, looking at the bottle and then at Su Shishu's neck. Trying, he didn't say anything, but the wife knew what he meant, and how a bead turned into a necklace for the wife. Wouldn't he never find the 108th bead? Wouldn't his wife never forgive him? Kachao. Gu Mingyan felt like the sky was falling. Satanic. Perhaps Gu Mingyan's sight was too hot, making it hard to ignore it. Su Shishu laid down and covered herself with a thin quilt, and the necklace switched places on her pale skin, but it was just as conspicuous. Gu Mingyan swallowed his saliva and finally carefully and tentatively stretched out his finger, but the words were very wimpy. "Wife, your necklace is so beautiful. It wasn't there just now." Su Shishu pinched the translucent beads on the necklace and gently turned them around in her fingertips. "This one? Is it good looking? I'll wear it." Gu Mingyan nodded his head, desperately nodding. "Good looking wife, especially good looking. Sleep." The lights were off and there was darkness all around. Gu Mingyan lay down in a goaded manner, holding the glass bottle and tossing and turning, but he didn't know what the hell it meant. The next day, Gu Mingyan rushed up and grabbed Shinfufu's arm, said what happened to him for a while, and then asked Shinfufu, "Fufu brother, you say, what does the wife really mean?" Shinfufu nodded after hearing this before saying, "Is this even a thought? Where are the coincidences? She just did it on purpose." Gu Mingyan was petrified on the spot. "So it's impossible to get my wife to forgive me?" "That's not necessarily true. It just depends on when she wants to give you this bead of forgiveness. It's just her bad taste, and she should have fun teasing you." Shinfufu thought for a moment and added, "Actually, she was just flirting with you." "Huh. You go back and stare at that necklace more with pure eyes, and there will be a time when you will make up." Shin Fu meaningfully patted Gu Mingin's shoulder and added, "Little cutie." Gu Mingin didn't understand but emphasized anyway, "I'm tiny cute. I don't understand why you keep emphasizing this. Because little cute, it's not nice to hear, but tiny cute, it's cute." "Don't understand, but respect." Shin Fu added, "Take the opportunity to touch or look at the necklace to get close to her. This does not need me to teach more, right?" Gu Mingin's eyes lit up as he took Shin Fu's shoulders. "This needs to be talked about in detail." When Shin Fu finished, Gu Mingin suddenly realized, "Brother Fu, you know a lot. No wonder Miss Shin likes you so much. If I were a woman, I would like you too." Dangerous speech. Shut up. Shin Fu had a mouthful of milk stuck in his throat and finally swallowed it. Then he was serious. "Down to business." Gu Mingin took what Shin Fu handed him and glanced at it. "How come this score is different from the one we rehearsed before?" Chapter 49, opening her voice beautifully. Shin Fu's hand touched the sheet music before he said, "Make 2 preparations. You sing this one." "Me? I can't." Gu Mingin's head was slapped by Shin Fu. "A man can't say no." Gu Mingin scratched his head. "But, may what may, there is no may, I will teach you." Listening to Shin Fu's tone, there would be no room for negotiation. Gu Mingin was really rolled into a headache by him, but he couldn't live without Brother Fu, who had helped him too much, so Gu Mingin had to roll with him stiffly. When he came home at night, Gu Mingin was already in a state of exhaustion. He was holding a piece of throat lozenge, and his mouth was filled with the pungent flavor of mint. Only then did he feel that his throat was a little more comfortable. Shin Fu was simply practicing to death. Gu Mingin had wanted to wait for Su Xiushu to come back, but he was too sleepy, just fell asleep on the side of the bed under a little blanket. Hazily opening his eyes, he saw Su Xiushu walking towards the check room with her back to him, and then started to change her clothes. Gu Mingin hurriedly closed his eyes, then quietly opened them a slit, secretly blocking half of his face with a small blanket and blinking his eyes. When Su Xiushu walked out of the check room, he sat up from the floor. "Wife, why are you back so late?" When he finished, he felt something slide across his lips, and when he touched it with his hand, he found a handful of blood. He just had a watery nosebleed in front of Su Xiushu. Gu Mingin's face instantly turned red. Wouldn't that reveal that he had just peeked? He panicked and covered his nose and mouth with his hand. Su Xiushu was already walking towards him, and she pinched his chin. "Let go." Then he grabbed a wet wipe aside and wiped his nosebleed. Gu Mingin tried to reach out and pick it up himself. Su Xiushu coldly said, "Don't move." Soon, Su Xiushu found the acupoints on Gu Mingin's arms, and she pressed them for a while before saying, "It's done." She reached over and wiped the remaining blood off his face before staring into his eyes. "Thinking about what?" Gu Mingin's eyes fluttered, just not daring to meet Su Xiushu's eyes. What he was thinking was self-evident. Finally, he stared at Su Xiushu's neck, suddenly reached out, pinched the beads on the necklace, and said with some faint-heartedness but forced composure, "Wife, can you take it off and show it to me?" In the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Su Xiushu. It was only then that Gu Mingin raised his eyes with red ears to look at Su Xiushu and came closer again. Nearby, he looked down at the necklace again. "It's okay if I don't take it off. I want to see it up close." Su Xiushu suddenly let out a light laugh, but her tone was light. "See." Gu Mingin had already wimped out and wanted to kneel down for her, but Brother Fu had said that a man couldn't wimp out. So Gu Mingin hardened his heart. He tugged the beads on the necklace and pinched them at his fingertips for a while. The texture of the jade was very good, warm in his hands, as if the beauty had a spirit. Then Gu Mingin looked down again. "My 107 beads all carry a faint foreign fragrance. I want to smell if this one has foreign fragrance." Su Xiushu reached out and grabbed Gu Mingin's hair, yanking his disturbed head at her neck back hard. This breath on the skin, one at a time, tickling like a kitten scratching inside. Is he like hooking her up? That little cutie. When did she learn that trick? Who did she learn it from? But it's kind of fun. Gu Mingin was forced to tilt his head back as he looked at Su Xiushu and blinked, like a cat caught doing something bad. He was lifted up by the back of his neck and became honest. "I don't have a foreign scent in this one. You're smelling it wrong." Gu Mingin's eyes fluttered again before he said, "Oh. Su Xiushu stretched out her index finger and tapped Gu Mingin's nose. "For this bit of guts of yours that you'd get a nosebleed just looking at a change of clothes, it's better to be honest." "Wife, it's that you're so beautiful." He'll actually get a nosebleed. It's the underfloor heating that's too toasty. But how could he know? He just said whatever came to his mind. Because the wife is really pretty and has a great body omega. Su Shishu leaned in close to Gu Mingyan. Oh yeah, Gu Mingyan simply couldn't carry his wife's sudden proximity. And his heart was just beating so furiously that he actually subconsciously wanted to escape. But his back hit the bed and he couldn't even retreat. He was only forced to look at Su Shishu, blushing like he was about to cook. He looked like he had been walking in the desert for a long time and was very dehydrated and thirsty. But the water source is just around the corner. Instinct made him tilt his head up and try to kiss Su Shishu's lips, with nothing but intoxication and fascination in his eyes. But as they came closer, they only met the chilly air. Su Shishu got up and looked condescendingly at the intent Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan shivered and subconsciously got up, wanting to go and hug Su Shishu. But Su Shishu pressed her shoulder and pushed. He dropped to the bed. Eyes wide open, he watched Su Shishu's back as she left. His wife still hasn't forgiven him. She wasn't like this before. She hasn't been this detached from him before, even when she was punishing him. Gu Mingmin's heart was suddenly very sour, and he wanted immensely to get that 108th bead on his wife's necklace, so that she would forgive him. He wants to. Wife. Gu Mingyan realized that it was already morning when he woke up from a nap, and his wife wasn't coming back late. The wife is off to the office. Gu Mingyan was almost late today and wanted to take a detour when he saw Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu, however, had heard the car and called out to him, "Xiao Gu." Gu Mingyan honestly stepped forward. Shin Fufu took him by the shoulders. "Did you use the method I taught you yesterday? And what were the results?" "I don't know." It's... Gu Mingyan hid some of the ones that were exclusive to him and said roughly. Shin Fufu gently raised his eyebrows. "It's not that your wife doesn't forgive you. She's flirting with you. Brother Fufu, you always say that. But I don't think so. Just tell me the truth. Does my wife not want me anymore? You think and ponder like this, so full of her that you can't fit anything else in. Hasn't she been successful enough? She plays you like a little pet in the palm of her hand and holds it easily. That's good or bad? Of course it's good, only teasing you if she likes you. Why would she care about you if she doesn't? How come I don't see her counting with others? Then Fufu-chan, teach me 2 more moves. That won't work with your brain and your wife's IQ. Any more teaching and you'll see that I taught you." Not waiting for Gu Mingyan to lose his head, Shin Fufu tugged on his arm. "Although I can't do anything more on this road of chasing my wife, I can teach you to sing." "I don't want to sing." Shin Fufu began to draw a big cake for Gu Mingyan. "You have to think differently. You learn to go back and sing to Miss Su, the absolute beauty of a voice, not to fascinate her. You think carefully. Is not this reason?" Chapter 50. This is the legendary expert bureau. This big cake was drawn. Who would eat it if Gu Mingyan didn't eat it? So for the next 2 days, Gu Mingyan practiced diligently, finally rushing to get a small result before the New Year's Day gala. He also tried to take down the bead on Su Shishu's necklace, only to be unsuccessful and to be held back. The New Year's Day party is held on December 31st, and it will pass the 0 hour on that day so that it's time to welcome the new year in the solar calendar. Gu Mingyan was very nervous before he went on stage, and there were girls in the class who specifically put some makeup on him and Shin Fufu. The girl's voice was very sweet. "You guys are already very good looking. I'm just deepening the 3-dimensionality of your eyebrows. It'll be a little sharper and more photogenic." Gu Mingyan, somewhat confronted with a girl's constraints, said, "Thank you. You're welcome. It's really cool. Can I get a shot?" "This?" Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu took Gu Mingyan's shoulder. "Of course it's okay. It's not just a random shot on stage in a while. How to shoot, want to compare a heart." The girl covered her mouth for a long moment before saying excitedly, "Yes, of course I want to compare hearts." Gu Mingyan, but some hesitation, is really home wife control strict. "I then the heart, not quite appropriate it or, do not it." Shin Fufu patted Gu Mingyan's hand. "Do you think she said that you compare with her? She meant that we 2 big handsome guys compare our hearts. That's what she meant, right?" The girl, obviously more excited, nodded her head frantically with a knocked-up look. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Is it troublesome?" "Not if it's trouble." "No trouble," Shin Fufu said and patted Gu Mingyan's hand again. "Gesture in the opposite direction with me. Together then heart." Gu Mingyan concave half a day and finally compared his heart with Shin Fufu. Satisfied, the girl took a picture and recorded it and left in a bad mood. Gu Mingyan was puzzled. Both of us are male. What's the point of comparing hearts? Also, brother Fufu, I feel that the way she looks at me is not quite right. That kind of wrong, I can't tell. Didn't I teach you? When you meet something you don't understand, just respect it. Shin Fufu yawned before teaching Gu Mingin when he was so harsh that he almost beat Gu Mingin to tears. This will be waiting for the stage is about to take the stage. But Shin Fufu is loose. Schoolboys are so well-traveled no matter what time of day it is. But Gu Mingin cannot, he is a scum. He took the sheet music, took the pen in the palm of his hand to write a cheat sheet. The palm of his hand eyes cannot finish writing. He wrote to his arm anyway, the sleeve put down others cannot see. A very pretty girl approached Shin Fufu to talk, and the two talked quite happily. Gu Mingin took the time to look at it when he was desperately writing his cheat sheet. And by the way, this girl's eyes were something he could only understand. Obviously looking at Shin Fufu with adoration yet with pity. That's a favorite. It is very easy to understand. A glance can be seen, the young beautiful woman always staring at Shin Fufu. Even if Shin Fufu cannot see, or inadvertently meet the eyes on the time, avoid Shin Fufu's eyes. Gu Mingin a little cutie. All of them could read it, but he really couldn't read the eyes of the girl who had taken their picture earlier who looked at him and Shin Fufu with sizzling heat. Then Gu Mingin saw Shin Muyu. Frightened, Gu Mingin's cheat sheet was written wrongly, and he hurriedly wiped the wrongly written cheat sheet while coughing hard. Touched Shin Fufu with his elbow, and when Shin Fufu said a word to another girl, Gu Mingin touched him with his elbow. So much so that Shin Fufu had to look back at him. Did you get a cramp in your hand? Gu Mingin lowered his voice. Brother Fufu quickly stopped talking. Your wife has been staring at you for a long time. It seems like she wants to eat people. Gu Mingin took another look at Shin Muyu's face and shivered. Yeah, it's okay. Shin Fufu cared very little, and then he told the girl, my partner and I are going to rehearse a little more. The other party nodded his head understandingly. Good. Then I'll ask my schoolmate to teach me again when I have time. Until she left but was stopped in her tracks by Shin Muyu. Shin Muyu arrogantly looked at this beautiful and young face for a while, and asked with a smile, what's your name? The girl opened her mouth to reply. Shin Fufu suddenly spoke. Wife. The girl turned around in surprise. Shin Fufu smiled again and shouted, You. Shin Muyu was still standing in place, but finally seemed to let out a helpless light sigh. Once again willingly be taken. In the girl's surprised gaze toward Shin Fufu. I'm in, what's wrong? Gu Mingin understood and got up, and as he passed the girl, he said, Brother Fufu told me to tell you that if you still want to graduate successfully and stay in the imperial city, you should leave now. This girl was nothing more than an ordinary person who couldn't afford to offend a female plutocrat like Shin Muyu. Even if Shin Muyu was looking at Shin Fufu with her heart full of eyes, she could still see that girl walking away with her afterglow. Shin Fufu stopped talking. Shin Muyu sat beside him. Playing this kind of tactic under my nose, defending her so much, seems to like it. You can't even see what she looks like. What do you like about her? Her sweet voice. Gu Mingin sat in the corner. Shin Muyu's words. Not to mention smart as Shin Fufu. It's little cuties like him. Heard it too. Shin Muyu's subtext was wanting to destroy rather than praise. Gu Mingmin shuddered. So fierce. Brother Fufu's wife can be fierce. Shin Muyu pinched Shin Fufu's chin. Speak, or I told me to cut out her tongue you, and I will have more to talk about, What did I say? Or do you think my love is cheap enough to be given by a woman? Shin Fufu asked back in her tone. Gu Mingin was shocked by what he heard before he realized. Could this be the legendary expert bureau? Brother Fufu is so awesome. A cutie like him. More than he could ever hope to be in a lifetime. Shin Muyu was still on the verge of violence. This time the hostility in his eyes dissipated, leaving only love. She grabbed Shin Fufu's hand and put it on her lips and kissed it. Sorry, it's my small-mindedness. Husband, don't take it personally. Shin Fufu ignored her. But Shin Muyu, obviously in a good mood, said, I'm looking forward to the song you're going to sing in a while. Is it written for me? Not also okay, is you sing I like. Tomorrow we'll print the album. I buy out, let you break the first. She does have the financial resources to bring Shin Fufu up. Shin Fufu just wanted to open his mouth to refuse. Suddenly there was a song coming from the front. The melody and rhythm was exactly the same as the song Shin Fufu was going to sing, just the words were different. Gu Mingin was all dumbfounded. Looking at Shin Fufu? No, he and Brother Fufu hadn't even gotten on stage yet. Who is it that sings songs that are them and are not original to them? Shin Fufu couldn't see it. So Gu Mingin walked out and lifted a corner of the curtain to look toward the stage. Shin Fufu, however, is not too much very calm. and said to Shin Mu-yu on the side, "You don't have to buy it. My album is going to be put out by someone else." Chapter 51. The Joker. Gu Mingyan saw Chen Nanqing, who was dressed up on the stage in a radiant and dazzling manner. "There's that nuisance again." Gu Mingyan let down the curtain. He rushed to Shin Fufu's side, just wanted to talk, and then remembered that Brother Fufu's wife was still here. So he raised his eyes and smiled coyly at Shin Mu-yu before telling Shin Fufu, "Brother Fufu, it's Chen Nanqing, how he sang our song." Shin Fufu immediately said, "I don't have a song made with such difficult words." Gu Mingyan was not the one with the brain to hear if the words were good or not, but that didn't delay him from getting angry at all, and he still understood the feeling of having something stolen from him. Following Shin Fufu, he said, "That's right. I also think that it's better for you to sing well, Brother Fufu." Then a bit more bereft, "What about Fufu? We're going to be on stage in a few minutes." Shin Fufu was very calm and self-assured. "Didn't I teach you?" "Ah, isn't that 2 songs for us to sing?" "No, it's just for this time of year. I can't sing on mine, so you sing and I'll play. Like this." "Aha." Shin Fufu was just too calm, as if everything was under his control, and this look of his was really charming. Shin Mu-yu was already looking mesmerized, and Gu Mingyan also looked at Shin Fufu stupidly, blinking his eyes for half a day before reacting. "Brother Fufu, you already knew he would sing our song?" "It's stealing," Shin Fufu emphasized. "He stole our song and tried to punch us in the face. I'm not as good as him. I'm going to punch him in the face." Gu Mingyan was unaware of this and immediately complimented, "Brother Fufu, it's still you who's great, smart, and great." Before Shin Fufu over there could say anything, Shin Mu-yu laughed first and then applauded. "Well said." Then Shin Mu-yu grabbed Shin Fufu's wrist. "Since you find it hard to hear, then don't listen." Shin Fufu stumbled a little as she yanked him, but he wrapped his arms tightly around him as he was about to fall. "A moment will be on the field." Gu Mingyan panicked nervous fear. Not he had to follow Shin Fufu, is he did not follow him on the heart of the 7 up and down fear. So Gu Mingyan followed them. It was good that Shin Mu-yu didn't glare at him either. Shin Mu-yu came to a pile of wire plugs in the backstage, followed by the front stage equipment. The New Year's Eve party has a lot of programs, and it's not a solo concert, so of course it's not professional. Backstage people come and go, messy, the 3 of them are very hit and miss, but busy look in the heart of the praise and then rush to busy things to go. Shin Mu-yu led Shin Fufu to crouch down. Shin Fufu couldn't see, so he didn't know what he was trying to do and only asked, "What are you doing?" Shin Mu-yu laughed evilly, grabbed Shin Fufu's hand, and went to pull out the wires of those devices. "Isn't this how you know?" Shin Fufu instantly realized, seems to be did not think that can also be like this. He has always been cold to Shin Mu-yu. At this time as cannot help but smile. Shin Mu-yu was pulling out the wires while looking at Shin Fufu, and she was so dumbfounded that she couldn't turn her eyes. He finally smiled at her. Along with their movements, the stage lights turned off, the colored lights went out, and the speakers went silent. Gu Mingyan lifted his hand and went over to turn off the electric switch. The surrounding area was instantly dark. In this moment before the darkness, Gu Mingyan saw Shin Mu-yu lean in and kiss Shin Fufu. And he, Brother Fufu, even opened his mouth when she came over and pressed the back of Shin Mu-yu's head, turning the tables. Gu Mingyan blinked, then covered his eyes. Omega. Is this something he can watch? In a moment though he let go of his eyes, he indeed couldn't see anything because of the electric switch being pulled. It was pitch black before his eyes. However, it had to be said that Gu Mingyan gazed to listen, and the obnoxious sounds and music were gone. The surrounding is very chaotic. There are noisy footsteps, men and women's voices mixed together to ask what's going on, and through the curtain to hear Chen Nanqing's thunderous voice. How can there be a sudden power failure? The equipment is also broken. How could there be a sudden loss of power and equipment? It must be Gu Mingyan. He really deserves to die. Gu Mingyan grabbed the miscellaneous items, lifted the curtain, and viciously threw them in the direction of the sound. Chen Nanqing's miserable scream. "Ah! Grass! Something hit me! Chen Xiao! Chen Xiao, how are you?" The front was chaotic. Gu Mingyan secretly covered his mouth and laughed, not thinking that it would smash so accurately. Gu Mingyan covered his mouth and bent over to laugh, then heard in the darkness the sound of clothing friction. Those reacting, Gu Mingyan's hand covering his mouth became even harder. Brother Fufu is really good. This has come and gone. Then the lights came on. Someone had noticed the problem with the electric switch and pushed it up. Almost the instant the lights came on, the 2 men separated, then simultaneously looked at Gu Mingyan, who was crouching not far from them. And at that moment, Gu Mingin was still covering his mouth. He certainly didn't react as fast as they did. Even when the lights were on, he was still staring stupidly in the direction of the two of them. Not. Mainly because it was so dark just now, Gu Mingin didn't know the direction he was facing and just happened to be looking straight at them. In justice, he had just been in the dark and was unable to see anything. Gu Mingin lowered the hand covering her mouth and tried to explain, "It's not." Shin Muyu hadn't said anything yet, but instead, Shin Fufu pushed away Shin Muyu, who was cradled in his arms, and slowly and methodically fastened the buttons of his shirt. No wonder he was heading in Gu Mingin's direction. It was really because he had a good ear since he had gone blind, and as early as in the darkness he had spotted the sneaky Gu Mingin on the side. While tying it, he asked Gu Mingin, "Didn't I teach you not to have too much curiosity?" I really, just now black. I didn't see anything. So you see it now, huh? Shin Muyu got up. She looked at Gu Mingin condescendingly, seemingly pondering what to do with him. And after a long time she clapped her hands. "Gouge your eyes out." "No, my wife will get mad." Gu Mingin covered his eyes. "And you know how to fox around? Aren't you a cutie? Tiny cute. It hurts too. You wow tiny cutie." Shin Muyu laughed unscrupulously, laughing so hard that Gu Mingin became a little angry and glared at him. "You don't understand. What don't I know?" Gu Mingin tilted his face in an arrogant manner. "This is my wife's term of endearment for me. This is flirting. You're a little cutie, and you know all this." Shin Muyu still wanted to tease Gu Mingin again, but over there, Chun Nanxing had already brought people over angrily to check what was going on. He just rushed over. Shin Muyu hand chained up to tease Gu Mingin's smile, and backhanded a slap thrown over. It knocked Chun Nanxing dumbfounded, but after seeing the person who did it clearly, he dared to be angry and covered his face. But before Shin Muyu made his move, he stepped back toward the back and said scornfully, "Withdraw." Actually ran as fast as I could, like I had a dog chasing after me. Shin Muyu has no interest in chasing. She is still wearing high heels, and she wants to clean up who has too many ways. Over there, Shin Fufu buttoned his shirt to the uppermost button, but still couldn't hide the red marks on his neck, and he called out to Gu Mingin, "It's our turn to go on." Chapter 52. He really isn't dead. When Shin Fufu said this, Gu Mingin's hands were shaking. "Huh? Is this their turn?" It was over. His brain was so messed up. What were the lyrics? He doesn't seem to remember a word of it. "It's over. It's over." He forgot the words. Gu Mingin could not care about the surrounding, lowered his voice and asked Shin Fufu, Brother Fufu, Jianghu rescue, how does the first line of the lyrics sing?" Shin Fufu laughed lightly. "I'll remember in a moment. Don't be nervous, or take a look at the cheat sheet." Yeah, and a cheat sheet." Gu Mingin hurriedly looked down, but there were no first lyrics on the cheat sheet. He forgot all about it. QAQ, he's guilty. To finish, behind them, Shin Muyu looked at the boys who had their hands full on the side. The boy was already in a mess, and was even more so when Shin Muyu took a look at him. "What the hell? Is this one here? Is this one here? I'll do it." Shin Muyu squatted down. She picked up the stray wires and only swept them, then began to methodically connect them to bring all the equipment back to normal. The boy quietly reddened. He really didn't expect her to look so noble and cold, but she was actually so gentle and nice. It's just too much of a contrast. When Shin Muyu got up, he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you. It really helped me a lot. Which department are you from? Senior sister?" Only the boy did not wait for an answer, because when he finally gathered the courage to raise his eyes to look directly at Shin Muyu's beauty, Shin Muyu had already walked away. There is no one else in her eyes at all, and her gentleness is not to anyone in her eyes and heart. There is only Shin Fufu. She was good at talking, but only because of Shin Fufu's good face, and because of this good face she was willing to be kind to the world. Otherwise, all of us here today, one by one, will suffer. Shin Muyu, high profile toward the viewing platform of the C-seat. Around a group of school leaders saw her come, all rise to welcome, but she did not even a look, also did not give. Even so, the school leader sat down with a smile on his face. Bodyguards and assistants stood beside her, automatically isolating the best viewing position for her. Gu Mingin stood in front of the steps that were about to go up to the stage and took several deep breaths. And when his afterglow saw Shin Fufu's neckline, he even whispered a reminder, "Brother Fufu, the neckline doesn't cover that." Shin Fufu raised his hand and subconsciously touched the painful bruised teeth marks and wounds. He didn't care much. "I've already covered it up. Can't cover it up even if it's not." Gu Mingyan had discovered that Shin Fufu's mood that was extremely stable as long as he didn't teach him his schoolwork. Gu Mingyan also stopped caring. He once again took several deep breaths and took advantage of the darkness on the stage when the host went down with the curtain call. Leading Shin Fufu to sit in front of the piano, he then walked towards that microphone in the center of the stage. Taking advantage of the fact that the stage lights were not yet lit on the stage, he looked downward in the darkness, and the first thing he saw was Shin Muyu sitting on the stage, gorgeous. It made him think of the cool and dusty sushi shoe. But his wife didn't come. In fact, he'd rather have brother Fufu sing today because his wife is right there on stage. This chance to play 13 should have been given to Shin Fufu. Thinking about this, Gu Mingyan fiercely scolded Chun Nanxing again. It was all because of Chun Nanxing, otherwise it would have become him too. He. It's stupid. I forgot all the lyrics. I might mess it up. But it doesn't matter, my wife isn't on stage anyway, so it doesn't matter if I sing a few wrong lines. Black QAQ. Accompanied by the soft piano music, 2 lights were cast on the stage, and 1 light hit Shin Fufu, who was gently playing the piano. And if not for the fact that his shirt was a bit wrinkled at this time, this scene would have been simply elegant to the extreme. But that's good. It's not too cold, with some fireworks like people in the mortal world. Shin Muyu, for her part, looked at the man at the folds in his shirt, knowing too well how it was done, and it became an unspoken bad joke. The corners of Shin Muyu's lips hooked up, and the straightforward and hot love in his eyes simply couldn't be hidden. Another light hit Gu Mingyan, making him in the spotlight for a split second. Gu Mingyan was actually dying of nervousness, but listening to the piano. And sure enough, just as Shin Fufu said, when you naturally get to that rhythm, the forgotten words come back to you, and you open your mouth and open your voice. Silence on the stage, only the ethereal and pure, like heavenly music. With the melody of the ups and downs, sang all the pathos love, just good to listen to, but did not bring the hysteria after the pain of grief. The people who wrote the lyrics understood them, but the people who sang them were clueless. Gu Mingyan took the position of holding the microphone to look at the cheat sheet. Then his afterglow saw Shin Fufu showing off his skills, playing piano with one hand and a violin clipped to his neck and shoulder with the other. His accompaniment was filled with bitter emotions that made up for what was lacking in the song. Gu Mingyan almost sang the wrong tone. Well, before it was all his worry for nothing. He Fufu brother wherever dazzling, simply roll King Ben Wang. The song ended, and the stage was still silent, seemingly still reeling. Then thunderous applause erupted, with countless whistles of uproarious hoots and hollers. When Gu Mingyan went to hold Shin Fufu's hand and bent down to give thanks for the curtain call, his legs were soft and he walked on the red carpet as if he were stepping on cotton. Gu Mingyan was full of, oh my god, is this something that a little cutie, can it be something that can be done? Truly, it was so hot, he was going to cry from his own bull. Getting off the stage, Gu Mingyan desperately raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Fufu, scared me to death. I forgot the words, you know? I seem to have even sung it wrong. Oh my god, scared me to death. Gu Mingyan grabbed Shin Fufu's arm in a death grip and spat in a small voice, seeing that he was really scared. Shin Fufu unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip. He looked serious, singing in the wrong 3 places. Gu Mingyan instantly lifted her heart, thinking that she was going to be scolded by Shin Fufu, who was really strict when it came to professionalism. But without thinking about it, Shin Fufu patted his shoulder. But it's already very good. It took Chun Nanxing seconds to the dregs. What the hell was he thinking? He dared to line up a back and forth program with us. Heh? Garbage. Really? Great. Of course, naturally, someone posted him and us on the internet, and any layman can hear who's higher and who's lower. Isn't he rich with the reputation of a musical genius? From today onwards, he's a bull genius and will always live in your shadow. Shin Fufu smiled meaningfully, and under that smile, it was all arrogance. Gu Mingyan's blood boiled even as he listened. Brother Fufu, I'm going to hold on to your thighs and walk to the peak of my life. Meanwhile, South City. After socializing, the woman was assisted by her assistant to vomit in the corner, when she took the mineral water handed by her assistant to rinse her mouth. Hearing the song coming from the cell phone of the little girl beside her, the mineral water bottle in her hand fell to the ground. Almost pouncing over to grab the girl's cell phone, she looked at the singing Gu Mingyan on the screen. Tears fell from the woman's face. Ergo, the next second her voice was excited and morbid to the extreme. It's my second brother. It must be my second brother. He's still alive. I knew he wouldn't die that easily. Chapter 53. Are you the devil? Are you okay, and can I have my cell phone back? The girl who had been robbed of her cell phone frowned. Qin Wanyan returned the phone. Her alcohol-paralyzed brain seemed to be clearing up a bit as she returned the phone. Hands tucked into her beige trench coat, letting the wind ruffle her hair. She inclined her head slightly and commanded, 1 hour, follow that video and find out who it is. The assistant was respectful. Yes, Mr. Qin. Qin Wanyan leaned against the back seat of the car. She seemed to be asleep. When I close my eyes, it's a lingering image in my mind. In the large villa mansion, a wretched and dirty woman was led in by a middle-aged man who was elegant and civilized. Her mother was a close friend of mine who passed away due to an accident, and from now on she'll be living in our house as your sister, Gu's father said. She stood in place restlessly, stirring her fingers, then called out to the 2 teens in front of her, Brother! The next second, she was pushed backward hard by a hand, and because the force was so great, she fell heavily to the ground, hurting and in pain, but didn't say a word. Pa! Gu's father slapped the hands on teenager hard. What are you doing? The teenager covered his face, his eyes full of hostility. She's your illegitimate daughter outside, isn't she? And now she's brought it all back. How long has mom been dead? The teenager gritted his teeth again. A bastard daughter who can't get on the stage like that will never be able to enter my Gu family's door, and we will never recognize it. The other teenager stood still, seemingly a little outside the situation. It took a hard shove to the back from his brother to respond with an ah of approval. Then she was yanked away, and she looked up, locking eyes with the other teenager that had been forced away. Don't look at Gu Mingyan. Not afraid of dirtying your eyes. Memories take a turn. Gu Mingyan shielded her behind him, his voice extremely cold as he chided. She's my sister. If any of you dare to bully her again, I'll waste him. Countless hours of protecting and stepping up to the plate. Then there was his horrified and disappointed eyes, questioning her. It was you? You forced Big Brother to die. Qin Wanyan, you're crazy. How could you? His voice was muffled and he held his head. How could you do such a thing? Are you the devil? Don't touch me. He looked at her with red eyes and finally just said coldly, Dirty. Qin Wanyan suddenly opened her eyes, breathing heavily because she was trapped in the painful memories. When she calmed down, she raised her hand to touch her face and touched the cold tears that filled her eyes. Ergo, I will find you, now that I am capable of protecting you. I will, like you once protected me, protect you. Achoo! Gu Mingyan sneezed several times in succession, then wrapped his down jacket tightly and whispered to Shinfufu. It must be my wife missing me. Shinfufu was all a bit speechless. Why don't you say it was someone who scolded you? Who would be so bored to scold me? It must be my wife who misses me. Hey, I miss her too. There's a big snowstorm tomorrow and the temperature is dropping again. So dress thicker so you don't catch a cold. I'm too fit to catch a cold. Don't you read? The two of them were making small talk backstage, waiting for the final selection of awards and the prize money to be won. Shin Muyu has something to take care of temporarily and will be back in time to present the award. There was no suspense, their program took first place, and Shin Muyu did rush back to present the awards and take pictures. The whole thing is quite honest. Obviously Shinfufu won the award by strength. She did not want Shinfufu to be said to be an inside job, so she did not engage in those small actions. Only when handing over the trophy, he inadvertently touched Shinfufu's hand. Gu Mingyan stood on the stage, and this time he saw his wife outside the crowd. But it made him happy. A few sneezes ago his wife wanted him or not he didn't know, but he really wanted her. After taking pictures with the school leaders, Shinfufu also stood on the stage and spoke proudly about his acceptance speech. Gu Mingyan had already sneaked out. He avoided the lights and ran towards Sushi Shu while everyone was still concentrating on Shinfufu's speech. Still holding the trophy in his hand, he jumped into Sushi Shu's arms. Wife, you're done working. Sushi Shu reached out to support him and nodded gently, then looked at the trophy in his hand. Got an award? Gu Mingyan was very proud. Well, what about first place and the prize money? Brother Fufu and I will split it in half, and all 5,000 will be turned over to you. Sushi Shu reached out. Bring it. Gu Mingyan pulled out his pockets, then turned his head. The red packet is in Brother Fufu's hands. I'll go ask him for it. He was just about to leave when Sushi Shu tugged on his arm and yanked him back. You have to leave just after meeting me. When Gu Mingyan heard this, he turned back and wrapped his arms around Sushoshu, smiling at her. No go, no go. Just turn it in tomorrow. It's the wife's anyway. Only the money is mine? It's all the wife's. Gu Mingyan peeked at his wife in the darkness. His heart was bubbling with beauty. Su Shishu naturally held Gu Mingyan's hand and walked towards the front on the campus. Gu Mingyan realized that his wife was walking more and more naturally now, much better than when she first threw away her wheelchair. Recovered so well in a short time, not bad for his wife. But Gu Mingyan was still very careful and attentive to keep an eye on his wife, afraid that she would fall. Then he took off the down jacket he was wearing and draped it over his wife's body, fastening the zipper. Su Shishu looked at his considerate appearance and said in half a minute, "I'm not cold." Brother Fufu said it's cooling down again today, so the wife should wear thicker clothes. Su Shishu's words changed again to, "Aren't you cold?" "It's not cold." As the two walked through the silent campus, Gu Mingyan's heart was warm, and he felt that it was a beautiful evening to walk together like this. Even if he doesn't say anything, it's reassuring to have his wife by his side. The singing was beautiful. "Ah, honey, did you hear that?" Gu Mingyan was surprised. Then his eyes lit up. "Honey, you came to hear me sing? I listened to it on my cell phone. Shin Muyu sent it to me." "Oh, so that's it." Although this was the case, Gu Mingyan was satisfied. Suddenly, without a teacher, he came to Su Shishu's ear and whispered, "When we go home at night, I'll sing it to you alone, wife." Su Shishu didn't say yes or no, but Gu Mingyan saw her smile. He just giggled along, his eyes full of love again. His wife looks so beautiful when she smiles. In the evening, Gu Mingyan showered and came out to start his singing. Su Shishu sat on the bed and listened quietly. It was uniquely hers, both the person and the song at this point. Without waiting for Gu Mingyan to finish singing, Su Shoshu had already kissed him. Although his wife hadn't forgiven him yet, Gu Mingyan was already beautiful. The next day it was all humming, and when he saw his class hitchhiker, Shin Fufu, he had to run over and tap Shin Fufu on the shoulder, only to run into someone halfway across the street. The other party's books were scattered all over the place, and Gu Mingyan scrambled to help pick them up, saying, "Sorry, that's okay." Hearing this voice, Gu Mingyan jerked his head up, and at the sight of Qin Wanyan's face, the book he had picked up in his hand fell to the ground in renewed shock. Chapter 54. Caught you. Qin Wanyan reached out toward him. "Are you okay?" Gu Mingyan took a violent step back. The other man smiled gently and withdrew his hand. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Gu Mingyan looked at the man's face, inexplicably panicked and alarmed as well as palpitating. But his mind couldn't think of anything, just subconsciously felt dangerous and wanted to stay away. "I'm fine, I'm sorry." Gu Mingyan resumed, squatting down to pick up the books. "That's okay." The other's voice was gentle, and he followed suit, crouching down to pick it up, both reaching out at the same time for the last book. Gu Mingyan accidentally touched her fingertips and jerked back. The smile at the corner of the woman's lips deepened as she picked up the book, then took the book Gu Mingyan handed her and said, "Thank you." Her eyes fell on Gu Mingyan's face, and she said only after a long time, "Do you recognize me?" Gu Mingyan shook his head. Qin Wanyan laughed lightly and said nothing, taking the book and leaving. It's as if this reunion was just an inadvertent brush with the shoulder. They couldn't have been more strangers. Compared to Zhao Yuanyuan's bluntness last time, this was like an accident, a hiccup. Gu Mingyan soon didn't put it on his mind anymore and ran to find Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu sidled up and asked him, "What just happened?" "Accidentally bumped into a classmate." "Trouble with you?" "No, it's fine." "Oh." Shin Fufu nodded. He seemed to be in a good mood today as well, taking out a stack of information from his school bag and handing it to Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan took a look and did a double take. "Study materials, huh? Isn't getting first place adding credits? Then you'll have to pass as well. It's almost time for the test, so memorize these and you'll almost pass." "Got it." Gu Mingyan was breathless. Shin Fufu added, "Let's open a few social networking numbers and post new songs or something in the future. Take advantage of this wave of heat to accumulate some popularity, so it'll be easier to open a company in the future." Gu Mingyan still can't understand the study materials, but Shin Fufu over there has already started career planning. Gu Mingyan's brain hurt from his curls. Taking a step back, "Can't I really go pick up scraps?" Shin Fufu simply ignored him and disliked him with his elbow. "Did you hear what job I arranged for you?" Gu Ming pacified his forehead. "I know. I'll get my cell phone and turn it on when I get to class." Sitting in the classroom, Gu Mingyan realized that the video of their singing was really quite out of the circle, especially Shin Fufu's hand of Heavenly Show, the likes of the heat through 1,000,000 comments more than 100,000. No wonder Fufu said he wanted to capitalize on the heat. Opened a short video number from the introduction to the name, and the first work are Shinfufu guidance, after finishing the class also. It's cooled down again today, the classrooms are well heated, but the young people are afraid of the heat where they are bunched up, and the windows are open. The cold wind blew towards the inside, and Gu Mingyan was sitting right next to the window, not knowing if it was the combination of heat and cold that caused him to have a bad headache. At the end of the sudden pain, the old professor took a sip from his thermos and stood at the podium to speak in a boring and tedious manner. Gu Mingyan was really hard to bear and said, "Brother Fu, I have a headache. Lie down for a while." What Shin Fu said he could no longer hear, and closed his eyes as if he had sunk into infinite darkness. Dreams are broken and twisted, hazy like a fog. There was a luxury cruise ship traveling in the dark, endless waters, and a rave party was going on, with men and women dancing and twisting, mingling and drinking to the sound of earth-shattering music. On the topmost deck, on the other hand, it was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of the whistling wind and the waves coming through. A man slumped over the parapet with a glass of wine. Behind him stood a woman who spoke half-heartedly. "Must second brother fight me?" The man replied, "I didn't argue with you. What I took back belonged to the Gu family." The woman moved closer. "But that was originally mine. Something that belonged to my mom and dad that was taken away from you Gu family." The man pursed the wine in his glass before saying, "It's useless for you to tell me that. Second brother, in fact, regardless of whether you rob or not, as long as you live, what I want will never be available to me, and those old things will always only embrace you. Because you are the son and I am the most useless adopted daughter. But on what grounds? Second brother, those should have been mine. Second brother, your biggest break is that your heart is too soft. No matter how much you hate me, yet you never defend me. Second brother, it's not easy for me to strategize all the way to today step by step. Since you hate me so much for the sake of big brother's matter, then you should go and accompany him. Don't blame me, I didn't want this to happen, but you wouldn't listen and so did I. I had no choice." The woman cried out the last sentence, dropped the blood-stained baseball bat in her hand, and pushed the bloodied man off the guardrail into the deep sea beyond. She stood on the deck screaming hysterically, crying out in pain, and then finally laughing without sound, her eyes as shady as a crazed ghost crawling out of hell. Gu Mingyan snapped out of the weightlessness of his descent, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he gasped for air but still felt suffocated, like he was drowning in a cold, deep sea. His unconscious slap on the table made so much noise that the class watched. Shin Fu hurriedly reached out and touched his forehead, stood up and told the old professor, "He has a fever. I'll send him to the infirmary." Then Shin Fu lowered his head. "Xiao Gu, wake up. Did you have a nightmare?" Gu Mingyan only suddenly came back to her senses, but she didn't feel much better, only feeling dizzy and cold, and nauseous and wanting to vomit. "What's wrong with me?" he asked unconsciously. Shin Fu tugged at him. "You have a high fever. Go to the infirmary, go." Oh. Gu Mingyan was a bit flustered, and almost knocked over Shin Fu, who was holding a blind cane. "It wasn't until I hooked up a needle at the hospital that I seemed to wake up a little. The infirmary said the fever was not good, gave them an antipyretic and told them to go to the hospital and get hooked up with the emergency room." Shin Fu, a blind man, followed him to run forward and backward. This will only sit down to rest for a while. Still a little fretful, afraid that Gu Mingyan's already bad brain would become even worse because of the high fever. How many does 1 + 1 equal? Gu Mingyan gave Shin Fu a look. Being sick made him listless, but still returned it, looking a bit good. 2. What about 1 × 1? 1. What about 1 divided by 1? 1. Shin Fu breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be more stupid yet. Gu Mingyan, I've asked Jiang Lemon to contact your wife, and he said Miss Su is on her way over. As he was talking, Shin Fu's ears twitched and a smile came. It seems to have come already. Gu Mingyan raised her eyes and saw Su Shishu's figure, and her eyes lit up with joy. He was just about to get up when he was gently reprimanded by a female doctor. "Don't move." Hearing this voice, Gu Mingyan turned around and saw a beautiful face, but it was no one else but Qin Wanyan, who was wearing a doctor's white coat. Noticing his sight, she smiled softly, distinctly gentle. "What a coincidence, seeing you again." Chapter 55. Honey, I'm scared. She reached over. Gu Mingyan jerked back towards the back, moving to the needle in his hand, and all of a sudden, the needle went away, and blood bubbled out along the veins on the back of his hand. Qin Wanyan's eyes turned cold and heavy all of a sudden as she reached out to grab Gu Mingyan's arm. The voice still tried to maintain the gentleness of the persona. Don't move. I'll take care of it. But Gu Mingyan dodged it as he got off the ground and ran towards Su Shishu. Wife. Gu Mingyan moved like this. The needle in his hand had long since fallen off, and the blood on his hand couldn't stop flowing. But it was as if he couldn't notice the pain. Grabbing the corner of Su Shishu's coat and hiding behind Su Shishu. Only then did his heart finally settle down. Wife? I miss you so much. Qin Wanyan was still grasping the syringe in her hand, and the syringe water flowed out, washing away the returning blood in the tube in a small puddle on the ground. She looked down at the small puddle of blood, drooping her eyes so that no one could peer at her color even in the overly bright lights of the hospital. She stood there in her white coat, looking so lonely and cold. Her fingers trembled lightly. She wanted to grab Gu Mingyan, not this syringe. She inclined her head and raised her eyes in Gu Mingyan's direction, only to see Gu Mingyan smiling pleasingly and sweetly at Su Shishu, so good and shouting, Wife. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. The scene stung. Su Shishu first grabbed Gu Mingyan's wrist, and Lin Xiao got the nurse. Just as the nurse was about to get her hands on Gu Mingyan's walking stitches, Qin Wanyan came over and said quietly and also indifferently, I'll do it. Don't, just you do it. Gu Mingyan resisted so much, he looked at the little nurse. It's a makeshift infusion area, and there's someone over there yelling for a needle to be removed. It's not a VIP ward and naturally there's no VIP treatment. The nurse was busy, and with Qin Wanyan's help she naturally got up and didn't care about Gu Mingyan at all but said, Then you take care of it. Then ran next to a kid patient who said he was bleeding back. Apparently it was a little more urgent over there. Qin Wanyan acted like a real doctor as she unscrewed the iodophore and went for the swabs. Did you have a problem with going to the doctor when you were a kid? She reached out, paused again, and said extremely gently to Gu Mingyan, Give me your hand. I'll treat your wound. Gu Mingyan, however, hid his hand towards his back. Qin Wanyan smiled more gently. It seems to be afraid of the doctor. It's fine. It won't hurt. Come on. Give me your hand. This time she was going to have to force herself to grab his wrist, because his hand had been bleeding, and the floor was covered in little spots of blood that stung bright red. Only she was stopped before she could touch Gu Mingyan. Su Shishu's white jade-like hand took away the cotton swab in her hand. I'll do it. Qin Wanyan glanced at Su Shishu, who politely stepped back towards the back and stood aside. Su Shishu didn't even say anything. She just spread out her palm and Gu Mingyan obediently put her hand on it. Su Shishu pressed the already bruised and swollen needle opening for him, frowning slightly, raising her eyes to meet his and reprimanding again. I didn't come over. What are you staggering and running for? Getting into this state? Does it hurt? Gu Mingyan was just about to say that it didn't hurt, when Shinfufu coughed softly over there. Gu Mingyan immediately said, Ouch. Su Shishu's hand then got a little harder. Grow a memory if it hurts. Gu Mingyan, QAQ. Fufu pits him. Shinfufu held his forehead because he wanted Gu Mingyan to pout and say, It hurts, but it doesn't hurt when his wife huffs and puffs. How sweet it is, but in the end overestimated Gu Mingyan's intelligence. The wounds that traveled like this were somewhat not very good to press. Su Shishu pressed for a while and removed the cotton swab. The blood still gushed out quickly. Su Shishu frowned and pressed again. Lin Xiao was afraid that her hands would get tired and reached out. Mr. Su, let me do it. Su Shishu didn't say anything, and Lin Xiao knowingly withdrew her hand again. Qin Wanyan, who was on the side, but said, Don't use too much force on the cotton swab. The blood will stop more easily. Lin Xiao gave this doctor a wary look, not understanding why she was here all the time. Su Shishu didn't say anything, and she didn't know whether she was listening or not. It took a while more pressing to stop the bleeding. Qin Wanyan handed the needle mouth sticker like a doctor as professional instructions. Today's bath, do not touch the water. You can go outside the pharmacy to buy cold compresses, paste a little. Not so difficult to reduce the swelling is also a little faster. And again, the needles and water are wasted, so I'll reorder them for you. Gu Mingyan, however, stayed close to Su Shishu and said, Wife, I've gotten better. I don't need an injection. Let's go home. I want to go home. Su Shishu thought that Gu Mingyan was just afraid of needles and doctors, and didn't think much of it, telling Qin Wanyan, No need. He's still running a fever, and without fluids he'll start an infection. There's a private doctor in the house. So, that's fine. Qin Wanyan was so calm and composed that she started to pack up the things on the medical trolley when she finished. Su Shishu carried Gu Mingyan away. Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Shun, I'll send you back. Thanks. You're welcome, please. All of their party left. Only then did the movements in Qin Wanyan's hands stop, her eyes cold and gloomy as she looked towards the backs of Gu Mingyan and Su Shishu. The assistant in the shadows stepped forward to catch the white coat Qin Wanyan took off. Qin Wanyan's tone was so unhappy. Are you sure he's not playing dumb? Mr. Qin, I've personally confirmed that rather than being stupid, it's more like second young master, he's a blank brain after losing his memory, reacquainting himself with the world like a child, so he seems a bit stupid. Then why is he afraid of me, resisting me? He is, after all, amnesiac, not really a cutie. May still have some subconsciousness. Is second brother subconsciously loathing me? Yushi, do you see it? What? Ergo loves that woman so much. What right has a cripple whose leg is not yet fully healed? After a pause, Qin Wanyan smiled so cruelly. Yushi, what do you think I should do to let him know that there is no woman in this world but me who really loves him? The second youngest doesn't know any better. He'll find out sooner or later. Right, Yushi, you're right. Help me contact Ms. Su's brother of that plant. White Moonlight. I want to talk to him. Hard work. Yes. Gu Mingyan held Su Shishu's arm from the moment he got into the car, and as he rested on Su Shishu's head, he added, Wife, if I hold you like this, will I be able to be with you 24/7 without separating? You want to be with me 24/7? Well, you're always so busy, wife, that I hardly see you except in the evenings. We haven't had dinner together in a long time. So clingy when you're sick. Su Shishu touched Gu Mingyan's forehead. It was still a little hot. She frowned slightly. The fever hasn't gone down yet. You'll still need an injection in a while. Don't be afraid. Su Shishu thought that his anomaly was that he was afraid of needles. In reality, Gu Mingyan wasn't afraid of needles, but he was happy for Su Shishu to coax him, and his eyes rolled, saying, If my wife accompanies me, I won't be afraid of being afraid. Chapter 56. Husband. Su Shishu still really accompanied him. The private doctor came over and hung up the needles and fluids, so Gu Mingyan lay on the bed for the infusion. Su Shishu started to deal with some documents and met with anger. She was all set to slam the documents out, thinking that Gu Mingyan was still sick, only closed and threw it away, frowned and said, Tell him there's plenty of people to do it if he doesn't. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to breathe at one side. Yes, Gu Mingyan had been looking at it without removing his eyes. His wife was also good-looking when she was working, and when she was angry, she brought a kind of coldness with her. So beautifully beautiful. Perhaps it was the medication, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier and eventually he fell asleep. Su Shishu temporarily opened a transnational meeting. The person in charge of carelessness lost a few mining cooperation. A group of executives also have the responsibility of negligence. Knowing that Su Shishu was about to get angry, everyone cowered honestly like quails, knowing that they were bound to suffer this time. Su Shishu was frowning fiercely, but only saw the video of Missy looking elsewhere. And when her eyes turned back again, it was a calm voice that suppressed her anger, and even lowered it a bit. Thunderbolt fired a few of the main people in charge and brought up a couple of people to let them take the credit, even if it was to deal with the incident. In the old days, they wouldn't have been able to finish the meeting without shedding their skin. But the day just breezed by. The group of executives in charge didn't know what Su Shishu was looking at, but Lin Xiaoxiao did. Su Shishu was looking at Gu Mingyan, whose sleeping forehead was sweaty after the fever had gone down. Su Shishu had just gotten up ahead to curse when Gu Mingyan, who was not sleeping well due to a cold and fever, frowned and let out a pained grunt. Lin Xiaoxiao then saw Su Shishu suppress all her anger and continue the meeting to deal with the problem, and also lowered her speaking voice. It was only then that Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked. When did Gu Mingyan have such a position in Su Shishu's heart? Not to mention her hindsight. Probably even Su Shishu hadn't yet realized how much she doted on and spoiled Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan slept especially soundly this time and didn't have any more nightmares. He opened his eyes, the fever had gone down, and the bones that had burned before were aching at the seams. This would feel good all over, like he had been reborn again. What made him happiest was that as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Shishu holding a book, leaning against the single sofa and falling asleep. Floor-to-ceiling windows outside the weather forecast in the university as promised. Flurry under the people cannot see the scenery. A glance out, a silver wrap. Su Shishu slept soundly, and the sky was so cloudy that one couldn't tell what time it was. Gu Mingyan lifted the quilt. Although it was snowing outside, the house was well heated and he didn't feel cold. Picking up the blanket on the floor, Gu Mingyan carefully walked over and covered Su Xiushu. Then he reached out and gently touched Su Shishu's eyelashes, tilted his head and looked at Su Shishu for a long time. After his wife fell asleep, the eyes that were too cold were gone, and it looked like her whole person was a little good. Not so strong, but like a little woman who needs protection. Gu Mingyan's desire to protect suddenly exploded, but unfortunately, it was also useless. He gently held Su Shishu's hand and moved over to try to sneak a kiss on such a well-behaved wife. Move over and back away. He's got a cold. Don't infect his wife. Yes, just when Gu Mingyan was about to distance himself from Su Xiushu, the hand that had been holding Su Shishu was given a heavy grip. Gu Mingyan turned his head. He had also just woken up from a nap, and his voice was a bit muffled. Wife, you're awake. Where to? Su Shishu sat up and pressed her brow. It was only then that Gu Mingyan said, I was afraid of catching a cold and infecting you, so I wanted to stay away from you. Sit down. Oh. Gu Mingyan sat on the carpet, so that he tilted his head to look at Su Shishu. What's wrong, wife? Su Shishu lazily collapsed on the sofa again. She wrapped the blanket around her body. Sing me a song. Good. Gu Mingyan was obedient, and for a while the room was filled with his nice voice. Su Shishu closed her eyes and seemed to fall asleep again. Gu Mingyan stayed with her for as long as she slept. Su Shishu seemed to be extraordinarily nice today and accompanied Gu Mingyan to dinner. Finished eating is not yet 7 o'clock, because the cold cannot blow cold wind. Gu Mingyan can only lie on the floor to ceiling glass wall looking out at the snow. Su Shishu sat on the couch and asked him, Like it? Gu Mingyan shook his head. He didn't like the snow. It represented the bitter cold and the fact that he would starve and freeze even harder if he didn't have enough to eat. Snow is something that rich people like. Su Shishu didn't care much. We'll take you skiing when we're on vacation. Gu Mingyan raised his interest in being able to go out with his wife. He hadn't gone out with her yet. Su Shishu took the remote control and asked Gu Mingyan, What cartoon do you want to watch? Gu Mingyan's face turned red and he came over to Su Shishu's side. Wife, you're coaxing me like a child? Aren't you? I want to be a cutie next to you, but I also want to protect you. What can I do for you? Honey, Gu Mingyan asked very seriously. It was as if Su Shishu said to let him die in the next second. He would execute it without hesitation. Su Shishu heard his words and laughed lightly. Then take care of yourself and don't be getting sick. She stroked his head and rubbed it again. I don't need you to do anything for me. Just be happy. Wife. You be good. Perhaps today's Su Shishu is just a little too good. It was only then that Gu Mingyan said something like, Wife, can you call me husband? After saying that, Gu Mingyan and Su Shishu looked at each other, inexplicably goaded, but with some anticipation, nervously swallowing. It seems like you've never called out to me like this before. I want to hear it. Shin Muyu even called brother Fufu's husband. Wives should call their husbands. Gu Mingyan hung a heart, but stubbornly locked eyes with her and refused to look away, sometimes being extraordinarily paranoid and stubborn. Su Shishu looked at him for a moment as she twisted the pendant bead on her necklace. Gu Mingyan saw her movements and wimped out in seconds. He was still a wearer of sins. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, wife. Don't be upset if you don't want to. There's no reluctance. You can hear it if you want. Really? Although Gu Mingyan said that it was fine, he was still actually depressed. But Su Shishu's words made him instantly light up in his eyes. I'll call you my husband every day when you've worn enough 108 non-repeating uniforms. Gu Mingyan only heard the last two words, already beautiful. How is it not considered that his wife shouted at his husband? It is a pity that it was not recorded. Otherwise he could listen to it every day. In order to hear it one more time, Gu Mingyan's little brain spun rapidly. What, wife, I was just thinking about things. I didn't hear what you said to me. Don't hear it even if you don't. Gu Mingyan, QAQ. Why don't you follow the rules? So he counted. That's 108 more days. It's the only way to hear his wife call him her husband, or every day. Su Shishu suddenly laughed and pressed on the remote control without looking at him, but said, You can also wear more than one set a day, provided that I have to see it before it counts. Gu Mingyan rubbed himself up. Then what are you waiting for? I'll go put it on now. One night is enough. He bragged about it. Chapter 57. Chun Nanqing stood on the top floor of the 5-star hotel, then took his room card and swiped open the door of this presidential suite. He also had a few bodyguards behind him to protect his personal safety, fearing that this meeting would threaten his personal safety. He walked in and then to the lavishly decorated living room. Qin Wanxian was holding a glass of wine, standing idly in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, overlooking the intoxicated night scene of the imperial capital. Chen Nanxing stood behind her. You are the person in charge of the Gu family in South City? The momentum of these 2 years is very strong. Are you looking for me to talk about cooperation? Do you have the intention to develop in the imperial capital? Qin Wanyan gently took a sip of the wine in her cup before saying, It's the South City Qin family? Are you so behind in your news? Chen Nanxing said in his heart. I have heard about your ruthless tactics far away from the imperial capital, killing his father and brother, and sitting in the position of power all the way through the bloody storm. Thinking again, although Qin Wanyan's methods were dishonorable, she did get everything she wanted, and this was what he wanted the most nowadays, and the reason he was willing to come today. Qin Wanyan turned around and added, I do want to talk to you about cooperation, but not about this. What circle I want to squeeze into, I can solve it myself. I don't need to cooperate with anyone. So, what do you want to talk about? Chen Nanxing has not yet sat down on the sofa. Also with bodyguards, his defense is obvious. One negotiation doesn't work out and he's gone. Qin Wanyan raised her wine glass as she turned around, sizing up Chen Nanxing. She then walked towards him, her glass casually placed on a side table. Qin Wanyan's hand rested on Chen Nanxing's shoulder as she came around behind him and whispered in his ear, Talk, Sushi Shu. Chen Nanxing waved her hand away. You want to get information about her from me? Your math is wrong. Also, just with you, you can't afford to offend her. Qin Wanyan was not angry even after being ridiculed. She leaned back and sat on the back of the sofa again, looking straight at Chen Nanxing. You misunderstood me again. What I want to talk to you about is feelings. You? Talking to me about feelings? Chen Nanxing looked Qin Wanyan up and down, then turned his eyes away. I only have Su Shishu in my heart. I don't have any feelings to talk about with you. Respect yourself. These words don't know where to poke Qin Wanyan's laugh. She laughed for a while before saying, No wonder you can't even defeat a little cutie. Can't even defeat it, so it's because your brain doesn't work. Chen Nanxing shook his fist in anger. What did you say? Qin Wanyan laughed for a while before saying, I'm here to help you. I'm just like you. I think they're an eyesore. I don't think they should be together. What exactly is your purpose? You can't win because you're going in the wrong direction. And as long as you continue like this, you'll only make Su Shishu hate you more and more. If I were you, I'd be smarter. Do I need you to teach me? Chen Nanxing was cranky. Use it, or you would have turned around and left instead of being here to listen to me. You have to admit that there's nothing more you can do, right? Chen Xiao, you need my help because I'm the only one who can help you get Su Shishu. Qin Wanyan blinked her eyes, looking a bit playful. She was really a good hand at the negotiation table and quickly captured Chen Nanxing's psychology. Chen Nanxing pursed his lips, and after a long time, he raised his hand and waved and pushed the bodyguards. All of you go down. They were the only 2 left in the large living room. Qin Wanyan signaled Chen Nanxing to sit. She moved beautifully and elegantly and began to make tea. Her movements of flowing clouds and water were pleasing to the eye. Passing a cup of tea in front of Chen Nanxing. Have a cup of tea to suppress the fire. Chen Nanxing went to get his teacup, lifted it up and put it down heavily. Just say what you have. I have things to do. If you're going to talk crap to me, don't waste your time. If we continue to let the 2 of them get on like this, it's only a matter of time before they get married. Chen Nanxing disdained. Impossible. How could she be with a cutie? Married. Cutie. What's the matter? Aren't you even a little cutie? Can't beat that either. You. Chen Nanxing stood up. Qin Wanyan sips her tea bashfully before saying, Don't be angry. You don't like to listen to these truths. So let's say something you love to hear. For example, medical miracles. Chen Nanxing just remembered that the Gu family should not be the current Qin family. The industry involves a multinational monopoly before is to make a fortune in pharmaceutical companies. Medicine-born dust is one of the top medical giants in the country. Just with Qin Wanyan on the throne, it is difficult to convince the public, have the strength of the old shareholders with connections to sell their shares, take people out to do it alone, medicine dust in name only, but became a flower show. Predictable losses. Qin Wan Smoke is also a ruthless roll, directly to the signboard even with the stock company sold. Just a few years to take the money from somewhere else to do up, became a capital plutocrat, came back to take revenge after betraying her at the beginning of the people, the pressure to a very low price to buy the medicine that was facing closure of the dust. By her importing talent from home and abroad, She now has a steady hand again. In her hands, there must be something good. Chun Nanxing sat back again, but did not beat around the bush and asked bluntly, "Do you have a way to make my vegetable brother wake up?" Qin Wan Yen Yen leaned against the sofa. She lowered her head, lit a slender lady's cigarette, took 2 puffs, and gently flicked the ash. Under the light smoke and mist, her face was hazy and unlike a mortal. She inclined her head and smiled gently at the superior's gesture of talking about things. "Do you really want your brother to wake up that much? Or do you think that if he wakes up, things will be under your control? Or do you have any ability to make sure that you will be able to surpass your brother, who is good at everything, and get Sushi Shu, the crippled young lady? It's neither here nor there, so tell me what the hell to do." Qin Wan Yen Yen put out her cigarette. She looked at Chan Nanxing, her eyes full of ambition, before she added, "That crippled missy can take a little cutie. As a substitute, why can't we? To be precise, I can turn the substitute into the original as a substitute." "You mean?" Qin Wan Yan's eyes were filled with negative emotions, looking exceptionally paranoid and gloomy. "Let that vegetable brother of yours die. I'll find you an identical substitute. Break them up. I'll make the substitute disappear, and won't Sushi Shu be yours?" Chen Nanxing didn't say anything. Qin Wan Yen Yen added, "Don't worry, since I opened my mouth, I will definitely promise you to get her, even if it's by dirty means. All you need to do is listen to my arrangements and cooperate with me. Understand?" When Chun Nanxing heard this plan, his back went cold and goosebumps rose on his skin, but vaguely, he was excited and there was a twisted anticipation. He frowned, as if in a last struggle of conscience, and as if disturbed. "That way, it'll be discovered, won't it? No, trust me." Gu Mingyan ran to the check room. He opened the closet and found that the closet on the far side, I do not know when a lot more strange, in short, depicted a certain amount of clothes that must not be overly scrutinized. He had a beautiful thought in mind. He thought he'd wear one set down to show his wife one set. One night wouldn't be enough to make it up. 2 nights would be enough. Without realizing it, he went down there, was watched by his wife, and was pushed down on the couch, never getting a chance to go upstairs and change into a different set of clothes. Chapter 58. A Little Temper. His wife leaned into his ear, her voice soft. "I was going to let you go, but you brought it on yourself." Day 2. Gu Mingyan propped his hand on his desk and let out a long, fretful sigh. Shin Fu was supposed to take advantage of his self-study to write a new song. Braille sheet music is much more cumbersome to write and often can't keep up with the speed of what's going on in his head. But inspiration is often a moment. Shin Fu was about to catch it properly. Was Gu Mingyan left a sigh, right a sigh to the inspiration of the sparse. He put down the pen in his hand. "What is it that worries you so much? I wanted to talk about you from just now. As the first man, you can carry the sky when it collapses. Look at what you're doing. There's no shape left." Gu Mingyan was reprimanded and honestly lay down on his desk, his head resting on his hand to look at Shin Fu. "Brother Fu, does your wife usually call you husband?" Shin Fu's mind is so penetrating a person. Instantly understood, before saying, "She didn't call me her husband right from the start. At the beginning I was worse off than you. I didn't even have a name." Gu Mingyan was surprised. "No way, it looks like Miss Shin loves your Fu brother." This time it was Shin Fu's turn to let out a sigh after a long silence, before saying, "You are much better than me. She at least protected you. I was miserable at that time. My eyes were hard and painfully blind. At that time I called out her name. I called out to her to save me. She wrapped her arms around other men and coaxed others not to be afraid." Gu Mingyan was so shocked that he could put an egg in his mouth. "No way. Can't see it, can you? I didn't believe it then. I was told she was just using me and I never believed it. We were so good. She loved me so much. How could she use me? Turns out, it all just wasn't meant to be." "No, Fu-Chan, don't you say that. I'm scared." Gu Mingyan covered his ears. "I feel like you're nudging me." Shin Fu did not continue to say, "No one wants to cut open all the pain to others to see, as if the scab good wounds and lifted the flesh and blood, remembering once as if experiencing once, died once. It's just that the mood is just right up to that point of talking more, and after that mood you don't want to be opening your mouth." Shin Fu was silent and bowed his head to write a new song. Gu Mingyan covered his ears for a while before he came close to Shin Fu and asked again in a low voice, "Then how did you guys make up?" "There is no reconciliation, no forgiveness. But you're together. That's because she won't let me go. Or she lets go of her hand and she'll never find me a second time in this life." Shin Fu was silent for half a second, then added, I'm a nostalgic person in the end. I have 10,000 means to get back at her. But I don't want to become the same person I hated her for in the beginning. I will always be clean in order to make her seem so unforgivable. And she will have to love me forever, feel guilty about me, be terrified and afraid that I will leave, and then lose me again forever. I'm a little scared when you're like this, brother Fufu. Don't be afraid. It's her karma, not yours. Gu Mingin was honest the rest of the way. Or Shin Fufu's emotions were in place to write a new song and asked him, "Has she forgiven you yet? And did she get the beads?" Gu Mingin shook his head and suddenly picked up where he left off last time. "Brother Fufu, it's not that my wife doesn't call me her husband. She just has a condition she wants me to fulfill. She said that if I do it, I'll call out to my husbands every day from now on. Then this condition must not be easy to fulfill, and you haven't come up with a way to break it even if you think about it, have you?" Shin Fufu turned sideways, towards him. "You should have said something earlier." After a pause, he added, "I wouldn't have talked to you so much if I'd said so earlier." After listening to Gu Mingin's words, Shin Fufu knew that this dead love brain was not empathizing with him at all. And the so-called sigh was not sadness. It was sweet annoyance. "Shin Fufu, why do you have the feeling of not eating dog food being force-fed into your mouth? Hot men are such a pain in the ass. Fufu-chan, tell me what I should do to finish my clothes faster. Burned. It's not to be squandered like that, you tell me nicely, you must know." Gu Mingin's eyes lit up and he folded his hands. "Righteous father!" Shun Fufu almost didn't choke on his saliva. He coughed while waving his hand. "I don't have a son as stupid as you. And who did you learn this from? Online. Less internet, your brain is already bad. Watching it is even worse." "Oh," Shin Fufu sighed. "Then I'll teach you 2 more moves." "Wow, Ning. Your thinking was wrong from the start. Why are you obsessing about clothes? She took you down, you can take her down too." Shin Fufu came to Gu Mingin's ear and whispered, "You can make requests to her when you can't stop the most." Gu Mingin looked at Shin Fufu. "Will this work? It's still okay if you want to hear a few words from your husband. And as for the clothes, take your time with them. They're not your perks." Shin Fufu patted Gu Mingin's shoulder and went over to whisper again, "Tiny cute. You wouldn't be unaware that there are women's models of that kind. I'm blind, but you're not." After saying that, Shin Fufu jie laughed out. "Gu Mingin? What a move." Evening. Gu Mingin experimented for a moment, just as Su Xiushu was about to compromise and call him her husband. Instead, the cell phone on the nightstand rang and rang. Gu Mingin was not satisfied and was going to turn off the phone. Su Xiushu took a step faster than him and picked it up to answer it. And without knowing what was said over there, she got up and pushed Gu Mingin away and went to the bathroom. She came out to see Gu Mingin with a dark face, sitting on the bed and sulking, and twisted away from looking at her when she noticed her sight. Su Xiushu approached and stroked a handful of his chin. "It's not cute anymore, and it's still angry. Do not say okay," said Gu Mingin, also aggrieved on. "I'm almost done, you're almost done. What heavenly thing to push away from me, just short of this time. Who made you bad? I'm not, you're not allowed to leave. No one will be looking for you this late except Chun Nanxing. Something's really wrong. So behave yourself at home. I'll go when you go. You who can, where to? Running away from home." Gu Mingin was going to be a puffer fish with his arms wrapped around him, and it seemed that he was really angry. Su Xiushu glanced at him and smiled. It felt like seeing a kitten baring its teeth. Quite fierce but not much of a deterrent, and scratched a few times on the human heart. It didn't hurt at all, it tickled. In the end, I still did not take care of him. A small cute. He can't turn the world upside down, he'll be fine after he's angry. It's just a headache. Seeing Su Xiushu really walk away, the kind that doesn't look back. Gu Mingin was furious, and immediately climbed up, took a shower, and packed a small bag. He's not just talking, cutie. Talking is also a spit in the eye. Ran away from home in the night. Chapter 59. Letting You Lose Me. Su Xiushu was sitting in the car when Chun Nanxing's call came again. She answered, and over there was Chun Nanxing's voice crying with joy. "Sister Su, my brother is awake." "Really awake? Are you here?" Su Xiushu lowered her eyes. "I'm on my way. Don't rush." The limousine drove noiselessly in the night. Su Xiushu did not pay attention to the empty road behind her. A figure carrying a small bundle was silently and also sadly watching her. Gu Mingin watched as the car sitting on his wife drove away, with no intention of stopping. He grunted and stepped away, his steps quick and steady. It was like a body of energy that wasn't finished until it was spilled. Su Shishu went to the hospital and Chan Ningxing greeted her. Sister Su. My brother woke up for a while just now and fell back into a deep sleep. Su Shishu wrinkled her eyebrows. Did it say what the reason was? Over there, Qin Wanyan, wearing a white coat, came over with the inspection report and handed it to Su Shishu. The patient is too weak and fell into a coma and slumber. Don't worry too much. When he wakes up next time, feed him some fluids, slowly replenish his nutrition, and do a good job of rehab. It's not a big problem to recover into a normal person. Su Shishu flipped through the examination report. You mean he woke up from his vegetative state? Yes. Su Shishu raised his eyes across the glass to look at the inside of a quiet slumber. Did not feel at all like waking up. Looked as if it was better than the last time she saw. More thin and sickly frail a lot. Either way, it should get better every day that you can wake up. That's good news. Su Shishu's tightly furrowed brows unfolded as she looked at the female doctor at the side. Then spoke. It's you. Qin Wanyan smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Last time I was helping out in the emergency room. Today, my teacher had a temporary emergency surgery, so he explained that I came to deliver the information for you to explain the situation. Su Shishu didn't say much as she nodded her head and chatted about the doctor's area of specialization based on Chen Fenghua's condition. Some medical terms coming out of her mouth. Qin Wanyan answered all of them correctly, without the slightest break, and there were times when she would be more professional than Su Shishu because she was the one who was studying this. Su Shishu stayed with her until dawn and saw that Chen Fenghua did not look like he was waking up, and she got up and went back. Chen Nanqing sent her to the elevator. Sister Su, go back and sleep a little more. You don't have to keep watch. When my brother wakes up, I'll be sure to tell you first. It's just that the doctor said that he just got out of his vegetative state and is weak. It's normal for him to fall asleep repeatedly. Su Shishu nodded as the elevator doors closed. She instructed Lin Xiaoxiao behind her. Look into this Qin Wanyan. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately set to work on it. Royal River Bay. Su Shishu came back and wanted to sleep a little more while it was still light. She pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The covers on the bed still cluttered, the way they had been when she left, but there was no one on them. Not on the floor either. Tiny cute. Not here. Su Shishu thought he had hidden somewhere and called out, Gu Mingyan. No one responded. Su Shishu took off her wristwatch while wrinkling her eyebrows as she walked towards the check room. Wanted to see the little cutie. Is there a pajama hat room? And after realizing there isn't, thought she should be with tiny cutie. Stayed too long, IQ's gone down. She called the security guard standing guard. Did you see Mr. Gu go out? Wasn't Mr. Gu with you? He followed you out. The security guard thought Gu Mingyan was following Su Shishu out. Su Shishu had a number in her heart. Gu Mingyan was running away from home. Not wanting to make a scene, Su Shishu ended the call. She pressed her brow with a bit of a headache. Why are you so disobedient? Early morning. Shinfufu sat at the table and ate quietly. His eyes can't see, so he eats a lot slower than others, and he doesn't like people to take care of him. Basically, he eats whatever he clips. Shinmuyu just didn't clip the dishes into his bowl and send them to his mouth. Because of her dislike, she usually didn't dare to take care of him too much. But the blind man is good at fooling in the end. Shinmuyu at this very moment, while answering the phone, at the same time when Shinfufu stretched out his chopsticks, turned his favorite food in front of him. I don't think he's in the way when he's here. I won't take him in. He's not with me. Why should I hide it from you? Come and look for him. He's really not here. Shinmuyu laughed lightly. How do the people under your hand work? A little cutie. Can't look at it. Ran away. You are not unable to find. What is the hurry? Hang up on me. Looks like the little thing ran off in a bad mood. Shinmuyu played with the cell phone in her hand as she looked at Shinfufu beside her. Do you know where he ran off to? Shinfufu didn't move to eat breakfast. In fact, he had a good idea where Gu Mingyan was. After all, he had long ago arranged for Gu Mingyan to come there when he had no place to go, in order to prevent Gu Mingyan from having nowhere to go when he wanted to leave, like he did back then. They're both orphans, both playthings in the hands of female plutocrats, and too often there's a commonality. U of S dormitory. This dormitory is not unused. At noon occasionally Gu Mingyan also come here to take a lunch break. Academic pressure is too much. No lunch break place his brain is really difficult. That's the thing about people, they don't call a place home, but they always set something up when they've lived there. There were some small snacks on the table and clothes in the cupboard. The quilt on the bed was soft and comfortable, washed and clean. Although the bed was not as big as Su Shishu's home, but it was enough to sleep him alone. Gu Mingyan walked all the way over here for a few hours. The snowy road was slippery, and he even fell a few times, knocking a few bruises on his body, looking a bit lousy. But still sweaty, he went into the toilet to take a shower. Good thing the school's hot water is supplied 24 hours a day. This shower is still very comfortable. Much better. It's a really much better life than sleeping in a bridge hole, scavenging for food by the garbage cans, and not showering for a winter. Gu Mingin sat on the bed in his pajamas, originally very angry before, sweating and inhaling a stomach of cold air. This will be nothing to be angry or not, only sleepy. Gu Mingin was just about to fall back to sleep when he heard a knock on the door. Fearful yet expectant, Gu Mingin sat up and clutched the covers. Who? He hadn't fled very far. He was in the school dormitory, and it was still easy for Su Shishu to find him. He was walking all the way here before it took that long, driving as fast. Wife! It's not at all unusual to find it so quickly. Gu Mingmin's anticipation overshadowed her fear in the end. The man at the door didn't say anything. Yet he got up and opened the door anyway. He couldn't shut his wife out. The door was opened a crack, and Gu Mingin peeked out. Observe in secret. The next second the door was pushed open. This overbearing strength. Gu Mingin was just about to call out to his wife, but was stunned when he raised his eyes to see the visitor. Chapter 60. Don't want to make it hard for you. The person who came wasn't Su Shishu at all. Qin Wanyen inclined her head and smiled gently. I heard that you had a fight with your girlfriend? She was about to head inside. Gu Mingin reached out and pressed his hand against the door frame as he blocked her way. Frowning, I don't know if it's because he's been with Su Shishu for a long time. He frowns like this and looks intimidating. Qin Wanyen, however, looked at his angry appearance with fascination, even wanting to reach out and smooth out the creases between his eyebrows for him. It had been 4 years, and she was surprised to see him again, something she hadn't even dared to think about in her dreams. Gu Mingin ducked his head to avoid it. Qin Wanyen didn't force her hand to hang down her hand. Won't you invite me in to have a seat? Gu Mingin stared vigilantly and also defensively at this woman that he would feel uncomfortable in his heart every time he looked at her. This is the boys' dormitory. How do you come up? It's not appropriate for you to be here. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? I promise, no one will dare to trouble you for this. Qin Wanyen looked at the arm that stopped her and added, Do you think this can really stop me? She walked forward, not even taking Gu Mingin's block in her eyes. When Yu Hun was about to stick to Gu Mingin's arm, Gu Mingin let go of his hand and he took a step backward. You! Qin Wanyen laughed softly. Still this unproductive. Strutting into this dormitory, he looked around and sat down on the wooden plank bed where Gu Ming was sleeping. She looked up at him, her tone soft. Close the door and sit down and we'll talk. The words were very ambiguous, and Gu Mingin, a little cutie, could even hear it. Instead of closing the door, Gu Mingin opened it. Please leave. I have a wife. I didn't mean it that way, you misunderstood. I don't care, please leave. You said you have a wife. So did you get a license and did you have a wedding? These words were like trying to put a knife in Gu Mingin's heart, and Gu Mingin didn't know why she would remember Chen Nanxing's line about not having a name, not being able to get on the stage, and being a stand-in at this point in time. Gu Mingin squeezed his fingers tightly, thinking that it was probably because he and Su Shishu had a fight. But this has nothing to do with outsiders. Gu Mingin still insisted. Please leave. Qin Wanyan's hand pressed on the quilt, and if she wasn't afraid of scaring him, she was about to grab the quilt he had slept on to cover her mouth and nose. Feeling familiar yet with a hint of strangeness from years of separation. She really, really missed him. Restrained at this time, Qin Wanyan looked like a rogue. I won't leave, what about you? But I won't resist if you hold me and throw me out. Saying that, Qin Wanyan opened her arms in a manner that allowed for a hug. Gu Mingin intuited that this person was harder to deal with than Zhao Yuanyu, and one because he could sense that Zhao Yuanyu had no brain, but the person in front of him was different, dangerous and scary. Seeing that he didn't move, Qin Wanyan was deliberately nasty. Otherwise, I'll stay here. She lay down on the bed. Are you going to class later? Bring me a lunch at noon or I'll starve. Gu Mingin hadn't expected that so soon the place he could have stayed in would be occupied by someone else. Wouldn't he have no place to go again? If you don't have anywhere to go, you're here. Where are you going? I'm going to class. Gu Mingin turned around and left. Qin Wanyan saw that he was wearing very thin pajamas, and she called out to him, Then you should also change your clothes before you go. Gu Mingin looked down and seemed to feel that it wasn't right either. So he returned and tried to change his clothes. Qin Wanxiang blocked his door to the balcony toilet. Gu Mingin looked at her and got a little annoyed. What the hell do you people want? Qin Wanyan leaned against the door with an idle posture. Can't you see? I'm chasing you. Gu Mingyan picked up the long down jacket on the chair and turned around. It was pajamas that he wasn't going to change either, with a stance like he wanted to be as far away from her as possible. There was an air of walking away from this dormitory and not returning. Qin Wanyan wanted to see him get angry, but she didn't want him to get really angry. So placing the miniature camera on the doorframe, she chased after him, and she grabbed Gu Mingyan. "I'm just kidding. I just came to pass on a message to you. Your girlfriend's white moonlight woke up. She hid it from you, but I couldn't bear it. I wanted to tell you about it so that you can be prepared and mentally prepared." After Gu Mingyan shook off her hand, she wasn't annoyed and took a step back, away from him. "I really don't have any other ideas. I just want to help you. Having said that, I'm leaving. It's cold outside. You're wearing thin clothes. Go back quickly." Gu Mingyan watched her disappear like a gust of wind into the stairway and only felt a slight pain in his brain. Is it a cold that hasn't cleared up and you've caught a cold? If he gets sick again, he won't have a wife to keep him company. Better to go back, at least his wife will be able to find him, go somewhere else and she will have a hard time finding him. He didn't want to make things difficult for her. Gu Mingyan's first class today was at 9 o'clock, and he was still ready to take a nap while it was still time for class. As for the sudden appearance of Qin Wanyan, he didn't even think about it. Anyway, he only had his wife in his heart. No matter if it was Zhao Yuanyuan and Qin Wanyan, or whoever it was in the future, none of them could compare to Su Shishu. Gu Mingyan lay down, but the quilt was all covered with a faint scent of camellia that lingered. Gu Mingyan got up and shook the quilt. The taste faded a bit, but the scent became lighter and more advanced. It was left by Qin Wanyan. Gu Mingyan didn't like it at all. Instead, he remembered the faint orange fragrance of his wife. He threw the covers on the chair and wrapped himself in the long duvet and went to sleep. Shen Fufu smelled this faint aroma when he came, and because he couldn't see it, his sense of hearing and smell was a little more sensitive. He touched the side of the bed and woke Gu Mingyan up. A woman came by. Gu Mingyan was still sleeping in a daze when he heard this and sat up violently from the bed. "My wife is here? Has Su Shishu not found you yet? It shouldn't. Then it seems that it doesn't want to find you." In the past, Gu Mingyan had to pick up on the will not, wife loves me the most such shameless and silly words. This time it was a bit silent. Shen Fufu changed the topic. "Who was here? You dared to break into the boys' dormitory. It couldn't have been Zhao Yuanyuan. Could it? It's not right. Zhao Yuanyuan doesn't smell like this. What flavor is Zhao Yuanyuan? A very nice smelling fragrance with floral top notes and woody undertones. Not this one in a nutshell. You remember it so well. I'm going to tell your wife." "Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to tell your wife too." Gu Mingyan wimped out for a second. "Then none of us should sue Brother Fufu." Meanwhile, Mikado Bay. Lin Xiao lowered her head and reported. After checking Qin Wanyan's information, she is indeed a senior medical student, a graduate student in the course of her studies. Her file can be checked. There is no problem. Su Shishu pressed her eyebrows, obviously no longer concerned about this, and only asked, "Did you find anyone?" "Found it. Mr. Gu was in the school dormitory. Walked all the way there, and fell a few times, strange and pathetic." Lin Xiao unfolded a stack of photos and laid them flat in front of Su Shishu. They were all high-definition surveillance screenshots, the way Gu Mingyan fell, the way he walked, the way he got up after falling. He looked like a puffy blowfish in his thick coat in the freezing cold. Su Shishu reached out and nudged his face on the photo. Lin Xiao inquired, "Do we need to kidnap Mr. Gu back?" Chapter 61. Coaxing him. There's no rush. Su Shishu's fingertips that were pointing on the photo gave a start. She lowered her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. "I've been looking everywhere for someone just now, so I'll know where they are. But I'm not in a hurry." Gu Mingyan was thinking about his wife at first, but soon he was busy preparing for the exam and the test. Shen Fufu also used the exam as a reason to live in the dormitory, compared to Gu Mingyan, who hated the way his head was hanging from a beam and stabbing his stock. Shen Fufu was just idle, with headphones, either listening to songs or novels. It doesn't matter if you did well on the test. What matters is that it's finally over. Gu Mingyan was determined to sleep all day and no one could disturb him. By the time he got a good night's sleep and got up, the entire dormitory building was nearly empty. All went back for New Year's Eve, leaving behind a small number. Everyone else had gone home, and Gu Mingyan was a little homesick for Su Shishu. He hadn't seen anyone for 10 days, and the bruise on his knee from the day he ran away from home had healed. The wife doesn't come to him. Does she really not want him? Shin Muyu had come here several times, not caring at all that this was a boys' dormitory. and once Gu Mingyan was even shut out of the door, not knowing what they were doing inside. He was out in the cold, or a classmate saw him and told him to go sit in his dormitory. When he went back 2 hours later, the door to the dormitory was open, and Shin Fufu was actually sitting on the edge of the bed smoking. Gu Mingyan was stunned that he actually reached out when Shin Fufu even asked him if he wanted one. He was slapped away by Shin Fufu. No. Then ask me. Trying you still single is not simple. Although the entire building is almost gone, his dormitory hitchhiker Shin Fufu hasn't gone back yet, and Shin Muyu has come to deliver food again. Put down. Stay 2 more days, you must go back. Shin Fufu's tone was light. He went back. I had no fun living alone, so I went back. Shin Muyu raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Literally. You're just so nice to him. He's my brother. Okay. I'll go find Sushi Shu and tell her to get rid of the people. You may as well come home with me. You're not done with them having a fight. Shin Muyu left, and she had just reached the dormitory floor when she saw Sushi Shu's car drive over. She raised an eyebrow, and what was going to be a car turned into a braced body snicker as she watched Sushi Shu's car pull up. The car window came down and Shin Muyu bent down. Isn't it not wanted? Why did you come over? What don't want? Sushi Shu glanced at her faintly. That little cutie. Ah, I thought you didn't want it. If I don't want it, you should panic. What am I panicking about? You don't even panic. What do you mean you're panicking? Sushi Shu seemed to smile. Shin Muyu and her stared at each other for a moment and cursed grass. Not to mention, if Sushi Shu didn't want Gu Mingyan anymore, according to the character of that maintenance of her family, she might have run away with the people. A blind man is inconvenient, but isn't there a little cutie? For his eyes? Shin Muyu immediately no longer poor, blowing a cold night wind for a while. She freezes straight shivering, but still want a style do not want the temperature of leaning on the car body to bite a cigarette. Only said, hurry up, you pick up people, I also pick up people. Inside the dormitory, Gu Mingyan came back from the balcony to wash his hands. It was windy outside. He didn't hear what they chatted about. Turned around and came out still amazed. Brother Fufu, your wife left a little fast this time. Shin Fufu's face didn't change. His hand pushed the dishes on the table. Eat. Gu Mingyan ate very satisfied. The cafeteria in the end is not as delicious as the small stove. The chef craftsmanship in the end is not the same. Just as he ate, Gu Mingyan put down his chopsticks. His hands propped up on the table as he slowly sighed. Brother Fufu, do you think if I go back on my own, I can pretend that nothing happened? It's okay, you have to think that was supposed to be your home. You can leave if you want to, and you can certainly go back if you want to. Well, would that make me look too cheap? As long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Like, it kind of makes sense. But, after all, Gu Mingyan had been reading for this small half-year, and his brain was thinking about a few more tangled things. Or Shin Fufu looked at his unproductive appearance and laughed out loud. Forget it. Don't go back. Although you're not embarrassed, it's really humiliating. Wait for her to pick you up. It's just these 2 days. Really, Brother Fufu? How did you know? She didn't look for you, but she also wanted you to prepare well. It's only natural that she should come when you've finished your exams. Really? Really? Gu Mingyan's eyes, which appeared bleak, lit up, and soon slumped back down on the table. Brother Fufu, don't joke with me. It's making me start to look forward to it. He has his hand where his heart is, and it doesn't even hurt here when he's not fighting with his wife. Just at this time, Gu Mingyan's cell phone rang. He glanced at it. Then the whole person instantly seemed to be full of blood, holding the phone in his hand, nervous and incoherent. Wife? Fufu brother, look. It's my wife. What should I do? Should I answer it? Shin Fufu was serious. No answer. Gu Mingyan, and how can he still listen to it? He is asked, but there is no need to answer at all, it has been answered. The anger she felt when she ran away from home had long since subsided. And when she answered the phone, her tone of voice couldn't have been more good, calling out, wife. Without hearing Sushi Shu speak, he added, it's my wife. Why don't you speak? On the other end of the line was a voice he knew and missed. Come out on the porch balcony. Oh, good. Gu Mingyan almost ran over to open the dormitory door. Sushi Shu's commanding voice. Raise your head. Gu Mingyan had just opened the door to his dormitory. He raised his eyes to look at the sky, and in the next instant, beautiful blue fireworks exploded in the dark night sky. This was followed by gorgeous fireworks in one beautiful cluster after another. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was ear-shattering, but it didn't make Gu Mingyan feel noisy. He was already holding his cell phone and looking stupid. frozen in the doorway. Shin Fufu's blind cane poked the frozen Gu Mingin, who couldn't see the fireworks and just listened to the sound. This will say, "Your wife gave you fireworks. It is coaxing you. What are you standing here for? Fireworks, naturally, are to be seen with your favorite person. What are you doing staying with me at such a romantic time?" It was only then that Gu Mingin seemed to react violently as he desperately rushed towards the stairs with his cell phone. Rubbing shoulders with Shin Muyu. Shin Muyu walked over to Shin Fufu, who was already standing by the parapet. "You can come home with me now, huh? Wait for the fireworks. Look at it for what, you can't see it." Shin Fufu suddenly inclined his head. "I can't see it, but can't you see it?" Shin Muyu locked eyes with his cold, albeit somewhat dull, but still fascinating eyes and froze for a long time. Then instantly blushed. The little girl posture is revealed, but also in the wind to gather the long hair and cover the face is a little unable to carry. Instantly understood Gu Mingin's crazy run. Love was supposed to be so uptight and passionate. Chapter 62. True or false cutie. Gu Mingin went downstairs and saw Su Xiushu leaning against the car door. Behind her, Lin Xiaoxiao was busy carrying fireworks and setting them off. With a lighter in hand, "Go ahead and light the other one before this one has finished burning, and main one without stopping." Millions of fireworks set off without batting an eye. However, at this time, Gu Mingin's eyes only had the cold and beautiful Su Xiushu in the wind. He couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his lips from the moment he saw her. He darted toward her. "Wife!" He lunged over. Su Xiushu opened her hand to catch him, nodding this momentary embrace that could dissolve all quarrels and discord. What could be more romantic and moving than this moment? The fireworks were so beautiful, but Gu Mingin had no heart. He leaned over and buried himself in the side of his wife's neck, closing his eyes, which were surprisingly a little hot. "Wife, I miss you so much. Honey, why are you picking me up so late?" Su Xiushu pressed his shoulders and gently pushed him away a bit as she stared at him, cupping his face and pressing the ends of his somewhat reddened eyes with her thumbs, laughing softly with some mockery. "What's the point of being so aggravated? Weren't you the one who wanted to run away from home?" Gu Mingin also didn't argue with Su Xiushu. He only hugged her. "I'll never run away from home again." Tiny cuteness. Seriously unbelievable commitment. Su Xiushu grabbed his ears. Then she raised her eyes and went to see this one firework that exploded all over the sky. Gu Mingin followed suit and looked up, then shyly bowed his head. "Honey, the fireworks are very pretty. I like them a lot. Honey, I love you." Gu Mingin whispered under the brilliant fireworks in the sky. Another kiss gently fell as Su Xiushu withdrew her eyes to look at him. Almost everyone who was still left ran out to watch the fireworks. And naturally, some noticed the two men kissing underneath them. It was like an idol show come to life, and some people raised their cell phones to take pictures. Lin Xiaoxiao was quick on her feet and held up a large black umbrella, standing in front of them with her back to them, holding up the umbrella to block all prying eyes and cameras. It wasn't until the last box of fireworks was finished and the two sat in the backseat of the car that Lin Xiaoxiao put away her umbrella, and the first moment she sat in the car and drove, she lowered the backseat fender. You can't read what you shouldn't read, and you can't write details that will be caught by the review. In short, a flame thrown into dry wood. It's not over until it burns for half the night. Having made up with his wife and being on vacation, these days were a dream come true for Gu Mingin. Finally, he didn't have to get up early anymore, and surprisingly, he got a little lazy. It's true that no one wants to be the king of rolls. Salty is the norm. Su Xiushu's requirements for Gu Mingin were not high in the first place, and she was only afraid that he would not be able to keep up with the classes and would not be able to integrate into the university life. "I didn't ask too much of him when I was on vacation, and I even took him to various countries to play a little bit for Tiny Cute, see the world." Gu Mingin felt that he could be foreign, Shin Fufu looking for him to release a new song and still have to make an appointment with him. But he didn't forget his brother when he was beautiful. Brought Shin Fufu a bunch of gifts, swiped his wife's card. After all, the prize money he won wasn't even enough to pay for a plane ticket. As the new year approached, Su Xiushu didn't take Gu Mingin around anymore. She was very busy at the end of the year. Gu Mingin sometimes couldn't see her for days. Without his wife, Gu Mingin was lonely. He found himself something to do. So he recorded his new song with Shin Fufu before the year. He sings the lead vocals, while Shin Fufu handles the backing vocals and the chorus parts. Gu Mingin didn't quite understand. "Brother Fufu, don't you know the main song too? And you sing it much better than I do." Shin Fufu said while debugging the equipment. "What are you going to sing if I sing?" Besides, I can sing and accompany, you can only sing. Playing music still burns money and good equipment is part of success. It was good that in this regard both Su Shishu and Shin Muyu were generous. They had their own music room, but Shin Fufu would be more professional in the end. Gu Mingin came to his place to record, and Shin Muyu even took time out to listen, only to be driven away by Shin Fufu. But aren't you an all-rounder, brother Fufu? You can sing the main as well as the chorus, and you can accompany, and you can sing with much more emotion than I can. It doesn't seem like school was wasted, and you know the emotions in the lyrics. Shin Fufu teased before saying, yes, I got it all done by myself. What do I need you for? What is your role? I'll give you a hand, brother Fufu. No need, we're a combo. You know what a combo is? It's when no one is missing. But Shin Fufu was suddenly fierce. No buts, if you are idle and bored to sing the main song again, I will beat you if you are wrong. Gu Mingin saw the iron ruler on the side and was scared and honest. He had not been beaten a lot, because either he sang wrongly or cut in early and late. One day down the line, Gu Mingin's voice was almost mute, holding a throat lozenge to watch Shin Fufu listen, and finally said, it's still the first version that's good. Gu Mingin, what about all the singing he did back there, all the beatings he took? Gu Mingin's hand pressed on Shin Fufu's shoulder, and he really almost couldn't help but choke Shin Fufu to death. He recorded the song a day was tortured by the mental state is not good, the old wrong by Shin Fufu lesson, the more he is afraid of the more wrong, it is simply wild abuse of his little heart. Now Shin Fufu tells him it's better the first time. Gu Mingin bit into the throat candy, and with a crazy twisted smile, his hand was about to reach for Shin Fufu's neck to strangle him. Shin Muyu pushed the door, then said, Gu Mingin, your wife stopped by to pick you up. Then Shin Muyu was surprised. What's that look on your face? Put your hand down. What do you want? Gu Mingin's face instantly turned cloudy. To strangle Shin Fufu's hand also put down, exhaled. So close. Really, when the cow horse, even if it is a little cute, will also be crazy. Thinking of Su Shishu, Gu Mingin turned around in high spirits and ran to his wife. Gu Mingin pounced over. Wife, I missed you so much. What took you so long to come back? I've almost forgotten what you look like. I need to take a good look. Now the little cutie. The love talk is all over the place. Su Shishu patted his back and pinched his chin. Who all taught you that? Sincerely. By small cute. A face so sincere that it made Su Shishu's heart soften. Put your arms around someone and get in the car and go home. Getting down to business. Royal River Bay. The car just reached the door and stopped without driving in or braking sharply. Su Shishu frowned. What's wrong? Without waiting for the driver to answer, there was a knock on the window. Su Shishu lowered the window and a head poked in. The side of his face looked violently similar to Gu Mingin by 5 points. The man smiled sweetly and foolishly. Honey, where have you been? It's been a long time since you've come to see me. I've missed you. Gu Mingin looked at the man, and hearing this, alarm bells went off in his heart, and his face darkened. Chapter 63, he's much more pleasant to look at. The man outside the car window smiled sweetly, and behind him followed Chun Nanxing. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, Sister Su, my brother has been clamoring to see you since he woke up. You know, the doctor said he hurt his brain, and now he's just like a cutie. There's no difference either. Gu Mingin had already crossed over Su Shishu to push Chen Fenghua. You're not allowed to call her wife. She's my wife. Shut up. Chen Fenghua was shaken by the push. He looked at Chun Nanxing, and only giggled for a long time as he looked at Su Shishu. Wife. He appeared a little more retarded than Gu Mingin. This was intentional, otherwise it would seem too deliberate. He had to be more silly than Gu Mingin. More like a little cutie. Su Shishu wouldn't suspect it. Gu Mingin called out to Lin Xiaoxiao. Hurry up and raise the window, hurry up. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced backward at Su Shishu, but hesitated. In the past, Mr. Gu was a baby, and Su Shishu was willing to spoil him, and they who were subordinates had to listen to his words. But today, is it still like that? Which one of these cars is Su Shishu's? Lin Xiaoxiao has no idea in her heart. Gu Mingin saw that Lin Xiaoxiao did not move and was furious. If Jiang Lemon was here without saying anything, it would definitely be towards him. Lin Xiaoxiao is different in the end. Gu Mingin suddenly gave Lin Xiaoxiao a cold look. Lin Xiaoxiao accidentally locked eyes with him from the rearview mirror, and the back of her neck went cold. This little cutie. That look, what's going on, is surprisingly a little scary. Gu Mingin knows that relying on Lin Xiaoxiao is not going to work, and what Brother Fufu said is not wrong. A man still has to rely on himself in everything. So Gu Mingyan reached out with his long arm and leaned over Su Xiushu to close the car window. The car window automatically slowly rose upwards, but Chun Fenghua, with his hands still on the rising window, looked at Su Shishu, shouting as he did so, "Wife, wife." He saw that his hands were going to get caught in the car window if he didn't take them away. Su Shishu reached out in the end and pressed again, and the uplifted window slowly descended again. Chun Fenghua laughed even more foolishly, just short of a drooling stupidity. There was no reason to make Gu Mingyan feel sick. He reached out to press the window up anyway, only to have Su Shishu grab his wrist before he could touch it. Gu Mingyan's entire body froze as he looked at Su Xiushu. Perhaps the incredulity and stabbing emotion in his eyes was too obvious. It took Su Shishu to say, "He." Just before she could finish, she only heard a thud, and Gu Mingyan had already flung on the car door and got out. Su Shishu didn't even expect him to be so angry. I don't know when he was spoiled for him. Obviously so well-behaved and cute when I first brought them home. Su Shishu frowned slightly. Then she heard a miserable scream. His Chun Fenghua's. Su Shishu turned his head and saw Gu Mingyan get off the car and go straight over to Chun Fenghua, swung his fist in his face, and then directly pressed the person on the ground and beat him wildly. How could Chun Nanxing endure going up and kicking Gu Mingyan in the body? Gu Mingyan, however, as if he couldn't feel the pain, pressed Chun Fenghua's face and rubbed it on the ground, and it could be seen that he really hated this face that looked a little bit like his, and also hated the fact that this person was also a little cutie. He is the only one. He is the wife's little cutie. No one but him. No one. Chun Nanxing had already pounced on Gu Mingyan and punched and kicked him. "Let go of my brother. Sister Su. My brother has just been discharged from the hospital. So mind him. Is he crazy? Is he sick? Is he grass? Let go, stupid." Chun Nanxing cursed dirty, pulling Gu Mingyan's hair off a handful of times, and his shirt was all tugged him up and tugged and torn. But Gu Mingyan just grabbed a death grip and didn't let go of the punch. Lin Xiao ran over to pull the fight, taking the lead and picking up the furious Chun Nanxing. "Chen Xiao. Chun Xiao, stop. Stop." Su Shishu went to yank Gu Mingyan, but by the red-eyed Gu Mingyan who hit her with a fling, the force was just too great, and her legs had just recovered. It would have been exhausting to maintain normal walking. Naturally, he couldn't carry the blow and fell to the ground, falling a bit. Gu Mingyan saw it in his afterglow, which made him stop and panicked. "Wife." Su Shishu should be hurt from the fall, her hand resting on her knee, frowning. Gu Mingyan hurriedly went to look at her knee, and when he saw that very light bit of abrasion, his eyes were full of heartache when he was clearly so wretched and messy. He leaned over and gently breathed on the abrasion on Su Shishu's knee, looking earnest and self-condemningly heartbroken. "Breathe it out. It won't hurt anymore." His kisses looked so reverent next to the wound. Su Shishu was silent. Then sharp hisses and cries were heard, and Su Shishu turned her eyes to look. Chun Fenghua's hand, which he wanted to cover but didn't dare to, rested vaguely on the left side of his blood-soaked face. The large abrasions on his face from being pressed to the ground and rubbed out were so bright red that it hurt just to look at them. "It hurts. Wife, I'm in pain. Oh. Don't cry, brother. It hurts more when tears fall on it. Don't cry." Chun Nanxing heartbroken bad voice, shouted Lin Xiao. "What are you waiting for? Drive? Send him to the hospital." Su Shishu didn't think of tiny cute. Came down so hard, and her eyes were heavy. She looked at Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan didn't care at all about the two brothers over there. He only had Su Shishu in his eyes, and asked with extreme heartache, "Wife, does it still hurt?" "Pa." In the next second, Su Shishu raised her hand and slapped him in the face. Crisp and clear. Gu Mingyan, however, didn't even dodge. His head didn't deviate when he was hit. He just touched his face after he was hit. He looked at Su Shishu. "Wife, I accidentally pushed you. You hit me should." He pushed his face over. "If you're not relieved, you can slap me twice more." Lin Xiao is about to drive away. Chen Fenghua, however, pushed open the car door and ran down, his face drenched in blood. He ran to Su Shishu and went to hold her hand. "I'm scared. I want my wife to be with me." Gu Mingyan had just obediently allowed Su Shishu to beat him. But when he saw Chun Fenghua's death act, his eyes instantly became ruthless, and his hand propped up on the ground was clenched into a fist as he got up and wanted to go and continue to beat up the person. Su Shishu, however, got up when he was about to make a move and stopped between him and Chun Fenghua. Gu Mingyan had to withdraw his hand. His sight could only see Su Shi's written back towards Chen Fenghua. He heard her say, "Don't cry. tears falling on the wound will hurt more. I'll take you to the hospital. Chun Nanqing opened the car door and Chun Fenghua was escorted to the car by Su Xiuxiu. When she was about to follow suit and get into the car, Gu Mingyan grabbed her hand. Wife, do you not want me? Honey, why don't you talk to me? Don't you want me? Su Xiuxiu waved away his hand and turned back to look at him coldly. You reflect on why I ignored you. Because you don't love me, you only use me as a stand-in, and now that the real one is awake, you don't want me. Pa! Before Gu Mingyan finished his words, he received another slap on his face. He covered his face with anger, but not at Su Xiuxiu, but glaring viciously at Chun Fenghua. The look was that he was going to get him killed. Chapter 64. It's not the first time I've lied to you. Then Gu Mingyan looked at Su Xiuxiu, her eyes only questioning in aggression. You hit me for him. Su Xiuxiu was all angry and laughed, pressing the back of Chun Fenghua's neck, carrying the man forward and pointing at his face. What did you beat the man into not counting in your heart? Chun Fenghua almost did not act. He is dying of pain. Do not send him to the hospital without feeling sorry for him. Here with an unreasonable cutie. Reasoning. Who's the white moonlight and who's the stand-in, and he's the clown. They don't feel any pain, do they? They don't feel it, do they? Chun Fenghua wanted to strangle Gu Mingyan, then Su Xiuxiu, and finally strangle Chun Nanqing, a bunch of epileptic eunuchs. He'd get paid to act in the theater of his life, is not a life, is not it? If it wasn't for the fact that his sister was still lying in the hospital waiting for a bone marrow transplant, he wouldn't have come to pose as some kind of young master. He would have sharked them all. Gu Mingyan looked at Chun Fenghua's bloodied face. He didn't know why he didn't feel the uneasiness and emptiness of having done something wrong. He only felt, he's much smoother this way. Why do you have to have the same face as him that your wife likes? It's annoying. Su Xiuxiu looked at Gu Mingyan and roughly felt that he was a bit strange. Chun Nanqing immediately seized the opportunity to say, Sister Su, he's so evil-minded. I've long said that he's not a good person. Approaching you, I don't know what the purpose is. Chun Fenghua also cried, Wife, I'm in pain. He also intentionally added, When will it stop hurting? Hurry up and go to the hospital. Okay? I'll deal with you when I get back. Su Xiuxiu instructed Lin Xiaoxiao. Drive. Go to the nearest private hospital. Sister Su, did you see the way he just hit someone? How could he be just a simple cutie? This is all his disguise. Honey, it hurts, it hurts. My brother's face is ruined like this. If it leaves a scar, I'll make sure Gu Mingyan swaps skin with my brother. Su Xiuxiu's ears are very noisy. She only looked at the rearview mirror. Gu Mingyan, lonely and despondent sadness, stood in place, watched the car drove away. The heart felt like it was missing a piece for some reason. And Chun Nanqing's words caused Su Xiuxiu to give him an extremely cold look. With your skin. Chun Nanqing held his breath, not angry for half a second before saying, Sister Su, he's just a stand-in. Are you so defensive of him? Is Sister Su that fickle to wantonly hurt my brother's heart because he's stupid and doesn't understand? Su Xiuxiu took another look at Chun Fenghua, who had been crying. Another little cutie. Her eyes flashed with guilt for a moment as well. That car accident, not Chun Fenghua moving the steering wheel for her, blocked. She is now a dead person. Su Xiuxiu coldly said, Drive faster. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao slammed on the gas, and the car picked up speed again to rush to the nearest private hospital. Royal River Bay. Gu Mingyan sat on the steps of the villa's entrance. He hugged his knees and looked at the floor in front of him in a daze. Then he tilted his head, looking at the dead tree branches under the streetlight, a kind of depression. Gu Mingyan suddenly sang Shin Fufu's new song softly. Seems to kind of get the mood in the lyrics. In the middle of the day, Gu Mingyan shook his head. His brain hurt a little. It had been a long time since it didn't hurt, and today it hurt a little again, probably trying to get him to stop thinking about it as well. What he shouldn't think about, what he can't think about, don't think about it, it's time to stop. But Gu Mingyan was a bit bullheaded and inclined to think about it. But what he was thinking about was not being abandoned by Su Xiuxiu, but Chun Fenghua being disliked by Su Xiuxiu for being stupid and saying that Chun Fenghua wasn't as good as he was, and he was also being demonized by Su Xiuxiu, and being complimented by Su Xiuxiu for being the smartest little tiny cutie in the world. It's a little cutie that no one can replace. Then Su Xiuxiu said to Chun Fenghua, You are too stupid? I hate seeing you. Not at all as smart and intelligent as my husband, cute and handsome. Get lost. Also, my favorite will always be Gu Mingyan. I love him for the rest of my life. I don't like anyone but him. Please don't come back to me or meddle in my feelings in the future. Chun Fenghua refused to leave, but was racked and thrown out by the bodyguards, along with his obnoxious brother. There was also a sign at the door that said Chen Fenghua Chen Nanxing and maggots were not allowed to enter. Gu Mingyan hugged his knees in thought and giggled, unable to suppress the curves of his lips. After laughing, he thought about it again. It was so good that he thought about it again. It's just a matter of how many times you think about it before it's a dream come true. Just as Gu Mingyan sat in the doorway, hugging her knees and trying to curl herself into a tiny ball, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Gu Mingyan took it out, and it was an unfamiliar number with no notes. Who would call him late at night like this? Gu Mingyan answered. Hello. Over there was Qin Wanyan's voice. Are you asleep? Gu Mingyan frowned, but still asked politely, what do you want? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Yeah. Don't call me if it's okay. I'm hanging up. Then don't hang up yet. Look up. Qin Wanxiang said. Gu Mingyan subconsciously looked up. Then you see the fireworks exploding in the distance, gorgeous and grand, connected to a large area. As far as the eye can see are one after another of various colors of fireworks, so that people do not know which side to look at good. Surprisingly, the fireworks were even more splendid and grand than the one Su Shishu had set off for him. And if it wasn't in the middle of the night, one would have thought there was some kind of fireworks dinner party. That's a lot of money to burn. Gu Mingyan forgot to hang up the phone as he watched. Over there, Qin Wanyan smiled and said, will you be in a better mood? Gu Mingyan subconsciously asked, how do you know I'm in a bad mood? I can count. Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up. Then help me figure out when my wife will be back? Qin Wanyan, why don't you say anything? Are you counting? And did you get it? Count on it. So when is she coming back? She's not coming back tonight. But if you want to see me, come out. I don't want to see you. After a long while, Gu Mingyan's slow brain reacted that it was probably not good to say that, and that he actually didn't have any beef with Qin Wanyan. Gu Mingyan thought about it and still said, I'm sorry, but the only person I want to see is really my wife, and I love her very much. Qin Wanyan was silent for half a second before she said, it's okay. This is my phone number. When you want to see me, give me a call. No matter where you are, I will find you. Gu Mingyan picked at the fabric of the pants on his knees and said half-heartedly, thanks, but I can't use it. As he was talking, Gu Mingyan's eyes lit up and he stood up. My wife is back. He added, you lied. You said she wasn't coming back today. Yeah, well, it's not the first time I've lied to you. Gu Mingyan had already hung up the phone happily and ran to Su Shishu, not even listening to what she said. Chapter 65. Don't do it again. The black limousine had only just stopped when Gu Mingyan reached out to open the door for his wife. Su Shishu came down from the car, and Gu Mingyan just wanted to hug her when he saw Chen Fenghua, who followed down from behind Su Shishu. Half of Chen Fenghua's face was covered with gauze, and the pain made his lips pale, looking pitiful. Chen Fenghua's hand clutched the hem of Su Shishu's coat, somewhat afraid of Gu Mingyan's appearance, and cowering behind Su Shishu. Gu Mingyan had been happy to have his wife back, but unfortunately that happiness disappeared cleanly from the moment he saw Chen Fenghua. Chen Nanxing had a temporary emergency, and he was injured, so he was brought back to have his personal physician take care of him temporarily for one night. Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan and added, don't make a move toward him again, do you hear me? Gu Mingyan did not speak. Pursing his lips, that anti-bone looked like thinking about how to get Chen Fenghua dead. Su Shishu had to wave his hand and let Lin Xiaoxiao take Chen Fenghua away first. Chen Fenghua reluctantly left with Lin Xiaoxiao, mainly because he was really tired today and his wounds hurt, so he didn't want to act. Su Shishu turned back and looked at the fireworks that were still exploding in the sky. Perhaps it was too much of a coincidence that made her more than happy. She looked back at Gu Mingyan. Are the fireworks nice? Gu Mingyan didn't know why, but he suddenly had a moment of weakness. But in fact, he hadn't done anything, just that someone else had set off a firework for him, and it hadn't stopped until now. So replied, not as nice as the one my wife put on me. That nasty Chen Fenghua left, and Gu Mingyan reached out to hold Su Shishu. Su Shishu's fingertips swept over Gu Mingyan's wrist before she asked, who did she just call? Gu Mingyan didn't know how to answer and suddenly said, honey, are you going to punish me? Su Shishu had only asked casually, and when she heard Gu Mingyan say this, she instantly narrowed her eyes. Reaching out, she pinched Gu Mingyan's chin. What have you done that you want me to punish? Gu Mingyan held Su Shishu's wrist, removed her hand that was pinching him, and placed it on his lips and kissed it. I hurt your wife, your white moonlight. Su Shishu's brows tightened. Gu Mingyan looked at her with lowered eyes and added, Brother Fu Fu said that at that time he was like this. Miss Shin loved white moonlight, so he hurt him in all kinds of ways. Hurt him a heart is gone. And then said that he loved him, came back to chase him. Su Shishu even frowned at Gu Mingyan. After Gu Mingyan kissed her hand, he looked at her and said in a low but sincere voice, "Honey, do you want my eyes too? What do I need your eyes for?" Su Shishu was practically dying of anger from him. "I'm not Shin Muyu, and you're not Shin Fu Fu. What are you substituting for?" Gu Mingyan, however, didn't care about this explanation. He just solemnly looked at Su Xiushu, serious to the core, as if he was promising, "If that day really comes, I'm willing to be hurt by my wife and won't hate my wife." After a pause, he lowered his eyes and added, "I just want my wife to come back to me even after she's done hurting me. Like Miss Shun loves brother Fu Fu, I want my wife to love me too." It was such a silly thing to say, yet genuinely moving. Su Shishuchi was gone, staring at him for a long time, flicking a finger on his forehead. "What goes through your head all day? Just think that my wife doesn't want me." Gu Mingyan went over to him, but Su Shishu only said, "It's so late. Go back to sleep. There's no class tomorrow, so it won't matter if it's any later." Gu Mingyan went to take Su Xiushu's hand and hooked his fingertips in her palm. The little hints are simply too obvious. Su Shishu let out an extremely light laugh, not agreeing, but not refusing either. Gu Mingyan followed behind Su Xiushu into the elevator, and he lowered his eyes to look at Su Xiushu's already recovered leg. Perhaps his gaze was too blunt. Su Shishu's knees bent up, revealing her knees from her black trench coat, and the slight abrasions on her knees that had already scabbed over were extraordinarily obvious on her cold white skin. "See this? Does the wife's wound still hurt?" "Ouch," Su Shishu said without blinking her eyes. In fact, she had not felt it for a long time, a little bruise. Gu Mingyan then took it seriously and was about to squat down to take a closer look when the elevator doors opened. Gu Mingyan then said, "Wife, let's go back to the room. I'll hold you up. If there's a wound on your knee, you walk slower or I'll carry you. Next time you don't have to ask." When he looked stupid, Su Shishu tilted her head once and pretended to be stupid as well. "Huh!" Gu Mingyan's brain turned the corner again, and he bent down to pick Su Xiushu up in a horizontal hug. His wife is not heavy at all to hold, and he doesn't usually get the chance, so he actually enjoys it. Just as the two were heading towards the master bedroom, the mood was right, just as if he had counted on it. Chun Feng Hua opened the door to the guest room as they passed by. "Wife, I'm in pain." Gu Mingyan lifted his leg and gave him a kick. Chun Feng Hua was not prepared and was kicked to the ground. Then he covered his stomach and rolled around on the ground in pain, with a cold, sweaty, pale face. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Mingyan hadn't used any force at all, he would have really thought that he had kicked him in the ribs and broken them all. Su Shishu went to break Gu Mingyan's embrace. She wanted to get off the ground, but Gu Mingyan's arms tightened, unwilling for her to care about Chun Feng Hua's death. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu with a serious face. "Wife, he's fine. Trust me. I didn't exert myself at all. Let's go back to the room. It's just a head. Put me down. I just warned you about something and you just can't learn. Can you?" Su Shishu pinched Gu Mingyan's chin. She was obviously a bit angry. Her cold and beautiful eyes were filled with rage. "He's already hurt like that. Why do you still want to kick him? You can't tolerate him that much." Gu Mingyan still hugged her to go back. Su Shishu was direct. "I'll count to 3, and there will be consequences if you don't put me down. 1, 2. Gu Mingyan counted by himself. 3. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu. He had compromised in the end. He just didn't want her to get angry. Su Shishu came down and then went to check on Chen Fenghua's condition before calling for his personal doctor. Gu Mingyan stood in the doorway. The private doctor quickly came over to examine Chen Fenghua. "Does it hurt here? How about the bones here?" Then told Su Shishu, "Preliminary rule out fracture." Su Shishu frowned tightly. "Then why is he still in so much pain?" "A kick to the heart is possible. Going to the hospital? You can also observe for a while and see how much less responsive he is to pain. It's better to bring him to the hospital for a checkup if you're not sure." The private doctor put his hand on Chen Fenghua's pulse and took a pulse. Nothing on the pulse image. A bit of malnutrition. Chen Fenghua would have been fine to pretend out. This will also be afraid of revealing. It slowly stopped the pain disguise. He just went to shake Su Shishu's hand. Su Shishu subconsciously dodged a bit. So Chen Fenghua shouted with red eyes, "Wife." He also deliberately followed Gu Mingyan's vocal tone. Chapter 66. A gift of reparation for your sins. When he went to shake Su Shishu's hand again, he was still dodged by Su Shishu. She got up. Have your personal physician stay here with you, and tell him where you're not feeling well. Wife. Chen Fenghua sat up and tried to catch up again. But then I heard Su Shishu say, if he makes a scene, give him the shot that makes him quiet. The door was closed. Su Shishu's coldness made Chen Fenghua wonder if he had acted too retarded and stupid to make Su Shishu dislike him. But Gu Mingyan is also a cutie. Where is he worse than Gu Mingyan? Thinking about it, Chen Fenghua felt that it was still his face that was injured, not as handsome as Gu Mingyan, and how discerning and picky Su Shishu was. Chen Fenghua narrowed his eyes. Qin Wanyan's side gave him the task of successfully breaking them up before giving his sister a bone marrow transplant. He still had to be quick, he could wait, his sister's illness couldn't. Chen Fenghua was lying on the bed. The private doctor gave him a doll. He babbled and really played with it like a child without intelligence, then pretended to be tired of playing and fell asleep. In the back of his mind was the thought of what he was going to do to get his way faster. Gu Mingyan remained standing in the corridor, waiting for Su Shishu to come out and close the door. He looked at her. I said he's fine. Su Shishu's voice was cold. Starting today, you'll sleep on the floor again. Why? Think about the way you moved today. Do you think it was appropriate? Who taught you to hit people? But he called you his wife. He's just a little cutie. Then so am I. You're a little smarter than he is. And he's a real cutie. The kind with no IQ. What are you getting into with him? And will you marry him, wife? Will you not want me? Su Shishu was silent for half a second before saying, no. Gu Mingyan instantly stopped mourning and his eyes lit up. Really? Aha. Su Shishu seemed a little tired as she walked towards the master bedroom. She reached up and pressed her brow. Gu Mingyan followed Su Shishu. He was already satisfied when he got these words from his wife. Little cute. Always good to be satisfied. He said, I sleep on the floor, I listen to my wife. Waiting for Su Shishu to go take a shower. Gu Mingyan took out his cell phone and quietly lowered his voice to send a voice to Shin Fufu. After Shin Fufu heard this, she returned after a while. You still really believe that he is a cutie? How is it so coincidental that you are a little cutie? He is also a little cutie. What do you mean? He's faking it for sure. But he really looks stupid. You can wait until your wife is not there to test him, and also, if you want to hit him, also wait until your wife is not there. Don't hit in obvious places, it's better not to leave injuries and can clean him up so that even if he goes to sue you, he has no evidence. He'll play poor to gain sympathy. Won't you learn it too? You have an advantage over him. Brother Fufu speaks slower. My brain hurts. I'll teach you these slowly. Right now, what you need to do is first calm your wife's anger, and second act nice and harmless. Shin Fufu paused and said very seriously, it's not too late for you to leave now and not lose too much. To go or not to go, I can help you arrange it. I'm not leaving, why would I leave? My wife has already said that she won't stay with Chen Fenghua. My wife is mine. Well, since you're going to walk down one road, I'll tell you that you're in a better situation than I am. From my analysis, as long as you're not wrong, Su Shishu won't not want you. As long as I'm not wrong? But it is not for you to be a soft egg, feelings all can be fought for, you are still young, of course you can fight. In front of Su Shishu, Chen Fenghua is beating you and scolding you, you don't fight back. When necessary you cry, the child who can cry has sugar to eat. But behind your back, you must not let him off the hook. Understand? Such as, let the snake bite him to death, the lamp falls and smashes him back into a vegetable, go back to the hospital and continue to die honestly. See what he's allergic to that's going to kill him and give him whatever he wants to eat. I'm just making an analogy, of course. Brother Fufu, I've learned. Where do I catch a snake? Let the boa swallow him right up and my eyes will be clean and my wife won't have to obsess about it. And you know about the boa. I've seen it on Animal Planet. And my wife says I'm a smart little cutie. When Gu Mingyan was lying on the floor before he went to bed at night, he weighed his words. Wife, as long as you say that you won't be with him, and that he's a stupider cutie than me, then I won't hit him from now on, I'll let him be. He added, otherwise, if he gets hurt and has to have his wife to watch him, she will be tired too, so it's better for him to get well and go home quickly. Little cute. All of a sudden so understanding, Su Shishu fell intolerant. In 2 days his brother came back, let him pick up. Gu Mingyan's eyes rolled and rolled, don't pick up and take away. Can't pick up and take away. He hasn't used all the tactics Shin Fufu taught him on Chen Fenghua. How can you let Chen Fenghua go so simply? No way. So Gu Mingyan appeared sincere, but was actually pretending. and barely managed to hold back his gnashing of teeth as he said, "Wife, it's okay. Let him stay for a few more days." When Gu Mingyan was like this, Su Shishu rolled over in bed, a little annoyed, but even more eager to send Chen Fenghua away quickly. It also feels like a little cutie like Chen Fenghua. It's a bit noisy. It didn't feel like Gu Mingyan was noisy before. It should be that she had been too busy lately. Su Shishu felt that she had to go and calm down her emotions, as if she was a little too irritated. The next day, Gu Mingyan got up. Su Shishu and Chen Fenghua were already eating breakfast at the dining table. Gu Mingyan moved over and saw that the seat next to his wife where he always sat was taken by someone else, standing aside. Su Shishu laughed in anger as she looked at him like he was an aggravated man. "What are you standing for? There's no place to sit." "So many seats," he said, "there was no room." Su Shishu laughed softly. "Then you sit on my lap." May I?" Gu Mingyan blushed and actually wanted to be held in his wife's arms. Su Shishu coldly said, "No." And again, "Come here, squat down." Gu Mingyan squatted next to her legs. Su Shishu pinched his cheeks, using some force, and pinched his cheeks red. Gu Mingyan pursed her lips, but snickered. Sending Su Shishu away, Gu Mingyan went upstairs in front of a group of housekeepers and servants. He was honest and quiet, and after a while he came downstairs again and said he was going to Shin Fufu's place to record a song. When he came back in the afternoon, Chen Fenghua was watching cartoons in the living room. The housekeeper put on the milk dragon. Gu Mingyan said as he passed Chen Fenghua, "I bought you an atonement gift and put it in your room." After saying that he didn't care about Chen Fenghua, when Gu Mingyan went to put the gifts, he incidentally released the snakes in the gift box as well. Surprisingly, he wasn't afraid of this. When the viper had climbed behind the curtains, Gu Mingyan kindly helped Chen Fenghua close the window and thoughtfully brought the door to the room with him as he left. Chapter 67. New Year's Day Limited. Chen Fenghua didn't think that Gu Mingyan could have any good intentions. Definitely didn't get him any good gifts. Chen Fenghua specifically waited for Su Shishu to return before returning to his room, pretending to be happy as he held out the box of gifts that Gu Mingyan had given him. Holding it in front of Su Shishu, "Wife, look." Gu Mingyan stood behind Su Shishu, and he looked at the scene with a cold expression. Su Shishu swept a glance. "What's this?" "Honey, look." Chen Fenghua only held the gift in front of Su Shishu, smiling in a silly manner. It looked like giving Su Shishu all the good ones. But in reality, it was letting Gu Mingyan's machinations unfold in front of Su Shishu. Unfortunately, Chen Fenghua can count, but in the end, he cannot count Shin Fufu. His brother Fufu had arranged it for him a long time ago. Su Shishu took this gift box and asked Chen Fenghua, "Who gave it to you?" Chen Fenghua pointed at Gu Mingyan, meaning it was from Gu Mingyan. Su Shishu looked back at Gu Mingyan. "Did you give it to me?" Gu Mingyan nodded. "It's my reparation gift to him." "Yes." Su Shishu placed it in her hand and played with it for a moment as she reached out to open the gift box and found that it contained a pot of mint, green even with the leaves and pot. Su Shishu raised an eyebrow and handed the mint to Chen Fenghua. "Here." Chen Fenghua didn't expect it to be a pot of mint inside. And it was still so green. What did Gu Mingyan mean? Implying something. Chen Fenghua held it in his hands and played with it for a while. Then he intentionally slipped his hand, letting a pot of mint fall to the ground, and the ceramic little green pot shattered instantly. Then he clapped his own hands. "Cutie." That was a great success. Chen Fenghua broke the gift, but Gu Mingyan didn't get angry at all and hurriedly said, "Don't touch it. Don't cut it. Take him down. I'll clean it." He crouched down to pick up the pieces, but hissed. He pinched his cut finger, and Su Shishu had already yanked his wrist and lifted him up. "Don't touch it. Let someone clean it up." Chen Fenghua watched Su Shishu take Gu Mingyan away, and it looked like Su Shishu was heartbroken for that little cutie Gu Mingyan. It was just a small wound, but she cared so much about it. I didn't think the gift would be a no-brainer. Chen Fenghua was brought back to his room by the doctor. He played for a while and pretended to fall asleep. When the private doctor left, Chen Fenghua began to contact Qin Wanyan, something he did every day, and Qin Wanyan asked him to report on the process. "Mr. Qin, Miss Su has only just returned. I'll continue to provoke them when the evening comes. How's his mood? Has it been a secret cry? Mr. Gu gave me a pot of mint today, and the pot is all green." Chen Fenghua realized that just talking about Gu Mingyan more greatly reduced the number of times he was scolded. Qin Wanyan smiled. "Keep up the good work." She would let Gu Mingyan know that Su Shishu was a hypocritical woman. Chen Fenghua breathed a sigh of relief. He had just put down his cell phone when he felt something cool at his ankle. The feeling gave him the creeps and he hurriedly looked down. Then came the tragic cry, "Ah! Snake!" It was better if he didn't scream. But when he did, he seemed to have angered the snake, and was bitten violently and viciously by the snake, which then scurried away. Chun Fenghua only felt that his eyes were black, and he hurriedly lowered his head to squeeze the snake venom. This snake is definitely a venomous snake. The door was opened and the private doctor came in, also alarmed at the sight of the snakes in the room. "Rush out to call for people," Chun Fenghua foaming at the mouth when the doctor carried on a stretcher toward the outside. His vision was already mostly distorted in color due to the poisoning, yet he was still able to see Gu Mingyan wrapping his arms tightly around Su Shishu at such a time. Gu Mingyan was heard saying, "Honey, it's so scary. How could there be snakes in the room? Luckily, it's not in our room." Gu Mingyan watched Chen Fenghua being carried away, and there was genuine worry on his face. Worried that he won't die, worried that he'll come back. Su Shishu patted the back of his hand. "Don't be afraid. I've already had someone check." Chun Fenghua was hospitalized, and Gu Mingyan felt like the world was cleared. With the junk out of the house, it's time to have a good New Year's Eve with the wife. Chun Fenghua was hospitalized and recovered his life after 9 deaths. Opened his eyes and saw Qin Wanyan stood in front of his hospital bed smoking. Scared him a jolt. His face is still edematous. His tongue is still not straight to hold up and shouted, "Mr. Qin." Qin Wanyan leaned over, and she pressed the burning cigarette against Chun Fenghua's arm, burning a bloody hole through the hospital gown. Chen Fenghua didn't even dare to say a word. Her sister's life and death was still in her hands. Qin Wanyan smiled coldly. "I'm very dissatisfied with your speed of doing things. I spent so much effort to produce such a waste like you. Do you want to die?" Chun Fenghua desperately explained with a big tongue. "It's the poisonous snake Gu Mingyan put there. A viper is about to bite you to death. What breed of punk are you?" With a look from Qin Wanyan, the bodyguard went up and gave Chen Fenghua several slaps, hitting his already swollen face even more. Qin Wanyan coldly laughed. "If you don't make much progress, this slap will not be on you, but on your sister's face. If it breaks the face and disfigurement, it's also you who are useless as a brother." Just before Chen Fenghua could say anything, Chen Nanxing, who was sitting on the side, spoke up. With Gu Mingyan's intelligence, he would think of releasing a snake? And who gave him the poisonous snake? Qin Wanyan instantly looked at Chen Nanxing. "What do you mean? Could it be that second brother has recovered his memories?" When Qin and Yen thought of this, it was clear that she should be afraid. But more than anything else, she was excited. It was only then that Chen Nanxing said, "What I mean is that there are people behind him helping him. As far as I know, Gu Mingyan has a good brother with a high IQ called Shin Fufu. A large part of the reason for our slow progress is because Shin Fufu is helping him. If we don't solve him, it'll be hard for us to achieve our goal, and you'll be stopped if you try to take him away." Chen Nanxing put the problem in a serious way. Qin Wanyan leaned against the wall. She gently tapped her temples with her hand. "Shin Fufu, a blind man is it? Let me think." On New Year's Eve, Su Shishu was idle. Having the customized private label send over quite a few clothes, she picked out a few suits and asked Gu Mingyan to change them for her. Gu Mingyan blushed and touched the valuable clothes on his body. "Wife, is this what you wear for marriage?" Su Shishu didn't answer, only said, "There's a dinner honorarium after New Year's Eve, and it's paired up for you." It turned out to be just a dinner party. Gu Mingyan was a little lost and felt the material on his body again. "Cheer up. I like anything my wife gives me." As Su Shishu walked over to help him straighten his collar, he added in a whisper, 108 pieces of clothing can be worn for a second time today. New Year's limited. Before Shin Fufu taught Gu Ming and other ways to call his husband, he didn't insist on clothes. But it's New Year's Eve and he has to go from the floor back to bed to sleep. Su Shishu originally didn't have much interest, but when she heard the New Year's limited sentence behind it, she suddenly raised her eyes to Gu Mingyan and laughed out softly. "Since it's a New Year's limited, it's really hard to refuse, so I hope it's a surprise." Chapter 68. We're in for life. The New Year's Eve dinner was still very sumptuous. The doorbell rang. Su Shishu went over to open the door. Surprisingly, it was Shin Muyu who brought Shin Fufu over. Gu Mingyan was very happy. "What brings you here, brother Fufu?" Shin Fufu mortar and pestle of the blind cane, touching him with his arm. "Of course the new year should be lively. 2 people are cold and quiet. Why don't I drink a couple of cups with you?" Gu Mingyan was very happy. Although it was great to be with his wife for 2, it was better to be with friends. So they drank a lot in the evening, and talking about that Chinese New Year they spent in the orphanage last year and this year, it's amazing how much difference there is. Shin Fufu raised his glass. All become better people. Gu Mingyan drank a little too much and went to get the wine glass a little crooked. Shin Fufu couldn't see it, or Sushi Shu was behind him and held it for him. Gu Mingyan giggled at his wife's heave-ho and then went to drink with Shin Fufu. Shin Muyu did not stop. Some people will be a little more well-behaved when they are drunk, hate a little less, and there is still the way they once were. Thinking of once, Shin Muyu sighed again, raised his wine glass, and clinked it with Sushi Shu. As soon as 0 hour passed, it was all fireworks and firecrackers outside. Shin Muyu had taken the men away an hour ago. Sushi Shu sat on the bed, looking at the fireworks outside. As Gu Mingyan came out of the bathroom, a little drunk, he flung himself over to the bed, his knees on the carpet and his hands on the bed next to Sushi Shu. Then he flopped down and tried to sleep, and he told Sushi Shu, "Honey, why are you spinning? You stop spinning? It's dangerous." Sushi Shu was amused by him. She leaned over and pinched his chin. "It's you who's drunk. I didn't." Gu Mingyan leaned against the bed and giggled. Sushi Shu, see him laughing so happily, did not hold back and his handsome face pulled a bit. "What is laughing? My New Year qualification it." Gu Mingyan's already less intelligent brain became even more confused when he was drunk. Holding Sushi Shu's hand, he whispered, "Honey, I love you so much. How else can anyone be bothered with him?" Sushi Shu pinched his face, tugged on his eyelashes, and finally kissed his lips. She took off the necklace she was wearing around her neck and put it around Gu Mingyan's neck. New Year's gift. Gu Mingyan was no longer conscious, yet he still looked down as he touched the beads on the necklace. Giggling again, "I've always wanted this." Then he hammered his head. "But why should I can't remember? Then we'll think about it tomorrow." "Oh, good night, wife." Gu Mingyan wanted to sleep on the floor under his little blanket, but was tugged by Sushi Shu. "Come up and sleep." Inside the car, Shin Fufu leaned against the car window. He looked like he was slumbering after drinking too much. Shin Muyu reached out, her fingertips sweeping over his eyebrows with pity and love. The next second, her wrist was grabbed by Shin Fufu. Shin Muyu smiled. "Not drunk? Want to drink some more?" Shin Fufu sat up straight as he set his blind cane aside. "Good." Shin Muyu opened the refrigerator in the car and took a few bottles of wine out. A small table was set up between them, and the limousine drove smoothly as Shin Muyu poured him a drink. "This is our 4th year." Shin Muyu suddenly remembers. Shin Fufu did not respond. 18 to 22, too many variables in 4 years. Shin Muyu raised her glass. "We're going to be together for the rest of our lives." Shin Fufu lowered his head and drank the wine, and he quietly and silently accompanied Shin Muyu for a while. But when the car was quite steady, he suddenly spoke. "Can my eyes be cured right? Just like the road always ends." This is a scene he doesn't want to play out anymore. The wine glass in Shin Muyu's hand was crushed by her panic. The glass cut through her palm, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Chapter 69, Marry Me. Shin Fufu had doubts, but now he was 100% sure. He suddenly felt a bit pathetic. "I really don't understand you sometimes. You claim to love me, but what have you done? Watching me blind like this every day, losing all my hope, and little by little forcing myself to get it back. Living in a sorry state, you think it's funny, don't you?" Shin Muyu quickly calmed down. She drew a few antiseptic wipes and pressed them onto the wounds in her palm before saying, "What are you being unreasonable about again? I don't want your eyes back any more than anyone else. I want you to look at me again, and I'll be the first to heal your eyes if you can. Is it? Wasn't it that you were afraid that if my eyes got better, escaping you would become easier, and that you would keep me blind just to trap me? What are you babbling about? You know in your heart, and by the way, my eyes have been operated on and it's only a matter of time before I can see." Shin Fufu's sentence made Shin Muyu burst into anger. She directly swept the wine off the small table and stared at Shin Fufu dead in the face. "You want to leave me that badly? So it's true." Shin Fufu, a sentence of certainty. It made Shin Muyu lose all the blood color on her face, and after a long time, she raised her chin. "So what if it's true?" Shin Fufu didn't say anything. The car was dead silent. The driver had already left. After a long time, Shin Muyu still compromised. She softened her tone. "Isn't it good to be by my side all the time like this? Isn't that what you once wanted? Didn't you say you love me? Love life can give me. What I want is just a pair of eyes." Shin Muyu went to grab Shin Fufu's hand. "I already know the wrong. I will not make mistakes in the future. We are just like before. Is not it good? Even if we can't go back to the past, isn't it good to be like this now? When Shin Muyu leaned over to kiss him, Shin Fufu didn't struggle or resist. Just when Shin Muyu thought he had compromised, she touched the tears at the end of his eyes. She looked at him sadly. What do I have to do so that you won't leave me? You want to cure your eyes? After you won't leave me, I'll cure you. Okay? Don't be sad. You used to. You loved me so much. Shin Muyu grabbed Shin Fufu's hand and put it on his face, and then inclined his head to gently kiss in his palm. Shin Fufu pushed Shin Muyu away. He went to touch the blind cane on the side. He is not always decent. His eyes cannot see in the end is to make him different from the ordinary people, even if he tried to pretend to be normal, but also never cannot hide from those pitying gazes, cannot hide from the inconvenience brought by not being able to see. Like this time, he tried to find his blind cane, but it just rolled off somewhere, and he groped around for it and couldn't find it. Shin Muyu picked up the blind cane and held his hand on it. Here it is. Shin Fufu, but suddenly angry, he rarely have this kind of angry time, he waved away her hand, pushed open the door to get out of the car, but because of the blind without the help of the blind cane, and stepped on the slippery from the car directly rolled to the ground. Shin Muyu hurried over to assist him. Get out! Get out! Shin Fufu pushed Shin Muyu away. He fumbled to get up and walk towards the villa, even if he had walked the road countless times, but once he was not decent. Nor is it knocking here and there, where even a stone can trip him up. But he didn't stop, he had to move forward, he had no way back, and no one really felt sorry for him. Shin Muyu looked at his wretched and hasty back, and in her eyes was a thick sorrow that could not be dissolved. She was in pain too, but she loved him so much. Gu Mingyan was confused, his pajamas were all askew, and he sat on the bed still a little dazed. Where did the wife go? He got out of bed to wash up, and wandered off while brushing his teeth, then saw in the mirror the necklace he wore around his neck. Gu Mingyan looked at it again with disbelief. This isn't that bead? How come it's around his neck and his wife forgives him? How to be forgiven after one drink and a good night's sleep? Gu Mingyan spun around in place happily. Fly and wash up and go down to the wife. I heard voices before I even made it to the living room. It's from those two nasties. Chan Nanxing. My brother didn't know where to find it. He prepared the ring a long time ago. It seems he was preparing to propose. It's just a pity that there was that car accident and he became a vegetable. Gu Mingyan went to look through the gap in the screen. Su Shishu held a ring at her fingertips. Chun Fenghua happily came over, picked up the ring and put it on Su Shishu's ring finger. Ring? For the wife, marriage? Hey, yes. Su Shishu hung her eyes and watched his movements, but did not refuse. Chun Fenghua said happily, with a ring on, it's my wife. He picked up another ring. Wife? Put it on me too. Quit fooling around and go watch cartoons, huh? Su Shishu wanted to take off the ring on her ring finger and found it stuck. She took it off and it got even more stuck after the edge of the skin by the ring became red. So she left it off for a while, figuring she'd wait for the swelling to go down before taking it off. Chen Fenghua, however, made a lot of noise and kept asking Su Shishu to put a ring on his finger. On one side, Chun Nanxing also said, Sister Su just put it on him. It's also fulfilling my brother's wish. Chun Fenghua handed the ring up again, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Shishu's fingertips hovered over the ring for a moment, and in the end, she took the ring and put it on Chen Fenghua. Chun Fenghua happily got up, jumping and clapping. Married wife is mine alone. Gu Mingyan's eyes were red with anger over here. He touched the necklace around his neck, then exerted force, and the necklace was ripped right off. He then says, why did his wife give this to him? Turns out she doesn't want him anymore. Gu Mingyan didn't go over there, and he went back to the master bedroom to lie down alone again. It was mealtime and Gu Mingyan was even still sleeping. Su Shishu then went upstairs to see what was going on. She walked over to the bed, saw the necklace that had been ripped off the nightstand, and scanned the scratches that had already scabbed over Gu Mingyan's neck. Seeing him hurt himself, he couldn't help but frown. But still, what are you making a scene about? Gu Mingyan opened his eyes as he sat on the bed, then went to grab Su Shishu's hand and saw the ring on her ring finger. Reach out and pick. The ring caught on his finger and Gu Mingyan used some force. When Su Shishu ate the pain, she withdrew her hand and just wanted to explain. Gu Mingyan had then asked her with red eyes, You're going to marry him? What about me? What am I, a mistress? After all is said and done, I'm still that disgraceful junior. Su Shishu took a deep breath and looked at Gu Mingyan's reddened eyes. She explained patiently in the end, I'm not trying to marry him. Then you marry me, okay? Gu Mingyan stood up. He pressed Su Shishu's shoulder and bowed his head in supplication. Chapter 70. Am I not the wife of one man? Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan for a long time. She suddenly said, Isn't what you want too much? What, are you not satisfied with what I'm giving you now? Su Shishu went to remove the ring on her ring finger. She used some force and the ring was yanked off with force. The skin on her hands was hot and painful, but she didn't even blink, taking it off and dropping it casually on the table. Take what I give you and don't ask questions if you don't have it. Gu Mingyan persisted. Then will you marry him? I've already answered that question for you. I want to hear it again. I'm not comfortable with it. I'm only going to say this once. If you won't, why can't you say it again? Or is all this just coaxing me? Stop it. Su Shishu's cold face, as if she had no more patience. Go down and eat. She walked to the door and Gu Mingyan was still sitting on the bed. Su Shishu saw him making a scene and said, If you don't come down, I'll eat with him. Gu Mingyan still sat still. Su Shishu left. After a short interval, Gu Mingyan hesitated as he went downstairs to the restaurant. Instead, he saw Su Shishu feeding Chen Fenghua sweet and sour pork ribs. Chen Fenghua smiled so sweetly, his cheeks bulging as he said, Thank you, wife. It was clearly his favorite sweet and sour pork. Gu Mingyan could barely stand. His form swayed a bit and he held onto the wall before he could barely stand still. His heart hurt so much, it felt like it had been passed through by a sharp sword just now, making his whole body lose all its strength in an instant. Gu Mingyan's face was a little pale as he sat beside Su Shishu. Chun Nanxing had already left, and there were only the three of them at the table. Chen Fenghua sat on Su Shishu's right and Gu Mingyan sat on her left. Su Shishu didn't give Gu Mingyan a look. Instead, Chen Fenghua made another scene. Honey, I still want to eat that. Clip it yourself. Don't you know how to use chopsticks? Su Shishu's flat voice. Gu Mingyan closed his eyes. Chen Fenghua called Su Shishu wife. Su Shishu, this is a promise? So the title of wife is not exclusive to him. Chen Fenghua was still making a scene and asking Su Shishu to give him food. Gu Mingyan, however, had already stood up, and a plate of sweet and sour pork covered Chen Fenghua's head, and the plate shattered. Chen Fenghua's head was full of blood as he knocked over his chair and fell to the ground in convulsions. The butler came over at the sound of voices and was horrified at the situation, scrambling to get someone to call a private doctor for an ambulance. Pa! Gu Mingyan received a hard slap on Su Shishu's face, which was heavier than any other time in the past. Su Shishu was irritated like never before. Who told you to make a move? Did I warn you not to do it again? In the next second, Gu Mingyan also slapped his head heavily with the plate, and under Su Shishu's stunned eyes, blood snaked and dripped all over his face. Gu Mingyan, however, didn't feel any pain at all. He just looked at Su Shishu and asked stubbornly and sadly, Aren't you my wife? The look in Su Shishu's eyes at that instant, shock, dismay, heartache. In short, it was complicated. Gu Mingyan added, Aren't you my wife? Why do you have to say yes when people call you? You're crazy. Su Shishu took a tissue to press the wound on Gu Mingyan's head, her hand trembling a little. Gu Mingyan grabbed her wrist and put it down feebly again. He lowered his head and said sadly, I'm sorry. Gu Mingyan was sent to the hospital with Chen Fenghua. How Chen Fenghua Gu Mingyan does not know. He received 2 stitches and was hospitalized overnight for observation. Su Shishu watched him finish the stitches and the person disappeared. Gu Mingyan's brain hurt. This time it wasn't from thinking about things too much. It was real pain, the pain of the skin all the way to the nerves, to the bones, to the heart, to the limbs. It hurt like hell. Especially thinking that Su Shishu might be at Chen Fenghua's place at this time. Gu Mingyan just couldn't wait to get up and go smash Chen Fenghua again, completely smashing Chen Fenghua out of this world. But Chen Fenghua wouldn't disappear, and things could never be as good as he thought they would be. Just as Gu Mingyan was staring at the ceiling with his eyes lifeless, Qin Wanyan, who was wearing a white coat, walked into the hospital room. Her eyes were full of heartache as she looked at Gu Mingyan, who was lying on the hospital bed. Why are you suffering? Gu Mingyan didn't respond, just staring vacantly at the ceiling. It's good to be in too much pain, and when it's too much pain it empties the mind, as if it's only numbed to the pain. Qin Wanyan sat in front of Gu Mingyan's hospital bed. She went to hold his hand, and after being avoided by Gu Mingyan, she laughed a little. Aren't you ignoring me and still avoiding me? Gu Mingyan rolled over and turned his back to Qin Wanyan. Qin Wanyan looked at his back and the back of his head before saying, The only thing in this world that can't be forced is feelings. She doesn't love you, and you're inclined to cling on. Then the only one who gets hurt is yourself. This is the voice of experience. My head hurts, I want to rest. Please get out. You don't want to break, you just don't want to see me. The one person you want to see is with another man at this point, and you're like a joke. Get out. Cutie. Cursing too? Got a temper too? It seems that little cutie's life isn't easy either. Obviously the words just sounded yin and yang, but she didn't use a sarcastic tone at all. Instead she was very sincere. Gu Mingyan covered his ears with his hands. Qin Wanyan reached out, clutching Gu Mingyan's wrist. It's useless to run away. If I were you, I'd take revenge on them. No one who betrays you should have a good ending. Revenge how? Gu Mingyan looked at Qin Wanyan. Qin Wanyan smiled and said, she made you green on the head, won't you also let her be dumped? Are women still hard to find in this world? It's not good for you. Just get another one that's good for you, like me. I don't like you. Good. Then go find a favorite. I only like my wife. But she doesn't even want you. What's so great about her? Tell me? I can't say, but she's good at everything. Gu Mingyan broke away from Qin Wanyan's hand that was clutching his wrist and continued to turn his back to her and closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Qin Wanyan looked at him for a long time, but she also laughed in anger. You're really greasy, but it's okay. You'll figure it out soon. Qin Wanyan leaned over and in a very light voice. Besides me, no one in this world loves you. She had just finished speaking when footsteps sounded behind her. Someone was coming. Qin Wanyan got up to leave, but stopped when she saw the visitor and stood sideways. Shin Fufu's footsteps lurched as he passed Qin Wanyan, then naturally walked forward. Shin Muyu followed behind him, not moving an inch. It was clear that the two of them were so close, but the atmosphere between the two had dropped to freezing point, or it could be said that Shin Fufu was unilaterally distant and indifferent, excluding Shin Muyu. Gu Mingyan turned around when he heard the sound of the blind cane. Brother Fufu, what brings you here? Shin Fufu sat down by the hospital bed and went to touch Gu Mingyan's head, feeling the gauze, before saying, I came to visit you and talk to you on the way. Chapter 71. Being a free bird. Gu Mingyan still has a little bit of weakness. Shin Fufu told him to pretend to make peace with Chun Fenghua in front of Sushi Shu, and everything is behind-the-scenes revenge. But he didn't make it. But he just couldn't stand it, moving and getting himself into this mess. Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Fufu, then at Shin Muyu, and this time, without waiting for Shin Fufu to open his mouth, he said, Why don't I talk to Brother Fufu alone? Shin Muyu didn't say anything and turned to leave. Qin Wanyan also left. The door to the hospital room was brought up. Shin Muyu, however, didn't go far. She was right in front of the ward, still uneasy about Shin Fufu, wanting to hear what they said. Wanted to hear if he was planning something again, even if she was sure he couldn't escape her, but caring too much was too much of a fear of loss to be careful about anything. But Shin Muyu listened sideways for a while. The ward was always quiet. No sound came from it. Shin Fufu knew her in the end and knew that even if she left, she would still be watching him at all times. Sometimes it's not a good thing to know each other too well. It's easy to want to love each other, it's easier to want to stab each other. Shin Muyu mockingly laughed, simply stopped listening and went to find Sushi Shu. Inside the ward, Shin Fufu made a hush with his hand, lowered his voice, and came close to Gu Mingyan to say in an airy tone that only the two of them could hear, There's someone outside the door. Gu Mingyan instantly understood when he looked at Shin Fufu's look of a heavy sense of stealing, and he nodded his head. Only then did he whisper, Brother Fufu, I messed up all the ones you taught me. I heard. Shin Fufu paused before saying, Do you want to come with me? Gu Mingyan raised his eyes in confusion. Go? Brother Fufu, where are you going? Shin Fufu shook her head, then said, I don't know where to go. I might find a place where no one knows me to live again. In short, I won't be here, I won't be by her side. Why, Fufu-chan, didn't you say it was fine to keep it that way? Why are you leaving again? Gu Mingyan was used to relying on Shin Fufu, and when he heard that he was leaving, his heart became uneasy. He didn't want Shin Fufu to go, at a time when the situation was getting out of his control. Shin Fufu's hand nodded on her eyes. My eyes, they can be cured, but she hid them from me, and is still planning to hide them from me for the rest of her life. Gu Mingyan's eyes widened, happy for Shin Fufu. Really, Brother Fufu? There's still hope for your eyes. Shin Fufu such an excellent person when the blind are excellent into this Dare not think if he is not blind, will be powerful and successful into what kind. Gu Mingyan felt that it would be wonderful just thinking about it. But then he thought that Shin Fu said that Shin Mu Yu was hiding it from him. And Gu Mingyan didn't understand and was about to ask. But I heard Shin Fu added, once I thought that she was at least genuinely repentant. Even if I don't forgive her, I can still be like this with her. But now I realize that she has not repented at all. It's too desperate. Really? I think this kind of life sucks. Shin Fu looked like he was tired as he covered his eyes with his hands and bent down to bow. Gu Mingyan didn't understand it before, but at this moment he suddenly empathized with him somewhat. Gu Mingyan reached out his hand and finally patted Shin Fu's shoulder and said, then Fu brother, you go? If you're not happy, be happy. Shin Fu took a deep breath after a long time. He raised his eyes. It was as if he could see Gu Mingyan in that moment, and finally he lowered his eyes. Do you want to come with me? As much as I hate to say it, they're all essentially the same. They're too used to taking, but never loving. I don't want to go. Let me just ask you one thing. So are you happy? I'm happy. You call getting yourself into this situation happy? Fu bro, you know, I'm a cutie. Gu Mingyan laughed a little when he said this, still somewhat sincere. I don't have as many demands as you do. I just think that as long as my wife will love me after hurting her enough, then I'll feel that the hurt I'm feeling right now is nothing, as long as she'll still come back to love me. I don't know whether to feel sorry for you or ridiculous. Shin Fu touched Gu Mingyan's head and added, love people first. Take care of yourself in the future. Also, be careful of this person Qin Wanyan. Shin Fu got up. Gu Mingyan looked at his back, but only said, brother Fu, you should also take care of yourself and find a chance to cure your eyes. The next time I see you again, I'll know what your brother I look like. That must be pretty cool.
Just like you. Hehe.
Shin Fu stood at the door with her blind cane and said to Gu Mingyan again, what I taught you before was wrong. True love should be free of calculations. If you love someone and rely on calculations to continue, then that in itself is not love. So, it's me who's being obsessive. Go ahead and love. Don't think about the consequences. I used to be the same way. We may not all end up the same. It's unmanly not to fight for yourself. How do you know you're bound to lose? Perhaps the next time we meet will be when my eyes are well enough to attend your wedding to Ms. Su. Shin Fu finished. Gu Mingyan was also energized. It will be. And you will definitely be able to escape and live the life you want to live, brother Fu. Then may we all have our wish. Shin Fu made a gesture of raising his glass in the air. Gu Mingyan smiled and they parted ways. Although Shin Fu's instructions were wonderful, Su Shu didn't show up at all during Gu Mingyan's hospitalization. On the 8th day of the first month, the new year was over, and Gu Mingyan's wounds were all removed. There was no sign of Su Shu either. Gu Mingyan had asked Jiang Lime, what's the wife doing these days? The answer Jiang Lime gave was, Mr. Su is abroad for treatment. But what he didn't have the heart to tell Gu Mingyan was that Su Shu was being treated abroad. But along for the ride was Chun Fenghua. Gu Mingyan was the one who received, on his cell phone, a photo of Su Shu and Chun Fenghua eating and walking together abroad. Qin Wanyan sent it to him. Sent it with the comment, looks like she's spending this New Year's with someone else. Gu Mingyan hated that he didn't know how to read, so that he wouldn't let those few words turn into piercing swords that stabbed all the way from his eyes to his heart. But he didn't reply anything, he just blacked out Qin Wanyan. On the opening day of the University of S, Gu Mingyan realized that Shin Fu had really escaped. While he was happy for Shin Fu, he was worried that Shin Fu must escape far away not to be caught, so that he could embrace the life he always wanted, to be a bird in the air, to be free. The good thing is that after being led by Shin Fu for a semester, he was able to attend classes, take notes and study independently on his own. But it always seemed to be a little more silent. When he was blocked at the door by Chun Nanqing after class, Chun Nanqing deliberately said, you don't know, do you? My brother and sister Su are on their honeymoon abroad? Ah, you wouldn't still not know that you've been abandoned, right? Chapter 72. I could care less. Gu Mingyan didn't even give Chun Nanqing a look. Only when he brushed past him, he gave Chun Nanqing an icy look. Chun Nanqing was instantly creeped out. That feeling of being stared at reminded him of the pain he felt from being punched by Gu Mingyan earlier. This kid came down hard, and that look in Gu Mingyan's eyes was like a warning, as if he said another word, his fist would be in his face the next second. Chun Nanqing surprisingly wimped out at that time. When Gu Mingyan punched him, he reacted with a cold laugh and sneered at his back. You won't be able to be arrogant for a few days. When Sister Sue doesn't want you anymore, what do you think you are? Not relieved and scolded. Shin Fu can still run away like a grandson. You cannot be as lucky as him, you will be in time. Gu Mingyan hadn't gone far yet, and he lifted his foot and kicked the stair railing, clanging with an echo. Chen Nanxing was too scared to let out a single fart. Gu Mingyan didn't stop his footsteps. He had nothing to say to this kind of goon who only dared to talk about people behind their backs. If he had the guts to say it in front of him, what he didn't hear was counted as Chen Nanxing cursing himself. Chen Nanxing gritted his teeth, frightened by Gu Mingyan. But he really couldn't beat him, so he cursed even more viciously. It's better to die here. Gu Ming sat in the car as he lowered the window, actually still thinking about those words from Chen Nanxing. His face was numb and stiff and cold from the cold wind of the inverted spring, and he didn't feel a thing. Going home, he was the only one left in the huge villa. Gu Mingyan sat on the doorstep. He propped his chin up and looked at the turf in the distance. He recalled the time when he once picked up mineral water bottles on the street with Shin Fu, who bragged to him. How luxurious it is in the big villa, how good the life is, how rare and exquisite the food is, and how the limousine in and out can be a house or something. At that time, he was full of envy, and when he was hungry, he thought that he could eat a barbecued chicken leg that cost $5 a piece on the street, and he felt satisfied for the rest of his life. But now he is sitting in front of the villa. Behind the huge villa he comes and goes as he pleases, in and out of the limousine acceptance, but also more than he imagined the beauty of the dream of a beautiful wife. He should be happy, shouldn't he? But he's a little cutie. And why did he feel unhappy? He's obviously a cutie. He should be happy to have a meal and live a silly life, shouldn't he? But why was he sitting here, touching a face full of cold tears? Gu Mingyan hugged his knees as he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep in this cold wind. He wanted to sleep back to the first time he met Sushi Shu. He could obviously punch one by one to fly those bodyguards, but he couldn't use his strength when he saw Sushi Shu's side face in the car and was brought up to the car, kneeling at her feet. If we go back to that time, he might tell her, "Don't take me home, you don't love me." This way he could cower dirty under the eaves to hide from the rain, and when the weather cleared up, he went to pick up garbage and sell it for scrap, and although the days were hard, he was happy. Gu Mingyan touched the location of his heart, so it wouldn't be like now, when his heart was like a knife. Gu Mingyan accidentally fell asleep, and when he felt a heat on his shoulders, he jerked his head up and opened his eyes. No one in the four places cannot help but feel a loss in the heart. How to dream cannot dream of her, cannot see even if the dream cannot dream. Not even a thought. Gu Mingyan looked out at the open space for a moment, then lowered his head, numb in such a cold wind. He was ready to go home, even if it was just him. One has to go back too, or home isn't home. Gu Mingyan was just about to get up when he glanced at the white coat jacket on his shoulder. There's also a light orange flavor. Gu Mingyan snapped back to his senses as he turned around and saw Su Xiushu leaning against the doorpost with a lazy and idle posture as she watched him. Wife? Is it a wife? Is it really a wife? He didn't dream it. In that moment he was filled with joy. He hadn't seen her in a really long time and missed her to the bone. But when he lurched to his feet, he stumbled and swayed from the numbness in his legs, and didn't immediately pounce on her at first for fear of hurting her. Instead, after standing firm, it was more fearful, but also with aggravation and questioning. Gu Mingyan stood still. Sushi Shu also didn't extend her hand to greet his hug as usual. Gu Mingyan could clearly feel that they were rusty. Then who is Sushi Shu not rusty with? Foreign or Chun Fenghua who is about to get married or already married? Sushi Shu didn't move. Gu Mingyan stood for a long time, and finally took the coat on him that Sushi Shu had draped over him in his hands. He tightened his fingers and finally pulled out a usual and customary smile and walked towards Sushi Shu. Wife, you're back. Why were you gone for so long this time? I missed you. In fact, what Fufu said, as long as he doesn't say, doesn't ask, doesn't look for trouble and doesn't make mistakes, and Sushi Shu doesn't mention it, everything can be treated as if nothing has happened, and he can still be by her side. And they'll still be the same as before. She's his wife. As for those foreign marriage as long as Sushi Shu does not mention, he will not ask. As long as she still came back to him, he could pretend nothing had happened and they could still be like they were before. Gu Mingyan still walked over and gave Su Xiushu a hug. He let go of Sushi Shu. Wife, hungry. He was then stunned as he looked at the necklace around Su Shishu's neck, which was a ring. At one time Su Shishu wore that bead around her neck, a little secret, a little fun that they kept from each other. But Su Shishu was now wearing a ring, which clearly didn't belong to him. Who was that flirting with? Gu Mingyan only felt his brain booming, as if he had been ruthlessly struck by lightning to the sky, pain to the point of suffocation, hating to die in such pain. Su Shishu's attitude was still cold, and after going out, it was as if she hadn't lost her temper. But it didn't continue to chill him, just the tone remained cold. Go eat if you're hungry. Gu Mingyan wanted to giggle a little bit, but he really couldn't laugh, so he followed Su Shishu. Good, good. Eat when you're hungry. Every now and then he glanced at the necklace around her neck, the word wedding ring popping up again and again. As if Gu Mingyan was crazy, he wondered if the ring on Su Shishu's necklace could be replaced with one from him if he gave her the ring. During a meal, Gu Mingyan ate absent-mindedly. He wasn't concentrating enough, and Su Shishu did look at him from time to time. Gu Mingyan was lost in thought when he felt an itch on his calf, and he was startled. Hurrying to look down, this touch he was afraid that the venomous snake he released in Chun Fenghua's room had not been caught, and at this time it scurried out to bite again. It was only when he looked down that he saw it was the tips of Su Shishu's high heels. He reached out and took hold of the tip of her disruptive shoe. Chapter 73, Revenge. Su Shishu had been sitting properly, but this time, she had a lazy posture and propped up her chin, looking at Gu Mingyan with a smile on her face. It seemed like he was trying to see what he wanted to do, and like he was deliberately waiting for something. But Gu Mingyan just took off Su Shishu's high heels. His tone was sincere. Wife has bad legs. Don't wear high heels. He moved over again, and Su Shishu went with him, putting her legs on his knees and letting him help her take off her high heels. His hand gently rubbed at her ankle and asked Su Shishu, "Tired?" Su Shishu didn't say anything and only looked at him. It was only then that Gu Mingyan said, "When I can make money in the future, I'll give you everything I earn so that my wife won't have to work so hard. Then you can't afford me. Then I'll try to earn more. Still can't afford it." Gu Mingyan smiled embarrassedly. "If you still can't afford to raise me, then it's the same for you to raise me, wife. I'm very easy to raise." Su Shishu reached out, cupped his chin and cupped it again. "How well bred? Tell me? I eat very little. No, I can earn my own food. Just share a little of my bed." When Gu Mingyan spoke, Su Shishu had already placed her chin on his shoulder, and then lay down on his shoulder again with a low cry. "Aha! Is there anything else you need? Any requests for what to wear?" "No." Su Shishu turned his face again, staring at her so close that she blinked softly, her eyelashes sweeping across his cheek. Like being stepped on by a kitten's paw pads, it was not aggressive, and the temptation was strong. "Really?" Su Shishu asked softly, with some diffidence, and deliberately. Gu Mingyan seemed to understand a little. He inclined his head to look at her and his breathing stopped. Then he slowly, lowering his head, went to kiss her. All the anger, the sadness in his heart in that moment was gone again in an instant. He would fall in love with her in that moment, forgive her, and then think, forget it, as long as she came back, as long as she was still with him. That's enough. Day 2. Gu Mingyan woke up from his sleep and was surprised that Su Shishu was still in his arms and did not wake up. He was already running late, but didn't want to ruin the moment. If she could, Gu Mingyan wanted to die in this moment, in the morning when they cuddled together. In this way, Su Shishu also loves him, just as he was next to her, hopelessly. Just when Gu Mingyan felt comfortable, his eyelids sinking to sleep again. Su Shishu's cell phone, which was placed on the bedside table, however, rang. Gu Mingyan picked it up and scanned the caller ID, which surprisingly said husband. Gu Mingyan's blood ran cold in that instant, and he pushed his finger bones so hard that they ached, surprisingly pinching the screen of his cell phone directly out of the crack. Su Shishu was woken up by the noise. She opened her eyes and thought it was his call. "Why don't you answer it?" Is why he doesn't answer, why he can't answer his wife's phone. Gu Mingyan answered it, just before he could speak. It already came from there. "Wife." Gu Mingyan took a deep breath, pretended not to hear, and asked Chun Fenghua, "What do you want with my wife?" Chun Fenghua emphasized, "I'm looking for my wife. My wife is sleeping in my arms. I don't know who you're looking for. You've got the wrong number." Gu Mingyan hung up the phone before Su Shishu went to get her cell phone. Su Shishu took the cell phone, glanced at the caller ID and frowned. "This is him taking my cell phone and changing." Gu Mingyan suddenly spoke coldly. "There's no need to tell me." Su Shishu stopped as she looked at Gu Ming and who suddenly flung her face at her, frowning to represent that she was already unhappy at this point. Gu Mingyan's throat was tight and dry, and he suddenly went mute, as if he had held back to the extreme before saying, "You don't need to tell me about your business. You." But without waiting for Su Shishu to say anything more, Gu Mingin violently got out of bed. He was anxious and flustered trying to escape. Wife, you're hungry. I'll go make you breakfast. You're going to blow up the kitchen again? Then I'll go see if the kitchen made your favorite dish today. Gu Mingin left as if he had fled. Only he knew how much his hand trembled as he closed the door to his room. Can't tell if I'm angry or in pain. Su Shishu had never willingly and properly called him her husband, but changed the note for another man. Gu Mingin's vision blurred as he ran down the stairs. He was too flustered, then stepped out of the air and fell heavily on the stairs and rolled down again. It hurt everywhere, and there was a sharp pain coming from his knees. This one made the tears he was desperately holding back no longer hold back, and a drop fell down his handsome cheek. It was quickly wiped away by him. He stood up and limped toward the dining room, then sat down in a chair and covered his face with his hands. Finally, he got up again, limping, and asked the driver to take him to the university. He was relieved when the car started. Luckily, he was late today and the driver was waiting for him. Otherwise, he couldn't walk away, and he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his emotions when he faced Su Shishu. Wouldn't he be thrown out if he questioned her? Gu Mingin's hands somewhat trembled to cover his face, hoarse to the extreme voice. I can't give up, no. But when exactly will his wife repent and come to love him like Shin Muyu? He felt so hard to carry, as if he was about to lose it. Turns out that the sadness in Fufu's eyes is really, really painful. He didn't think it was so much when he watched it before, but now he could somewhat relate to it. It's really hard to get through, no wonder even Fufu, who is as smart and powerful and resourceful as he is, can't get through it. He's still a cutie. What to do? Gu Mingin took out his cell phone and called Shin Fufu's number, then quickly hung up again. Brother Fufu would have let him go, but he didn't want to. He wanted to hold on a little longer. Maybe soon the wife will come to her senses. Gu Mingin didn't have class tonight, and instead of going home, he went to a shopping mall. He stood at a jewelry counter looking at rings. The styles were all simple and he didn't like any. Seeing his sincerity, the clerk recommended him to go to the well-known wedding ring brand Stellar, saying that private customization is acceptable there. The counterkeeper looked at Gu Mingin's dress usage and felt that the price aspect was not a problem. Gu Mingin went to the Stellar store, and after listening to the counter girl for no more than a moment, there was a man standing beside him. Qin Wanyan's hand rested on the counter and gently tapped, "Tell your person in charge to come out." Soon the manager came over and was respectful when he saw Qin Wanyan. "Mr. Qin, bring out the town store one." "Yes." The manager quickly put on his black gloves and held up the townhouse. Worthy of being able to call it the treasure of the town store, Gu Mingin was attracted at a glance and reached out to take it over. The guide on the side said, "You can try it yet." Qin Wanxiang didn't say anything. It was just that when Gu Mingin put on the ring, it was as if she was casually playing around with a woman's ring. And behind them, Su Shishu led Chen Fenghua in. Chapter 74? Whose wife are you? I heard the manager flattering. The ring that symbolizes the eternity of love can now be considered to have found its owner. The two of you are really a talented man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match. May I ask when the wedding date is? It was only then that Gu Mingin realized that the other one was on Qin Wanyan's hand. He frowned and went to take off the ring on his hand. But the ring was just as long as it was stuck on his hand. It was stuck, and the harder he tried, the more he couldn't take it off. Normally at this time, the manager would have brought hand moisturizer. But at this point, the manager was indifferent. Qin Wanyan was also surprised. I didn't think that I would just wear it casually. But this ring can't be removed. What's going on? The manager laughed on the side. It's fate. It means that the two of you are the owner of this wedding ring. A destined pair. Qin Wanyan hooked her lips. Just her sentence of yes or no hadn't been said yet. Su Shishu had already said for her, yes. She walked over. Gu Mingin wanted to hide his hand back, but in the nick of time, he held out his hand. Wife, I wanted to buy you a ring, but I don't know how it got stuck. And I don't know why she's here, but I definitely don't want a ring she's worn. It's not worthy of a wife. Gu Mingin said with some exasperation. However, when his eyes turned and he saw Chen Fenghua, the expression on his face froze again. Chen Fenghua walked over. He was a little afraid of the way Gu Mingin hit him, and hid behind Su Shishu, grabbing the corner of Su Shishu's coat. Wife. The manager on the side received Qin Wanyan's gesture and spoke at the right time. Are you two also here to choose wedding rings? Are you preparing to get married? Or are you already married? What kind of style are you looking for? Gu Minggen's hand that wanted to hold Su Shishu hung down feebly. So his wife came here to choose a wedding ring? He thought about her and she didn't. She brought another man to choose a wedding ring. Gu Minggen's drooping hand clenched into a fist, squeezing it tightly and even trembling slightly. Watching Chen Fenghua probing beside Su Shishu, then pointing at a pair of wedding rings in the counter. Honey, I want this one. Su Shishu, however, did not pay any attention to Chen Fenghua. She just looked at Qin Wanyan, and the ring that Qin Wanyan had casually rested on her hand on the counter. She then turned toward the manager. Get the hand cream. The manager went to get it and quickly came out with a used-up one. Sorry, we're out of hand cream. A high and mighty young lady like Su Shishu surely couldn't take an almost empty hand cream and use it. Su Shishu saw it. She took one last look at Qin Wanyan and clutched Gu Minggen's hand to go to the store's restroom. Chen Fenghua certainly wanted to perform well in front of his boss, which gives them a chance to be alone. He chased up and grabbed Su Shishu's arm. Honey, where are you going? I want that. Will you buy it for me? Su Shishu used to be all nice to him. It was like she didn't have a temper. Even if she was cold, she would still indulge in Chen Fenghua's little actions. But this time, Su Shishu broke away from Chen Fenghua's hand as she spoke in an icy tone. Stay here. Don't follow me. Chen Fenghua pretended that he didn't understand and still wanted to follow Su Shishu. Being pressed by Gu Minggen's shoulder, he pushed him back fiercely. My wife told you to get out of the way. Don't you understand human language? Cutie pie. Ah. Chen Fenghua fell heavily towards the back, then covered his wrist with a pained look. Su Shishu took out her cell phone and called Lin Xiao. Come in and take care of it. Then, ignoring Chen Fenghua's cry after cry of wife, he clutched Gu Minggen's wrist and brought the person into the restroom, closing the door behind him. Su Shishu squeezed the hand sanitizer, and she rubbed it on Gu Minggen's hands. Then, tugging at the ring, it still took some effort to remove it, casually tossing it into a side toilet and hitting flush. So what if it's the treasure of the town? It's worthless in her eyes. Gu Minggen, however, looked at the ring Su Shishu wore around her neck as he slowly reached out. Before Su Shishu could react, he gave a hard yank. The necklace scratched, leaving a shallow blood mark on Su Shishu's neck for the second time. Su Shishu covered it with her hand and raised her eyes to look at Gu Minggen. What's wrong with you? If my necklace was sharper, are you trying to kill me? Gu Minggen didn't say anything, just followed Su Shishu's posture and threw the ring into the toilet. Only his wrist was slapped hard by Su Shishu holding his hand and reprimanding him. Stop! Gu Minggen was all anticlimactic. He broke away from Su Shishu's fingers little by little, pressed the flush, then dropped the ring without blinking an eye. With the sound of rushing water, both the ring and the necklace disappeared. Gu Minggen hugged Su Shishu. He lowered his head and buried it in her neck. Nest. Wife, don't be angry. I'll send you a better one. Su Shishu pushed Gu Minggen away. What better you have? I did. Gu Minggen embraced Su Shishu again. He lowered his head and his kisses landed on the fine wounds on her neck, curling away the faint traces of blood. Then upwards, one at a time, slowly going for the kiss. The tone was soft and murmuring. I'll give you better. Okay? Su Shishu inclined her head. Did you ask? Gu Minggen thought she was still angry and were avoiding him. So he lowered his head and hung his eyes. This look of not saying anything was good behavior. Let Su Shishu also cannot bear to blame further. She was silent for a while, and added, asked about that ring, just jealous. Gu Minggen didn't want to ask or know the details of their time abroad. The manager kept knocking on the door. Gu Minggen went to open the door and he looked at the manager with a cold face. The manager, who was still knocking on the door, saw Gu Minggen open the door and smiled, then swept to see Gu Minggen's already empty ring finger and inquired, the ring? Su Shishu walked over and handed over a black card. Swipe it. Hello. This is our town treasure. It is not for sale to the public. It is only given to couples who are destined to be with it. Qin Wanyan walked over at this time and took off the ring, her tone somewhat playful. Looks like my true destiny has come out. Gu Minggen didn't wait for Su Shishu to open her mouth and said, I have a wife. Don't talk nonsense. I'm my wife's true love. It was only then that Qin Wanyan finally glanced at Su Shishu and laughed softly. You are your wife's true love? What about him? The one your wife personally brought to choose the wedding ring? Who is he? Chen Fenghua came over and condescendingly handed his wrist to Su Shishu. Wife, pain, huffing and puffing won't hurt anymore. Lin Xiao came over and tugged on Chen Fenghua. Chen Xiao, let's go play over there. Okay? Let's go watch cartoons. Honey, why don't you huff and puff me? Before the headache and headache wife huffed and puffed. Sushi Shu was exceptionally cold today and told Chen Fenghua, if your hand hurts, go find a doctor. Chun Xiao, let's go to the doctor. After seeing the doctor there will be no pain. Stop it, I'll huff and puff you, huff and puff, is it done? Go. I don't want it. I want my wife wife. Lin Xiao even pulled and dragged to get Chun Fenghua away. A cold sweat on his head. The heart says, what kind of a fixer-upper is this? Qin Wanyan is not afraid at all. Positively just Sushi Shu. Inclined head seems to think it is very funny, smiling brightly and asked, he called you wife, he also called you wife, so whose wife are you really, Miss Su? Chapter 75, Centrifuges. It's none of your business. Too afraid to answer positively? Qin Wanyan sneered at Sushi Shu, just before she could say anything else. Gu Mingyan had already taken the black card in Su Xiushu's hand. Of course she's mine. I've already thrown the ring into the toilet. Swiped the card. Gu Mingyan held Su Xiushu's hand and looked at Qin Wanyan. What's between me and her is nothing to say to you. An outsider. The manager bowed his head, respectfully. Since the ring is destined for you, it's for you. No need to swipe your card. Gu Mingyan didn't look like he was talking nonsense anymore. He took a rare strong turn and left with Sushi Shu. Qin Wanyan looked at Gu Mingyan's back as she left. She just gently tapped the glass of the counter with her ring. Second brother? You're really protecting her. Then Qin Wanyan's eyes turned cold and she smiled a bit cruelly. I'd like to see how much longer you can protect it. She removed the ring from her hand and threw it into the manager's hand. Have the designer re-finalize it. I'm going to reselect the Eternity style in the same size. This one he doesn't like. I'll send it to him to wear it willingly on his ring finger. Yes. The manager respectfully watched Qin Wanyan leave. Stellar is nothing more than a small brand under the name of Qin Group. Gu Mingyan was still very confident just now. But he got on the car and saw Chun Fenghua in the car. In that moment he had a sense of powerlessness. He was silent. Compared to his silence was Chun Fenghua's enthusiasm, making a scene to go to the back row to find Sushi Shu, which was held down by Lin Xiao. The car is parked at the hospital. Chun Fenghua noisy hand pain headache. Lin Xiao get off to take him to see a doctor. He refused to go, said afraid of needles, a hard picket car window shouting wife. Gu Mingyan was unusually silent at this time. Sushi Shu moved his hand to push the car door. His fingers moved for a moment, and finally did not block it. He figured he couldn't stop it. Sushi Shu still looked back at him before getting off the bus. Seeing his silence, in the end, no longer tolerating just not explaining anything, told him, Chun Fenghua, he has a brain lesion. The doctor said that he won't live long. He became like this in order to save me. I have to be responsible for him. Sometimes I will let him go a bit for the same reason. After a pause, Sushi Shu added, as for what you said, about wanting to marry me, I will consider it. Gu Mingyan raised his eyes. He looked at Su Xiushu for a long time, and slowly blinked. Then when you've thought about it, let me know. For the rest, there's no need to tell me. Wife, I'm going home. I'll be waiting for you at home. Well, I'll be back early, and I'll need an explanation from you about the ring today. It seems to me that you've met more than once or twice. Sushi Shu's intuition was very accurate. Gu Mingyan was a little heartbroken. But when she thought of Sushi Shu saying that she would come back earlier, she was a little expectant and happy. What does it mean that his wife made a point of explaining it to him today? Yes. Don't like Chun Fenghua's meaning? Was that what he understood it to mean? He's a bit silly, he's afraid he's misunderstood. In short, his wife's comment that she would be home early made Gu Mingyan happy. He comes home and washes himself nice and clean and waits for his wife to come home. As a result, he waited until late at night, until it was almost dawn, and he just couldn't stay up long enough to fall asleep. Waiting for someone to sleep restlessly and wake up violently. Opening his eyes, the lighted room and the light of the sky outside melted together, seemingly cold and lonely. Gu Mingyan sat on the big soft bed and went to check his cell phone. He sent it to Sushi Shu at 4 a.m. When will the wife be back? So far there has been no reply. Sushi Shu didn't return all night, but she clearly said that she would come back earlier to accompany him. How come words don't count again? Gu Mingyan didn't even dare to think about where Sushi Shu was this night, who she was accompanying and coaxing. Thinking about it only made me feel like a fine cold sweat was coming down on my forehead. He could only pretend to wash up and go to class as if nothing had happened. The elective class bumped into Chun Nanxing. Rubbing shoulders, Chun Nanxing like a devil whispered, "Last night my brother had a headache. Sister Su stayed up all night and stayed with him to coax him through the night. Gu Mingyan stopped walking. His mind was filled with Su Shishu's words. I'll go back earlier to be with you. It lingers like a demon. Chan Nanqing saw that he stabbed Gu Mingyan and got excited, and then backed up and fell on the well. You sing so well. My black fans all say that you casually sing and sing to throw me off 10 streets. I admit that your songs are good, but it's a pity that the talent is all Shinfufu's, and now that Shinfufu is gone, what are you? You can't even write a song, but you're just a waste. Chan Nanqing added when Gu Mingyan grabbed him by the collar and was about to punch him. Sister Su, but she coaxed my brother to sing to him all night. Has she ever coaxed you like that? Gu Mingyan's fist paused. Chan Nanqing took advantage of this moment when Gu Mingyan was in so much pain that he lost his strength, and ruthlessly pushed Gu Mingyan down the stairs. He stood on the stairs with cold eyes. You're a pathetic person as well. A rat turd in my brother and Sister Su's relationship. There are many things that I'm too lazy to bother with you. But if I don't tell you, who's going to tell you, the little poor thing? Chan Nanqing laughed ha ha ha, his eyes shady as he looked at Gu Mingyan, who had fallen and climbed up with a nosebleed, and taunted again. If I don't tell you, when are you going to find out? Don't be toyed with and abandoned at that time, not even knowing what's going on. Then aren't you funny? Oh, but then again, you were already a joke. Cutie? There is no shame, of course you don't know to want face. Put in other people want face long ago to find a building to jump off which have the face to live, you say is not it. Chan Nanqing went downstairs and stepped hard on Gu Mingyan's finger. It wasn't that Gu Mingyan couldn't resist, it was just that as he watched Chan Nanqing's movements, it was so strange that he couldn't feel any pain at all. The sharp pain was in his brain and heart, in his limbs and bones, gouging out his heart and bones. It wouldn't even hurt him to have his hand stepped on. However, Gu Mingyan still pulled his fingers out and backhanded Chan Nanqing's ankle, and as his fingers exerted extreme force, he finally felt a bit of dull pain amidst Chan Nanqing's screams. Still, it's going to hurt. Only a click was heard as Chan Nanqing's ankle was pinched off. Chan Nanqing sat and rolled on the stairs holding his ankle. Gu Mingyan wiped off a face of blood and stood up. He looked at Chan Nanqing condescendingly and said word for word, Your brother? Isn't he dying? Gu Mingyan stepped on Chan Nanqing's thighs, and no matter how much Chan Nanqing struggled, he didn't loosen his strength. As Chan Nanqing's face turned pale in pain, bean-sized cold sweat slid down his forehead. Gu Mingyan sighed as if he was reconciling with himself. My wife said not to bother with a dying person. In the evening, Gu Mingyan got out of class, and the whole day was low pressure because of Chan Nanqing's provocation. So much so that he didn't see Su Shishu picking him up until he got into the car. You hit someone again? Gu Mingyan, are you violent? Su Shishu's icy voice carried anger. It was something that Gu Mingyan really didn't expect. Shock, aggravation, anger, helplessness, loss, pain. In the end, Gu Mingyan lost control and pressed Su Shishu's shoulder, biting down hard. Yes, he did. He should have killed her first as the culprit. Chapter 76. Discovery of Secrets. Gu Mingyan was pushed away and he bowed his head again. I'm sorry, wife. Su Shishu inclined her head to look over her shoulder. The fabric on her white shirt was already stained with blood. She covered it with her hand and said in a cold voice, Go down. Not. All of Gu Mingyan's anger turned back into heartache after that one bite, and the tip of his tongue swept over the tip of his teeth, a faint taste of blood. He eventually pushed open the car door and got out without waiting for Su Shishu to say anything else. Gu Mingyan stood in the cold wind, looking at Su Shishu in the car, his eyes momentarily making people so soft. But Su Shishu didn't. She only looked at him coldly. So they're only allowed to bully me and I'm not allowed to fight back? Yes, but not in such an extreme way. So what do I do if he bullies me? You can tell me. Gu Mingyan thought for a moment, then said, Okay, then I'll tell you next time. Su Shishu gave him a cold stare in the end, and the car drove away right in front of Gu Mingyan's eyes, and all she left him with was a beautiful cold side face. Her suit jacket was slung over her shoulders, the wound not visible. Gu Mingyan chased after him for 2 steps, then backed up again. After Su Shishu left, he stood in the same spot for a while until another luxury car pulled up in front of him. Only then did he take a step backward in a daze. The car door opens and the woman's feet in high heels hit the floor with a flourish. Gu Mingyan was afraid of Qin Wanxiang and turned around to leave. Then he was tied up by 2 bodyguards, one with gagging tape and the other with a sack. Gu Mingyan struggled violently, but his mouth was sealed and his hands were tied, so he could only pupate in the sack. Let go of me. If my wife finds out, she won't let you go. What the hell do you want? I only have my wife in my heart. A twisted melon is not sweet. Let go of me. Let go. Let go. Me. No matter how hysterical Gu Mingin was, all that could come out of his mouth was a sound. Then he was slapped hard on the head, and the bouncer's vicious voice. If you make any noise, I'll knock you out with a brick. Gu Mingin was honest. He can't faint, he has to guard little Gu Mingin. So Gu Mingin stopped struggling, but kept her strength and stayed alert at all times. Although following Fufu brother, he also smartened up a bit, but still cannot figure out he's such a little cute. Exactly what is so good? How the little cutie? What's so great about a little cutie? Isn't he nothing but a face? Gu Mingin thought about it all the way through, and finally felt that it turned out that they just wanted to toy with him, not like him. Brother Fufu said that rich people like to hunt and play differently. He's the one that's different. There is only his wife who puts him through college and hires him a tutor so that he can become a better person and have the ability to stand and live in this society in the future. Only the wife is genuine, all other women are bad. Gu Mingin was led left and right and finally thrown somewhere. He fell to the ground as the mayfly nymphs emerged from the sack. Narrowing his eyes, he looked upward from his long, beautiful legs and was shocked. Ms. Shun, the one who kidnapped him, turned out to be Shin Muyu. Even Gu Mingin, a little cutie, also knew. Ms. Shun, did you kidnap the wrong person? He's Gu Mingin, not Shin Fufu. In the next second, Gu Mingin felt a pain in his shoulder, and he had to press downward, inclined his head, and saw that it was Shin Muyu's high heels stepping on his shoulder. His face was pinched. Shin Muyu's voice didn't have much patience and was as hostile as it could be. Call Shin Fufu. I know you can contact him. Gu Mingin first cupped Shin Muyu's high heels as he put her legs down, then went to his pocket to pull out his cell phone, calling Shin Fufu while saying, I couldn't get in touch with him a long time ago, and I don't know where he's gone, and I don't have any contact information for him. Sure enough, a mechanical female voice came from the phone. Hello? The number you have dialed is empty. Gu Mingin handed out his phone. You can look at the chat logs. I couldn't find him. He was trying to take me with him, but I didn't want to leave my wife, so he left alone. Shin Muyu took Gu Mingin's cell phone. She scratched their chats and couldn't scratch the head for a moment. You actually talked to him that much. Then Shin Muyu looked at the most recent one. It was Gu Mingin who had also sought help from Shin Fufu when he was in a very difficult and painful situation. Shin Fufu had always treated Gu Mingin as a younger brother, but he didn't return. Shin Muyu pinched her cell phone tightly, then sat down again. She completely lost her previous momentum, like she had become tired and labored in an instant. Even her exquisite makeup could not suppress the greenish blackness under her eyes. Shin Fufu is really gone and doesn't want anything. In the past, I think he hated me again or good, in the end, or love me, do not give up my, hate me also in my side. He once so loved me, cannot let go, will not rest assured. Even if the escape will also leave traces to call me to find him. But this time, I can't find him. So you know Fufu loves you too. Gu Mingin looked at Shin Muyu without understanding. Then why did you hurt him? You blinded him and didn't treat him. Because I'm doing it wrong. I'm afraid he'll leave me. He's blind, he'll be easier to control. He wouldn't be able to stay away from me, and other women who want to be with him would resent his blindness. Only I wouldn't. I love him with all my heart, and I love him even when he's blind. He's all I have. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingin as he pointed at his heart. Don't you understand? You hurt Shun Fenghua with your hands several times. Don't you want to monopolize Su Shishu? You say that I'm wrong. Cute itself is selfish, aren't you selfish? Don't you want her eyes to only look at you from the beginning to the end, and her heart to only contain you? Shin Muyu was hysterical. She pressed her hands on her head and still held Gu Mingin's cell phone in her hand. She wouldn't give it back to him because there was still Shin Fufu's voice in it. It was Shin Fufu's thing, she wouldn't give it to anyone else. Don't you want to? While Su Shishu is intimate with another man, don't you want to lock her up so that she is only with you? Gu Mingin was silent for a while before saying, I don't dare. But you want to, don't you? Gu Mingin was silent for a while longer and shook his head. I might lock her up for a day, but if she doesn't want to, if she's angry, I won't be able to give up. But Ms. Shun, you don't care, you never care what Brother Fufu thinks, you only want to achieve your goal. Brother Fufu said that he wouldn't want to hurt you, even if he hated you more. So he said he would either run away or die. Shun Muyu's pupils shook as she closed her eyes, tears falling down her cheeks. Gu Mingin untied the rope on his body. I should go home. If there is any news of Fufu brother, I won't tell you until you learn how to love him. But then again, neither have I. He was about to leave but was stopped by the bodyguard. Shin Muyu was silent for half a second and opened his mouth. I have sent people to keep an eye on you before, just to think about when he sees you I can catch. I can find him. But instead, I stared at something else. Do you want to know? I think we can talk. Shin Muyu got up, walked over to Gu Mingyan, and hooked his chin, which Gu Mingyan dodged. She snorted. I know you must have a way to contact him. We can make a deal. He can teach you and so can I. Chapter 77. Originally, Gu Mingyan said he didn't want to know because he watched movie and TV show commentaries and short videos and realized that people who knew too much often didn't end up well. However, Shin Muyu's latter sentence still managed to keep him. Gu Mingyan took another step backward as he looked at Shin Muyu. Teach me? Teach me what? I'm a woman and I've been here before. What do you think I can teach you? What Fufu can teach you, I can teach you, and I'll teach you better than he can. Shin Fufu is right. Women who come out of families like theirs like to make a few turns in their heads with every word they say, to appear that they have an unusual status and position, and that their insights and experiences are not ordinary people. Gu Mingyan was also a little better in the head now. Otherwise, he couldn't even understand what Shin Muyu was trying to convey. He was silent for a while before he said, but I really don't know the whereabouts of Brother Fufu. That's the premise. And then, even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingyan with eyes like she was teasing a wary cat. As if she didn't even need to use her brain to play him. She could just use her knees. But this time, he laughed for half a second before saying, I don't believe this. Even if you can't contact him, he must have left a way for you. That person of his, he is just too comprehensive in his work. But it doesn't matter, like you said. If he really either dies or leaves me. Shin Muyu held a thin cigarette, the butt tapping lightly on the cabinet shelf, and then lowered his head to light it, exhaling a mouthful of light smoke. She then looked at Gu Mingyan through the light smoke and mist and continued. Since he said so, there's no way I'm going to let him die, and I know he's not happy this year, so let's give him some time to go out and take a break. Gu Mingyan was relieved to hear Shin Muyu say this. That's good. Shin Muyu clamped the cigarette, posture diffident leaning against the cabinet shelf. The cigarette burning, she did not smoke. Ash burned to the hand, she did not move. He just told Gu Mingyan, I don't have any other requests. I just hope that when he's contacting you, you'll ask for me if he's having a good time out there, and if he still has enough money. By the way, help me tell him that if he's having a bad time, just let me know and I'll go pick him up and bring him home. Gu Mingyan was calm after hearing this. Don't worry about this. Brother Fufu is perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Isn't that better? I'm less afraid to worry when he's doing well. Smoke. The sparks burned my hand. Gu Mingyan reminded, but Shin Muyu didn't care, and even directly pinched out the sparks with her fingers when the bright sparks scalded up. The sparks were hot. Her skin was as white as fine suet jade, and blood flowed downward along the burns. Shin Muyu didn't care to put her hand down, and blood dripped down her fingertips toward the bottom. Gu Mingyan frowned as he watched, but in the end, he was his best friend's wife, so he still cared. Find a private doctor to come and bandage it. The medical kit is in the cabinet over there. Bring it over here. Shin Muyu raised her chin in a gesture. Gu Mingyan turned around, only to realize that the two large bodyguards had disappeared at some point. In the end, for Fufu's sake, he went and brought the medical kit over. Shin Muyu was already sitting on the sofa, and she told Gu Mingyan, take out the iodine vapors inside and decontaminate me. Gu Mingyan took the iodophore, then dabbed it with a cotton swab and handed it over. Here. Shin Muyu reached out. Still avoiding suspicion, Gu Mingyan carefully placed the cotton swab on the table, the iodine vapor-soaked end dangling in the air. Shin Muyu laughed softly and picked up the cotton swab. Still avoiding suspicion? Gu Mingyan hemmed. Counting from Brother Fufu. I'm going to call you sister-in-law. Shin Muyu dabbed it with a cotton swab, then threw it into the trash can, picked up the alcohol and directly rinsed the soot from the wound, and she didn't even blink an eye. It was as if there was no fear of pain. Gu Mingyan wanted to stop and retracted his hand. You can use hydrogen peroxide to wash. Alcohol to clean the wound is too painful, not conducive to recovery. You a little cutie. Know quite a bit. Cutie. Knows everything too. That's still not stupid enough. Shin Muyu pointed at Gu Mingyan's brain. Have you gone to see the brain yet? I don't see you as a natural cutie pie either. Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Muyu in surprise. Shin Muyu looked at him while applying medicine to the wound. What's wrong? Nah. Just think couples are really quite similar sometimes. He told you that too? Aha. Gu Mingyan nodded. I went to see the doctor, and the doctor said that I was born this way and it can't be cured. Is it? Actually, sometimes what you see may not be true. Maybe it's what she wants you to see, and for us, one word down and any truth can be hidden. After Shin Muyu finished speaking, her eyes playfully observed Gu Mingyan. As expected, he saw Gu Mingyan relaxing his guard against her, and at that moment, he was also in a state of entanglement and pondering over whether or not Su Xiuxiu had bribed the doctor to deceive him. Shin Muyu is like a poisonous snake squatting to guard its prey, slowly spitting out her snake letters at this time, her voice following the temptation. Wait for the next time he contacts you, and help me ask him if he's doing well. Okay? Gu Mingyan was still thinking. And when he heard this, he didn't put up any defense at all and nodded. Okay. Then I'll ask for you. Thanks. Shin Muyu sounded like her tone was nothing, and she even got up to go to the kitchen to cut fruit. Because Shin Fufu's eyes are not good. She personally takes care of a lot of things, and the former Missy, who did not dip her fingers in the water, has learned a lot of things about taking care of people. It was just that this Shin Muyu didn't have the good face she had in front of Gu Mingyan, and this time her face was gloomy. Gu Mingyan had indeed not lied. He could not contact Shin Fufu, nor had he heard from him. It was true, but Gu Mingyan didn't tell the truth. She was not told that Shin Fufu was able and would contact him. Shin Muyu's smile was paranoid and gloomy as she cut the apple with one knife. Too soft-hearted. You can't run away when you're attached. It was only a matter of time before he was found. Gu Mingyan did not find the end at all. And when Shin Muyu came back, he said, I was a little cutie before I met my wife. Anymore. If it was curable, the doctor wouldn't have let me out of the hospital. Shin Muyu brought this up just to set up a conversation, which wouldn't care much about whether Gu Mingyan was a natural cutie or not, or a treatable cutie. She only said, in exchange, I will help you. The first thing I want to tell you is that Chun Fenghua, he is not a little cutie, and that his terminal illness may not be true, but your wife is not easy to fool, to be able to hide all of that from her. The Chun brothers' background and ability is impossible to do that. There is someone behind them. My guess is that this person is coming for you. Don't you have no previous memories? Maybe she knows you. Shin Muyu made a pass at analyzing the situation and asked Gu Mingyan, has anyone around you appeared to be not quite right? She said, a bunch of looking at Gu Mingyan. After a long time, Gu Mingyan pressed his hands against his head. Sister-in-law, speak slower. I can't remember it all at once. Shin Muyu looked Gu Mingyan up and down and said, in the middle of the day. Chapter 78. No way. It's really aggravating for Fufu to be cured of his aversion to stupidity. Really can't even hold up the wall. Gu Mingyan's attention was still easily diverted. What stupidity aversion? You don't even know about stupidity aversion? I'll search. Where's my cell phone? By the way, sister-in-law, give me back my cell phone. As soon as Shin Muyu took the cell phone, the phone was of course impossible to return. She did explain to him about the aversion to stupidity. Gu Mingyan pondered for a moment and pointed at himself. So am I stupid? But Brother Fufu doesn't hate me. And I've known for a long time that Brother Fufu is smart and powerful. And I've also known how much better and shinier he would have been if you hadn't messed up his eyes. This poked at Shin Muyu's sore spot that she couldn't mention, and she changed the topic. Has anyone appeared out of place around you? Gu Mingyan thought for a moment. There is one. Name it. Qin Wan Yen. Okay. I'll check this guy out. Gu Mingyan couldn't figure it out. How do you know that Chun Fenghua is pretending to be stupid? Although Brother Fufu also said that he might be pretending to be stupid. The people I sent to keep an eye on you have seen him not being stupid. And this isn't even hard to figure out. The real cutie is not going to go against you. And he's definitely not a cutie pie when he manages to get just the right amount to make your relationship with your wife worse every time. Shin Muyu put a band-aid on her hand while adding, once is a coincidence. The next time is on purpose. Gu Mingyan clenched his fist and pounded it into his hand. Then I must reveal his true colors to let my wife know. That's one thing, and two, you need to give her a bit of a crisis, too. It's not good for you to be too well behaved. It'll make her feel like you'll never leave, no matter how much she goes overboard. Shin Muyu looked at the newly done nails and laughed softly. Then she won't cherish you properly. I don't quite understand. You need another woman around to make her jealous. Gu Mingyan shook his head violently. No, my wife will screw me over. I'll arrange it, don't worry. Gu Mingyan was sent back by Shin Muyu. Shin Muyu personally sent him home. The maid came to open the door. Su Shishu sat on the sofa to work, and on the carpet was Chun Fenghua, who was watching cartoons. Gu Mingyan was originally very happy and anxious to see his wife, but this would be a separate silence. It was a silent and sad emotion. There was nothing he could do to change Su Shishu's choice. He could only choose to be silent and then continue to love her, even though his heart ached. Instead, it was Shinmuyu who spoke. I feel like you're a bit redundant. Gu Mingin looked at her, usually this time know how to yin and yang will pick up a sentence. But Gu Mingin is a little cute. The first thing that you should do is to ask yourself, anyway, you're not redundant for a day or two, and it just so happens that I'm empty, or you'll go back with me for a couple of days. Anyway, we're not the same as transparent people and do not need you, Baba, back to do what you say is not it. Gu Mingin spoke up this time. This is not good. What's wrong with that? It's not like your fufu brother is home. Shinmuyu's words scared Gu Mingin so much that he practically had to take 3 steps back. Was Shinmuyu buckle his wrist? Hard to drag him over. And to drag away the frame. Go away. Extra stay here. Gu Mingin was yanked to reach out and grab the backrest of the sofa. Just not to go with Shinmuyu's appearance. Righteously refused, scared face white. No. Shinmuyu took his arm. What's not to like? Anyway, your brother Fufu doesn't want me anymore. And she doesn't want you either. No, it won't work. Gu Mingin was on the verge of crying in fear. Shinmuyu cannot act, want to laugh, no wonder Su Shishu like. This is no interest in the small appearance of how to attract people rare. Did you ask me to hug you? She really went up for a princess hug. And Su Shishu murmured. Almost there. Stop. Shinmuyu laughed lightly. I thought you didn't want it. Why can't you give it to me? When did I say no? Su Shishu beckoned. Come here. Gu Mingin was about to go over to Baba. But Shinmuyu tugged on his arm and pulled him back before saying, Then there isn't an even sillier one. What do you need this for? You have 2 little cuties. Why can't you share one with me? What are you doing here? That's a lot of work to be able to do. Then you take it. Years of girlfriends, Su Shishu is impossible not to understand Shinmuyu. Her mouth a few sentences without a serious look. The heart than anyone else has a sense of proportion. Shinmuyu laughed happily. She doesn't want you. Your wife doesn't want you. Listen to me. She gave you to me. From now on you are mine. Shinmuyu first under Gu Mingin struggling to dodge. Still picked his shirt collar. First let me check the goods. To see whether the body is healthy or not. Come on, the pants month cashed. Gu Mingin was light against the collar. And her hand on the waist of her pants put tiny cute. Her soul was scared out of her mind. Screaming, she pushed Shinmuyu away and ran to Su Shishu. Her eyes were red with pure fright, not having seen such a female hooligan. No wonder Brother Fufu said it was Shinmuyu's stalking that made him fall for it. Gu Mingin sat beside Su Shishu, as if he had finally found a sense of security, and he grabbed the hem of Su Shishu's coat. Wife. Shinmuyu crossed her waist. You are still aggrieved. I don't mind you little cute. I don't even mind you being cute. Gu Mingin put his head on Su Shishu's shoulder and muttered in a small voice. Little cutie. It's also going to be aggravating, little cutie. It's also unwilling, it can't be forced. Chun Fenghua had been pretending to be a good boy watching TV. This would stretch out his hand. Wife, help me up. My legs are numb. He looked at Gu Mingin and jerked up again. I'm going to stick it to my wife too. The next second his back collar was yanked by someone. Shinmuyu pulled the person towards the back. Limit 2 choices, today I take one, which one do you say? Anyway, you must give me one to appease my lost love. Who wants to go with you and which one you take? I don't choose. Then it's him, after all. Gu Mingin doesn't want to go with me, he only likes to stick to you. When Shinmuyu said this, Chan Fenghua immediately yelled, I want to stick with my wife too. Let go of me. Let go of me. I want to find a wife. People don't post, you don't post. People want to post, you want to post. What, you purposely learn him, ah? All little cute. There's still such a strong ability to learn. It seems you're not stupid either. Let go of me, let go of me. Chun Fenghua tried to struggle and was yanked out by Shinmuyu. Just as she walked out the door, Shinmuyu gave Chun Fenghua a slap. Be honest. Chun Fenghua also struggled, was called by Shinmuyu driver, struggling a little to give a slap. Face is swollen. Shinmuyu laughed lightly. You won't tattle, will you? Aya, little cutie. You're not going to tell on me, are you? It's not possible that you're a fake little cutie, right? Chun Fenghua's eyes dodged for a moment, then continued to make a scene. I want to find a wife. I want a wife. Let go of me and let me go find a wife. Wife, save me. Save me. You just screamed your head off and no one came to your rescue. Shinmuyu brought Chun Fenghua into a seafood restaurant. She ordered a table full of seafood. Eat. You liked seafood the most when you weren't stupid. Cold sweat is coming down on Chen Fenghua's forehead. Chen Fenghua seafood allergy. Shin Muyu, this is a deliberate attempt to fix him. But the thing is, he's a fake, he's cheap, he's not allergic to anything, and that's what kills him. What's worse than allergies is that he's not allergic at all. Chapter 79, The Game. Shin Muyu looked at Chen Fenghua. Her smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. Why don't you eat? And you want me to feed you? Chen Fenghua's forehead was in a cold sweat, and this would still look like a fool. Shin Muyu directly gave a look to the bodyguard behind him, and the bodyguard directly pressed Chen Fenghua, holding the plate to cover Chen Fenghua's face. Shin Muyu raised her cell phone. Come on. Record a video? You're a cutie. If you do, you shouldn't mind. Chen Fenghua's struggles were useless under the absolute suppression of power. A plate of lobster was slapped in Chen Fenghua's face, and then the bodyguard took the shelled shrimp tails and shoved them into Chen Fenghua's mouth for him to eat. Chen Fenghua desperately struggled and dodged, just not eating. As long as he doesn't eat, he won't reveal the fact that he's an imposter. Shin Muyu held up his cell phone while playfully propping up his chin as he looked at Chen Fenghua, who was dead set on not opening his mouth. Don't you want to eat? You haven't opened your mouth. What? Afraid that I'll poison you? This thinking of yours? It's not like a little cutie at all. It's really interesting. Shin Muyu gave the bodyguard another look. The bodyguard's upper hand pinched Chen Fenghua's chin and broke his mouth to feed it in. Then the compartment door was pushed open. Bang! Qin Wanyan walked in with her long legs and high heels. Don't. He's allergic to seafood. Qin Wanyan walked into the box. She picked up the napkin on the table and thoughtfully wiped Chen Fenghua's face. And when it got dirty, she replaced it with the disinfectant wipes handed over by her assistant. It was only when she wiped the dirt off of Chen Fenghua's face that she looked like she was satisfied, looking at him like she was admiring a work of art. Her fingers sweeping over the pair of eyes on Chen Fenghua's face that most resembled Gu Ming'an's. Only then did he look at Shin Muyu. That's the way the game is played between women. When she doesn't talk, she doesn't talk. Waiting for Qin Wanyan to look over. Only then did Shin Muyu playfully shake the cell phone in her hand that had been recording the shooting. The whole recording video. You and this little cutie. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Oh, now he's not stupid, right? From the time you came in, he didn't make a scene. It seems he knows you. Qin Wanyan gave Chen Fenghua a look. Have someone send you back. Chen Fenghua glanced at her with some fear, not quite daring to offend this shifty woman. It's one thing not to be offended, and even more so not to go against it. It's basically what she says he does. Chen Fenghua followed the bodyguard away and really stopped being silly the whole time, or at least didn't do something very small and cute. Actions. Shin Muyu recorded it all. It's really interesting, one playing dumb, one faking. She meant that Dr. Qin Wanyan's identity was faked. Qin Wanyan walked over and closed the door to the box, isolating the sound from outside and inside the house. Only then did she say, Miss Shin, right, I think maybe we have something to talk about. Who are you to come and talk to me? If anyone could come and talk to me, I wouldn't be exhausted. Shin Muyu stood up, looking like I have nothing to talk to you about. She slipped her cell phone into her pocket. The meaning was all too clear, this evidence she would give out, and the two of them waited for the end of the game. Shin Muyu was leaving, not even casting a glance at Qin Wanyan. However, when she rubbed her shoulders again, Qin Wanyan's tone was light. So what if it's about Shen Fufu? Shin Muyu's feet didn't stop. Qin Wanyan continued. What if I know where he is and hand him over to you in exchange? Can we work together? Big Miss Shin. Interesting. Shin Muyu stopped walking and looked sideways at Qin Wanyan. Qin Wanyan hooked her lips and smiled lightly. Or do you want to never find him in this life? Threaten me? Just a few words of truth. Qin Wanyan took out an envelope from her pocket and handed it over. Shin Muyu opened it, and inside were several recent photos of Shin Fufu. Fishing in a mountain, living in a very shabby and still leaking big holes in a rundown house with weeds in the doorway he was supposed to have cleaned up. Shin Muyu clutched the photo to death. In order to avoid her, Shin Fufu was planning to live a primitive life? She gave him the brocade not to want it, and this is what he calls freedom. It's not asking for trouble, stupid, always this foolish. But what cannot be questioned is that Shin Muyu heartbroken. He saw Shin Fufu today's life. Like a beloved cat, people see their beloved pet wandering the streets to pick up garbage to eat, and also by the bad guys broke his leg. The heartache has never been greater. But Shin Muyu did not show the slightest hint on his face. What do you want to ask me to do? Delete the video first so we can talk again. Please move your hand, Miss Shin. Qin Wanyan's attitude was not tough. On the contrary, she did not smile or speak. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. Shin Muyu took out her cell phone and deleted the video just now. I've deleted it. Do you still want to check? No need. What I want is simple. I want nothing more than a little cutie. Gu Mingin? What are you to him? I am his wife. He fell into the sea in an accident on the first day of our wedding. I thought he was dead until the video of him singing turned up in the ring, and I recognized him instantly on the internet. Only I found him, but he had lost his memory, another wife. Qin Wanyan said here, incomparably sad. But he came back to my side. You know, we just got married just when the feelings are good. What happened to him? Call me how to be willing. I don't believe in your words. Like this? I'll help you with 3 things. You hand over Shin Fu Fu, and I won't talk to you much. Okay. With Miss Shin's words, don't worry. I'll kidnap the person for you after it's done. Royal River Bay. Gu Mingyan was completely relieved to see Chen Feng Hua being taken away. He didn't want to be alone with his wife with one more man. Gu Mingyan hugged Su Xiushu. Wife, it was really Chun Nanxing who started the trouble today. Look at my hand, it's still a bit swollen. Su Shishu looked down, and although she couldn't see where his hand was swollen, she still asked, tiny cute. 1 sentence. How did you get it? Gu Mingyan was aggrieved. Stepped on by Chun Nanxing? It hurt so much at the time. He stepped on my hand before I broke his foot bone. Wife, you take me to the hospital to take a film. He broke his bones, in case I also broke my bones. Can't because I'm a cutie. Just bully me at will, right? Su Shishu held Gu Mingyan's hand, and Gu Mingyan shrank with some fear of tickling. Don't move. He didn't dare move. Just feel Su Shishu touching his finger bones little by little. That feeling. Gu Mingyan's entire breathing was off. He looked at Su Shishu and came over. Honey, you seem to smell like someone else's perfume. Su Shishu stopped the movement of touching the bones in her hands and looked at him. You smelled it wrong. No, there really is on the clothes, or else you moon Tue down and I'll see if there's any more. Su Shishu lowered her head. She only wore a loose women's shirt at home, and she looked at him with 2 words written plainly in her eyes. Plotting. Chapter 80. Who do you want to marry? The clouds and rain just stopped. In the master bedroom, Gu Mingyan had just walked out of the bathroom, and Su Xiushu was leaning somewhat lazily on the bed. Wife. Gu Mingyan walked over and knelt beside the bed, resting his head in her palm. Su Shishu then freed a hand and rubbed his soft black crushed hair. Why don't you blow dry? It's okay. It'll dry in a minute. Su Shishu sat up. Sit down and help you dry your hair. If you sleep like this, you'll get a headache and cold. She nudged his brow. It's already so stupid. What if you catch a cold and become even more stupid, huh? Gu Mingyan leaned back, the back of his head touching her leg. It's good to be more stupid. I can't even take care of it alone so that my wife only has me in her eyes. Su Shishu just hooked her lips in a light smile and didn't say anything, but the look in her eyes was gentle as she inclined her head, her fingertips gently scraping over Gu Ming and somewhat reddened ears. Gu Mingyan hadn't helped her blow dry her hair much, and today was the first time his wife had helped him blow dry his hair. Gu Mingyan could feel Su Shishu's fingertips going back and forth between his hair, gently, tickling. Even in such a very relaxing moment of aftermath, he still quietly reddened his ears, unable to resist his wife who was so good to him yet. Gu Mingyan's hair was blow-drying fast, and he turned around and grabbed Su Shishu's wrist. Su Shishu looked at him, then turned off the windsock. Wife. Gu Mingyan got up and went to kiss her. Just when the sheets were all messed up, Su Shishu's cell phone rang. She reached for it and Gu Mingyan was 1 step ahead of her, picking it up and about to throw it farther away. But he scanned the caller ID to see that it was Shin Muyu. Probably because he was working with Shin Muyu, Gu Mingyan still didn't throw his cell phone far away. Su Shishu brought it over and took it, her voice still a little muffled. Shin Muyu heard her voice and asked with a smile. What are you doing? What can I do this late at night? Nothing. I'm hanging up. Shin Muyu snorted and laughed twice before saying, Something's really wrong. That Chun something of yours isn't allergic to seafood and was sent to the resuscitation room. Do you want to come over and take a look? Su Shishu was still very playful and lazy. At this time, she pushed Gu Mingyan to sit up. You gave him seafood? He didn't say he couldn't eat it. Su Shishu's face was heavy. He's a little cutie. What did you tell him to say? In which hospital? I'm going over now. Gu Mingyan was so close that he naturally heard it, and he was getting better and better at reading people's words nowadays. Su Shishu's face was bad. It was a must. He couldn't stop her at all. It seemed like many such nights, Sushi Shu was running for Chun Fenghua. She did, in the end, care about that guy a little more, didn't she? And a white moon was a white moon in the end. Wasn't Fufu sad like that at that time? Gu Mingyan sat on the bed, a little lost in thought. Sushi Shu hurriedly changed her clothes and came out from the check room. And when she saw Gu Mingyan sitting on the bed, she was also a little silent in that moment. She wanted to say something to Gu Mingyan, such as she would come back sooner or something like that. But she may not always be able to do it, so she might as well not say anything. While Sushi Shu was thinking, Gu Mingyan noticed her gaze, and he suddenly revealed a very sweet and silly smile, with no temper at all. "Wife, if you always don't come back from the hospital, can I go look for you?" Sushi Shu immediately said, "No, I will come back early, you don't have to go looking for me." As if that was too hostile, Sushi Shu slowed down again and said, "I want you to wait for me at home. Be good." "Huh? Okay." Gu Mingyan was always very good at coaxing, and indeed smiled, giggling. "Good." Sushi Shu walked over and dropped a kiss on his forehead. "Sleep early. Then wife help me turn out the light and close the door. I'm gonna sleep oh." "Aha." Sushi Shu turned off the lights and closed the door again, and she left as well. The large master bedroom was left with only Gu Mingyan lying alone on this large bed. He was sleepy and he clung to the lingering warmth of his wife on the quilt, having obviously just been intimate, not for long, but at this time, he felt so alone and lonely, and it was even harder than ever to come to terms with such a fall from grace. Why did you have to leave? Why couldn't you just not go? Stay for him. What in heaven's name would leave him to meet another man at such a late hour? Can't you meet another man during the day? Can't we keep him in the dark? Gu Mingyan lay on the bed, his long legs slowly curling up, and finally he curled himself into the quilt that still had Sushi Shu's body heat, wanting to make a cocoon and die here. Hospitals. Sushi Shu hurried over, and Shin Mu-yu went up to meet her. The first thing that came out was, "He's in a bad way. The doctor just told me, and I hadn't heard that he was even that sick." Sushi Shu didn't care about Shin Mu-yu. She went to find a doctor. His glioma, which was just operated on at the turn of the year, surprisingly recurred so quickly and is undergoing a second operation, with unknown risks at this time. The patient is experiencing nausea and vomiting and blurred vision, which is more severe this time. Here's the surgical risk notification form for the family to sign. Sushi Shu already knows that this disease is very difficult to treat, the effect of targeted drug therapy are not obvious, and the 5-year survival rate is very low. But it didn't occur to me that Chen Fenghua would relapse so quickly. Her heart sank a little as she dropped her pen to sign and asked the doctor, "If it's him like this, how long does he have? This time may not even be able to survive, and the sequelae are unknown. His physique is special, targeted drug chemotherapy does not work on him 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, 1 week today, it is not easy to say. It's better to be psychologically prepared." "Got it." Sushi Shu instructed Lin Xiao behind her. "Notify the Chin family to come over, and tell them truthfully when asked." The atmosphere in the corridor was depressing for a moment. Only the smile at the corner of Shun Muyu's lips was somewhat mocking. Playing these tricks was just forcing Sushi Shu to make a choice. Sure enough, Chun Nanqing and his parents came over, and the first thing they did was play the emotional card. Chun Nanqing was particularly tearful. "Sister Su, how much my brother loves you is there for all to see. Now that he's dying, his last wish must be to marry you, even if you're not willing. Please let him see you in a wedding dress once." The hospital corridors filled with cries for a moment. Sushi Shu stood in the corner in silence, and Lin Xiao stepped forward to do her duty to pacify her. Finally Chun Fenghua came out of the operating room. The doctor said it was very close, but the operation was quite successful, just whether there are sequelae to wait for the patient to wake up to know. Lin Xiao continued to calm Chun Fenghua's family. Sushi Shu didn't follow her to the ICU, and Shin Mu-yu stayed by her side. Speaking at this point, "What's next for you? Are you going to marry him? He became this way to save me." Saying that means you don't want to marry him. Then who do you want to marry? Gu Mingyan. When Sushi Shu didn't answer, Shin Mu-yu added, "I heard a while ago that you ordered a wedding ring in SR. So you're prepared to get married? But I haven't seen you give it to anyone." "You mean the one that got flushed down the toilet? Who did it? So ballsy you didn't chop off his hand. Or did you choose poorly and do it yourself?" Chapter 81. I like to have everything under control. He lost it, misunderstood. Thought I was carrying it from Chun Fenghua. He didn't know I was giving it to him. Well, don't you just tell him? What's the point of me telling him when he's lost it? To add a lot of guilt to his upset. He's stupid, He'll forget in a couple days. And you know he's stupid, so you can do a lot of things without him knowing. Shin Muyu lowered her head and lit a thin cigarette. She handed the carton over. Do you want it? Su Shishu wanted to shake her head, but she still reached out, took one and held it between her lips, elegant and sexy. Shin Muyu moved over. Su Shishu lowered her head and used the sparks from her cigarette to light this one of her own. She only took a drag and held it at her fingertips to play with. In a heart-to-heart tone, Shin Muyu added, just tell me if you like Gu Mingin. Su Shishu didn't answer, but slowly inhaled another cigarette. Light smoke mist slowly exhaling from her red lips. She narrowed her eyes at the rows of lighted hospital corridors and leaned against the wall before saying, don't want to be separated yet. That is like to marry, what else do you think? It's not like a few years ago. Marriage is not up to you. Now those old things which dare to say you. It's not as easy as you say. Su Shishu's finger holding the cigarette stretched out, indicating the direction of the ICU. I still owe him a life. In the end, I'm the one who's sorry for him. When I was at my hardest, he helped me a lot. Now he's like this. The last ride of his life. I married someone else. Do you think this is good? Shin Muyu smoked, and in her mind she thought, what's wrong with that? It's not like guilt is love. Su Shishu is not as good as she was back then. At least she was really in love with that white moonlight of hers back then. For that white moonlight, she did anything heartless. But when she really got the person who once could not get it all, she looked at this person, but all she could think of was Shin Fufu. She realized that her love for white moonlight was more of an obsession that could not be obtained, and when she got it, she got rid of it. She had long ago fallen in love with another person without realizing it. Finally, one day, she was stung by Yue Guang's high and fussy attitude. Why should she be so humble in front of a man? What is he? What has he ever done for her? Shun Fufu is fast to give her life, was blinded by her eyes and still smiling to comfort her that all right. Is the surgery have failed? Hold her in her arms and tell her not to be afraid. White moonlight would only give her a face, telling her to think of something for his eyes, and throwing a tantrum when his eyes hurt. When she went out for a drink, Shun Fufu blindly would make her sobering tea, but Yue Guang would only cover her nose and put on a disgusted look, coldly telling her, don't come up to me if you drink again in the future. I hate women who drink. It was hard for her to drink at that time, but also to be cold-shouldered like this. Shin Fufu never like this, the difference between before and after is too big. Shin Muyu suddenly came to her senses in that instant, and those deliberately hidden loves for Shin Fufu instantly returned to their place. And at that moment, she didn't have half a life, and her body was cold. Shin Muyu finished a cigarette and lit another one before saying, actually, there is a way to do both. Su Shishu, on the other hand, stubbed out her cigarette. She didn't like the smell of smoke. She was just too upset to touch it. What way? She asked. Shin Muyu lowered her eyes and didn't dare to meet Su Shishu's eyes before she said, Chun Fenghua is going to die anyway, so you can just coax him into a fake marriage. With your connections, you can make it fake and guarantee that he won't know it's fake. In fact, he's dying, so it's nothing if you guys really get married. As for Gu Mingin's side, just hide it. Keep it from him, just secretly raise him. When Chen Fenghua dies, it won't take more than a few years. When he dies, if you still like Gu Mingin at that time, you'll marry him. Right? The big deal is that you'll be good to him for the rest of your life. As compensation for him, and he's a cutie. Can you still meet a better wife than you? Shin Muyu paused and added, besides, that little cutie loves you so much, knowing that he may not even leave if you really get married. Not to mention that you can still explain to him that it's a fake marriage. He loves you so much, he won't mind. So, okay? What's not to like? It's not like your situation is the same as mine, and Gu Mingin doesn't have the same brain as Shin Fufu. Little cutie. As love is all very simple, right? Don't say you lied to him, you just told him that he loves you so much that he wouldn't mind. He's a cutie pie. He should wake up laughing in his dreams to be able to marry a woman like you in this life, but he was just told to wait for a few years. What does he have to make a fuss about? Shin Muyu asked again. Do you think he usually has a temper? Still is. But he's very cozy. That's it then. Big deal, you keep an eye on him like I do. He doesn't have the brains that Shin Fufu has. He can still run away. What are your concerns? When did you become so indecisive? It wasn't you who brought him home. That little cutie. I don't know where he starved to death. If you can't even hold a little cutie. If you can't even handle a little cutie, you don't have to mix anymore. You stop talking and be quiet. Okay. I'll stop, you can think for yourself. Shin Muyu was about to leave, then turned around again. Just hide it from him. I see that Chun Fenghua won't live long. Won't you be relieved when he dies? Su Shishu frowned unhappily. Shin Muyu spread his hands. It's hard to hear, right? But is not the truth. How realistic it anyway. I am selfish and indifferent. I am used to it. Everything I want is to rely on my own fight. I do not fight, will not have. I am used to it. I like everything is under my control. You don't see Shin Fu ran away. One day I will find him, break his legs, let him never want to leave me for the third time in this life. Death, he also want to die by my side. Shin Muyu left. Su Shishu was the only one left in the large corridor, after her long silence. Going to the intensive care unit, he looked at Chun Fenghua's weak and sickly appearance through the monitoring screen. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped and didn't let anyone get close. Finally Su Shishu walked out and she looked at the Qin family before saying, "When he wakes up, tell him that I will marry him." Lin Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised when she heard Su Shishu's command. "I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to stay and discuss the specifics." "Yes." Lin Xiaoxiao stays. Su Shishu was a little distracted on the way back from the car, and Gu Mingyan came out of the villa, ready to go open the car door. He was in less of a hurry today as he had gotten up early and had plenty of time not to be late. The car window came down and Gu Mingyan saw Su Shoshu's face and immediately smiled happily. Wife. This time his wife didn't lie to him. She really did come back early to be with him. Su Shishu signaled him to the passenger side. He even personally sent him to school, and Gu Mingyan's feet floated with joy. Chapter 82. Why lie? It was the first time Gu Mingyan had watched his wife drive, and he found it very novel, looking at his hands and then at his face, full of favorites. It's been cooling down again lately, so wear more. The cars are registered, and you won't be stopped at all going into the school. Su Shishu sent Gu Mingyan to the bottom of the school building. She reached out and straightened his somewhat messy collar that he hadn't bothered to clean up in the morning. Gu Mingyan looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to this side, and lowered his head to kiss his wife gently on her palm. Su Shishu gazed at Gu Mingyan. This time she looked at him for a bit longer, then suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Gu Mingyan looked up from her palm and looked at her with eyes full of tenderness and love. Su Shishu didn't say anything else. Like an apology was already her bow. Gu Mingyan held her hand. "Wife, why are you saying sorry to me? Did you do something wrong?" Su Shishu thought for a moment before adding, "It's not good that I left you alone last night." Gu Mingyan smiled sweetly and foolishly. "Wife, don't say sorry to me. With me, whatever you do is right. Little cutie," Su Shishu said in her heart, saying that only gives more of an inch. Su Shishu touched his face and told him, "Go to class. There's a late study today, right? If I'm not busy, I'll come to pick you up." "Ooha." Gu Mingyan went to class happily, and even looked back at Su Shishu 3 times a step. He so loved these mornings, being sticky with his wife. Su Shishu really came to pick him up in the evening. Chun Fenghua hadn't appeared in his life for a long time, and Gu Mingyan's life only had Su Shishu in it, and they would kiss and do what they liked to do in the silence of the late night, and also wake up in the morning holding each other. Su Shishu also whispered in his ear that she wanted to marry him when she was at her warmest. Gu Mingyan was in great shape lately, and his whole heart felt like it was soaking in a honey pot. He even went overboard and asked Su Shishu, "Where's Chun Fenghua?" Su Shishu tends to be silent for a moment, then lies in his arms and whispers, "He won't come between us again. And when are you going to marry me, wife? Have a relationship for a couple years. Okay?" Su Shishu has been too gentle and affectionate lately, and Gu Mingyan is giddy, which is not a good thing to say. Students who take classes together have been saying lately that the weather is off this year, that it's spring, but then it plummets after the temperatures have warmed up. It's been unseasonably cold the last few days, and I'm not sure if the weather forecast for snow is true. Others say it's not a good sign that it's still snowing in March. Gu Mingyan didn't really care, because he was always cheerful, and after getting along for a long time, he had gotten acquainted with some of his classmates. Bring him one for snacks and milk tea. Without Shin Fu, Gu Mingyan had made a few friends. His voice condition is so good that his classmates like to find him to sing in chorus. He is handsome and sings well, and the data of the short videos he shoots are all very good. Plus, he was very talkative, and when Su Shishu was busy, Gu Mingyan would stay late at school when he didn't like to stay home alone. The final sound doesn't come out right, so record it again. Okay. There. That's perfect, thanks Gu. Buy you a snack. Gu Mingyan looked at his wristwatch. No, I have to go back. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Wow. Gu is spreading dog food again. So happy. We don't have a girlfriend yet and you already have a wife. Envy is tired of talking. In the midst of the uproar, Gu Mingyan left bye-bye with them. When Gu Mingyan left, the rest of the people gathered to whisper again. Last time I saw Gu getting into a limousine. He's not being bagged, is he? What are you talking about? That's a human girlfriend. Look at brother Gu's dress and talk. He's not someone who does that kind of thing either. Don't start rumors. I saw them kissing last time, and his wife is amazingly good-looking. How overwhelming is it? There are no pictures. I don't believe it. Really, that temperament and appearance, that is, the entertainment industry's red top stream movie Queen Small Flower are carried out. There is no one can be comparable. Moreover, brother Gu's wife was in a veiled face at that time. Gosh, I can't even dream of fantasizing like this. Gu is some kind of life winner. Envy. Don't be envious. First you have to have his face too. They're perfect for each other. Okay. Ha 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 ha. That would be that too. Gu Mingyan walked to the car and saw that the window had not been lowered. So he knew that the driver had come to pick him up. If it were Su He Shu, it would be with the windows down. Somewhat disappointed, he was about to get in the car. A headlight hit him from behind. The blinding white light shining so brightly, he couldn't see anything in his eyes for a moment and blocked it with his hand. Squinting to see, the headlights had already been turned off. Shin Muyu peeked out and hooked her hand towards him. Come here. Gu Mingyan walked over. What's wrong? Has Shin Fu contacted you lately? Gu Mingyan shook his head. No, there really isn't, otherwise I would have asked for you. Gu Mingyan was a bit weak. In fact, Shin Fu had contacted him. But he was busy in love with his wife at that time. He didn't have time to pick up. Shin Fu's number is not fixed. He has borrowed cell phones to contact him. There's no point in calling back. You can't find him if you miss the connection. Gu Mingyan didn't tell the truth, not too good. After all, Shin Muyu also helped him a lot. She said that she would say something about Sushi Shu for him, and Gu Mingyan guessed that the change in Sushi Shu nowadays might have something to do with Shin Muyu's persuasion of peace from it as well. So there was some weakness in facing her. Shin Muyu, however, didn't care much. She only said, I see you've been very happy lately? Gu Mingyan hummed. It's been good lately. Shin Muyu, however, sighed. Don't be nice, cutie. You don't know about Sushi Shu getting married to Chen Fenghua, do you? Gu Mingyan was still smiling beautifully. This will smile are confiscated. Directly said, What are you talking about? Still laughing, cutie. Don't laugh. The wedding date has been booked, wedding photos have been taken, and the wedding banquet will be held on the 15th of this month. You haven't received a single word. Shin Muyu took out her cell phone and showed Gu Mingyan the photos. Gu Mingyan looked at the wedding photo, and the whole person's blood instantly went cold. AI face swapping, synthetic technology, I guess. Chen Fenghua didn't come to tell you? Shin Muyu seemed to ponder for a while before saying, It might be that Su Xiushu hid it from you. She said that she split up with you to make that side so relieved. We didn't split up, we were together yesterday, you see. Gu Mingyan pulled the collar open and showed Shin Muyu the teeth marks on his collarbone. Look, we were still together last night. This is a misunderstanding, it's fake, it's AI synthesis technology. He's fake, but I'm real. I can't bite my own collarbone even if I bite myself. Gu Mingyan desperately tried to prove to Shin Muyu that he wasn't lying. Chapter 83, 2 in 1 changed. Shin Muyu swept a glance, his eyes somewhat playful, before saying, Then there's only one explanation. Sushi Shu is lying on both sides. Why do wives lie on both sides? She likes you better, right? But then she had to marry Chen Fenghua. You look on the bright side. She is happy to hide it from you, you let her hide it. And when she compares the two of you who is actually better, she will have a choice, whether she wants you or Chen Fenghua. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingyan's eyes full of pain color, and then said with some heartfelt reluctance, Don't be so pessimistic. How do you know that in the end she chose not you? As long as the result is you, the process is not so important. You take me to my wife and I'm going to ask questions. Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Muyu, who was very serious with a stern face and cold eyes. I don't want to listen to you. I want to listen to my wife. He wanted to hear for himself what Sushi Shu said. Your wife should be over at the bridal chamber. The bridal chamber? It's the house she'll live in after she and Chen Fenghua get married. Gu Mingyan only felt his head buzzing for a moment, a splitting headache in that moment. So on the days Sushi Shu was not at home under the pretext of being busy with the company, she was preparing for the wedding with Chen Fenghua, getting married in their bridal chamber. Are you okay? Shin Muyu inquired with some concern. Gu Mingyan's bony hand pressed on the car window as he raised his eyes to look at Shin Muyu. The ends of his eyes scarlet with pain, Then you take me there as well. Gu Mingyan bowed his head again. If you don't take me there, I won't believe it in any way. Shin Muyu half listened and sighed. I can't take you there, but I can tell you where it is, so you can go there yourself. Gu Mingyan thought about it and nodded. Good. Shin Muyu then told Gu Mingyan the address. Then I'll leave first. If you have news of Shin Fufu, contact me first. As the car drove away, Shin Muyu lowered her head to send a message to Qin Wanyan. The second thing has been done. Qin Wanyan quickly returned a few videos about Shin Fufu. Shin Muyu didn't look at it and only said, You know that's not what I want. Got it. I'll arrange it. Inside the car, Gu Mingyan looked at the note in his hand. On it was the address Shin Muyu had given him. He glanced at the driver in front of him. Today was not a good time to look past him. The driver will notify Su Shishu first. He enjoys the convenience while being monitored. The driver is one of Su Shishu's men. It took Gu Mingyan a moment to remember that Su Shishu also had his people around him. Standing in front of the villa, waiting for the driver to leave. Gu Mingyan didn't go back the first time. He stood at the door and called Zhang Lime. The other side picked up. What can I do for you this late, Mr. Gu? Gu Mingyan moved his lips, but in the end, he was silent, as if something was blocking his throat, preventing him from speaking. After a long silence, it was only at Zhang Lime's inquisitive voice that Gu Mingyan spoke. Do you know where my wife went? Zhang Lemon looked at her wristwatch. Missy left from the company at 6 o'clock, and she doesn't have a schedule for the evening. Isn't she with you? No, she didn't come back. Gu Mingyan's sad voice was a bit hoarse. Zhang Lemon relieved him. Maybe a friend's party. They'll go back when it's over. You don't have to be anxious. After a pause, Zhang Lemon added, Lin Xiaoxiao has recently been busy with wedding preparations, making appointments and contacts. Are you and Missy getting close? Some anxiety before marriage is normal. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. You are finally about to get what you want. Is Zhang Lemon really talking about him? If it was him, why did Su Shishu not even mention such a big thing? Why is it that the last time he asked Su Shishu about wanting to get married, he only got a line from Su Shishu that he would talk about it after a few years of relationship? Su Shishu is getting married, but not to him. Gu Mingyan opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but it was really as if his heart was twisting. His internal organs and even his heart and throat were suffocating with pain, and he couldn't even squeeze out a sentence. Finally, he just hung up the phone powerlessly. Gu Mingyan sat on the steps. The late-night temperatures were so low that he wasn't wearing very much and was quickly freezing cold all over. He didn't know how long he had been sitting on the steps when a headlight hit him. Gu Mingyan raised his eyes and saw Su Xiushu getting out of the car. She closed the car door and leaned down to look at him. What are you sitting here for? And Considerate grabbed his hand in the palm, noticed the cold touch of his skin, frowned unhappily. Why is the hand so cold? Also do not wear more pieces. Suffered from the cold, how to do? It was only when Gu Mingyan felt her warm yet soft palm that he seemed to come back to his senses as he tilted his head to look at her. Su Shishu was still as good-looking as ever, and under the streetlights, she was beautifully unearthly. Favorite, he looks at it once and his heart flutters. Gu Mingyan revealed a silly smile and answered her first question. I'm sitting here waiting for my wife. And to answer her second question, I'm not cold. It was true that he didn't feel cold compared to his heart. Su Shishu held his arm and made him stand up, then tucked his hand into the pocket of his warm coat before saying, Silly or not, you still don't know to run home when it's cold. Gu Mingyan followed Su Shishu towards the house. He looked at her back before saying, Honey, I don't seem stupid anymore. There are times when I want me to be a little more stupid. Stupid enough not to know anything so I can better let you manipulate me. It wouldn't be so heartbreaking and suffocating as it is now. He's the cutest little thing, but it's not like he's stupid. He knows something else. That would be too much to handle. So not sweetened. It would be too much to want and too painful not to get. Su Shishu turned back as if sensing something, and Gu Mingyan hurriedly lowered his head to change his shoes, not daring to let her see his already red eyes. Between his hands and feet, the note Shin Muyu had written to him fell to the ground. Su Shishu is going to reach out and pick it up. Gu Mingyan panicked and hurriedly picked it up. What is it? Gu Mingyan had already stuffed the note into his mouth and ate it before saying, It's a surprise, oh. Can't let my wife know. It's not a surprise if she knows. He winked at Su Shishu, pretending to have nothing to do. Su Shishu cupped his face. The note is also eaten. How many bacteria? Dirty or not? Hurry up and spit it out. Gu Mingyan giggled. It won't get dirty if it doesn't fall on the ground for more than 3 seconds. And again, I'll be sure to wash up when I kiss you. Su Shishu laughed softly without looking skeptical, patted his shoulder and pushed him towards the inside. Gu Mingyan took 2 steps, then suddenly turned around and held Su Xiushu in his arms. Su Shishu was stunned for a moment before patting him on the back. What's wrong? It's weird today. The large living room was silent. After a long time, Su Shishu felt the hot tears on her neck. She stiffened, the hot teardrops, like magma rolling, penetrated the skin, flesh, bone and blood. In her heart Zila sound, scalded a hole in the blood. Su Shishu wanted to go and see Gu Mingyan, wipe his tears and ask him what's wrong and who bullied him. But there was no push and Gu Mingyan held on tight. Su Shishu's mind remembered many things in that moment, and surprisingly, she somewhat regretted some of her decisions. Su Shishu hugged Gu Mingyan in reverse. She patted along his back. Her tone was a warm and soft one that she herself didn't even notice. What's wrong? What's wronged you? Tell me. Gu Mingyan's tears were still falling, but he opened his mouth and only said, I miss so much, brother Fufu. Su Shishu instantly breathed a sigh of relief, touching the back of his head and rubbing his hair before saying, I thought what was wrong with you. Don't be sad. When Shinmuyu finds him, I'll take you to him to play. Gu Mingyan didn't say anything. Only her tears fell harder, as if she had endless grievances. Su Shishu's very coaxing tone. Then I'll help look for him too? I'll keep an eye out for him, and I'll tell you the first time I hear from him. Don't cry. I'll be honest with you. Shin Fufu can't run away for a long time. He'll definitely be captured, and you'll see him then. Wife. I'm so sorry. Don't be sad. Shin Fufu will come back. And what if he doesn't come back? I'm so scared of being left behind. I don't like being left behind. Gu Mingyan suddenly blurted out, Wife. Without waiting for Su Shishu to reply, Gu Mingyan added in a small voice, I'm afraid of being left behind. I don't want to be alone. Look out. A Shin Fufu is crying like this. He's lucky he's not a female or I'd be jealous. Brother Fufu lied to me. He said he wouldn't leave, but he lied to me. Honey, the internet says you have to swallow 1,000 needles to cheat someone who is sincere. And it's not good to cheat people, don't you think so? Yes. Gu Mingyan let go of Su Xiushu as he looked down at her. Wife, you won't cheat me like brother Fufu, right? Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan's eyes. She surprisingly didn't half hide, half a long time. Only said, well, what's the point of crying this face? Go to sleep. It's late. Then she added, of course I wouldn't lie to you. Gu Mingyan smiled and followed Su Shishu up the stairs as he said, honey, I love you so much. Do you love me? Well, I love you too. Then will you love me forever? And will you share your love with others? No. Honey, I love you so much. Got it. Turn off the lights. Gu Mingyan was lying in bed, but he hadn't slept all night. He told himself to let it go, that like the note he ate into his stomach, he could just pretend it all never happened. It was nice to live like that, and as long as his wife still came home every night, he could pretend nothing had happened. Pretend to know nothing. But when I close my eyes, all I can think about is that wedding picture. Kept him up all night. It's all fake. It's a lie, it's coaxing cuties. It's self-deception. How could Su Shishu love him? If she loved him, how could she marry someone else? Gu Mingyan turned his back to the sleeping Su Shishu, curled himself into a ball, and silently shed tears all night. Gu Mingyan, who had absent-mindedly attended classes all day, told the driver that he had a class in the evening and told the driver to pick him up very late. Then he took a cab in front of the school in the evening and reported the address Shinmuyu had given him. Knowing that there were security guards standing at the entrance to the villa, he told the driver to stop nearby and he got out of the car. Called Jiang Lime. Assistant Jiang, my wife asked me to come to the South Bank to get a document. Miss Shin recently fell out of love. They are talking about it. I'm not convenient to call her phone. You can help me say hello to the security guards. My wife instructed me when I came here, so that you don't need to say anything else. Just say that I'm your assistant coming to pick up a thing. Jiang Lemon didn't think much about it and answered in one breath, okay. So Gu Mingyan communicated with the bodyguard and brushed Jiang Lime's face to greet him. He took a deep breath and walked into the villa area. The security guard drove him there in a tour bus. Gu Mingyan looked east and west all the way. It was so big and beautiful. He thought with dark eyes. It was worthy of being the wedding room Su Shishu prepared. With a heart, the sightseeing bus stopped, and Gu Mingyan stood in front of this other luxurious Chinese-style villa. The lock was so smart that Gu Mingyan couldn't open the door any other way. He only tried the password. After entering Su Shishu's birthday, The door surprisingly opened with a click. Sure enough, it's the same as the one at home, so it's not easy to misremember. Gu Mingyan stood in the doorway, looking towards the inside, into the eyes of a joyful color. The wedding room dress-up surprisingly already got it done. The happy letters are so happily posted. Gu Mingyan walked towards the inside and saw the hanging wedding photos, in which Su Shishu and Chen Fenghua were so in love. Gu Mingyan walked around the house, and for the first time he felt that he was redundant. He was so out of place in this home where Chen Fenghua and Su Shishu were full of love and details. Su Shishu and Chen Fenghua were not at home, and Gu Mingyan was the only one visiting this huge home. He went to see the red comforter in the master bedroom, the large wedding picture above the bed. If they get married, they'll sleep here at night. So is Su Shishu not coming home? Oh, Su Shishu has a home with someone else when she's married. He can't call it home there anymore. What should that be called? A place to land? One of the residences? Gu Mingyan felt so much pain, so stinging and ironic. His expression went from calm to twisted, and finally he stood on their wedding bed and smashed the frame of the wedding photo with his fist. Not caring about the blood and wounds on his hands, he went crazy destroying the place. Having finally ruined the upstairs and downstairs beyond all recognition, he gasped and sat down in the mess, trying to laugh, but grinning a grimace worse than tears. It was at this time that Su Shishu came back holding Chen Fenghua, her mouth still lightly coaxing. "You're so good today. The doctor didn't even cry when he gave you an injection. Honey, kiss. Good boy." Su Shishu stared at him for a while, and finally reached out to rub a hand on his head. Chen Fenghua was also happy, like a little cutie, as good as coaxing. Love wife, wife touch, wife is the best. Gu Mingyan couldn't see the foyer, but in this large home, he heard their loving whispers. It made Gu Mingyan suddenly lose all his strength, and everything was not fake, not a nightmare. It's true. It happened. Su Shishu lied to him. Su Shishu didn't love him at all. Su Shishu is getting married to someone else. Gu Mingyan stood up with strong support. He raised his eyes. His sight fell on them who came in one after the other. Chen Fenghua was like a little tail sticking to Su Shishu. Seeing the wedding room become a mess, Chen Fenghua began to scream, "Ah, wife, home. Our home is broken." Chapter 84. Mr. Gu, he's dead 2 in 1. Su Shishu didn't expect Gu Mingyan to be here, and there was a moment of panic and surprise in her eyes. Soon, there was only calm. "How did you get in here? The passwords are all the same. I'll have someone take you back." Su Shishu took her phone and was ready to contact someone when she lowered her eyes and saw Chen Fenghua leaning over to pick up their wedding photo from the broken frame. Su Shishu instantly chilled. "Don't move." Seeing that Chen Fenghua didn't hear as if he hadn't, Su Shishu went up and tugged on his arm, pushing him away. "Don't hurt your hand." Gu Mingyan looked down at his bloodied hand. Bloody from when he had smashed something. Some are scabbed over, some are still bleeding, and some have broken glass in the wounds. But then he didn't get a single word of concern from Su Shishu. "It hurts. Is that the difference?" The bodyguards soon came in under Su Shishu's arrangement to take Gu Mingyan away, only to be knocked to the ground by Gu Mingyan in the next second. When he punched and used his ruthlessness, Su Shishu could hear the sound of ribs breaking, and the bodyguard was already vomiting blood. "Stop!" Su Shishu couldn't let him hit someone. She went up and stopped his fists that continued to fall. Gu Mingyan raised his hand and tried to shake her away, but stopped hard when he saw the broken ceramic tiles of glass all over the floor, afraid of hurting her. Blood fell from his knuckles to the floor. Gu Mingyan's finger bones twisted and trembled from the sudden tightening of his strength, and he seemed to be trying to strangle Su Shishu's neck. In that moment he wanted to strangle her, but in the end he reached out, his blood-stained index finger flexed, wanting to touch her cheek, but fearing she'd think it was dirty, and in the end he only broke away from her hand, half kneeling to catch his breath. Chen Fenghua ran over in fear, tugging on Su Shishu's coat. "Wife, danger. Come here, come here." Gu Mingyan's eyes were scarlet, as if he had no sense. He had fought red-eyed. The emotions that had just calmed down had been rekindled because of Chen Fenghua's words, and all of his organs and bowels were burning with rage. He looked at Chen Fenghua. It was all because of this person. If it wasn't for this person, he and his wife would still be fine. A damn man who plays dumb to gain Su Shishu's sympathy. Gu Mingyan stood up and grabbed Chen Fenghua's neck as soon as he could. "You said that you were pretending to be stupid. Help life. Go ahead." Gu Mingyan ruthlessly pressed Chen Fenghua to the ground. The broken porcelain cut the skin of Chen Fenghua's back. Blood instantly seeped out, looking so scary. Stop! Let go of him! Gu Mingyan! You're crazy! Su Shishu's words from anger to panic were right in Gu Mingyan's ears, but he couldn't hear anything anymore. His brain was in severe pain and there was only one thought in his mind. This Chun Feng Hua deserved to die. You said you were playing dumb? Did you or didn't you? Gu Mingyan choked Chun Feng Hua's neck and picked him up, then slammed him down again. Just as he was losing his mind, a sudden pain shot through his shoulder. It actually didn't hurt very much, but Gu Mingyan inclined his head and saw Su Shishu stabbing into his arm with a long, sharp glass, and she cut herself on the palm of her hand with glass. Gu Mingyan was in pain in that moment, and he let go of Chun Feng Hua. Suddenly began to regret why should it come to this point, just like Shin Muyu said, he pretended not to know, do not know anything is not good. Gu Mingyan reached out to see the injury on her palm, but Su Xiushu slapped his hand away. He heard Su Shishu's ice-cold to the core voice and saw her finger pointing at the door. Get out! You get out! Gu Mingyan instantly fell into an ice cellar, and all the blood in his body felt like it had frozen slag, stabbing back at his bones and internal organs. He was in a blackout and wanted so badly to just die as a nightmare. If I roll, wouldn't have come back. Think about it. Wouldn't you? Have I ever said that you're not allowed to do it again? You think I don't have a temper? Have you ever thought about the consequences when you do something? If I didn't stop you today, do you want to be a murderer? Doesn't he deserve to die? He cheated on you. He's not even stupid. Enough. Don't you think you've made enough of a mess? Get lost and never appear in front of me again. I'll pretend I never picked you up. You, then, have not loved me? Su Shishu didn't even look at Gu Mingyan. She sneered coldly as she was very much in the throes of anger. Didn't you see it all? Do you think I love you? That's a prickly thing to say. Gu Mingyan stood up. He looked at Su Xiushu. His figure was a little shaky. You will definitely regret this. Gu Mingyan turned to leave, and in that moment he clenched his fists. He thought that he should never forgive him for the rest of his life. But when he walked to the door, he still turned back and looked at Su Shishu. I can give you another chance. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over with a group of bodyguards and private doctors. Su Shishu's anxious voice. Hurry up. Is he dying? The private doctor hurried over to resuscitate him. A group of people surrounded Chun Fenghua like stars, caring for Chun Fenghua, and Su Shishu's eyes never left Chun Fenghua for a moment. Gu Mingyan suddenly couldn't say anything. What else is there to say? It's like Su Shishu said. Didn't he see it all? He's not. Did you see it all? Gu Mingyan turned around, and this time, without turning back or hesitating, he left quickly, disappearing into the night. Private doctor to the bad condition of Chun Fenghua do emergency rescue. See his condition stabilized a little bit to give him a simple treatment of wounds. Everything is done. Let the bodyguard back up. The ambulance has been parked outside the door. Chun Fenghua is in bad condition, several times dying. Su Shishu followed the emergency to the hospital. She stood outside the door of the resuscitation room and was reprimanded by the doctor, who said that Chun Fenghua would not survive the night and told her to prepare for the aftermath. Su Shishu is again busy with domestic and international experts, talking in doctors' offices and signing surgical risk notification and consent forms. While waiting anxiously, she glanced out the window and seemed to see falling snow. But soon her attention was diverted by something else. It was March. How could it still be snowing? It's that she's a little bleary-eyed from being so tired. Gu Mingyan was overdoing it this time. Su Shishu thought that he wouldn't go far, at most squatting next to whichever garbage can or under whichever bridge hole. When she had hung him out to dry for a while, she would have him brought back, and then she would punish him severely. Or she thought Gu Mingyan loved him so much that he definitely couldn't leave and waited for her in front of his home in Royal River Bay. Gu Mingyan was not seriously injured. They were all scary superficial wounds, and the wounds on his arms were not deep. It's cold now, but not freezing. He suffered at best, and it was just as well so that he could learn a good lesson. So before Lin Xiaoxiao came over and asked, "Do you want me to send someone to find Mr. Gu? Take him to the hospital for treatment before sending him back." Su Shishu's cold face. "Not looking. I'm just too spoiled for him. You just follow me here, you don't have to go anywhere. No arrangements." But Su Shishu didn't know that the sky had changed outside, and it suddenly snowed heavily. On his way out of the large villa area, Gu Mingyan got lost in the wind and snow, stepped on a foot and fell directly into the artificial lake. The cold, biting water filled his lungs, suffocating him as he struggled to survive. But it hurt. It just hurt too much, and it was exhausting, so exhausting. He gradually stopped struggling with his strength. He felt himself falling, really too tired to just sleep. Just fall asleep and it won't hurt. But some other images flashed in Gu Mingan's mind. Aya, there is a brother to help me take the top. I have to be so good for what? Brother, you are good is not good. Brother, you are responsible for earning money. I am responsible for losing the family. A family does not need two upwardly mobile first sons. Then people will say that our family's ancestors' graves are smoking. There has to be an incompetent one for others to be mentally balanced. Then I am that incompetent one. Brother, her sister, she's miserable too. And if she had a choice, she wouldn't want to be taken into our home by dad and targeted by you. Brother, can't you leave your sister alone? Don't you think you've gone a little too far? Yes, I don't have a brain, and I'm not as vicious as you. That man is 60 years old, you want to marry your sister to him, are you really poor or are you really crazy? Okay, she's not your sister, she's mine. Okay? I don't agree. Brother, don't you die. You get up. Brother, what will I do if you die? I don't know anything. It's you. You forced Big Brother to die. Gu Mingan's eyes snapped open, and he saw someone swimming towards him, reaching out a hand towards him. The man came close to his face to give him artificial respiration. But when she came closer, he saw the face from his nightmares. Gu Mingan couldn't help the physiological retching, and he came to strength as if he was returning to his senses, ruthlessly pushing the approaching person away. Then he swam upwards. Climbing up the bank, he stumbled away toward the front, as if some flooding beast was chasing him behind him. After he walked away, Qin Wanyan poked her head out of the water. The breath she exhaled turned into white mist. The water was just too cold. She was shivering all over. But her expression was a twisted smile as she looked at Gu Mingan's back. You're going to come back to me after all. Sushi Shu doesn't love you at all, as you can see. Qin Wanyan's smile is so cruel again. So pitiful, being hurt like this by her. It must be very painful. But after the pain is good. After the pain we'll know in this world. Who cares about you the most? Who most love you? Gu Mingan stumbled for a long time. Falling down and getting up again, he was frozen stiff. Even his entire consciousness was blurring. It was as if he was cold and hot 1 second, and then he couldn't feel anything the next. 1 second the mind is clear and loaded with so many things, and the next it's just muddled with nothing. Could have been a few minutes or a long time later. Gu Mingan just couldn't walk anymore. He dropped to the ground, then slowly balled himself up in the wind and snow. He doesn't seem to remember anything except that it was raining so hard that day and he was fretting about his dinner, and when the rain was going to stop, he didn't want to get wet or catch a cold because he didn't have the money for treatment. He's a little cutie though, but also thinks a lot. Then he meets Sushi Shu and has a very warm home, endless food, and his favorite wife. Gu Mingan smiled at the thought. Then he hugged himself even tighter. He cowered in the corner red-eyed, calling out softly over and over again, Wife, where are you? I'm so cold, tiny cute, so cold. But the person he called out to never came by to save him. Gu Mingan slowly closed his eyes. He thought. He held on for a little while longer. Maybe his wife would reach out towards him and take him home. But it's a bit tiring, like it won't last. He did his best. Chun Fenghua was finally out of the operating room when the resuscitation was successful. Su Shishu looked at Chun Fenghua's heavily ill appearance as he was covered in tubes. I don't know if I've seen it so much that I can be numb and calm at this point. Not even a sigh of relief, calm enough to make her feel a little cold-blooded. Place Chun Fenghua in the intensive care unit. Lin Xiao accompanied Su Shishu into the elevator. She said, Missy, there are no important trips in the morning. You should go back and rest and sleep. You must be tired after being mentally strained all night. Su Shishu pressed her brow as she sat in the back seat of the car and began to think about Gu Ming'en. Lin Xiao drove the car out of the hospital's underground parking lot and saw the snow-covered buildings and ground. And because it was early in the morning, the snow plows hadn't been working yet, and a glance at them was blindingly white. Lin Xiao was a bit confused. Why is it snowing so heavily? Su Shishu's hand that pressed on her eyebrow paused as she looked out of the car window, and then she stiffened as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. How can it be? March is almost April. How can it snow? Su Shishu's entire heart violently seized up. Last night was normal. When did the snow fall? Lin Xiao also thought of something, and her face followed with seriousness. Such a big snow. It must have fallen in the middle of the night. Lin Xiao didn't even dare to breathe. She didn't even dare to mention Gu Ming'en, who was kicked out by Su Shishu, for fear of offending Su Shishu. Su Shishu's eyelids jumped violently, like it was a sign of something bad, making her fearful and panicked for no reason. Even her breathing was about to stop. Dead silence in the car. Su Shishu lowered the window. The cold wind mixed with the breath of cold snow poured into the nose and lungs, so that she was cold from the inside to the outside. Lin Xiaoxiao still said stiffly, "Mr. Gu is not a child anymore. He must have found a good place to go before the snow fell. And you haven't frozen his card, so it's not a problem to get a room or a car. The cell phone is in his hands. He already knows how to use it. He is not the little cutie who didn't know anything when he was first picked up by you. He's not the same little cutie you just picked up." Su Shishu closed her eyes, her heart choked with pain. "Go find it!" Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to delay for a moment and used almost all of her contacts. The message came back quickly, not even an hour. When Su Shishu received the call, she asked, "Have you found him? Bring him here." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. "Mr. Gu, he died." Chapter 85. What? Su Shishu suspected that she might have misheard, and she asked at the first opportunity, "Which Mr. Gu?" "The one from a country." Lin Xiaoxiao also had a hard time speaking, but finally said, "Last night's snow was too heavy, and Mr. Gu lost his footing and fell into the lake. And when he was found, there were no vital signs." Only after a long silence did Su Shishu seem to have the courage to confirm, "Is it Gu Mingyan?" Saying those words felt like the emotions were clogging up in the back of my throat, stalking up and down, pain spreading through my chest. Su Shishu closed her eyes. "Where is the body?" "I was about to tell you about this when Mr. Gu's sister came looking for him, saying that she would take the ashes away after the body was incinerated this afternoon. I've arranged a car for you and am picking you up now." Lin Tiny is very steady with his business. Su Shishu got up from the sofa. She felt a little dizzy and propped herself up against the backrest of the sofa to slow down. She then walked out the door and got in the car. She thought back to Gu Mingyan's appearance yesterday and realized that he should have been in a lot of pain at that time, all bruised up. But surprisingly, she just left him alone and let him run out on his own without him. It's snowing that hard and she doesn't even know it. Su Shishu couldn't think about it, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt suffocated with disbelief. How could it be? It's not like Gu Mingyan hadn't lived alone in the winter before he met her. When they first got together, he ran away from her life and knew to rent himself a small yard to collect scrap. How could he not know how to hide in the snow and be frozen alive? Is there a mistake? It wasn't Gu Mingyan who died, was it? That little cutie. Is it still by some trash can waiting for her to find him? Su Shishu arrived at the crematorium somewhat muddled. Lin Xiaoxiao was already waiting on the sidelines, and when she saw her coming, she said, "Missy, hurry up. This way. The body will be going into the incinerator soon." Su Shishu didn't stop for a moment. Her legs recovered well and she had no problem walking normally, but trotting still felt strained. She stumbled twice on the way, and Lin Xiaoxiao assisted her, trying to tell her to take a break. But Su Shishu didn't dare to stop. She was afraid that she wouldn't see him for the last time and wanted to make sure it was really him. Su Shishu hurriedly ran over, and with a glance from afar, she saw Gu Mingyan lying on the incineration board, his eyes closed, and his once handsome face was now filled with the greenish gray of death. It was so unfamiliar she hardly recognized it. Su Shishu only felt a blast in her head, making her not want any identity or self-respect. She stumbled towards the front. How is it possible? How can? She tried to get closer and closer to confirm, but she was pushed hard. She fell to the ground. Qin Wanyan was surrounded by a group of black-clothed bodyguards. She was all in plain white. At this time, she looked condescendingly at Su Shishu. "It was you who killed him. I really regret it. I should have taken him away early in the morning so that he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation." Su Shishu raised her eyes to look at Qin Wanyan, but she no longer had the heart to think about what exactly their relationship was. She only stared at Gu Mingyan's body in a daze through the crowd. Su Shishu got up from the ground again and she walked towards his body. But he was stopped by Qin Wanyan. Su Shishu directly waved away Qin Wanyan's hand that stopped her, her tone icy cold to the extreme. "Get lost." Qin Wanyan did not give in, said, "You do not deserve to see him one last time. I think he must have hated you before he died, regretted falling in love with you, and never wanted to see you again. He is dead, you still want to come to bother him, dreaming. I'll never let you hurt him again." Qin Wanyan ordered in a cold voice. "Burn." "No, don't." Su Shishu tries to block it but is stopped and Lin Xiaoxiao comes over to help her. However, it was still a step too late. and Sushi Shu only ended up seeing the incinerator burst into flames, engulfing Tiny Cute's face and body, and then it was invisible. Sushi Shu pounded the cold wall and desperately tried to slap the button again. Stop, stop, stop. She hadn't seen him for the last time. How could she burn like that? Was it really Gu Minggen? Is it really him who's dead? Could it be a mistake? Could it be a mistake? Tiny Cute. Yesterday it was fine, and yesterday I was arguing with her so forcefully. How is it that today he is lying without a sound in such a cold place, and has been burned into a handful of ashes? Sushi Shu didn't have tears in her eyes because she didn't think it was real. She simply didn't believe that Gu Minggen would die. Tiny Cute. So in love with her, how could she be willing to die? The police said he fell into the lake and was still struggling to survive, that he was trying to stay alive, but he just didn't make it out of the Miss Su private villa park you bought to marry another man. Qin Wan Yen added. What was he thinking before he died? Did he hate you or was he chanting your name? The police said that when they found him, he was curled up in a ball, frozen into an ice sculpture. He was hugging himself so tightly, trying to get warm, trying to live. Right? Live for what? To hate you or to love you? It's love for you, after all. He's so stupid that he only has one you in his heart. I tried to take him home once, but he said he already had a home. What did he get in exchange for his heartfelt devotion? In exchange for you, Miss Su, being newly married to another man. You don't deserve his love half as much. You have dishonored his love. Qin Wan Yen grabbed Su Shishu's collar and her slap was about to go down, but she stopped hard. Finally, she threw loose Su Shishu's collar and took a step backward, sneering. You're someone my second brother put on the tip of his heart and loved. I don't have any qualifications to do it for him. But like him, I will never want to see you again. I will take away his ashes, and you will never find them in your life. Su Shishu has a picture in his head. A little Tiny Cute, braving the wind and snow to find his way around, probably also panicking and shouting for his wife to save him, then falling into the water and struggling to climb back up. Finally ran out of energy, curled himself into a ball, and while moving his teeth chattered and cried, Wife, I know I'm wrong. Wife, you come to me quickly. I'm so cold, so cold. Su Shishu's eyes stung, and by the time she reacted, tears were already falling in drops. She tilted her head, but her vision was clear, looking at Qin Wan Yen as she said, Give me his ashes. You don't want me to scatter his ashes on the spot. You get out of here and stay out of our siblings' way. Spill it? How dare you? Qin Wan Yen, however, laughed madly. Why wouldn't I dare? My brother is dead. Instead of letting his ashes fall into the hands of the people he did resent, I'll scatter them for him. Get out. Get out. Qin Wan Yen pointed in the direction of the door. When Gu Minggen's ashes came out, Su Shishu still backed down. She had already killed him. She couldn't let him have no more peace. She left anyway. Su Shishu went to check the CCTV. There were some places where the CCTV couldn't be seen, but there were some places where Gu Minggen stumbled alone, lonely and pitiful in the wind and snow. Su Shishu's heart was about to break, and she didn't know how many times she had seen these monitors, but tears were falling one by one. How she couldn't believe that just because of her one thought, she had killed this little cutie. If that was the case, then she might as well not have picked him up and taken him home in the first place so he could still have a life. And she lied to him, thinking he was good for it, thinking he wouldn't leave. She was so sure, so sure, so sure of everything, but she couldn't have counted on the fact that it would end in tiny cuteness. The accidental death of a little cutie. Su Shishu has seen off so many loved ones. She knows all too well what death is. Death is just gone, no more. Never to be seen again. Even if you miss the person's voice and appearance again, you can only see it in your memories, and after a long time even the memories are blurred. She loved Gu Minggen. She wanted to marry him. She wasn't trying to kick him out. She was just trying to tell him to wait for her a little longer. That she'd marry him when she was done with the favor. She is spoiling him. She still loves him. Just when Su Shishu drank a little too much, she received a call from Lin Xiao. News from the hospital. Chun Xiao passed away as well. Su Shishu's cell phone fell to the ground, and she didn't speak for a long time. Lin Xiao was still asking her, Are you coming over now? After a long silence, Su Shishu said, I'm not going over. Let Chun and Xing handle it. That's all. It's for the best. People can't die. I'm sorry for your loss. After the call ended, Su Shishu only thought, Little cutie. It turned out to be fine to wait 2 more days. But it was Gu Minggen who died in front of Chun Fenghua, a man who was about to die. South City. Gu Mingyan had a very, very long dream, and the end of this dream was so painful that when it ended, his eyes snapped open. It was pitch black all around him, but he didn't care. He just reached up and touched the corner of his eye and felt a handful of tears. Then the first thing he felt was that it hurt. It hurt like a piece of my heart was missing, and the wounds on my hands and body hurt. Gu Mingyan sat up and saw clearly from some moonlight coming through the curtains the furnishings of this room. This is his room. The old Gu family house was the place he knew best. But now this place no longer belongs to him. Gu Mingyan was instantly alert in his heart. Many memories were in his head. He slowly combed through them, combing through to the point where he became a little cutie. In the later part, Gu Mingyan was a bit stunned. He then pressed his hand against his heart. It hurt. That little cutie. It's amazing that he would think that Su Shishu would still come back to love him if she hurt him enough. But he died in the snow, and it was so impossible to let go. Shin Fufu's mood he can finally understand. It turns out that really cannot forgive. He died in the snow, feeling so much pain. Su Shishu's maintenance are knives cut in his heart. Cannot let go. Can't be forgiven, it will never pass. There's even resentment. In the end, Gu Mingyan just hung his eyes as he heard footsteps at the door and hurriedly laid down to pretend to be asleep, pretending that nothing had happened. He thought that the person who came would be Qin Wanyan, but he didn't think that it wasn't. It was a man, second young man. Gu Mingyan was alert. The other party whispered again, as if he were a thief. Second youngest, are you awake? My name is Lin Chai. I'm your brother's man. If it were before, Gu Mingyan would have believed it without reservation and opened his eyes and the other party's joint to inquire. But he was cheated more. He is very vigilant, to whom he will not be 100% trust again. A few lessons down, let him know easy to deliver the true heart will not have a good end. He's been dead twice. It's time for anyone less smart to be smart. Gu Mingyan didn't move a muscle. Lin Chai thought that he didn't wake up and looked at the time. Qin Wanyan was coming back soon, so he hurriedly left. Gu Mingyan woke up and stayed awake as he analyzed his situation today. He must have fallen into Qin Wanyan's hands again. What is he to do nowadays? Run away or continue to play dumb? In short, he couldn't let Qin Wanyan find out that he had recovered his memory. That way he wasn't sure what the crazy woman Qin Wanyan would do. Nowadays Qin Wanyan controlled the entire medicine-born dust, and there were quite a few medical laboratories. The more power you have, the less you will take the rules into account. In those labs, there are formal experiments and there must be informal ones. Qin Wanyan realized that he was not stupid anymore, and it was not impossible to get some more drugs to make him completely stupid. There was nothing that that crazy person couldn't do. The madman was trying to tell him to listen, so why don't he just pretend to listen and then figure out how to get out of it? Gu Mingyan thought a lot and recalled his last bad relationship. His heart still hurts when he thinks about it, and he still loves Su Shishu. Loved her enough to forgive her betrayal, but it didn't end well for him. Gu Mingyan was too tired just thinking about it, trying to be vigilant in this familiar environment he had grown up in, but he still relaxed. He accidentally fell asleep, and then he felt a fingertip gently scratching at his face, and Gu Mingyan instantly opened his eyes. He saw Qin Wanyan kneeling beside his bed, propping up her chin and looking at him, with a gentle yet comfortable smile on her lips. Awake! Gu Mingyan pushed down the disgust and panic in his eyes as he hugged the quilt and stepped backward, looking at Qin Wanyan. Who are you? Qin Wanyan looked at Gu Mingyan and laughed lightly. You don't remember me? Gu Mingyan shook his head. Brain freeze? What about Su Shishu? You always remember this woman, don't you? Didn't you love her very much? Gu Mingyan inclined his head, seemingly thinking for a long time, then shook his head. I don't remember. You don't remember anything? Gu Mingyan held his head. It hurts. It's so empty inside. There's nothing. The smile at the corner of Qin Wanyan's lips dropped, then turned more playful. You're not pretending, are you? Gu Mingyan's sweaty hair stood on end, but he still pretended to be stupid and held his head. It hurts. My brain hurts. Qin Wanyan laughed softly, grabbing Gu Mingyan's wrist and taking his hand off his head. Didn't you ask who I am? I'm your wife, your favorite woman. Qin Wanyan gazed into Gu Mingyan's eyes, seemingly not letting go of any emotion in his eyes, focused to the extreme. Shout out for me to hear. Gu Mingyan forced himself to hold back his nausea and softly and tentatively shouted, Wife! It looks so good and silly. Qin Wanyan smiled. No wonder she likes you so much. Who wouldn't like you like this? Her? Who is she? She's your enemy. The woman you hated most before you lost your memory? Got it? Qin Wanyan handed the photo of Su Shishu to Gu Mingyan's eyes, and after showing it to him, she ordered, "Tear it up." Gu Mingyan took the photo and his heart ached when he saw that face of the woman in the photo. When he settled Qin Wanyan first, if he still hated it that much at that time, he wouldn't let Su Shishu go. Chapter 86. She started to love him after he died. Gu Mingyan tore up the photo, saying as he did so, "I don't like this woman, it will be hard to see." Qin Wanyan was satisfied with Gu Mingyan's movements as she sat on the edge of the bed. "Are you hungry?" Gu Mingyan didn't actually have an appetite, but in order to get better quickly, he still nodded. "Mr. Qin, the millet porridge was boiled as you ordered." Someone soon brought porridge, and Qin Wanyan picked up the bowl. "You've just woken up? Eat something light and liquid." She brought the spoon to Gu Mingyan's mouth, who opened his mouth. However, he looked at the male assistant behind Qin Wanyan. He remembered this voice who had come to him before, called Lin Chai. They say it's someone his brother left behind, but is it true or not? Gu Mingyan ate the porridge with his eyes downcast, but his heart was already calculating. After eating the porridge, he didn't talk to Qin Wanyan more. More talk is more wrong. He was afraid that he couldn't pretend. It was a good thing that he was injured now, and with a yawn to feign sleepiness, he quickly hid it from the world. Qin Wanyan watched him fall asleep and stayed with him for a while longer until something came up before she got up and left. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Chai once again approached, second young master. This time he wasn't sneaking around, but carrying a bowl of herbs for a legitimate reason. Gu Mingyan opened his eyes as he sat up and looked at the bowl of bitter Chinese medicine on his plate without saying anything. It was Lin Chai who brought it up, but instead of giving it to Gu Mingyan to drink, he poured it into the flower pot on the side. Gu Mingyan watched his movements. Lin Chai put the empty bowl back on the tray before saying, "It's good not to take the medicine she gave. Who knows if it's nourishing your body or harming you." Gu Mingyan still didn't react and didn't speak. He was playing dumb and watching Lin Chai. Does the second youngest really not remember anything? It's fine if you don't remember. I'll find a way to take you away from here. Lin Chai added, "Wait for me to make arrangements." With that, he turned to go. Gu Mingyan, however, called out to him, "I have not, before, seen you around my brother." Lin Chai turned around violently and looked at Gu Mingyan. He seemed to be reacting to something and immediately said respectfully, "Yes, you haven't seen me before. I used to be in the lab all the time. The eldest young man is kind to me. If it wasn't for his help, there was no way for me to develop a new medicine to treat my wife. The great young man was a very good person. After his death, I have always wanted to help him take revenge. In these 4 years, I have been promoted to the position of Qin Wanyan's beloved, and I have also collected a lot of evidence of her crimes." "You have evidence of her guilt?" "Yes. I was looking for a suitable opportunity for exposure. Next time you come, bring it to me." "Yes. Go ahead and leave. Staying with me too long will make her suspicious." "Don't worry, second young master. She's in a very important meeting and can't get away. I can talk to you for a while, or whatever you want to ask me." Gu Mingyan looked towards Lin Chai. It seemed that Lin Chai was in possession of Qin Wanyan's whereabouts. Gu Mingyan was silent for a while before speaking. "With the incriminating evidence in your hands, is it possible to bring her down? Have you found any incriminating evidence that she killed my brother back then?" Lin Chai shook his head. The lab explosion back then was indeed her handiwork, but all the blame was shirked too well with no substantial evidence. "We all know that she did it, but can't testify against her. It's not that there's no evidence. There's a witness." "You mean Du Sweet?" Gu Mingyan nodded. He had overheard Qin Wanyan chatting with Du Tian back then and learned the truth. It could be that he had learned of it unintentionally, but it couldn't be ruled out that Qin Wanyan had told him on purpose. After all, Qin Wanyan, that person, one could not think of her with a normal person's mind. Her own personality is twisted and dark. Lin Chai also nodded. If it's her, it's true that every dirty deed that Qin Wanyan got her hands on had her handiwork. But she's dead set against Qin Wanyan. It's impossible for her to turn the tables. I know what you're trying to do, but I'll also tell you bluntly that it's impossible. Gu Mingyan looked at Lin Chai. "Doesn't she have a soft spot?" "Yes, but it's impossible for Du Tian to betray Qin Wanyan. Pushing her to confess for Qin Wanyan is something she can do. Getting her to confess to Qin Wanyan is impossible." Gu Mingyan nodded and didn't refute. "You've worked with her for so long, and you've said so. I believe you." When Lin Chai heard Gu Mingyan say this, he was a little surprised and stared for a moment. Gu Mingyan looked at him. "What? You're not used to me not questioning you or telling you to figure it out. Lin Chai nodded, then said, I didn't expect you to trust me like this. Doubting people is not a good idea, and since I chose to use you, I won't doubt you. Lin Chai laughed. You and Deshao are worthy of being brothers. Sometimes you are very much alike. Gu Mingin looked at his gauze-wrapped hand, and he smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Like? If it was brother, he definitely wouldn't be in such a mess like me. He must have a way to reverse the situation. Your plight is also temporary. Sooner or later what belongs to you will be returned to you. Gu Mingin smiled lightly. Thank you. So what if it came back to him? Those were never what he wanted. Lin Chai was wrong. He was nothing like his brother. He had no ambition. Brother is not going to die twice and be lied to and betrayed twice like he was. Meh. Gu Mingin let out a soft sneer. Lin Chai thought for a moment before saying, If you are very uncomfortable in your heart, I can dispose of someone for you first. Gu Mingin raised his eyes and looked at Lin Chai. Only then did Lin Chai continue on. Fake Chen Fenghua. Doesn't he like to play dumb? I have medicine that can turn him into a real cutie. Gu Mingin caught the point at once. Fake Chen Fenghua? Yes, this little cutie. Chen Fenghua is a fake that Qin Wanyan found someone to impersonate. His real name is Ding Gue Gue. It took Gu Mingin a moment to realize what was going on, and he propped up his forehead and laughed coldly a few times. Then asked, He's still with Sushi Shu? No. Ding Gue Gue followed after your death. Qin Wanyan's purpose was you, and after taking you away, she naturally wouldn't care about that side anymore. Not to mention, this was originally Chan Nanxing's intention. Gu Mingin looked at Lin Chai once again. You know everything. Why don't you see you go looking for me when I'm stupid? At that time you were being watched almost 24 hours a day by Qin Wanyan, and I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't go to look for you. How dare you come to me now? Now you are also under Qin Wanyan's surveillance, but in my own territory, my manpower can cover for me. Lin Chai's words seemed like Gu Mingin had heard them, but also seemed like he hadn't, and he was a bit lost in thought. Half-heartedly, he asked Lin Chai, You say I'm dead? You are indeed dead on Sushi Shu's side, frozen to death on the side of the road and burned to ashes. Like this, as if it didn't matter, Sushi Shu wouldn't care about him anyway. She had already told him to get lost. On the contrary, Sushi Shu was sad when Chen Fenghua died, right? But the dead one was a fake. What about the real one? Gu Mingin asked when he had doubts. What about the real Chen Fenghua? Qin Wanner meant for Chen Nanxing to stop the treatment and let him die. But Chen Nanxing didn't do so and is currently in a private hospital, still in a vegetative state. Is there any chance of him waking up? Do you want him to wake up? You have an idea? If he's useful to you, I may have an idea. You don't know that I studied medicine. Gu Mingin thought about it. Don't care for now. There's no need for you to make Ding Gue Gue stupid. You make him look exactly like me and get him here so that it's easier for me to go out and do my business. This method, do you think it's feasible? Is it difficult for you? This, on the contrary. Also, do you need me to help you uncover the matter of the real or fake Chen Fenghua? Nowadays, if we can get Sushi Shu's help, the chances of winning are much higher. When Lin Chai finished speaking, he saw Gu Mingin's ugly face. So he smiled and added, I mean, you can use Sushi Shu. She doesn't love you, but at least she has guilt. Before Lin Chai could finish, Gu Mingin had already gritted his teeth. Shut up. Another reprimand. Don't mention her again. Lin Chai bowed his head and rubbed his nose. Yes, and you don't have to break it down. She deserves to be screwed. Yes, yes. Lin Chai was afraid of annoying Gu Mingin and nodded desperately. Gu Mingin finished being angry and felt ridiculous, sighed and said, You help me to find Shin Fufu. It's best to bring him to me. Qin Wanyan has always been in control of Shin Fufu's whereabouts, and even used his whereabouts to make a deal with Shin Muyu. And now Shin Fufu is in Shin Muyu's hands. Do you mean to rescue him? It's hard to do that when we can't protect ourselves. What? Gu Mingin did not think that Qin Wanyan's cloth is so dense. Can be utilized, she is not spared. True to form, she'll do whatever it takes to get what she wants. Isn't it funny that so many people are being played by her alone, each becoming a pawn on her chessboard? Gu Mingin associated Shin Muyu's reaction before and after, so it turned out to be turned so early. Gu Mingin rose thoughtfully, then said, When you're done with Ding Gue Gue, I'll personally go save Shen Fufu. Lin Chai's eyes rolled, and in his mind, he thought, Is second young master going to save someone, or is he going to meet someone? Without asking more questions though, Lin Chai looked down at his wristwatch. She's coming back. So I'll go first. Gu Mingyan nodded his head and continued to pretend to be asleep. He didn't want to have too much contact with Qin Wanyan. Most of the time he pretended to be asleep as if his injury wasn't healed and he was tired. Imperial capital. Su Shishu returned to the Royal River Bay, opened the door, still familiar furnishings, pounced on the familiar feeling. But the house is empty again. So empty that it will never be as noisy as it once was. Never again would there be a little tiny cutie. Would wait for her late into the night and welcome her out happily when she knew she was back. Tell her, "Honey, I miss you." Su Shishu headed inside as she sat on the master bedroom bed. Just realized that the bedside table did not know when to put on the bedside table of her and Gu Mingyan's photo, the photo of the little cute, smiling so sunny and bright, while she is a helpless and spoiled face to cooperate with him by photographed. She didn't put it there. I think it was the little tiny cute one. Put it there. Tiny cute does make the place very much his home, and is quite possessive, hating to have his little things in prominent places. Books, pens, stuffed animals, keychains, photos, potted plants, and little turtles. Su Shishu walked over to Tiny Cute, like she knows she's stupid and it's easy to raise something else to death. So she raised a pot of cactus. Su Shishu went over, picked up the water bottle on the side, and watered the cactus. She went to touch the cactus's thorns, then got stuck in her hand, which hurt so much that she retracted her hand, beads of blood sprouting from her fingertips. Is he the one who's angry? Angry that she didn't go to him? Angry that she got him killed? Su Shishu dropped his hand and went back to looking at his pet turtle. Green was lounging on the artificial beach, not moving a muscle. Su Shishu knocked on the glass as Gu Mingyan did, and called out again, "Little Green, Green." It was as if a cheerful voice overlapped her in her head. It was as if Gu Mingyan was right beside her, his tone droning on. "Green, move. Green, look what Daddy brought you to eat. Daddy Green brought Mommy to see you. Isn't Mommy beautiful, super beautiful? And Daddy is super in love." Su Shishu stood in front of the glass, and surprisingly gently followed and laughed. It was only after she finished laughing that she snapped to attention that she was the only one in the house. Su Shishu didn't care about Little Green anymore. She slowly went downstairs and sat on the sofa. It was a long night, and she was surprised that she began to lose sleep. Another half a month passed. Su Shishu seemed to have been able to calmly accept the fact that Gu Mingyan had died. It was only when she was watering the cactus that she noticed something was wrong with it. She moved her hand around and surprisingly lifted the whole little cactus, which turned out to have been overwatered and rotted at the roots. Su Shishu tried to press it back, but in the end, it only caused the cactus roots to completely fester, making it impossible to even pretend to maintain its previous appearance. As if the calmness she was trying to maintain was punctured, Su Shishu went crazy trying to recover this cactus. The thorns stuck all over her hands, but the cactus was completely unable to look at it. It was originally in the shape of a mountain, but now it has rotted into an eye shape and can no longer be pieced together in its original form. Also under Su Shishu's excessive force, instead of installing the cactus back, the pots were knocked over on the ground, split into pieces and completely shattered. Su Shishu stared at the broken potted plant in a daze for a long time. She suddenly got up and went to get the clothes that Gu Mingyan had worn, but the smell on them that belonged to Gu Mingyan was getting fainter and fainter, and she couldn't even smell it anymore. She went back to Gu Mingyan's books, and his handwriting was still as before she finally felt at ease, cradling his books in her arms and laying down on the bed. Yet still insomnia. Closing her eyes, she remembers the all-too-real nightmares she's had. Tiny Cute, walking barefoot in the snow, calling out for her wife 1 minute, crying about being cold the next. But when she reached out to touch him, he would disappear again, leaving her to walk alone in the endless misty darkness of the snowy night, unable to find him anywhere. Su Shishu's tears fell on the pillow, and it wasn't until he died that she realized she had unknowingly fallen in love with him long ago. "Sorry. I'm sorry. You must have been in a lot of pain back then. Isn't it desperate? Will you hate me? I'm sorry, Tiny Cute. I was wrong. Come back. I miss you." Su Shishu slept on a bed that was all full of Gu Mingyan's clothes, yet she still felt cold and strange. She can't find him. Lost him. Chapter 87. When Lin Chai brought Ding Gue in front of Gu Mingyan, he had already been made up to look exactly like Gu Mingyan, and it was impossible to tell the two of them apart without looking closely at the demeanor and temperament. Gu Mingyan put down the information he was reading in his hands as he stared at Ding Gue. Can't see that you're so capable of getting into trouble. Ding Guigue was originally pretending to be Chun Fenghua when he had not been beaten by Gu Mingyan, and was already afraid of him, but he was just hard-headed. Coupled with the fact that he had been caught by Lin Chai again, and had been terrorized and intimidated with threats, all that was left at this point was exhaustion. He knelt and crawled to Gu Mingyan's feet, tilting his face up to look at him. What are you bothering with me for? In the end, I'm a poor man. My sister is lying in the ICU needing to have her bone marrow replaced, and if I don't save her, she'll die. Everything I did was disgusting, but it wasn't even my intention. I don't love Sushi Shu. I'm just a laborer. Seeing Gu Mingyan ignoring him with his eyes downcast in a dog-like stance, Ding Guigue really cursed him and Qin Wan Yan's ancestors in his heart. God is still showing weakness and currying favor. Big brother, there are words we can discuss. I free to you to utilize. From now on, you tell me how to do what I do, you tell me to hit where I hit. I only have one request. When things are done, also let your subordinates to make me into my original appearance. I do not want to live into the shadow of whoever. You look more handsome. I still like my previous appearance. Said Ding Guigue even cried. I don't want to separate you and your wife. But if I don't do that, my sister and I are all dead. You are not unaware of what kind of woman Qin Wan Yan is. I'm a small man with no power and no money. What can I do to fight with her? I'm forced to a brother. Ding Guigue had a handful of snot and tears, and just after wiping his nose, his hand wanted to touch Gu Mingyan's suit pants. Being kicked away by Gu Mingyan's lifted foot, Ding Guigue rolled on the carpet with a smooth, ouchy sound and rolled away. Gu Mingyan sneered, still pretending. Lin Chai didn't wait for Gu Mingyan to make a move. He went up and lifted Ding Guigue's collar, snapping and giving him 2 slaps. Ding Guigue. Professional habit. Pretending to be the rightful owner. Damn it. Face so painful. Ding Guigue begged for mercy. Brother, go easy on him. Who is your brother? Be honest. Don't kidnap our second youngest. Which one of those wicked things wasn't done by you? You're not the one who made people angry? Even if you have bitter feelings, you can't get away with it. Be honest with me. I'll turn your sister into a real cutie if you try anything else. That's what you get for acting like a cutie. That's what you get for pretending to be a cutie. Ding Guigue raised his hands. I will definitely do as I'm told. Absolutely loyal with no second thoughts. My sister, she's already very stupid. Brother, don't give her any more medication. Anyway, she's in your hands. I'll be absolutely honest. Lin Chai just dropped Ding Guigue. Ding Guigue covered his face on the side, tears and snot still hanging on his face. Gu Mingyan looked at this face that looked just like his own, making such an expression, as if he saw through him his own cowardly and inferior self in front of Sushi Shu. He sneered, turn around and don't let me see your face. Yes. Ding Guigue, honest as a chicken, turned around and found a corner, his head resting against it, as if he had closed himself off. It looks pathetic and hateful. Gu Mingyan, however, had no half-sympathy, only disgust. He asked Lin Chai about Qin Wan Yan's schedule, then said, she's traveling for 3 days next week, so let him take my place and stay here honestly while I go to the imperial capital. He's gonna take Shin Fu. Lin Chai nodded. I'll follow her on her business trip and be away from you, so take care of everything. Gu Mingyan nodded. On the day that Qin Wan Yan was preparing for her business trip, she accompanied Gu Mingyan for breakfast as usual. Just after eating, she looked at him. Want to go out? Gu Mingyan looked at Qin Wan Yan, then nodded happily. Go out and play. Qin Wan Yan laughed softly and reached out to touch Gu Mingyan's head before saying, it's too dangerous this time. I'll bring you along next time. Gu Mingyan was obviously still a bit lost and not too happy. Caused Qin Wan Yan to be rare and look at him for a while. Suddenly her eyes were a little sad again. She was looking at Gu Mingyan, yet she was looking away from this little cutie, looking at another person. What she liked after all was that second young man of the Gu family, not a little cutie. Qin Wan Yan and Gu Mingyan said, I'll be back early, so be good. Gu Mingyan was holding the glowing dinosaur in his hand, fiddling with it with his head down, enjoying his new toy. Qin Wan Yan walked out the door and asked Lin Chai, how's the progress over at the lab? It's still being attacked. Bunch of losers. Qin Wan Yan was in a bad mood. She wanted Gu Mingyan with all her memories, not a little cutie with an empty skin. If she preferred the latter, she had too many options, and with all the medical advances at her disposal, it would be too easy to get an identical face. But that wasn't what she wanted. or she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of getting the real thing back. She wanted to see other emotions in Gu Mingin's eyes, not so empty every day, and more than love, she wanted to see hate. Thinking about Gu Mingin hating her made her whole body feel good, her blood boiling noisily, because that hatred had their common past in it. The days of being protected by Gu Mingin, defended and loved, making her dream in the middle of the night so much that she wanted time to stop there forever and not go away. Wherever she went to die, she would be favored by Gu Mingin forever. She wants to get him and destroy him, destroy all his hatred, break his stubborn and proud head, make him belong to her alone, love or hate. Always and forever she alone owned it. Qin Wanyan smiled a twisted and cruel smile. She didn't want any cuties. She was born a bad seed. Gu Mingin began to make arrangements after he left, and soon stole the beam and followed. If he wanted to take Shen Fufu away from Shen Muyu, he definitely couldn't rely on Gu Ming's current strength alone. Need to talk to the inside and the outside. Gu Mingin conspired with Shen Fufu on his cell phone, and then he waited for a moment. The time was set for tomorrow evening, and Shen Fufu would go out with Shen Muyu. It would be the best time for Gu Mingin to strike then. It was still early today, Gu Mingin was staying at the hotel, and he hadn't wanted to go out. But Lin Chai didn't know how he had booked the hotel, and nearby was the Sushang group. Gu Mingin went out for a cup of coffee anyway. He sat in the window seat of the coffee shop and looked out at the road and the office building across the street. A bit of a distraction for a moment. The coffee in front of him was cold and he didn't move, until he heard the familiar voice. An Americano. Gu Mingin looked over in a daze and saw that Su Xiuxiu had unexpectedly appeared in the coffee shop. Why is she here? A small thing like buying coffee, she doesn't need to come personally. Gu Mingin stared at her and realized that she had lost a lot of weight. Su Xiuxiu turned back as if she felt something. Chapter 88. Long time no see. Instead, all he saw was the untouched coffee on the table, and the flickering figure that left the back door in a hurry to walk around the corner. It's familiar. Su Xiuxiu's heart suddenly ached as she scrambled to catch up and pushed open the back door to pursue the figure. Instead, she looked at the streets where people were coming and going, and looked around, but there was no face that she had dreamed of seeing. Su Xiuxiu propped her forehead with her hand. Was she hallucinating again? Surprisingly, I thought she saw that little cutie, the back of it. But tiny cute, it's dead. Froze to death in the snow through no fault of her own. There is no one else in this world who will ever be like that little cutie. Love her like that. He's dead, gone, non-existent. Su Xiuxiu froze in a daze, remembering all those beauty and happiness in the past again, as if it was a lifetime ago. Sadness overwhelmed her, and she hung her eyes, letting go of the hand that had pushed open the back glass door. Her heart felt like it was missing a large chunk, so empty that she turned to go back into the coffee shop. Ever since Gu Mingin's death, her heart felt like a festering hole, bleeding and aching all the time, unable to heal. It is also getting worse. Guilt at first, then regret. Su Xiuxiu ghostly took the coffee and sat across from where Gu Mingin had just sat. The waiter came to collect the cup of coffee that Gu Mingin didn't drink and cleaned the table for her. Su Xiuxiu drank her coffee with her head down, her expression cold and detached. Not far away was Gu Mingin, who had walked out of a convenience store, carrying the orange-flavored mints he had just bought in his pocket. He poured 2 into his hand, ate them into his mouth, and bit them hard. He looked through the glass, far away, at the figure of the woman within it. A sneering laugh escaped, not sure if it was at himself or someone else, then tossed the candy in his hand and left. Although I also want to not see each other again in this life, but there is always a time to see each other again in life. Since Shen Fufu was brought back by Shen Muyu, she was like putting up spikes all over her body, not talking to Shen Muyu, not responding to everything she did, and would push her away when she got close. Also that words and that behavior stung Shen Muyu when she was unhappy. It was simply a hard stalwart, stabbing Shen Muyu every day with a gloomy face, his brows wrinkled out shallow traces. Such Shen Fufu, let Shen Muyu want to die with him, all die clean, because living is only left to torture each other, put and impossible to let go. Shen Muyu couldn't let go and became even more cloudy and gloomy and paranoid. But the more so, the more when Shen Fufu gave her a good face, she so flattered. At dinner, Shen Fufu said, "After being bored at home for so long, I want to go out." Shen Muyu's words were thorny at first. "Do you want to go out and play, or do you want to find me something to do? It's not like you haven't run before. I advise you to die of this thought." Meh. Shin Fufu put down his chopsticks and didn't eat his meal, got up and headed upstairs. Shin Muyu also snapped and put down her chopsticks. It was reasonable to say that her prestigious upbringing did not authorize her to make such a sound. But she was arguing with Shin Fufu nowadays, but she was becoming more and more like a whiny woman. What is upbringing, she long ago did not know. She is now tortured to hate Shin Fufu killed her, or she killed him. After a snap, Shin Muyu coldly said, "Stop." Shin Fufu stopped in his tracks. Shin Muyu gave the butler a look, and the butler brought the box. Shin Fufu's ears were good since his eyes were blind, and he heard the sound of fine tinkling. When Shin Muyu cuffed something to his wrist, Shin Fufu used his hand to feel it, and he really felt the slender but strong chains. Shin Muyu raised her hand and gently shook it, "So that you won't run away." Shin Fufu sneered, "Where's your leash on the dog?" Shin Muyu went to hold his hand. He did not allow. She broke his knuckles, hard, and his fingers interlocked, chains entangled, before saying, "Can it be you walking the dog?" She muttered again in a small voice, at this point going from spiteful to girlish, "I'll be a dog for you if you'll give me a good face." Shin Fufu's voice was cold without a trace of temperature. "What did you say? Don't hear it even if you don't." Shin Muyu tugged on his hand. "Follow me. It's okay to go with you, and since I'm all chained up, I want you to take no one with you, just you and me out." "No. You're still afraid I'll run away? With this? Wouldn't I still have you with me if I ran away?" Shin Fufu yanked on the chain, gave it a hard tug, and added, "Or you don't want to run away with me?" Shin Muyu was about to get angry, but she secretly hooked her lips first. She gently scraped his palm with her finger. "Are you implying something to me?" Shin Fufu didn't say anything. Shin Muyu looked at his cool side face, but her heart was tickled and aroused. "It's been a long time since I've driven. For once in your honor." Shin Muyu touched the steering wheel and added, "Who made me love you?" This time Shin Fufu didn't have the first word of disgust, of her love of disgust. Shin Fufu was calm today, and although her words were still barbed, they were much gentler than usual. Shin Muyu could hardly feel in him the same disgust for her that she had felt before. That's a good sign. They'd been arguing for so long, and finally there was a de-escalation. How is that not a good sign? Shin Muyu drove and asked Shin Fufu, "Where do you want to go?" Shin Fufu thought for a moment before saying, "The mountain you took me to before. What's the fun over there when it's dark? Camping is allowed." Shin Fufu said this. Shin Muyu wanted something else in her heart, so she did not say anything. After a long while, she laughed softly as she drove, thinking back to that time when we were in love. Shin Fufu stabbed her, remembering how I was deceived by you at that time. Shin Muyu car just drove to the foot of the mountain head-on, and a car head-on. She had steadily avoided it, but she didn't expect the car to come straight at her. Shin Muyu subconsciously hit the steering wheel to protect Shin Fufu, but was still shocked by the huge collision sound that hurt his ears, and the rumbling car reversed on the ground, then completely flipped on the ground. Shin Muyu opened her eyes and only felt a headache, the smell of gasoline, and the strong smell of blood. But then she felt a stinging pain in the back of her neck, before she had time to turn around to see what had stabbed her. The sight had then been plunged into endless darkness. Gu Mingyan pulled the needle out of the back of Shin Muyu's neck and made sure that she was completely unconscious before dragging her down and handing her over to his men to be dragged farther away. He then extended his hand towards Shin Fufu and smiled, "Brother Fufu, long time no see." "It's been a long time." Shin Fufu reached out and held Gu Mingyan's hand, so warm and strong, feeling the pulling sensation of the wrist chains. Without waiting for Gu Mingyan to make a move, Shin Fufu went up on his own and ruthlessly ripped the binding shackle off. From now on, he's going to be free. Chapter 89. The situation is under my control. Shin Fufu climbed out of the car. He stood beside Gu Mingyan and suddenly spoke, "Let's just leave." Gu Mingyan had been arranging for someone to blow up the car when he sniffed and inclined his head to look at him. "The car won't be destroyed? Isn't it going to fake death?" "No, leave her alive." Shin Fufu took a deep breath. "She'll die without me. Leave her with the thought that at least she's still alive, and then leave everything to time to fade away." Gu Mingyan had wanted to say something, but in the end, he only nodded. "Then let's go." Shin Fufu picked up her cell phone. "I'll call her an ambulance." They left the road to see the ambulance speeding by. Shin Fufu listened to the sound of the ambulance whizzing by and suddenly spoke. "Do you think I should give her some trouble?" "What?" "Shake out the fact that she betrayed her best friend. But then, you won't be able to hide your fake death. and Sushi Shu will definitely be able to find out everything. Shen Fu Fu patted Gu Mingin's shoulder. Okay? It's not like asking if it's okay, but like asking do you need it? Gu Mingin shook his head. It doesn't really matter too much. Whether I'm dead or alive in her place doesn't matter to me. But what? My vendetta against Qin Wan Yen Yen. I only want to settle it myself. I don't intend to use anyone's hands. That means don't tell. Aha! Shin Fufu nodded. Okay. Then Shin Fufu laughed lowly. Gu Mingin saw that he was still able to laugh even with all his injuries, and couldn't help but look at him twice more. There's no need to be so optimistic. What are you laughing at? Laughing you're not stupid anymore, you have a brain. When will you cure my eyes? I didn't expect that the wind and water would take turns like this, and such a good thing could still fall on my head. What is it called? My little cutie. Brother out of luck. If you still want to heal, talk less. Yo, you'll still threaten your righteous father me. Roll. Ah. It's not cute when you can even say roll. Shin Fufu had always been this cheeky in front of Gu Mingin, and Gu Mingin remembered that he was still a little cutie, the time when Shin Fufu taught him those things. There's just no I thought. So Gu Mingin shot back. You still love Shin Muyu, aren't you? You're that afraid of her death. Sure enough, Shin Fufu became honest, proper, and silent, half a dozen times, before saying, I never denied that I loved her. I just love her till I die. Then why are you still going? It's not as if you love her. Can't. Shin Fufu laughed. He seemed to be in a good mood. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand even if I said it. You always understand a little slower than me. Shin Fufu leaned back in his seat, his hand resting on the back of his head. I'm waiting for you to cure my eyes now. Hurry up and hurry up. I don't want to be blind anymore. Gu Mingin was all convinced and looked at him. Aren't you too optimistic? Who told you that I can cure your eyes? I don't remember telling you that. Qin Wanyen said that, isn't she your loving ex-girlfriend? Shin Fufu. Gu Mingin chilled his voice. Shin Fufu instantly sat up straight, then laughed ha ha ha. I misspoke. She's not. So can you tell me what's going on? There was no attitude of admitting fault at all. Gu Mingin got angry. You only want to gossip, get lost. Why so aloof? Or just a little cutie who tells me everything? Good. He's dead. Shin Fufu raised his eyebrows. Really? When I learned that you were frozen to death, I was so sad and then angry. I thought, how could there be such a stupid person like you in the world? And then I thought that you would have been a little cutie. Shin Fufu added, I regretted it all. I thought that if I didn't want to leave, I would have been able to protect you. I regretted it all. I think Sushi Shu must have regretted it too. Even if she wanted to drive you away, she definitely didn't want to get you killed. There's no point in talking about it now. Wouldn't you be happier then? Were you happy when Shin Muyu regretted it? It hurts me inside to tell the truth. Gu Mingin pressed 3 words. Happy. Shin Fufu shut up and was honest. South City. Gu Mingin handed Shin Fufu over to Lin Chai for arrangements. When we parted, Shin Fufu asked him, how long will you be subject to others? When your eyes get better, it's almost time to close the net. So soon? I thought you'd be lurking for at least a year and a half. My patience is limited. Gu Mingin went back to the villa and switched back with Ding Gue, and Qin Wanyen had not yet returned from her business trip. The next day, Gu Mingin woke up from his sleep to see a text message on his cell phone. It's from Lin Chai. Qin Wanyen had an illegal human experiment deal with Group C on the 20th on the high seas. This is a good opportunity. Should we act? Gu Mingin barely hesitated, and he had endured enough. Send me the coordinates. I'll contact them. Lin Chai quickly returned the coordinate number. Sending the information as well, he concluded, I may not be able to communicate with you at all times. Contact my Minders if you need anything, second youngest, and take care of everything. Gu Mingin printed out the information page by page. Only then did I realize how many gray transactions Qin Wanyen had in these 4 years, and what she did was even more dehumanizing. The illegal human experimentation she has done alone is far beyond the sentencing criteria for intentional injury and intentional homicide, and a single arrest is a death sentence. Whatever else, Gu Mingin organized the evidence of Qin Wanyan's crimes over the years. His brow furrowed. How could he not have imagined that his connivance back then had caused such an irreparable end? Gu Mingin puts all the incriminating evidence into a file bag. Qin Wanyen must die. He couldn't imagine how the little girl who had once been bullied to the point of secretly hiding alone and crying could have turned into the ruthless look she had today. She used to be the weakest persecuted person, but now she is in turn persecuting others even more. The dragon slayer who eventually becomes the evil dragon at this time materialized in front of Gu Mingan's eyes. Gu Mingan reported the incriminating evidence anonymously up. He sat in this room where he grew up. All the furnishings things are his own. Qin Wanyan did not move. He was familiar enough to be able to move around the room unimpeded with his eyes closed. He knows this place too well. But at this moment he was sitting in this room, but he just felt cold and strange. How gruesome was the arrest at the scene on the 20th Gu Mingan did not know, and he did not go to participate. All he knew was that on this day the South City was thundering with electricity and it was raining heavily, taking away the sweltering heat that had been there for so long in the summer. But the rain is even heavier after Qin Wanyan was arrested. This place Gu Mingan cannot live in. There are too many Qin Wanyan's beloved ones here. Gu Mingan was ready to flee without packing his things. He didn't leave before because he was afraid of spooking the snakes, and stayed until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the transaction began and Qin Wanyan had no way to retreat. He only fled in a hurry. As he opened the door to his room to leave, the pouring rain was accompanied by a shocking thunder followed by a sudden power outage in the villa. Gu Mingan's vision went black, and then he felt a cold blade against his throat, making him not dare to move. There was another thunderstorm, and by the light of the thunder, he could see the woman at his side. It was Qin Wanyan who had a light smile on her lips. Second brother. Where to? Her tone was halfway devoid of hatred and fear, only the surprise of being reunited after a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen you, second brother. You're still as disobedient as ever. Didn't I say, don't leave my line of sight without my permission? Huh. Gu Mingan didn't move a muscle. But he didn't play the little cutie anymore, only saying, you're still not running away? This is my home. Where do I run away to? The villa's circuits were quickly fixed and the lights came back on. Qin Wanyan snapped her fingers, and someone came up and held Gu Mingan down, taking him back to his room. Qin Wanyan sat on the sofa, her long and straight legs folded, one hand propped up on her chin, looking askance at Gu Mingan, her posture languid. Power in the end is to raise people. Today's Qin Wanyan and 4 years ago will only cry and say to him, second brother, I cannot help. Qin Wanyan is a different person. Gu Mingan was pressed to kneel on the carpet. His hands were bound to escape. He sat down if he didn't want to kneel. Qin Wanyan didn't say anything, but just had her men serve the tea tray. She made a pot of tea with one hand and gently poured it into the turquoise tea light, and when she had poured one she lifted it up and bowed her head to drink it. After thinking about it, he sent it to Gu Mingan's lips again. Have some tea. Gu Mingan inclined his head, the resistance too obvious. Qin Wanyan then laughed, a light smile overflowing from her throat bones. Not poisoned, really? You won't be able to hold your high horse for long. Seeing that Gu Mingan really didn't drink tea, Qin Wanyan took a sip of her own, put down the tea with an elegant gesture. Her fingers gently tapped on it and looked at Gu Mingan. After all this time, you're still so naive. Very happy, thinking that you can catch me in the act. In fact, it is very good to cover up. You think that reporting is useful? Without realizing that the city, the chief are all my people. Qin Wanyan slowly poured another cup of tea before continuing. You reported it in front, and the stuff came directly to me behind it. Don't say. It's thanks to this betrayal that I realized that second brother had long been sober, and was just pretending to be a little cute, lying to me. Qin Wanyan laughed out loud, propping her chin up to look at Gu Mingan, so doting. It's good that you're willing to put in the effort for me. Although I've been betrayed, it seems like I've always been betrayed, and to think that it was second brother who betrayed me is still a bit happy. Are we even? Qin Wanxiang playfully asked at last. Gu Mingan knew what she was talking about and had a cold, hard attitude. Unless you die once too, how do you get even? Is it good enough for me to die once? I thought it was going to be twice. Don't I have to pay for my big brother's life? You still know. It's kind of sad to hate me that much. Qin Wanyan leaned down. She moved closer to look at Gu Mingan and clasped his shoulders as he ducked. Unfortunately, the hatred of the weak is useless. I'm so glad that you're back. God knows I faced that little cutie. How uninterested it was. Qin Wanyan inclined her head and whispered in Gu Mingan's ear. I've already asked the lab to study how to get your memory back. And those old men said they're going to use electroshock therapy to force you to recover your memory. It's a good thing it didn't go that far, or you'd have another hard time. Gu Mingan still broke away from Qin Wanyan's hand as he stepped back towards and distanced himself from her. Qin Wanyan did not get angry. Don't put on a dead face. I don't have a temper as good as Sushi Shoes. I can't call you second brother, and you really think that you are my brother. We don't have any blood relationship, and nothing I do is illegal. My brother died long ago. You ask me to compensate for your brother's life? Who will compensate for my brother's life? Qin Wanyan looked so unconcerned. Can't I come and get it myself if no one pays for it? He deserves to die. When she said this, there wasn't even any hardness in her eyes, like it was a normal thing for her. Gu Mingyan looked at such Qin Wanyan and felt strange to the core. You used to pretend to lie to me? A person can't become like this even if she's blackened, unless she was originally like this. No, I became what I am today. I was forced to be. Don't be sophomoric, you're wicked to the bone. Vicious? I've got more vicious ones. Qin Wanyan clapped her hands, and soon 2 of her henchmen came in carrying Lin Chai, who had already been beaten and bloodied. Gu Mingyan smelled the too strong odor of blood and inclined his head to dry heave. Qin Wanyan commented, "What a flower in a greenhouse." The dagger with a cold light against the corner of Lin Chai's eye. The tip of the knife has pierced into the skin drenched in blood. Qin Wanyan tone of playfulness. I'll ask you once again, I'm vicious? It was as if Gu Mingyan dared to say one more wicked word and she would pluck out Lin Chai's eyes. Gu Mingyan pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Why don't you say it so that you don't dare to say it? What does his death or life have to do with you? It's just a subordinate. You've only known each other for a few days and you're making friends like this. What step is he worth for you to do for him? Qin Wanyan seemed to be thinking about how to play next. She thought for a while before saying, I see that you like to be a dog in front of Sushi Shu. Why don't you be a dog for me as well? I won't touch your head. Just learn a few barks for me to listen to. Qin Wanyan said with jealousy and excitement. From the time I knew second brother you were high and unbeatable. Even teaching the bullies to me was so noble. I still remember the cold and arrogant look when you told their dirty hands begging for mercy not to touch the tip of your shoe. I haven't seen the look of you bowing your head. How come you bowed your head for another woman first? No, you must bow your head even lower for me to do so. Gu Mingyan saw that the tip of Qin Wanyan's knife had pierced Lin Chai's eyes, causing his eyes to glow blood red. He leaned over like he was bending his head. Qin Wanyan was even happier and ordered the men beside her. Record it. I'll watch it every day from now on. Gu Ming slowly prostrated himself on the ground. Qin Wanyan's face and neck were red, and her voice was slightly distorted with joy. Good dog. Bark. There was another thunderclap outside the window, and the villa went suddenly black once again. In that instant, Gu Mingyan quickly extended his hand out of the cut twine, and he held the sharp dagger in both hands and lifted it fiercely upwards. This way, I'm pissed. Qin Wanyan was still heartbroken for him and loosened her hand. Only her words were not finished. Gu Mingyan had already stabbed a dagger into her abdomen. His voice as deep and steady as his hand. There are police outside. You can't escape. The situation, it's been under my control for a long time. Chapter 90. Must find Tiny Cute. I couldn't see anything when the power first went out, and after a while my eyes adjusted to the darkness, in a burst of lightning and thunder. Qin Wanyan lowered her head, looking at the sharp dagger that pierced into her abdomen. She let out a low, soft sigh. Gu Mingyan's hand clutched the dagger tightly, his voice not half warm. If you honestly stayed on the ship, you could still escape. Now it's hard to escape with your wings. Qin Wanyan wasn't scared at all. She went to touch Gu Mingyan's hand and held his wrist with another hand. Do you want me to run away? In second brother's heart, do you want to tell me to escape? Gu Mingyan said truthfully. I hope you don't run away. Good. Qin Wanyan held Gu Mingyan's wrist, her finger bones exerting force, and brought Gu Mingyan's hand down, stabbing the dagger down hard inward. Blood spilled from the corners of her lips before she said, You just aren't ruthless enough. Too weak to stab deep enough. Since you want to tell me to die, don't be soft. Gu Mingyan's fingers were trembling as he tried to let go, but he was clutched by Qin Wanyan, who viciously flipped the sharp dagger again. Qin Wanyan vomited a mouthful of blood, yet she was still laughing, and so maniacally. Gu Mingyan let go of his hand and he stepped backward. You crazy person. Qin Wanyan, however, only laughed as she pulled out the blood-stained dagger with one hand and held it at her fingertips to play with it for a moment, then gently licked away the blood on the hilt that belonged to Gu Mingyan. Under the light of the thunder and lightning, the scene was so ghostly. She really looked like an evil ghost crawling out, sending chills down Gu Mingyan's spine and fear bubbling up from the bottom of his heart. Well, the door was kicked open and the police fishtailed in, pointing their guns at Qin Wanyan. Put down your weapons, put your hands up and don't move. Qin Wanyan placed the blood-filled dagger on the table as she raised her hands up. She was held down and handcuffed, and before she was taken away, she looked at Gu Mingyan playfully. Second brother, have you lost your temper? I owed you my life and now I've paid you back. I didn't have to play myself like this, it was all just to take the edge off you. Even if you are playing this time, you have really lost. So what if you're powerful? The evidence of your crime I've already been exposed by various media outlets. The whole platform is a crusade against you, you can't run away. Qin Wanyan, however, wasn't very surprised or annoyed. Like she was used to seeing any big storms and could accept anything. Or maybe she had already thought about this day. In the end, she just said, "Is that so? Then losing to you? Ha 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 ha, I'm willing to do it." Qin Wanyan as well as her people were taken away by the police. Even Gu Ming also went to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Chai was rushed to the hospital to rescue. The case was so involved that it had not been decided for a while, and even much of the hot air about the matter had been suppressed. The internet has no memory in the end, and everyone who ate the melon to learn that the real culprits had been caught and had the fun of a celebrity collapsing the house to divert their attention quickly calmed down. Gu Mingyan felt that it wasn't a good thing for this matter to die down too quickly. But with the leadership to eat a few meals, listen to the word is not yet sentenced to still investigating, and so are clear the death penalty did not run. And he was relieved. Qin Wanyan collapsed, Gu Mingyan took over the company's mess, the sale, the protection of the insurance, he was also thunderous. In fact, for Gu Mingyan, as long as the Qin Wanyan was brought down, and his brother was avenged, as for the money, it was all outside the body, all gone, he did not care. But Fu Shin, whose eyes have been operated on and whose vision is slowly recovering, feels differently. In the end, with the assistance of Shin Fu, Gu Mingyan barely managed to preserve the ancestral base of medicine and raw dust. It's just that the sign is rotten. Today's meeting on Shin Fu's request for a name change for medicine-born dust. Shin Fu's point of view is very reasonable. This name is not good, with a calamity, bankruptcy, acquired, bankruptcy again, and finally back to your hands. In order to make it bigger and stronger in the future, this name must be changed. Shareholder executives are running almost a few people in the conference room. A few old men still have the initial intention to do drug research. On the name change does not care at all, only asked Gu Mingyan. How to sell the laboratory, when can I buy it back? Gu Mingyan propped up his forehead and said to Shin Fu, there's only one signboard left, and we still need to change it. What are we left with after changing it? What do dealers and customers recognize? Gu Mingyan also didn't expect that the family business would turn into a shell company pile of debts and a straw man in his hands. Not really, those guys in drug research are real big shots, but the labs are sold. Shin Fu's mentality is very good. Do you think they will recognize now? You go online to search the drug raw dust, the official website under are scolded into what kind of who pass by does not poo-poo us 2 sentences black-hearted pharmaceutical enterprises, cheating hard-earned money. Shin Fu added, change it and do it from scratch. The big thing is to wait for the wind to pass. After the word of mouth is good to sell feelings and publicize it. Gu Mingyan actually didn't even think about it, he wasn't going to change it, but he still pretended to think about it for a moment before vetoing. No change or vote. Shin Fu is in the end an outsider, and like the signboard of medicine-born dust, a few old pedants only recognize Gu Mingyan as the head of the family. So Shin Fu failed miserably and spread his hands. All right, you guys have sentiments, so let's not change the name. It's not just a hell of an opening. It's not like we can't think of something. Gu Mingyan sighed, finally saving the signboard. If the names were gone, he'd feel like there was nothing left. At least the sign is still there, so let the reputation suck. Just in the moment when Gu Mingyan was lost in thought, over there Shin Fu had already quarreled with a few old scholars with white beards whose status was not lower than that of the family elders. Seeing that he had already started pushing and shoving, Gu Mingyan hurried up to stop him. What's going on? What's the noise? Shin Fu slapped the table. That medicine formula, how can't sell one out? What time is it now, still hiding? Sell one when the time to buy back is. Another old man also beat the table. Ace prescription on those few, sold others to learn. Our things into someone else's, what to buy back. Kid, do you know what this is? Defeat family have not you so defeat, is when the company went bankrupt, also did not sell. Another one also slapped the table. Even if Mr. Chin's heart is black, he didn't let us sell at the hardest time. If you want to sell, step over our corpses first. The formula is dead, the person is alive. Be flexible, understand. You kill me. Kill us all before you do. Okay, don't argue, the formula is definitely not for sale. Gu Mingyan looked at Shin Fu and reprimanded him. It's aggravating enough to have sold the lab. You still want the seller's son. You always have to leave a way out for people. If you can't, sell the production line. Sell the production line and we'll drink the northwest wind. You might as well go bankrupt. Then we'll just figure it out. Both gangs were furious, and Gu Mingin's hair turned white with worry in the middle. He never thought about this before when he was a rich kid. And then he became a little cute. Can't think about that either. Now that's a worry. I realized how hard it was for his dad and his brother. It used to feel like they just ate the food, looked at the contract, talked about the partnership, and made the money. Still thinks they make more money than he can spend in a few lifetimes. At first, I was really naive, and now I look at the liabilities on the company's books. Maru Spicy, the sky is falling. Imperial Capital. Sushi Shu has been very busy lately, and she keeps herself busy so she doesn't think about it so much. Another late meeting today, and she's bracing her forehead late at night to work on a new project. Even underneath the delicate makeup there is a fatigue that can't be hidden. Jiang Lemon walked in at this time, and he placed the coffee on Sushi Shu's desktop, then stood aside with his arms folded. Sushi Shu flipped through the documents for a while, and without lifting her head, she inquired, "What is it?" Recently there's a hot search on the internet that's been making a lot of noise, and it's also attracted a lot of attention from above. I don't know if you've read it yet. Sushi Shu changed her hand to support her forehead. I haven't heard any new wins. If there were any new policies, there would be no need for the media to expose them, and with her connections and relationships, she would have been told about them from the inside. If she waits for everything to be implemented before catching the wind, she can be eliminated too. With so many meals and drinks every day, relationships aren't made for nothing. Jiang Lemon didn't speak again, still standing aside. Sushi Shu finished reading this document and flipped through the following. Surprisingly, there were so many. She did not intend to continue reading. Closing the document completely, he looked at Jiang Lime on the side, already a bit impatient. What's wrong with you? Let's get something straight? Or do you continue to want to go to F continent to see the diamond mines? Jiang Lime heard this and immediately shivered in fear, then took out the tablet and clicked on the mosaicked person on the news page and said, "The person who was arrested is the president of Qin's group." Sushi Shu seems to have some impression, but the North-South circle is nothing more than a generalized acquaintance, so familiarity is out of the question. The president of the Qin group, the illegitimate daughter of the not-so-honorable one? River Lemon slid down the news page. It's that name. Sushi Shu hadn't cared much about it, but after casually glancing at it, she completely couldn't take her eyes off it. The name of the president of Qin's group was also instantly clear in her mind. Surprisingly, it was also called Qin Wanyan. Ever since Tiny Cute died, Sushi Shu feels guilty when she thinks of him, and in order to get herself out of the way sooner, she allows Gu Ming and sister Qin Wanyan to take the ashes away. Thought it was taken back home for burial. After all, Sushi Shu really didn't have the courage to face that altar of ashes again. It would take all the remaining half of her life as well, and she thought she might dig him up, might go crazy, and would make a ring out of his ashes to play with day after day. Then he would have no way to rest in peace, and she couldn't do that. Tiny Cute should be laid to rest. She had also always thought that Gu Ming's sister was nothing more than a doctor, an ordinary person. She had investigated before and her information was never wrong, much less hidden. She never doubted it. But today, I saw the name of the president of the Qin group Qin Wanyan on the news page. Sushi Shu sensed that something was wrong. It was a kind of oily female intuition. It was as if she'd been nudged by someone and had a sudden epiphany, sensing that something was wrong behind everything. As soon as Sushi Shu took the tablet, she quickly flipped through the news page and read it in one glance. Even though the picture was heavily mosaicked, she was still able to recognize at a glance that the person arrested was Qin Wanyan. What's going on? How did Gu Ming's sister become the president of the Qin group? The information she had looked up earlier. There's something wrong. There must be something wrong with all of them. Sushi Shu's voice trembled, but she anxiously said, "Lin Xiao Xiao. Tell Lin Xiao Xiao to get her ass in here and meet me." "Yes." Jiang Lemon called down to Lin Xiao Xiao to come in. Lin Xiao Xiao was still in a fog when she came in. Wasn't it almost time for work? What's wrong? Who's upset Missy again? Why is Jiang Lemon here? This kid is shady. He won't sue her behind her back again, right? Missy. Lin Xiao Xiao hadn't even stabilized herself yet when a flat plate was thrown over by Sushi Shu. Her voice so irritated. "See for yourself." Lin Xiao Xiao was scared, but the good thing is that she reacted quickly to hold the tablet. She opened the tablet and saw the content on it. Her face quickly became serious and carefully read the news content. Su Shishu's hand knocked on the table. I've become a cutie. Now, isn't it? No, it was my mistake. I'm going to recheck. Lin Xiaoxiao put down the tablet in a panic and went to shake the contacts to thoroughly investigate, with a kind of momentum to turn the Qin group upside down. Su Shishu looked at Jiang Lime, who was at the side. Do you know something? Jiang Lemon's forehead was covered in cold sweat. There was pressure, but still honestly said, No, I also saw this news to be suspicious. Finally backstabbing Lin Xiaoxiao. Competition in the workplace is everywhere. I'm just more delicate and thoughtful than Lin Suk. But at this time, Su Shishu obviously couldn't listen to this. She even scolded Jiang Lime. What are you doing here standing around like a log? Just Lin Xiaoxiao can do things, you can't? Are you dead? Jiang Lemon grayed. Subordinate will go and check. Su Shishu, however, was not as moved and angry as she thought she would be. She took out the cigarette case from the drawer, and the hand that lit the cigarette was a little shaky. She was just thinking. Everything if there really is a hidden agenda. Gu Mingyan, that little cutie, will? Not dead? According to Qin Wanyan's ruthless nature, could it be that there is something else going on? If? Little cute. Without dead words, Su Shishu's hand holding the cigarette shook even more. Eventually it stabilized again, like her stumbling emotions. Finally she put out her cigarette because Tiny is cute. As said, smoking is bad for your health. Su Shishu's fingertips hovered over the ashtray, gently turning the cigarette butt. She remembered Gu Mingyan's red-faced shyness and carefulness in advising her. Her heart was full of emotions for a while. It was sweet. But soon it became bitter and painful again. Because Tiny is cute. Dead, the one who regulated her is no longer alive. Su Shishu thought again. But what if he didn't die? Then she. He must be found, brought back, and never let anything happen to him again. Lost. She would tell him that she would like to marry him and have a home with him. She would call him her husband and would whisper in his ear that she loved him most. In this world, Su Shishu loved Gu Mingyan the most. I love you. This time she must tell him. Chapter 91. I'll be waiting for him to meet me. Lin Xiaoxiao first sent over what could be investigated on the surface, and then organized and unified all that could be investigated in depth and sent it over again. Lin Xiaoxiao's face showed joy. Eldest Miss, Pill-born Dust's current legal person is that second youngest member of the Gu family, although it's hard to find out. But I found out. His name is Gu Mingyan. Su Shishu looked at the photo on the profile and the biography, and she remembered the doctor's statement that Gu Mingyan was not a cutie. The words that he just lost his memory. I can't believe it's true now that I think about it. But I just didn't expect this little cutie. It was so bumpy. Oddly pathetic. Lin Xiaoxiao also said on the side. The circles over there are spreading the word that Qin Wanyan planted this time, that is, Gu Xiao came back to take revenge. Looking at it this way, there's no way there's anything between him and Qin Wanyan separated by a blood feud. Su Shishu wiped away the tears on her face that she hadn't even noticed herself and told Lin Xiaoxiao. Arrange for a private airplane route. I'm going over there now. She wants to see her. Su Shishu was so happy that she couldn't be bothered to look at this intelligence information that Lin Xiaoxiao had found out in her hand. She just took a closer look at that investigation about Gu Mingyan. In fact, she could find out very little. Originally, the Mansion family is concerned about privacy. Most of the information is still from other people's mouth heard part. True or false? But it was just like this. Su Shishu still read it very carefully. Seeing that Gu Mingyan had grown up uneducated and recalcitrant, she laughed lightly and shook her head. Can't see her little cuteness. There's still this side of her. She's usually a good girl in front of her. Domestic routes, even if it is one south and one north, back in the day it was the private jet that gave it away, arriving in 2 hours. Lin Xiaoxiao had already arranged for a pickup vehicle, and since it was already evening, it went all the way straight to the Gu family's old mansion. It was 11 o'clock late at night when we arrived. Su Shishu stood outside the door of the villa, raising and lowering his hand, surprisingly beginning to fear seeing her. But in reality, she didn't know that Gu Mingyan was so busy at the company that he wasn't even at home. She just knocked on the door and couldn't see him. Su Shishu hesitated for a long time before pressing the doorbell. Gu Mingyan is checking the accounts, a bunch of statements, figures, checking his headache. Aside, Shin Fufu is also looking at the eye pain in the closed eyes rest. Shin Fufu rubbed his eyes while saying, The doctor has said that he won't let me use my eyes excessively, and you're still making me do this. The donkeys in the production team didn't even do this. Don't argue. I'm almost done counting. Gu Minggen's fingers were eucalyptus fast on the computer before he received a call from the security guard of the old mansion, where Shin Fufu answered. What is it? Gu Xiao is busy. The security guard was very respectful. There's a young lady surnamed Su looking for Gu Xiao. Su what? Didn't say. She said she's Xiao Gu's wife. Over there, Gu Minggen was counting the last step. Seeing that the calculator was about to produce the result, others were excited. Right away. Then when he heard the security guard's words, his hand shook, and what he had pressed equal to turned out to be zeroed. Gu Minggen looked at his cell phone, but the person was already lost in thought. The computer in his hand reported the mechanical female voice over and over again. 0, 0, 0, 0. Shin Fufu. The guard added. She said she would wait for you to come back and meet you, and if she couldn't wait, she would continue to wait until she did. This time, it's her turn to wait for you. This time the office was completely dead silent. Even the zeroing in Gu Minggen's hand instantly disappeared without it. It was still Shin Fufu who said, Got it. I'll convey it to Xiao Gu. Shin Fufu pressed hang up. Gu Minggen's happiness from earlier was gone. If anything, his desperate checking of the statements just now looked like a competitive but still somewhat childish middle-aged teenager. Then the way he was calm at this moment, with his eyes deep in color looking over the statements, he looked like some kind of hidden big brother. The difference in temperament between the front and back is not a fraction of a second. Shin Fufu looked at Gu Minggen and asked softly, Have you figured it out yet? No. Gu Minggen replied expressionlessly, as if every time he ran into Su Shishu's affairs, he would be particularly unlucky, obviously about to count out, but zeroing in on the last minute and ceasing to exist. It was as if the love he had once given had to zero in on itself even when it was full. Others don't want it and they have to throw it on the ground and stomp on it to humiliate it. Then count tomorrow. There are people waiting for you. Gu Minggen lowered his eyes. Then let her wait. She'll go away if she can't wait. There's no need for me to teach her this. You don't see her? What need is there for me to see her? She said it was your wife. But her husband is dead. Died that snowy night. Frozen alive. So soon you've forgotten. Shin Fufu propped her hands on the back of her head and gently swiveled her chair. Then I don't care about you guys. Just don't vault me out anyway. The night was getting deeper and deeper. Shin Fufu walked out of the bathroom and saw Gu Minggen sitting on the bed. He consciously lay down on the sofa. Now the company is in a bad situation. A banknote are hated to break into to spend. Shin Fufu naturally did not resettle the property. His bank card is quite a lot of money. Shin Muyu these years did not treat him badly. But he also has to dare to use it. Shin Muyu is probably looking for him to find crazy. He did not feel that he could not spend any noble or anything, but instead he felt that it should be him to spend Shin Muyu's money what he did not spend. Think so, but he moved the card to buy a house today, and tomorrow Shin Muyu will bring people to surround the whole neighborhood so that he has nowhere to escape. So Shin Fufu, who was waiting to be a pauper, was living with Gu Minggen, and the good thing was that the old Gu family house was very big and empty so he could casually live there. Gu Minggen didn't go back and show his face in front of Su Shishu. So he dared? He wouldn't dare either. So the two of them will be in the rest room. While not aggrieved, the sofa Shin Fufu sleep more than enough. Shin Fufu tired all day, is the eyes closed nothing to think about, immediately can enter a deep sleep look. It was only before he went to bed that he opened his eyes in a daze and saw Gu Minggen still sitting by the bed. Shin Fufu cleared his throat and rolled over before saying, You shouldn't be the kind of person who waits for me to fall asleep, sneaks out his cell phone behind my back to check the surveillance at the entrance of the villa, and also sneaks in red-eyed crying, that kind of thing. Gu Minggen, who had just taken out his cell phone and was ready to check the surveillance. Finally, it only said icily, I'm just looking at her for a joke. Oh! Gu Minggen was furious. If you're not going to sleep, get out. Why wouldn't I sleep? I'm not sleepy if you're not. Shin Fufu left Gu Minggen with an underhanded look on the back of his head. Gu Minggen clenched his fists in annoyance and finally lowered his eyes to look at his cell phone screen. No longer taking care of Shin Fufu, the dark old fox. In the surveillance picture, Su Shishu stood straight at the entrance of the villa. She lost a lot of weight. From the back, her figure became more heartbreakingly thin. Under the especially slim suit, the waist is even thinner, unbearable to hold. Chapter 92. We will always meet. It's already summer, and the night breeze can't be any colder than a snowflake that day. Who was she pretending to look like that for? He wanted her to come and see him so badly before he died, to reach out toward her and take him home. At that time, he thought that he would forgive her anything, even if she was going to marry someone else, even if she didn't love him. But he didn't wait, not until he died. If Qin Wanyan hadn't taken him away, he would have died that day. What was Su Shishu doing at that time? What was his favorite kissing wife doing? Being in the hospital, being by another man's side, worrying and anxious about another man. There wasn't even half a place for him in her heart. What's the point of pretending to be deep at this point? Isn't it hypocritical? Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Gu Mingyan turned off the surveillance screen as he lay down on the bed, rolled over again, and then gritted his teeth. He was sparing her by not wanting to see her again. She was really looking for death. I wonder if he doesn't want to see her now that he hates her. The Gu family's old mansion. It was already 3 in the morning, and Su Shishu surprisingly hadn't moved since the beginning when she said she would stand and wait. It's amazing how tolerable it is, hours and hours, and the position hasn't changed. Stubbornly waiting for Gu Mingyan to show up, waiting for him to meet her. Lin Xiaoxiao still cannot bear it. This side of the garden is doing well, the wind into the night is more chilly than the city, and also with fog. Afraid that Su Shishu would catch a cold, Lin Xiaoxiao still picked up her jacket and walked over, draping it over Su Shishu's shoulders. "Missy, go wait in the car." Su Shishu waved away Lin Xiaoxiao's hand that was draping her clothes. She looked up, but she looked at the surveillance. Then stubbornly he said, "No, I'll just wait here until he comes to see me. He's got anger in his heart, and it's going to take a lot to get it out of him before he wants to talk to me." Lin Xiaoxiao had never seen Su Shishu lower her head like this before, and for a moment her heart was a little hard to bear. If Mr. Gu isn't at home, he must be at the company, so let's go to the company now and find him. Su Shishu's eyes, however, were firm. If he doesn't come back to see me, I'll go look for him. But for now, I want to wait for him. It is hard for bystanders to change what Su Shishu decides. So Lin Xiaoxiao leaves. Su Shishu are standing and waiting. Lin Xiaoxiao naturally do not dare to sit in the car and wait, can only stand next to the car silently watching all this. In his heart, he cursed Gu Mingyan, a little cutie, who gave him the guts to put on airs for Missy. It was also Su Shishu who was accustomed to him, or else a sentence would go down and he would still be caught in front of him. Gu Mingyan wants to see Su Shishu to see, and doesn't want to see Su Shishu even more. It's not up to him. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a lollipop from her pocket, put it in her mouth, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she got and bit it. Standing was making her hypoglycemic. Ever since I followed Su Shishu, I haven't had such a closed door. Su Shishu waited until dawn, and Gu Mingyan never showed up. The sun is all up high. Not only Lin Xiaoxiao can't look at it, even the security guards came out. "Otherwise you leave a phone call. When Gu Xiao comes back, I'll notify you." Su Shishu only seemed like she was sure that Gu Mingyan wouldn't come back, and maybe even if she stood here for a day, Gu Mingyan wouldn't come back for a day. Seemingly too distraught, her slender, thin form swayed, and when she moved, she couldn't stand. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who came forward to assist her. Eldest Mississippi. The security guard was in a difficult position. "I'll help you call Xiao Gu later, but he won't come back if he's busy. In that case, you'd better leave a phone number? Or do you have Xiao Gu's contact information? You call him." Su Shishu looked at the security guard. "What's his number?" "This, I can't tell you. This is Gu Xiao privacy." Seeing the disappointment in Su Shishu's eyes, the security guard added, "But you can leave a number for me, and if Gu Xiao grants permission, I'll call you when he's home." Su Shishu's eyes darkened. She pushed away the assisting Lin Xiaoxiao. Her figure was a little shaky, but she still stood very steadily. "No need." Su Shishu turned to leave and told Lin Xiaoxiao, "Go to his company. Since he won't come to see her, she'll go to him. They were always going to meet. Medicine begets dust." When Su Shishu was once again stopped by the security guard, she gave Lin Xiaoxiao a look, and Lin Xiao went up and knocked the security guard to the ground. She clapped her hands disdainfully. "Just you want to stop our Missy." When Lin Xiaoxiao's words fell, she saw a dozen security guards surrounding them, not allowing them to enter. Lin Xiaoxiao's hand clapping stopped. "Good guy, play like this right. Medicine-borne dust is not the same as the Qin Group's office building that towers into the clouds. It is a pharmaceutical company plant that covers a vast area, with its very architecturally distinctive office building at the center. In total, it was no more than 3 stories high. Su Shishu came straight to the core office building. "Gu Mingyan will only be here, all other industries have gone bankrupt. He is dead set on only this one pharmaceutical company." At this moment, Gu Mingyan was standing on the top floor looking down, and Shin Fufu was standing beside him. Because his eyes had been operated on, at this time his eyesight recovery is not very good. Can't see too well, a glance at the past white. However, he also guessed, is it Sushi Shu looking over here? I told you that big ladies like them have limited patience. For her to wait for you all night is already considered good-tempered. How's it going? Come in yet. Gu Mingyan found Shin Fu Fu annoying. He changed his position and Shin Fu Fu followed him again. Asked again. It was only then that Gu Mingyan impatiently said. He was stopped by the security guard. How many people did she bring with her? 1. Shin Fu Fu bumped Gu Mingyan's shoulder. Are you staring so nervously? Are you afraid that the security guards will hurt her by mistake? Without waiting for Gu Mingyan to retort, Shin Fu Fu spoke up. Then you're overthinking it. Not to mention that she's brought just one person with her. Even if she hasn't, those security guards you recruited aren't a match for her. Sure enough, as soon as Shin Fu Fu's words fell, Gu Mingyan saw a dozen security guards already lying on the ground. Couldn't stop Sushi Shu at all. Gu Mingyan realized that she was so capable of fighting, and her hands were sharp and dry. Finally, he just said, you do understand. Harm is just a matter of seeing it sooner than you do. She's about to come up, isn't she? If you ask me, running away won't solve the problem you're always going to have to meet. Do you forgive her or not, and get it all out in the open? Or do you think she's going to stalk you? I thought you said she didn't love you, so what are you worried about? Gu Mingyan nodded. You have a point. Sushi Shu entered the elevator. The closer she got to seeing him, the more her calmness disappeared and her hands shook as she pressed the elevator. The elevator stopped at the president's office on the 3rd floor. The door opened and Sushi Shu raised her eyes with a trembling heart. Seeing Gu Mingyan, who was standing not far away, surrounded by the crowd and walking this way. In that moment, her tears fell. Finally, found him. Great, little cutie. Still alive. There's still room to salvage everything. Chapter 93. How did you recognize it? Shin Fu Fu stepped on the curtain only to reveal a pair of eyes towards the outside and said to Gu Mingyan, who was sitting indifferently on the chair, you let Ding Gue, who was made to look like you, go to see Sushi Shu. This is a little too exciting. Shin Fu Fu changed angles, only hating that his eyes hadn't recovered yet, and he couldn't see what was going on over the elevator in the corridor. Favorable Gu Mingyan was indifferent and didn't care at all. Gu Mingyan's voice was cold. Anyway, she's blind and can't see it for more than a day or two. That's true. Shin Fu Fu looked for a while, really can't see, also gave up, touching his chin. But this family business of yours is still a cow. Look at Ding Guegue's face, carved out of the same mold as you. Not to mention Sushi Shu. It's me. I can't tell them apart. Gu Mingyan didn't say anything, only took the tablet and looked at the stock market that had plummeted all the way down, pursing his thin lips. Shin Fu Fu came over again. Not to mention that he has deliberately studied your grooming tone. Quiet, if you're free, check the stock market. It's down again. How much further down? See for yourself. Gu Mingyan threw the tablet over, and Shin Fu Fu picked it up and scanned it, then expanded it, and finally closed his eyes in heartache, tossing the tablet aside. Out of sight, out of mind. He then reached out and shook Gu Mingyan's shoulder. Seriously? Aren't you afraid that Sushi Shu is really with Ding Gue? What does her business have to do with me? TCH, look at you, you're a tough talker. If you want me to say, if you want to get back at her, just go yourself. Why are you making a fake one? Cure her eyes, and you don't have to ask for it if you can't. Gu Mingyan got up. I'm sleepy. I'll go take a nap. Shin Fu Fu yelled behind him. I didn't sleep with you. Why am I not sleepy? What kind of thief did you do last night? Don't you dare to tell me honestly. Bang! The door to the lounge was a silent design that would automatically close, and was slammed by Gu Mingyan with a thud. Shin Fu Fu withdrew his sight, spread his hands and shook his head, and leaned back on the swivel single sofa and shook it again. His tone of voice was old-fashioned as he lamented a sentence. Young people nah. Watching Gu Mingyan come closer and closer, Sushi Shu wanted to reach out, but then retracted in fear. She only stood aside. Gu Mingyan walked into the elevator as if he hadn't seen her, along with a few researchers in white coats, and he conversed with a calm demeanor. Not a single crack, Ding Gue thought in his heart. Acting is after all his old profession now. When the fangirl gets better, he will enter the acting industry, and when the time comes, he will ask Gu Mingyan to have the main surgeon refine his face when he returns it to him. He is good with a handsome face in place, not Ding Gue blow. He feels that his mom-born face can be handsome, no one can compare. Of course it's swimmingly, and the person you work with is still the same. Sushi Shu couldn't have imagined it, right? He changed his face and came to cheat her. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He felt strangely outrageous himself and even sympathized somewhat with Sushi Shu. You can't blame Sushi Shu, it's all because he is a good actor, he is great. Ding Gui Gui thought this way, a small superiority. It was hard to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Gu Mingin stood in the elevator. He looked forward. His sight did not give Su Xiushu half a hand. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Su Shishu suddenly reached out, to the careful sounds of a crowd of fellows pitying her. Su Shishu blocked the elevator door with her hand as she walked in and walked towards Gu Mingin, standing beside him. Whether they were young fellows or old, the first thing that flashed through their minds when they looked at these two faces at the moment was that they were a good match. Surprisingly, it was such a good match. Su Shishu was beautiful and cold. Such an ascetic beauty was hard for a man to control. Most of the men automatically lost when they saw her. Unlike the kind of churlish little white flower that gave people a sense of conquest, Su Shishu would only give people a sense of reverence for her beauty, as if thinking a little bit crookedly would be blasphemy and feel like they would get retribution. It was so that although she was beautiful, no man would dare to hit on her, would feel in control and dangerous. But when she stood beside Gu Mingin, at first glance, she was able to be suppressed. It will instantly make people think they are a good match. Why do I say it's at first glance? Because after a few more glances, there's a sense of weirdness coming from Gu Mingin. The feeling that the temperament can't keep up. In the end, the luxury family cultivated out of the countryside is different. Even if the disguise is more like it, there will be an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Just like Gu Mingin seriously looking at whoever's eyes to speak, not humble and not overbearing comes with a sense of oppression of a superior, but Gu Mingin comes with a kind of clear and stupid look. It's all about the look. The former gives the impression that he doesn't play with the heart, that he can see into the heart. The latter is, what is a heart game? I don't know, there is a pit here, high and low jump to see how deep. When the elevator reached the first floor, the researcher greeted Gu Mingin and left. Only Gu Mingin and Su Xiushu were left in the elevator for a moment. After the door closes, continue down to the negative floor. It was only then that Su Shishu spoke. I know you don't want to see me and still hate me. Gu Mingin's eyes were filled with sincerity as he looked at Su Xiushu. This young lady? Do I know you? Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingin's eyes. She actually really couldn't tell for a moment whether his acting was too good or he really didn't remember him, because there was nothing in Gu Mingin's eyes. Not even a hint of hatred, but no love either, only curiosity and exploration of strangers. This made Su Shishu's heart cut like a knife. You? Lost your memory? No, but it's true that I don't know you. Is there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? You don't have that memory of being in the Empire? Have you forgotten that you become stupid and all the things you can't remember? Getting stupid? I think you're mistaken. I've never turned stupid. You're talking about my brother, aren't you? Your brother? Yes, my twin brother, raised in the country. But your name is Gu Mingin. My brother was jealous of me, so he always called me names and used my identity to get me into trouble. Because he grew up in the countryside, his name wasn't very nice. What's his name? Gu Doggy. Su Shishu. Are you kidding me? No, I'm just stating a fact. Speaking of which, that brother of mine died. I heard he was abandoned by the scummy woman, kicked out of his house, and froze to death alive in the snowy night. He was quite infatuated, waiting for that woman to go to him until he died. Sorry. Sorry for what? I'm the scummy girl. Oh? Then you shouldn't say this sorry to me, you should say it to Gu Dogdan. He's the one who died, not me after all. Ding Gui Gui thought to himself, can make him awesome bad, pretend, not worthy of him being practiced to imitate Gu Mingin for so long, the temperament quacking to improve. Gu Mingin looked at Su Xiushu. Then he was a bit surprised because he saw that Su Xiushu had actually shed tears. Just hearing him describe it that way brought tears to his eyes, so I guess he really knew it was wrong. Then Gu Mingin watched Su Xiushu raise her eyes as she locked eyes with him, then said, you should know that it's not valid to fake a brother. You said it in a fatalistic way. But the traces of a person's life are the worst to erase and the worst to fake. After a pause, Su Shishu added, as long as I send someone to do a little checking, I will know that you are lying. You haven't forgotten me at all, you're just punishing me. She was certain. Punishing me for accidentally losing you. Su Shishu approached Gu Mingin. She looked at this face of his carefully for a long time. The Gu Mingin who was watching swallowed nervously. Only then did I hear Su Shishu say, "You've lost a lot of weight. Are you having a bad time? I know you're not in a good place right now. So open your mouth and ask for as much money as you want and I'll vote for you." What's that supposed to mean? Telling me to sell it to you? Then Gu Mingin pointed at the elevator door that had been closed for a long time without any movement. "I just die and jump from here. There's no way I'd do such a thing." Under Su Shishu's gaze, Gu Mingin lowered his hand that was pointing at the door but asked with a smile, "Do you know how much money you have to throw at me before I can salvage the situation?" "It's okay. I can afford to vote," you asked. "Well, okay, you have money. Then let me ask you, how much money would it take to buy Gu Dogdan a life?" "I'm sorry." "What's the use of being sorry? Instead of saying sorry here, why don't you make some payments to me first? Is 30 billion enough to transfer to your account that black card I gave you before?" "No. I'll re-quote you an account number." "How can I let it go? That's 30 billion. Ding Gue reported his bank card up and then said, "My card limit 30 billion is not necessary, you play 3 million over." Joking aside, $30 billion hit and he, a chap with number 500 in savings, would be invited to tea in the afternoon. Su Shishu glanced at Gu Mingin, then she lowered her eyes, and without blinking, she punched the money over. Then frowned. Ding Gue? Ding Gue didn't have the slightest embarrassment of being caught in the bag. Instead, he learned from Gu Mingin's recent, increasingly eerie smile. "I'll casually quote you an account number, and of course the name isn't mine anymore, but you really transferred it? Worthy of being Miss Su, not lacking money at all." Gu Mingin smiled so harshly again. "Since you know that I don't have amnesia, you should know that I won't forgive you." Su Shishu didn't get angry even if she was teased. She just asked Gu Mingin in a good-natured manner, "Then what do you want me to do before you'll forgive me?" Gu Mingin pressed the elevator door open button as he walked out. "I have no way to forgive you. Don't be persistent. Go back from wherever you came from." Of course, it's not like he's the main guy. Su Shishu, however, was still standing in the elevator, seemingly in thought. Then he stepped forward. "Let's have a piece of dinner then. It's almost noon." Gu Mingin thought about it and felt that there was nothing else to do next. So she agreed, "Okay. Then you treat me to dinner, and you book a good spot." Su Shishu had already told Lin Xiao to go locate him, and when she heard his words, she lifted her eyelids to look at him, then nodded. Good. His attitude was much colder than before, and he didn't feel the same impulsiveness and guilt that he had felt when he first met him. Ding Gue thought to himself, "This woman is really quick to change her face." No wonder Gu Mingin didn't care about her, just like her. It was also weirdly heartbreaking. You can't even coax it for 3 minutes. Gee, what a slag. Ding Gue wanted the news of his death to go that day, when he was Chun Fenghua, Su Shishu's white moonlight, and when he died, Su Shishu didn't even bother to take a look. Go all did not go to see a glance and then do a full set of drama to do the same as Gu Mingin that time fake death. Put a realistic to far look can be fake wax to the crematorium when burned. Su Shishu was a no-show the entire time. If it is true that Chun Fenghua should be more sad, what is it? Is everything before is her false love? Just hope that he died. He died, she will be relieved. What's with the moonlight? Ding Gue thought this way. All said that the rich people do not do people anymore. Where there is no emotion, it is all false sentiment. Chun Fenghua deserved it, and so did Gu Mingin. He wouldn't be moved, he wouldn't be fooled, and as long as he didn't pay, he wouldn't lose. He can't be hurt if he doesn't give his heart. Better that he should lie to others than that they should lie to him, and his true heart is given to no one, and he keeps it to himself. It's true what they say on TV. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is and the more poison she carries. Su Shishu set the location and led Gu Mingin, who always held a superior stance, inside. A meal Gu Mingin ate very happily. Su Shishu watched him eat and after dinner fruit and vegetable salad cleanly without saying anything. When he's all fed and watered, Su Shishu put down the tea that he was holding in his hands in a slow sip and placed it on the table with a very crisp thud. Up to this point, her tone was still calm. Had enough? Gu Mingin replied. I'm full, thank you. It's been a long time since I've been that full since I went bankrupt. Su Shishu nodded. If you're full then let's talk. I don't chat. I'm busy. Stand still. At Su Shishu's command, Lin Xiao had already blocked the doorway. Gu Mingin sat back in his chair. What do you mean? Is this your attitude of admitting fault? Who the hell are you? You're not Gu Mingin at all. Where is the real Gu Mingin? Su Shishu obviously wasn't very patient. Ding Gue was a little surprised. What is the situation? How to recognize? Before Chun Fenghua, he pretended for so long that Su Shishu did not recognize him. He hadn't been pretending to be Gu Mingyan for more than an hour before and after today. And she had seen it? Could it be that he didn't act cute? For the sake of it? Also, when Gu Mingyan had told him to come in disguise, he had already explained to him what he should say and do if he was recognized. Wait for it. Gu Mingyan said so early. Did he already know that Su Shishu would recognize him? No, what are these two playing at here? Pushing him out as cannon fodder, huh? This damn tiny cutie. It's not stupid anymore how it's not easy to deal with. Damn, is he forgot? This damn little tiny cute. Not stupid when it is very bad to deal with, let alone now not stupid. There is a Shen Fufu assistant, simply like a tiger with wings is not it. Being pressed and beaten. Ding Gue gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Don't hit. Don't hit, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. But I only have one question. How in the world did you tell me from him? Chapter 94. I want to go back to the past. Su Shishu put down the disinfectant wipes that she wiped her hands with slowly. She looked at Ding Gue. It's very simple. The living habits are different. He doesn't love carrots, but he cherishes food. It's from the hunger that he used to pick up garbage. Every time he eats carrots he frowns a little, but you quite like to eat. It doesn't mean anything, does it? The concept of spending is different. He's a cutie though, but never had a concept of money. Wouldn't say things like booking a good spot like you. It doesn't mean anything at all, does it? It's not just an off-the-cuff comment. The rivers and mountains are easy to change, and when you say that, you have an advantage mentality in mind. Something like, to knock a good one out, a mentality that would come across as petty. Su Shishu's white hands folded and placed on his chin and added, according to his nature, when he asks me for money, he either thinks that it's the same for a family, and it's the same for whoever he spends it on. Either that, or he would never open his mouth to me, to draw a clear line with me. But when you open your mouth to ask for money, you can't hide the greed and small-mindedness in your eyes. Ding Gue covered his swollen face. To put it bluntly, you just don't love me to see that I am all shortcomings. How can I be as bad as you say? Changing one side of the swollen place to cover, Ding Gue added. Saying it like you love him so much. If you love him so much, how could he die in the snow? Without the need for Su Shishu to open her mouth, Lin Xiao had already taken off her high-heel shoes and slapped down on Ding Guegue's head, ruthlessly punching Ding Guegue, the mouthy one, until Ding Guegue was beaten and bloodied. Lin Xiao did not stop. It was Su Shishu who walked over. Lin Xiao saw her coming before she withdrew her hand. Su Shishu half kneeled on the ground as she tackled Ding Guegue's chin. Yes, I did lose him and I regret it. Where is he? You don't love him at all, and if you did love him so much, how could you have done it to this face of mine? You are not, at all, half repentant. Ding Guegue's face is swollen and his mouth is slurred, but his voice is loud. Su Shishu first looked at Ding Guegue like he was looking at garbage for half a second before saying, You've reminded me of that. Taking a beating against his face does make it hard on my heart. Su Shishu reached out, and Lin Xiao had already handed over the dagger glowing with a cold light. What do you want? Ah. Ding Guegue's face had already been numbed by the pain, but if it was numb again, the tip of the knife would still feel it when it cut through the flesh. Ding Guegue screamed miserably, comparable to killing a pig. Su Shishu wiped the blood stained on the dagger on his face, and the feeling of the cold dagger sweeping against the skin of his cheek made Ding Guegue's hairs stand on end. Crazy, no matter if it was Qin Wanyan or Su Shishu or Shen Muyu, each and every one of them, these high-powered young ladies, were all psychologically twisted lunatics. Ding Guegue felt that his mental capacity was but a little weaker, and he would have gone crazy on the spot by now. Su Shishu tapped Ding Guegue's eyeballs with the dagger glowing with cold light and said in a faint voice, I'm asking you, where is he? The threat was just too full of meaning, and Ding Guegue's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed and still said, Even if you want to gouge out my eyeballs, I'll still say that he's dead through and through. I'm Qin Wanyan's man. Impersonating Gu Mingyan was arranged by General Manager Qin, a backhand she left behind. I don't like that answer. Su Shishu pursed her thin lips, obviously angry. Just as the tip of her knife was about to pierce his eyeball, Ding Guegue, whose pupils were trembling with terror, suddenly spoke. No, don't. I can tell you a secret you don't really know. About Gu Mingyan? It's important to you. Su Shishu stopped, and Ding Guegue desperately moved his head backward, away from the too sharp tip of the knife. Fear ran up his back from his tailbone. Chills and chills. The tip of the knife was just too close. If he wasn't careful, he'd be blind. And how is it not like his mission to walk on the tip of a knife every time, and the slightest misstep could mean the end of everything? But it is worthy of him, even up to this point, still stabilize the situation, this kind of return from the dead feeling. If you have experienced more, there will be some on the head. When Ding Guigue saw Su Shishu's silence, his throat was so dry that he lost his voice when he opened his mouth. He swallowed and opened his mouth again. But, can I trade in exchange for my peace? I can also be your pawn. It's no use if you want my eyes. They don't even look good as specimens, and they're easy to commit crimes. Su Shishu lowered her hand as she got up. Lin Xiao moved the chair for her when she saw her move. Su Shishu sat on the chair. She looked at Ding Guigue from above. Perhaps her eyes were too cold. Not treating Ding Guigue as a human being, not even treating him as a dog. Making Ding Guigue lower his head and cover his face with his hands. It's this face of mine that's in your way. Next time I'll never let you see this disgusting face of mine again. Lin Xiao stood behind Su Shishu and angrily rebuked. How dare you? Your face isn't disgusting. What's disgusting is you as a person. Let me hear you being so incapable of speaking again, and I'll pull out your tongue. Ding Guigue nodded his head desperately. Yes, I was wrong. In reality, what was in his heart was that Lin Xiao, the dog that would bite around Su Shishu. Su Shishu was obviously impatient. She was full of joy thinking that she had seen Gu Mingyan, but she didn't expect to see a fake. Really tiny and cute, where she was in a hurry to get to him and didn't even want to waste her time here with an imposter. Ding Guigue covered her face before saying, Qin Wanyan didn't just let me pretend to be Gu Mingyan. And then he didn't say anything. Lin Xiao didn't hear the following for half a minute and asked on Su Shishu's behalf. Then who else did you pretend to be? Ding Guigue didn't dare to look up. Who else did I pretend to be? Su Shishu's face had become increasingly gloomy. Who else Ding Guigue had pretended to be? She already knew without him saying. Even Lin Xiao was shocked. It can't be Chen Xiao, right? Ding Guigue first smiled awkwardly, then said, Yes. Su Shishu coldly said, Since you can fake your death, Gu Mingyan must still be alive. No one thought that it would snow that day, and that he would so unluckily fall into a cold and bone-chilling cold pool. No one wanted Gu Mingyan to die, Qin Wanyan least of all. But accidents happen. Gu Mingyan froze to death that snowy night. Ding Guigue added, If Gu Mingyan is still alive, why would I go through the whole process of pretending to be him? Qin Wanyan wouldn't agree. Without waiting for Su Shishu to say anything, Ding Guigue added, I know you hate me and want to call for my death, but I also want to say that the person who saved me has already brought the police over. The so-called strong dragon does not overwhelm a snake in the ground. This is the South City in the end, not the imperial capital. In the end, Ding Guigue was very regretful in tone. Ms. Su, please leave. Gu Mingyan's death was an accident. No one wanted it to happen to him, but it's already a fact. You're just killing me and breaking my body into pieces. He can't come back. Su Shishu suddenly stood up. She swung all the dishes on the table that hadn't been moved much onto the floor, and hysterically rebuked in rage. Lies. How could he be dead? He must still be alive. Ding Guigue had already stood up and hid in the corner. Miss Su's hands and eyes are all over the place, so go ahead and check and you'll know if I'm lying or not. Don't worry. I will definitely find out the truth. When the time comes, no matter if it's you, the Chun family, or the Qin family. I will not let go. If he dies, you all will give him a burial. Then Ms. Su is going to bury him? You are the party most at fault for his death. The video Ding Guigue brought back comes to an abrupt end here. Gu Mingyan closed the tablet. Ding Guigue, who was on the side with his head wrapped in gauze, reported, Things are just like what you see. She didn't say anything after I said that. Gu Mingyan's tone was always calm as well as cold. She's always been so selfish and cold. She wouldn't die for Chen Fenghua, let alone for me. I don't think she loves Chen Fenghua very much. If she really loves someone, it's impossible that she can't even tell if the person is real or not. You mean she loves me? Haha. If you have to interpret it that way, I have nothing to say. Gu Mingyan sneered. Do you know about love? How many women have you talked to? Ding Guigue looked at his toes, then at the ceiling, left and right, before shushing his lips and grunting out, No. Gu Mingyan laughed. The laugh could not be said to be self-deprecating or a mockery of Ding Guigue. Don't think you know a lot about love. The last two that were so confident ended up miserable. Ding Guigue. This is a question he would know, and these two people refer to Gu Mingyan and Shin Fufu. Gu Mingyan finally said, "She won't leave for a while. During this time, you act me out." Ding Gue nodded his head. It is not possible to not nod his head. He is a small person. There is no qualification to refuse. A laborer is a brick that moves wherever it is needed. After Ding Gue left, Shin Fufu slowly walked over. She's so quick to recognize that Ding Gue isn't you. I don't think she'll be able to keep the fact that you're not dead from her for very long. Then hide it for as long as you can. And why is this necessary? I don't want to see her just yet. You didn't just watch it. Yeah, that's why I want to kill people now. Gu Mingyan reached out and viciously pinched Shin Fufu's neck. So don't mention her anymore. Okay? Shin Fufu almost didn't get choked to death by him. This time covering his neck and coughing, waving his hand, signaling that he knows. Su Shishu stayed in the southern city for a month, checking out Ding Guegue's impersonation of Chen Fenghua, but there was no trace of Gu Mingyan. At the end of the investigation, all signs point to Gu Mingyan being dead. The things that the imperial capital had to have Su Shishu step in to resolve had piled up to the point where the backlog couldn't continue. The day I left the south side, Su Shishu took a bouquet of red roses and went to the cemetery to see Gu Mingyan's grave. She stood in front of the tombstone. Because it had rained, the south side was no longer hot, and the overcast sky carried a damp and cold scent. A few small puddles on the ground from the rain that hadn't dried up yet. There were frogs hopping by. Su Shishu placed the red roses under the photo of Gu Mingyan's tombstone, smiling gently in his blue and white school uniform, and her fingertips gently brushed over the vivid brows of the teenager in the photo. White chrysanthemums are an offering, and I don't offer you an offering, so I brought roses to see you. I know you're alive. I just can't find you yet. One day, I'll find you, and when I do, let me tell you I'm sorry. Okay? Did I never tell you that I love you? But actually I always say it later. I love you. Gu Mingyan. A gust of wind blew, and the dandelions growing by the gravestones swayed gently and flew up in all directions. There was also a seed that landed on Su Shishu's hair. Su Shishu left on a private jet. She was so tired she fell asleep on the plane. Had a dream in which she was standing alone in the large living room of the royal bay with voices behind her. She turned around and saw Gu Mingyan smiling so foolishly and gently, opening his arms toward her. "Honey, I'm back." She reached out to catch him. "What took you so long?" "What is it, wife? I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Yes? Don't be sad. Don't cry. I'll sing to you and cheer you up." "Okay. Good." In the ear was a pleasant and good-sounding song. Su Shishu's lips hooked up and gradually slept more deeply. The plane landed and Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to yell at her when she saw that she was sleeping. But the company things are really rushed. Lin Xiaoxiao had to go over to wake up Su Shishu, but couldn't shake her awake. Lin Xiaoxiao put her hand on her forehead, then exclaimed, "It's so hot. Private doctor. Where's the private doctor?" The private doctor who came with him quickly came over and also said, "Why is the fever so bad and when did you get sick?" Lin Xiaoxiao surprisingly couldn't answer. Su Shishu didn't look sick at all. She's always been so strong. Su Shishu has been lying in the hospital for 3 days, and she is still working while receiving fluids. So Lin Xiaoxiao can't persuade her at all. As soon as she finished the work at hand and pulled the hangnail out, she went to settle the score with Chun Nanqing. Then from Chun Nanqing's mouth, he learned that this time, there was another very important person who betrayed her. That would be Shin Muyu. When Su Shishu heard it, surprisingly her heart did not ripple, as if it was no longer strange. Being cheated more, the heart is already numb. She pointed at Chun Nanqing. Lock him up in a mental institution and never have to come out for the rest of his life. Chun Nanqing hadn't even been locked up yet, but he laughed as if he had already gone crazy. "Sister Su, you just killed me, and Gu Mingyan is already dead, turned into a handful of ashes. Moreover, it was killed by your own hands, and thinking that you love and can't be loved as much as I do, I don't feel so much pain again." Chun Nanqing stared sorrowfully at Su Shishu and added, "Even if you don't love me, there's no way you can love anyone else. Rounding up, let's say you love me. Ha 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 ha. Moreover, there's no way you can put me in a mental hospital because I still have a life-saving talisman." Accompanied by the fall of Chun Nanqing's words, the real Chun Fenghua was pushed in while sitting in a wheelchair. Su Shishu looked at him. Chun Nanqing continued over there. "This is the real white moonlight for you, Sister Su. My brother, he woke up and is not stupid. Oh, Chun Nanqing then crawled to the side of Chun Fenghua's legs, who had been lying in the hospital bed for years, and woke up thin and almost inhuman. Brother, save me. Sister Sue. She wants to send me to the mental hospital. But I'm not crazy, crazy is not her? Ha 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 ha. Chun Fenghua looked at Su Shishu, who couldn't stop coughing, and finally managed to hold back his cough before saying, "Send him out of the country, and never allow him to come back." Chun Nanqing's smile froze on his face. Brother, what are you talking about? Chapter 95. Unless you give tiny cute. Give it back to me. Chun Nanqing looked at Chun Fenghua incredulously, not believing that this was his brother's words, that the previous one was a fake, and that it was Qin Wanxian who had found it to impersonate the one who had provoked Su Shishu and Gu Mingyan. At that time, Qin Wanyan let him pull out his brother's oxygen tube and let him, his vegetable brother, die. But he couldn't give it up and shifted the person to a private hospital without realizing that a miracle had actually happened. This brother actually also woke up. He thought he would never wake up in his life, but did not think that he still woke up. If it is not Su Shishu found out that he used a fake to fool her, to accountability, his own brother, this trump card, Chun Nanqing pinch in the heart of the hand still cannot afford to use. But I didn't expect him to use it, and his brother to say something like that. What do you mean? Send him abroad and he won't have to come back for the rest of his life. Chun Nanqing sneered, or Qin Wanyan said the right thing. The real sometimes may not be as good as the fake obedience to control. Chun Nanqing looked at Chun Fenghua. He sneered. If he had known that it was so useless, he should have pulled out the oxygen tank at that time and let Chun Fenghua die. But Chun Nanqing still held on to a glimmer of hope that his own brother wasn't that stupid. I see. Retreat for advancement, right? Brother, you are sending me out of the country first and then fishing me back when the time comes right. Chun Nanqing was truly furious and confused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned Su Xiushu so aggressively in front of her. Chun Fenghua's face was calm. No, I'm serious. Go abroad to reflect on your faults and never come back. That's a good way to end up in a mental institution for the rest of your life. Foreign countries are at least free. Chun Fenghua pleaded for Chun Nanqing after all. Su Shishu looked at Chun Fenghua. Whether you are real or fake, I loathe you nowadays. Whether you say I am relentless or heartless. The matter was done by your Chen family, and you are not innocent. I know. It is indeed outrageous. Chun Fenghua couldn't even accept it a little bit. When I was still a vegetable, another me popped up, morally kidnapped you with the gift of saving your life, and faked cancer, and faked his death to run away again. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to forgive, and I would physically loathe this person, this face. Chun Nanqing grabbed Chun Fenghua's collar. What are you saying? Brother, what the hell are you talking about? You dumbass, you didn't do the deed. Just pretend to be innocent. Then use the gift of saving her life to continue to ask her to marry you. You stupid bastard. There was no need for Chun Fenghua to do anything. He had absolute authority in the Qin family. After all, it was after he planted the man that Chun Nanqing became the head of the family. Obviously, Chun Fenghua's ability is more convincing. Chun Nanqing's assistant used to follow Chun Fenghua, and this would turn on the spot and push Chun Nanqing away for Chun Fenghua. Chun Fenghua's voice was weak but firm. I would never do that at the moment I saved her. If I had thought that much, she would have died long ago. I saved her just to save her. I didn't try to ask her to return anything to me. Chun Nanqing's smile twisted. Yes, brother, just say that. She will definitely feel guilty. You are her white moonlight after all. How could she not love you? Chun Fenghua wanted to rebuke angrily, but he coughed because he was too weak. In the end, he only said, she did not love me in the first place. Love is something that cannot be forced. I don't want anything. If you think I really want something, then I want her to be free. Live your life without guilt over this. After saying a lot of words, Chun Fenghua was a bit tired and his voice was even lower. If I knew that my being a vegetable would bring her so much trouble, I would have died in that car accident. Chun Nanqing couldn't believe his ears. He was hysterical. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you would really do this for her. What do you want? Impossible, never. Chun Fenghua, you must not have a good ending. Absolutely not. The Qin family was raised by her hand, and not offending her is the best thing that could happen to me. I do love him, but I have more than just love. I have a sense of proportion. Why are you still standing? Send the second youngest away. Yes. The assistant and bodyguard covered Chun Nanqing's mouth and took the person away. The room was finally quiet. Chun Fenghua was a bit embarrassed and told Su Shishu, I've cleaned up the portal, and I know you don't want to see me either, so I'm leaving. When Chun Fenghua left, Su Shishu only said in a cold voice, "If he returns to China, don't blame me for being impolite." "Well, don't worry." Chun Fenghua left. He is a smart person in the end. The grace of saving a life is something that has already been utilized by the imposter to cause Su Shishu to be disgusted, and him mentioning it again will only cause her to be disgusted even more. Chun Nanxing had done so much. If Su Shishu really pursued the matter, it would be a matter of minutes for the Chen family to disappear in the imperial capital. And if he doesn't want anything, at least the two families still have face left, and Su Shishu is not too much to drive to the end. And it's like he said, the moment the van hit him, there was no time for him to think. Where did he get that much purpose? After dealing with Chun Nanxing, in the evening, Su Shishu made an appointment to see Shin Muyu. Shin Muyu pushed open the door of the golden gold entertainment box and saw the wine set out on the table. She said nothing, sat down and began to drink, spirits by the glass, and she felt nothing. She didn't know where Shin Fufu had gone, and this time she couldn't even find a trace. She was quite disheveled. Su Shishu didn't stop her, watching her drink after drink to drown her sorrows. Only when Shin Muyu stopped did Su Xiushu ask, "Finished drinking?" Shin Muyu nodded her head as she leaned back on the sofa, then snorted, "I can't imagine that both of us would fall for a man. The man who once thought he was good at controlling ended up being the least controllable of all. Wasn't it a little pet? Yours was raised to death. Mine ran away, you see, why are you still sad?" Shin Muyu went to touch the cigarette case. She shook a thin cigarette and bit it between her lips. Asked Su Shishu if she wanted it. Su Shishu didn't take it. She then lowered her head and lit it herself. The smoke drifted in the dimly lit box. Shin Muyu sighed, then sat up again and propped her forehead and smiled bitterly. "It's really interesting. Aren't you responsible for his death?" Su Shishu suddenly leaned down to question Shin Muyu, who had fallen dejectedly onto the carpet. Shin Muyu's hand clamped on her cigarette gave a start, her eyes looking away. Su Shishu continued on. "Who on earth told that little cutie the location of the wedding room? And how did it just so happen that he looked for it?" Shin Muyu was silent for a long time before saying, "It's me." Obviously, he already knew the answer a long time ago. But when Shin Muyu said this, Su Xiushu still took a deep breath. It was like a big stone that still hit her heart hard, and her heart, which was already numb with pain, was still flooded with sharp, dull pain. The pain slowed her down and made her want to scream for help. But she just looked at her with an expressionless face. "Why?" It was only then that Shin Muyu said, "I didn't know he would die. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed. I can take my time to find the person." "You won't." Su Shishu's cold words hit the nail on the head. "You can't find people looking for going crazy. There is a person to tell you where Shin Fufu. Tell you to kill you will let alone tell you to do a few things." Shin Muyu opened her mouth as if she wanted to retort, but in the end, she was only left with silence. And then say, "I'm sorry." "What's the use, Shin Muyu? We grew up together. I helped you when Shin Fufu was in trouble, and you harmed me like this. He died, do you know? Froze to death alive in the snowy night. Shouted for hours before he died asking me to save him. Do you know?" Shin Muyu looks like she has lost all her strength. She drops her hand and lowers her head. "I'm sorry. I also feel guilty after the incident. Look at me. I'm not just looking for Shin Fufu in this state. I also have a guilty conscience towards you. I wanted to hide it from you for the rest of my life. But I also know that paper can't wrap fire. You have to know eventually." Shin Muyu lowered her head even lower in front of Su Shishu. "I want you to know a little bit later and a little bit later. But the later you know a day, the more tormented I am, and I'm having a hard time. I really didn't know. I didn't know he would die. How could I kill him? I couldn't do it." Su Shishu didn't say anything. Shin Muyu raised her head after a long time. She looked at Su Shangshu, and the sentence, "or you can beat me up," got stuck in her throat and couldn't be said. Because the way Su Shishu looked at her was too sad and disappointed. A look like that from her best friend was more like a lynching than a beating and a scolding. It was the kind of eve of a break that is never forgiven. Shin Muyu panicked and reached out her hand to touch Su Shishu. "Shoo shoo." Su Shishu slapped her hand away fiercely. "Don't touch me. From now on there is no more half-friendship between us. In the future you don't have to be merciful to me, because I won't be merciful to you either." Su Shishu got up and left. Shin Muyu panicked and chased after her, tugging on Su Shishu's arm. "Shoo shoo. You can be merciless to me, but I'm still treating you like before. It's me who can't do right by you. I know you hate me, you take out your anger, you hit me, you scold me, I won't fight back. I beg you, don't leave me. I don't have Fufu anymore. I can't live without you. If it was Shin Fu who died in the snowy night, you would only have gone overboard than I did. No. What is it going to take for you to forgive me? You give tiny cute. Give it back. Su Shishu hissed almost hysterically. You give him back to me. She sneered again. Or you go stay with him. Do we have to come to this? I did wrong. But am I solely responsible for his death? Su Shishu was so mocking. I also have mistakes, so I can't forgive you even more. Isn't shirking responsibility the most important thing a big lady of a powerful family like us can do? We are selfish and cold-blooded. Thin to the bone. Shin Muyu clutched Su Shishu's arm and refused to let go. She knew that once she let go, she would really lose Su Shishu. But Su Shishu breaks her fingers one by one and breaks with her. Shin Muyu's tears fell down towards the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really know I'm wrong. If she had known this was going to happen and started over again, she really wouldn't have been the bad guy. She also didn't know that Gu Mingin would die. No one expected it to snow so heavily that day. Not her, not Su Shishu, not Qin Wanyan. So it led to the accidental death of Gu Mingin. So ridiculous, in the end, it is man's plan that is not as good as God's plan. In the end, everything is like destiny. Su Shishu went back to Royal River Bay. She entered the door. The furnishings were all as usual. Even Gu Ming's slippers were still placed in the most conspicuous position, as if the slippers were ready and waiting for the owner's enjoyment. Su Shishu looked like she had lost all her strength as she held onto the shoe cabinet and slowly sat down. It was morbid to touch the slippers he'd worn with his fingertips. When will you be back, little cutie? She has learned to love him. When he comes back, she'll be sure to tell him, come back. I love you. It's the little cutie's favorite to listen to. But the slippers lost their owner, and she lost her lover. Su Shishu didn't let go of the news of whether or not Gu Ming's was still alive. She even sent someone to follow Ding Gue. It was such close surveillance that nothing was found. If Gu Mingin was still alive, it was impossible that not a single trace could possibly be left behind. If that's true, everything points to an end. That is, Gu Mingin was really dead, and not even the organically clever Qin Wanyan had been able to save Gu Mingin from accidental freezing to death. It was as if the unexpected March-flying snow had brought disaster, and had also taken away Gu Mingin's life. Having hope and then crushing such hope with your own hands. Su Shishu really had a hard time accepting this ending. She was in 100 times more pain than she had ever been, and even hallucinated at times. The only time she could sleep peacefully for a full night was when the hallucination Gu Mingin appeared. Otherwise she had insomnia all night, couldn't eat, and vomited. A psychiatrist was hired later and she slowly recovered. It's New Year's Eve again, and it's snowing heavily outside. Su Shishu stood in the snow in a thin dress and danced with a red wine glass. She didn't even wear shoes. The beauty of this image is like a painting, not like a mortal thing. Or Lin Xiao rushed to drag the freezing cold Su Shishu into the well-heated villa. Lin Xiao wrapped the blanket around her. Luckily I came in time, Missy. Why are you so bitter? Even if... Lin Xiao wanted to say that Su Shishu just froze to death in the snow and Gu Mingin was already dead. But saying that would only make Su Shishu more upset. So she said, what if Mr. Gu isn't dead? You just can't find him even if you go over there. Su Shishu seemed a bit tired and told Lin Xiao, I don't want to die. It's too easy to die. It's hard to live. Lin Xiao followed her without moving an inch. Do you need me to call a psychiatrist over for you? Su Shishu waved her hand. Lin Xiao then went to contact the psychiatrist. She just made a phone call, a turnaround, unexpectedly saw Su Shishu climbed up to the second-floor balcony guardrail. Half of the body is suspended in the air. It's a death wish. Lin Xiao threw her cell phone in fear and busily pounced over. Missy! Su Shishu only made a hush at her. Don't come over. She added, I saw Tiny Cute. It's up, he's crouching in the snow, saying he's so cold. This time I'm not going to make him wait for me. I'm going to find him. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to grab it, she had already made a leap and jumped down. Chapter 96. Caught You. Drinking game. A balding middle-aged old boss held a wine glass and introduced himself to Gu Mingin. Xiao Gu. This is my daughter, Qing call her. Qing, who was dressed as a little girl with a nose stud and a lip stud, glanced at Gu Mingin, not really looking at him. That's the Gu family that went bankrupt, that trashy second youngest who died and came back? Gu Mingin. Then he was polite. Not broke yet. The bald-looking boss laughed ha, holding his beer belly and patting Gu Mingin's back hard. How about it? My daughter is humorous, right? It wasn't funny at all, at least Gu Mingyan didn't want to laugh. Zhao Baldi's meaning is too obvious, no need for him to say, aside of people watching and agreeing. Men should be married, women should be married, you two add a WeChat chat. If Mr. Zhao becomes your father-in-law, you don't have to ask Mr. Zhang to do a loan deferment. He will help you pay. Zhao balled end of a glass of white wine, and ha 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 laugh. That's not good enough to say it, and not much money. The year just after I gave my daughter a customized luxury cruise ship, let her open party to play, have spent hundreds of millions of dollars. It meant that he really wasn't short of money, and it was up to Gu Mingyan to do something about it. Gu Mingyan did nothing, he was indifferent. Shen Fufu gave a glance to Ding Gui, who had already been plastic surgery back to his own appearance. Last time he was cut on his face by Sushi Shu. He was gonna have plastic surgery anyway, so he just did it all. It's that he's had his face fixed around, and there's bound to be quite a bit of medical maintenance to follow up to continue to look good. Ding Gui wants to enter the entertainment industry, but he has no background, and his education is not enough. He knows that it is impossible for him to get ahead without someone to hold him. Plus, he owes a debt from plastic surgery. So Ding Gui comes to work for Gu Mingyan. Although Gu Mingyan is now in debt, Ding Gui just thinks that Gu Mingyan and Shen Fufu, both of them are people with good luck, and they will definitely be able to make a fortune in the future. Even if you can't get rich, you can still rely on women, and he can't go wrong by following the soup. It's better than going into a factory to screw in screws, running orders for delivery, what not to learn. In the past, there were so many companies under Qin Wanyan's banner, and entertainment companies as well. Right now, Gu Mingyan was only medicine-born dust, but in the future, that wasn't necessarily the case. Instead of being a star to be played with by the capital, he should follow the big capital from today onwards to be a small capital himself, and how good it is not to look at people's faces. Gu Mingyan's reason for accepting Ding Gui to come to work was simple. He wasn't as bent as Ding Gui. For one thing, he didn't have a salary to give to Ding Gui, so why wouldn't he want it for a white job? Secondly, it was better to be under his watch than for Ding Gui, the one who had been a demon from the beginning to the end, to go around and make a demon somewhere else. Just keep an honest eye on him. Ding Gui received Shen Fufu's eyes. He held his wine glass with a humble posture and walked over to clink glasses with bald head Zhao. Mr. Zhao, I'll drink first. Feel free. He then took out his cell phone. I've had my eye on your daughter from the moment I walked in the door. Add me on WeChat. Who are you? Ding Gui pointed at himself. Me? I'm Gu Xiao's cousin. Then he did not care. Zhao Bal directly ran to tease Zhao Qingqing. Add a WeChat, what is good about my cousin? He is married and divorced people. Little girl, you think about it. If he is really good, how would he divorce? I'm not the same. I choose a high standard of mate. Not you, like I cannot see. Ding Gui then sat next to Zhao Qingqing and chatted. Funny and humorous. Amused, Zhao Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. The two added each other's WeChat. A drinking game down. Ding Gui is coaxed Zhao Bald father and daughter happy. When the drinking party dispersed, Ding Gui took the signed loan extension agreement and wanted to slap it into Gu Mingyan's arms. But when he saw Gu Mingyan, he felt the pain in his face that had been scratched by Sushi Shu. So the contract was slapped in Shen Fufu's arms. Shen Fufu opened it and looked at it. It's kind of useful. Gu Mingyan didn't even look at him, and the jacket he took off was resting on his elbow. It's been a bit of a sweltering spring on the south side. Ding Gui threw up all the contents of his stomach, and he leaned against a street lamp to smoke. He was in a sorry state, smelling of worldly liquor. Both of them over there are bubbling with immortality and untainted by mortal dust. Ding Gui held his cigarette. I heard that Sushi Shu died. Gu Mingyan was about to get on the car. This time he stopped. He looked at Ding Gui. His eyes were cold with a murderous aura. What do you want to do again? There's been so many drinking parties lately, and I've been hearing them pass it around. Said just for New Year's Eve she jumped off the second floor and was that unlucky to fall on the back of her head and die in the snow. Ding Gui exhaled a mouthful of smoke that quickly drifted away into the cool night. He was a little drunk. His cheeks and the ends of his eyes were red. The first thing Gu Mingyan heard was, impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Mingyan then sneered. Who bought you to say such things in front of me? Ding Gui all gasped and laughed. I really heard it at the drinking game. You can just go and inquire yourself. Really, it's superfluous to tell you, you don't care if she dies or lives anyway. Ding Gui was really tired. Biting the cigarette rot in a cab, drilled in and lay down and began to sleep. By the time Gu Mingyan reacted from this news that was simply impossible, Ding Gui had already left. Gu Mingyan looked at Shen Fufu, who was at the side. Did you hear what he just said? It was so fake. Shinfufu but serious. After the year Su Shang Group stock fell and rose alarmingly, I thought it was Su Shishu and Shinmuyu fighting, and each had their own losses. Shinfufu looked at Gu Mingyan. Now that I think about it, the news Ding Gue heard may not be false. It's not like you've been paying attention, so how do you know it's him lying if it's true? Gu Mingyan retorted almost immediately. It can't be true. Do you think she would be the one to do such a stupid thing? Or do you think she loves me so much that she's going to bury me if I die? Maybe it was an accident. Where are all the accidents? If there were really accidents, would I still be able to come back alive? I would have died on that snowy night long ago. Everything is nothing but a conspiracy. Don't even bother with her tactics. Actually, just look it up. Shinfufu lowered his head and checked the news on his cell phone. He then didn't quite believe it. Surprisingly, it's true. The president of the Su Shang Group accidentally fell off a building and was sent to the hospital overnight, suspected to be dead. Gu Mingyan snatched Shinfufu's cell phone. The picture of this news is very vague, only far one. But when he saw the figure on the cart covered with a white cloth, Gu Mingyan wanted to look closely and zoom in to see it. But surprisingly, his hand lost all its strength, and it was too weak to hold the phone, which fell to the ground with a thud. When Shinfufu picked up his cell phone, he saw that Gu Mingyan was bracing himself against a streetlight, and his forehead was already full of dense cold sweat. Shinfufu hurried over. What's wrong with you? Gu Mingyan only felt a gust of blackness in front of her eyes, and a long-lost but actually never disappeared dull pain came from her heart. He swatted away Shinfufu's hand. No way. This is impossible. Instead, Shinfufu continued to read down the news, but there was news about more inside news that had been hidden. He could only learn from the clues that the shareholding of the Su Shang Group changed frequently after the year, unlike the previous smooth. Usually a big group like this one doesn't make frequent equity changes without something big happening. The more Shinfufu looked at her, the more certain she became. Prepare yourself mentally. Maybe she really isn't around anymore. If she was still alive, she definitely wouldn't allow such rumors about her online or in the circle. What a tactful person she is. If she doesn't care, it means she can't care. Enough, don't speculate if she's dead or not. I'll go and take a look and I'll know. Book me a ticket. I'm going back to the imperial capital. Shinfufu sighed. Then I'll go back with you. It's enough to have Lin Chai following me. What if it's a full set, a bureau to lure you in for a reason? It's safer for me to follow you, and it's not like you can go back and forth the same day. It's not like you're abroad. How long do you want to stay? Gu Mingyan looked at Shinfufu. Originally he wanted to say something, but did not say. Shinfufu still has some after effects in his eyes nowadays. He will spend and hurt after using his eyes for a long time, and his eyes will be a little bit worse. But close enough to still see. What are you trying to say? Gu Mingyan turned his eyes to the side. Think you want to go back to see who? Stop you, you won't be able to find a reason. Shinfufu was furious at that moment and gave Gu Mingyan a punch. I'm thinking of you with good intentions, and you're making me up in your mind like this. It's so heartbreaking. Gu Mingyan was shaken by the hammering of a punch. He covered his sore arm, then opened the car door and got in. Shinfufu was ready to go up, but he found that the car door was locked, and then the car drove away in front of him. Shinfufu didn't even react to the fact that Gu Mingyan would do such a thing. Gu Mingyan, you little. In the end, it's not the time to be stupid. A mouthful of fufu, brother. Help out. Shinfufu had the heartbreaking feeling of having raised a rebellious son. Imperial capital. Gu Mingyan has nearly a year did not come back. The temperature of the Imperial City and the South City cannot be compared. The South City to wear short sleeves, landing to add a down jacket, dry cold to say the words of the air in white fog. Gu Mingyan blocked most of his face with a scarf, while Shinfufu on the side was fully armed with a mask, sunglasses, hat. It's good that he doesn't, but when he does, he even makes a mess, and I don't know which male celebrities fans are guarding the airport to pick him up, and there are quite a few surrogate photographs. Shinfufu's tall and leggy body is eye-catching at a glance in the crowd, and he's also heavily armed. I don't know which substitute shot shouted, and a group of beautiful young female fans rushed after them, shouting nonsense about their husband and brother. Shinfufu took a look at the bad situation, just the two of them, him and Gu Mingyan, who could appear in the video. Lin Chai immediately took the lead and went to stop these crazy fans on behalf of the camera. Shinfufu and Gu Mingyan rolled and crawled over several guardrails and ran away. Longer legs were an advantage, and the two were gone in no time at all. Hiding in the corner, Shinfufu patted his chest. What happened? Scared me to death. A moment to let Lin Chai find them. Must delete the video, or I will send them a lawyer's letter. A figure cannot stay in the camera. pass out you have a double ding gue gue can explain. I am directly finished. Gu Mingin heard. Right. I blocked my face. Even if I was photographed, what am I running for? Even if she looks for it, she can say that it's ding. Gu Mingin couldn't say any more because he reacted that Sushi Shu wouldn't be looking for it. Sushi Shu was dead. Gu Mingin hung his eyes silent for a while before saying, You win so tight. A Bakshin Muyu is not so fiery eyes. What are you afraid of? The hell if I'm not afraid. She knows me like the back of her hand. Not to mention a back. If I'm photographed with one finger, she'll know it's me and shine it over. No way. I've been found. Gu Mingin reminded. Then why don't you call Lin Chai? He's still efficient in his work. After an hour, Lin Chai came over to them. Shin Fu Fu was the first to inquire. Have they all been deleted cleanly? Lin Chai nodded. Luckily, the male celebrity they were waiting for is the moneymaker of Xing and entertainment. I went to him and asked for quite a few pro-signature photos and coerced them all to delete them. Gu Mingin casually said, The money tree is so good at talking? Then both Shin Fu Fu and Lin Chai fell silent. In the end, it was Shin Fu Fu who spoke up. You sold Star and Entertainment, you forgot. It used to be Qin Wan Yan's, this name, can I mention it? Is there any taboo? Like you don't feel comfortable hearing it or something? Gu Mingin. Isn't it a bit late to ask after you've mentioned it? Gu Mingin straightened up. So what if I sold so many companies that I don't remember? Shin Fu Fu and Lin Chai looked at each other. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about defeat so justifiably. Was it me who wanted to sell? The group had all but collapsed when I took over, and the one I kept was still in debt. I didn't ask you two to sell it to pay off the debt, so you two just be grateful. Shin Fu Fu touched his nose. Even if we have to go that far, is not also the president to take the lead we follow dry? That what Mr. Zhang is looking at you as his son-in-law. Lin Chai reminded. Mr. Zhao. Shin Fu Fu couldn't suppress his smile. Right, Mr. Zhao. Gu Mingin was overly angry and no longer had a temper. Go back and I'll consolidate the list and let you guys go on a blind date. Lin Chai coughed. Gu Xiao, I'm already married. Shin Fu Fu snorted down and laughed. Gu Mingin glared at him. Just let you go. If you don't have enough 18 phases in a day, you'll get out. Shin Fu Fu snorting laughed louder, half a dozen times covering the stomach before a serious face. Say the main thing, there is an auction, a book of ancient medical books, RD said very research value. Asked you to find a way to bring it back, with or else they collectively threaten you with early retirement. I say this bunch of old things, is really will take advantage of the fire, the company account which money, that is we can shoot up. At the gate of the Royal River Bay Villa, Gu Mingin's car was parked low and far away. Lin Chai, disguised as a sanitation worker, quickly drilled into the car after prying out the news. I didn't dare to ask more. Their mouths are all very strict, but judging from the food waste, Sushi Shu should be fine. The villa has only one owner. The kitchen won't fire if she's not there. Shin Fu Fu nodded, affirming Lin Chai's ability. Gu Mingin, however, said, What if the villa changes owners? It's been sold. Shin Fu Fu, however, said, Impossible. She jumped to bury you. How can she still sell your home? Who cares when she's dead? She's definitely not dead. Shin Fu Fu added, I saw her. Chapter 97. You're really alive. Fu Fu Shin put it this way. Gu Mingin stiffened all over. Behind you. Gu Mingin felt his back go cold in that moment. The blood in his body was almost cold from head to tail when he heard Shin Fu Fu's words. Frozen, so suffocating. Still, he reacted quickly and turned back instantly. All he saw was a limousine drive by and there was no one behind him and he didn't see anything. Gu Mingin stared at the taillights, then turned around. What do you see? You saw her car, of course I saw her. Sitting in the back seat of the car. Didn't get a very good look either. Just a moment, window down, the side of her face. I didn't see it. So you're going to go after it and check it out? No, you watch the same for me. I don't have to honor her if she's not dead, and then I don't have to meet. Gu Mingin quickly lowered his eyes. Then he said, Lin Chai, go back to the hotel. You trust my eyes that much, what if I'm wrong? Can't go wrong. Gu Mingin leaned against the back seat of the car, seemingly a little tired. Shin Fu Fu then didn't continue talking. There was some silence on the way back to the hotel. Sushi Shu was on the phone at the time. Something went wrong with the project and she got upset and lowered the window. As the car drove into the villa area, she seemed to sense something and told the driver, Wait. Driver brakes. Sushi Shu was directly pushing open the car door to get out of the car. She panicked and gasped. seemingly running out of the gate of the villa area like she was sure of something. She looked down towards the tree where she had just caught a glimpse of the vehicle. But it was empty and I saw nothing. Su Shishu propped up her forehead with her hand. Had the hallucinations worsened again recently? Why else would she feel the afterglow of seeing a car and the back of Gu Mingan sitting in it? Looks like another psychiatrist appointment tomorrow. Su Shishu propped her forehead with her hand. Since she fell from the second floor and injured her brain, she also added a headache. Lin Xiaoxiao was very worried about Su Shishu's condition, as well as her recent mental state, which would hurry over to assist the seemingly shaky Su Shishu. Is the headache back, Missy? Su Shishu's tone was annoyed. Painkillers. You've already taken your pain medication today. You can't increase the dose. Painkillers. What are you babbling about? Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say anything. Handing the medicine to Su Shishu, Su Shishu poured out 2 tablets and swallowed them on her back without waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to stop her. Lin Xiaoxiao was horrified, but she didn't dare to question Su Shishu about anything. Instead, she hurriedly contacted her personal doctor. Royal River Bay, Su Shishu lying in the master bedroom, thundering to deal with the head of the project. Let the new take over. She didn't need this kind of waste that would slip up under her, even if it was her beloved, not one more time. She had to be cold-blooded and ruthless with a strong hand in order to keep these shareholders, who each had their own agenda, in check. Su Shishu pressed her brow, remembering that when she first came to power, no matter how good she did, that bunch of old things just thought of supporting some bastards who couldn't rise to the top. Just for displeasing Su Shishu, a woman sitting in this position. Su Shishu hadn't suffered much, but she'd pulled through time and time again, squeezing out every single one of her opponents, some of whom she'd sent in, some of whom had died, and some of whom had rolled over. It was supposedly stabilized, but it didn't occur to me that she had been pulling out nails for so many years, and this time she fell from the second floor, and although she didn't die, her leg was fractured, and she was once again in a wheelchair with an arm. The following lively mind does not know from abroad where to find a mixed blood, with a paternity test that is her father's stray son, ganging up to push his son to the top. Su Shishu directly quit. She would like to see what they are capable of. Thinking that she is opposed, the credit is all theirs. Fine, they'll play, she won't accompany them. As a result, that punk behaved okay at first, but later on, he was like a rat that fell into a rice vat and couldn't find his way out, and began to eat, drink, drift and gamble. It was soon set up by Shenmuyu and set up a big one. A handful of subsidiaries were lost, and the company's stock price plummeted. Those old things panicked and blocked the hospital to ask her to go back. Su Shishu ignored it. It was only after they had cleaned up their own portals and begged on their knees for a few more days, and she had recovered from her injuries, that she came back to take care of the mess. It's also a matter of the last few days. The private doctor came to show Su Shishu and told Lin Xiaoxiao, "Observe the situation. No overdose next time." The private doctor scolded Lin Xiaoxiao, who lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Su Shishu has already pissed off a few private doctors. This one is the one she dug back with great difficulty. Strong resistance to pressure and still responsible. The most important thing is that when Su Shishu doesn't listen to the doctor's advice, he really dares to scold even Su Shishu. Because he sounded a bit like Gu Mingan. Su Xiaoshu didn't say anything every time he was scolded and just kept a stern face. Lin Xiaoxiao wouldn't dare to offend this person, and then angry away where she can find. At least when she was scolded more, Su Shishu would listen to a few words. Regarding Missy's physical and mental state today, Lin Xiaoxiao was afraid that she wouldn't live past next year. Lin Xiaoxiao had already moved to the guest room, just in case Su Shishu was doing something stupid. Sometimes Lin Xiaoxiao is so scared that she wakes up in the middle of the night and has to come over to see if Su Shishu is properly asleep. Sometimes Su Shishu is in the toilet and she can be scared half to death. Su Shishu fell asleep properly so that she could have a peaceful sleep. This would send the private doctor away. Lin Xiaoxiao remembered something and told Su Shishu, "There's a charity auction dinner tomorrow night. Just send any person to represent it and go through the motions." Lin Xiaoxiao was silent for a while before saying, "Shin will always go. She has her eye on the collection?" "There is, and it seems like it's still Mr. Shin's favorite, and she's bound and determined about it. Arranging my trip. What Shenmuyu wants, she must tell her not to get. Charity dinners are held in places where celebrities gather, luxury cars are gathered, and upper-class charity dinners are characterized by secrecy and strict on-site security. Reporters were all limited to taking a shot of the luxury cars on the periphery, flashing lights at every car they shot past. Shot-proof glass and not sure exactly what they're trying to get at with theirs. The row was adequate. Gu Mingin had actually gotten used to such occasions a long time ago, although he was now in decline. He used to be a rich young master moisturized by the resources of a top mansion. Lin Chai had been an assistant to Qin Wanyen for 4 years, and had gone to too many places with rows, and even fewer rows bigger than this one. So it is very calm to drive the process. This turn is also a very test of skill. Drift is not good, sharp or not. The car is fast and slow is also all about. Rather, it is Shin Fu Fu. Where has he ever been to such a place? And his eyes are still blind. This will stretch his neck to look out. Holy! A lot of luxury cars. This flashing light is really blinding my eyes. That license plate can be really beautiful number. Man, that lady of honor has longer legs than I do, and that crystal tree is beautiful. Gu Mingin held his forehead. That's a diamond. And the one next to it? It's gold. The stone lions at the entrance aren't spray painted. Are they? Pure gold. You rich people are really too much. No wonder you're called black-hearted capital. Shin Fu Fu spits and spits again. Gu Mingin propped up his forehead. Doesn't Shin Muyu count? She didn't bring you out to see the world? As for you to behave like this, then I couldn't see before. I met her at that time. My eyes had already developed and I couldn't see very well. When she approached me, I thought she was a rich second generation at best. Her purpose was impure at that time. There was a setup, and later when I realized that she was the person in charge of the Shin family, one of the top plutocrats in the imperial capital, my eyes had already gone blind. Poor little thing, Gu Mingin suddenly said. Shin Fu Fu. That rebellious son feeling is back. Shin Fu Fu put away his bumpkin appearance and started pointing at Gu Mingin. It's not time for you to call me brother Fu Fu and beg for help. Gu Mingin. The previous social occasions Gu Mingin hid in the VIP exclusive lounge did not go. After all, not a circle, there is nothing to melt. And the thing about socializing is that you have to be on equal footing to call it socializing. Resources are interchangeable, and where do you get new friends without equal footing? Only ridicule. The more upper class you are, the less you make friends. Gu Mingin is in a suitable position to keep a low profile these days. In the past, people greeted him, no matter who the other side is. He did not take care of. Look at who all look at the dog, only with his brother to say hello. He's got no one else in sight, and people say he's got personality. Now he has no one in sight. That's fine. Security will throw him out. It was hard to wait until the charity auction started. Shin Fu Fu followed Gu Mingin. What's with all the darkness? Rendering atmosphere, as long as there are enough lights on the stage for you to see the collection. They're really not coming? No, those who don't see it, at most send a subordinate to go through the motions, and none of the subordinates will be very important. They don't come to auctions of this caliber? This level can't invite Shinmuyu and Su Shishu. They're giving them face by coming. But I thought I saw your wife. Before Shin Fu Fu could finish, Gu Mingin had already glared at him. Shin Fu Fu's ass felt like it was stuck with needles. I mean Su Shishu and Shin Muyu. Shin Fu Fu stood up. Otherwise, I'll leave first. Sit here, the auction is about to start, and you leaving the room now will only make it easier for her to catch you by turning around and scanning your back. Where's the mask? I need a mask. What's the purpose of the mask, since you said she could recognize you on one finger? Shin Fu Fu was silent for half a second. Psychological comfort. Gu Mingin was very calm. Not to mention that we sit so far back with the front row of the special reserved seats do not match. The crowd they simply cannot notice. They won't even notice us. So what if we meet them? Can we hide for the rest of our lives? Where's your courage? Fu Fu brother, what are you afraid of? Met on the front tough. I'm not afraid. Then what's with the shaking hands? It's your hands that are shaking. The imperial-looking, sweet-voiced auction hostess came on and said her opening remarks. On goes the first lot, the appetizer, and antique vase. The starting price was not too high for who you all are today, so the bidding was lively. The final bidding hammer struck 3 times. The hostess reached out, smiled into the microphone and said thank you to Mr. Lee for auctioning the collection, in lieu of the Warm Sun Charitable Foundation thanking Mr. Lee for his donation. Several collections went up one after another, and when the medical books came up, Gu Mingin raised his card several times. It was finally raised from 300,000 to 8 million. The medical book was tattered and torn, and nothing on it very much beforehand had much value, and no one would shoot it again if it exceeded its own value by too much. Gu Mingin sighed in relief, thinking that $8 million can still be taken out. This time it is stable. 8 million at a time. 8 million twice. 8 million. Just as the hammer was about to be struck, Su Shishu suddenly raised her card. Hostess look Su Shishu raised the card, obviously eyes bright. For fear that this auction Su Shishu will feel bored, the whole field to her and Shinmuyu do a company line. One of them can come as a good face but also a down too. It's just fluffy. It's good to publicize when there's something of interest, and the two plutocratic damsels coming in is more effective than them dropping a few $100 million on publicity. Mr. Su Shang Group's Mr. Su is bidding $10 million. Any followers? Who dares to follow this name? Or did Shinmuyu feel that Su Shoshu would lose her value if her bid was too low? The raised card gave her a lift, $60 million. Su Shishu directly raised the price, $80 million. Shinmuyu nodded, this would sound better. The things that Su Shishu shoots can't be too low end. But it's too expensive and not worth it. Su Shishu has been losing a bit too much money lately. Shinmuyu is not short of money and told Su Shoshu, or I'll shoot it and send it to you. Su Shishu didn't even look at her. Coldly one word, get lost. Shinmuyu was honest. Gu Mingin gritted his teeth. I want to kill someone. Shin Fu Fu. If you kill someone, you kill someone. Let go of my neck. What's it to me? Did Shinmuyu give you a lot of money before? What do you want? What are you afraid of? She checked in, is what I spent. How? You're afraid of exposure. I'm not afraid. I'll fight with them today. Gu Mingin choked Shin Fu Fu and shook him, as if he wanted to shake all the money out of Shin Fu Fu's pockets. Shin Fu Fu tried to struggle. Didn't Su Shishu give you any money? She can give a cutie. How much? How much do you have in your little coffers? Brother Fu Fu, you've got such a black heart back there. You must not have gotten much. Tell me, tell me. Shin Fu Fu was about to be pinched unconscious and had no choice but to say, it's only a few $100 million. Gu Mingin raised his card to increase the price, $200 million. Shin Fu Fu took a look at the $200 million and grabbed Gu Mingin's hand and put it on his neck. You strangle me. In the end, he is poor over the bone, is still a financial fan. That money he does not spend but put it sooner or later is also his money. But not anymore. You strangled me quickly. Gu Mingin ignored him. He was bound to get this medical book. The hosts are shocked. Who is so unafraid of death? Dare to bid on what Su Shishu sees. Don't want to die. Want to go bankrupt or want to enter the mental hospital. The moment was so attention-grabbing that almost the entire crowd turned around to look at it. Chapter 98. I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. Shin Fu Fu already when someone turned around, then squatted under the seat still covering his face. Gu Mingin also looked at the front row seats, and he realized that Su Shishu and Shinmuyu didn't even bestow their eyes. Shinmuyu said to Su Shishu, who is so stupid to want to attract your attention and use this method. Su Shishu didn't pay attention to Shinmuyu, but Shinmuyu was right. The other party was attracting her attention by doing so. But it was an emotion of disgust. Originally Su Shishu didn't really want this medical book. She just thought of Gu Mingin when she saw it, the second young master who came from a famous family of pharmaceutical companies. What should have been a bright future turned into a little cutie. I met him again. The little cutie. Till death do us part. I don't understand how his wife didn't want him. Su Shishu was sad for a moment, so she raised her card. It was fine if she didn't raise her card. But whenever she raised her card, there was nothing she wanted that she couldn't get. Anyone who dared to compete with her, she wouldn't know how to write the word lose. So the impatient Su Shishu directly made a gesture of lighting the sky lantern, meaning that whatever price this collection was called for, she would take it at a higher price. No matter what the other side's price was, she added it to the end. Unless the other party has the strength to not be afraid of offending her, just try to raise the price further up. This is already spelling not money but power. Gu Mingin nowadays, how could he have the power to fight with her? He sat in his chair and laughed to himself. When the host saw that Gu Mingin wasn't bidding anymore, he was also afraid that he would offend Su Shishu and make her unhappy. The hammer was set in a hurry, and Su Shishu was finally declared the winner. Oblivious to the applause that rang throughout the room, Su Shishu just propped up her chin in some boredom. Shin Fu Fu saw that the auction order was back to normal. He sat back in his chair and looked at Gu Mingin. You were also too risky just now. You should know that what she sees, she just shoots it down and throws it into the garbage can, and no one else is qualified to compete with her. How can I go back and deliver if I don't get a shot of the medical book? It may not actually be impossible to deliver. What? Make a fake one. How can a new medicine be so well researched anyway? A new medicine can come out of an ancient medical book? Don't kid yourself. What about the efforts of generations and generations of inheritance? It's a joke. Gu Mingin looked at Shin Fu Fu with the eyes of a retard, and after a long time took a deep breath. You follow me to do things. You can't turn into a crooked businessman. the medicine-born dust as his name, rather than racking up the medicine-born dust, but wishing that there is no affliction on the matter. It is a conscientious enterprise, it has gone crooked once. It cannot be crooked again. Shin Fu, is it a bit too serious to be said by you? You still don't believe in my character. I'm very skeptical. Good for you, rebel son. Shin Fu, an old father's heart was about to be broken before he said, when the auction atmosphere is lively in a while, we can take advantage of the chaos to withdraw. Gu Mingyan nodded. It's done, the stuff hasn't been photographed, and they'll go back and figure out how to explain it to those old geezers in the RD department. A piece of jewelry out of the retired circle of famous designers, specifically for tonight's charity auction, manufactured jewelry bidding, because Su Shishu and Shinmu Yu are not interested. There are a lot of people bidding on the field. Men in order to show the elegance of the shot to send to his wife or lover, women want to also beg their boyfriends or husbands to shoot. Right at this most lively time, Gu Mingyan and Shin Fu quietly left the auction house. The two of them got into the car, and Shin Fu said, "So we're going straight to the airport now?" "Aha." Gu Mingyan nodded. When it came to the finale, Su Shishu and Shinmu Yu raised their cards to raise the price while arguing cynically. "What do you need this for? I don't need to be useful to make you feel bad about not being able to shoot. I didn't waste my time on this trip. The company is losing so much money, and you're throwing money at an irrelevant collection here, and you want to drop the stock price again? I'll shoot it down, and worry about not earning it back from you. With interest you'll obediently spit it out to me with no less than one." Shinmu Yu looked at Su Xiushu who was talking. Half a second later, she lowered her hand that was holding up the card. "Shushu, if this can make you feel better, I'll pay you back, with interest." Shinmu Yu looked at the things on the auction table. Her eyes said, "Last time Fufu liked it, I didn't auction it to him, and now I still haven't auctioned it, and Fufu has disappeared. This is probably the fate between me and him, only I never believe that my fate with him will end." Shinmu Yu lowered her head and seemed to be wiping her tears. Su Shishu, however, didn't even sympathize. "He's still alive at least 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, you'll always have a chance to meet." Su Shishu gritted her teeth and said, word for word, "And we never see each other again, never again, can't see anymore." Shinmu Yu felt like she had been stabbed by someone, and she froze all over. She didn't even know how the auction ended. A little muddled, and followed Su Shishu to leave the venue. She had gotten used to following Su Shishu. Yes, she and Shin Fu would eventually meet again. But Su Shishu and Gu Mingyan were never to be seen again. Gu Mingyan is dead. Tiny cute, dead, indirectly killed by her. Just before Shinmu Yu could return to her senses from the guilt she felt towards Su Shishu, she had already headbutt into the back of the stopped Su Shishu. It just happened to hit the diamond zipper of the black strapless gown, striking a small, vertical, slender gash across her brow, adding a few more degrees of eerie sultriness to her beauty. Shinmu Yu touched her hand to her forehead that hurt from the impact and looked at Su Xiushu. "What's wrong?" The noises from the surroundings reached his ears, and Shinmu Yu also heard the several male gentlemen chatting over there who were casually gathered together. "Who did you say was the one who was ungrateful enough to raise a card with Miss Su for the auction item? Isn't that Gu Xiao?" "Which one?" "Gu Xiao can be many, which one are you talking about?" "Gu Mingyuan's brother. I have some impression when you say Gu Mingyuan. This one isn't a good guy either, it's better not to underestimate him. As soon as he came back, he sent Qin Wan Yen of the Qin clan group in, and the case was so big that it took a few months for it to calm down. He's definitely not a pool animal. Just wait. There's some real substance to what the not-so-strawman worldly gentry talk about. I was going to say hello, but who knew he'd leave so early? Speaking of which, does he have any beef with Miss Su? What faults can he have? Maybe he's playing mind tricks to get Miss Su's attention, so he can sell his color and exchange it for some investment. He's in a difficult situation nowadays. No, right? His family is in the pharmaceutical business. Isn't it normal to shoot medical books? Su Shishu took a glass of red wine from the waiter's plate as she walked over to socialize. "You know Gu Mingwen's brother?" That one immediately stood up straight. "Recognize my family has business in the South City. In the early years my grandpa and his grandpa had a good relationship. It's just that by the time our generation wasn't in the South City, they were estranged. When that person saw that it was Miss Su asking, he was close to explaining his ancestry clearly." Su Shishu's intention was to inquire a little bit about Gu Mingyan's past. After all, in her perception, the president of Pillborn Dust Gu Mingyan who was now out walking around was a fake. Shinmu Yu also came over with a glass of wine to listen to the gossip. She only listened without saying anything. That person look at the two big ladies are here, more nervous, some incoherent, what to say. Yes, in the VIP restroom I also met him. His appearance has not changed. Can be too good to recognize. Besides, if I mistake someone else, I won't mistake the little red mole on his wrist. When he was a child, he was fierce. I was still in kindergarten in the South City, because he laughed at him with a red mole like a woman, was beaten by him. His teeth fell out, bleeding a lot of blood. I thought I was going to die. I remember it for a long time. There was laughter all around him when he finished, and he was just listening to it as a joke. But the speaker is not listening. Sushi Shu held a red wine glass. The little red mole on his wrist? Where is it? Here it is, this spot. After all these years, you can't remember it wrong. How could it be? He specially beat me up with the hand that has a red mole. How could the childhood shadow remember wrongly? Besides, when I met him before the start of the auction, I even took a special look at him. And he still hasn't changed after all these years, haha. Where's my childhood shadow? There was another round of laughter, and the man scratched his head in embarrassment. Sushi Shu, however, had already lowered her head and took out her cell phone, pulling up Ding Guegue's information. And when she saw that Ding Guegue didn't have a small red mole at his wrist, Sushi Shu's pupils suddenly shrunk. She's been a little mentally confused lately, and she remembers that she doesn't, but she's afraid she's remembering it wrong. The good thing is that it's not that hard to verify. Sushi Shu tilted her head and finished the red wine in her glass, turned around and left. Shin Muyu raised one eyebrow. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. She also followed Sushi Shu. If anything, it would be a good thing for her if Gu Mingyan was really still alive. First, she has a chance to make Sushi Shu forgive her in her lifetime. Secondly, Shin Fufu and Gu Mingyan would definitely be in contact, and she would be able to follow the trail. Sushi Shu used almost all of her contacts to investigate, and finally gave a direct order to blockade the airport. Gu Mingyan was still waiting for the car in the waiting room when he suddenly heard the airport radio, saying that the plane was suspended because of the weather and to wait a little while for them to come and make arrangements. Gu Mingyan didn't think much about it at all. Weather-related airplane shutdowns happen all the time, and you can't fly in bad weather. It's just that Gu Mingyan took a look at the bright sunshine outside and was a little curious to ask Shin Fufu, "What's with the bad weather all of a sudden?" Turning his head, he realized that Shin Fufu had already disappeared. He asked Rinchai, "What about him?" "I saw him heading towards the restroom. To the bathroom, I think." Oh, Gu Mingyan didn't think much about it and looked down at his phone. Then, in the quiet lounge of the airport, he heard the sound of high heels. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but the voice was getting closer and he had heard it. Once, he was too familiar with everything about her because he loved her so much. Gu Mingyan didn't look up or run away because he had no way back. Then a familiar figure appeared in his afterglow. Sushi Shu stood in front of Gu Mingyan. She looked at this person for a long time, not daring to blink her eyes for fear that it was an illusion. It was her hallucination, and she was afraid that the second she reached out to touch him, he would vanish into scattered points of light, leaving her to be lost. So she just watched for an instant, not daring to blink or even breathe, afraid that a heavier breath would make him disappear. Gu Mingyan never made a move. Instead, it was Lin Chai who stood up and looked at Sushi Shu warily. Just before he could speak, he was already restrained by someone covering his mouth. Gu Mingyan continued to scroll through the news on the webpage, trying to divert his attention, only that he couldn't read any of the words on the webpage. It was flowery, it was blank. It was impossible to read anything. Then he had a face in his line of sight that looked up at him. When Gu Mingyan didn't look up, Su Shoshu crouched down on one knee, and she looked up at Gu Mingyan from the bottom up. Greedily, she looked at this tiny, cute, little thing she'd thought about a million times day and night. The face. This time, there was no way for Gu Mingyan to dodge, and he finally put away his cell phone. But he put up spikes all over his body and looked at Su Shishu with cold and icy eyes. They looked into each other's eyes, one deep, the other relentless. The tears at the end of Su Shishu's eyes fell down her cheeks toward the bottom the moment she locked eyes with Gu Mingyan. She reached out and shuddered back, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Gu Mingyan stood up and slipped his cell phone into his pocket as he simply ignored her and turned around to leave. Su Shishu, however, turned around, and she lumberingly reached out to grab the corner of his coat, her entire body kneeling at his feet, tugging at his coat in death. "Don't go, husband, don't go." Su Shishu's eyes were scarlet as she prayed to him. Her tone was not half as high and proud as it was humble and bone-chilling. "Husband, come home with me. I'm wrong. Please forgive me." "Okay, I really know I'm wrong." Gu Mingyan was stiff in place. But he didn't even look back. He just mercilessly wrenched the corner of his coat away from Su Shishu's deathly clenched hands. Sorry, Mr. Su. You've recognized the wrong person. Su Shishu, however, reached out and grabbed his hand. This time, I won't recognize you wrongly. Don't go, okay? In my dreams, you've gone too many times. This time, stay and beg. Tell me what I can do to keep you here. I'll do anything. I want to see you once. I want to hug you. I think about it every day. Don't go. Please. Enough. Gu Mingin shook off Su Shishu's hand. That little cutie who would listen to your flowery words and love you to death is dead. I'm not him. Look at me. I'm not a little cutie anymore. How can I still love you? Su Shishu was flustered and scared. Medical books. This is what you want. She held it up to him like a treasure. I took it and gave it to you, so don't be mad. Gu Mingin looked at Su Shishu like this, and he actually felt a little ridiculous. He reached out, picking up the medical book as Su Shishu was filled with anticipation. Then directly tore the whole book, eyes cold, lips full of sarcasm. As he tore it up, he said, How long will it take for you to realize that the little cutie who was at your mercy is already dead? Su Shishu, we'd better stop seeing each other, or I'll have nothing but disgust for you. What makes you think I can forgive you? Is it because you have a pretty face? Chapter 99. Don't make me hate you more. Don't. Su Shishu reached out to try to stop Gu Mingin's movements, as if what Gu Mingin was tearing up was not the medical book, but their relationship. Her eyes were so red, tears brimming just at the ends of them, a vulnerability she never showed. Su Shishu touched Gu Mingin's hand and was dodged by him. She was stung by the disgust in his eyes. She could only reach out helplessly to catch the falling piece of paper, her outstretched palm trembling slightly. Gu Mingin directly raised his hand and threw the medical book. Su Shishu tilted her head and saw streaks of accompanying paper falling down. She reached for it, wanting to keep everything, but in the end, she ended up keeping nothing. If you don't want me to hate you more, don't come back to me. You should know that I don't want to see you. Gu Mingin turned around and left. Su Shishu was not crying. She just slowly squatted down and picked up the broken medical books little by little. Lin Xiaoxiao took 2 steps forward, seemingly wanting to lead someone to stop Gu Mingin. Su Shishu raised her hand. Only a gesture. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped hard. Missy. Just let Gu Mingin go? Su Shishu pushed Lin Xiaoxiao away and picked up a piece of paper from under her feet. She looked at the traditional ancient writing on the yellowed paper leaves. He and we will have a long time to come. After picking up the medical books on the ground, she cradled them in her arms and instructed Lin Xiaoxiao. Lift the blockade and let him go. Missy, just let him go. You did it for him. Su Shishu gave a look. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't dare to be persuasive and bowed her head. Yes. Su Shishu looked at the direction Gu Mingin had left. It didn't matter. She would go find him. Even if he tore the medical books to shreds, she could still recover, just like their relationship. Shin Muyu looked around for a moment, then followed behind Gu Mingin. Gu Mingin soon heard the airport announcement. It was his flight. He took out his cell phone, ready to call Shin Fu, but was stopped by Lin Chai. Gu Xiao, someone is following us. Lin Chai's alertness was still there. Gu Mingin thought it was Su Shishu pestering him and turned back with some hostility between his unibrowed eyes. But when he realized that it was Shin Muyu, the smile on the corner of his lips became even colder. Shin Muyu saw that she had been discovered. She directly reached out and greeted him. For your sake, Su Shishu fell out with me. You're really a scourge. I thought you were going to ask Shin Fu. Indeed. I wanted to ask if he contacted you. How is he now? Did he suffer out there? He got his eyes cured, fell in love, a very nice girl, and I hear he's ready to get married. Shin Muyu was still smiling. This time her face instantly chilled. She looked at Gu Mingin with cold eyes, and without pretending to be friendly, she directly questioned, Where is he? He said he'd send me a wedding invitation the next time he contacted me. So I'll let you know when I get it? Gu Mingin's tone was not condescending, even a little playful. Shin Muyu sneered. This joke is not funny at all. Of course, it's not a joke. Su Shishu should have captured you and built a golden cage for you, put you in and locked you up. You can't run away in this life. In the end, she is too soft-hearted. She still has to cry and beg you. Why ask for something that can be forced? Did you force it? By the way, Brother Fu and that girl, they are unmarried and pregnant. As Brother Fu's ex-wife, you should know that Brother Fu loves children, right? Said Gu Mingin, looking at his wristwatch. The plane is about to take off. I'll talk to Ms. Shun next time. He hooked his lips and turned away. Shin Muyu just wanted to chase after him. But she was already clutched by Su Shishu's wrist. Don't move him. You heard me. If Shin Muyu was still able to disguise herself just now. Now that she saw Su Shishu, she was on the verge of breaking down and crying. You heard it and you still want to stop me. If I let him go, I won't be able to find Fufu. He shouldn't have married someone else. He should have killed me first. Shin Muyu took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Blocking the airport was not the only thing Su Shishu could sit on. But her cell phone was snatched by Su Shishu. Pa! Su Shishu gave Shin Muyu a slap. Your own mistakes have nothing to do with Tiny Cute. What does it have to do with, you dare to touch him and try? Shin Muyu didn't get angry. She just grabbed Su Shishu as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She cried and lay on Su Shishu's shoulder. He really doesn't want me anymore. Didn't he love me the most? How come he doesn't love anymore? Why doesn't he love anymore? Shushu, you tell him to still love me, okay? Tell him and me to go back to the old days, okay? Tell him not to get married. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't. Su Shishu pushed Shin Muyu away as she turned around and walked away. Shin Muyu covered her face and slowly crouched down. A woman walks by and hands her a pack of tissues, but she waves them away. Get out! The tissue paper was swung and fell out far away, and the woman ran over to pick it up again, placed it next to Shin Muyu, and then quickly walked away. It was only then that Shin Muyu seemed to feel something and jerked his head up, but all he could see was the woman's waist-length hair and a neutral outfit, and just by looking at her back, he knew that she was cool and tuggy. Shin Muyu didn't have any more tears. She was staring at the woman in a daze. Not because of anything else, but just because she was thinking about what she was going to do. It's okay. Shin Fufu got married and divorced. It's okay to have kids. She can help raise them. Shin Muyu even twisted her mind to think that with a child, Shin Fufu would have a hold on her, an extra soft spot in her hands. Gu Mingyan is right, very right. Shin Fufu is a person who loves children very much. He must be a good father. He'd never been that kind to be used by her, and the hardest thing he'd ever done to get back at her was just not talking to her and telling her to get lost. Shin Fufu's heart is so soft. If she binds his child, he won't go. She picked up a tissue off to the side and took one from it to wipe her crying face. Shin Muyu didn't have an assistant with her today, which is why she looked so undignified. Gu Mingyan sat down in his seat, and while the plane hadn't taken off, he called Shin Fufu. Calling several times went unanswered, just when Gu Mingyan was about to give up, thinking that Shin Fufu had run away. Beside him sat a unisex-dressed cool pretty girl with hat and sunglasses. Tall and leggy is really leggy. But... Gu Mingyan coughed lightly. I'm sorry, ma'am. There's someone here. Next to him was Shin Fufu's seat. That beautiful woman adjusted her seat. Her mouth was still chewing gum. Her gorgeous red lips moved slightly to blow a bubble, and then snapped and broke. Then her hand rested so dishonestly on Gu Mingyan's thigh. Gu Mingyan, who already saw the signs. The other party lowered his voice. Handsome, about? Shin Fufu, you die far away from me. Gu Mingyan hit Shin Fufu's hand hard, with full strength, threw away his hand, and pulled away from him in disgust. Shin Fufu felt like the back of his hand had been slapped by a steel plate, and it really wasn't false at all. He covered the back of his hand, because the plane hadn't taken off yet. He looked around, didn't dare to take off his sunglasses and hat, and only lowered his voice and said to Gu Mingyan, It's not that this will flip out when you just sold me. When did I sell you out? I'm not helping you out. Ha 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 ha. I thank you, you idiot. It's not Su Shishu stopping you. Shin Muyu will lock you up in the small black room today, and tomorrow he will dare to break both of your legs. At that time I will have to hitch myself to fish you out. I really thank you, you have a little bit of comparison in your heart. I didn't calculate that Su Shishu would stop. Why did I provoke him? Who's stupid? You're the only one who ran fast, you didn't sell me? You are stabbing your brother twice for a brother, and stabbing your brother twice for a woman, right you? Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu lowered his head, coughed and changed the topic. Why did you tear up the medical book? Gu Mingyan. This time it was his turn to take an arrow right in the chest. Even if you want to tear, you first flip a flip, write down something to go back to silent to the old guy's research or not, so they have something to do is not looking for things. Can also delay you pretend to be a bully? Shin Fufu followed Gu Mingyan's tone and was quite decent. What makes you think I can forgive you? Based on your good-looking face. Gu Mingyan. Damn, where the hell was Shin Fufu hiding at that time? He should have just told Shin Muyu. Gu Mingyan took out his cell phone. Shin Fufu had enough of being A and came over. What's up? Gu Mingin sneered. Don't you like to talk? Tell Shin Muyu where you are and tell you to say it properly in front of her. Gu, what are you doing, Gu? Put the phone down. Put it down. Shin Fufu grabbed the cell phone with Gu Mingin and smiled fawningly. People are wrong. Sumi Marseille. At this point, the private jet. Su Shishu sat in front of her desk, her eyes downcast as she carefully and thoughtfully pieced together the medical books that had been torn apart by Gu Mingin. Focused as well as serious, careful as well as meticulous. It's a delicate job, not every piece you take is just going to match up, and it's so much harder than jigsaw puzzles. Su Shishu spelled for a long time, and also spelled for getting off the plane and riding in the car. She parked her car in front of the Gu family's old mansion and kept spelling from day to night. Finally, a medical book was almost ready for her to put together. There was just one place on one page that was just missing a small piece, and Su Shishu had rummaged through it without finding this small piece of debris. Why? How did that happen? Seeing Su Shishu flustered and Lin Xiao helping to find it didn't find it, she said, Missy, it's just a little bit, it doesn't affect it. Where is it? How can you not find it? How can you not find it? Su Shishu, however, didn't listen at all, and she even hurt her hand in the process of rummaging. Finally, it was Lin Xiaojiao who said, Mr. Gu's car. It was only then that Su Shishu's head snapped up, and then she got out of the car. Gu Mingin had just come back from the company and was scolded by the RD department. This time his face was dark. Shin Fufu also not less scolded, but he has always been optimistic. Scolded on scolding, as long as they do not go not on the line. Gu Mingin just wanted to dislike Shin Fufu. The car braked hard. Gu Mingin's limousine had been downgraded. This would be shaken with a forward lean, his forehead hitting the side door with a thud. Shin Fufu was much more fortunate, hit the front seat, although a little dizzy, but not painful. When he heard the thud, he also asked, flat tire. Lin Chai had already panicked and apologized. I'm sorry Gu Xiao. Does the bump hurt? Shin Fufu was shocked. How come the head hit so loud? I thought I had a flat tire. This was followed by a worry. Tian, don't bump into Cutie again. I really can't handle the company by myself. Xiao Gu, are you okay, Xiao Gu? Gu Mingin covered his forehead, which was obviously swollen with a bag, and gritted his teeth. No one takes you for a dummy if you don't speak. Don't shake, old me isn't dead. It was only then that Shin Fufu said, it's good that you're not dead or stupid. Someone is looking for you. Gu Mingin followed Shin Fufu's line of sight and saw Su Shishu, who had stopped in front of the car. Lin Chai was stunned. She suddenly rushed over, and if I wasn't skillful, I would have hit her. She was really not afraid of death. The front of the car was stopped next to her knees. Su Shishu walked over and knocked on the car window. The medical book, she had the medical book in her hand. Without waiting for Gu Mingin to respond, Shin Fufu had already lowered the window. Su Shishu had already handed over the medical book. I've fixed it. I know you want this. Take it. Gu Mingin didn't even pick up. Shin Fufu had already taken the lead in taking it away. Let's see. Gu Mingin closed his eyes, and the thought of beating Shin Fufu to death at this moment had gone to the extreme. Shin Fufu quickly flipped through a book before pointing to a small gap and saying, why is there a piece missing here? Su Shishu didn't say anything. Gu Mingin took the medical book and sneered at Su Shishu. Looks like you didn't fix it either, and you know that there's a missing piece. Give me a little more time. Su Shishu's voice was a little dry and raspy. I just couldn't find it for a while. I'll find it to fix it and not let it be missing. How much time do I have to give you before it's enough? Why don't you understand that what's broken is broken and can never be good again? Gu Mingin tore the medical book to shreds again and added, and what's shattered, it's easier to shatter again than it was before. It's also more worthless and not worth mentioning. Before it was torn, it was an heirloom medical book, an out-of-print treasure, and when it's shattered, it's just rags. Throwing crumbs all over Su Shishu's face, Gu Mingin told Lin Chai, drive, and hit whoever stops you again. You won't stop when it hurts. Lin Chai asked worriedly, what about the crash? Shin Fufu said on the side, why do you want to crash to death? You hit away not on the line. Stupid, told you to drive so much. Lin Chai immediately didn't dare to say anything else, only saying, yes. Gu Mingin raised the car window and didn't even look at Su Shishu outside the window. But the next second, Su Shishu still stopped in front of the car, her eyes calm, really not caring whether she was knocked away or killed. She only calmly looked through the front glass of the car and locked eyes with Gu Mingyan. Lin Chai said this he knew, so Lin Chai changed gears, even the car towards the back. He was going to use a trick to knock Su Shishu a butt head. As for injuries bigger than a butt pier, he wouldn't dare. After all, Su Shishu wouldn't screw Gu Mingyan, but Lin Xiaoxiao would definitely screw him. What assistant doesn't have a brain anymore? Just as Lin Chai was about to kick the gas down, Gu Mingyan directly got up and pulled out the car keys, and the car instantly turned off. Lin Chai? Bang! Gu Mingyan had already slammed the car door and got out. Chapter 100, You're asking for it. Gu Mingyan walked over to Su Xiushu, and he tugged on her arm. Are you looking for death? He was about to push her away, but Su Shishu was like cowhide, suddenly reaching out and hugging Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan stiffened, probably not expecting that the unbeatable Missy would also be so shameless, and he pressed her shoulders to push her away. Su Shishu, however, exerted her hands, and no matter what, she just wouldn't let go, in a stalker-like manner. Gu Mingyan only remained indifferent. Su Shishu, Before he could finish his words, Su Shishu had already stood on her tiptoes and kissed her. Inside the car, Shin Fufu peeled the car seat to look ahead with Lin Chai. Lin Chai, as a professional assistant, covered her eyes at that time, and then reacted to cover Shin Fufu's eyes as well, mainlining a don't look if you shouldn't. Shin Fufu pressed down Lin Chai's hand. You think there is still a French, this will be a second to pass. This degree of let me see I do not want to see, too shabby. Lin Chai. Then what's up with your eyes being so bright? I've been bright-eyed since I stopped being blind, okay? Then what are you doing climbing into the passenger side? It's not like I'm sitting spaciously in front. Lin Chai. If Shin Fufu's face wasn't just about to stick to the front glass to see, Lin Chai would have believed his ghost. According to Shin Fufu's analysis, Gu Mingyan was trying to push Su Shishu away, but in reality it didn't. Gu Mingyan bit Su Shishu's lips and collarbone ruthlessly, the kind of ruthlessness that saw blood, without the slightest bit of love, only revenge and hatred. Su Shishu didn't push him away because of the pain. She just reached out and hugged him gently and also indulgently. Perhaps her good behavior had angered Gu Mingyan, and in the next second she was pushed away viciously. Su Shishu fell to the ground. She got up again. Why did you push me away? I could feel it, you still have a reaction. You're lying when you say you don't love me, you just still refuse to forgive me. Gu Mingyan probably didn't expect Su Shishu to say this and found it funny. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, but his tone was cold. It's the same for all women. What are you rejoicing about? Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu and was playful again. I told you I only have hate for you, even if you give it away for nothing. Su Shishu, I won't love you anymore. Don't be a we are well water. If you feel that your days are too smooth and you want to be bad, you can just keep pestering me, it won't end well. Su Shishu walked towards Gu Mingyan. She reached out, resting on his shoulder, her index finger facing down, and hooked on his shirt collar again. I don't want any good end. I just want to be with you, to love together, and not to love together. Gu Mingyan grabbed Su Shishu's wrist. He looked at her and sneered. What, you're tired of playing with the white moonlight? And you remember how good I am? Why? I can't figure it out. Gu Mingyan's sight was harsh and cold, seeing Su Shishu from the beginning to the end and finally landing on Su Shishu's leg. You need someone to heal you again? Can't white moonlight do it at my high level? He was mocking her and humiliating her. If it was before, Su Shishu would have slapped him in the face long ago. But today's Su Shishu was really not angry at all. She just greedily looked at this face of Gu Mingyan, not even missing a single change of emotion in his eyes. You're my white moon, Su Shishu said. Gu Mingyan really felt funny when he heard it, and the smile on the corner of his lips was full of mockery then. How am I qualified enough to be your white moonlight? No one is qualified but you. That's enough, Su Shishu. Gu Mingyan was suddenly annoyed. The finger bones of his wrist that clasped Su Shishu's wrist were hard. He really wanted to pinch her bones to make her hurt. He hated Su Shishu's look of deep love. It made him feel hypocritical and ridiculous. He snapped, Don't act like you love me, evil or not. I will be fooled by you once. Will I be fooled by you a second time? Little cutie. Neither will I. Not to mention I'm not stupid nowadays. I've never loved Manhwa. Give me some time to explain things to you. Su Shishu held Gu Mingyan's hand back when he let go. Listen to me for a moment. Okay? Gu Mingyan nodded. Okay. What do you want to say? I'll see what other disgusting words you have to say. Su Shishu took a deep breath, but didn't think long before she spoke, as if she had thought about these sayings a million times before. First of all, I only love you. Even if you're not a cutie anymore, I still only love you. Should I thank you for not minding that I'm a cutie? Wife. If Gu Mingyan shouted wife in the past, full of love and deep affection, it most touched Su Shishu's heart. Then nowadays, when Gu Mingyan shouted wife, there was only hatred and mockery left, which only made Su Shishu's heart ache. But she still yells, husband. Gu Mingyan directly interrupted him with a cold voice. Don't shout like that. I can't afford it. Honey. This time, it was Gu Mingyan's turn to chide. No shouting like that, or I'll immediately tell you to get lost. He had disgust in his eyes, was truly disgusted. Su Shishu's eyes are full of hurt. Once, Gu Mingyan liked to listen to her shouting his husband the most. Every time he shouted once, little cute, he would be happy for a long time and secretly giggle alone. Once, she even saw him calling out sweetly to his doll for his wife, while taking on her tone of voice, recalling her voice, and calling out for his husband. The image of that scene, which had once seemed so dismissive to her, was now too much to think about, and the thought of it was like a lifetime ago. Can't go back. How come we can't go back? Su Shishu's eyes were red at the end, and she looked at Gu Mingyan in a sad and grieving manner. She didn't dare to call her husband again and only continued to explain. Chun Fenghua and I, it's not what you think. For Chun Fenghua, I only have favor and guilt. I was set up for a car accident, and it was him who twisted the steering wheel at the critical moment to save. Before Su Shishu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gu Mingyan in return. I don't want to know about your past with him. Don't say it to me. Available. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu, word by word. Even if it's only favor and guilt, you can do that for him. How do you ask me to forgive you? Forever? It's impossible. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can get lost. When Su Shishu heard Gu Mingyan say that he would never forgive, she was afraid of losing him, so she unconsciously held him a little tighter. Su Shishu panicked. I still have something to say. Say, I love you. Gu Mingyan closed his eyes, clearly impatient. Su Shishu was afraid that he would drive her away, and hurriedly said again, I am sorry. It is because I don't know how to love people that I lost you. I was also counted at that time. I didn't know that Chun Fenghua was fake, the person was fake, the stupidity was fake, and the illness was fake. I'm sorry. If I had thought more and realized it earlier, it wouldn't have led to your accident. Also, I really didn't know it was going to snow that night. I've had a bad year. I've been living in guilt all the time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little cutie. You must have been so scared at the time that I didn't come to you. I'm sorry. Su Shishu lowered her head, her tears facing downwards. I wanted to find Qin Wanyan to settle the score, but she has been dealt with by you. Shin Muyu and I had a falling out, and she's not doing well now. Chun Nanxing was sent out of the country by me, and he's not allowed to appear in front of you and me in this life. I've ruined Ding Guegue's face, telling him that he can never look like you again. I've drawn the line with Chun Fenghua. I'll never see him again. If you don't feel relieved enough, I can still do more for you. Tell me who you want to have a bad time with. I can do it as long as you're happy. Gu Ming, however, listened to Su Shishu's heartfelt words, and when he heard Su Shishu's currying favor, he wasn't even half moved. In the end, there was only calm. No matter what you do, I hate you, and between you and I, it can never be undone. Sorry. Gu Mingyan reached out. He cupped Su Shishu's face. His thumb gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. This action was very gentle, but his words were so cruel. Don't cry. One can never go back in time. You didn't think about the consequences of every choice you made then, about me, and you don't have to think about it now. Gu Mingyan paused and added, look forward. Don't look back and don't regret it. You are still the high and mighty Miss Su, an existence I can't afford to mess with. But if you want to turn back, want to regret, that's just making a fool of yourself. How to say, I once also loved you, you now say you love me. Rounding up, even if we have loved each other, don't make it too ugly. Adults, or all decent? What does Ms. Su think? Gu Mingyan broke away from Su Shishu's clenched hand, but the minute his hand moved backward, she chased after him. Gu Mingyan's tone wasn't as gentle as it was when he was reasoning before, and began to chill. Su Shishu, if you keep it up, it won't be pretty. Su Shishu once again jumped into Gu Mingyan's arms. She wouldn't let go of him when she held on tightly. I don't want to let go of you. Even if you hit me, scold me, and hurt me, I don't want to let go of you. Su Shishu, you brought this on yourself. Gu Mingyan pinched Su Shishu's chin, the first time he had been this forceful. Putting people against the car with impunity. The kisses. Shin Fu gave a cry. Lin Chai's two hands panicked and covered his eyes and ears, finally reacting that he could just close his eyes and then cover his ears. Shin Fu just now was itching to expose half of his body to listen to the gossip. This will be a tug on Lin Chai. Go, 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 go. Hurry up and go. Fu is as reliable as ever when it counts. Take Rin Chai and leave. Seeing that there was another Lin Xiao standing over there, they dragged them away together. Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingyan. Get in my car. Gu Mingyan, however, didn't even stop. He used to take her words as holy orders. But now he didn't care. His fingertips swept across her cheek. What privacy do you want when you've done a good job of humiliating yourself? Every word of his words had to carry a thorn. But Su Shishu was so accommodating. She kissed his fingertips. No one dares to traffic in my privacy unless he doesn't want to live. But yours is different. I'm protecting you. No need. Good, that won't be necessary. Shin Fu looked at the night outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It seems that the two will not come back tonight. Shin Fu then served the dishes on the table, still considered polite. I don't know if Lin Suk is accustomed to eating. He had always been a gentleman with women, an education engraved in his bones. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup that Shin Fu had made. She didn't even have much of an appetite in the first place. But this time she was all hungry. Mr. Shun is really good at this. Lin Xiao quipped. Shin Fu laughed. It's just a casual speculation. After dinner, the 3 of them were bored anyway, so they played landlord. Mahjong doesn't even make a table. When Gu Mingyan came in, Shin Fu was throwing out a 2. To be or not to be, hurry it up, you still want a half a day. Frying is still not down waiting for the chicken. Lin Chai has already pasted a face of notes of annoyance. The 3 of us are so counting cards, simply open cards intended. What is the point of this? Lin Xiao laughed on the side. Egu Lin big assistant annoyed. Counting cards cannot beat angry cackle. Shin Fu disdain. I still need to count it. I do not even need to count it all, know that you have a bomb in your hand. Next. Hurry up, you still dawdle what? He went straight over to glean the cards in Lin Chai's hand, and even gleaned the exact location of the bomb. Lin Xiao blocked her nose with a card in front of her nose and laughed. Her face was the cleanest. Shin Fu let her. Lin Xiao is used to being strong, and very often she has to press the gang of men, or else she won't be convinced. It had been a long time since anyone had humbled her as a woman, reminding Lin Xiao of all those teenage years when she wasn't a drug addict lights cigarette. She was really quite happy today. Lin Chai was dead set on not letting go. Don't you gripe about my size, king.
沈夫妇恨不得把屋顶都掀了。喔，听到没有？他还一对大小王。
Gu Mingyan put the car keys on the counter with a crisp snap. The laughing parlor quieted instantly. Then Lin Chai tore up the note. My wife is calling me home for dinner. Mr. Gu, I'll leave first. Lin Xiao also got up. Mr. Gu, I'm leaving too. She wanted to say something for fear that Gu Mingyan wouldn't treat her well. Now tiny cute. Can't be messed with. So the gray slipped away as well. Shin Fu was left to slowly and methodically tear off the note on his face. And that look was afraid that if he tore it off quickly, it would hurt his handsome and compelling face. Shin Fu put down the cards in her hand, went to peel oranges to eat, crossed her legs and asked Gu Mingyan, why don't you let someone come in and take a shower? Gu Mingyan's tone was cool. I told you, I never bring my lover home. Shin Fu's eyes rolled from side to side, chewing on his orange. Oh, clean up. I think it's about time we got an aunt to clean up and cook and stuff. I'm a VP and I'm doing your mopping up every day. Tomorrow you interview one. By the way, you read the medical books and mime through them at night. Okay, I'll stay up all night. Shin Fu swept the melon rinds into the garbage can and glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Happy times are always short. Lin Xiao got into the car, and Su Shishu was already sitting in the back seat of the car, piecing together the pieces of medical books she had picked up. Gu Mingyan should be on purpose the second time than the first tear more broken, a lot of almost broken into crumbs, how can put together. Moreover, Su Shishu's hand was swollen with a scabbed tooth mark. It was so painful to look at. Lin Xiao probably swept Su Shishu all shocked. Gu Mingyan is a dog, right? This really no need to go to the hospital? Lin Xiao reached out to help, and Su Shishu said, no need. No matter how many times he tore it apart, she would make it restored. Even if there were cracks, it would stick together. Gu Mingyan would hate and not love. She wouldn't leave him and she wouldn't let go. Chapter 101. Stand over here. Shin Fufu wrote a medical book all night because there is a big difference between the ancient language and today's writing, and some of the words he didn't recognize, he was purely relying on memorization. It's clear in my head that the word, that's how it's written. The hand is finished, the writing is ruined. So scribbling, Shin Fufu is simmering 2 eyes red. Bias, he is meticulous, but also a bit of work, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Do not scribble, transcribe to perfect and beautiful. Shin Fufu closed the medical book, took a long breath, and handed it to Gu Mingin. Don't disturb me. I need to sleep for the day. Gu Mingin, however, said, in the afternoon there is a housekeeping to come. You choose an aunt. In the evening, one of my classmates, who is in the pharmaceutical industry, has organized a drinking party with a few directors and vice presidents of the 3 hospitals. Lin Chai will send the information over later, so you remember to read it. Shin Fufu pointed to the 2 black circles under his eyes. Stay up all night drinking and bouncing. You are really not afraid of my sudden death, ah? Gu Mingin looked at his wristwatch. It's 9 o'clock now, and without lunch, you can still sleep for 5.5 hours. Shin Fufu cursed and went to bed. Gu Mingin went out and breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see Su Shishu's car. He went to the office and Lin Chai came over with a large bouquet of white roses. Gu Mingin was annoyed. When did I ask you to take her flowers? Throw them in the trash. Hayashiba hugged the flower and blinked. Gu Mingin snatched it and threw it into the trash. Lin Chai said it anyway, though it was a bit awkward. It's my birthday. My wife ordered me flowers. Gu Mingin. Lin Chai picked up the flowers his wife had given him from the clean trash can and patted them. If it's okay. Gu Xiao. I'll go and get busy first. Aha. Gu Mingin closed the door to the president's office as he sat down on a chair. After a short interval, he grabbed Shin Fufu's Milky Dragon pillow and hammered it hard a few times. Ah, so embarrassing. After a short interval, Lin Chai pushed open the door to the president's office and saw Gu Mingin sitting upright, his heart drumming. Bowing his head, he admitted his mistake. Gu Xiao. I've already told my wife that she's not allowed to send flowers to my company next time. Gu Mingin almost couldn't fake it, but finally said with a serious face, there's not much going on in the company, and I can't give you a birthday banquet if there's a drinking game in the evening. So I'll give you a few days off, so go home and accompany your wife and children. Gu Mingin said this, but hearing it in Lin Chai's head automatically translated it into, you go home for a few days, and when you come back, go to the personnel office to leave your job. Satanic. Lin Chai immediately said, I'm 30, what's the point of having a birthday? I never have birthdays. Usually there are plenty of vacations, and after lying in the hospital for so many days before, I've rested long enough that I don't want to rest. Gu Xiao. Gu Mingin pressed his eyebrows. I'm really giving you a few days off. Nothing else. I'm not Qin Wan Yen Yen. Don't be too scared. Seeing that Gu Mingin was really granting him leave, Lin Chai was still a bit uncomfortable for a moment and scratched his face awkwardly. I'm sorry, Xiao Gu. I'm a bit of an occupational hazard. Mainly, I haven't gotten used to suddenly bumping into such a reasonable boss as you. More acclimatization then. Gu Mingin handed him the medical book. Give this to the research and development department before you go on vacation. Yes. Lin Chai got comfortable with that and he was supposed to do things. It is reasonable to say that after helping Gu Mingin move down Qin Wan Yen, Lin Chai should go back to the research and development department, which is the place he loves. But the company is like this, he went back to the RD department is not appropriate. How to Gu Mingin side to develop a group of beloved, he can rest assured that he can leave his job. After a few years of working as an assistant and working out, now Lin Chai has also become very versatile, and the means of dealing with things is in the end a bit more reliable than Shin Fufu and Gu Mingin. Gu Mingin checked the quarterly sales list at the company and went to the cafeteria for a meal. Driving back to the old mansion to take a nap, shouting Shin Fufu up, the housekeeping came over. Gu Mingin originally did not intend to participate in the matter of choosing aunts, although the company did not have important things, but not important things, a bunch of things, he was ready to go back to deal with some more. Before that, I went to Imperial for 2 days and piled up quite a bit. But as he was about to leave, he saw that the men led by the housekeeper were not honest at first sight, and that there were a few young and beautiful ones mixed in with them. Gu Mingin stopped and called out to the manager who led the way. You can get lost. Shin Fufu had just woken up from a nap and was drinking a cup of water when she heard Gu Mingin's tempered words. Some surprised to come over, see the manager led the person, also some speechless. This year the market is so bad. Do housekeeping also pimp? The manager smiled sarcastically. It's not like college students have a hard time finding jobs. Shin Fufu picked up his cell phone. Hello, regulator? That manager immediately. We're leaving. Leads run faster than a rabbit. Shin Fufu, however, did not let them off the hook. I want to report Love Home Care. They may have illegal transactions. Yes, things are. Yes, I hope a thorough investigation. My name? Shin Leifeng, yes thank you. Gu Mingyan pressed his brows. You don't look for so many legal domestic helpers. Where on earth did you find such an illegitimate one? You tell me? Shin Fufu embarrassed. I'm not a bad eye. I casually ordered online. When I talked to their manager, they were quite professional. Who knows, so immodest ah. Gu Mingyan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. What are you still sleeping? Pack up and go to the company with me. All day long you sleep and I work part-time. You're the boss and I'm the boss. When did I sleep all day? I don't just sleep for one morning, or I worked all night last night. You shouldn't go too far. You didn't see you being so arrogant when you used to call Fufu brother. Shin Fufu followed behind Gu Mingyan and added, Go. What are you doing blocking the doorway? I'll go if you don't. Shin Fufu squeezed Gu Mingyan out of the way and saw a pretty girl standing in the doorway, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at them, holding up a slip of paper on which she wrote, I'm disabled. Shin Fufu coughed, felt his pocket, took $100 from his wallet and handed it to her. Go buy candy. The girl was still blinking her big eyes at them. Kinda cute. Shin Fufu then pulled out another 100. Is that enough? Not going yet. Finally Shin Fufu picked out all the dimes in his wallet, picking out $361 and handing them all to her. There really aren't any more ah. I don't have any more anyway. Shin Fufu shook his wallet face down, then took a step back and pointed at Gu Mingyan. Ask this brother for it. The girl's eyes then lit up again, and then handed Gu Mingyan all of the $561 that she had gotten from Shin Fufu. Seeing that Gu Mingyan didn't understand, she stared at him with beautiful eyes, signaling him to take it. Shin Fufu. Why does it have a clownish feel to it? Gu Mingyan took it from her hand. He remembered her, one of the people that the housekeeping had led over just now. His eyes were indifferent, having seen many such tricks. He naturally did not have a good attitude, much less one as kind as Shin Fufu. His tone was cold. Who sent you? For what purpose? It shouldn't be Su Shishu. Su Shishu wouldn't send a pretty young one over to spy on him. But it's not certain. The corners of Gu Mingyan's lips were somewhat mocking. What else could Su Shishu not do? The girl didn't say anything. Gu Mingyan also had little patience. With this kind of people who looked uneasy with good intentions, what good face? Get lost. Shin Fufu shivered. Don't be so mean, you're scaring her. She's still disabled. Gu Mingyan sneered. Where she is disabled, I don't see it. The girl looked down and typed on her cell phone, then held it up for Gu Mingyan to see. I'm deaf. Shin Fufu came over. Oh yo, it's really a disability. Shin Fufu looked at the little disabled person and then at Gu Mingyan. She's deaf and mute, and she can't hear you when you scold her. I see that she's not dressed well either. Is she in some kind of difficulty? Or else ask again. You say you believe it, don't ask for it intellectually. Gu Mingyan obviously had little patience. He had seen many of these people with impure intentions, and there had been quite a few throwbacks in the past, so what tactics hadn't been used? Gu Mingyan left, and Shin Fufu was still communicating with people, nodding from time to time, his eyes full of sympathy. Gu Mingyan sat in the driver's seat and shook his head. How Shin Fufu was cheated once or so easy to believe in women told him to toss it well. Shin Fufu called Gu Mingyan at 6. You took the car and sent a car to pick me up. It's not like I didn't pick you up and figure it out for myself. You can't blame me for delaying the drink then. 1 minute's delay and I'll call Shinmuyu and report your address. Gu Mingyan had arrived at the eating place before Shin Fufu got out of the car and hurried over, still gasping for breath, and looked at his wristwatch. Not a minute late, right? The two men headed in with a drink blocking Ding Gue Gue in tow. Shin Fufu told Gu Mingyan, Tian, you don't even know. That little mute is just too pitiful. If you don't hear what happened to her, you don't even know that there are people that miserable in this world. So what? Cheated you out of how much money? Gu Mingyan reached out to push the compartment door. Shin Fufu laughed on the side. But did not cheat me money. I just find a job for her. Told her to clean and cook for us. The first month 3,000. Do a good job on 8,000 a month. Gu Mingyan stopped pushing the compartment door as he gritted his teeth. Shin Fufu. Shin Fufu laughed. Why, I did not open high, is the ordinary salary. Don't be so stingy. The big deal is to scratch from my account. You let her into my house? What's wrong? Live-in nannies don't come into the house to come in anywhere. Just as Gu Mingyan wanted to strangle Shin Fufu, the compartment door was opened from the inside, and Sushi Shu stood inside the door. Gu Mingyan put away his loss of composure and took a step back from the calm and also cold, looking at the door of the box. No mistake. It's box 602. He looked at Sushi Shu. Why are you here? Diner. Someone shouted. Sushi Shu said this. Gu Mingyan nodded. What a coincidence. Sushi Shu turned sideways. I'm going to the restroom. Do you want to come in? Aha. Gu Mingyan took Shinfufu inside. They had arrived quite early, they had reserved time, but they went in and found that they had all arrived. It was surprising that the two of them were the last to come. Gu Mingyan and his classmates nodded to each other as a greeting. His classmate got up. Gu, sit over here. The main seat is definitely Sushi Shu's. Even if north and south are not a circle, her identity is here. He was told to go sit next to the main seat, but he didn't. Gu Mingyan pulled out the chair. I'll sit here, so they can sit as well. Next to the position of the entry door to pass the food, Gu Mingyan sat down. Ding Gue Shinfufu followed. Shinfufu still had palpitations and felt that Gu Mingyan wanted to assassinate him, so he asked Ding Gue to sit next to Gu Mingyan, and he sat next to Ding Gue. This bureau is quite crowded. It is a large table, seated more than 20 people, each other have familiar with all greetings. Gu Mingyan's classmates also ran over. So naturally Ding Gue got up and excused himself to go to the restroom. The classmates sat down and exchanged pleasantries with Gu Mingyan. It's been a long time since I've seen you. You're the same as when you were in school. You haven't changed. Yeah, well, so are you. Do you remember our class president? Married. Hey, down to the sea. Gu Mingyan was forced to listen to an earful of schoolgirls. He really didn't want to hear any more. So he changed the topic. I just saw Mr. Su. She's so rowdy. How come a meal like this also looks good? I don't know. But my guess is that it should be for the latest drug under the foreign SN group. This Gu Mingyan knew and lowered his voice. You mean that anti-cancer drug? Not that it's still in the clinical stage. It's been out of the clinic for a long time. When did you hear about it? Sometimes with this kind of medicine, you really have to lament the fact that it's the same person with a different life. Side effects. No, where are the side effects? There are just two outcomes. Either you use it and get better or you use it and die. Classmates also lowered their voices and whispered to Gu Mingyan. I heard that SN Group met problems. Foreign to sell their hands of this golden brand. Wouldn't that be heavenly? Yeah, the miserable ones are still the old people who can't afford to use it, who are only halfway to life in the first place, and face sky-high prices for their medicines. The classmate also lamented. If only your house hadn't collapsed yet, it would be great to buy it and attack it. Your team is still bullish, and you can still beat the price by then. Gu Mingyan smiled at his words. I wouldn't want to think about that much. Just talking behind the box door opened. Said it is time that is fast. A box of people have risen to meet. Gu Mingyan also stood up. He turned around and saw that it was Sushi Shu. Worthy of being a plutocrat's eldest lady, this faction and platitude, used in this kind of small meal, it is a waste. When Sushi Shu walked past Gu Mingyan, she stopped and reached out her hand. Mr. Gu of medicine-born dust. Long time no see. A box of eyes were on the place. A gathering of bigwigs from the South City Medical Circle. Gu Mingyan smiled graciously and extended his hand to shake hers. You flatter me. Sushi Shu held his hand, her fingers gently scraping across the back of his hand. There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. She let go and walked to the main seat. Immediately, someone said, Mr. Su is giving an olive branch. Why don't you hurry to toast Mr. Su? Someone to pour the wine. Gu Mingyan picked up his wine glass. Then I'll make a toast. Sushi Shu leaned on the back of the chair. Such a drinking game, her posture is lazy and noble. Comes with a sense of relaxation. She looked at Gu Mingyan. Since you want to make a toast, stand over. Chapter 102. You don't have to do this. Sushi Shu picked up the glass of white wine on the side and gently swirled it. Someone flattered Sushi Shu. Naturally said, this toast is certainly more respectful in person. It's all because this table is too big. Mr. Su couldn't even reach it if he wanted to have a drink with Xiao Gu. I'm close by, or I'll have a toast with Mr. Su. I'll do it first, Mr. Su, feel free. Then I'll toast one too. Dry up, Mr. Su, feel free. The box was in an uproar, but no matter who made the toast, Sushi Shu did not make a move. She only looked at Gu Mingyan and added, Aren't you coming over yet? Want me to invite you? Someone pushed Gu Mingyan. This game they were all afraid of upsetting Sushi Shu. Of course I hope Gu Mingyan doesn't not know how to behave. Gu Mingyan laughed lightly and walked over to Sushi Shu with his wine glass. I toast. Before he could finish his words, Su Shishu had already gotten up, and she held her wine glass, then held Gu Mingin's hand that was holding the glass. Don't drink so much, it hurts. In front of so many people in the box, Su Shishu poured most of the wine in Gu Mingin's cup into her own cup, leaving only a little for him. She smiled brightly, and before she drank, she gently touched his glass. I'll drink. Feel free. Su Shishu looked at Gu Mingin, and then tilted her head with elegant and charming movements to finish the wine in her cup. Was this for fear that others wouldn't be able to see that there was something between the two of them, or were they trying to say that he, Gu Mingin, was the one she, Su Shishu, was covering up for? Gu Mingin finished the wine in his cup. Mr. Su is flattering. This bit of wine doesn't hurt. Su Shishu sat down. This will incline her head to look at him. Obviously did not drink much, but the way she looked at him, there is always a drunken state of deep fascination. She took his hand and got up again and squeezed his shoulders so he could sit in the chair beside her. Introducing to him, "This is Mr. Chun from SN Group. You are in the same line, you can talk a lot." Gu Mingin was actually having a hard time with the fact that he met Su Shishu in this bureau, including Su Shishu giving him resources. What is this, and what is Su Shishu trying to do, make amends or curry favor? He doesn't look like he wants it at all. But without Su Shishu, he wouldn't even be sitting next to the head of SN Group and exchanging contact information with each other. SN's Mr. Chun was still very polite and talked to him a lot, and some of his experiences were very useful to Gu Mingin. When the meal was almost over, Gu Mingin's status was obviously different. In the past, when he attended these meals, those people saw that he was down and out. They called him Xiao Gu and made jokes about him. Even if there were wine blockers beside him, he would still be maliciously poured with wine, although not to the point of drunkenness, but every time he also drank very hard. But today, these people were all very polite to him, even taking the initiative to talk to him about cooperation and sending resources. Even towards the end of the meal, the head of SN Group directly whispered in his ear and told him, the ingredients and production method of the latest anti-cancer drug, including the team that developed this drug, have all been packaged up and bought by Su Shishu. The person in charge was also drunk and patted Gu Mingin's shoulder. As long as you hold onto this big tree, you can have some soup even if you can't eat meat. This is inside information. I'm only telling you. Gu Mingin had a glass of this and a glass of that today, and he was actually a bit drunk. Su Shishu said that she told him to drink less, but she didn't actually stop him when he drank. Gu Mingin thought to himself, she was always this hypocritical, always like this, appearing to care about him, caring about him, loving him, but in the end, she was cold and thin at heart. When the drinking party broke up, Gu Mingin was already dizzy, and he propped up his forehead. Shen Fufu. Shen Fufu came over to help him a bit. But in reality, Shen Fufu was also busy socializing, and all of a sudden he also drank too much, which would be even more drunk than Gu Mingin, directly lying on the table unconscious. Over there, Gu Mingin had already been assisted by Su Xiushu. Although Ding Gue drank a lot because he was often brought out by these two to block drinks, his drinking capacity had been worked out. This while he swept a glance over there. He now saw Su Shishu is like a mouse seeing a cat. It is afraid of her. After pondering for a while, he felt that there was no chance of winning in grabbing Gu Mingin from beside Su Shishu, especially since Su Shishu also had a Lin Xiaoxiao who was so capable of fighting beside her. So Ding Gue picked up Shen Fufu and dragged him away. Shen Fufu, are drunk, opened his eyes and swept a glance at the people, directly said, "Take me to your place, will be one night. Not sending you back? I'll go back. Is it appropriate? You say?" Ding Gue thought about it for a moment, and it was indeed inappropriate. You're drunk, and you still think so much. Think. Of course, think otherwise. What if Su Shishu, thinking that I'm in the way, brings that person here? Ding Gue. No wonder Gu Mingin and Shen Fufu could become brothers. These two are more desperate than one another. Over there, Gu Mingin was helped into the car by Su Shishu, who was a little drunk and deep, and fell asleep against the body. Lin Xiaoxiao asked Su Shishu, "Missy, back to the hotel or to Mr. Gu's?" "Go to him." "Yes, the Gu family's old mansion." Su Shishu stood in front of the door, took Gu Mingin's hand, pressed the fingerprint, and then opened the door to help him in. Gu Mingin leaned against the wall, and in the next second, he planted himself to the side, and if it wasn't for Su Xiushu hurrying to hold him up, he directly fell headfirst onto the floor. Su Shishu frowned. "Drinking so much when you can't hold your liquor." Gu Mingin heard it instead and grunted. "Didn't you let me drink? I drank too much so you could take advantage of the situation." He snorted, reaching out to point at Su Shishu's brain, both of which were off because of the heavy shadows. He sneered, "I'm not drunk. I'm sober." I know exactly what's in your mind. Su Shishu looked at him. What's on my mind? Gu Mingding fixedly looked at Su Xiushu for half a second, actually looking at a pot of greenery on the shoe cabinet. He pointed at the pot of greenery. Get me slippers, there's no ants in the house. I mopped all the floors, no stepping on the dirt. Su Shishu wanted to say, what does this matter? Step on the dirty, she found someone to give to clean. Where has a big lady like her ever done something like bending over to get slippers? Something only a servant would do. But Su Shishu still half squatted down and opened the shoe cabinet. Which pair is yours? Which pair do I wear? Whatever. Which can't be casual. Su Shishu frowned. Slippers which are mixed wear. Also too uncouth. Are you still a famous young master? Me? Gu Mingyan pointed at himself and scoffed. I'll be a little cutie. No one treats me as a young master when I'm picking up garbage in a trash can. And a famous family, I've fallen on hard times. Seeing him leaning against the wall, about to collapse, Su Shishu did not delay. Reaching out, he took a random pair and gave them to him. She reached out, holding his ankle. Lift it up and help you change your shoes. Gu Mingyan lifted his feet up, and Su Shishu half kneeled on the carpet, having just helped him take off his leather shoes. Just too late to help him. He saw that the one-legged Gu Mingyan couldn't stand at all, and planted himself on the floor with a thud. Su Shishu was all startled, hurriedly let go of his ankle and went over to pick him up. How is it? Where did the fall hurt? Gu Mingyan's fall was not light, and his face hurt and his nose bled. Little stars are in front of his eyes, and he is a little bit more awake. So it is true that he will be retributed for letting the high and mighty lady serve him. This retribution is coming too fast. Hiss, it hurts. Gu Mingyan closed his eyes and felt like he was going to die. Su Shishu was also startled. Should I take you to the hospital? Did you fall on your head? Nope, there's. Gu Mingyan sat up and covered her nosebleed. My nose? Why is it bleeding? He looked up. You hit me. Gu Mingyan pointed at Su Shishu. You hit me for white moonlight? Su Shishu, you're not human. Originally Su Shishu thought that he fell sober. This would know that he was still deeply drunk. When she heard him say that, she felt guilty again. No, I couldn't spare it. Then why do I have a nosebleed? Gu Mingyan was alert and defensive, holding onto the wall to stand up. Su Shishu followed suit and got up before saying, You fell. No way, how could I be so stupid as to fall like that? You tell me, how did I fall? Su Shishu knelt on one knee again and grabbed Gu Mingyan's ankle as she lifted his foot up. That's it. I lifted one of your feet and you fell. Gu Mingyan watched Su Xiushu kneel on one knee on the carpet. His white jade-like hand took off his leather shoes for him, put the slippers on his feet, and then let go. Gu Mingyan's feet weren't on the ground or slippers. He felt like he was stepping on a cloud and floating. He was dreaming again. Such a weird dream, and the Su Shishu in his dream, instead of beating him with a whip, was taking care of him in a virtuous and considerate way. Ha 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 ha. Really, to hell with it. Gu Mingyan ran 2 steps before he tripped over his left foot and fell again. Su Shishu had just changed her slippers and was about to follow him. Just to see him fall to the ground again, he couldn't help but frown. Next time, he still couldn't indulge him in drinking that much. How do you get drunk and have no balance like that? You can't even walk. Gu Mingyan fell to the ground, and at first thought so embarrassing and funny, he could fall flat on his face too. Then the sleepiness came on, heavy eyelids, brain chaotic, nothing to think of on the spot to sleep. In the end is young. Su Shishu was terrified when she saw him not moving. She squatted down and put her hand under his nostrils, his carotid artery, and then his heart. It was a relief to make sure his vital signs were stable. Still not quite at ease, he called his personal doctor again, and finally determined that Gu Mingyan had just drunk too much and fallen asleep. The private doctor assisted Gu Mingyan back to his room and was about to help him to the bed when Su Shishu said, Get to the bathroom. The personal physician was going to say that bathing is not really recommended when drunk. But he was kicked by Lin Xiao, so he would help the person towards the bathroom. It's a less recommended shower, but it doesn't kill you. The private doctor placed Gu Ming in the bathtub and left with Lin Xiao. As she left, Lin Xiao seemed to hear the sound of something falling to the ground. She turned with some surprise. The personal physician inquired, What's wrong, Lindsay? Lin Xiao retracted her eyes. It's fine. Let's go. Gu Mingyan now already mixed so poorly. The huge villa was not cleaned. The garden had grown weeds, and now even the house had mice in it. Leaving Missy, Gu Mingyan lived what is called this life just like this and still not forgiven. Awesome for him. Let's see how long he lasts. Gu Mingin slept on his side in the bathtub, sleeping well-behavedly and quietly. Su Shishu sat on the edge of the bathtub. Her fingertips gently swept across his brow and nose bone. Only so good when you're asleep. It allows me to spend some time with you. You've taken care of me in the shower before, so I'll take care of you today. All smoky and drunk. Su Shishu's voice at this time carried some favor and helplessness. She lowered her eyes, studied the features of the smart tub, and adjusted the water temperature. The bathtub slowly drains. Su Shishu took off her clothes as she stepped in. Gu Mingyan dreamed that he was drowning in the snowy night again. Only this time, in the suffocating darkness all around him, the person pulling his hand was not Qin Wanyan. Instead, it's Su Shishu. Gu Mingyan struggled desperately, clutched her hand, and the urgent wife's help stuck in his throat. I all turned into blisters and floated away. But this time Su Shishu didn't act like she did in her past nightmares, sometimes grabbing his hand and letting go, sometimes embracing him and pushing him hard into a deeper abyss, each time giving him hope and letting it shatter, only to give him the back of one determined to leave and abandon him. This time, in the deep pool, she swam to him firmly and without hesitation, like a beautiful mermaid, dancing around him, gently holding him close, kissing him on the lips and giving him air. Very gentle, very patient. Loved it. The next day, Gu Mingyan opened his eyes with a splitting headache. The events of last night flashed through his mind, making him feel his head hurt even more. Awake! Gu Mingyan raised his eyes and saw Su Shishu walking out of the bathroom, wearing his pajamas. Gu Mingyan spoke coldly. Who let you here? I told you, I never bring my lover home. Su Shishu didn't get angry at all and walked into Gu Mingyan's check room as if she was in her own home, sweeping her fingers through his clothes one by one. I know. Last night you drank too much. It was an exception. She got him a set of pajamas, a set of clothes, and put them on the bed. I just washed them, even though I washed them last night. But you can still go if you want, I just did. Gu Mingyan waved her hand away. Having them fill me with alcohol was also arranged by you, in order to go home with me. Could your tactics be any more rotten? When Su Shishu heard him say this, she sat on the edge of the bed and didn't say anything. She just looked at him and didn't have the indulgent look of a temper. It's not like you were like this last night. Her hand on his shoulder slid down again. Pants are still on and you've changed? Gu Mingyan waved her hand away and picked up his clothes and put them on. He opened the door and went downstairs. Su Shishu followed him. Aren't you hungry? Have breakfast together. Then both men stopped dead in their tracks. Because next to the revolving staircase, the little mute in a maid's outfit was bending over, diligently mopping the floor. When he dragged himself to the stairs, he raised his eyes and saw Gu Mingyan. His eyes lit up for a moment, and he subconsciously hit the sign language. Thinking that Gu Mingyan didn't understand, he immediately pulled out his phone to type, smiling sweetly. Good morning, sir. Gu Mingyan felt Su Shishu's stiffness behind him. He walked over, took away the little mute's mop and tossed it aside, then reached out, stroking her head, his tone intimate. I thought I said I didn't need you to do this. Chapter 103. Come home with me when you've had enough. Although Gu Mingyan already wanted to strangle Shin Fufu to death when she looked at the maid's outfit on this little mute, but there was still a kind smile on his face. The little mute looked at Gu Mingyan with some confusion. Because she couldn't hear, many times she liked to stare at other people's lips, and gradually she could read some lips. She hadn't seen what he'd said earlier though. She'd been so focused on her face that she would have smiled down in embarrassment, then went back to picking up the mop on the floor. The day's work wasn't done yet, Boss Fufu explained. The daily routine is to keep the house clean and sanitized and then be responsible for 3 meals a day. Yes, 3 meals a day. The little mute clutched his mop stick, typed on his cell phone, and held it up for Gu Mingyan to see again. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat? Sir? It just so happens I'm hungry. Let's eat together. Thinking that this was a deaf person, Gu Mingyan took her cell phone, typed on it, and then showed it to her. The little mute man hurriedly waved his hand and retook his cell phone, whose screen was already a bit shattered, and typed, I've already eaten. Still a little embarrassed, this crappy cell phone was so out of place with the boss's aura that she felt it was a sin to hold it for even one more second. Gu Mingyan thought she didn't like people taking her cell phone, so she pulled out her own and typed, It's okay. Have some more. Typed again, You're too skinny, eat fat. One new, one old, and the little mute was even more ashamed of himself. But the little mute looked at the side of Gu Mingyan's face, was concerned, and blushed even more embarrassed, and the boss did not read any words on his cell phone. Sushi Shu couldn't see what they had communicated. She only saw that Gu Mingin had a different kind of intimacy with this woman, which made her feel prickly. Who is she? The maid who cleans? Can't you tell? Gu Mingin had wanted to be angry at Sushi Shu for saying that this was his new girlfriend or something, but he was struggling to communicate with this little mute, and he couldn't hide it from Sushi Shu's eyes. It's only harder to just be honest and let Sushi Shu have nothing to guess at. Sushi Shu, this woman, if he admitted to having something with someone else, she instead did not believe it, checking it out. But he denied it, and the more he denied it, the more she suspected it and found out what was nothing and brainstormed what it was. Let her have a good hard time. Thought it would be nice to go home with him, change his shoes, give him a bath, and then color and seduce him a little. It would be forgiven, and he would be allowed to continue to be a lickspittle around her as if nothing had happened. She hadn't thought too highly of herself or of him. Ridiculous. When the hell is Sushi Shu going to realize that he won't forgive her and that it will never be possible between them again? Any more intersections would just be him and her having a little fun. It's like when he was a little cutie, when Sushi Shu also coaxed him to play and said she loved him and wanted to marry him. Isn't it enough of a lesson that he was stupid enough to believe it and ended up like that? He'd seen enough of her falsehoods. Now it was her turn to look at his, to know what it was like to be teased. He said not to mess with him or he wouldn't let her go either. As expected, Sushi Shu's face looked even more gloomy than just now when she heard Gu Mingin say this. She stood beside Gu Mingin and looked at the little mute with downcast eyes. She can't speak. Her finger snapped in her ear, and the little mute just looked at Sushi Shu with some confusion and blinked. Sushi Shu tugged on her ear, and the little mute was startled. Sushi Shu laughed. It's a deaf mute. She then looked at Gu Mingin. Getting down to it, you have quite a special hobby. Gu Mingin smiled back at her with a wry smile. Not like you, picking up a little cutie by the trash can. You can also take it home and wash it for use. She didn't take his taunts to heart, as if she had lost her temper in front of him. That's why we're a pair. A natural pair. A match made in heaven. Heh. Don't flatter yourself. Gu Mingin walked towards the dining table, and Sushi Shu followed behind him. The little mute was very diligent in serving the congee and the fried battered egg on the table, and was also very relieved that it was lucky that Boss Fufu wasn't here today, or else the 2 fried eggs wouldn't be enough for the 3 of them to share, and that it would be just right now. Little Mute stood in her maid outfit, waiting for Gu Mingin and the guests to finish eating while she cleared the table. Gu Mingin lowered his head and ate the congee. Sushi Shu took a spoon and scooped up the porridge without eating it, propped up her chin and looked at Gu Mingin. Aren't you going to take my porridge away? Gu Mingin raised his eyes to look at her words. Only then did Sushi Shu's lazy tone add, serve it to her. Gesturing to the little mute standing aside, she added, and you're willing to let her watch us eat? I don't have as much mischief as you do. Gu Mingin finished the porridge, wiped his hands with a napkin, and added, it's not as disgusting as your tactics. He pushed the battered fried egg in front of him in front of Sushi Shu. After all the effort and hard work to please me for one night, 1 fried egg is nothing. You eat 2, eat more, eat and roll. The little mute was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, the boss didn't like it when it was fried and battered. She scratched her face. Gu Mingin typed and handed it to her to read. You're coming with me. The little mute didn't know where Gu Mingin was taking him. Not that he was taking her to sell her, but she felt that sister's eyes looking at her with a murderous aura. So farted to follow Gu Mingin, ran out the door and breathed a sigh of relief, touched the back of the neck, just now has been here cool, as if there is a knife in the back to cut her. Gu Mingin came back yesterday in Sushi Shu's car, and he didn't know where his car was, so he couldn't go away for a while. If it were before, there would be a random one in the garage, but unfortunately, he sold them all to fill the company's cash gap and daily turnover. Gu Mingin squatted aside and messaged Lin Chai. Come pick me up at home. Lin Chai quickly replied, okay, just a moment. The little mute saw the grass growing in the garden. She ran over to pull the grass. Gu Mingin looked at the phone this time. She has already cleaned up a small piece of lawn. Gu Mingin looked at the lawn that looked like it had been chewed by a dog and fell into deep thought. Then he gathered up a blade of grass with dirt on it and threw it on the little mute maid's skirt. Thinking the bird had pulled on her, the little mute tugged at her skirt and looked at it, then tilted her head. Finally seeing Gu Mingin waving at her, she smiled, ran to him, her white, pretty face flushed, and signaled, what's wrong? Thinking again that normal people don't know sign language, he smiled coyly and took out his phone to type, yes, sir? What can I do for you? Gu Mingin found it funny. Who did you learn this set of words from? The little mute typed, I learned that watching TV. Gu Mingin was surprised. You can read lips? The little mute continued to type. No, a little. She stared at his lips again after typing, and even though she knew she couldn't hear to see, Gu Mingin was still uncomfortable by her. Ask her, what's your name? The little mute typed happily, Toro. Gu Mingin subconsciously, Tao Ruo. The little mute nodded her head desperately, pleased, as if she had heard him call out to her. Gu Mingin said whatever he wanted. What are you happy about, as if you can hear? This is a bit long. The little mute inclined her head for half a second, probably did not analyze what he said, pursed her lips and smiled shyly. Gu Mingin thought that she smiled quite sweet, a sweet girl. When he squatted down and hugged his knees, his chin resting on it, this will be a little pain in the chin pillow, so he inclined his head, lying on his arm to look at her. Why is your face so red? Is it from the sun? Come into the shade. Gu Mingin typed and showed her. The little mute shook his head and also looked down as he typed. I'm sociopathic and don't like to chat. It was too much effort to chat like this, and Gu Mingin gave her the WeChat QR code. The little dummy added it. It's just that her cell phone is a bit stuck and it took half a day to add it. WeChat vibrated, and Gu Mingin opened it to see her message. You can send me a voice and I'll convert it to text. Gu Mingin raised his eyebrows and said that technology really changed life. So he voiced, why don't you go to school and come out to work? The college he used to go to had majors for special populations, and they had job paths like psychiatrists, one of the popular job paths for the blind. Before that, Shin Fu Fu studied music and was employable. There are even more career paths for deaf people. Being a nanny is not a good way out, especially if she looks so pretty. No wonder Shin Fu Fu wants to give her a job. But if she meets a wrong-minded person, the end will be pitiful. As the little mute typed his reply, Gu Mingin thought, anyway, he is a decent man. As for brother Fu Fu, decent or not, he doesn't know. WeChat vibrated again. Gu Mingin opened it and saw her message. Dad is disabled. Mom is sick. My brother is in school. And my sister ran away with yellow hair. I went into the city to look for my sister and was cheated out of my money by a black-hearted domestic helper. If it wasn't for Boss Fufu's kindness to keep me working, I'd be sleeping on the street. The little mute sent another message, and after sending it, he looked at Gu Mingin very seriously. Boss, I will definitely work well, and please don't sympathize with me because I'm pitiful. And if there's anything I've done wrong, despite criticism, I'll correct it. Gu Mingin. What? It's not the online what's her name? Sick mom broken home. Reality version. Although she was saying this, Gu Mingin had little sympathy. The pitiful must be hated. He was not that kind. After all, I've been lied to by women a lot. He also asked Lin Chai to check that she did not come from an unknown source and had ulterior motives. Even if the investigation is okay, tell Lin Chai to find a job for her and send her away, at most give her more money. There are so many poor people in this world, and he is poor. When Gu Mingin was a little distracted, the little mute went back to gripping grass, looking very dedicated. Gu Mingin messaged her, come here. The little mute ran over again high on his feet and typed, what's up, boss? These clothes on you, where did you get them? Brother Fufu told me to buy it. As expected, Shin Fufu this immodest, when he went to the company, first hammered him to death. Just as the little mute was about to turn around to weed again, Gu Mingin noticed that the bow tie behind her was open and just wanted to remind her. She was seen bouncing and stepping on it herself, and with a rip, her skirt, which was of comparable quality to that of a roadside stand, was ripped in a large piece on the spot from waist to leg. The little mute afterthought twisted his head to look at. See, his broken hole cannot see the light of the inner cry is thus exposed to the sun. Ahem. Alright, Gu Mingin was willing to believe that 90% of what she said about the situation was true, seeing as how she was indeed very poor. Gu Mingin unfolded the suit jacket that was resting on his wrist and draped it over her. She was short and petite, and his jacket was worn over her, just enough to cover her tightly. His jacket could have been a coat for her. When Su Shishu came out, this was the scene she saw. Under the sunlight, Gu Mingin held the little mute in his arms, while the little mute had a red and shy face. It was as if just now, he had done something unseen to her to make her so nervous and shy. Su Shishu froze in place. In that instant, the heart felt like it had been instantly stabbed with millions of needle pricks, gasping for breath in pain, suffocating in pain. Her fingers clenched unconsciously, and when she reacted, her nails were covered in sticky blood in her palms from too much force. After Gu Mingin put the jacket on the little mute, he took a step back. He was also a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't mean to look at it, He could only say that he blamed Shinfufu. What kind of garbage clothes this bought, the ones made of paper were stronger than it. Gu Mingyan cleared his throat. Be more careful next time. Just as he finished his words, the little mute had been pushed hard by Su Shishu, who had no defense and was still foolishly looking at Gu Mingyan's lips to read her boss's lips. But she didn't know that her gaze like this was too purely hot, and in Su Shishu's eyes it looked like she was asking for a kiss. Being unguarded, the little mute was pushed and fell heavily to the ground, knocking his temple and blackening his eyes in pain. What are you doing? Gu Mingyan wanted to go to assist the little mute, but was tugged by Su Shishu's arm fiercely. If you just want to torment me, this scene will be enough if you do it here. What are you talking about? Su Shishu, you think everyone likes to do theater as much as you do? Gu Mingyan shook off Su Shishu's hand as he picked up the little mute, wrapped his suit jacket around her to wrap her up and maintain her pride, and was relieved to see that she wasn't hurt. Lin Chai drove the car over and parked beside Gu Mingyan, who opened the door and let the little mute get in. The little mute rubbed his temples that hurt from the fall and took out his cell phone to type, I'm fine. It didn't hurt from the fall. Let me go back and change into a set of clothes. I'll go out with the boss another day. Gu Mingyan saw it and messaged her. I'll take you to buy clothes. Shinfufu's fancy-made outfits, paper-like quality. He didn't want to see a single one of them again. The little mute's eyes lit up as he typed, reimbursement. Seeing Gu Mingyan nod, she happily got into the car. Gu Mingyan saw that Su Shishu didn't respond for so long, probably not in line with the style of a great lady. He still couldn't resist looking back. He saw Su Shishu standing in place, her eyes red, unexpectedly crying in a very hurt and aggrieved manner. When she saw Gu Mingyan looking at her, she looked down again and wiped her tears as she walked towards him. If this is your trick to get back at me, I can accept it. She reached out, grabbing the corner of his coat, her voice husky and humble to the core. If you've had enough fun, come home with me. Chapter 104. I'm not in a position to forgive you for him. Home? This is my home. I'm going home with you. Back where? Gu Mingyan asked rhetorically. Su Shishu quickly changed her words. Then I'll go home with you. What's your status? Even though Su Shishu felt the coldness in Gu Mingyan's words, she still said, wife. Gu Mingyan laughed, the kind of laugh that was full of mockery. Did you marry me? If I remember correctly, you lied to me on the matter of marriage. Su Shishu also seemed to be stung by Gu Mingyan's attitude. I've already bowed my head. What else do you want? You bowed your head and you're aggrieved? What is this? What is this? Miss Su, can you taste me? What's it like to be betrayed by your lover and die in the snow? But aren't you still alive? Why don't you give me a chance to make it up to you? What you want, you ask, won't I give it to you? Compensation? Is it true that in your eyes, Miss Su, everything is clearly marked? SN Group's anti-cancer drug formula? Is that enough? Su Shishu paused, then added, or are you telling me to make one up myself? Do you want me to help you? Or do you want to be enemies with me? Gu Mingyan, you're not stupid anymore, you're not 3 years old. What's the point of betting on this kind of useless gas? Gu Mingyan was silent for a split second before saying, not everything can be priced explicitly. Feelings can't be. Su Shishu, you don't understand love at all. I understand. Why don't I understand? If I didn't understand, I wouldn't have tortured myself like this. If I didn't understand, I wouldn't have humbled myself and lowered my voice to beg you. Su Shishu was a little hysterical. Tiny cute. I love you. That's why I can't let go so much. That's why I came all the way here to look for you. That's why I cried and begged you to come home with me. There has never been a man that has made me so tortured. I think I'm going crazy. There are two of me in my head. One me says, don't waste so much time, just destroy everything he has to force him around. One says, don't do that, he'll be upset. He'll be upset and I'll be upset. Su Shishu added, looking at Gu Mingyan with sad eyes. I don't know what to do anymore. You tell me. What exactly do I have to do so we can go back to the old days? Gu Mingyan's face was cold. Even after Su Shishu said so much, he didn't move a muscle. We can't go back. Su Shishu, however, tightly grasped Gu Mingyan's hand and was unwilling to let go. Then let's start over. Okay? Gu Mingyan waved away Su Shishu's hand. He looked like he was sick and tired. Forget it, Su Shishu. I wanted to torture you. But if this continues, I don't know whether I'm tormenting you or being tormented by you. Let's do it this way, you just pretend that I'm dead. I'll pretend that I've lost the memory of the part where I became stupid, and don't go past the present, we're strangers to each other. Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shishu. This way you don't have to bow your head unwillingly, and I don't have to be tired of holding it up. In that case, why don't you start over? I'll pretend you're dead and you've lost your cutie pie. Memories of you. Wouldn't it be nice for us to get reacquainted and start over? Su Shishu's eyes were gentle and firm. This time, it's my turn to chase you. Just when Su Shishu had already thought of a future for them. Gu Mingyan, however, suddenly pulled up his voice, so impatient. Enough! Gu Mingyan turned around, pressed Su Xiushu's shoulders and slammed her against the car. Of course you can start over. It's not like you died all over again like I did. How do you know I didn't? I've jumped for you. I hated wheelchairs so much and broke the most precious of legs. Just because I was so guilty that when I saw you screaming for your wife in the snow again, I didn't hesitate to jump and go hug you. Su Shishu opened her hand as she embraced Gu Mingyan. I really love you. It's only yourself you're touching, not me. I don't love you anymore. Su Shishu. When the hell are you going to realize that we're over? Gu Mingyan pushed Su Shishu away. His movements were indeed devoid of love, only disgust. The deep loathing for her in his eyes stung Su Shishu in the end. She froze in place and her eyes became red again. You're lying. You're always saying I should grow up, when in reality it's you who should grow up. Su Shishu's voice so broken. You really don't love me anymore? Once, didn't you love me the most? How do you not love me anymore? I don't know. I don't understand. Because you lost my love, you lost it. I can't get it back, so I don't love you anymore. I don't believe you, you're lying. Then look into my eyes. What do you see? Su Shishu raised her eyes. She blinked away the tears in her eyes and desperately tried to look into Gu Mingyan's eyes. Her eyesight was too good to see too clearly. There was impatience, revulsion, disgust, and hatred in Gu Mingyan's eyes. The only thing that was no longer there was the love that used to fill his eyes when he looked at her. It's the fact of having been loved so hotly that makes it such a stark contrast. Love versus no love at a glance. In fact, from the first time she met Gu Mingyan, she sensed his lack of love. Su Shishu felt that Gu Mingyan, who didn't love her like this, was strange and scary. She took a step backward, surprisingly a little shaky on her feet. Teardrops fell from the ends of her eyes as she looked at Gu Mingyan and lunged over to grab his arm again. I beg you, give me that little tiny cutie who loves only me. Give it back to me. I miss him, you let me see him again. Okay? Su Shishu had been sobbing uncontrollably. But in the face of her collapse, Gu Mingyan was only calm. Not even half a movement in his eyes, he only looked at her coldly. So you also know that I'm not him, since you can tell the difference, you should be clear that he's already dead. No, no. Gu Mingyan grabbed Su Xiushu's hand and placed it at his heart. You were the one who drove him out of the house. You killed him with your own hands. I didn't try to kill him. I just wanted to tell him to reflect on the fact that I didn't know it was going to snow. It's been snowing all night. Where are you? Miss Su? Putting the little cutie. Where were you when you left her in the snow to die? When the snow was falling, you weren't worrying about little cutie. Will it die? Who are you worrying about? Will it die? Dare you look me in the eye and answer me? Su Shishu. With every word Gu Mingyan said, Su Xiushu crumbled. And in the end, she tried to cover her ears with her hands. But she was clutched tightly by Gu Mingyan. She then descended towards the ground. Gu Mingyan didn't yank her. He grabbed her wrists and let her kneel in front of him, while he just gently bent down and looked at her condescendingly. Look, you're clear about it all. Then you should also be clear about it. That little cutie who loved you the most was killed by you. Gu Mingyan let go of Su Shishu's wrist. He looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. His sight was like looking at a mole cricket. How can I give it back to you? I can't give it back. No one is qualified to stand in for the little cutie at that time. Forgive you, I myself can't. Gu Mingyan got into the car and saw Su Xiushu, who threw herself on her knees and couldn't lift her head. He coldly warned, the last woman who betrayed me has already eaten her gun. Miss Su, if you still want to feel better, it's just too easy for us to not see each other when we're one south and one north. The car window slowly went up, and Gu Mingyan said to Lin Chai, let's go. The little mute sensed that the atmosphere was not right, which would obediently not move a muscle, occupying a tiny bit of the seat, honestly. Lin Chai had just heard Gu Mingyan say that he wanted to take little mute to buy clothes, but the atmosphere in the car would be really depressing. So Lin Chai circled around the road for a little longer. Only then did he open his mouth to inquire, Gu Xiao, where to? Where do you go to buy clothes for your wife? Understood. Lin Chai parked his car at a mall, and Gu Mingyan took the little dummy with him as he walked into a store and then sat down. After a short interval, the little mute came out from the changing room, although she felt that the boss was in a bad mood, but the dress was really pretty. She wore it like a little princess. She circled around in front of the mirror and then ran to Gu Mingyan. She spun around and looked at Gu Mingyan. Without her typing, her eyes already bright with suggestive inquiry. Does it look good? The lighting in the store had more of a beauty bonus, and the little mute was as pretty under the lights as Cinderella in her evening gown going to a dinner party. Gu Mingyan was a bit lost in thought and returned to his senses after a short interval. He stared at the little mute and then nodded. Wrap it up. The clerk came up and asked, there are a few more models that would be perfect for your girlfriend. Do you need to try some more? Gu Mingyan's tone was light. She's not my girlfriend, but try them all. The little mute read lips and didn't see anything else. But when she saw Gu Mingyan say the 3 words girlfriend, she couldn't help but look down and redden her little ears. The clerk took a few more sets, and the little mute looked like he was playing a cross-dressing game, dressing this way and that way. Most importantly, the ones she'd worn were wrapped. Finally, Gu Mingyan handed over the black card. The little dummy sneaked over to take a look. Tens of thousands of dollars. She has to think long and hard about spending 50 cents, but her boss spends tens of thousands of dollars on her. The little mute bowed his head, embarrassed, thinking that if this were in their small mountain village, it would be a matter of giving his body in marriage. The little mute stirred her fingers, but she just looked at the balance of the boss. More than 8,000,000, counting her eyes. A man like Big Boss can't look at her. The sister who had just argued with the big boss, it seemed, was the one the big boss liked. A bumpkin like her couldn't compete with an expensive sister like that. The little mute stirred her fingers, quickly thought away, the big boss and that sister, at a glance is very rich, to fall in love and talk like that. Not to mention their own, she watched from the sidelines, are difficult for them. It can be seen that the word love is the most hurtful. Then wouldn't it be worse to talk about love if she was broke like her, or not to be Xiaoji? It's important to work hard for a day and make a day's worth of money. The little mute happily clutched a pile of designer paper bags and smiled a toothy grin. Gu Mingyan went directly to the company. Shin Fufu had already arrived and was busy with his business. When she saw Gu Mingyan and was just about to say hello, she saw the little mute behind Gu Mingyan, who was wearing a beautiful aqua blue sari and even had a new hairstyle. If that face hadn't been recognized by Shin Fufu, he would have thought that it was some uninitiated young millennial who had come out to play. Shin Fufu blocked her mouth with a document and whispered to Gu Mingyan, "You don't suspect her anymore?" Shin Fufu paused and added, "Or you take her to anger Sushi Shu. Not Fufu brother, said you. So many ways you don't use. Favor to choose one of the most underhanded." Shin Fufu had just finished speaking when his collar was grabbed by Gu Mingyan. Shin Fufu? ? Gu Mingyan gritted his teeth. What's with the maid outfit? Shin Fufu was confused. What? Pretend? I didn't know before, you're so immodest. No, what? I did pay her to go clothes shopping, but I didn't mean to ask for anything. I just said it would be nice for her to wear to work. Shin Fufu had a frank face that didn't look like it was fake, and there was no need to lie. Gu Mingyan? He looked down and messaged the little mute. The clothes from before? You bought them yourself? The little dummy was already taking a selfie, and when he saw the message, he replied, Yeah, Boss Fufu told me to buy it for work. The little mute was too sincere, leaving Gu Mingyan speechless for a moment, and I guess she didn't have her head in the clouds. She just felt that she should dress like this for work. It was his mind that was not normal. Gu Mingyan reflected deeply on himself. Shin Fufu came over. "'Tis not right. I at best transferred 1,000 to her. How much have you spent on her? So much, a lot of money, right? Put it on your tab. You want to put me on account for picking up a girl. Is there any humanity in that? Wait, what are you lifting your cell phone for? Put the phone down, and who do you want to call? Just put it on my account. Brother's money is not your money." The little mute didn't stay idle when she arrived, serving tea and water in her new dress, hopping around like a lively little rabbit. Shin Fufu drank tea with unlimited refills, drinking all full, and made a stop gesture with her. Seeing that she wasn't needed to serve tea anymore, the little mute didn't stay idle and started cleaning up the office, then broke valuable antique china and knocked over a stack of organized folders. Being driven to the restroom by Gu Mingyan. Gu family's old mansion. Gu Mingyan turned on the light. The little mute busied himself and brought him slippers for Shin Fufu to take. A competent beater doesn't let every piece of work fall to the ground. The little mute was going to cook, and Gu Mingyan didn't have much of an appetite. "Bring it up for me." Shin Fufu, on the other hand, rubbed his hands together. "Finally, I don't have to cook, so I'll wait to eat. Just do something random. Hard work. No hard work." The little mute typed it up for Boss Fufu to see. and then happily went off to cook. Gu Mingyan was a little tired as he tugged on his shirt buttons while pushing open the door to his room and heading for the bathroom, only to be pressed against the door the moment it closed. Gu Mingyan was just about to backhand a takedown, but a sharp dagger was already against the knot of his throat. The cold blade pressed against his throat. It was a very sharp dagger that would see blood at the slightest cut. Gu Mingyan lowered his eyes, and in the room where no lights were turned on, he met Su Xiushu in 4 eyes. Chapter 105. We're not done. Gu Mingyan didn't make any movement to lower his eyes. He only looked at her, softly with a slightly mocking tone. What are you trying to do? Think that me being dead once isn't enough, and you want to kill me again? Su Xiushu shook her head. No, that was to stab me again. It was the glass wasn't fast enough. You didn't think it was enjoyable enough? You switched to daggers, didn't you? No. Su Xiushu went to take Gu Mingyan's hand, and when he shook it off, she passed the dagger into his palm. Take it. What do you want? Su Xiushu pinched Gu Mingyan's fingers to make him hold the dagger tightly, and she lifted his hand and placed the dagger at the location of her heart. I don't believe you don't love me anymore. I can't think of any other way to prove it, but Tiny used to be cute, the least to hurt me. If you... Before Su Xiushu could finish her words, Gu Mingyan had already taken the dagger and stabbed Su Xiushu's arm without the slightest hesitation. He didn't hesitate for a second, didn't even blink, and the sight he looked at her was nothing but cold indifference. Satisfied, Miss Su? How else do you want to play? I'll keep you company. Huh. Gu Mingyan pulled the dagger out. Su Xiushu today a long slim white dress with a beige shawl. At this time her injured hand hangs down helplessly. The blood-stained shawl falls to the ground, layers upon layers. Su Xiushu looked at Gu Mingyan, as if she hadn't expected him to be so decisive in his actions, and her eyes were all colored with pain. But Su Xiushu still braced herself and said, This cut, consider me returning it to you? Gu Mingyan didn't hesitate at all when he laid his hands on Su Xiushu, stabbing her in the abdomen. Su Xiushu painfully closed her eyes, but then opened them again, stubbornly looking at Gu Mingyan. Why don't you want to hurt me a little deeper? This bit of strength, is it that you still love me? In the next second, Gu Mingyan didn't soften his hand at all, and blood dripped and fell down Gu Mingyan's hand that was holding the hilt of the knife, quickly converging into a sticky little puddle. Su Xiushu's long white slim-fitting dress, the hem of which was also mostly stained with blood, appeared dirty and stained. Su Xiushu's throat was fishy and sweet. Blood spilled from the corner of her lips, and right up to this point, she still persistently looked into Gu Mingyan's eyes, not letting go of the slightest emotion in his eyes. She didn't believe it. How could she not see a trace of heartache, even a little bit of care in Gu Mingyan's eyes? How come none of them are there? Su Xiushu laughed, her voice hoarse with pain and sadness to the core. Little cutie, you hate me that much. Su Xiushu reached out and saw the small spot of blood that Gu Mingyan had accidentally splattered on his face. She was still so spoiled that she wanted to reach out and help him wipe it off. But when she lifted her hand, she realized that her hand was covered in blood, and she couldn't wipe him clean. She would only dirty him. Su Xiushu's raised hand was placed on Gu Mingyan's hand. She held his hand and laughed to herself. So, your hand is still hot. I thought it was as cold as your heart. The dead are cold, unfortunately, to your dismay. Gu Mingyan added, Still don't believe I don't love you now? Su Xiushu didn't say anything. She just held Gu Mingyan's hand and aimed the blood-stained dagger at her heart. Stab here. Gu Mingyan, however, did not move. Su Xiushu's finger bones suddenly exerted force as she stabbed towards her heart. But Gu Mingyan's hand didn't move at all. Not if he didn't move the dagger. Su Xiushu smiled, so bright and colorful. It doesn't matter. It's already full of holes. There's no shortage of your knife. She looked at him and put away all her smiles again, leaving only paranoia and madness, her eyes reddening. No more, you're still in love with me. I just know it. Su Xiushu lost a little too much blood and felt dizzy and black in front of her eyes. She hugged him and murmured softly, I knew it. You're just hiding a little deeper and want me to find it slowly. Gu Mingyan's hand holding the dagger dropped as he pushed Su Xiushu away and simply said, I just don't want to break the law, so stop flattering yourself. Why don't you admit that you still love me? Su Xiushu questioned, and the next second she was dizzy and leaning against the wall, coughing gently. And again, let's re. Su Xiushu failed to say more and instead spat out a mouthful of blood. She was first surprised, then shocked, and finally looked down at the dagger over her heart. I really hate you. I can't wait for you to die. Why do you have to be forced to do things I hate? One cut is not enough, I'll make up a few more. I'll be relieved if you die, right? Sushi Shu, why don't you go die then? In the past, Sushi Shu had never felt any pain from those words of Gu Mingyan and hadn't really taken them to heart. But today, Sushi Shu felt that she was truly hurt by Gu Mingyan. Physically and psychologically, he really hurt me. Sushi Shu coughed up more blood. She collapsed on the ground, but she still laughed. Gu Mingyan, there is love before there is hate. How deep your hate for me is, how deep your love is. Even if you get together with another woman in the future, you won't forget me, remembering me once, hating me once, you hurt once, right? Sushi Shu closed her eyes. She seemed to be really a bit tired. Thinking that you're living such a painful life and can't be relieved, I'm a bit happy again. Because I also can't let go of you. If I die then, let you free. The little dummy came up with the meal in high spirits, so happy that he didn't make paste today. When she pushed open the door and smelled blood and saw the fallen and bloodied Sushi Shu, she was so shocked that the tray in her hand fell to the ground. She normally doesn't make a sound. The special school had corrected her that it was undignified, and for a mute person to speak with an abracadabra would seem unusual. But today, she was really frightened and grabbed Shin Fufu and ABABA, pointing at Gu Mingyan's room. Shin Fufu quickly ran over, saw the scene, also scared silly, while calling 120 while tugging Gu Mingyan. What are you still standing here for? Quickly run. Escape from the country. I will help you drag. Shin Fufu didn't ask Gu Mingyan why he had to be so stupid. Things had already happened and he was only thinking of remedying them. Gu Mingyan only looked calmly at Su Xiushu, who had lost consciousness due to blood loss, and he appeared unusually calm. She can't die. Shin Fufu has already started to arrange. First from where to where in the boat out. The next second his cell phone was taken away, and Gu Mingyan said, "You've forgotten what I came from. You." It was only then that Shin Fufu suddenly reacted to the fact that Gu Mingyan came from a family of medicine, and it was said that his ancestors were imperial physicians for several generations. Gu Mingyan calmly said, "I can stab her 20 times, and none of the knives will be fatal." He then shushed Shin Fufu, meaning it was a secret. The little mute had already run over. She reacted quickly after her shock. She came over with a small shovel, her eyes firmly looking at Gu Mingyan. Shin Fufu frowned at her like this. "What are you doing? Taking a shovel? You want to bury someone?" The little mute nodded vigorously and typed, "I won't tell." Shin Fufu. After being somewhat speechless, Shin Fufu squatted down and tried to stop Su Shishu's bleeding. Gu Mingyan reminded him, "Don't leave your fingerprints. Do you want to be caught and arrested by Shin Muyu?" Shin Fufu reached out, but there was not a hint of hesitation as he did emergency treatment for Su Shishu while saying, "I don't think I can hide it for much longer. And besides, I can't hide it for the rest of my life." Shin Fufu was still in the mood to make a snide remark. "When she comes, I'll follow your example and zap her into a sieve, telling her to be scared when she sees me and to avoid me a bit in the future." It seemed like there had never been a family with such a high status, and Shin Fufu smiled just thinking about it. The little mute, however, was in a hurry and stood next to Gu Mingyan and typed, "Dig a hole in the garden, dig it deeper, and you won't let anyone know." Gu Mingyan looked at her, then smiled and touched her head, withdrawing his hand. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The little mute typed, "The boss is a good man." "I'm not." Gu Mingyan added, "You shouldn't dig a hole, you should say, the boss is still young. Get in early and get out early. Understand?" The little mute nodded and shook his head. Gu Mingyan laughed, as if he really found it funny. The ends of his eyes were reddened with laughter. This is the only way to have a positive outlook on 3 things: will not be scolded by the keyboard warrior. Look at how beautiful you look. Don't grow crooked. There are no normal people around me. You be a normal person. Okay? At that last, the little mute understood and nodded. She then typed, "Next time, I'll call the police for you." This time she wouldn't want to. She wanted to hug him. The ambulance came and pulled Su Shishu away. Without the need for Su Shishu, the ambulance doctor had already sensed that something was wrong and called the police. Gu Mingyan is taken away for interrogation, and Shin Fufu is worried sick. Compared to him, who was like an ant on a hot pan, Gu Mingyan acted as if nothing was wrong. "I came back when she woke up, don't worry." Shin Fufu had a lot of things to ask, a lot of things to say, but there wasn't that much time. Gu Mingyan had already gotten into the police car. 3 days later, Su Shishu woke up in the hospital and she opened her eyes. Shin Muyu, who was crossing her legs and peeling an apple on the side, spoke, "Awake." Lin Xiaoxiao was working on the side, dealing with the group's matters on behalf of Sushi Shu. This time when she heard Shin Muyu's words, she instantly got up and said with concern, "Missy, where is it uncomfortable? I'll call the doctor." Sushi Shu looked at the ceiling, and after a long time, she only spoke softly, as if she had lost all her strength. "Where's Gu Mingyan?" Shin Muyu was silent. Lin Xiaoxiao's face changed. "Big miss, don't mention that scum." Seeing Sushi Shu didn't say anything, Lin Xiaoxiao was bereft, knowing that even if Gu Mingyan had hurt Sushi Shu like this, Sushi Shu was still towards him. Just say, "In the guardhouse." In the end, it was Sushi Shu who still cared. Otherwise, Lin Xiao had 1,000 ways to make Gu Mingyan's life worse than death. But Sushi Shu cares, she just can't use one way. Sushi Shu will be angry. Sushi Shu didn't even remain silent this time, only saying, "Bail him out. Shall he be brought before you to make amends?" This time Sushi Shu was silent for a long time. It was only when Lin Xiaoxiao thought she was asleep that Sushi Shu said, "No need. Go back to the imperial capital." The tone of voice, like it was never to be seen again. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully lifted and released her heart, but she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. She was trying to be happy, but Sushi Shu was sad and she couldn't be happy. "Let's do what Sushi Shu ordered first." Lin Xiaoxiao left. Shin Muyu looked at Su Xiaoshu on the hospital bed. "If you can really look away from this and let go of this relationship, this crime has not been in vain." Sushi Shu didn't say anything. She liked to ignore anyone when she was in a bad mood. Not to mention that Shin Muyu was already on the list of people who had offended her. Shin Muyu sighed. "I hope I won't be like you and leave in such a mess. In fact, letting go is very simple. There are many choices, but how to be paranoid on it? Is it that we are all too picky, except for that one, except for him, no one want? Either you don't accept it or you recognize the death of one. And I've wavered. Say I deserved is not wrong, but you really are, the crime is not. In the end, is not Qin Wan Yen's fault? How can Gu Mingyan not understand that you are also a victim? He also has no heart." The ward was still dead silent. After a short interval, Jiang Lime came in. "Miss Shun, please leave." Shin Muyu only left a soft sigh and left. Gu Mingyan came out of the bureau and squatted in a small dark room for a few days, finally breathing fresh air. But he didn't feel free and happy much. Shin Fufu drove to pick him up and honked the horn. "Here." Gu Mingyan sat in the car and didn't say a word. Shin Fufu also relieved Gu Mingyan. "Although your hand is quite cruel, I think she will not come back to you if she has some self-respect. Maybe you'll soon hear news of her finding a new boyfriend. Maybe it's an old flame getting back together. It's not certain. Really, that Chun Fenghua is still waiting for her. None of this has anything to do with me. Yes, let's just embrace our new life. They say that what's his name, love lost, wealth gained, brother DI, you're going to be rich."
沈夫妇嘿嘿嘿笑起来，苟富贵，勿相忘。
Sushi Shu said she'd give me SN Group's anti-cancer drug formula. "We don't care." "Wait, what? I did say that I don't care." "You're so puritanical. You would condescend? If this is the case, I'm willing to give Shin Muyu a good face and talk to her about the conditions. After all, this, I really want it. If there's a new breakthrough, it's not money, it's a good reputation that can't even be begged for. With such a reputation, anything you do will be successful. When the time comes, I'm going to make Shin Muyu go bankrupt. Let her taste what it's like to go from being in the limelight to falling into the dust." Gu Mingyan, however, lacked interest as he propped up his chin. "Wolfish, but you bankrupted her. And then what? And then blind her? Why mess with your eyes? They're important, okay? Then words. I can't really think of anything. And then I'll just be a stranger to her. So you'll marry someone else?" Before Shin Fufu could answer Gu Mingyan's question, the car was knocked to the ground by an oncoming Rolls-Royce. The bang hit him almost without a concussion. Shin Fufu climbed out of the car window and just wanted to go to see how Gu Mingyan was doing. When he looked up, he saw Shin Muyu, who was reaching out towards him. "Found you again, husband." Chapter 106. A Woman's Hand. Shin Fufu took 2 steps backward, but Shin Muyu pressed forward, even as she took out the electric shock bracelet from her pocket and played with it. Shin Fufu turned around and tried to run, but he was grabbed by Shin Muyu's wrist, and just as he was struggling, Gu Mingyan suddenly pushed Shin Muyu away fiercely from one side. Shin Muyu was unprepared and fell in the green belt, and the stun bracelet fell to the ground. Gu Mingyan picked it up and put it on Shin Muyu's wrist. He picked up the remote control on the ground and turned it on to the maximum current. Try it yourself. He then tugged Shin Fufu, who hadn't reacted yet, and ran forward. Run, hurry up. Shun Muyu's entire body was numbed by the electricity, and the excessive current overloaded her heart, even causing her eyes to blacken and twitch, or a side of bodyguards' quick eyes and hands for her off to throw aside, and then hurriedly inquired, Missy, how is it, want to go to the hospital? Shun Muyu lay on her side and dry heaved, because she hadn't eaten anything. She almost vomited out her bile. Her hands and face were still numb. It was really hard. It is worthy of being able to make Su Shishu hurt like that. Little cute. After not being stupid, it is indeed difficult to deal with. Shun Muyu took the handkerchief handed to her by one of her men and covered her lips while saying in a cold voice, Go after them. Gu Mingin dragged Shin Fufu, also ignored the oncoming vehicles, ran in the middle of the road. Originally a group of bodyguards chased them, by them to hide only a few extraordinary hands still chasing after them. One car on the road stopped sharply, another stopped sharply, getting several rear enders. The driver lowered the window and poked his head out to swear. So Gu Mingin pointed behind him, Look for them. They're bodyguards from the Zaibatsu family. They're rich, hurry up. The two of them ran off like the wind and disappeared across the greenbelt. Some of the bouncers were stopped by the driver, but a few were still in pursuit. Shin Fufu said while running, It seems that these are very difficult to deal with. What should we do? The two of us split up and run. Seeing the bodyguard's incredible stamina, the distance shrunk shorter and shorter. You run and I'll break off. Ah, how's that? I practiced. Gu Mingin made a sharp break and ran for so long that he gasped softly and stood still waiting for these bodyguards to come over. Shin Fufu looked back and saw that Gu Mingin had stopped a few bodyguards by himself, surprisingly not allowing them to be able to cross over to chase him for a moment. Shin Fufu wiped the sweat from his face once more. Good brother. Shin Fufu stopped a car and got in to finally run away. This was the first time he was able to escape from Shin Muyu's pursuit and was somewhat grateful. But soon worried about Gu Mingin again, he called Gu Mingin's phone, wanting to tell him not to love the war can withdraw. But Gu Mingin's phone couldn't be reached. Shin Fufu thought for a moment and cursed. Things like taking Gu Mingin away to threaten him, a crazy woman like Shin Muyu was capable of doing. And she would never pass up an opportunity to force him to show himself like this. Shin Fufu told the driver to go back around, and he took off his jacket and wrapped it around his face. The driver had looked over the side of Shin Muyu's limousine, and Shin Fufu saw clearly that Gu Mingin had been grabbed by Shin Muyu's bodyguards. Shin Fufu clenched his fists when he saw this scene. He immediately wanted to get out of the car, wanting to tell Shin Muyu to let Gu Mingin go and come at him. But before he could say for the driver to stop the car, he saw that Shin Muyu had already given Gu Mingin a slap and then pinched his chin, his eyes madly criticizing the look, and at a glance, he was forcing him to ask about his whereabouts. But the way Gu Mingin's mouth was shaped, Shin Fufu could tell he was saying, You dream of finding him. Shin Fufu bit his finger. No, he couldn't just go down there and throw himself into the net. If he went down, Gu Mingin would have been caught and slapped for nothing. Shin Fufu was moved and almost shed tears. Good brother, hold on for a while. He will find a way to save him. Shin Fufu told the driver, Drive faster, master. Get out of here. Leave the woman who made his back crawl and his heart uneasy. Far away. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingin. She laughed softly. Su Shishu spoils you. You haven't been locked up by her yet. She's just soft-hearted. I'll lock you up for a few days first. Gu Mingin received a slap on his face but didn't feel any pain. This would look at Shin Muyu. It's not like she hasn't shut me down. I just got out of the police station. Also, if you dare to lock me up, I'll let you never see Shin Fufu in your life. What a big mouth. I'd like to see how capable you are. Then try it and see if I threaten you. Then I'll lock you up for the day I don't see him. The day you lock me up, the day you won't see him. Gu Mingin smiled nastily and added, Oh, you just let me go and you can't see him. Pissed off. Shin Muyu is really angry by Gu Mingin not light. She gritted her teeth, favor Gu Mingin and Su Shishu on the tip of the heart. Shin Fufu take him as a brother. She cannot move him. Otherwise, not to mention Su Shishu, even Shin Fufu would be enough for her to coax her badly. At best, it's a shutdown. Shin Muyu commanded, Take him to the car. When Gu Mingin passed by Shin Muyu, he suddenly came closer, and he smiled gently, somewhat badly. However, Miss Shen, we can talk about conditions. You want to see Shin Fufu? Simple. Shin Muyu looked at Gu Mingin. Worthy of being siblings. Both of you want to use me. Gu Mingin didn't say anything. Shin Muyu lowered her head to light a cigarette. A slender cigarette held between her fingers, and tapped Gu Mingin's forehead. What conditions? I can listen to them first. As for whether or not I'll agree, it's not certain. The last time I traded with your sister, it harmed me. You siblings, as far as I'm concerned, are both calamities. Gu Mingin's cold face. Don't compare me to her. Cut the crap and state your terms. Gu Mingin continued with a cold face. I'm not in a good mood today. I don't want to talk about it. You. Gu Mingin looked at her with the eyes of a dog. It's not me who's in a hurry. He didn't need a bodyguard. He got into the car on his own long legs. Shin Muyu pinched the cigarette in her palm and extinguished it. She often does this. The wound in her palm festered and scabbed over and grew back, and has formed a layer of callus, so the pain is not strong. But she did get annoyed. Gu Mingin was brought to a basement, pitch black without seeing the sun, dark and damp, as if there were rats squeaking. Not a nice place anyway. Gu Mingin shouted toward the outside. Is this how you treat Shin Fufu off? The bodyguard answered of him. How can you and Mr. Shin be compared? You won't give no food or drink? And eat and drink anywhere? Is this a lack of dignity? Has anyone ever been locked up here before? There are restrooms. Ha! It was so dark that Gu Mingin heard the bodyguard's footsteps leaving, and he was calmly locked up and didn't yell. Darkness weakens time as well as strengthens it, and if it is calm, time passes quickly. If you are in a hurry, it will seem like a day. It was good that Gu Mingin was calm enough even as he meditated on the spot, calm as if he could meditate on the spot if he were in a temple. When he was sleepy, Gu Mingin went to sleep, and when he woke up from sleep he meditated and even ended up meditating on the Heart Sutra. He is also given water and food every day, though very little is given, barely enough to keep him alive and nothing more. Hunger, thirst, darkness engulfed, but anyone with a poor fixation was already going to break down. But Gu Mingin Pit didn't even say a word, and even when he said that he wanted to negotiate with Shin Muyu, he didn't even take the initiative to mention it. Shin Muyu heard her subordinates report that she could not find Shin Fufu, as well as anxious lips on fire grew a few blisters. Hearing that Gu Mingin could still be so calm, he got angry and smashed a lot of things in the hotel, and had a good outing. Pointing at his subordinates, he angrily rebuked, "Lock him up properly for me. I'll see how long he can hold out. It's only 3 days, half a month, half a year, 1 year. If he doesn't tell me his whereabouts, he'll never want to come out." Yes. Just as Shin Muyu's words fell, Shin Fufu had already rushed in with the police. Shin Fufu accused Shin Muyu. She's the one who kidnapped my good brother. Shin Muyu stared at Shin Fufu for an instant. She hadn't seen him for almost a year. Since they fell in love, they had never been apart for that long. Shin Fufu, however, did not even look at her, and directly led people to find Gu Mingin. Shin Muyu wanted to follow, was stopped to cooperate with the investigation. Shin Fufu knew her in the end. He went straight to the basement of this house in her South City. When Shin Fufu broke the door and rushed in, the strong flashlight made the entire basement instantly bright as day. Shin Fufu rushed over and picked up the watch that Gu Mingin had left in the corner. Gu Mingin was indeed imprisoned here, but at this time, people are missing. Shin Fufu went upstairs, but he didn't say anything about not being able to find Gu Mingin. Instead, he tried to get words out of Shin Muyu's mouth, but she didn't want Shin Muyu to turn around and say that Shin Fufu framed her. Shin Muyu took advantage of the police mediation gap, and Shin Fufu said, "Did not find him, right? You do not come back to me. This life cannot find him. I found him. You wouldn't talk to me if you found him. You'd take him and wriggle away. Growing up now, aren't you?" Shin Muyu tugged Shin Fufu's wrist, and again to the palm. She touched his hand, and her eyes were sick with infatuation. Even his fingers trembled slightly from excitement. "Go home with me and Gu Mingin will naturally be safe and sound. Otherwise, you'll never see him again in your life." This is Gu Mingin was not there. Otherwise, he would have to taunt Shin Muyu with a, "Why are you still threatening both sides?" and have no other words to use? Shin Fufu shook off her hand. "You don't know where he went either. Do you? You can't be so predictable. The panic in your eyes when I came in just now wasn't fake. You see only panic? Do you not see half the love and thoughts I have for you? See, do you miss me then? You love me so much. You miss me too. Wouldn't it be a waste to show your deep love to a blind man?" After a pause, Shin Fufu added, "Also, didn't Gu Mingin tell you? I'm already married and have a child. So what exactly are you clinging to, Miss Shin?" Shin Muyu stared at Shin Fufu's merciless appearance, although he had long thought of a solution. But at this time, when he personally heard Shin Fufu say it, he still could not suppress his heartache to the extreme. No matter what, It's not acceptable for her man to become someone else's man and have a child. But things have happened. Shin Muyu said, since you want to get married and have a child, I can only give you the bottom line. After a pause, she said, first you get divorced, get custody of the kids, and pass them over to my name. That would be too cruel to her for me to give up. Shin Fufu purposely acted like this to show that she cared and defended the other woman. Sure enough, like a knife stabbed into the eyes of Shin Muyu. She annoyed head down to light a cigarette, smoke right on the lips, more red lips compelling. If you really do not want to also line, since the marriage, bring out a piece of dinner. I have not seen your child. This life I and you if really impossible. Look at your happy look. I dream also have a thought. Shin Fufu directly poked her snake heart. You want to trick me into bringing them out. Then you snatch the children and force us to divorce. You will let go? Shin Muyu, you selfish woman. Listen to what you say yourself. Won't you laugh when you hear it? Fake like this. You can't even lie to yourself, and you still want to come and lie to me. Shin Fufu stepped back towards Shin Muyu. I would rather go to jail than return to you. I can't escape. Yet I have ways to get rid of you. Don't force me. Perhaps Shin Fufu's move to fish with her for another woman chilled Shin Muyu's heart. She put the cigarette on her lips and looked at him through the smoke again, gently narrowing her eyes. There was danger in his eyes. Half a dozen times, she lit the ashes of her cigarette before saying, You're going to jail for her. You love her that much. Love. I love to the bone. Like I loved you back then. You can still love someone else. Why can't I? I was born to love people unlike you, who is cold-blooded and selfish, who doesn't know how to love and has no one to love. The white moonlight who loves you is just using you to cure your eyes. And those male models and male publicists who hold you up are just doing it for your money. You think you're good? Well, it's me. My love is just as passionate to anyone. Shin Fufu added, I love her now, try moving her. Shin Muyu admitted that she was going crazy with jealousy. She threw the cigarette somewhat hysterical. But your love, your maintenance, you're like, these used to be mine. The sound startled the police around them, looking toward the two of them. Shin Muyu, however, did not care in the slightest. She had long lost face and lost it all here in Shin Fufu. Her eyes were red and she was aggrieved to the core. You can only give and love me even now. You think you're defending her, but in reality you're killing her. The more you love her, the more I will want her dead. Then I'll die too, and I'll make you hurt as much as you make me hurt. Do we have to torture each other like this? Isn't it good to go back to the old days? Didn't you love me the most? Shin Fufu. There is no mutual word. I don't feel tortured. I don't love you anymore. How else can I go back to the old days? I don't want my wife and children to go back to the old days with you. What old times do I have with you? Don't you mention it. My wife will not be happy when she hears about it. Shin Fufu followed the police away. Shin Muyu suddenly screamed hysterically. She clawed and messed up her hair, and began to frantically smash things again, like a crazy person who had lost her mind. Gu Mingyan woke up from. His eyes were still dark as hell, but something was different. He sat up, his eyes dark and unable to see anything, and he used his hands to feel. Instead, he touched a woman's hand. Chapter 107. It's time to show your true skills. Who? Gu Mingyan retracted his hand. It was too dark. Not a single light. He couldn't see anything. Only a very faint and blurry outline. Not even without looking closely. The other party had no intention of speaking or making a move, and if it wasn't for the fact that Gu Mingyan's hand was warm when he touched it just now, he would have thought that the other party was a dead man. Gu Mingyan had to speak tentatively. Shin Muyu? The other didn't turn around. Gu Mingyan then quietly leaned forward. He wanted to see who it was, to see a little more clearly, and if the outline was a little clearer, he could also distinguish who it really was. But when he came closer, he felt warm breath, and he couldn't dodge in time. A hot kiss was placed on his lips. Gu Mingyan's eyes widened as he covered his lips and stumbled backward, falling on his buttocks, solidly. Definitely not Shin Muyu. If Shin Muyu kissed him like this, then the world would go crazy. Gu Mingyan felt horrified as well as incredulous. Little mute. So he doesn't have a normal woman around, does he? Seemingly displeased with his guess, the other spoke. It's me. Gu Mingyan heard it now and his attitude cooled down. It's you. What, disappointed? Who did you expect? Let me out. Gu Mingyan's direct, commanding tone did not allow for any half-hearted refusal. After a short interval, the opposite side spoke. Come here then. I'm hurt and the doctor doesn't tell me to move around. I have the key on me. Come and get it. You throw it over. Then you'll stay here with me. That's a really spiteful and capricious tone. Gu Mingin took a deep breath as he braced himself on the floor with one hand and leaned over. Since it was really dark, he couldn't exactly locate the pocket and touched her waist. Where are the keys? Hanging around my neck. Why don't you say it all at once? You didn't ask. There was something different about her today. It was just too much of a bummer. Gu Mingin then reached out to touch her neck, but did not find the necklace. Just as he hesitated, a pair of hands wrapped around his neck for another solid kiss. Gu Mingin stepped backward as he wiped his lips. Annoyed. Sushi Shu, what kind of trick are you playing? Sushi Shu smiled in such a good mood. I'm not Sushi Shu. Don't call me that. What are you mad about again? I'm not crazy. I don't have a name yet. You name me one. By the way, the key is hidden on my moon hun. Come and get it. After a pause, she added, but I put it in a safer place, and it's not easy to find, so you'll have to look hard to find it yourself. Do you have any more face? Aren't you going out? Come here. Roll. She laughed lowly, seeming to stop laughing when her wound hurt a little. It seemed to slow down for a moment before saying, then I've given you a chance, and when the night is over, I'll change places. Gu Mingin felt around on the basement floor where he couldn't reach out. The darker it is, the more useful one's sense of hearing becomes. She listened quietly and asked Gu Mingin, panic? What are you looking for? Gu Mingin's icy tone without a trace of emotion. How come there's no knife or glass? I regret that I didn't strike a little harder. I can't believe I let you run out after lying in the hospital for a few days. It was my hands that were too soft. Oh, you find it then. By the way, I only have one key if you said I was going to put it in the deepest part. She paused, then smiled and said, what are you going to take it out on if you can't reach it with your fingers? Don't you disgust me. We have no food or water or any idea where we are, and if you don't take the key, we'll all die here together. The way grows on you anyway. Your skills are perfectly suited for the job. Sue. Hey, book. Gu Mingin simply couldn't bear it. Do you still want your face? You don't want me to. Shut up. I told you I'm not her. I'm her second personality. I just came out recently and I don't have a name yet. So give me one. You go to hell. I'll go to hell. That's not a good name. If you don't give it to me, I'll get one myself. But what to call it? What would make it more special? Just call it I love you, okay? So that every time you call my name, you love me once. Roll. Why are you so grumpy? I'll call Su Moon then. Another I love you. Su Moon propped up her chin to look at Gu Mingin through the darkness. Are you really not coming to get the key? I'm going to have to hide it even deeper later. What are you playing at again? I'm not playing tricks. I really am a personality made for you. She doesn't know anything about me, but she's smart. She'll find out the end. I do have some of her memories, not much. I can impersonate her, but she can't impersonate me. After thinking for a moment, Sumon added, if you don't quite understand split personalities, then you can understand that the body is still the same, but the soul has changed. That's the whitewash you came up with? You go look at the brain. Su Hishu has been seeing her brain, and she has a psychiatrist. And I'm not whitewashing. I'm not whitewashing. I'm not like her. I'm just going to haunt you with this sin anyway, and I won't stop until I'm dead. Sumon added, it doesn't matter if you originally forgive me or not. I don't care about your thoughts and emotions. I just want one result. You are mine. Gu Mingin was already completely speechless to Sushi Shu. If you still seemed like a high and mighty lady before, then you're a retard now. Some of the hubris in my speech is going to come across as retarded. Really retarded. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Soon you'll know I'm not talking big anyway. I won't keep you locked up for long. I've got my own forces to cultivate and I'm a bit busy. But soon we'll meet. Do what you like. Let me out quickly. I told you to get the keys. Sumon came closer to Gu Mingin. She looked at him from a close distance, some innocent tone. What are you afraid of? You haven't seen it or you haven't eaten it? Gu Mingin, completely red, warmed up and stormed out. Sushi Shu. Sumon. My name is Sumon. Next time you call me by my first name, I'll get mad. Don't play, it's no fun at all. You want to play? Get a different man. Anyone who's more in the mood to play with you than I am. But I just want to play with you. Gu Mingin could sort of see that this was not letting one of his sentences fall to the ground without being too talkative. It seemed really different. Sushi Shu was always high and mighty, never this faceless. Was it really schizophrenic? He had read the science before, and it did say that the smarter and more intelligent a person was, the more likely they were to have problems, and it wasn't unheard of for them to schizoprenicize into several personalities. But Gu Mingyan wasn't a psychiatrist or specialized in psychology after all. He simply didn't understand this and couldn't see it. By the time he reacted, she was nibbling on his neck as if she had mutated. Gu Mingyan hurriedly pushed her away. Sumon stifled a grunt. "My wound is bandaged." Gu Mingyan got up. He leaned against the corner and stood close to it, running far away from her to feel safe. He hated the fact that he had "Don't you come over here" written all over him in a few words. Coldly, she warned her. "The wound hurts just enough to clear your head. Don't go crazy, you don't look like her at all like that. Don't you hate her so much? Tomorrow I'll get plastic surgery, change my face, and then chase you again. Okay. Don't you dare. Ha 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 ha. You're still not into it, you mouthy man." Gu Mingyan decided to ignore her. The more he talked to her, the happier she got, and the happier she got, the more nervous she got. Anyway, he was standing far enough away from her now, and his ears were sharp in the dark, that if he heard her footsteps, he'd run. He thought to himself that he was still physically capable of outrunning one of her injured patients, and the pack kept her from catching him. Sumon over there wasn't laughing anymore either. Just when Gu Mingyan was a bit tired of standing, he heard the sound of electricity. Buzzing. He listened for a while, thinking it was really odd what kind of monster it was. He asked anyway, "What's that sound?" Sumon's voice was a little different as he replied, "It's just a tool that can deliver the key to a place your fingers can't reach." Gu Mingyan instantly knew, and some of his previous memories instantly flooded his mind. He was that immobile when he was being punished by Sushi Shu and then watched her entertain herself. Is there really only one key? If he didn't stop her now, if it really was like she said, no water or food, no way out, just waiting to die together. This lunatic, she's insane. She's sick, isn't she? She's crazy. It was neither right nor wrong for Gu Mingyan to stop it. Just as he hesitated, the sound that buzzed like a mosquito was gone. Now it was too late for him to stop it. Gu Mingyan somewhat collapsed and squatted down to cover his face. How come the Sushi Shu 2.0 is much harder to deal with than the present one? It's really crazy, and a little bit retarded. She seemed to be dealing with it, her voice a little lazy. "Why don't you get the key now, or else we'll both have no strength after a few days of starvation." With that, she bit her lip again, looking a little chagrined. "I should have put in a light, you would have liked to see it. You roll. Ha 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 ha. Are you blushing? Ha 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 ha. I want to see you blush, but unfortunately I can't see it. Next time I'll fill it with lights and make sure I can see it clearly without any dead angle." "That's enough, you shut up." "Well, I'm a little tired too, but I can't go to sleep. What if I do and she comes out? I'd like to stay with you a little longer. I'll get some shut-eye." Gu Mingyan was already speechless. "You're still not honest even though you're injured." He was still too light-handed. Next time he should have stabbed her 20 times with a dagger and left her in the hospital for a year so she wouldn't come running out to annoy him. Sumon didn't say anything. Gu Mingyan's ears finally cleared, and he stared blankly at the darkness in front of him, but was wondering how Sushi Shu could be schizophrenic, looking at her quite a normal person. Is this another one of her new tricks? But unlike that, a person's personality doesn't change that much before and after. This is definitely an anomaly. Just now, Sumon said that Sushi Shu didn't know yet that she was the second personality that had just run out. Sumon also said she wanted to cultivate her own forces. Gu Mingyan felt outrageous and surprised, and couldn't understand. He hadn't dealt with Sushi Shu yet, and Sushi Shu was fighting with herself. This world is really still epileptic into the way he does not recognize, and really he feels very dreamy, schizophrenia, this kind of thing. He has not met, although he has heard of it, but thought it was played in the movie, made up to create suspense gimmick. Gu Mingyan couldn't figure it out either, and after being stupid once, he didn't get too hung up on a lot of things. Sumon says she only wants one result, and that is that he is hers. Then he also only wanted one result, and that was that he didn't want any of them, no matter if it was Sushi Shu or Su Muin. Shin Fufu joins Lin Chai to discuss where Gu Mingyan will be. If it's not at Shin Muyu's place, and you're sure Qin Wanyan is really dead, then it'll only be at Su Shishu's place. Shin Fufu analysis. Lin Chai nodded approvingly as well. The little mute sat and watched them talk, trying hard to distinguish the lips, but not distinguishing them. When the atmosphere was stagnant, she was extraordinarily quiet, replacing the already cold coffee with another hot one to come. "Then let's go to the hospital and keep an eye on Sushi Shu." "Okay." So the duo drove Lin Chai's car over to the hospital in plain clothes, and it was not easy for Lin Chai to trust his connections to get into the private ward. only to find that Su Shishu was not there at all. They were ready to leave, but Lin Xiaoxiao caught them in the act. Shen Fufu was about to open his mouth to set up a little conversation with Lin Xiao, but she saw Lin Xiaoxiao was very anxious. Where is Gu Mingyan? Missy is still injured, and the doctor won't let her run around, but she's disappeared. Shen Fufu was all confused. What? I was going to ask you where you abducted Gu Mingyan. 3 people come together to message a pair. Shen Fufu analyzed. Currently Su Shishu is missing. Gu Mingyan is also missing. The 2 of them are definitely together. Gu Mingyan hasn't gone home yet. I think he's under control, otherwise it's impossible for him not to come back. He's not staying with Su Shishu for even 1 more second. Lin Xiaoxiao gasped and laughed. Missy an injury victim, how can she abduct Gu Mingyan, a big man? I'm her beloved, this kind of thing. She would only ask me to do it. I don't even know. Don't you just snap the pot. And where are they? Lin Xiaoxiao calmly analyzed. There's only one possibility. Missy's injuries have worsened again, and Gu Mingyan can't leave for the time being. Since that's the case, we don't need to bother them. There's no need to look for them. Shen Fufu felt that Lin Xiaoxiao's analysis was also reasonable anyway. Now can't find anyone. Sure that the 2 of them are together, just let them toss it. No one else can get in the middle of the emotional stuff. Shen Fufu decided to wait patiently. 3 days passed. Su Muin opened her eyes and looked at the impassive Gu Mingyan. She simmered with 2 dark circles under her eyes and sighed. I feel like I'm going to starve to death. I'm still injured, and I've stayed up for 3 days and don't dare to sleep for fear of sleeping and her coming out. After all, I'm so weak right now. Are you that pretentious? Or do you really want to die with me that badly? I haven't had a drop of water. I'm running out of water. If this continues, I'll really die. Gu Mingyan didn't even lift his eyelids. He was already immune to her cheek. Your death is also considered to be removing harm from society. People can live for 7 days without eating or drinking. These 7 days Shen Fufu will definitely find me. What if I can't find it? Then I'll die with you. That's strangely touching for me to hear, but I don't want to die right now. Never mind, I'll give you a leg up. I'll fall asleep and change her out, so you can always show your true skill. Chapter 108. I'll die before you. Su Muin finished and was silent, probably exhausted from staying up for 3 days without sleep, and fell asleep in a second with his eyes closed. The basement became silent, and there were finally no loud, annoying voices in his ears. Gu Mingyan also slept against the wall for a while. He woke up from hunger and opened his eyes surrounded by darkness still. He couldn't remember how many days he had been locked up, but it was good to see that he wasn't crazy yet, and his emotions were still sort of calm. Are you awake? No one answered him. Gu Mingyan sat for a while, still somewhat afraid of whether Su Shishu was dead. After all, she was injured, and a few days without water and food. Resistance to decline in the wound once inflamed and infected. It's not that he cares about her, it's just that this basement, if she were to die, he'd be the only one left and he'd be scared too. Although he said there was no way he could die with her as well, he didn't actually want to. So Gu Mingyan got up, and he groped his way to Su Shishu's side to touch her fingers. Squeezing her hand, Gu Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's hot. He reached out again, and felt a tentative release towards Su Shishu's forehead. A little hot but not a high fever. Gu Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. He then sat next to her as he wondered about her schizophrenia. The subpersonality is indeed too noisy, and Su Shishu won't be like that. Gu Mingyan was alone for a long time again, and he was sometimes by Su Shishu's side, touching her forehead to see if she had a high fever. Sometimes alone in a corner, sometimes sitting by the door looking up at the folding door he could touch but not see. He wanted to get out. He felt that he had stayed for a long time and felt a little desperate. Why didn't Su Shishu wake up? He wanted to go out. He wanted to go out. Finally, there was still some anxiety and fire, and his lips grew a few blisters that hurt so much he couldn't even talk. When Gu Mingyan once again went to feel Su Shishu's temperature, he found that she had a high fever. He wasn't even sure if she had a wound infection or told her not to put anything in there. It's not sterile. This second personality is also too crazy. What to do? Gu Mingyan patted Su Shishu's cheek. Wake up. Wake up, whichever personality you are. You wake up. Su Shishu was boiling hot. Gu Mingyan took off his jacket and wrapped it around her, putting his cold hand on her forehead, and soon his palm was also boiling hot. Gu Mingyan was all pissed off and laughed. There was no way to hold her and try to give her warmth. Let you make a fool of yourself? Now you're really going to die. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Gu Mingyan broke down. Shen Fufu, what the hell are you doing for food? Shin Fu Fu, you come save me, ah. No, you beg Shin Mu, you brother, I'm dying. Come on, somebody. Somebody. Help. Help me. Help us. Gu Mingyan was also starving and his eyes were dazed. His consciousness was not clear anymore. He seemed to go back to the time when he was kidnapped as a child. That time was also so cold, so sleepy, and so fearful. He unconsciously shouted, "Brother, help me." It was only after shouting that he suddenly came to his senses. He didn't have a brother anymore. The one who always protected him, who covered his ass in everything, who wiped his ass, was dead. Gu Mingyan awoke with a sudden shock that no one else in the world could save him except himself. Gu Mingyan lowered his head and went to look for the zipper on Sushi Shu's skirt. As long as he took the key out, it would be fine. Cared about Sushi Shu's death. Cared about the fact that she couldn't do anything else in her situation today. So what? He doesn't love her anymore. Wasn't her death something he couldn't wait for? What did he care? What did he care if she died or lived? Wouldn't it be better if she died? He's going to live. Gu Mingyan should have his fingers trembling with hunger. But he finally pulled the zipper to the top, the best position, for her. Then he lowered his head and bit through the flesh of his wrist. And he fed the blood into Sushi Shu's mouth. Drink up. Drink and live a few more days. Shin Fu Fu should find them soon. Even if he had to die, it would be him who would die before her. That way Sushi Shu would regret it for the rest of her life and feel guilty about him for the rest of her life. It seems like he doesn't have much left to hold on to anyway. With his family dead and his lover. He had a wife once and then he lost that too. Gu Mingyan felt so tired. He slowly collapsed beside Sushi Shu. His eyelids were heavy and numb, and he didn't know if it was because of the loss of blood. His head was also very dizzy. Before he fainted, he murmured, "Let's not die together, or when we get there, I'll have to see you again. I don't want to tangle with you anymore. Isn't it enough that I owe you my whole life? I don't want to run into you in my next life. You, ruthless, evil woman." When Sushi Shu woke up, the taste of blood was all over her lips and teeth. She braced her body, which was cold and hot and uncomfortable as hell, to get up and slumped aside dizzily to dry heave. But there was nothing in her stomach that she could vomit. "This is where?" The words came out, only to realize that my throat was so dry and my voice so muffled. "Isn't she in the hospital? Why was it so dark and cold around her? Where is this? How did she get here? What a heavy smell of blood, as if drinking human blood. Hands. Whose hands are these? Are tiny cute." Sushi Shu knew it was Gu Ming in the moment she gripped that hand, and she couldn't let go of his hand as she clutched it tightly. "Are we being kidnapped? Tiny cutie?" No one responded to her. Sushi Shu added, "Gu Mingyan, talk back. What's going on? Why don't you say anything? It's cold. Why are you?" Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan's body temperature was very low. Sushi Shu was frightened. She moved over to hug him and patted his face, seeing that Gu Mingyan did not respond. Sushi Shu's first thought was to get the hell out of here. Tiny cute. Needs to be healed. She would never allow him to die again, in front of her. Whether it was a kidnapping or whatever, she had to get out. Sushi Shu was on the verge of not being able to carry on by herself. But this time the will to live had already overcome all the sickness. She lowered her head and kissed Gu Mingyan on the lips, then felt around along the wall. Finally touching the door, it was supposed to be a basement with the only exit being a folding door. There should be another window, probably boarded up. "Is there anyone? What do you want? Ask and I'll back down on anything and let us out." Sushi Shu's voice was so hoarse that she couldn't shout very loudly, so she pounded on the door with her hand. Seeing no response from her opponent, she didn't continue. She had to keep her strength up. "Only then can we wait for help. It shouldn't be. Judging by her state, she should have been locked up here for a long time. But why does she have no memory of it at all?" And according to Lin Zhao's efficiency, there was no way that she couldn't find her even though she had been locked up for so many days. This thing, it's not right. Sushi Shu braced her spirit to think, and finally concluded that this matter should be her own doing. Yes. Schizophrenia. Her previous psychiatrist had told her that she was showing signs of having a seizure. If she did it herself, the key should be on her. Sushi Shu felt around her body, and sure enough, quickly took out the key from her right chest. Her other personality, while she was asleep, what exactly did she do to Gu Mingyan? Damn. Sushi Shu used the key to open the door. Outside is the garage. The light is not strong. But her eyes adjusted to the darkness for too long. She still used her hand to block her eyes. When you see the light, your eyes squint and physical tears fall uncontrollably. When Shin Fufu and Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over, they saw two dying people. As soon as Shin Fufu carried the dying Gu Mingyan on his back, he was passing by Su Shishu. Su Shishu suddenly grabbed Gu Mingyan's wrist, and as she looked at his bloody wrist, she thought of the taste of blood between her lips. She opened her mouth, and before she could speak, tears were already falling like rain. Cutie! Shin Fufu, however, couldn't care less and directly told Su Shishu, "If my brother has a long or short life, I will not let you go even if I spell out my life. Su Shishu, you unrepentant woman, you are even more detestable than Shin Muyu. Shin Muyu is also vicious, but she didn't kill me twice. Su Shishu wanted to explain that she didn't do it, but the other personality was also her, so the explanation was still too pale. Su Shishu hung her eyes. She was assisted by Lin Xiaoxiao, her long soft hair hanging down, always strong. At this time with broken sadness. "I'm sorry." Shin Fufu irritated to the extreme. "I do not want to listen to you think he will want to listen to your bull sorry. Sorry next time still guilty is not it." Lin Xiaoxiao urged. "Hurry up and send them to the hospital. If you have anything to say go to the hospital and talk about it." Hospitals. Su Shishu forcefully sat down to listen to the doctor say Gu Mingyan's situation. Severe malnutrition? What's going on? Is it dieting excessively? Did not eat? Fainted, almost died of low blood sugar. Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "How are the people?" The doctor gave her a blank look. "Young people should also lose weight in moderation. It's easy to be depressed when you give up carbohydrates excessively." I saw him slit his wrists. "Who is his wife?" Without waiting for Su Shishu to speak, Shin Fufu already spoke. "Me." It was only under the doctor's scrutinizing gaze that Shin Fufu continued. "I'm his brother. He's not married. He doesn't have a wife. There used to be one that he loved very much, but she ran away with someone else." The doctor's expression became somewhat sympathetic again and said to Shin Fufu, "Come over here. I'll talk to you about the patient's precautions and the follow-up treatment." "Okay." Shin Fufu followed over. Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to follow her when she saw Su Shishu getting up and hurriedly went to assist her. Su Shishu is still getting injections and fluids. She came with a bottle of medicine hanging on her because she was relieved. Lin Xiaoxiao comforted from the side, "Missy, Gu Mingyan doesn't have a big problem. Don't worry. On the contrary, your situation, it's not very good, so it's better to listen to the doctor and go back to the ward to rest. If it wasn't for him, I'd be dead." Su Shishu couldn't listen at all as she walked to the door of the doctor's office. Shin Fufu's voice was heard inside. "My brother, he doesn't need to hire a psychiatrist. It's not him who needs psychotherapy. He's healthy. What's going on with that wrist? Or bring in a psychiatrist for a consultation." The wrist. The wrist was accidentally scraped. "Anyway, don't worry, he's fine. I've reminded you family members anyway that you usually need to be more caring about your patient's emotions. Yes, don't worry. We'll give him something to eat when he wakes up later, yes? Eat nutritious. Can't be too nutritious, the stomach and intestines can't get used to it. Eat some porridge to get used to it, gradually add staples and finally meat." Okay. Let's prepay for your hospitalization first. Here's the hospitalization number." When Shin Fufu came out with the hospitalization number, he saw Su Shishu leaning against the door, her whole face pale and still weak. Rarely seeing Miss Su's appearance, Shin Fufu couldn't help but look twice more. "What are you pretending to be pitiful here?" Lin Xiao did not expect that Shin Fufu, who had always been a gentleman to women, would be this aggressive, and just when she wanted to rebuke her, Su Shishu gestured to prevent her from speaking. Su Shishu reached for the hospitalization number. "I'll do it." "No need." Shin Fufu went to pre-deposit and pay the fees, looking as if he had drawn a clear line with Su Shishu. When Shin Fufu returned after paying the fee, he could no longer return to Gu Mingyan's hospital room. The bodyguards stopped outside the door, and Su Shishu accompanied him inside. Shin Fufu broke in several times and was pushed out and fell on his ass. Irritated, "Su Shishu, I will never give you another chance to hurt him. Let me in." Lin Xiaoxiao opened the door. "Mr. Shin, aren't you leaving yet? Shin Muyu is on her way here. If she arrests you, you won't be able to see Gu Mingyan even if he wakes up. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Shin Fufu became even angrier. "Poisonous woman. It's true, the most poisonous woman." Shin Fufu got into the elevator and ran away while calling Lin Chai to come over and keep an eye on him. No one stared really uneasy. Lin Chai was supposed to go back to pack Gu Mingyan change of clothes. Listening to the situation immediately said, I'll be at the hospital soon. You drive my car away. Gu Mingyan was trapped in a dream from the past. And inside the dream, he was still tiny cute. Being punished by his wife for not being allowed to move. He could only look at Sushi Shu and listen to her discontentedly complaining that this toy wasn't as fun as him at all. But he didn't listen, so he couldn't use it anymore. Sushi Shu asked him if he would listen in the future. Obey? I'll obey, wife, don't punish me. When Gu Mingyan woke up in a panic from his dream, Su Xiushu was sitting beside the hospital bed, holding his hand and telling him in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." For a moment, Gu Mingyan couldn't distinguish between dream and reality. The Sushi Shu in this scene was just too warm. But gradually, the memories come back and all the warmth is gone. Gu Mingyan wrenched his hand away. Sushi Shu wasn't actually very happy. She didn't know what exactly her other personality had done to Gu Ming and to make him cry out, not to punish him even in his dream world. She also had unspeakable jealousy and envy that was about to burn her. But she was patient and picked up the warm water on the side. The doctor told you to wake up and drink. If that moment when he just woke up was so warm, then at this time Gu Mingyan felt how ironic and ridiculous. He raised his hand and knocked over the water cup to sneer at her. "Don't be sympathetic. I know you're very pleased in your heart. Knowing that I still love you, isn't it very happy to know that I'm still in love with you? And think of how you want to toy with my feelings, no, missy." Chapter 109 Career is booming. Sushi Shu looked at Gu Mingyan for a long time before she said, "I don't dare." Gu Mingyan sneered. "What else would you not dare to do? I love you more for playing with my feelings. Okay?" Sushi Shu was surprisingly a bit cautious at this time, as she curtly held a document and handed it to Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan lowered his eyes. "What is this?" "SN Group's Formula Transfer Agreement for Anti-Cancer Drugs. Here you go." Sushi Shu's tone was calm still with a pleasing tone. She never used to please him like this before. Always high and mighty. Even if she made a mistake, she wouldn't admit it. Instead, he had gone to great lengths to please her in the past, but could not get much tenderness from her. It turned out that being pleasing was this kind of taste, but not enjoying it at all, Gu Mingyan only felt ridicule. He knew that Sushi Shu really knew that she was wrong, and he also knew that she was trying her best to redeem herself, but he couldn't get past the hurdle in his heart, and he didn't have the means to start over with her. It was like a mirror that had fallen in half, and there was always a crack cutting between them, becoming an unbridgeable chasm, with Gu Mingyan on this side and Su Shishu on the other. Even if it was glued and patched up, others looked at it as a broken mirror, but Gu Mingyan knew that the cracks were there, right in that place. Even after a deft fix, it still breaks at the thought of it once. Bleeding all the time, trying to hurt one at a time. Gu Mingyan stretched out his hand. This gift from Sushi Shu, he really wanted it. He couldn't refuse it. Sincerity is too much. Not only does he want it, it is Shen Fufu will also want to say that he is willing to give Shen Muyu a good face. Enough for him to put aside his fragile and untenable pride and take it. But Gu Mingyan ended up letting out a soft sigh as he dropped his hand. "No matter how good you are to me again, I can't get through it, Sushi Shu. There's no way for me to start over with you, much less make up with you. When I see you, I feel bad in my heart. I'm in so much pain." Gu Mingyan covered his face with his hands, and underneath the spikes wrapped all over him was a fragile and unbearable softness. "You let me go, you let me go." Gu Mingyan's eyes were so sad. He looked at Sushi Shu. "Can you leave? Don't let me see you again. I won't be able to resist wanting to hurt you that way. It's bad. I don't want to become that way." Gu Mingyan's voice was hoarse to the extreme as he added, "I will be twisted. I will be repressed. I will want to go crazy. Do we both have to become crazy and then torture each other? Do we both have to become crazy and torture each other? Do we really have to be that irreversible? Obviously we separate on the good. You live your, I live my, who does not torture, who cannot think of not resentment, not good." Gu Mingyan looked at Su Shoshu. "Just go, we're done. Okay?" Sushi Shu was silent for a long time. "I'm sorry. I'm the one who lost you. Tiny cute. I love you so much that I don't want to hurt you. As long as you are happy, I can disappear." She still handed the document to Gu Mingyan. "This is still for you. It's considered my compensation to you." Sushi Shu got up. Her back was slim. She walked 2 steps back to look at Gu Mingyan. Her eyes are all unwilling to let go. Her footsteps are slowed down. But even slower footsteps. The ward is only so big, walk out. There is no turning back. Sushi Shu wiped away the tears at the end of her eyes and left the hospital room, and her people withdrew with her. Lin Chai walked in and saw Gu Mingyan sitting on the hospital bed in a daze. He softly called out, "Second youngest." Gu Mingyan returned to his senses as he tugged on the covers and lay down. "I'm a bit tired. Eat something." Lin Chai took out the insulated lunchbox, which contained porridge. He served a bowl. Gu Mingyan took a bite with a spoon, then said, "It's a bit mushy. Little Mute's craftsmanship is getting worse." Lin Chai thought for a moment before saying, "This was cooked for you by eldest Miss Su herself." Gu Mingyan wanted to drop the bowl as soon as he heard it, but in the end, he lowered his head and finished the bowl of congee with a mushy flavor. Verdict: it's awful. From childhood to the eldest 10 fingers do not touch the spring water of the Miss, the Golden Jade people. Cook for him to do a bowl of porridge. I'm afraid that I do not know how many pots to do bad, only barely boiled out of this bowl with a mushy flavor. I'm afraid I wanted to do better, but couldn't do better than this pot, so I took the best over. Good thing it was the last time I had it too. Gu Mingyan went back to sleep, and before he did, he asked Lin Chai, who was beside him, "Where's Shin Fu? Run away. Shin Muyu has sent people over here to keep an eye on him. He doesn't dare to come over." "Goon him." Lin Chai shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. Gu Mingyan was sleeping in a daze and felt an itch on her face, like a feather brushing against it. But where are the feathers in the ward? Instead, there are big southern cockroaches. Gu Mingyan woke up with a jolt, reached out and slapped his hand to his face, snapping it but nothing came out. Instead he heard someone laughing softly. Gu Mingyan opened his eyes. The ward didn't turn on the lights. Only the lights from the corridor filtered in. Enough to see that the person in front of the hospital bed was Su Mon, who was smiling at him with her chin propped up. Gu Mingyan sat up as if he had seen a ghost and wrapped the covers tightly, recognizing that this must be Su Shishu's second personality. Su Shishu wouldn't have laughed so worthlessly at all. The eyes that Su Shishu looked at him had only guilt and sadness in them. It wouldn't be like Su Muen's, only strong interest and playfulness, like looking at his beloved little pet, all of his possessions. Fine, that's how you play it, isn't it? The main personality promises to disappear in front of me and the sub-personality comes running to harass me. Really? She doesn't share her memories with me since she's gotten defensive. And she actually agreed to disappear from your sight? That's really interesting. She's also too cowardly. I wouldn't have agreed to that. I'm going to follow you, pester you, fall in love with you. Even if it's one-sided, I'll just be happy. I don't care if you live or die. What are you playing at when I'm dead? Su Mon inclined her head and thought for a while. I'll burn you to the bone and make you into a toy when you die. You'll be with me forever anyway. When I die 100 years from now, I'll be buried together with you. Or I'll invest in a museum and just put both of our bones in there to embrace and compose an absolutely beautiful love story for others to visit. And hundreds, thousands of years from now, the world will know that we're a loving couple. Su Mon nudged Gu Mingyan's heart, so happy. Let the future generations know that you, Gu Mingyan, are mine. It's not meant to be shady. Gu Mingyan was about to be laughed at. Does she know if you do this? I'll tell her to see a psychiatrist and destroy you. Su Muan ha laughed, obviously high and cold of face, at this time but smiled like a simple girl. Then I'm going to pop up before I die, karma you off. I cannot get, no one else cannot get. Crunch off? Don't you get cute. Mo got you? She compared a flower on her chin. Gu Mingyan looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. It's too creepy. I have nightmares at night. With a personality like yours, you just get me and I won't lift. You don't have any charm at all. Too much initiative is too cheap. Su Mon got up and came closer to Gu Mingyan. Really? I don't believe it, unless I've seen it with my own eyes and examined it with my own hands. Then I'll believe that I'm truly unattractive. Su Muan stared at Gu Mingyan. That sight with a smile, but aggressive. What are you hiding? Don't you run? Where are you going? Don't you follow me? Lin Chai, already knocked out by me. Doctor, nurse. Gu Mingyan yelled and soon the doctors and nurses came over. Gu Mingyan directly pointed at Su Muan. She's a psychopath. Give her a shot. Hurry up and change Su Shishu back. Compared to Su Muan, Su Shishu is so much more normal. At the very least, Su Shishu still has guilt and concerns about him, and will listen to advice and act like a normal person. Su Muan was a good rogue who didn't listen to words and was annoying. Gu Mingyan was about to be annoyed by her one way or the other. The doctors and nurses came over to persuade her, so Gu Mingyan took advantage of her being stopped and hurriedly slipped away. He drove Lin Chai's car, went back to the Gu family's old mansion, turned on the power grid, locked the door, and absolutely did not permit Su Muan, the female lunatic, to come in. Shin Fu is not at home. It should be hiding. If he is in the old mansion, the grid can't even stop Shin Muyu. Gu Mingin went back to the master bedroom and sat on the bed and cursed. Nuts! Both are nuts. Just as Gu Mingin grabbed the milk dragon doll and whacked it, there was a knock on the door. Gu Mingin broke out in a cold sweat as he tensed. Who? Can't even stop the power grid? This is horrible. He's gonna call Shin Fufu and ask him where he's hiding and take him one. The door was then knocked on again and then pushed open a crack. Gu Mingin was shocked. Oh no, he forgot to lock it. He was about to rush over and lock the door when he saw the little mute's face in the crack. He was just relieved it wasn't the crazy lady. The little mute pushed open the door and saw Gu Mingin. She typed, Boss, why are you back? Did the doctor let you out? Gu Mingin returned to get his cell phone and tweeted her. Don't open the door to strangers. Go to bed. It's late. Boss, are you hungry? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Thanks, no. Okay, good night. Gu Mingin nodded. The little mute man left and gently took the door with him again. Gu Mingin walked over and dropped the door into lock. As he lay in bed, it occurred to him that he had forgotten the contract for the anti-cancer drug formula in his hospital room. He sat up violently from the bed. Damn it, don't be used by Sumoan to threaten him. That crazy woman, she can't do anything. He has to think of a way to deal with her before he does. Gu Mingin was worried for a while. His body had not recovered after all, and he fell asleep thinking about it. The next day he woke up and went downstairs, where the little mute had already made breakfast. Gu Mingin glanced at the congee and the fritters. The small fritters were fried golden and crispy and sold well. He nodded and typed, You're getting better at this. The little dummy is coy and shy. I've enrolled in a class to learn how to make more delicious food for you in the future. Gu Mingin didn't expect her to be quite attentive, and when she sat down to eat breakfast, Gu Mingin's cell phone rang, and it was the security guard calling. Mr. Gu, there's a visitor who says her name is Lin Xiao Xiao and she's here to deliver an important document to you, and wants to ask if you're free. Gu Mingin guessed what was being sent. His tone light. Tell her to wait. Okay. The phone hung up. Gu Mingin ate his breakfast slowly and methodically before going out, and when he drove out, he saw Lin Xiao Xiao leaning against the car door. Come over when you see him. Gu Mingin lowered the window. Lin Xiao Xiao all felt funny and held up the document. Gu Xiao can really be a big racket, making me wait for so long. It seems that this anti-cancer drug formula is not too much to ask for. If I really don't want it, how are you going to deliver? Or do you want to go abroad to see diamond mines like Zhonglime? Lin Xiao Xiao smiled, then bent down and handed over the contract with both hands. Please take it. Gu Mingin reached out and took it with an idle gesture. Please tell Su Shishu that if she's sick, she should go to a psychiatric hospital to be cured, and if she can't be cured, she should live in there, and don't let her other personality run out in a frenzy and lose her face. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xiao Xiao. Please convey the original message without euphemisms. Lin Xiao Xiao smiled. Our Missy said, Don't worry, she will find a way. As long as you are happy, she can disappear. That couldn't be better. I hope she does what she says she's going to do. Gu Mingin didn't talk to Lin Xiao Xiao anymore as she raised the car window and left. Gu Mingin goes to the company. He takes the formula to the RD department, which is shocked. Not expecting Gu Mingin to come up with such a heavyweight, Gu Mingin then contacted his contacts in the medical circle. Put the word out that he's got the cancer drug. Just before he could plan for it, the news had already gotten out that it should be Su Shishu's doing. Before, Gu Mingin had to rely on accompanying drinks and smiles to get investments. But after the news got out, it was the collaborators and investors who approached him. The meal was immediately filled. Gu Mingin attends a dinner party and is too busy to help. Just at this time, Shin Fufu comes back to help. Gu Mingin was busy and didn't delay his curiosity. Shin Muyu isn't staring at you anymore? Shin Fufu had a disinterested stance. It can't hide for a lifetime, right? It's all hidden in the South City. So don't hide if you can't hide. How did it go? Let's coax her first. I say see how she behaves and consider giving us a chance to start over. Shin Fufu added, When I have the strength, there is no need to be afraid of her. First engage in business, drag her 2 years, absolutely I want to soar. Gu Mingin propped up his forehead. What you know? She will not know? I'm scared. She won't set me up, right? She's ruthless enough to have set up all her girlfriends who have played with her since she was a child. I'll coax her a little more to buy us some room to grow. Big deal. Sacrifice a little color, and here's to future freedom. Shin Fufu looked at Gu Mingin's schedule and said, There are still a few more to add. As long as you can't drink to death, Time is running out. Half a year later, pharmaceutical bio-dust came back from the dead. Everything was on track, and it was relisted after acquiring several pharmaceutical companies. As soon as it was launched, it introduced an improved anti-cancer drug with a success rate of only 50%, but with greatly reduced side effects, and the common side effect of accelerating cancer's changes was reduced to an extremely rare occurrence. The stock market is soaring. Gu Mingyan held a shareholders' meeting and plans to invest in artificial intelligence next and be the strongest in 5 years. Company dinner, Shin Fufu left and right to play cards. Good luck to a family win 3. Lin Chai as a vice president simply face lost black. Ding Guigue also lost the handshaking, not easy to save the money to buy a house or lost in. Only Gu Mingyan was still calm, looking at Shin Fufu and reminding him, lipstick is stained on the collar. How can we go back? Or are we ready for a showdown? Have you had enough of acting for 6 months?